Sumo found himself reincarnated in the Marvel Universe. 20 years later, a system was activated, but it required him to marry before it could be fully operational. The greater the potential or strength of his bride, the higher the rewards he would receive from the novice gift package. Sumo immediately sought out the pinnacle of power in this world, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dark God suit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sky Shuttle. Congratulations, host. You have received the Chaos Golden Wings. Banner remarked, the last time I faced him, it inflicted severe psychological trauma on Hulk. Iron Man grumbled, damn it. Why is my armor not only less aesthetically pleasing, but also less durable than yours? Captain America said, against him, I could be beaten all day. Luke Cage complained, Motherf, why does he always target me, a disabled old man? Chapter 1. The system demands marriage. Asterisk asterisk. Evening, done on the set of Batman. Cut. With the director's call, today's filming concluded that a woman clad in a tight suit and wearing an eye mask strode briskly away from the filming site. It was, and, portraying Catwoman. Upon exiting and surveyed her surroundings as if searching for something, her eyes brightened when she spotted a business car parked by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle, her gaze fell upon a young, handsome man seated in the back. She spoke with a tone that was almost playful. Darling, it's been ages since you last came to see me. And you know well that maintaining the normal operation of a company is no simple task. As he spoke, Sumo handed her a bouquet of flowers. With the flowers in hand, all of Anne's grievances vanished in an instant, replaced by a sweet smile as she nestled into Sumo's embrace. Thank you, I adore them. Sumo wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The car's front and rear were separated and soundproofed, preventing the driver from witnessing the scene in the back. As Sumo pressed a button beside him, the vehicle began to move slowly. Host detected, system binding in progress. A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Sumo's mind. Wow. Startled, Sumo opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise. After waiting for 20 years, his golden finger had finally arrived. Indeed, Sumo was a transmigrant. To be precise, he had been reincarnated. Born into a Chinese family in New York, he initially thought he had been reborn in the 1990s America, but upon seeing Stark Industries on television, he realized he had been reincarnated into the Marvel Universe. This was the world rife with villains eager to annihilate humanity. And these villains were increasingly formidable. Not to mention Thanos, the director of the Population Control Committee, who sought to eradicate half of the universe's population, as well as the Celestials lying dormant within. The Earth, the sheer number of native villains on Earth, each desiring humanity's destruction, was overwhelming. Consider Magneto, for instance. This world not only harbored superheroes, but also mutants, including Professor X's school for gifted youngsters and the Brotherhood established by Magneto. The only piece of good news was that, based on the information gathered over the years, this world belonged to the cinematic universe, i.e. in comparison to the comic universe. The cinematic universe was undoubtedly safer. His parents ran a medium-sized film company. However, they both perished in a car accident 5 years ago. Upon inheriting the family business, Sumo leveraged his past life's memories to produce a series of cinematic masterpieces, amassing a considerable fortune. He subsequently invested this wealth wisely. Now, he could be considered one of America's notable billionaires. Suppressing his excitement, he began to communicate with the system in his mind. A few minutes later, he grasped the situation. Although the system was bound, it had yet to be activated. He needed to marry promptly, and the more powerful his spouse, the better the rewards he would receive upon activation. Marriage to a strong woman, is it? In an instant, a plethora of names flashed through Sumo's mind. There were indeed many powerful women in the Marvel Universe, but only a select few belonged to the top tier. Ultimately, 4 names remained in his mind: Doctor Strange, Phoenix, Scarlet Witch, and Captain Marvel. Without a doubt, these 4 constituted the strongest quartet on Earth. Given that the rewards were variable, Sumo was determined to secure the highest tier reward. First, there was Doctor Strange. As the Sorcerer Supreme, her strength was beyond question. Had she not perished, Thanos would never have had the opportunity to snap his fingers. He would have broken his fingers instead. Unfortunately, aside from her age, Sumo wondered if he could even accept such a union. Even if he could, she would have to agree, and if he dared to propose it to Doctor Strange, even with her composure, she might not hesitate to obliterate him. This was an immediate pass. As for Phoenix, according to the original storyline, she should have died at Wolverine's hand by this time. However, in this fusion world, Sumo could not be certain. Even if she were alive, he would not choose her. After all, she was unable to control the energy within her, and being near her would be akin to holding a ticking time bomb. One day, if she lost control, he could be reduced to nothingness. Pass. That left only Wanda and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was currently off somewhere in the cosmos, playing the superhero. Pass. Thus, the only option remaining was Wanda. The fully awakened Scarlet Witch, wielding chaos magic, was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the Marvel Universe. Even before becoming the Scarlet Witch, she could tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. Had she transformed into the witch before Thanos arrived, he might have found himself delivering gems as a courier, and his tenure would have ended in a single delivery. At this particular moment, Pietro and Wanda were still ordinary individuals living in the small European nation of Sokovia. Leveraging financial power to manipulate her would be a straightforward endeavor. Undoubtedly, this is the most suitable choice. Upon making the decision, Suemo exhaled a sigh of relief. He retrieved his phone from the side and dialed a number. Boss. A sweet voice from a woman resonated through the phone. Avril, instruct Soren and the others to assemble at the base tomorrow morning. Understood, boss, Secretary Avril acknowledged, and continued. As for the assets in America, apart from the film company and Stark Industries shares, we have essentially liquidated everything else. Additionally, regarding your proposal to acquire companies in Huaxia, I have sent you the information on several major corporations in that region to your email. Please review it at your convenience. All right, noted. After nodding, Suemo ended the call. In the Marvel Universe, remaining in America without any special abilities is undoubtedly a foolish choice. After all, nearly every significant event transpires here, particularly in New York, the epicenter of the universe where incidents are frequent. Suemo had long desired to leave. Unfortunately, his parents had previously insisted on staying. He could hardly divulge to them that in a few years, an alien invasion would occur. If they were to say such a thing, their first thought would not be whether to agree or not, but rather to help him find a reliable psychiatric facility. Yet, he could not disregard their well-being. However, following the passing of his parents, Suemo seized a few years of stability to amass considerable wealth. With Tony becoming Iron Man, the grand events of the Marvel Universe officially commenced, prompting him to initiate his plans to leave America. If one were to identify the safest place in this world, it would undoubtedly be Huagua. Aside from the unavoidable snap of Thanos, remaining within the borders of Huagua is relatively secure. After ending the call, Suemo cast his phone aside and fell into deep contemplation. Once the system is activated, he will need to reevaluate and formulate a new plan for the future. Chapter 2. Coercion and Temptation. 3 days later, in a grand estate by the Hudson River, a helicopter descended gracefully. Moments later, a blindfolded figure was led down from the helicopter by several armed female mercenaries. The leader, Soren, approached Suemo, who was standing nearby. Boss, we've brought her back. Suemo nodded, then led the way toward the villa. A few minutes later, in one of the villa's rooms, 2 female mercenaries removed the hood covering Wanda's face. Wanda, her eyes wide with terror, surveyed her surroundings, finally fixing her gaze upon Suemo. Who are you? What do you want with me? Enough, you two can leave now. Suemo instructed the mercenaries without haste, then scrutinized Wanda from head to toe. Wanda bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen, the actress he had seen in films, though the woman before him appeared even more youthful and beautiful. After all, by the timeline, Wanda had just turned 18. Wanda Maximoff, born in Eastern Europe's Sokovia, lost her parents in a terrorist attack at the tender age of 8, leaving only her and her brother, Pietro Maximoff. Upon hearing Suemo recite her history in its entirety, Wanda's expression shifted. She forced herself to maintain composure and asked, "What is your purpose in kidnapping me?" Suemo closed the file in his hands and looked at her with a smile. Ms. Maximoff, I hope you understand that my intention in bringing you here is devoid of malice. Devoid of malice? Wanda's face twisted with a hint of scorn as she shook the tightly bound ropes around her. Is this what you call a lack of malice? Sighing, Suemo chose not to respond to that question. Instead, he produced a dagger and stepped forward to cut the ropes binding Wanda. Without her powers awakened, Wanda was merely an ordinary person, and Suemo felt no concern about her posing any threat. To be frank, I brought you here simply to propose a transaction. A transaction? Wanda rubbed her sore arms, watching Suemo warily. Indeed. Suemo nodded. I have some knowledge about your circumstances in Sokovia. You work at a cafe, while Pietro delivers pizzas. Together, your monthly living expenses barely exceed 2,000 euros. Overall, it seems you both are not faring very well. That doesn't seem to concern you, Wanda retorted. Suemo regarded her and continued. The terms of our transaction are straightforward. You marry me. and your brother Pietro will receive sufficient wealth to live a life of luxury. Of course, you may refuse. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of the two of you should you choose that path. Wanda's expression darkened upon hearing Sumo's thinly veiled threat. You are shameless. Seeing her furious demeanor, Sumo shrugged indifferently. Think what you will. He had some understanding of Wanda's character. If she were left entirely alone, the situation would become more complicated. Given her nature, she might even choose death over accepting his terms. But alas, she still had Pietro, her family, a vulnerable point for her. Certainly, his approach was rather despicable, but he was unconcerned. Activating the system was his priority. Ms. Maximoff, I will give you 5 minutes to contemplate. I hope you realize that your decision could alter the course of both your lives. With that, Sumo fell silent, reclining comfortably in his chair. For him, this was the most suitable approach. After all, he couldn't afford the luxury of slowly building rapport. Not to mention, who could say if he was even the type she preferred? He was not a typical hero, blessed with an irresistible charm that would compel every woman to throw herself at him upon meeting him. Time was of the essence. After all, there were only 10 years left until Thanos snapped his fingers. Without understanding the system's capabilities, he could not ascertain whether he could gain the strength to confront him within that time frame. Naturally, the sooner he activated it, the better. Furthermore, this could potentially benefit Wanda as well. Judging by her original life trajectory, it seemed she was destined for a tragic fate. As he sensed the time was right, Sumo straightened in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Wanda. So, Ms. Maximoff, please tell me your final decision. Wanda lifted her head, glaring defiantly at Sumo. Why must it be me? That is not for you to know. Sumo replied. He had no intention of revealing anything about the system. Secrets were only secrets when kept from all. Upon hearing his response, Wanda exhaled deeply. I agree, but you must keep your promise and spare Pietro. Ultimately, she found herself compelled to yield to his coercive influence. Given what she had just experienced, it was evident that he belonged to a powerful and influential class. As orphans, she and Pietro had little means to contend with him. In this society, wealth equated to power. If she resisted, the likely outcome would be their mysterious disappearance from the world. If it were just her, she might have chosen to fight him to the end. But with Pietro in the equation, she had no choice but to submit. You need not worry. I am a man of my word, and I do not go back on promises. Sumo assured her eagerly upon her agreement. That afternoon, Pietro was also brought to the estate. In the villa's grand living room, he stared in disbelief at Wanda, who was adorned in an opulent wedding gown. Wanda, are you joking with me? He could not fathom that his sister, who had never had contact with men, would suddenly announce her intention to marry someone, especially a wealthy individual over 2,000 kilometers away in America. Upon entering the estate, he had nearly lost his way without the guidance of a servant. Pinching his arm to confirm he was not dreaming, Pietro's expression transformed into one of incredulity. Just moments ago, a despondent Wanda trying on wedding dresses now smiled upon seeing him. I only just decided, which is why I'm telling you now. This was the excuse they had meticulously crafted. Wanda understood Pietro's personality well. If he learned the truth, he would only complicate matters further. So it was best to keep him in the dark. But how did you two meet from such a distance? Pietro still found it hard to believe. Well, that's Wanda began to explain. But just then, Sumo entered the room. Spotting Pietro beside Wanda, a smile spread across Sumo's face. Hello, you must be Wanda's brother. Pietro. And you are? I am Sumo, Wanda's fiancé. You can call me Sue. Faced with the tall, handsome, and suave Sumo, Pietro felt suddenly at a loss. Years of living in the lower strata had left him somewhat flustered. After a long pause, he slowly raised his right hand. Hello. Half an hour later, the stark reality laid before Pietro compelled him to confront his circumstances. Initially, upon hearing the news from Wanda over the phone, he was convinced that she had been deceived by some scoundrel, and he contemplated rushing over to administer a fitting reprimand. However, that thought had long since vacated his mind. The man across from him, Sumo, was not only youthful and handsome, but also exuded the aura of a wealthy individual. From every conceivable angle, he seemed devoid of any motive to deceive Wanda. Scammers typically seek either money or seduction. The former was evidently out of the question. As for the latter, there was no need for such elaborate theatrics. He had just witnessed the wedding venue being meticulously arranged at the estate. With such wealth at his disposal, what stunning beauty could he not procure? Chapter 3. Reward, Celestial Tower. The following morning, a grand wedding unfolded within the estate. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Wanda traversed the lengthy red carpet, her mind a blank slate. At that moment, she still felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Was she truly marrying a man she had met less than 2 days prior? Stealing a glance at Sumo beside her, she could not deny that. Setting aside his character, he was indeed a fitting match for marriage, young, attractive, and affluent. Alas, he was a cad. With a sigh, Wanda recognized that she had no choice but to acquiesce to her fate. With both sets of parents deceased, the entire process had been considerably streamlined. Following the vows and the exchange of rings, the moment for the kiss approached. As Sumo leaned in, Wanda's heart raced, her hands gripping her bouquet tightly. Sumo's brief kiss marked the official conclusion of the ceremony. Hey Sue, I was initially puzzled about what drove you to hastily embark on this journey into the grave of love, but upon seeing the lovely lady beside you, it seems your decision is justified. Tony emerged from the crowd, a champagne flute in hand. He had no choice. Ever since he publicly declared, I am Iron Man, he had become the center of attention wherever he went. As for his presence at Sumo's wedding, when Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, Sumo seized the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of Stark stock at a bargain price. Following the demise of Obadiah, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, Sumo further acquired significant shares from the family, ultimately holding 30 of Stark Industries, making him the second-largest shareholder after Tony's 39. Moreover, prior to becoming a shareholder, the two had shared a common bond, both passionate about philately, and had managed to collect a multitude of renowned models and celebrities throughout America. After becoming shareholders, they quickly developed a close friendship. Upon seeing Tony, Wanda's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Noticing her gaze, Tony's expression turned inquisitive. Excuse me, have we met? Sumo, attuned to Wanda's demeanor, felt a shift in his expression. It was evident that Wanda's parents had perished due to weapons crafted by Stark Industries. Encountering Tony, the current owner of the company, naturally elicited no warmth from her. He promptly took her left hand, offering a soothing gesture before turning to Tony to explain, no, of course not. Trust me, she's merely recalling some unpleasant memories. However, it was clear that this was not the appropriate moment for such explanations. After a few evasive remarks, Sumo swiftly led Wanda away in another direction. Before activating the system, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Therefore, it was prudent to keep Wanda at a distance from Tony. As Wanda obediently followed Sumo's lead, she gazed up at his profile. You seem quite familiar with him? Well, you should know, I hold shares in Stark Industries, acquired after they shut down the weapons division. Wanda nodded, refraining from further discussion. Last night, someone had indeed provided her with a comprehensive overview of Sumo's background, which she was well aware of. After their departure, Tony watched their retreating figures and shrugged. Unpleasant memories? He muttered before dismissing the matter entirely, his attention drawn to a tall and confident figure approaching. Hey, Jenna. That evening, within the wedding suite on the top floor of the villa, Wanda sat anxiously on a mattress worth millions. The door creaked open, revealing Sumo, who observed Wanda nervously fidgeting with her wedding gown. You seem rather tense. I. Wanda's face betrayed her flustered state. Moments later, a notification chimed. Host has married. The Devour exchange system has been activated, granting the power of the devouring cosmos. Marriage partner bound to Wanda, activating passive, eternal uniqueness. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. An hour later, Sumo glanced at Wanda, who had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. He silently began to organize the information flooding his mind. By this time, various cultivation methods and secret techniques from the devouring cosmos world had manifested in his thoughts. Ranging from the gene original energy cultivation method and foundation of psychic masters to the 9 calamities secret tome, severing the Eastern River and elemental techniques. Encompassing a vast array of knowledge, Sumo was no stranger to the cultivation hierarchy of this world, beginning from the apprentice level, progressing to planetary, stellar, and cosmic levels. The strength was remarkable. The pinnacle of the apprentice level alone could approach 1,000 tons of punch power, capable of annihilating a multi-story building with a mere flick of the wrist. Struggling to contain his excitement, Sumo engaged in dialogue with the system in his mind. After a brief exchange, he inhaled deeply, an uncontrollable smile gracing his lips. He then focused on the passive skill, eternal uniqueness. Wanda, who has activated the system with the host, shall exist as the singular entity within the multiverse, with both her and the host's life trajectories frozen in time, impervious to alteration by any external force. With the system's elucidation, Sumo grasped the significance of this skill. In essence, it served 2 primary functions. Firstly, his wife Wanda had become the sole entity within the multiverse, a notion that greatly pleased Sumo. The Marvel Universe's uniqueness resulted in countless parallel realities, each housing similar individuals, albeit with diverging life paths. Just as there would be a Sue-Mo and a Wanda in every multiverse, Sue-Mo felt indifferent. Although the other versions bore his likeness, they were not identical to him. However, for Wanda, being his wife, the prospect of those alternate Wandas marrying and having children with others evoked a sense of betrayal. The system's ability effectively mitigated such concerns. The second function of this passive skill ensured that their life trajectories remained immutable, rendering them immune to temporal intrusions that could alter their past or inflict harm upon their former selves. This effectively eliminated the risk of adversaries traveling back in time to eliminate them during their weaker phases. One could say this passive ability alleviated nearly all of his lingering worries. The system's mechanics were rather straightforward. By vanquishing villains, one could accrue points, which could then be exchanged for various items in the system's marketplace. Would you like to activate the beginner's gift package? The voice of the system echoed once more in Sumo's mind. Open, Sumo eagerly murmured. His determination to marry Wanda, regardless of threats or temptations, was solely for this reward. Given Wanda's chaotic magic potential, the reward he received should be of a high caliber. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Star Tower, enhanced. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sumo was initially taken aback, but soon his face illuminated with joy. This was a renowned treasure in that world, and one of the most formidable artifacts of Lord Luo in his later years. Before him, a miniature 9-story black tower materialized. After its appearance, it flickered and vanished into his forehead. Instantly, information about the Star Tower flooded Sumo's mind. Star Tower, enhanced diffusion of defense, soul protection, ceiling, attack, and palace attributes. Its original height is 100 million light-years, capable of altering its size at will, ranging from hundreds of billions of light-years to mere specks of dust. Within it lie countless supreme treasures, sealed stars, each as large as a sun, imprisoning enemies within, rendering them unable to escape. 100 million light-years. If memory serves, the original height of the Star Tower was merely 9 light-years, and the sealed stars were only valuable treasures. Now, after enhancement, not only had the tower's size expanded, but the sealed stars had also been upgraded to supreme treasures. Sumo speculated that the augmented capabilities surely extended beyond these attributes. The Star Tower's tier had likely surpassed that of a divine king-grade artifact. However, the full extent of its abilities could only be discerned once he gained complete control over it. Regrettably, Sumo was still far from being capable of wielding it. Even a preliminary activation required him to reach the realm of a domain master. Nevertheless, the Star Tower was not entirely without utility. In this world, there existed numerous mutants capable of reading and altering others' memories. With the Star Tower's soul protection feature safeguarding his sea of consciousness, Sumo need not fear that his memories would be compromised by such mutants. In simpler terms, the reward of this Star Tower could be likened to an ultra-premium version, Star Tower Plus Pro Max Ultra S. As Sumo marveled at this reward, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The system store has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 points. A list of exchangeable items, visible solely to him, materialized before his eyes. A cursory glance revealed an extensive array of options. A-class flying knife, required points, 10. Infinite bullet Barrett, required points, 500. Black God set, required points, 60,000. Telepathy, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Magnetic field control, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Heavenly shuttle, tier 3 telekinetic weapon, required points, 1 million. Divine splitter, one of the 9 divine weapons, required points, 50 million. Sumo scrolled further down the list, his eyes widening at the plethora of treasures and abilities that sparked his interest. Black Prison Tower, Rainbow Aurora Lake, Chaotic Golden Wings, Phoenix Power, Chaotic Magic. However, the lengthy string of zeros accompanying the prices quickly tempered his excitement. Moreover, he found the Star Tower listed as well. Star Tower, unique, divine king-grade weapon. Required points, 100 trillion. Upon seeing this colossal figure, Sumo felt a wave of dizziness. While he was uncertain how many points could be amassed from defeating villains, it was evident that gathering such points would be no simple feat in light of this. He realized he had truly struck gold. Sumo perused the exchange list for over half an hour, his mind swimming amidst the dazzling array of items. Yet, with only the 1,000 points gifted by the system, most items were beyond his reach. System, display only the items I can exchange. With a command, the store's inventory diminished significantly. After another thorough examination, Sumo's gaze landed on a particular item. Super Soldier Serum, a modified version akin to Captain America's, with no failure probability. Upon use, it will enhance physical attributes to the pinnacle of human capability within 1 week. To cultivate the techniques in his mind, the minimum requirement was to achieve the level of a quasi-warrior, meaning a punching power exceeding 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Unlike that world, where bodies were altered by the RR virus, in this world, attaining such levels through self-training was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, this Super Soldier Serum could directly elevate him to that standard. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Soldier Serum, consuming 1,000 points. As the system's words faded, a silver syringe materialized in Sumo's hand. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Wanda, Sumo rose and made his way to the gym on the second floor of the villa. Seated cross-legged on the gym floor, bare-chested, Sumo took a deep breath and injected the syringe into his arm. As the liquid coursed into his body, his muscles tensed violently, accompanied by a wave of intense pain, though it remained within tolerable limits. After more than half an hour, as the pain gradually subsided, Sumo relaxed his clenched jaw and slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his bare torso, he beheld a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were symmetrically aligned on either side of his midsection. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his flawless reflection, hardly able to believe his own eyes. Previously, although he had trained regularly, his physique could only be described as lean. There was no comparison to his current, streamlined musculature. Moreover, his skin appeared several shades lighter, and it seemed even his height, originally around 1.8 meters, had increased by a few centimeters. He felt an abundance of power coursing through him. System. Open the attribute panel. Instantly, a translucent screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 600 kilograms. Speed, 20 meters s. Ability, none. Points, 0. Gazing at the array of values on the attribute panel, Sumo was taken aback. Truly, the Super Soldier Serum was deserving of its name. Achieving such results almost immediately, it was noteworthy that this modified serum, designed for enhanced safety, did not unleash its full effects all at once. After the initial explosive growth, it would gradually enhance his physical attributes over the course of a week. What level would he reach after a week? A glimmer of anticipation danced in Sumo's eyes. Nonetheless, he surmised that once fully absorbed, attaining the level of a junior warrior would surely be within his grasp. At that point, he could commence his training in gene origin energy. Closing the system panel, Sumo rose and headed to the bathroom within the gym. After injecting the Super Soldier Serum, the overwhelming pain left him drenched in sweat, and he appeared rather disheveled. As he washed up, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The system's method of acquiring points relied on defeating villains. If that were the case, his previous plan to return to Huagua was evidently ill-suited. In terms of villains, the free-spirited America undoubtedly produced a greater abundance. Furthermore, he had already inquired with the system. These villains did not necessarily have to be slain by his own hand to count. Indirect actions would also yield points, albeit at a reduced rate. In this context, it is imperative for him to consolidate a faction by gathering a select group of individuals. Only through this endeavor can he maximize the speed at which he acquires points. He possesses a number of mercenaries whose loyalty is unwavering, all of whom he has recruited over the years, comprising soldiers retired from various special forces. Within the marketplace, aside from the Super Soldier Serum, there exists a plethora of methods to elevate individuals to the threshold of martial prowess. Among these, the most economical approach involves the consumption of beastly flesh, which gradually enhances one's physical strength and speed. The cost of beast meat is remarkably low, allowing for the exchange of 30 kilograms for a single point, making it perfectly suited for these retired soldiers. However, he must devise a strategy to ensure that, once their powers are augmented, they do not betray him. Although their loyalty is currently steadfast, it is inevitable that, upon reaching a certain level of strength, treachery may arise. Moreover, Sumo has stumbled upon a remarkable ability within the system's marketplace, dimensional teleportation. This ability allows one to open a portal to alternate universes, facilitating traversal between them. With such a power at his disposal, he would no longer need to worry about the source of his points. In the vast expanse of countless multiverses, the number of antagonists is virtually limitless. He could even establish his own faction across various universes, thereby generating points for himself. Regrettably, acquiring this ability necessitates a staggering 100 million points. Amassing such a sum will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 5, Blocked. After formulating his subsequent plans, Sumo closed his eyes and sifted through the vast array of martial techniques within his mind. He intended to select a secret technique to enhance the amplitude of his force. Fortunately, these techniques manifest as luminous orbs, floating within the realm of his consciousness. Only when Sumo examines them does he receive their information. Otherwise, the sheer volume of data would have overwhelmed his mind long ago. After several minutes, he chose a technique named Thunderblade. Although referred to as a sword technique, it is, in essence, a method for amplifying force. Thunderblade is contained within the ninefold Thunderblade, which has been refined into 36 tiers. Each tier mastered doubles the force exerted. Upon completion of all 36 tiers, he would be capable of exerting 36 times his inherent strength. This means that with his current strength of 600 kilograms, mastering the first tier would enable him to exert 1,200 kilograms. Should he successfully master all 36 tiers, his force could reach an astounding 21,600 kilograms. This exemplifies the power of technique. Furthermore, this technique is not limited to swordplay and attacks. It can be applied to enhance force from any part of the body. Lacking a combat blade, Sumo practiced by transforming his hand into a blade, dedicating an entire night to his training. It proved to be exceedingly challenging. As he gazed at the faint light breaking through the sky, Sumo could not help but lament. After an entire night of training, he still could not grasp the fundamentals of the first tier of Thunderblade. However, he did not succumb to discouragement. After all, this is a secret technique capable of doubling his strength. If he were to master it in a single night, he would find it hard to believe. Rising to stretch his body, he found himself invigorated, perhaps due to the super soldier serum, for despite a sleepless night, he felt remarkably alert. An hour later, in the dining hall, a vast table was laden with an array of dishes. Wanda gazed in astonishment at the numerous breakfast options before her. I had the kitchen prepare a little of everything, not knowing your preferences. Noticing her expression, Sumo set down his milk and offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude flashed in Wanda's eyes. However, recalling the fervor of the previous night and the lingering discomfort, this sentiment quickly dissipated. Hypocritical, with a stony expression, she selected a plate of toast and eggs, silently beginning her meal. Sumo, in turn, grabbed a nearby napkin to wipe his hands and produced a bank card from his pocket, handing it to her. This card contains $100 million. It would be more appropriate for you to give it to Peter. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment at the figure he mentioned. Such a substantial sum. The two of them could barely earn 2,000 euros a month. This amount was nearly equivalent to their combined wages for 3,000 years. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge it, Wanda was acutely aware that even her worth would not equate to such a sum. Sumo's generosity of $100 million. What could he possibly desire? Could it be that he genuinely harbors feelings for her? How absurd. She forcefully banished the thought from her mind. While she herself was indifferent to money, Peter was different. With such a fortune, he might finally live the life he dreams of. Though Peter was merely 10 minutes older than her, the differences between genders had always placed her in the role of caretaker. Typically, Peter complied with her every word. She imagined that upon receiving the money, he would be so excited he wouldn't sleep a wink. With this thought, her resentment towards being forced into this situation began to wane. After a moment's hesitation, she finally murmured, "Thank you." Sumo paused momentarily at the door upon hearing her words before resuming his stride outside. It seemed evident that Wanda was quite concerned about her family. Exiting, Sumo reached this conclusion. In a remote town over 100 kilometers from New York, Sumo parked his car in front of a two-story villa. The mercenaries he had recruited all bore some degree of a criminal record. Thus, he had arranged for them to reside in this secluded location. There were a total of 9 individuals. Ordinarily, they operated within the Golden Triangle, but they had come to America due to matters concerning Wanda. In the backyard, Sumo surveyed the 9 individuals standing in formation, 7 men and 2 women. In the time ahead, you will be assigned to Hell's Kitchen, where you will infiltrate various gangs. Your objective is to incite conflict among them. Upon hearing Sumo's peculiar request, confusion spread across the faces of the 9. Yet, due to their strong sense of discipline, none dared to voice their doubts. "Boss." The leader of the group, Soren, stepped forward. "What level of conflict are you referring to?" Sumo cast a commendatory glance in his direction. "This is precisely what I was about to elaborate on. The more intense the conflict, the better. Ideally, it should be a fight to the death." Seeing the 9 nod in agreement, Sumo led them to the rear of his vehicle and opened the trunk. Inside, neatly arranged, were black briefcases. In no time, each briefcase was distributed among the 9. "This contains your startup funds, $2 million for each of you. Remember, at all costs, within 1 month. At least 1/3 of the scum in Hell's Kitchen must perish." "Understood." The 9 nodded in unison. Suemo waved his hand. Now off you go. The information regarding the gangs you will be joining and your fabricated identities is contained within your briefcases. As they vanished from sight, Suemo let out a sigh. There are indeed too many constraints in this world. One must remember that this world is not only inhabited by the Avengers and the X-Men, but also by the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, of Kamartaj. If things escalate too far, it could easily attract their attention. Otherwise, if he could simply plant a few mushroom bombs in his current life, points would undoubtedly follow. Given his current financial capability, acquiring a few mushrooms bombs is not impossible, but doing so would likely expose him to the scrutiny of various factions. For the time being, this notion must remain nestled within his heart. With this thought, Suemo's gaze once again drifted towards the dimensional portal within the mall. With such an ability, he could traverse worlds devoid of high-level combat prowess, sowing the seeds for a better life. Shaking his head at this contemplation, Suemo departed in his vehicle. On a winding mountain road leading from the small town to Manhattan, he drove slowly, opting for an inconspicuous ford to avoid drawing attention as he was en route to meet some mercenaries. Just as he passed through a dense thicket, a police car suddenly emerged, pursuing Suemo's vehicle. Eventually, as he navigated a cliffside road, the police car accelerated sharply, intercepting him with a sudden stop. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to hit the brakes in time, though the car veered dangerously close to the mountainside. Chapter 6. Don't come any closer. Once the police car came to a halt, two officers exited and approached Suemo's window. Upon noticing he was of Asian descent, they exchanged a glance, and the middle-aged officer's face quickly hardened with a hint of arrogance. Get out of the car. A cold glint flickered in Suemo's eyes, but he merely glanced at the holstered firearms on their belts, forcing a seemingly harmless smile. Of course, seemingly pleased with Suemo's compliance. The middle-aged officer extracted a ticket from his breast pocket. The speed limit is 80. You were exceeding it, you know? Suemo's expression shifted slightly. In America, speed limits are typically measured in miles. 80 miles per hour equates to approximately 129 kilometers per hour. Driving at such a speed on this mountain road. Absurd. Unless one were courting death. The younger officer, noticing Suemo's reaction, smirked with a sense of triumph. Kid, if we say you were speeding, then you were speeding. That is final. Indeed. Suemo nodded nonchalantly. Issuing a ticket is your prerogative. He extended his hand, signaling for the ticket to be handed over. Engaging in a dispute here would bear no fruit. They clearly assessed him as an Asian, and from the vehicle, deduced he was no wealthy individual, thus seeking to exploit the situation for extortion. Should he wish to retaliate, there would be ample opportunities after he left. Seeing Suemo unfazed and calmly requesting the ticket, disappointment flickered across the middle-aged officer's face. However, Suemo did not argue, accepting the ticket with an ease that led both officers to believe he was an easy target. After a brief exchange of glances, the younger officer spoke. Kid, it's not that simple. With that, he returned to the police car and rummaged through it. Upon his return, he showcased the numbers on the device. See this? Your speed was over 100. According to New York state law, you face 30 days in jail and a $600 fine, but you can totally avoid that 30-day sentence. Suemo was incredulous, a laugh escaping him at their brazen audacity. Yet, from their practiced demeanor, it was evident this was not their first time engaging in such behavior. If that were the case, they could certainly be deemed villains. He glanced along the road ahead and behind. It was midday, and given the secluded nature of this route, it was rare for anyone to traverse here, resulting in only the sporadic appearance of other vehicles. Oh, and what must I do? He inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the two officers. The middle-aged officer, sensing Suemo's lack of comprehension, leaned in. Just 2,000, and this incident can be forgotten. What do you say? He believed Suemo would surely acquiesce. After all, no one wished to face the grim realities of prison life. A month in confinement could cast shadows that lingered for a lifetime. As anticipated, Suemo retrieved his wallet and handed over $2,000 without hesitation. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. All three turned to see a black pickup truck racing toward them. The vehicle surged past with incredible speed, sending gusts of wind that rustled their clothes, accompanied by the deafening music blaring from within. The younger officer's speedometer emitted a frantic beeping as they glanced at the reading. 103. Suemo regarded the two officers, who stood frozen in place, with a bemused expression. Is that not considered speeding? Reckless driving? The younger officer scoffed, pressing a button on the speedometer, resetting the reading to 0. What did you say? I didn't see anything. The middle-aged officer snatched the cash from Suemo's hand. Damn it, play nice, and remember, I call the shots here. With that, the two laughed heartily as they returned to their police car. Suemo, remaining expressionless, moved to the rear of his vehicle and opened the trunk. Inside lay a massive black case. Upon opening it, he revealed a lightweight sniper rifle. In this land of freedom, firearms are essential for personal protection, and nearly every licensed citizen keeps one in their vehicle for emergencies. Suemo was no exception, possessing not only a sniper rifle but also a handgun and a rifle. Swiftly assembling the sniper rifle, Suemo cast a glance down the road. No other vehicles were in sight. Cradling the assembled rifle, he assumed a standard shooting stance. The police car had just moved less than 300 meters away, a distance that, given his extensive shooting practice, was practically a guaranteed hit. From the rear window, he aimed at the young officer behind the wheel and decisively pulled the trigger. A thunderous crack echoed, followed by a blossoming explosion of red and white from the police car, which immediately spiraled out of control. This road was perched on a mountainside, flanked by a rock face on one side and a perilous drop of 70 to 80 meters on the other. The police vehicle collided with the mountainside, rolling several times before precariously halting at the edge of the cliff, nearly half its body dangling over the precipice. Post-shot, Suemo paid no heed to the unfolding chaos. Instead, he quickly disassembled the sniper rifle, stowed it back in the case, and leisurely returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine with deliberate calm. Half a minute later, he pulled up alongside the police car. The young officer, having been shot in the head, was undeniably dead. Surprisingly, the middle-aged officer, having endured the car's somersaulting, still managed to maintain consciousness and was now crawling onto the road. Having dragged himself to the middle of the street, the officer realized his sidearm was missing, likely flung away during the tumult. Though he had narrowly escaped death, his injuries were severe. Struggling for every inch, he seemed to expend the last vestiges of his strength. As he lay flat on the ground, eyes closed, gasping for breath, he heard footsteps approaching. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold Suemo, grinning like a demon beside him, and terror washed over his face. Don't come any closer. Chapter 7. Apologies. Parking is prohibited here. The man scrambled away in terror, distancing himself from Suemo, whom he perceived as a devil incarnate. Observing the palpable fear etched across the man's face, Suemo responded with a benevolent smile. Officer, why such a frightened expression? I assure you, I am but a good Samaritan. Look, lying in the middle of the road like this, you could easily become a casualty of those speeding vehicles. Allow me to assist you back to your car. With that, Suemo unceremoniously grasped the man's neck and hoisted him up, subsequently depositing him back into the police vehicle. For someone with a strength nearing a ton, this task posed no challenge whatsoever. The middle-aged officer seemed to grasp Suemo's intentions. No, please, spare me. I'll return all this money. The man trembled as he extracted the very dollars Suemo had extorted from him, tears and snot streaming down his face in a display of desperation, mingling with the blood that marred his features, eliciting a look of disgust from Suemo rather than accepting the proffered bills. Suemo produced a lighter and proceeded to ignite the dollars clutched in the man's trembling hands. Since you have such an affinity for these dollars, allow me to assist you in storing them for the time being. After uttering this seemingly nonsensical remark, he closed the car door behind the officer. My apologies, officer, but parking here is strictly prohibited. With that, Suemo lifted his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to the vehicle. The already precarious car tilted dangerously before tumbling over the cliff's edge. A thunderous explosion resonated below as Suemo leisurely returned to his own vehicle. Just as he started the engine, 2 notification chimes echoed in his mind. 30 points. 40 points. Indeed, his suspicions had proven correct. Any misdeed would be categorized by the system as villainous. The points accrued from the 2 individuals were undoubtedly distinct, likely determined by the system based on their moral standing. In the villa's gymnasium, Suemo unleashed a punch upon the sandbag before him, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as the bag burst under his immense power. After a week, he had fully absorbed the super soldier serum. System, display my attributes. In an instant, a familiar screen materialized before him. Name, Suemo, age, 20, strength, 4,620 kilograms, speed, 68 ms, ability, none, points, 512, a strength of 4. 5 tons. Though it was an enhanced version of the super soldier serum, it merely mitigated the serum's dangers. The effects were comparable to the original. In this light, Captain America's physical prowess likely resided within this range. As for the points, the Hell's Kitchen gang, under Soren's influence, had instigated several violent clashes during this time, contributing to the points acquired from the detritus left in their wake. This also included the points obtained from the 2 police officers Suemo had dispatched. The incident involving the officers had not stirred much commotion under Suemo's suppression. After all, The dollars he had gifted to New York's politicians were not intended to be squandered. Seated cross-legged on the floor of his room, Suemo sought out the gene origin energy cultivation method in his mind and began to study it intently. In truth, once his strength surpassed 900 kilograms, he could have commenced his cultivation of the gene origin energy. His hesitation stemmed from the understanding that a martial artist would experience a substantial enhancement during their initial cultivation, with the magnitude of the boost correlating to their existing power. However, in that world, without cultivating gene origin energy, one could only reach a strength of about a ton through rigorous training. Beyond that threshold, advancement became exceedingly arduous. Yet, under the influence of the super soldier serum, Suemo had elevated his strength to the level of a high-tier fighter. He pondered the potential extent of his first cultivation. The apprentice level comprised 3 stages: warrior, war general, and war god, each further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. The progression from beginner warrior strength of 900 kilograms to intermediate warrior strength of 2,000 kilograms would see each subsequent level doubling the strength. The standard for an advanced warrior was a strength exceeding 4,000 kilograms and a speed surpassing 60 ms. After a brief respite, Suemo exhaled deeply. The contents of the secret manual were already ingrained in his memory. The essence of cultivating gene origin energy involved absorbing the ambient cosmic energy to fortify oneself. The first step in this process was to attune oneself to this energy. Following the instructions within the text, he assumed a 5 hearts to heaven posture, gradually closing his eyes and concentrating intently. Time passed, and for the initial half hour, Suemo felt no discernible sensations. However, he remained patient. According to the manual, for beginners, perceiving cosmic energy was notoriously difficult, with many dedicating a month to achieve such awareness. Thanks to his calm and unhurried mindset, he entered a peculiar state after an hour, during which he sensed a unique energy permeating the air around him. I felt it. Sumo's heart raced with excitement. Surely this was the cosmic energy described in the manual. Yet, in his exhilaration, he abruptly lost that remarkable sensation. Undeterred, he resolved to recapture that initial experience. He focused his thoughts, recalled the prior state, and closed his eyes once more. With heightened concentration, he soon re-entered that extraordinary state, feeling the omnipresent energy surrounding him. Recalling the subsequent steps outlined in the manual, he endeavored to channel this energy into his body. As the thought crossed his mind, the energy surrounding him began to coalesce, drawn toward him as if magnetized, gradually entering his form. The influx accelerated, dispersing throughout his body, embraced by the ravenous cells within, akin to a parched land welcoming a much-needed rain. A warm sensation enveloped him, almost lulling Suemo into slumber. As he reveled in this state, a figure approached swiftly in the corridor outside the gym, a flustered Wanda, recently wed to Suemo. Yet, upon reaching the gym door, she hesitated, torn by indecision. Suemo had previously instructed that no one was to disturb him once he entered. After a brief moment of contemplation, she chose not to knock, anxiously awaiting his return instead. Chapter 8, Junior War General. 2 hours later, Suemo opened his eyes, rising slowly from the ground. As he did so, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. The transparent panel materialized once more before him. Name: Suemo. Age: 20. Strength: 10,360 kilograms. Speed: 96 ms. Ability: none. Points: 512. Gazing at the figures representing his strength and speed, Sumo's face reflected astonishment. His initial cultivation had resulted in a staggering increase of over 50% in power. His strength had reached 10 tons, qualifying him as a junior war general. Not only had his strength and speed surged, but his entire physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Even his perceptual abilities had amplified several-fold. The flow of air around him, along with the myriad of subtle sounds, all lay within his heightened awareness. The ticking of the clock on the wall resonated in his ears like the tolling of a great bell. At that moment, he stirred, turning his gaze towards the doorway. Someone was waiting outside. He pivoted and approached the entrance, opening the door. Standing there, having waited for over 2 hours, was Wanda, her complexion pale. A flicker of confusion crossed Sumo's face. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Suemo, Wanda hurried forward, grasping his arms with both hands, her eyes glazing over with tears. "Peter is in trouble." In Hell's Kitchen, within a dimly lit private building, Peter sat bound to a chair, his face bruised and battered. "Boss, this is the person I mentioned." Across from Peter, a slender black man, oozing servility, addressed the imposing figure seated by the window. The bald man, facing outward, shifted slightly, rising from his seat. It was then that Peter realized the man towered nearly 2 meters tall, his physique excessively robust. The man scrutinized Peter, bound in the chair. Have we verified her identity? Boss, we have checked. This individual recently arrived from Western Europe. It seems she came into a fortune due to her sister marrying a wealthy man. The petite black man quickly explained, presenting a report to his superior. The imposing bald man studied the document intently, shock registering on his face. $100 million? Indeed, boss. With this money, we can cover our dues for the year. Fisk, known as Kingpin, regarded his subordinate with appreciation. Well done. After commending his underling, Kingpin approached Peter. Madam, we seek only wealth. You wouldn't want to die before spending your fortune, would you? Go ahead and kill me. You won't get a dime. Peter retorted defiantly, displaying an expression of indifference. Having grasped the situation, he had no intention of accepting the money Wanda offered. He considered that wealthy individuals like Sue Mo rarely remained committed forever. If someday Wanda and he were to part ways, it would serve as a safety net for her. Throughout, he had not touched a single cent of that money. In the manner, Sue Mo and Wanda sat in the living room. Is it possible they went somewhere without signal? No, that's impossible. Wanda's voice trembled with anxiety. Peter has always informed me ahead of time if he needed to leave. This situation is unprecedented. He can't be in any danger, right? Looking into Wanda's hopeful eyes, Sue Mo could only offer a comforting reply. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to investigate. We will have news by tomorrow morning at the latest. Yet, it was evident that his reassurances did little to ease Wanda's distress. At that moment, Sue Mo's phone rang. After answering, his secretary, Avril, spoke. Boss, we have news. Half an hour later, a car sped towards the Clinton district. Why aren't we calling the police? Wanda inquired anxiously from the car. Do you think Peter would survive if we involved the police? Sue Mo countered. Given the Mafia's typical conduct, if the NYPD intervened, Peter would likely not survive. Moreover, they were up against Kingpin, a man who had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Sue Mo held little faith in the police's ability to rescue Peter from such a formidable foe. The vehicle halted 2 blocks from the Mafia's hideout he had identified. Wait for me in the car, Sue Mo assured Wanda with a reassuring glance before stepping out. Upon hearing his words, Wanda's eyes reddened. Throughout their past tribulations, they had always relied on themselves. In that moment, she even considered that marrying him might not be such a bad idea. Watching Sue Mo's retreating figure, she worriedly called out, "Be careful." She understood that accompanying him would only hinder his efforts. Sue Mo, without turning back, waved his hand dismissively. Standing at the entrance, he touched a bracelet on his wrist. His confidence in rescuing Peter stemmed from his assurance of returning unscathed. With his current prowess as a novice warrior, conventional firearms posed minimal threat to him. Given his current reflexes, evading bullets would not be a challenge. His only concern lay with energy-based weapons. After all, in a world rife with advanced technology, the emergence of groundbreaking inventions was not uncommon. However, the bracelet on his wrist was designed precisely for such contingencies. Having cost him 200 points, this bracelet could autonomously generate an energy shield upon receiving an attack. According to the system, it could withstand even a nuclear explosion for 2 seconds. Regrettably, it was a one-time use item. Soon, Sue Mo arrived at a 10-story building. Currently, the Mafia's influence was confined to Hell's Kitchen, not yet extending to dominate the entirety of America. Their headquarters was merely this unassuming low-rise. Sue Mo glanced at the second-floor balcony, leaped lightly, grasping the window ledge, and effortlessly flipped into the room. Oh my God! Upon reaching the balcony, Sue Mo beheld a chaotic scene with 7 or 8 figures entangled within the room. You all are going to die for not including me in this. With that, he burst through the glass door, appearing in a flurry of movement. Points gained, 50. Points gained, 60. After dispatching several Mafia members, Sue Mo opened the door and ascended the stairs. Given his reflexes and speed, the gang members barely had time to react before he neutralized them. Chapter 9. Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin. Sue Mo's actions progressed smoothly. By the time he reached the 6th floor, he had remained undetected. To be precise, all who had noticed him were already dealt with. Now, entering the 7th floor, he learned from an earlier gang member that those kidnapped by the Mafia were held on this level. Thus, once inside, Sue Mo began inspecting each room. He knocked out anyone who wasn't Peter. There was no other choice. Should any of them escape, it would only take moments for his presence to be revealed. Upon opening another room, Sue Mo was startled to see a short-haired woman in a tight suit sliding in through the window. She landed gracefully, rolling to her feet, and their eyes locked. When Sue Mo recognized her face, he was taken aback. Black Widow, Natasha, upon seeing him, did not hesitate and charged at him, evidently mistaking him for a Mafia member. Before Sue Mo could speak, a long leg aimed for his face. He quickly raised his hand to block her kick, using just enough force to send her stumbling backward. Fearing that the commotion would alert the gang members, Suemo stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. At that moment, Natasha lunged at him once more. Having learned a lesson from the recent encounter, she recognized the astonishing power of the individual before her, realizing that she was utterly incapable of resistance. In her grasp were two black sticks. Alas, Suemo, having reached the rank of a battle general, possessed reflexes and speed that were simply too rapid. Before she could even comprehend the situation, he had flung her onto the bed in the room. Stop. I'm not a gang member. I infiltrated this place just like you. Before she could rise from the bed, Suemo hastily explained. Natasha, who leaped up from the bed, heard this and promptly stowed away the two sticks. She had been puzzled, wondering why he did not shout or create a commotion upon seeing her, but instead shut the door. Initially, she thought he was confident enough to confront her. Now, the truth dawned on her. Who are you, and what brings you here? Confirming that he was not affiliated with the gang, Natasha regarded him with a perplexed expression. My friend has been kidnapped by them. I am here to rescue him. Suemo did not conceal his intentions. Although S-H-I-E-L-D was not exactly a paragon of virtue, Natasha possessed a strong sense of justice. In situations such as this, it was more likely that allies would emerge rather than adversaries. It seems my intelligence was not in error. With that, Natasha produced an identification badge. I am Natasha, affiliated with the FBI, here to investigate the mafia's kidnapping and extortion. After introducing himself, Suemo turned to head outside. I advise you to leave quickly. You cannot contend with the individuals inside. Before departing, Suemo offered this warning. Despite Natasha's formidable combat skills, she would be at a disadvantage against someone like Kingpin, whose physical prowess reached the pinnacle of human capability. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Natasha retorted stubbornly, trailing behind Suemo as they exited the room. There were not many rooms on this floor, and soon enough, Suemo located Pietro in a corner room. Natasha had disappeared somewhere. At that moment, Pietro was bound and bruised, clearly having endured considerable suffering for refusing to relinquish money. Upon seeing Suemo enter, surprise washed over Pietro's face. What are you doing here? Of course, I came to rescue you. Suemo approached and began to untie the ropes binding him. Just as he was about to lead Pietro away, a sudden realization struck him. Wait. Thanks to his superior physical condition, he could hear the commotion outside the door quite clearly. In the hallway, a group of armed figures burst forth from the staircase. They swiftly surrounded the door. The door was kicked open from the outside, and the gang members waiting outside immediately began to unleash a barrage of gunfire into the room. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded in smoke. As these assailants reloaded their weapons, a figure suddenly dashed out from the haze. The silhouette moved like a blur, flickering in the hallway. When it came to a halt, the heads of the armed gang members twisted at impossible angles, slowly collapsing to the ground. Pietro, who had followed Suemo out, witnessed this scene and was initially struck with shock, soon replaced by excitement. Wow, that was incredibly cool. Is this what they call kung fu? Enough chatter, come with me. Suemo waved his hand, guiding him down the stairs. Given that Pietro was still an ordinary person, a stray bullet could easily claim his life. Thus, Suemo prioritized getting him to safety. They made their way downstairs. Just as they exited the building, they encountered a robust, bald middle-aged man waiting outside. Well done. The man clapped his hands and then removed his jacket. To have fought your way through my subordinates, you are quite impressive. However, if you wish to take him away, you must first seek my permission. Suemo sized him up. From the man's distinctive large frame, he deduced that this must be Wilson Fisk, the underground overlord of Hell's Kitchen. You leave. This man is mine. He instructed Pietro to inform him of Wanda's vehicle's location. Pietro hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and dashed towards the street where the car was parked. Judging by Suemo's speed in dispatching those gunmen, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Pietro was acutely aware that if Suemo were unrestrained, no one could hope to stop him. Remaining there would only hinder Suemo. No one leaves without my consent. Fisk's face twisted into a cruel smile as he noticed Pietro attempting to escape. In an instant, he lunged toward Pietro. Despite his hefty physique, he moved with surprising agility. Yet, when compared to Suemo, his speed was markedly inferior. As soon as he made a move, Suemo was already blocking his path. You will contend with me. With that, Suemo delivered a powerful kick, sending Fisk crashing into the adjacent building. The formidable bulk of Fisk created a 2-meter-wide hole in the wall. Peering through the opening, it appeared to be a bedroom. A man and woman entangled in a passionate embrace were startled and fled from the bed, hastily dressing as they escaped. Pietro, having just run a few meters away, turned back at the sound and gazed at the gaping hole in the wall, his face a mask of disbelief. What? Is this guy a superhero in his underwear? Chapter 10, Rampage. Hurry. Seeing Pietro frozen in place, Suemo urged him. He was uncertain whether that strike had incapacitated Fisk. If they lingered, they risked being caught in the ensuing battle. Oh right. Prompted by Suemo, Pietro shook off his stupor and vanished from sight. Inside the building, Fisk coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bloodied face displaying a look of horror. That last blow had nearly shattered his ribs. Even if they remained intact, there would surely be cracks. His internal organs had suffered considerable damage from the immense force. This was the second time he encountered such overwhelming strength. The first being with that mutant creature. Taking a deep breath, he laboriously retrieved a small syringe from his sleeve. This was a concoction developed in a secret laboratory by his subordinates, capable of unlocking the body's full potential and enhancing physical attributes 5 to 6 times. However, the technology was still in its infancy. After the effects wore off, it would cause irreversible damage to his body. If he survived, it was likely he would spend the latter half of his life in a wheelchair. Originally, he intended to use it as a trump card against the mutant, but he had no choice but to employ it now. Otherwise, he might not survive the night. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into the upper thigh. Outside the building, Suemo, having heard no further commotion, stepped back inside. Based on their earlier exchange, he assessed that Fisk's strength did not exceed 2 tons. However, to have trained to such a level as an ordinary person was already remarkable, though he was far inferior to Suemo. Suemo did not let his guard down, nor did he intend to spare him. Upon entering the room, Suemo immediately spotted Fisk pinned beneath a heap of debris. Without delay, Suemo lunged forward, ready to deliver a fatal kick. Just as his right foot was about to connect with Fisk, the latter's skin flushed a deep crimson, and he suddenly sprang from the ground, narrowly evading Suemo's strike. Witnessing the other party move at a speed several times faster than before, Suemo cautiously withdrew from the room. Jean Bin's figure swiftly followed suit. Emerging with an appearance that was somewhat terrifying, his skin had turned a ghastly crimson, and in certain areas, it had even cracked open, with thin streams of blood oozing from the wounds. This was dire. Suemo immediately realized that the adversary had likely employed some drug that inflicted severe harm upon himself. After all, in this world where cutting-edge technology abounds, it was not surprising for such substances to exist. Jean Bin, having exited, wasted no words. He lunged directly towards Suemo. He was acutely aware that the drug's effects were time-limited, and if he did not incapacitate Suemo before they waned, it would undoubtedly be his own demise. In an instant, the two figures collided once more. Unlike their previous encounter, this time it was not a complete rout, but rather an evenly matched contest. In fact, Jean Bin, enhanced by the drug, exerted a significant advantage in strength over Suemo. The latter could only rely on a slightly quicker speed to engage in a struggle. In terms of combat experience, there remained a disparity between him and Jean Bin. After all, less than half a month ago, he was merely an ordinary person. To think he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jean Bin, who had fought his way to this point, was indeed a fanciful notion. Realizing that relying solely on his fists would not suffice, Suemo extended his hand, summoning a weapon resembling a tang sword, forged from alloy, into his grasp. The system provided an infinite storage space, albeit exclusively for items exchanged within it. This battle blade was indeed a weapon he had redeemed from the system, costing 300 points. It belonged to the Cold Moon series, a 4th-tier weapon capable of withstanding the full force of a primary warrior's onslaught without sustaining damage. Observing the sudden appearance of the battle blade in Suemo's hand, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in Jean Bin's eyes. Suemo gripped the sword and advanced, striking fiercely at his foe. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Jean Bin's skin, Suemo felt a sudden resistance. The blade's edge had been firmly seized by Jean Bin, who was now wearing gloves crafted from a certain metal, capable of withstanding the sword's strike, evidently. It was no ordinary alloy. A cruel smile graced Jean Bin's face. "Now it's my turn," he declared, his right hand forming a fist that he swung violently towards Suemo, with the sword captured by his opponent. Suemo had no choice but to respond with a clenched fist of his own. A deafening roar echoed as Jean Bin remained unmoved, while Suemo was sent reeling back to his previous position after a somersault. Gazing at his trembling left hand, Suemo's expression turned grave. Conservatively estimating, the adversary's strength had reached 12 or 13 tons. Though Jean Bin's skin cracked further with each movement, he appeared capable of sustaining this state for quite some time. Before Suemo could catch his breath, the imposing figure of Jean Bin reappeared before him, and they were once again entangled in combat. Thunderous booms echoed through the streets. Unlike their previous encounter, the roles had reversed. Jinbin now relentlessly attacked Su Mo, who utilized the force of his adversary to create distance while entangling in combat. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining his grip on the battle blade, Su Mo might have already succumbed. This predicament was untenable. A flicker of urgency sparked in Su Mo's eyes. He sensed that, with each exchange, his arms were growing increasingly numb under the weight of his opponent's power. If this continued, it would not be long before he could no longer withstand Jinbin's assaults. In a situation where their speeds were nearly equivalent, escape became a daunting challenge. The only solution lay in mastering the first tier of the Thunderblade technique. Achieving this would double his power output, reaching 20 tons, while Jinbin's strength was still below 15 tons. At that moment, two figures sprinted toward them from a distance. As they drew closer, Su Mo recognized them as Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo. Pietro cradled a submachine gun in his arms, while Wanda wielded a Remington shotgun. Despite her ordinary physicality, she appeared somewhat winded from their hurried approach. However, there was no time for them to catch their breath. They immediately aimed their weapons at Jinbin, who had separated from Su Mo. Upon seeing them, Su Mo's expression shifted. "What are you two doing back here?" He understood that firearms posed little threat to him or Jinbin at this juncture. "I came to save you. I can't just leave you," Pietro explained, bracing against the recoil of his gun. Wanda nodded in agreement, having been observing from a distance, concealed in a nearby vehicle. They had intended to flee at the first sign of danger, but witnessing Su Mo's disadvantage compelled them to rush in, armed. Having gauged Su Mo's speed, they selected firearms that would ensure they could hit their target. Indeed, under the barrage of Pietro's submachine gun and the expansive firepower of Wanda's shotgun, despite Jinbin's quick reflexes, he was struck several times in an instant. Although the damage was minimal, the pain effectively provoked his fury. "You seek death," he bellowed, darting toward Wanda. Chapter 11. Magneto. The Brotherhood. Seeing Jinbin charge toward Wanda, Su Mo's expression shifted dramatically. "Get away." He swiftly positioned himself in front of her, wielding the battle blade with all his might. In a moment of desperation, the technique for the first tier of the Thunderblade flickered in his mind. A spark of understanding ignited within him. Instinctively, a surge of power coursed through his right hand once more, accelerating the blade's speed by 60%. Jinbin, initially confident in his ability to withstand Su Mo's attack, was overtaken by a look of terror as he sensed the shift. No. The battle blade struck his neck with a force that felt as effortless as slicing through tofu. Jinbin's expression froze in shock, and his head slowly detached from his body, falling to the ground. "Kill the antagonist. Gain 10,000 points." The system's notification resounded in Su Mo's mind. Lost in the euphoria of mastering the first tier of the Thunderblade, Su Mo's eyes gleamed with triumph. Truly, he was worthy of being the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, comparable to hundreds of minions. "You all right?" At that moment, Wanda approached him from behind. Hearing her voice, Su Mo's eyes flickered, and his expression paled as his body weakened. Teetering backward, Wanda quickly reached out to steady him. "What's wrong?" Su Mo leaned against her, meeting her worried gaze with a faint smile. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." Despite having activated the system, Su Mo had not forgotten that Wanda still harbored chaos energy within her. The unpredictability of when this energy might awaken loomed over him. If it were to manifest suddenly, he could not ascertain her attitude toward him, especially after having threatened her and taken something precious from her. Given the opportunity to enhance their rapport, he would not let it slip away easily. As Wanda witnessed Su Mo braving perilous circumstances to save her and her brother, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. "Thank you. Allow me to assist you back," she exclaimed, reaching out to support Su Mo as they made their way towards the vehicle. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from behind them. A shadowy figure burst through the window, tumbling to the ground. The trio turned to gaze in that direction. Natasha, clutching her back, slowly rose from the ground. "Damn it, my back." Before Su Mo and the others could comprehend the situation, a man, more robust than Kingpin, emerged from the building, adorned with a metallic helmet. He cast a glance at the lifeless Kingpin on the ground, his furious gaze fixating on Su Mo and his companions. "Was it you who killed him? Damn it. You wretched scoundrels. How am I supposed to collect my payment now? Without the money, then?" The man muttered incessantly to himself. Seeing this, Su Mo turned towards Natasha, gesturing with his hands, conveying the question of where she had provoked this lunatic. Natasha shrugged her shoulders, clearly as bewildered by the man's sudden appearance as he was. After rambling to himself for a while, the man shifted his gaze back to Su Mo and the others. "Since you have slain him, I shall take you back to account for your actions." With that proclamation, he stomped his foot forcefully on the ground. The earth trembled violently, as if a subterranean creature were awakening, rolling towards Sumo and his companions. Stunned by the spectacle, Sumo exclaimed, "Run!" He swiftly grasped Wanda and Pietro, propelling them away from the impending danger. Natasha, witnessing the unfolding chaos, also changed her course and fled in another direction. The helmeted man, seemingly lacking in mental acuity, pursued Sumo. However, despite his ability to shake the ground with a mere stomp, his speed barely matched his overwhelming strength, just reaching the limits of human capability. Although Sumo was burdened with 2 companions, he quickly outpaced the man. Seated in the back of a luxury vehicle, Sumo exhaled a sigh of relief. Judging by the devastation wrought by the man, his strength undoubtedly exceeded 50 tons, far beyond Sumo's current capacity to contend with. His brow furrowed, and a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. Low in intellect yet immense in strength, adorned with a helmet, these traits led Sumo to deduce the man's identity. The only individual fitting this description seemed to be the Red Tank, Cain Marco, who had acquired the malevolent power of the demon Ceterak. But how had he come to be in Kingpin's stronghold? Reflecting on the man's earlier words and considering Kingpin's recent frenzied activities of kidnapping and extortion, it was evident that he was working for some organization. The Brotherhood of Mutants? This was the only group that came to mind, given that the Red Tank had previously been affiliated with only a handful of organizations. It was also the most plausible group capable of such actions. Regardless of the organization, Sumo surmised that he had likely exposed himself to their scrutiny. He needed to enhance his abilities swiftly. With this thought, Sumo retrieved his phone and dialed Soren's number. "Kingpin is dead. Spread the word and incite chaos among the gangs in Hell's Kitchen." On Nak Island, approximately 300 nautical miles from New York, lay a small island of several square kilometers, home to the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Within a building located on the island's eastern shore, the Red Tank regarded an elderly man seated at the head of the table. The man, too, wore a metallic helmet. His identity unmistakable: Magneto, the infamous master of magnetism. "Kingpin is dead. Where's the money?" Magneto, indifferent to Kingpin's demise, regarded him merely as a tool for collecting dollars. The Red Tank's expression momentarily faltered. "I don't know." For this answer, Magneto exhibited no surprise, dismissively waving his hand at the Red Tank. "Very well. You may return to rest." Aware of the Red Tank's limited mental capacity, Magneto recognized that within the Brotherhood, due to the mutant cure, he was the only one capable of effectively suppressing Kingpin and not fearing his methods. He had even assigned another mutant to accompany him. Following the incident at the Brooklyn Bridge, after being injected with the mutant cure, Kingpin had lost his abilities. Without him, the surviving members of the Brotherhood had been hunted by the government, forced into hiding like rats in the sewers. Only after regaining some of his powers had Magneto managed to gather them once more. Turning his gaze towards a young girl in the corner, engrossed in her computer, Magneto commanded, "Investigate what has transpired." "No problem, give me some time," the girl replied, flashing a confident smile before her fingers flew across the keyboard. Chapter 12, Redemption of the Mental Essence. In the ensuing period, following Kingpin's death and the instigation by Soren and his associates, Hell's Kitchen descended into chaos. Gunfire and the wail of police sirens echoed incessantly throughout the area. However, the government chose not to intervene, as the deceased were merely members of the local gangs, who were likely thrilled to see such filth eradicated. One morning, at the manor, Sumo stumbled sleepily out of his bedroom. In the living room, Wanda, clad in pajamas, busied herself in the kitchen. Upon hearing a sound behind her, she turned, and upon seeing Sumo, a sweet smile graced her face. "You're awake." Sumo approached and embraced her from behind. "Why are you cooking today? You could have left this to the servants, but I want to do it myself." She playfully swatted Sumo's mischievous hand away and gave him a mock glare. "All right, go freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." "Okay." Sumo relented and left the kitchen, heading towards the bathroom. Ever since rescuing Pietro, their relationship had progressed rapidly. It seemed that Wanda had fully accepted him. It must be said that women like Wanda, who had grown up without love, were particularly easy to touch. A small gesture of kindness would prompt them to return it tenfold. Moreover, in her eyes, Sumo had risked his life to save Pietro. Upon returning to the dining room, Sumo found breakfast already laid out on the table. Staring at the buns and rice porridge before him, he was taken aback. "Did you make this?" "Of course." Wanda tucked her hair behind her ear. "I heard from the servants that you only enjoy Chinese cuisine, so I tried my hand at making some. I have no idea how it will taste, as it's my first attempt." "It looks delightful," Sumo praised, captivated by her sweet smile. "Indeed, Even disregarding the system's rewards, if one were to choose the most suitable partner from the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, her lifelong dream was simply to have 2 children and live a peaceful life in a cozy little town. This aligns perfectly with the traditional Chinese ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Most importantly, she was so approachable. Seated at the table, Suemo took a bite of a bun filled with beef. Surprisingly, it tasted quite delicious. By the way, why haven't I seen Pietro around lately? Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness crossed Wanda's face. He found a job in Queens and rented an apartment. Now, he spends his days at work and immerses himself in the secret techniques you taught him at night. It has been quite some time since he last returned. Had I not visited him a couple of days ago, I might have thought he had been kidnapped again. Regarding this matter, Suemo feels a sense of helplessness. Despite the money he offered and the arrangement of housing and employment for Peter, he adamantly refuses to accept any of it. The money, after being rescued, was resolutely returned to Suemo. As he put it, he previously accepted it because he did not know Suemo well and wanted to provide Wanda with some security. However, after experiencing the previous ordeal, he has completely come to trust Suemo's character. Thus, the need for that security fund has become obsolete. He believes he can fully support himself without relying on Suemo's assistance. In response, Suemo can only sigh, acknowledging that this brother-in-law possesses quite admirable qualities, particularly his dedication to martial arts. Suemo then entrusted him with the gene original cultivation method to study, knowing that many specialized terms within required his gradual comprehension. He also provided him with a substantial portion of ferocious beast meat to consume gradually to enhance his physical condition. Once his strength reaches the threshold of a quasi-martial artist, he can commence his training. However, these are merely contingency plans. In comparison, Suemo still prefers to let Wanda and Peter awaken their abilities as they originally intended. With the combination of chaotic magic and speed, the two of them possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. In the gym, Suemo perused a document in his hand. These were the findings collected by Soren regarding the various factions within Hell's Kitchen during this period. Due to the disturbances caused by their group of 9, nearly all gangs have suffered significant losses, with major factions experiencing at least a 50% reduction in membership and some smaller gangs completely annihilated. Hell's Kitchen is now witnessing its safest period in over a decade. Opening the system panel, he glanced at the points section. 960 points. This represents the cumulative points earned during this time. The death toll among gang members in Hell's Kitchen during this turmoil has gradually reached over 1,000. Since these deaths are indirectly attributable to him, the points earned have been significantly reduced. In recent days, the points have scarcely grown. Nevertheless, this amount is already sufficient to greatly enhance his strength. Opening the exchange list in the shop, he found an array of mutant abilities that dazzled him. Storm. Gain the ability to manipulate the weather. Required points for exchange. 30,000. Teleportation. Instantly move to any location previously visited. Required points for exchange. 30,000. Sand manipulation. Control yellow sand at will, and transform oneself into sand, becoming immune to a certain degree of physical attacks. Required points for exchange. 30,000. Clone. Generate up to 100 clones, controlled by the main body, allowing damage taken by the main body to be transferred to the clones. Required points for exchange. 30,000. Overwhelming confidence. Gain extreme confidence, feeling unrivaled in the universe, with the side effect of growing spikes on the body. Required points for exchange. 100,000. These various abilities are impressive. However, mutant powers derived from the X gene are too easily countered. Even someone as formidable as Magneto can be rendered ordinary if struck by a mutant antidote. In contrast, the strength gained through cultivation is fundamentally different. There is no fear of being countered, and the upper limits far exceed those of mutant abilities. After browsing for a moment, Sumo's gaze shifted. Mental core can merge into the mind, autonomously releasing mental energy, advancing to a mentalist. The contained mental energy can elevate the host to the pinnacle of a war god. Required points for exchange. 30,000. This is it. In an instant, Suemo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark golden sphere materialized in his hand. The sphere, roughly the size of a soybean, appeared almost ethereal. Following the system's instructions, Suemo pressed the sphere against the center of his brow. In an instant, the sphere vanished from his grasp. Suemo experienced a sharp pain in his mind, and his vision blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in an expanse of white. Not far ahead, a palm-sized black tower was slowly rotating, It was the star tower he had obtained earlier. Chapter 13, Mentalist, a realm of consciousness. Su-Imo speculated, having witnessed the star tower merging into his brow. At this moment, he noticed the dark golden sphere that had just vanished, now floating above the star tower. Before he could comprehend the situation, the sphere seemed to be stimulated, gradually accelerating its rotation, releasing a dense mist of energy. Mental energy? From the system's explanation, the amount of mental energy released by the mental core is significantly related to one's physical strength. His current martial artist level is that of a novice war general. His mentalist prowess can be at most 2 levels higher than his martial artist strength. This means that the mental core can directly release mental energy, elevating his mentalist level to that of a high-ranking war general. After only a brief pause in the realm of consciousness, Sumo's awareness returned to his body. As soon as he re-entered, a wave of intense pain engulfed his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he endured for less than a quarter of an hour before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Even after he lost consciousness, the energy released from the dark golden sphere did not cease, continuing to rapidly enhance his mental strength. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The release of mental energy from the mental core began to stabilize. After a slight tremor in his fingers, Su-Imo slowly opened his eyes. Did I faint? Wait, what is this? A hint of astonishment crossed his face. The reason was simple. At that moment, every subtle movement within 100 meters around him was vividly clear in his mind. He could see the housekeeper tidying up in the villa, Wanda tending to the garden, and even the butterflies fluttering among the flowers, able to discern the patterns on their wings. This sensation was utterly marvelous, as if the world lay entirely within his grasp. Naturally, he understood that this was merely an illusion. Retracting his perception, Su-Imo fixed his gaze upon a dumbbell on the rack opposite him. With a thought, the dumbbell appeared to be grasped by invisible hands, slowly levitating. Is this the power of telekinesis? Next, Su-Imo's eyes scanned the various machines in the gym, and each piece of equipment he focused on began to float one after another. Within half a minute, the gym resembled a scene from outer space, with all the equipment, even the treadmill and bench press, suspended in midair. At this moment, Su-Imo still felt a sense of ease and control. Opening his attributes panel, he restored everything to its original position. He silently recited in his mind. Name, Su-Imo. Age, 20. Strength, 15, 360 kilograms. Speed, 118 ms. Mental power, 61. 600 kilograms. Ability, none. Points, 1, 960. Firstly, his physical strength had increased from 10 tons to 15 tons. This suggests that an enhancement in mental power also correlates with an improvement in physical attributes. Su-Imo had anticipated this, revealing little surprise upon his face, until his gaze fell upon the mental power section, 61 tons. Upon witnessing this astonishing figure, Su-Imo's eyes widened in disbelief. This represented more than 4 times his physical strength. It is noteworthy that the strength benchmark for a novice war god is merely 64 tons, and he is now perilously close to that threshold. Exhaling deeply, Su-Imo gradually regained his composure. As a newly minted psychic warrior, he felt confident that he could effortlessly vanquish the red tank he previously encountered. After all, a psychic warrior possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Although psychokinesis cannot directly affect the physical realm, it enables him to fly when standing on weapons. With this thought, Su-Imo reopened the marketplace, intending to select some armaments. However, after only a brief glance, he closed the marketplace with a grim expression. The prices were exorbitant. With his current points, he could scarcely purchase a few flying daggers, even those made with the least amount of material. Now that his psychic power was nearing the level of a novice war god, he would require at least 7 series flying daggers. Each of these daggers costs 500 points, while the more advanced 9 series daggers, capable of reaching the pinnacle of war god strength, demand a staggering 1,000 points each. With all the points he currently possessed, he could not even afford 2. His current prowess allowed him to control 4 flying daggers simultaneously, provided he maintained precision, which alone would consume 4,000 points. Lower-tier flying daggers were not entirely unusable, but when he unleashed his full strength, they were prone to damage, rendering them disposable. Just imagine the sheer force of 60 tons concentrated on a single flying dagger. If the material were inadequate, even the slightest contact with a hard surface could render it useless. Wait. Su-Imo suddenly had a realization and inquired of the system within his mind. What tier would the vibranium and adamantium from this world correspond to if forged into flying daggers? 9 series. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in Su-Imo's mind. Upon hearing this response, Su-Imo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At the Brotherhood headquarters, a group of individuals pushed a towering box, at least 2 meters high, into a circular hall. The hall was filled with mutants. Magneto, Eric, descended from a seat at the front. He brushed his hand across the exterior of the box. Is this what Kin has collected in U.S. dollars over this period? Indeed. A young man with blonde hair, who had entered with the box, nodded. He then pressed a switch on the box, and it slowly opened, revealing it neatly packed with stacks of U.S. currency. This amounted to a total of $500 million. Not enough, far from sufficient. Magneto Eric gazed at the nearly mountainous pile of cash before him, his expression darkening as he spoke. We are still significantly short of the funds required to complete our plan. At this, Eric paused, turning his gaze toward a young hacker among the crowd. The individual responsible for Kin's demise was also a wealthy figure, it seems. The hacker girl nodded in response. After typing a few commands on her computer, she brought up a dossier. Suemo, CEO of Fox Film Company, and also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. He holds stakes in nearly all prominent companies in America, although he recently liquidated most of them. Nonetheless, his total assets exceed $100 billion. Gasps of astonishment erupted from those around her. Most of these mutants hailed from the lower echelons of society, and upon hearing such a staggering figure, they were understandably taken aback. A smile crept onto Magneto's face. With his support, we need no longer worry about funding. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a metallic knife and fork mysteriously flew from some corner of the room, hovering and rotating above his palm. I believe he will be more than willing to support our cause for mutants. Of course, all this shall wait until my abilities are fully restored. Chapter 14, Black Market Merchant and Sabretooth. On the coast of Africa, at the Salva Giant Pier, amidst a dismantling yard filled with dilapidated vessels, a helicopter descended slowly. Suemo, wrapped securely, stepped off the helicopter, peering curiously at the distant sounds of gunfire emanating from the ships. Has someone gotten there first? This was precisely where Ultron acquired vibranium, and here, the black market merchant Ulysses possessed vibranium smuggled from Wakanda, making it the easiest location to procure the precious metal. In truth, adamantium is more suitable for weapon crafting than vibranium. While vibranium possesses energy-dampening properties, making it ideal for armor, adamantium is virtually indestructible and the finest material for weaponry. Naturally, for flying daggers, adamantium would be the superior choice. Unfortunately, the formula for adamantium has vanished along with Stryker's alkali base, making it a daunting task to recover. Suemo could only settle for vibranium as a second-best option. With this in mind, Suemo did not hesitate. His figure flashed as he sped toward the ships. Inside the vessel, Ulysses, a diminutive figure, watched warily as a middle-aged man, whose hands had morphed into colossal tiger claws, loomed before him, blood dripping from the claw tips. 2 corpses lay on the ground behind this man. Though he bore several wounds, they were rapidly healing. Bullets being expelled from the wounds as a barrage of gunfire echoed around. A mutant? Observing this, Ulysses subtly stepped back, scanning the armed men surrounding him for a semblance of safety. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. If you desire vibranium, you must pay up. The mutant across from him clearly refused to entertain this proposal. His lowered head rose gradually, and his beast-like eyes locked onto Ulysses. Realizing that communication was futile, Ulysses swiftly commanded, "Kill him." After issuing the order, he retreated. The surrounding gunmen tightened their grips on their triggers, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets. When the smoke cleared, the mutant had vanished. In a room below the ship, Ulysses clutched a pistol, straining to hear the commotion outside. Within the room were several guards, and it concealed all the vibranium he had pilfered from Wakanda over the years, worth billions. He could not possibly allow such a vast fortune to fall into enemy hands. As the gunfire outside subsided, a flicker of unease crossed his face. Were they dead? He gestured to one of his subordinates, who tightened his grip on his pistol and approached the door to investigate. However, just as he reached the entrance, boom, the door exploded inward. The unfortunate guard was knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, clearly mortally wounded. Dodging the door, Ulysses looked toward the entrance, where the very mutant he feared stood. After a series of gunshots, Ulysses felt a warm sensation at his neck. The mutant's bloodied claws were poised above him. The remaining guards, clutching their wounds, slowly collapsed to the ground. Vibranium. Hand it over. The mutant male emitted a ferocious roar akin to that of a beast. And Ulysses harbored no doubts that if he failed to relinquish the vibranium at that moment, his throat would be severed in an instant. Wait, I'll give it to you. Ulysses hastily pressed a button on the wall behind him and entered a password on the subsequent keyboard. A metallic door gradually slid open, revealing an apparatus akin to an elevator descending. Inside lay blocks of vibranium encased in transparent glass containers. All the vibranium was here, totaling a staggering 136 kilograms. Upon sighting the vibranium, the mutant forcefully shoved Ulysses aside. Ulysses hurriedly retreated from the doorway. The mutant paid him no heed, instead advancing to inspect the precious metal before packing it into a bag and striding toward the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the ground. Observing the scene within the cabin, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. A quick scan of the room revealed the mutant's weathered visage and hands transformed into giant claws, causing him to momentarily freeze. As the wounds on the man's body healed rapidly, several bullets were expelled from the injuries. Sabretooth? A name flashed through his mind. This appearance, coupled with such formidable regenerative abilities, led Suemo to instantly deduce the identity of the mutant. How did he end up here? However, after a fleeting moment of confusion, Suemo reconciled himself to the reality. This was a genuine world where even the red tank could partner with gold, rendering Sabretooth's presence here rather unremarkable. Step aside. Sabretooth growled deeply, glaring at Suemo who stood before him. Noting the emotionless gaze directed at him, Suemo speculated, has he been controlled? With that thought, he decided to cease any further dialogue with the mutant. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Sabretooth barely registered the blurring of Sumo's form before a fist the size of a sandbag materialized before him. A tremendous force surged forth. Sabretooth felt a jolt in his face, and then his body shot upward like a rocket, crashing through several layers of steel plating. With his extraordinary physical prowess and formidable regenerative abilities, Sabretooth Victor was nearly an insurmountable entity compared to ordinary humans. Alas, he had crossed paths with Suemo. His mighty physique paled in comparison to Sumo's augmented 30-ton force and speeds exceeding 100 meters per second. Ulysses, accompanied by his cadre of gunmen, arrived at the room's entrance just in time to witness this spectacle, his expression momentarily stunned. Who are you? Suemo ignored him, stepping forward to retrieve the bag Sabretooth had left behind, glancing inside. Confirming it contained what he sought, a smile crept onto his face. Hey, buddy, that's my property. Return it at once. Ulysses exclaimed, recognizing Sumo's intentions clearly aimed at the vibranium. Return it? I seized it by my own merit. Why should I return it to you? Suemo retorted with unwavering confidence. Taken aback by Sumo's audacity, Ulysses momentarily lost his words. Buddy, you seem to be misjudging the situation. I suggest you take the hint. With that, he waved his hand, prompting his henchmen to aim their weapons at Suemo. If you know what's good for you, drop what you're holding. Suemo slowly turned to face the group, recognizing that aside from the vibranium, these individuals held significant value for him. After all, they represented points. Chapter 15, Vibranium Acquired, Secret Base. Just as Suemo prepared to take action, a thunderous crash erupted as Sabretooth Victor leaped into the fray, charging towards Suemo. Get lost. Suemo lifted a foot and kicked him aside. Victor soared into the adjacent cabin like a sack of sand. Yet, within mere seconds, he re-emerged, still agile and unharmed. Suemo shook his head in disbelief. The regenerative abilities were indeed troublesome, but did he think that would thwart him? Just as he was about to make his next move, Ulysses, who had been disregarded, displayed an expression of wrath. Damn it! He swung his right hand forcefully. Open fire. At his command, the henchman hesitated, glancing between the two figures. The assistant beside him hesitantly asked, Boss, which one do we shoot? Ulysses responded with an exasperated slap. Of course, shoot both. They all must die. Following his orders, the gunmen no longer hesitated, pulling the triggers in unison. In an instant, gunfire erupted, filling the cabin with smoke. The bullets aimed at Suemo all came to a halt, suspended in midair within a meter of him, while Victor's body was riddled with multiple gunshot wounds. Enraged, Victor let out a furious roar, abandoning Suemo to pounce upon the gunman. Noticing this, Suemo swiftly intercepted Victor. You want my kill? Get lost. His right fist collided with Victor's face, while 4 flying knives shot from his back, propelled by telekinesis, weaving through the cabin like phantoms. As his fist connected with Victor's skin, 2 forces naturally converged from his arm into his fist, stacking together. 30 tons of power erupted upon contact with Victor's face. Boom. Victor's face exploded under Sumo's strike, and his form vanished in a flash, disappearing into the far reaches of the cabin. Meanwhile, the flying knives plunged into the throng, cutting down the henchmen as if they were mere stalks of wheat, resulting in a swift and bloody demise. Points 80. Points 60. The system's alerts rang incessantly in Sumo's ears. Within 10 seconds, All the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from their severed necks, staining the floor crimson. The bloodless flying knives hovered beside Su-Mo, crafted from titanium alloy, proving more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary men. Su-Mo approached the sole survivor, Ulysses, who had collapsed in terror at the hellish scene surrounding him. "Demon, you are a demon. Thank you for the compliment. As a token of gratitude, I shall send you to reunite with your subordinates." With that, Su-Mo grasped Ulysses' neck, applying gentle pressure. Crack. Defeated the antagonist, gained 2,000 points. Opening the system panel, he noted that after purging the arms dealers, his points had accumulated to over 6,000. This meant that in less than a minute, he had garnered nearly 5,000 points. Closing the panel, Su-Mo made his way toward the recently dispatched Sabretooth. Although his face had been obliterated by the earlier blow, based on his previous regenerative capabilities, this was hardly a setback for Sabretooth. Indeed, there was no sign of him within the cabin. It appeared he had fled. Realizing he could gain nothing from Su-Mo, anticipating this outcome, Su-Mo remained unfazed, collecting the vibranium from the cabin before departing. Once back in the helicopter, he retrieved a tablet. After a few taps, a map materialized on the screen, displaying 2 blinking dots, one red and one blue. The red indicated his current location. The blue dot signifies the position of the saber-toothed tiger. At the onset of their confrontation, Su-Mo had discreetly affixed a miniature locator onto Victor. It had become evident from earlier observations that the more formidable the adversary, the greater the points accrued upon their demise. For an ordinary individual, the points would amount to mere dozens. However, a being of immense power, such as Jean Bing, could be equivalent to hundreds of ordinary souls. From the previous dull expression of the saber-toothed tiger, it was apparent that he was likely under the influence of a telepathic mutant. Such mutants possessing mind control abilities are rare, and those capable of subduing a saber-toothed tiger are even more scarce. It was clear that anyone capable of such an act could not possibly be a person of virtue. This implication suggested that upon vanquishing the opponent, he would secure a substantial bounty of points. Nonetheless, the foremost advantage lay in the fact that with the Star Tower residing within his sea of consciousness, he was nearly an arch-nemesis to these telepathic mutants. In no time, he observed the blue dot accelerating in speed on the device, swiftly departing from the African continent and heading towards America. Su-Mo's private jet took off shortly thereafter, pursuing the trajectory of the blue dot. Hours later, the blue dot came to a halt on the screen, located amidst the mountains of Florida. To evade detection by the adversary's aircraft radar, Su-Mo's private jet had just entered American airspace. However, he did not intend to approach via the private jet. Instead, it landed at the nearest airport. Half an hour prior to landing, Su-Mo had already disembarked from the plane. On the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains, a plane gently descended onto a platform on the mountainside. Moments later, the saber-toothed tiger and a middle-aged man descended. They approached the mountain wall at the platform, where a massive alloy door embedded within the rock slowly opened. Upon entering, they traversed a lengthy corridor leading to an expansive laboratory. The walls of the laboratory were entirely constructed of glass, behind which were small, prison-like rooms. Each chamber contained a uniquely shaped mutant, restrained upon a metallic surgical table, surrounded by figures clad in white lab coats. Most of the mutants lay unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death, while the few who remained conscious exhibited vacant and numbed expressions. After navigating through numerous alloy doors, they stood before an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. What? A failure? The elderly man glared furiously at the two before him. Incompetence. Truly incompetent. Unable to handle such a trivial matter. Apologies, Dr. Phil. In the face of the man's wrath, the middle-aged man offered a meek apology, while the saber-toothed tiger stood there, seemingly dazed. Upon witnessing the saber-toothed tiger's vacant demeanor, Dr. Phil's fury intensified. He advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks until he felt a twinge of pain in his fists, at which point he gradually ceased, panting heavily as he collapsed onto a nearby seat. Without equipment forged from adamantium, there is no means to transfer the self-healing factor into my body. No, there must be alternative metals. With that, he rose and headed towards the laboratory. Chapter 16. The mutant research base. Before Phil could exit the room, a piercing alarm blared throughout the chamber. His expression shifted abruptly, and he turned to the surveillance monitor on the wall. Instantly, he observed a figure, heavily cloaked, descending from the mountaintop where the base was situated. It's him, exclaimed the middle-aged man, trembling beside him as he recognized the familiar figure on the screen. Upon hearing this, Phil felt a surge of excitement. Are you saying he possesses vibranium? Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. He was the one who wounded the saber-toothed tiger and seized the vibranium. Phil's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Quite audacious. To steal the vibranium and still dare to approach. At this, the middle-aged man realized and glanced at the saber-toothed tiger. Shortly thereafter, retrieving a locator the size of a soybean from his pocket. A look of terror crossed his face. "My apologies, Doctor, it was my oversight." "No." Phil shook his head vehemently. "You've done exceptionally well." Following this, he pressed a button on the wall. Instantly, the blaring alarm echoed throughout the entire base. Armed soldiers poured from various rooms, converging towards the entrance. Outside, as Su-Mo descended upon the mountaintop and gradually approached the base entrance, he immediately spotted the soldiers rushing forth. Discovered? Realizing the soldiers were gathering swiftly, Su-Mo decided against playing hide-and-seek any longer. With a mere thought, the soldiers who had just exited the door suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from their firearms, which were instantly wrenched from their grasp. These weapons then aligned themselves in midair, barrels pointed at their erstwhile owners. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers were immediately filled with dread, turning to flee without hesitation. Yet, their speed was markedly insufficient. Barely having turned, the triggers of the guns seemed to be pulled by an unseen hand. Rat-tat-tat, the deafening gunfire reverberated through the corridor, interspersed with anguished cries. Once the magazines were emptied, the armed forces within the base were nearly obliterated. Subsequently, Su-Mo stepped into the base. 4 flying knives surged forth from behind him, swirling around his form. The researchers, already alerted to the base's breach, transformed into combatants, each brandishing firearms directed at the entrance. As footsteps echoed closer, Su-Mo entered the laboratory. Upon crossing the threshold, his gaze fell upon the mutants confined within the experimental chambers, observable through the transparent glass. Live mutant experimentation? Su-Mo furrowed his brow, directing a frigid glare at the distant researchers. The moment the researchers laid eyes on Su-Mo, they simultaneously pulled their triggers. Unfortunately for them, Su-Mo reacted with equal swiftness. His telekinesis enveloped the group of researchers, and at the instant they pressed the triggers, their handgun barrels seemed to be constricted by some unseen force, drawing together in convergence. In an instant, the sound of exploding chambers echoed repeatedly. Cries of agony filled the room as the flying knives encircling Su-Mo shot toward the fallen individuals. Within half a minute, silence enveloped the room. This scene was vividly captured on the surveillance monitor in Dr. Phil's office. Stunned, Dr. Phil stood frozen in place. Magneto? Impossible, absolutely impossible. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. Neither in stature nor in physique did the figure resemble Magneto. Furthermore, to his knowledge, Magneto had seemingly lost his mutant abilities. While ordinary individuals may be unaware, it was no secret to them that Magneto had been administered the mutant cure. A devil, it must be a devil. At that moment, the middle-aged man, still remaining in the room, collapsed to the floor with a thud, emitting a piercing scream. This cry jolted Dr. Phil back to reality. Silence. After barking an order, he turned and made his way to the rear of the office, retrieving a small briefcase from the safe tucked away in the corner before hastily fleeing towards the back of the base. The situation was now abundantly clear. If he did not leave immediately, escape would soon become impossible. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned and commanded the saber-toothed tiger, "Follow me." With that, he departed alongside the creature. He had exerted immense effort to acquire the regenerative factors residing within the saber-toothed tiger, and thus he had no intention of abandoning it. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground finally regained his composure, scrambling to his feet with urgency. "Doctor, take me with you," he shouted, pursuing the direction in which the other had fled. "Get lost." A gunshot rang out, and the middle-aged man collapsed into a pool of blood. At that moment, the area near the base's entrance was devoid of any human presence. Upon entering the base, Su-Mo merely cast a cursory glance around. Could this be a secret base of Hydra? The presence of various researchers and heavily armed soldiers led Su-Mo to this conjecture. Without pausing, he swiftly darted deeper into the base. After witnessing the surroundings, Su-Mo realized that his earlier assumption was evidently inaccurate. This was clearly a clandestine organization dedicated to the research of mutants. His movements had been exposed, and with the collapse of the armed forces within the base, it was highly likely that the leader would choose to flee. He needed to intercept them before they could escape. In less than half a minute, Su-Mo navigated through the corridors to a small platform at the back of the mountain. There, the saber-toothed tiger stood in front of a zip line extending towards the foot of the mountain. In the distance, it appeared that someone was gliding down the zip line. Noticing the saber-toothed tiger preparing to depart with a grappling hook secured to its body, Su-Mo focused his mental energy. No matter how hard the saber-toothed tiger strained, the zipline remained utterly immobile. It was only then that the saber-toothed tiger spotted Su-Mo behind him, letting out a roar before tearing off the grappling hook and lunging towards him. Having discovered the enemy's lair, Su-Mo had no intention of showing leniency. Moreover, with the base's master making a swift escape, he had no time to waste. Double the power, he commanded. Amplify the mental energy. With his right hand clad in metallic gloves, he swung a fist towards the saber-toothed tiger. The mental energy could not directly affect the physical body but would pass through upon contact. To facilitate the enhancement of his mental powers in flight, he had specially crafted a suit of armor from metal. With a physical strength of 15 tons, doubling that yielded 30 tons, augmented further by 61 tons of mental energy. In that moment, his right fist unleashed a force nearing 100 tons. As he struck, a tremendous sonic boom reverberated across the platform. His fist, swift as lightning, collided with the saber-toothed tiger, momentarily freezing its form in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Instantly after, its body erupted like a punctured balloon. Points gained, 12,000. The system's voice echoed in his mind. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He leapt towards the direction of the zip line in pursuit. Chapter 17, Battle Armor, Storage Ring. At the foot of the mountain, Dr. Phil landed on a patch of open ground amidst dense forest after traversing the zip line. Just as he unhooked himself, he heard a sound from above, akin to the air being sliced apart. Turning around, he was met with the sight of that familiar figure closing in on him. "Damn it, Doctor!" Phil exclaimed in exasperation before hastening into a wooden structure situated in the clearing. Moments later, an off-road vehicle roared out, skidding away in the opposite direction of Su-Mo. As Dr. Phil drove, he caught sight of the rapidly approaching figure in the rearview mirror and, in a panic, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Yet, it was evident that no vehicle, regardless of its performance, could outrun a flying entity in such terrain. At this point, Su-Mo was less than 50 meters away from him. Dr. Phil retrieved a handgun from the vehicle and extended his left arm out the window, firing at Su-Mo in the sky. Unfortunately, the bullets posed no threat to Su-Mo, who deftly evaded them. Meanwhile, distracted by the shooting, Dr. Phil failed to notice a fallen tree obstructing the road ahead. By the time he spotted it and attempted to swerve, it was too late. With a jolt, the vehicle, traveling at nearly 150 kilometers per hour, collided with the tree, launching it into the air. After a series of flips, the vehicle ended up perched atop a nearby tree. Dazed, Dr. Phil shook his head in an attempt to clear his spinning mind. Just then, Su-Mo caught up. Slowly hovering in front of the vehicle, Su-Mo gazed at the bloodied countenance of Dr. Phil within the driver's seat, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Sir, this is hardly an appropriate parking spot." With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the vehicle tumbling down from the tree. "No!" Dr. Phil screamed in terror, feeling the sensation of weightlessness. At this height, approximately 7 to 8 meters above ground, a poor landing could very well spell his demise. However, as the vehicle neared the ground, an inexplicable force gently cushioned its fall. Su-Mo manipulated the vehicle with his mental energy, guiding it to a soft landing. He then tore off the mangled door and yanked Dr. Phil from the driver's seat, unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground beside him. "Shall we commence with your introduction now, or would you prefer I torment you first? I'll tell you everything." After enduring a series of harrowing events, Dr. Phil was on the verge of collapse. He hurriedly began his introduction. Through his account, Su-Mo learned of his identity. His name was Phil Andrew, a researcher previously under Strucker's command. He had narrowly escaped the destruction of Lake Ackley due to his absence from the base during the last confrontation. Over the years, he had clandestinely developed a technique capable of transferring the saber-toothed tiger's regenerative factors. Subsequently, he had devised a plan to capture the saber-toothed tiger and utilize the last of his control serums to subdue it, intending to transfer the creature's healing factors into himself. This transfer technique required the use of adamantium. While he possessed the formula for adamantium, he lacked the most crucial ingredient, vibranium. After extensive investigation, he had finally located it on Ulysses, leading to the events that had transpired. "You have the formula for adamantium?" "Indeed. Moreover, I have gathered the remaining metals required for its synthesis in the previous laboratory. If we obtain vibranium, we can directly synthesize adamantium," he quickly explained, evidently hoping to demonstrate his worth in order to secure his life. Sumo's lips curled into a smile. Although he had misjudged the situation and failed to encounter the expected mind-controlling mutant for points, obtaining the adamantium formula was not a fruitless endeavor. He promptly called Avril, instructing her to transport the vibranium left on the private plane. He then seized Dr. Phil and soared towards the location of the previous laboratory. The following day, an aircraft ascended slowly from the Appalachian Mountains, swiftly disappearing into the sky. A moment later, a resounding explosion echoed in the vicinity. Within the cabin, Su-Mo surveyed the complete set of armor crafted from adamantium and vibranium before him. Unlike Tony's suit, his ensemble, entirely forged from vibranium, was more aptly referred to as armor. This suit, cloaked in an obsidian hue and streamlined in design, lacked any electronic components. After all, with the presence of his psychic abilities, he had no need for such powered assistance systems. The primary function of this armor was protection and the facilitation of his telekinetic control. 16 blades, fashioned from adamantium, were strategically positioned along the legs and arms of the armor. In addition to the flying knives, he had also forged a close combat saber, similarly constructed from adamantium, with a specially designed sheath affixed to the back of the armor. Opening the system marketplace, he noted that after a series of battles, his points had accumulated to 27,000. He began to search for storage equipment within the marketplace, and soon a list appeared before his eyes. Storage ring. F grade contains 1,000 cubic meters of space. Points required for exchange, 3,000. Storage ring. E grade contains 1,000,000 cubic meters of space. Points required for exchange, 20,000. Storage ring. SS grade contains 1,000,000 cubic kilometers of space. Points required for exchange, 300,000. Domain Master World. D grade refined from a Domain Master's small world, with a spatial diameter of 100,000 kilometers, capable of storing living beings. Points required for exchange, 1,000,000. Divine Kingdom Crystal. D grade formed from the remains of ordinary immortals by the Divine Kingdom. With an internal space of 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, points required for exchange, 10,000,000. The array of storage items ignited a fervor within Su-Mo notably. The D-grade Domain Master World could encompass the entirety of Earth, given that Earth's diameter is merely over 10,000 kilometers. However, the points required for the latter exchanges brought him back to a state of composure. After some deliberation, he opted to exchange for an F-grade storage ring. With his current limited points, it was wiser to invest in enhancing his strength. Moreover, the items exchanged through the system could be stored within its spatial realm, and a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic meters would suffice for his immediate needs, a space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, ample enough to accommodate over 100 ordinary sedans. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the F-grade storage ring. Points consumed, 3,000. As the system's notification faded, an unassuming ring materialized in his hand. The ring was merely a circular band, its material indiscernible. Upon adorning his finger, he directed his psychic energy towards the ring. Instantly, he sensed a cubic space of 10 meters on each side, which could morph in shape at his whim. Excellent. Su-Mo nodded in satisfaction, gesturing lightly towards the armor, which promptly vanished into the storage ring. By the time Su-Mo returned to his villa, it was nearly noon. As he entered, a servant approached to inform him of a visitor claiming to be an FBI agent. The mention of the FBI elicited a hint of curiosity on Su-Mo's face. His previous encounters with the FBI had been limited to cinematic portrayals, where they would issue warnings at the start of films. This, however, was his first encounter with a real agent. Moments later, in the reception room, Su-Mo found himself seated across from a tall woman clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was neatly swept back, and her striking blue eyes regarded Su-Mo with a glimmer of curiosity. Hello, I am Maria Hill, representing the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Logistics. Prior to her arrival, she had anticipated Su to be a towering figure, with arms as robust as tree trunks. After all, she was well acquainted with the dossier on Su-Mo. To take down a muscular adversary like Kingpin, one would expect a physique to rival his. Yet, she was taken aback by the sight of a man with a well-proportioned frame and fair skin. After exchanging pleasantries, Su-Mo's eyes widened in recognition. No wonder he found her somewhat familiar. Upon hearing her name, he realized she was Agent Hill, the commander second only to Director Nick Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned about his elimination of Kingpin through Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. He surmised her intentions were to persuade him to join the agency. Sure enough, her first statement confirmed his suspicions. Mr. Su, I am here on behalf of the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Logistics to extend an invitation for you to join us. Hill earnestly presented a dossier to Su-Mo. He glanced through the materials briefly before discarding them onto the table before him. With a light chuckle, he gazed at Hill. Why would I forsake a life of luxury to engage in perilous battles against criminals? Ms. Hill, I do not believe this is a prudent course of action. Hill exhibited no surprise at Sumo's refusal. If she were in his position, she would likely decline as well. Smiling, she retrieved a tablet from her bag and opened a video, handing it to Sumo. I believe this will change your mind. Sumo's expression shifted as he accepted the tablet, watching intently. The video depicted a hall filled with various mutants, seemingly engaged in discussion. The perspective suggested it was surreptitiously recorded by one of the mutants. An elder adorned in a metal helmet presided over the assembly. Magneto Brotherhood. Sumo quickly deduced that he was witnessing an internal meeting of the Brotherhood, where their agenda was to recruit him as a member, primarily motivated by his considerable wealth. Upon concluding the video, Sumo's expression darkened. He was not surprised to discover the affiliation of Kingpin and Red Tank with the Brotherhood. He had suspected as much. However, he was puzzled as to why they were so desperate to acquire substantial funds. Were they plotting something significant? Initially, he had no intention of intervening. The X-Men would surely thwart their schemes. Yet, now that he found himself implicated, he wouldn't hesitate to respond. He was fortunate to have received advance warning. Otherwise, he could have easily fallen into their trap. What do you think? By joining us, we can assist you in dealing with these individuals. Agent Hill continued her persuasion. Assisting me? It seems more like you're seeking to employ me to handle these mutants' antics. S-H-I-E-L-D cannot afford to overlook this, as its founding purpose was to combat such anti-human organizations. Your plea seems more about using me to confront these mutants, Sumo remarked, perceiving her motives. Agent Hill showed no sign of surprise at Sumo's insight, maintaining her serious demeanor. Regardless, they do pose a threat to your safety, do they not? Sumo pondered for a moment before looking back at Hill. Indeed, you are not wrong. However, I regret to inform you that I do not intend to join any organization, but I am open to collaboration. Oh, what form of collaboration do you propose? Hill inquired, momentarily taken aback. This time, I can join forces with you to confront these mutants. As a token of gratitude for the intelligence you have provided, I am willing to intervene once to help you tackle some troublesome issues. Naturally, if our collaboration proves fruitful, we may engage in such exchanges in the future. For every piece of intelligence you furnish, I shall assist you in a corresponding manner. Through this experience, Sumo has come to recognize the paramount importance of information. If not for Hill's timely approach, he might have suffered an unexpected setback. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has nearly devolved into a Hydra shield, it is undeniable that, apart from the intelligence regarding Hydra that may be fabricated, its network of information concerning various factions remains exceptionally robust. Moreover, this arrangement poses no disadvantage to me. Those whom S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks to confront are likely not virtuous beings. He inherently needs to deal with these individuals to accrue points. Thus, this collaboration not only allows him to resolve these matters with assistance, but also alleviates any concerns regarding the aftermath, yielding a dual advantage. Upon hearing this, Hill shook her head. I must consult with our director regarding this matter. Of course. Sumo nodded, allowing Hill to exit the room with her phone in hand. In less than 10 minutes, she returned. Pleasure in collaboration. Henceforth, I shall be your sole point of contact. Apart from myself and the director, no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. will be privy to your information. By the way, someone will soon deliver data concerning the Brotherhood of Mutants. After sending Hill away, Sumo sat in contemplation. Now that he had drawn the Brotherhood's attention, he would not remain idle. Although, within the cinematic universe, the power exhibited by the likes of Old Man was capable of moving nuclear submarines weighing several thousand tons, the outcome of an actual confrontation was uncertain. After all, his telekinesis could manipulate virtually any object, and his physical prowess far surpassed that of his adversaries. Furthermore, he possessed a formidable weapon against them. With these thoughts in mind, Sumo ascended to the study on the top floor of the villa. Approaching the bookshelf, he pressed a hidden button behind one of the tomes, causing the bookshelf to slowly slide aside, revealing a room of approximately 30 square meters. Stepping inside, he beheld walls adorned with an array of firearms, Desert Eagles, M500 revolvers, AKs, Remington shotguns, and Barrett sniper rifles, all part of his collection amassed over the years. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he stored these weapons within a storage ring. Once completed, he approached a half-height low-temperature freezer at the back of the room. Opening the box revealed several specially modified firearms, while the remaining compartments were neatly arranged with square magazines. Grabbing one at random, he opened it to find not bullets, but a series of tiny syringes. Chapter 19. Consuming the heart of a millennia-old willow. He extracted one syringe, filled with a pale yellow liquid. These were the mutant antidotes Sumo had procured through special means 2 years prior. Having been an ordinary person, he knew he needed a contingency plan against mutants. This substance, in conjunction with his mental powers, was a veritable bane for mutants. He collected the thousands of syringes from the box into his storage ring. Having already tested that time within the ring remained static, eliminating any concerns about degradation. With this in hand, he feared no mutant. Just as he finished organizing these items, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. "Darling, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Sumo's gaze shifted. It seemed not to belong to Wanda. For despite their relationship having eased considerably, she had never referred to him in such a manner before. Exiting the armory, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing at the desk, smiling warmly at him. "Wait, how did you end up here?" Recognizing her face, Sumo rubbed his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Before him stood none other than his former girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Noting the expression on Sumo's face, and chuckled lightly and stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why can't I be here?" "No, just," before he could finish, and leaned in closer. "Don't say that. My wife is downstairs. Isn't that all the more thrilling?" Half an hour later, the three were seated at the dining table. "I heard someone from the FBI was looking for you. Is something amiss?" Wanda casually inquired, sipping her soup. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some routine inquiries regarding Peter." Sumo replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of divulging details about S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, she was merely an ordinary person now, and it was best to keep her out of such matters. After a moment, he glanced at both women, pretending to be indifferent as he asked, "You two? You know each other from your company, right?" Wanda raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled. "Of course I know her. I meant, how did you two end up together? You seem to have a good rapport." Having been sidetracked by and upstairs, he finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. "Oh, and I met at the company." Wanda shot him a glance. "Is that so?" Sumo nodded. Recently, Wanda, feeling a bit bored staying at the villa, had asked Sumo to arrange a position for her at the film company, leading to an unexpected friendship between the two. He found it hard to believe that Anne's proactive approach had not played a role in this development. However, given the circumstances, it was a bit late to dwell on it. At that moment, he felt a silky touch against his leg beneath the table. Looking up, he saw and winked at him. This little minx. After an exhilarating and tense lunch, Wanda saw Anne off throughout the afternoon and had been subtly provoking him. Could it be that she had awakened some peculiar trait? He forcefully dismissed that thought from his mind. Moments later, Sumo observed Wanda returning. "You might need to lay low for a while. Although the Brotherhood's target is my assets, it is unlikely they would directly threaten you and the others. Yet I must remain cautious." Seeing Wanda's puzzled expression, he explained the situation regarding the Brotherhood. "I'm sorry, it's because of us that we've landed in this predicament." Wanda's face displayed a hint of remorse. "It's nothing. Haven't you already made amends?" Sumo replied with a teasing smile. Although he had not won her heart before claiming her body, it was evident that winning her heart could unlock some special interactions. Upon hearing this, Wanda's face flushed red. "I'll go tidy up upstairs." As Sumo watched the red car disappear from view, he let out a sigh of relief. He then made his way alone to the gym on the top floor. All the equipment had been cleared out, transforming the space into his training ground. To thoroughly resolve the troubles posed by the Brotherhood, he needed to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. After exchanging his storage ring, he still had over 20,000 points remaining. Opening the marketplace list, Sumo inputted items to enhance his strength and began to peruse them one by one. Heart-shaped grass. After consumption, it gradually improves one's physical constitution. Points required for exchange, 300 points. Dragon blood. Crafted from the heart's blood of a royal dragon beast. Using it can enhance physical attributes by 24 times. Effective for apprentices, points required for exchange, 5,000 points. Millennium Willow Heart. A spirit of flora, containing vast life energy. After consumption, it significantly boosts one's physical attributes and cellular vitality, enhancing bodily recovery. Points required for exchange, 18,000 points. Azure Essence. After consumption, it greatly enhances mental prowess. Points required for exchange, 100,000 drops. Crimson Flame Fruit. After consumption, it significantly boosts physical attributes. Points required for exchange, 100,000 fruits. The plethora of available treasures left Sumo somewhat bewildered. However, a glance at his points revealed that his choices were rather limited. After a moment, Sumo settled on the ground, a long, green crystal, over a meter in length, levitating before him. Is this the Millennium Willow Heart? He scrutinized the crystal carefully. Its exterior was remarkably tough, with a green liquid swirling within. Sumo examined its usage instructions. The method of use required shattering the hard shell to consume the liquid inside. Taking out an adamantium alloy flying knife, he gently traced it along the crystal's shell, creating a small fissure. Observing the liquid spilling forth from the crack, Suemo wasted no time, bringing the crystal to his lips and allowing the viscous, jelly-like green liquid to flow into his mouth. A fragrant aroma of flora filled his senses. As the liquid traveled down his throat, he felt a refreshing chill spreading throughout his body. With this invigorating sensation coursing through him, his physical prowess began to rise steadily. Simultaneously, the dark golden sphere in his mind accelerated its rotation, releasing waves of pure mental energy that were continuously absorbed by his brain, enhancing his mental prowess. The two energies worked in harmony within him, rapidly augmenting his strength. Alongside this enhancement, Suemo sensed a unique energy gradually permeating his body. Experiencing the vitality that accompanied this absorption, he pondered if this was what they referred to as life energy. As this energy infused him, a warm sensation enveloped him entirely. In this soothing embrace, his power surged exponentially, an exhilarating experience indeed. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle of the War God, the Pursued White Queen. The entire process lasted over 2 hours. As the enhancement ceased, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a layer of dark brown impurities clung to his skin. After washing these away, he felt light and returned to the training room. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20 years. Strength, 93,560 kilograms. Speed, 386 ms. Mental power, 387,600 kilograms. Special ability, none. Points, 6,160. Excitement sparkled in Suemo's eyes. With a physical output of 93 tons and mental power of 387 tons, he had achieved an enhancement of over 6 times compared to before. Moreover, the Millennium Willow Heart boasted another significant benefit. It enhanced bodily recovery. With this thought, he retrieved a flying knife and lightly grazed it across his arm. A dull sound akin to a knife slicing through tough hide resonated as a faint white mark appeared where the adamantium alloy knife had passed. Suemo paused, astonished. Incredible! While he understood that the so-called enhancement encompassed all aspects, he had not anticipated such a level of defense, though he had merely grazed his arm. This was based on his strength exceeding 90 tons. Even with intentional restraint, he still exerted several hundred kilograms of force. It was evident that not only would an ordinary person be affected, but even steel would likely yield under such pressure, yet his skin bore only a faint white mark. Given this level of defense, it seemed improbable that even a sniper's bullet could harm him in the slightest. Calming his excitement, Suemo gradually increased the force applied with the flying knife. Only upon reaching nearly 2 tons of force did he etch a slender line of blood across his skin. However, before the blood could seep from the wound, the skin on either side of the cut began to close rapidly under his gaze. This recovery ability, Suemo's eyes widened. The speed of recovery surpassed even that of the saber-toothed tiger he had previously witnessed. Truly monstrous. It could be said that the Millennium Willow Heart had enhanced his combat effectiveness by several times over. A moment later, a figure shot out from the villa at an astonishing speed. Suemo's current flying speed surpassed 2 Mach, approximately 700 meters per second, translating to a velocity of about 2,500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived in a mountainous region over 100 kilometers away from the villa in New Jersey. Within half a minute of Suemo's departure, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's office, Agent Coulson rushed in. Director, a major crisis event. Nick Fury's expression shifted upon hearing this. The last time he had heard such news was when Tony donned his armor to battle the Ironmonger in the skies over New York. Coulson handed over a tablet displaying data. An unidentified flying object traveling at high speed has been detected over New York. Nick Fury scrutinized the data on the tablet. 2 Mach, Tony Stark? No, he had just received news that Tony was at his seaside villa. Ever since Tony's Iron Man identity was exposed, he had become a focal point for S.H.I.E.L.D., with his location being monitored nearly around the clock. This was why Coulson knew immediately that the flying figure was not Tony. Nick Fury swiped through the tablet, observing the trajectory of the unidentified flying object. Wait, this location, could it be him? The starting position of the unidentified flying object was alarmingly close to Suemo's villa by the Hudson River. He was almost certain that this unidentified flying object was related to Suemo. However, he had no intention of disclosing any information regarding Suemo. Over the years, he had sensed that some factions had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. It was wiser to keep certain information confidential, as it might serve as a life-saving trump card when the time came. With this in mind, he handed the tablet back to Coulson. Delete this incident from the records. Pretend it never happened. Coulson, surprised by the directive, nodded in acquiescence, his training as an agent preventing him from questioning the director's orders as he exited the room. Nick Fury gazed at the closed door, silently contemplating. It appeared he needed to reassess Sumo's capabilities. Sumo, clad in armor, hovered before a rocky cliff in the mountains. He intended to test the extent of his newfound strength. Taking a deep breath, Sumo clenched his right fist and struck the rock face with tremendous force. With double the strength coupled with a boost of approximately half his mental power, nearly 400 tons of force slammed into the stone. An explosive sound erupted. Boom! The tremendous roar reverberated throughout the mountains. On the rock face, a massive spiderweb pattern expanded outward from the center of his fist. As Sumo withdrew his fist, it seemingly triggered a chain reaction, causing debris to cascade down the entire rock face. Moments later, a massive crater with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared. In the dense forest below, countless birds took flight in alarm. He nodded in satisfaction. His physical strength now surpassed that of both Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, Spider-Man's most illustrious achievement of halting a moving train required merely over 50 tons of force. Just as he was about to experiment with telekinetically controlling flying daggers, a faint ripple emanated from the cyclone surrounding the Star Tower in his mind. Simultaneously, a series of gunshots rang out from the distant forest. Sumo paused momentarily. This was the first time the Star Tower had shown any signs of disturbance since he acquired it. After a brief wait, however, nothing further occurred. He exhaled deeply. Given his current strength, he was indeed still far from being able to activate the Star Tower. Turning his gaze toward the source of the gunfire, he noted it was situated a full kilometer away within the thick woods. The trees obscured his view of the specific situation, but after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he swiftly moved in that direction. A short while later, concealed behind the dense foliage of a tree, Sumo peered into a nearby clearing. A group of towering robots, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall, surrounded a woman clad in white with golden hair. The woman appeared gravely injured, her right hand pressed against her left shoulder, her clothing stained with a significant patch of blood. Casting a glance at the encroaching robots, a flicker of fury ignited in her eyes. In an instant, her skin transformed into a dazzling diamond-like sheen as she surged towards Sumo's direction in a bid to break free. White Queen. Sumo, hidden among the trees, was taken aback by the scene before him. This ability was exceptionally unique. To his knowledge, only the White Queen possessed such a power of diamondization in this world. The robots surrounding her were likely the infamous Sentinel robots. Coupling this with the earlier disturbance from the Star Tower, Sumo quickly deduced that the White Queen not only had the extraordinary ability to transform her body into diamond, but also shared telepathic capabilities akin to Professor X. The earlier ripple from the Star Tower was likely a result of her attempting to reach out to him. After all, the commotion he had caused was considerable, making it entirely plausible for her to notice him. As for her intentions, Sumo speculated that she was either seeking assistance or trying to manipulate someone nearby to help fend off these Sentinel robots. As the White Queen charged towards Sumo's direction, she was intercepted by the robots. After a momentary shift, the robot's exterior transformed to a diamond-like skin, mirroring her own ability. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Sumo felt astonished. No wonder mutants had been driven to desperation by these Sentinel robots. This capability was indeed exceedingly formidable. It allowed for the effortless replication of various mutant abilities, rendering nearly any mutant vulnerable to the corresponding power. The White Queen maneuvered desperately among the robots, but remained unable to break free. Concealed in the trees, Sumo deliberated whether to intervene. Without a hint of hesitation, he made his decision. The White Queen possessed alpha-level mutant abilities, making her an ideal ally for establishing a formidable force. With her power at his disposal, he could rest assured of loyalty among his subordinates. Although the telepathic ability could be exchanged for merely 30,000 points in the marketplace, Sumo had already consulted the system and learned that such abilities would only manifest in their nascent form upon acquisition. This meant that after obtaining the power, one would need time to master it. Given this, he preferred to invest that time in honing the secret arts of the illusionist branch of the mentalist, which were far superior to mere telepathy. Chapter 21, The White Queen's Allegiance. Having reached a conclusion, Sumo no longer hesitated. Based on the situation in the clearing, the White Queen was at imminent risk of perishing at the hands of the Sentinel robots. In the clearing, despite the significant enhancement to her defense from diamondization, she could not withstand the onslaught of robots that were several times her size. After yet another collision, the White Queen was finally unable to endure and was propelled backward by immense force. Simultaneously, two Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right hands into massive conical weapons, thrusting them toward her body. At this moment, the airborne White Queen became aware of the peril behind her. However, after repeated impacts with the robots, her body had become utterly numb, rendering her incapable of controlling her trajectory. It was over. This thought flashed through her mind. Although her most powerful ability rivaled Professor X's telepathy, it was regrettably ineffective against these robots. Furthermore, the replication of her diamondization ability left her with little hope of overcoming the Sentinels. Resigned, she closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. However, after an excruciating 5 or 6 seconds, she felt no pain at all. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a figure clad in black armor standing beside her. The arm of the Sentinel robot that had thrust toward her was firmly grasped by this individual, remaining immovable despite the robot's desperate efforts. As Sumo tightened his grip on the conical weapon, the two diamondized Sentinels collided violently, shattering into countless fragments. Subsequently, Sumo's figure flickered throughout the clearing, and within less than half a minute, the 10 or so Sentinel robots lay in ruin, reduced to mere rubble. Witnessing this spectacle, the White Queen's eyes sparkled with hope. The very robots that had cornered her to the brink of despair were rendered powerless in the hands of this individual, akin to children without any means of resistance. She was saved. With a sigh of relief, her diamondized skin, which she had sustained through sheer will, returned to normal. Suddenly, she felt her body drop heavily as she realized she had been floating in midair. Once her form returned to its original state, she crashed to the ground. As she tugged at her shoulder wound, a low groan of pain escaped her lips. After dispatching the robots, Sumo turned to see the White Queen grimacing in pain, and he removed his helmet. This was not a result of any intentional design on his part. While he was capable of manipulating her diamondized body, once she reverted, his mental energy could no longer support her, causing him to pass right through her. As the White Queen beheld Sumo's visage, astonishment washed over her face. She had not anticipated that the one who so easily vanquished the Sentinel robots would be a young man in his 20s, struggling to sit up from the ground. She looked at Sumo earnestly and spoke. "Thank you." Gratitude, it seemed, was not merely a matter of words. "Can you stand up?" Sumo inquired as he observed her exerting effort to rise on her own, albeit unsuccessfully on 2 attempts. With a sigh, Sumo stepped forward, lifting the White Queen from the ground and swiftly flying away. In a seaside villa in Brooklyn, New York, the White Queen let out a muffled grunt as the bullet lodged in her shoulder was expelled from the wound, tearing her clothing in the process. Sumo opened a medical kit, retrieving medicine and bandages. "I believe this is unnecessary trouble," he remarked, but the White Queen, undeterred, discarded her top, leaving only her undergarments. "Isn't this a bit more convenient?" Sumo's expression momentarily faltered, and after a few deep glances, he shrugged his shoulders. "As long as you're happy." The White Queen, observing Sumo's demeanor, revealed a faint smile. After tending to her wounds, Sumo settled down opposite her. Fortunately, her injuries did not affect her internal organs, but she would require a period of recovery. The White Queen reclined on the sofa, her head tilted as she scrutinized Sumo. "You seem to recognize me?" As a mutant with telepathic abilities, she possessed a keen understanding of micro-expressions, surpassing even seasoned psychologists. Although she could not sense his thoughts throughout their encounter, she concluded from his gaze that he certainly knew her. Sumo remained silent, gently waving his hand. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses soared from the nearby cabinet. He caught them deftly and poured a glass for each of them. "This is inconsequential. The reason I saved you is simply that you hold some utility for me. Nothing more." The White Queen's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. As a prominent figure who once stood second only to the Black King in the Hellfire Club, she understood that he would not risk himself to save her without reason. To rescue her, she must possess some value worthy of his intervention. At this moment, the pain from the wound on her shoulder had subsided after the application of medicine. She rose from the sofa and approached Sumo. "Useful?" The White Queen's hand lightly brushed across Sumo's face, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Is it the kind of usefulness I am thinking of?" Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to recuperate in the villa, Sumo ascended into the air. The White Queen stood by the window, watching Sumo vanish into the sky. Earlier, in the jungle, her telepathic abilities had failed to detect his presence. After attempting twice more, the result remained the same. Unlike Professor X, whose mental defenses rendered him imperceptible, Sumo's presence was entirely undetectable. In comparison, his ability was far more terrifying than that of Professor X. Furthermore, from their earlier interaction, It was evident that he possessed not only extraordinary physical prowess, but also the capacity for mental manipulation. Among all the mutants she was aware of, none seemed more formidable than him. This was precisely why she had resolutely chosen to submit. As Suemo soared through the sky, he reflected on the information he had gathered from the White Queen. A few years prior, Emma Frost had caught the attention of Bolivar Trask's mutant research firm. After several confrontations, she realized that she could scarcely contend with their Sentinel robots and subsequently chose to live in seclusion, evading their pursuit. However, she had not anticipated that a recent accident would bring her back into their sights, leading to the earlier events in the jungle. Suemo understood that her ability to remain hidden was primarily due to the pressure exerted by the Sentinel robots. Without his protection, it would not be long before Emma became a subject in a mutant research laboratory, certainly as a test subject. Chapter 22, Sarah Town, Vampires. New York State. On a rural road leading to the town, Suemo sat casually in the passenger seat of an ordinary Ford sedan, slowly closing the documents in his hand. You seem utterly unfazed. Hill, the driver, glanced at Suemo, perplexed. God knows how shocked she was after reading the information contained in those documents. This was the legendary vampire. Suemo turned to Hill with a smile. Trust me, among the adversaries you will encounter in the future, this creature's terrifying nature doesn't even rank in the top 10. The documents in his hand detailed accounts of vampires. Their presence here was Suemo fulfilling his promise to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. For the past 6 months, tourists had been mysteriously disappearing in a small town in New York State. To date, the number of missing tourists had exceeded 100. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched numerous agents to investigate, but each ended up vanishing like the tourists themselves. Even a level 8 agent sent last week had also lost contact. In desperation, Nick Fury resorted to employing Suemo's one-time offer for assistance. Upon receiving the news, Suemo had set out with Hill. The agents who had previously disappeared had not returned empty-handed. One agent had sent a final message before vanishing, consisting of only 3 words: vampires. Suemo was acutely aware that in the Marvel Universe, vampires could be considered a mere nuisance. Not only did they fear sunlight and silver, but their combat abilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary human. Even an ordinary person armed with a silver dagger could likely slay several unarmed vampires in a desperate struggle. Such combat prowess hardly qualified them as anything more than cannon fodder in a world teeming with superheroes. Given Suemo's current strength, he could simply stand there and let them bite him, and they would struggle to inflict even the slightest harm. On the contrary, these vampires represented a bounty of points for him. If he could locate their lair and cleanse it, he would likely reap substantial rewards. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of a hotel in a place called Sarah Town, located in the northeastern part of New York State. Sarah Town was renowned for its ancient castles and hundreds of historic buildings, making it a popular tourist destination. As the years passed and the number of visitors increased, it gradually evolved into a bustling town with nearly 100,000 residents. Suemo stepped out of the car, removed his sunglasses, and gazed at the distant conical castles and the historic buildings in the area, a smile spreading across his face. The scenery is quite pleasant. It truly is a suitable place for tourism. Hill exited the vehicle, laboriously retrieving 2 slender cases from the trunk. Casting a glance at Suemo, she remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Do you really think we're here for a vacation?" Despite being a highly trained level 9 agent, she felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of the legendary vampires and found it impossible to maintain the same carefree demeanor as Suemo. Suemo responded with a reassuring glance, then surveyed the somewhat dilapidated hotel before them. Has your budget become this strained? While it may not be necessary to stay in a 5-star hotel, this is rather lackluster. Suemo pushed open the slightly peeling and weathered door, turning to Hill, who was still carrying the 2 cases. Should we consider finding a different owner? I could offer double the salary. Although Hill was merely an ordinary person, her administrative and logistical skills were exceptional, and her subordinates were well compensated. Sure, if that's your intention, I'll be sure to contact you first. Listening to her dismissive response, Suemo took it in stride. They approached the front desk. Excuse me, we would like to book a room. Moments later, they ascended to a room on the 2nd floor, carrying their belongings. Given the series of disappearances of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here, it was evident that the locals were on high alert. Naturally, the 2 could not use their real identities. Instead, they were disguised as a couple on vacation. Thus, they had only booked a single room. Hill placed the 2 boxes he held on the bed within the room. He typed in the password on the keyboard atop the boxes. With a hiss, a rush of air escaped, and the boxes gradually opened. Suemo peered into the boxes. instinctively knowing they contained weapons designed to combat vampires. Though uncertain of their efficacy, the mere presence of weapons instilled a sense of security. After speaking, Hill handed one of the boxes to Suemo. Upon receiving it, Suemo gazed at the assortment of weaponry inside. The first item was a silver long knife, seemingly forged from a silver-infused alloy. He gently swung it, and the edge of the wooden bed frame smoothly sheared away. It must be said, S-H-I-E-L-D possesses some remarkable equipment in terms of weaponry. With a subtle motion, the long knife vanished from his grasp, and he continued to examine the contents of the box. Observing this spectacle, Hill's eyes widened in astonishment. She stepped forward, grasping Sumo's right hand, the one that had wielded the knife, and glanced around. Finding no trace of the weapon, doubtful, she rubbed her eyes. Could it be an illusion? Where did it go? Suemo made a slight motion with his right hand, and the long knife abruptly reappeared, only to vanish once more. You might interpret this as some kind of special ability. After witnessing Sumo's impressive display again, Hill finally regained her composure. Goodness, this is utterly astounding. Are you a mutant? Well, you could say that. Suemo replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. He then directed his attention back to the box in front of him. Besides the long knife, there were 3 additional items inside. A specially designed handgun that fired silver bullets, complete with 100 rounds, several grenades emitting a faint purple glow, and a bottle resembling spray sunscreen. The handgun and bullets were unremarkable and were promptly stowed away, while the grenades were easily deduced to be special devices capable of releasing ultraviolet light. However, the last item, which resembled sunscreen spray, left Suemo somewhat perplexed. He turned to Hill beside him. What is this? Now fully composed, Hill quickly explained. This is a skincare spray containing silver elements. According to reports, applying this spray makes you utterly uninteresting to vampires. How does this differ from garlic water? Hill paused, considering for a moment before responding. The only distinction is that using this won't make ordinary people perceive you as an outcast. Chapter 23, The Castle and the Vampire's Trail. After handing over all the equipment to Suemo, Hill set out to search for traces left by the previous agents, leaving Suemo alone in the inn. After all, investigating matters was the responsibility of agents like her, while Suemo was merely there to provide physical assistance. Once she departed, Suemo found himself with nothing to do and decided to leave the inn for a stroll around the town. It was early May, the peak of the tourist season, and the streets were bustling with travelers carrying backpacks. It appeared the government had successfully suppressed news of the missing tourists. Suemo couldn't help but lament. Otherwise, after receiving reports of numerous disappearances, it was implausible that so many tourists would still be present. Wait. Suddenly, he realized that if there were no hidden forces at play, the government would likely have chosen not to bury such news. After all, we were talking about hundreds of people. Simply silencing their families would be a daunting task. Why would the government engage in such a thankless endeavor? This suggested that high-ranking officials might be involved. For those officials, the allure of eternal life was undeniably tempting. Despite the drawback of being unable to bask in sunlight, when faced with the choice between death and merely avoiding sunlight, no one would dwell on such a minor flaw. Suemo wandered aimlessly around the town like an ordinary tourist. Hours passed, and as darkness began to envelop the sky, he found himself in the vicinity of the ancient architectural complex. This area was vast, occupying nearly half the town's total area. The several castles at the center of the complex were private properties, not open to the public. As Suemo stepped onto a path leading to one of the castles, he was intercepted by guards. Not wishing to press his luck, he turned away. Once out of sight of the guards, a suit of armor materialized around him, enveloping his entire being, and he swiftly took flight towards the castle. If any place in this town was most closely associated with vampires, it would undoubtedly be these ancient castles. After all, based on the films he had seen, vampires were known to dwell in castles. However, reality seemed to disappoint him. After inspecting several castles, he found only a handful of maintenance staff, no pale-faced vampires as he had imagined. With night now fully upon him, he could not ascertain solely by appearance whether these individuals were vampires. Thus, he proceeded to test each one. His method was straightforward. He sprayed the silver-infused liquid given to him by Hill onto them. If any were vampires, they would undoubtedly react. However, the outcome was evident. These were simply ordinary people. It wasn't until he approached a castle situated at the center of the complex that a scream echoed from a room on the upper floor. Something's happening. Sumo's expression brightened. He quickly maneuvered to hover outside the window of the room where the scream had emanated. Peering inside, he saw a girl bound to a chair. Before her stood an elderly man, his hair mostly white, tugging at the girl's clothing. As the man wrenched at her garments, she was left clad in only a white lace bra. Had this been a scene from a movie, someone would likely have leapt in to heroically save the damsel, and Sumo would have cursed that hero's lineage. Yet, in this reality, Sumo decided to take action. A handgun filled with silver bullets appeared in his grasp, aimed directly at the elderly man, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man collapsed. A bloody hole appearing in his forehead eliminated the antagonist, 80 points. Not a vampire. Observing the blood flowing from the wound, Sumo sighed in disappointment. He moved through the open window into the room, extending his hand to deftly wave a flying knife that severed the ropes binding the girl. During this process, the knife inadvertently brushed against her skin, yet she seemed oblivious to it. It appeared that he had been overly sensitive. Sumo thought to himself, "Put on your clothes. I'll escort you out." He then positioned himself by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Since he had not encountered any vampires, he intended to depart swiftly. Hill should be returning soon. He wondered if she had made any progress. The girl, seeing the flying knife, exhibited a flicker of interest in her eyes. Upon hearing Sumo's intention to escort her away, she did not hastily put on her clothes, but instead approached Sumo. "Are you a mutant?" Sumo, looking at the girl before him, coldly replied, "That hardly concerns you." Noticing Sumo's lack of denial, the girl grasped his arm with urgency, her voice filled with desperation. "Please, I implore you, save my sister. I shall agree to any terms you set, as long as you can rescue her." However, Sumo remained unmoved by her desperate plea. "I can escort you to the police station. This matter is one for them to handle," he retorted. "Performing acts of heroism? That is the duty of those in public service. Assisting in such straightforward rescues is inconsequential to me. But becoming a superhero? I have no such inclination." Upon hearing Sumo's refusal, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. "I have already reported to the police, but they are utterly ineffectual, using my situation as leverage instead." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the lifeless figure of an elderly man nearby. "That man is the police chief." Sumo was taken aback by her revelation. Truly, this is a land of liberty. The chief's actions are quite remarkable. Not only do criminals suffer, but even those who come to report are not spared. "Who took your sister?" he inquired. "They are not human. They are creatures akin to vampires." Sumo's expression shifted at her words. "Are you suggesting she was captured by vampires?" The girl's eyes rekindled with hope as she hastily wiped away her tears. "I cannot say for certain if they are indeed vampires, but they bear a striking resemblance to those depicted in films." Half an hour later, Sumo returned with the girl to their lodging. They encountered Hill just as she was returning from outside. Noticing Hill's puzzled gaze directed at the girl, Sumo said, "Let us discuss this in our room." He led the way upstairs. Once inside, Hill retrieved a compact device to scan the room. Ensuring there were no listening devices before she inquired, "What is this about?" Sumo recounted the events that had transpired. "Where precisely was your sister abducted?" Hill turned her attention to the girl. "In a bar called the Irish." The girl replied, "The Irish bar? Is it situated in the eastern part of the town?" Upon hearing this, the girl paused and then nodded vigorously. Hill, noticing Sumo's puzzled expression, explained, "I discovered some information left by the agents on the street today. They lost contact in this area." "Wait a moment," Sumo remarked, looking at Hill quizzically. "Do you agents not communicate via messages or phone calls? Must you resort to such primitive methods of information transmission?" Hill shrugged. "I am uncertain. The fact remains that those agents quickly lost contact upon arriving here, with only one sending a message related to vampires." Chapter 24, The Vampire Emerges. The Irish bar, located on a street in the eastern part of town, was adorned with a myriad of neon lights. Women clad in revealing attire lounged beneath the lights, awaiting patrons. Occasionally, men approached to inquire about prices before leading the women into back rooms. As they walked, Sumo took in the surroundings with keen interest. "What, are you intrigued?" Hill teased, observing his wandering gaze. "Is there reimbursement for your interest from S.H.I.E.L.D.? For a moment, Hill was at a loss for words. But she knew they were merely jesting. A billionaire could hardly be interested in such common fare. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Irish bar. Though it appeared somewhat run down from the outside, the interior revealed a different world altogether, situated underground. Once inside, they found the bar bustling with activity. "What now?" Sumo asked, surveying the vast space filled with hundreds of moving figures, where the dim lighting made it impossible to distinguish between vampires and ordinary patrons. Hill was momentarily at a loss for words. "We can't just ask each one individually." Observing her expression, Sumo sighed. "Very well, allow me to take charge." With that, he reached into his pocket and produced a spherical object, the ultraviolet grenade from earlier. Without hesitation, He pressed the button and hurled it toward the center of the bar. "Close your eyes," he called to Hill as he turned his back to the grenade's trajectory. Hill's eyes widened at his action. In such dim surroundings, even ordinary humans would likely suffer blindness for weeks from such a blast. "Wait," she shouted, but it was too late. The grenade had already been thrown. Without hesitation, Hill mirrored Sumo's actions. She turned and closed her eyes. Boom. A relatively mild explosion resonated from the grenade's location, followed by an intense burst of light that illuminated the previously shadowy bar as bright as day. Cries of alarm erupted from all directions. "Kill enemy. Points earned. 160. Kill enemy. Points earned. 210. A flurry of notifications flashed in Sumo's mind. The rewards for vanquishing vampires were indeed substantial. His eyes gleamed with excitement. In certain circumstances, these vampires were easier to eliminate than ordinary humans, yet the points awarded were multiples of those earned from ordinary victims. As Hill opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of nearly everyone in the bar sprawled on the ground, clutching their eyes and wailing in agony. Sumo shrugged at Hill's incredulous gaze. "Do you have a better solution?" "But the collateral damage is excessive," Hill replied, exasperated. "Rest assured, they will recover swiftly, and as victims of a counter-terror operation, they will be entitled to a generous paid leave. Ultimately, there is no real loss. They might even thank me for it." Without waiting for her response, Sumo dashed in a particular direction. Utilizing his telekinetic ability, he conjured a vivid image of the surroundings in his mind. In the aftermath of the grenade's explosion, several vampires hidden among the crowd were reduced to ash. Only 2 vampires, having narrowly escaped into a nearby corridor, remained unharmed but were scorched by the ultraviolet rays. With one of them supporting the other, they fled deeper into the hallway. Upon hearing Sumo's explanation, Hill wore an expression of resignation before shaking her head and pursuing him. In the corridor, the 2 injured vampires emitted pained cries as they fled, their scorched skin hissing with smoke. To heal their wounds, they required ample fresh blood. Although the hall was teeming with live humans, they were not foolish. Anyone capable of wielding an ultraviolet grenade specifically designed to combat them was evidently on a mission to eradicate their kind. Should they dare to return to the hall, they would likely meet the same fate as their fallen comrades. As they ran, the trio heard the steady footsteps approaching from behind. As the footsteps drew nearer, Sumo's figure materialized at the end of the corridor. Observing Sumo appear almost instantaneously behind them, the unscathed vampire shoved the other 2 forward. "Hurry, go. I will hold him off." Upon finishing her words, the woman turned to Sumo, revealing her sharp fangs as she unleashed a furious roar at him. "Come forth, young man. I shall drain every drop of blood from your body." With that, she lunged towards Sumo. As she leapt before him, he gently waved his right hand a few times. "Ah!" The female vampire let out a blood-curdling scream, crashing to the ground at his feet. Her arms and legs contorted into an unimaginable shape. Even on the ground, the defiant vampire continued to roar at Sumo. "So, it seems you are quite the bloodsucker." As he spoke, a pistol filled with silver bullets materialized in his hand, which he shoved into the gaping mouth of the howling vampire. Observing her slowly returning to a normal form, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, the vampire disintegrated into ashes. Defeated the antagonist, score 180. Sumo holstered his pistol. "You indeed possess talent. My gun can only last 3 seconds. Having dealt with her, he pressed on towards the other 2 pursuing him. From the recent skirmish, his assumptions proved correct. These vampires were indeed a feeble lot. He had barely exerted 1% of his strength, and they were already unable to withstand his might. The 2 injured vampires, upon hearing the anguished cries and gunshots from behind, were gripped by an even deeper terror. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed once more in the corridor. The sound felt as if it were stepping upon their very hearts, rendering them nearly breathless. After all, the vampire that had just been vanquished barely lasted half a minute before being eliminated. The combined strength of the 2 of them hardly surpassed that. In a panic, disregarding their pain, they sprinted to the end of the corridor, hastily diving into the elevator. Their hands frantically pressed the closed door button. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, they both let out a sigh of relief. Just as the last sliver of the gap vanished and the elevator was about to start, the open door button suddenly lit up. The closing doors reopened. Ward, their hearts, which had momentarily dropped, surged back to life. They hurriedly pressed the close button once more. As the doors began to close again, the open button illuminated once more. Damn, they were teetering on the brink of collapse. If I manage to escape, I shall hunt down the elevator installer and tear him to shreds. You may not have that opportunity. Sumo's ghostly figure appeared outside the elevator doors. Chapter 25, The Trap. Suemo stepped into the elevator. The desire to survive spurred the two vampires to muster their courage and leap at him. However, after a few punches, they quickly recognized the grim reality and subdued themselves. Grabbing one vampire from the ground, he demanded, "Tell me, where is your lair?" Yooped. Suemo withdrew his blade from the vampire's chest, watching as it turned to ashes under his gaze. He then lifted the other one. "I'll speak. Our base is beneath this bar." Before Suemo could utter a word, the vampire hurriedly responded. Following that, he pressed a sequence of buttons on the elevator panel, which opened a hidden compartment revealing a button marked B2. Just then, Hill arrived from behind, catching the words that fell upon her ears. "I seem to have arrived a tad late." "No, your timing is impeccable." With that, Suemo plunged his knife into the vampire's chest. After pressing the newly revealed button, a profound sense of weightlessness enveloped them as the elevator descended for a solid half-minute. This confirmed their suspicions that the so-called B2 was at least 100 meters below B1. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a dimly lit chamber. In a hall spanning several hundred square meters, hundreds of figures stood, surrounding several bound young girls. Their wrists were slashed, blood streaming forth. As if in a macabre party, the nearby vampires took turns approaching the girls. A few of the girls had already succumbed from excessive blood loss. Hill watched the unsettling scene before her with evident discomfort. Curiously, perhaps due to the secrecy of the location, the vampires were completely unguarded, indifferent to the arrival of the two. It wasn't until half a minute later that two vampires, closer to the elevator, noticed Suemo and Hill stepping out. Upon seeing them, both a male and female vampire's eyes lit up before they lunged toward the duo. Witnessing this, Hill could no longer contain herself. She drew her pistol from her pocket and fired twice, eliminating the two vampires. The resounding gunfire echoed through the underground space. The vampires in the hall froze, turning their gazes toward the pair. Observing Agent Hill with her gun, the vampires quickly reacted, roaring in fury and charging towards them. Suemo, momentarily stunned by the spectacle, instinctively shielded Hill. "A wretched lot you are. Your dark deeds shall be exposed." As he spoke, an ultraviolet grenade appeared in his hand, which he hurled into the fray. Moments later, blinding light flooded the entire space. Exposure level, 1000. In an instant, the vampires were incinerated to ash by the searing rays. When the brilliance faded, nearly all the vampires had vanished, leaving only a few quick-witted ones who had managed to hide behind support pillars, thus escaping the onslaught. Hill exhaled deeply. "After this mission, I believe I require some psychological therapy. Perhaps you need to vent your frustrations." With that, Suemo handed her the silver blade. Hill accepted it and charged towards the surviving vampires. Although these vampires had survived, the intense light still scorched their skin, rendering them nearly powerless against Hill. In less than 5 minutes, all the vampires were reduced to ashes. Suemo was the first to stride towards the passage on the opposite side of the hall. Following the corridor to the end, he found yet another elevator. This place was indeed fortified, with no survivors left. Suemo drew his combat knife forged from adamantium and swiftly demolished the elevator doors. "Wait here, I shall descend to investigate." With that, Suemo leaped into the dark elevator shaft. He landed lightly atop the elevator, carving a hole beneath him to drop into the elevator itself. Upon exiting the elevator, he found himself in a corridor less than 10 meters long, leading to a metallic door. As he approached, the door opened automatically, revealing the scene beyond. In a dim hall, a circle of pale-faced vampires sat surrounding a platform in the center, where a 17 or 18-year-old girl was bound. The girl's appearance was identical to that of the girl he had rescued from the ancient castle. Suemo instantly surmised that she must be the sister of that girl. Observing the circle of vampires, it was evident they were engaged in some sinister ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo switched to his specially designed pistol, raising it to unleash a flurry of precise shots. Although unaware of the adversary's intentions, as an enemy, it is invariably correct to mindlessly thwart their endeavors. However, it is evident that these vampires hold a significant status within their kind, their prowess far surpassing that of the common undead. With agile leaps, they evaded the oncoming silver bullets, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged towards Suemo. Yet, Suemo remained undeterred, extending his right hand. He traced a delicate arc in the air, redirecting the bullets that had narrowly missed the vampires, now hurtling back toward them with at least double the velocity. Caught off guard, the vampires were instantaneously pierced by the barrage, disintegrating into ash. As Suemo prepared to ascend the high platform, his gaze halted abruptly. A flying knife had been released from his grasp, severing the ropes binding a girl, who then stumbled away from the platform, her unconscious state shaken into awareness by the commotion. She gazed at Suemo in confusion. Who are you? Noticing that she appeared relatively unharmed, Suemo gently set her down. I have been sent by your sister to rescue you. Upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. Sister? I am my parents' only daughter. How could I have a sister? At her words, Sumo's expression shifted, a sense of dread washing over him. Oh no, he exclaimed, swiftly lifting her to flee. Yet, it was too late. The surrounding walls were enveloped in a shroud of black energy. A woman, resembling the girl beside him, descended gracefully from the air. It is too late to escape now. Chapter 26, Agatha the Dark Witch. As the woman landed, her visage underwent a remarkable transformation. By the time she stood mere paces away from them, she had morphed into a middle-aged woman, draped in a black robe, appearing to be in her 50s. Who are you? Suemo inquired cautiously, surmising that she was a witch. Currently, he was most reluctant to confront such enigmatic foes, whose methods could be exceedingly unpredictable. Seeing Sumo's wary expression, a faint smile graced the woman's lips. Me? I have lived for so long that I can scarcely remember my original name. Let me think. A look of nostalgia flickered across the witch's face. Moments later, she snapped back to reality, her demeanor brimming with excitement. Ah, I remember. You may call me Agatha. Agatha. Sumo's countenance altered. He was no stranger to Agatha, who could be deemed one of the most formidable dark sorceresses in the Marvel realm. Having once sought to usurp Wanda's chaotic power, though she ultimately failed, her prowess in dark magic was undeniable. The disappearances in this town, were they caused by you? Certainly not. To be precise, it was these wretched vampires who are responsible. Agatha shook her head. My sole target is this little girl. However, she has become of no use to me now, for I have found a more suitable candidate. With that, Agatha's gaze fell upon Suemo, and without warning, she launched her attack. A sphere of black energy erupted from her hand, hurtling toward him. Suemo dodged to the side with a swift motion, and simultaneously, several flying knives shot forth from his person. In the instant he evaded, a violet portal manifested along his trajectory. Suemo had no time to sidestep and was engulfed by the portal, only to find himself positioned at the very center of the altar, a mere few meters away. Not good. Sumo's expression shifted once more as he hurriedly attempted to escape the altar. Yet, Agatha was far from unprepared. A transparent energy barrier materialized around the altar, encasing him within. Suemo struck the barrier with all his might, causing a violent tremor and forming a spiderweb-like crack upon its surface. However, the fissure mended itself almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, a smile of delight stretched across Agatha's face. Indeed, this body not only boasts longevity, but also a formidable physique that rivals even the Hulk. By seizing this vessel, I need not fear the ravages of aging for centuries to come, and I can rectify the inherent frailty of a witch's body. Splendid. Splendid. Ha ha. Suemo grasped the implications of her words. Like sorcerers and mages, even the mightiest are bound by the limitations of their lifespans. Even the powerful Sorcerer Supreme, Dormammu, required sustenance from the dark dimension to prolong his life. Agatha, as a witch, was no exception. From her words, it was evident that she could not extend her life as Dormammu did. Instead, she sought to achieve longevity through possession. Wait, Suemo suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that you, a woman, wish to possess me, a man? Agatha's laughter abruptly ceased. Fear not. Once my soul inhabits your body, I shall transform it to reflect my own. Good heavens. You, a woman, wish to enter a man's body? This is utterly preposterous. The most intolerable aspect was that she intended to reshape his body into her likeness. At that moment, Agatha commenced her possession ritual. Deep purple runes on the altar began to illuminate, and Agatha slowly levitated above it, uttering a series of incomprehensible incantations. Observing this, Suemo ceased to hold back. Earlier, he had managed to crack the shield with sheer physical strength. Now, augmented by psychic power, shattering the barrier would be a trivial task. He donned a layer of battle armor, launching himself skyward, his fist imbued with the might of hundreds of tons, crashing down upon the barrier. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the barrier crumbled into violet energy, dissipating in an instant. Unyielding, Suemo surged toward Agatha, who was still engrossed in her incantation. Clearly unprepared for this turn of events, a flicker of terror crossed her face as she attempted to evade. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to Sumo's. Almost instantaneously, his fist descended upon her. In a moment of peril, Agatha unleashed a torrent of deep purple energy, conjuring a protective shield around her. However, the barrier shattered almost immediately under Sumo's relentless assault. No! A scream echoed as Agatha's frail form exploded into a mist of crimson. Before Sumo could even catch his breath, a shadowy wraith erupted from the blood mist, plunging straight into his brow. In the space where Agatha once stood, a tome radiating dark energy began to hover, evidently the dark grimoire she wielded. Within 5 seconds, the tome transformed into a streak of light, following Agatha into Sumo's mind. As Agatha's soul entered Sumo's body, his gaze dulled, and he plummeted from the sky, his body now beyond his control. Given his current physical prowess, it is hardly surprising that he would endure little harm from a mere drop of 10 meters, let alone from heights exceeding 100. Following Agatha's corporeal destruction, the dark energy enveloping the grand hall began to dissipate. Hill's figure burst through the grand doors, rushing in. Upon seeing Sumo lying on the ground, Hill hurriedly approached and assisted him to his feet. The girl, who had been hiding nearby, also rushed forward to lend her aid. What happened? Hill inquired, placing her hand on Sumo's nose to check his breath, then turning to the girl beside her. The girl recounted the events that transpired in the hall. Upon hearing her account, Hill's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, the witch has taken over. From the girl's retelling, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What to do? What to do? Even Hill, who could maintain her composure in the face of the most vicious brigands, felt a wave of panic rise within her. When confronted with such enigmatic forces, she possessed no experience to draw upon. Chapter 27. The God of Death, Zysorn. What does it matter if you destroy my body? You shall not prevail. Agatha's soul, initially brimming with a sense of triumph, surged into Sumo's consciousness. However, upon beholding the Starlight Tower at the heart of his mind, seemingly existing in another realm, her voice faltered. The aura emanating from the tower sent shivers down her spine. Cautiously, she scrutinized the Starlight Tower and the figure of Sumo standing beneath it. Boy, you have indeed surprised me. I did not anticipate such a treasure residing within your body. With that, Agatha elegantly waved her hand, summoning the dark grimoire into her palm. Yet, she reassured herself. All of this is ultimately futile. Nothing can withstand me. With the dark grimoire in hand, Agatha regained her confidence. Sumo inspected the pitch-black tome radiating dark energy in her grasp. He understood well that this was merely a replica of the dark grimoire, its contents nearly identical to the original. Sometimes, excessive arrogance can be detrimental. I hope you remain so defiant for a while longer. As Agatha spoke, a surge of pure dark energy emanated from the dark grimoire, transforming into tendrils that coiled towards Sumo. She regarded him with a pitying gaze. Submit your soul willingly. Agatha was acutely aware of the dark grimoire's formidable power. It not only contained all the dark magic created by Zysorn, but had also evolved into a potent artifact through the ages, enhanced by prolonged contact with numerous dark sorcerers. With the grimoire's augmentation, her dark magic's casting speed and potency could potentially double. At the moment the grimoire unleashed its dark energy, the Starlight Tower hovering above Sumo stirred, the 9th layer's vortex quaking slightly. An unusual wave of energy seemed to emanate from another dimension, sweeping towards Agatha and the dark grimoire. The tendrils extending from the grimoire vanished as they made contact with this energy, as if obliterated. Agatha's expression turned grave. With a flourish of her hands, more dark energy spilled forth from the grimoire, transforming into tendrils to counter the energy released by the vortex. However, these tendrils could not slow the advance of the energy in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the energy reached Agatha. No. With a heart-rending scream, Agatha's soul, along with the tendrils, vanished from Sumo's consciousness. Once the energy had passed, only the dark grimoire remained, slowly floating in place. Seeing the grimoire left behind, Sumo's eyes brightened. He was not surprised that the Starlight Tower could crush his opponent. After all, it was a weapon of divine caliber, capable of overcoming even a witch. He stepped forward, reaching out to retrieve the dark grimoire. Although the devouring system possessed formidable combat power, it still struggled against magical foes early on. Gaining control over the dark grimoire would undoubtedly remedy this deficiency. This was a counterpart to the Trinity Book of the Vishandi, a tome representing the pinnacle of magic in this world. However, just as Sumo was about to grasp the dark grimoire, the Starlight Tower at the center of his consciousness trembled, and the grimoire transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the tower. At the instant the grimoire entered the Starlight Tower, Zysorn, the colossal god of death, awakened from an abyssal slumber. My power. In that moment, he felt a rapid depletion of his strength. The speed was such that within the span of 2 breaths, a tenth of his power had already been siphoned away. Upon closer examination, he discerned that this was a follower utilizing black magic to draw upon his strength. As the god of death and the creator of dark magic, all who employed such sorcery required his power to succeed in their endeavors. Naturally, as a cost, those who used his power would gradually be eroded by it, ultimately leading to their souls being consumed. Wait, Zysorn almost instantaneously dismissed this possibility. Even the mightiest million dark sorcerers could not deplete his strength at such an alarming rate. With no time to ponder, Zysorn hastily cast a spell, attempting to halt the outflow of his power. After all, at this rate of energy extraction, he would not last half a minute before being utterly drained. Should that occur, he, the god of death, would become a laughingstock in the realm of demons for perishing due to the energy borrowed from his followers. In a fleeting moment, Zysorn's expression shifted dramatically. No, it cannot be. He howled in a frenzy. His earlier attempts revealed that no matter how he severed the connection, the rate of dark energy loss from his body remained unchanged. This unprecedented situation left his mind reeling. His own dark magic, which required his magical energy, was now being drawn without his consent. This was not borrowing, it was outright theft. Zysorn roared in rage. However, as one of the ancient four gods, he quickly regained his composure. The immediate priority was to preserve his own life. With this thought, a vast purple magic circle enveloped his colossal form composed of dark energy. Endless dark energy surged towards him, replenishing the energy he had lost. He was situated in the underworld he had crafted over countless years, a realm teeming with dark energy, ripe for his absorption. As the energy flooded in, he barely managed to stabilize the outflow, maintaining a precarious balance. Once the situation was momentarily secured, Zysorn finally had the opportunity to sense the myriad realms. Curse that bastard. Should I find you, I will ensure your soul is scorched in hellfire for 1,000,000 years. After what felt like an eternity, found you, Zysorn proclaimed with exhilaration, as his consciousness descended into the world where Su-Mo resided. With his abilities, he could effortlessly inhabit the body of anyone within this realm. After possessing a host, he could only unleash 1% of his capabilities. Yet, he doubted that in such a diminished state, he could contend with the formidable adversaries intent on forcibly siphoning his energy. At the summit of Mount Vagda, within the Dark Temple, tendrils of dark energy surged forth from intricately carved rock walls. Ultimately, they coalesced in mid-air into a tome of obsidian hue, the original Dark Scripture. Simultaneously, a black spatial portal slowly materialized within the cavern. Under the manipulation of Zysorn, the Dark Scripture flickered and vanished into the newly opened gateway. Chapter 28. Two Dark Scriptures. In the subterranean expanse of the bar, Su-Mo gradually regained consciousness. After the Stellar Tower absorbed the copy of the Dark Scripture, he had attempted numerous methods to retrieve it, all to no avail. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to this fate, for, strictly speaking, Agatha had also been extinguished by the Stellar Tower, thus making her a trophy of the tower. Upon seeing Su-Mo awaken, Hill and the young girl beside him were not filled with relief, but rather trepidation. They instinctively took a few steps back, and Hill drew his handgun, pointing it at Su-Mo. Who are you? The witch's soul had entered Su-Mo's body, and they were uncertain whether the figure before them was indeed Su-Mo or the witch who had successfully usurped him. Rest assured, the witch has been utterly eradicated. Su-Mo replied listlessly. Watching the Dark Scripture slip away from his grasp, he felt a twinge of melancholy. How can you prove that you are indeed yourself? Hill did not lower his weapon at this simple assertion. Faced with such a niche query, Su-Mo pondered for a moment before ultimately shrugging his shoulders. All right, how would you like me to prove it? Hill found herself momentarily stumped by the question. After some contemplation, she finally inquired, what color was my clothing when we first met? As she spoke, seemingly due to the intensity of her previous exertions, she removed her outer coat, revealing a form-fitting athletic top underneath that showcased her impressive physique. Su-Mo could not help but steal a few glances, though only with an appreciative gaze. Simultaneously, he recalled the details. The enhancement of his mental faculties had bestowed upon him a memory far superior to that of an ordinary person, approaching an infallible level. Black. Hill nodded. For now, I shall believe you. With that, she turned and strode towards the exit. We ought to leave this place swiftly before more vampires arrive. Su-Mo observed her retreating figure and quickly followed. Is this so hasty? You took my word just like that? He had anticipated the need for extensive explanations. Yet Hill had merely required this simple validation to accept him. Hill glanced back at him. That has nothing to do with your question. As she donned her outer coat once more, she elucidated. Just now, you inadvertently glanced at my chest 6 times. I hardly believe a witch would have any interest in my figure. Upon hearing this, Su-Mo was taken aback, silently commending her sharpness. You truly are a professional agent. Nonetheless, he added playfully, but I think, Ms. Hill, you might want to validate a few more times, don't you think? The group took the elevator back to the bar's lower level. Following the earlier events, the bar was now deserted. Just as they prepared to exit, a spatial portal began to open beside them. The dark scripture, under Zysorn's control, flickered and vanished into Sumo's forehead. Back again. Sumo could only emit a sound of exasperation before closing his eyes and once more losing consciousness. Fortunately, Hill reacted swiftly, supporting him. The rescued young girl assisted Hill in placing Sumo onto a nearby chair. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to Hill and asked, "Is he running a bookstore in his brain?" Hill, hearing this, felt a mix of exasperation. In such a brief span, a witch in 2 tomes had already infiltrated Sumo's mind. Perhaps, in the realm of the mind, upon its entry, the dark scripture did not pause for even a moment, heading straight for the location of the stellar tower. As it drew nearer, Zysorn could increasingly sense his own power surging towards that destination. With each passing moment, the stellar tower loomed larger in his perception, and yet the distance between them seemed to stretch infinitely. Damn it, what is this thing? Feeling the dark scripture he controlled becoming increasingly insignificant before the tower, Zysorn understood that if he persisted, this fragment of his consciousness might very well be lost. Gritting his teeth, Zysorn commanded the dark scripture to retreat. At this moment, he also came to a stark realization. The opponent's strength surpassed his own. Continuing on this path would likely lead to his demise. Noticing the escape attempt, the stellar tower finally stirred. A beam of light shot forth from its pinnacle, illuminating the dark scripture. No, like ice melting away. The consciousness of Zysorn clinging to it was instantly obliterated. The authentic dark scripture transformed once more into a stream of light, merging back into the stellar tower. Sumo, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of astonishment. From the ancient appearance of the dark scripture, it was easy to deduce that it was indeed the genuine article. Given the timeline, it was likely that the one capable of controlling the dark scripture at this moment was the underworld deity, Zysorn. Is this underworld god truly so petty? He pursues someone over a mere counterfeit? Yet, what of Agatha, who has gazed upon it for centuries? Unable to grasp the crux of the matter, Sumo resolved to disregard it and approached the stellar tower directly. Come on, let us negotiate. With 2 nearly identical tomes, could you spare me one? I wouldn't even mind a counterfeit. However, the stellar tower seemed indifferent to his pleas. Standing before it, Sumo attempted to communicate, asserting that it was a recognized artifact under his dominion and deserved to show him some respect. Yet, it became evident that either his clout was insufficient or the stellar tower lacked any semblance of intelligence, as it offered no response despite his lengthy entreaties. Resigned, Sumo retreated from the tower. In Camartage, within an ancient hall, at the center on a circular dais hung the most powerful artifact of the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Eye of Agamotto. The moment Zysorn manipulated the dark scripture, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, emanating a wave of magical energy that radiated outward. Oh no! The Elder Guardian, Old Wong, paled at the sight. Before he could signal, a portal opened, and the figure of the Ancient One emerged. With a gentle gesture, the Ancient One summoned the Eye of Agamotto, which encircled her neck, and she formed a seal, allowing a flood of information to enter her mind. Moments later, the Ancient One slowly opened her eyes. The anxious Old Wong approached her. What transpired? The Ancient One carefully returned the Eye of Agamotto to its pedestal. Just now, the Vishanti detected the presence of the underworld deity in this realm, using the Eye of Agamotto to alert us. Underworld deity? At the mention of this name, a flicker of concern crossed Old Wong's eyes. One of the 4 ancient gods, Zysorn, who is exponentially more powerful than Dormammu. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded. Regrettably, we only sensed a fleeting moment before he vanished from Earth, leaving us uncertain whether he departed or concealed himself. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the mural depicting the Sanctum of New York carved into the wall of the temple. It seemed that soon, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Chapter 29, The Arcane Secrets of Phantoms. The Netherworld. Damn it, you scoundrel, you thief. The very earth trembled in resonance with the ferocity of Zysorn's roar. One could hardly blame his fury. He had ventured to confront his adversary bearing the Tome of Darkness, only to find a portion of his consciousness obliterated. This inflicted harm upon his very essence. Moreover, the connection between him and the tome had been irrevocably severed. It was not until half an hour later that the netherworld began to regain its tranquility. This was not due to Zysorn's calmness, but rather because the gravitational pull within him had doubled in intensity. His rate of energy absorption paled in comparison to that of his foe. If this continued, he would soon be utterly drained. From their recent confrontation, it was evident that the Tome of Darkness, under his command, exhibited little resistance in the hands of his opponent. Although only a fragment of his consciousness was affixed to it, One could easily deduce that had the roles been reversed, he too would not have been able to dispose of it so effortlessly. This indicated that his adversary's strength was undoubtedly superior. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Engaging in a fight at equal levels would be considered a true contest. But for him to charge in would merely be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. Therefore, his only course of action was to muster every ounce of strength he possessed to frantically siphon energy from the netherworld. Although his own energy reserves were critically low, it was likely that this strategy would allow him to endure for several months. He could only pray that his opponent would cease before he was completely drained. When Suemo awoke, he found himself relocated to an outer vehicle. "You're awake," exclaimed the girl who had been rescued, her face alight with joy as she regarded him. Suemo surveyed his surroundings and realized that they were the sole occupants of the car. "Where's Hill?" he inquired. "Over there." The girl pointed in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Suemo noticed that the bar was now surrounded by police cars. Hill was engaged in conversation with the leading officer. The girl seemed quite intrigued by Suemo, for in a sense, this could be considered a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Through her introduction, Suemo learned her name, Gemma Simmons. She had grown up in New York and was currently pursuing a doctorate in chemistry at the State University of New York. Her visit to the quaint town of Sarah was intended for leisure, yet she had unexpectedly found herself embroiled in such an affair. "May I contact you in the future?" Simmons asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Unable to refuse her hopeful gaze, Suemo nodded in agreement. They then exchanged phone numbers. Of course. Just then, Hill opened the car door and took a seat inside. It appeared that 2 rooms would suffice for the night. Suemo, ignoring Hill's jest, posed a question. "What shall we do about the remaining stragglers?" Hill shook her head in response. "As it stands, there seems to be no effective solution. Completely eradicating these vampires is unlikely. But I suspect that after this incident, they will be more cautious in the future." Suemo nodded in agreement. The number of vampires in this world was vast, making total eradication impossible. As long as a few remained, it wouldn't be long before they proliferated once more, much like a horde of zombies. However, he recalled that within the Tome of Darkness, there existed a spell capable of annihilating all vampires in one fell swoop. After all, if his memory served him correctly, the origin of the vampires was connected to the tome itself. This was also why Agatha was able to command these creatures. Regrettably, the tome had been taken into the Star Tower. Had he mastered it, the ability to eradicate all vampires at once would likely yield a substantial amount of points. Opening the marketplace, he checked the price of the tome. 50 million points. Well then, it was utterly impossible to amass such points in a short time. Hill parked the car outside the inn and retrieved a confidentiality agreement from seemingly nowhere, handing it to Simmons. "Sign this. And you must not speak of anything that transpired today." Simmons took the agreement but did not rush to open it. Instead, she inquired, "I am curious about the organization you belong to. Are there any requirements for joining?" "Can I join? You wish to join us?" Hill appeared taken aback by her question. "Indeed, I will be obtaining my doctorate in chemical physics in 2 months." Simmons quickly elaborated. Upon hearing this, Hill's demeanor shifted. Within SHIELD, besides agents like themselves who were involved in combat, there was also a need for various researchers and logistical support. A doctorate in chemistry was indeed a rare asset for SHIELD. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Consider this carefully. If you are truly interested, return to headquarters with me tomorrow. Is that really possible?" Upon hearing this, Simmons cast a furtive glance at Suemo before leaping up in excitement. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she was still seated in the car. With a thud, she clutched her head as she bent down. After a night's rest, the 3 set off early the next morning, departing the town. In Brooklyn, New York, the White Queen languidly reclined in a chair before the large window on the 2nd floor. "It seems you've been faring quite well lately," Suemo teased as he entered the room. Hearing his voice, the White Queen turned her head. Indeed, aside from a bit of boredom, there has been nothing particularly adverse. "Trust me, in the time to come, you shall long for such tranquility," Suemo remarked. "It appears I shall soon be of service." "Of course," Suemo nodded, stepping closer. "However, before that, your abilities require further enhancement." With a flourish of his hand, several sheets of paper appeared, which he then handed to the White Queen. These contained a portion of the techniques he had selected from his mental repository, specifically designed for cultivating psychic power, phantom magic. This was a secret art belonging to the lineage of psychic illusionists, encompassing techniques such as divine hammer to hone mental strength, into the dream for casting illusions, and methods for cultivating soul seals. The soul seal, as the foundation for illusionists, was the cornerstone of their might, capable of subjugating all sentient beings. In Sumo's view, the White Queen's telepathy bore similarities to the capabilities of illusionists, and her talent was indeed remarkable. There was no reason she would be unable to master these arcane arts. Admittedly, the sheets contained only half of the content, but that would suffice for Emma to train for quite a while. Emma received the papers with a look of skepticism, doubting that mere text could significantly augment her prowess. After skimming through the pages casually, her eyes lit up, and her expression grew increasingly serious. As she delved deeper into the material, her breathing quickened, and a flush of excitement crept across her cheeks. Good heavens, this is utterly astonishing. Is everything recorded here genuine? Upon concluding her review, the White Queen gazed at Sumo with shining eyes. Of course, I have no intention of deceiving you with something that can only be verified through trial. Oh my gosh. The exhilarated White Queen seemed momentarily at a loss for words. She then wrapped her arms around Sumo's neck in delight. With a smile gracing his features, he gazed at the other. My dear, there are certain aspects here that elude my understanding. Might we retire to a room for further discussion? Upon hearing this, Sumo cast a glance at the nearby floor-to-ceiling windows. I believe this place is quite suitable. Chapter 30. The Codex of Gods and Demons, Amplification of Mental Strength. After Sumo generously imparted his knowledge, Emma eagerly entered the room to practice this secret art. Sumo, meanwhile, made his way to another villa situated less than 2 kilometers away, where Wanda and Pietro resided. The rationale for placing the White Queen in this location was to ensure the protection of Wanda and her companion. Thanks to her telepathic abilities, Emma could keep a watchful eye on everything occurring there. Upon stepping into the villa, he spotted Pietro outdoors, performing frog jumps while hoisting a barbell. After nearly a month of rigorous training and the nourishing effects of beast flesh, Pietro's strength had surged to over 800 kilograms, bringing him close to the threshold of a martial artist. Bearing a barbell weighing more than 200 pounds, he moved with remarkable ease. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pietro's gaze brightened when he noticed Sumo's arrival. He promptly discarded the barbell and embraced him. Hey Su, you're finally back. Sumo chuckled as he patted Pietro's shoulder. It seems you've made significant progress during my absence. At this, Pietro's face lit up with excitement. It's unbelievable. Do you have any idea how strong I am now? Close to 900 pounds. My running speed nearly reaches 20 meters per second. If I were to compete in the Olympics, gold medals would be mine for the taking. Observing Pietro's animated display of enthusiasm, Sumo smiled softly. It was no wonder that he was eager to participate in the Olympics after his rapid awakening of super speed. It appeared that this idea was deeply ingrained in him. Calm down a bit, Pietro. You should realize that according to the training regimen I provided, you are still not even at the entry level. All right. Upon hearing Sumo's advice, Pietro gradually composed himself. By the way, Wanda is in the backyard, he pointed out. Sumo nodded. Continue. He then made his way toward the rear of the villa. Upon entering the backyard, he found Wanda diligently trimming the branches of some flowers with a small pair of scissors. Sumo approached from behind, unnoticed until he wrapped his arms around her waist. Startled, Wanda nearly plunged the scissors into him before recognizing it was Sumo. Breathing a sigh of relief, she lowered her hand holding the scissors. If you do that again, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally stab you. Sumo remained unfazed. Even if the scissors had indeed struck, it would be impossible for them to harm him. With a gentle motion of his right hand, a bouquet of roses materialized in his grasp. Wow, Wanda exclaimed, taking the bouquet with a delighted smile. Is this magic? Of course, Sumo shamelessly admitted, before smoothing out Wanda's slightly disheveled hair. I've put you through quite an ordeal during this time, keeping you hidden away like this. In response, Wanda's face broke into a small smile. Not at all. I find this lifestyle rather pleasant. Tending to the flowers every day and not worrying about making ends meet is a vast improvement compared to our previous life in Sokovia. Rest assured, this situation will not last much longer. After spending a night resting in the villa, Sumo returned to the estate. Sitting in the gym, he opened his attribute list. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 103, 560 kilograms. Speed, 390 ms. Mental strength, 408, 600 kilograms. Special abilities, none. Points, 34, 160. After a period of time utilizing the mental core in his mind, his strength, speed, and mental power had all seen considerable enhancement. Following the annihilation of several hundred vampires, his points had risen to over 30,000 once again. However, he had no intention of redeeming them just yet. While the repeated use of the spirit of Flora could significantly bolster his strength, it would only allow him to reach the pinnacle of a demigod, making it impossible to break through to planetary level. Moreover, it was not advisable to excessively use the Spirit of Flora for strength enhancement in the short term. It would be far more prudent to accumulate enough points to directly exchange for artifacts that could facilitate his breakthrough. Such artifacts were not scarce. Wood Spirit Essence, Crimson Flame Fruit, Condensing Light Grass, and Thunder Liquid. Any one of these could elevate his martial prowess to planetary level. The most affordable, Wood Spirit Essence, required over 50,000 points. With just about 20,000 points left, he was confident he could gather them in no time. Since he had no immediate plans to redeem artifacts, he would focus on enhancing his strength through amplifying his power. Currently, Suemo had advanced the Thunderblade to the 3rd layer with a power amplification of 3, allowing him to exert double his original strength. Meanwhile, his mental energy amplification reached 6, enabling him to simultaneously control 6 flying daggers, each maintaining its maximum force. In comparison, enhancing his mental energy proved to be relatively easier. For his mental energy secret art, he chose a technique known as Codex of Gods and Demons. The codex contained a total of 99 illustrations, each depicting a complex 3-dimensional image of a god or demon. With a thought, the 7th illustration appeared in his mind. The illustrations became increasingly intricate as one progressed. This 7th one depicted a humanoid figure with wings, its entire form crafted from strands of mental energy. After observing intently for a moment, Suemo unleashed his mental power, transforming it into golden threads that intertwined in the air before him. In a short span, half of the deity's body materialized. However, as the strands multiplied, Suemo began to feel the strain. Suddenly, he realized he could no longer maintain the intricate web of threads, and the entire ethereal figure dissipated with a resounding crash. Sighing, Suemo took a brief respite before recommencing his efforts in the air. The hallmark of successful training required him to depict the complete form of the deity within a minute. The passage of time during training often felt monotonous. For the following period, Suemo remained in the villa, continuously enhancing his mental power amplification. After nearly a month, he managed to elevate his mental strength amplification to 12. Furthermore, this constant expenditure of mental energy constituted a form of training in itself, steadily increasing the intensity of his mental prowess. Presently, his mental strength had reached 432 tons. While simultaneously controlling 12 daggers, the cumulative impact could reach over 5,000 tons. It was time to decisively eliminate the threat posed by Old Juan. Standing on the villa's balcony, Suemo vanished into the sky with a flash. Chapter 31, Magneto and Mystique. Krakoa Island, located approximately 300 nautical miles northeast of New York, is a remote isle with the nearest land over 80 nautical miles away. This distance accounts for the sparse permanent population on the island, with only a few thousand residents inhabiting a small town. On the far side of the town, at the seaside, stood buildings with moss-covered exteriors. This place once served as a private prison but had been abandoned over a decade ago. Since the rumors of haunting within the prison on the island emerged a few years ago, the inhabitants have largely refrained from venturing close to this area. At this moment, atop a watchtower within the prison stood a mutant with strikingly pale blue eyes. His gaze continuously swept over the distant sea, and upon fixing his sight on a particular direction, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The reason was simple. In the direction he was observing, a yacht was slowly making its way toward them. However, the man did not dwell on it for too long. Although the island was situated in a remote maritime region, it was not uncommon for luxury yachts owned by the affluent to navigate these waters. Typically, a mere show of force from them would suffice to send these life-preserving millionaires scurrying away. With this thought in mind, the man picked up the intercom. "Mike, a yacht is approaching us. Give them a taste of what we can do." On the shore, in a quaint wooden cabin, a young man with dark skin, upon hearing the transmission, revealed a hint of excitement in his smile. "Rest assured, I will ensure they have an unforgettable experience." After setting down the intercom, he stepped out of the cabin, gazing at a small white dot emerging on the horizon. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he took a running leap and plunged into the water. As he entered the sea, the currents around him responded to his command, propelling him swiftly toward the yacht. On board the yacht, Suemo and the White Queen lounged beneath the canopy on the deck, each cradling a glass of champagne. "It seems a little fish is swimming our way," the White Queen exclaimed with a smile, taking a sip of her drink while casting her gaze toward a specific point beneath the surface. "Do you mind if I experiment with my newly acquired abilities on him?" "Feel free," Suemo replied with a subtle smile. After a period of diligent practice, the White Queen's illusionary prowess had significantly improved. The most pivotal aspect was that she had finally condensed her first soul seal. This meant that by projecting this soul seal into another's consciousness, she could secure a permanent servant, unable to escape her control, even if their power surpassed hers 100-fold. Regrettably, the process of condensing a soul seal was not a trivial task. It took her a full month to succeed, even with her innate telepathic abilities. This soul seal was, of course, intended for Magneto, which explains Sumo's prolonged wait. After all, when facing Magneto, the quantity of knives he could manipulate would make little difference. Even decades ago, Magneto could easily control submarines weighing over 1,000 tons. Thus, if Magneto was prepared, even 100 knives would scarcely make an impact. Sumo's telekinesis was primarily effective for its element of surprise, and controlling the opponent with a soul seal was the strategy he devised to counter Magneto effectively. Given that Magneto dared to plot against him, Sumo was determined not to let him off lightly. Compared to simply eliminating him, the prospect of permanently enslaving him aligned more closely with Sumo's interests. With Sumo's approval, the White Queen's eyes shimmered with a silvery light. Within moments, a loud splash resonated beside the yacht as the man, named Mike, leapt out of the water, landing with a thud on the deck like a lifeless fish. Once we have Magneto under control, this man will be considered one of our subordinates. Keeping him around may prove beneficial in the future, the White Queen explained. As the one tasked with executing this plan, she was acutely aware of Sumo's intentions. Currently, there were a total of 138 mutants on the island, most of whom were of low tier, with only 4 possessing any notable combat capabilities: Magneto, Blob, Pyro, and Spike. The White Queen, Emma, recounted the information gleaned from Mike's mind. Spike, Sumo replied, momentarily taken aback. While he was familiar with the first 3, he had not heard of this Spike. Spike can generate bone spurs from his wrists, which he can use for throwing or as close-range weapons. The White Queen explained with a smile. Sumo's expression shifted to one of realization. He seemed to recall something along those lines. However, in terms of power, it paled in comparison to an ordinary person wielding a firearm. It was evident how far the Brotherhood had fallen if someone like this was considered a formidable fighter within their ranks. At that moment, the mutant standing in the watchtower noticed that the yacht was nearing the shore, and that Mike, who had gone to intercept, had failed to make contact. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to rush toward the main building. Yet, he had barely taken 2 steps before his vision blurred and he collapsed unconscious. In the uppermost chamber of the prison, Magneto, donned in a helmet, stood before a peculiar cell. Raven, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I only plead with you to set aside your hatred and join us once more in the struggle for the future of mutants. Within the cell before Eric was a short-haired woman with fair skin, seated on the bed and gazing out with an emotionless expression. I do not wish to be cast aside once again when I am of no use. Eric rushed to explain. Raven, listen, that was never my intention. Without your powers, remaining with us would only jeopardize you. However, Raven, confined within the cell, clearly did not trust his words, her face contorting into a scornful expression. Is that so? Then I must have truly misjudged you. Raven, silence. She interrupted with a furious roar, her expression gradually cooling as she fixed a cold gaze on Eric outside the cell. Kill me, or one day, I will twist your head from your neck. As she spoke, the skin on her body rippled, transforming her into the likeness of a middle-aged man. Your mother perished at my hands. Do you not wish to avenge her? You. Eric glared at Raven as she mocked him by assuming Black King's form, struggling to suppress his rage. Raven, one day you will understand that all I do is for the survival of our kind. With that, Eric turned on his heel and departed. Once alone, the shapeshifter Raven resumed her true form, her expression cold as she watched Magneto vanish down the corridor. As he descended the stairs, he encountered the figure of Pyro, Eric. Long time no see. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. On the shore, Magneto observed the approaching yacht, his expression shifting uneasily. The other mutants stood a distance of 10 meters behind him. It was worth noting that he had previously approached the White Queen multiple times, seeking her allegiance in his Brotherhood. After all, the only thing his Brotherhood lacked was a telepath like her. Should she join, many of his aspirations would become readily attainable. Yet, each time, without exception, she had rebuffed his advances. Now, with the White Queen approaching of her own accord, he did not presume it was due to her acquiescence to his prior requests. However, he remained unconcerned about any potential threats she might pose. Although his powers were not yet fully restored, the portion he had regained was more than sufficient for the task at hand. With the Black King's helmet, which could nullify psychic influence, he felt no trepidation regarding the White Queen's abilities, even if she managed to control all the mutants. He was confident in his capacity to handle the situation. After all, among the remaining individuals, the most formidable is the Red Tank, who, like himself, possesses immunity to each other's psychic abilities. The advantage lies with me. Soon, The yacht docked at the shore. To everyone's surprise, two figures disembarked from the vessel. The first being a young man, followed closely by the esteemed White Queen, whom he held in high regard. Who was this individual? Observing the young man in front, Eric's puzzled gaze shifted towards the White Queen behind him. However, she showed no intention of making introductions. Standing at the forefront, Suemo smiled lightly. Mr. Eric, I have heard that you are in dire need of funds, so I thought I would come and offer my support. After all, an investor must see the project and potential returns. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the expressions of the crowd following Magneto shifted simultaneously. Just a short while ago, they had been contemplating how to compel him to surrender his assets, and now he had come knocking at their door, clearly with ill intent. Meanwhile, Magneto's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward, leaning in towards Suemo. Kid, do not presume that having Emma at your back grants you the right to flaunt your might before me. Suemo, upon hearing this, revealed a gentle smile. Oh, so in Mr. Eric's eyes, this is what constitutes flaunting my might? Then what would this be? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumo's right foot shot out like lightning. Magneto barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as an overwhelming force surged through him, sending him crashing into several individuals behind him before violently colliding with a coconut tree not far off. After rebounding, he collapsed onto the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Seeking death, seeing Suemo take action, the red tank swiftly charged at him. Initially intending to intervene, Fireman Alexei extinguished the flames in his hands and turned to rush towards Magneto. Suemo regarded the approaching red tank, raising his right hand, where a layer of vibranium armor materialized on his arm, slowly forming a fist. Diamondization. He turned to Emma, offering a prompt, then sidestepped and threw a punch, amplifying his strength threefold. Boom. His fist collided with the shoulder of the charging red tank, unleashing an explosive force of 300 tons. In an instant, the red tank's body disintegrated into countless fragments of skin. Meanwhile, after being assisted by firemen, Magneto wasted no time wiping the blood from his mouth and quickly distanced himself from the other. He could not ascertain whether this was truly fireman or if he had been controlled by the White Queen. If the latter were true, he would undoubtedly be at her mercy. Fireman, witnessing Eric's actions, wore a pained expression. I am sorry, Alexei. I must be cautious, as I have already been manipulated by the White Queen without your knowledge. Fireman Alexei managed a grim smile. I understand. Just as their words concluded, a metallic helmet clattered to the ground at their feet. Only then did they glance towards Suemo. The sight before them was a hellish scene, with blood splattered across the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. A cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd of mutants, as they found themselves positioned directly in Sumo's line of sight. The remnants of the red tank's skin were smeared across their bodies. Despite each of them wielding several human lives, encountering such brutality for the first time was shocking. No, he is a demon, cried a female mutant, spiraling into panic and fleeing, triggering a chain reaction. The cries of despair echoed as over a third of the mutants broke down and scrambled to escape. Observing the mass exodus, Magneto's demeanor gradually cooled. You all leave first. I will handle things here, he instructed firemen, wiping away the blood from his lips as he began to levitate. Choosing not to eliminate me will be the most foolish decision of your life. Floating in the air, Magneto declared coldly. He then slowly spread his hands, and the magnetic field around him began to shift dramatically. Within moments, a powerful magnetic circle formed around him. Once he ensured his own safety, his gaze fell upon the White Queen behind Suemo. Emma, although I am uncertain what benefits he has offered you, you still have time to abandon him and join the Brotherhood. The White Queen chuckled and shook her head. I fear I must disappoint you. Upon hearing her refusal once more, Magneto's expression hardened. It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of your situation. Once I deal with this brat, you will change your mind. At that moment, Suemo diverted his attention from the system panel, astonished to find that merely defeating the red tank had yielded him over 20,000 points. He was now just 3,000 points shy of exchanging for the wooden child essence. It appears you believe victory is assured. Suemo lifted his gaze towards the airborne Magneto, a smirk playing on his lips. Magneto regarded Suemo with an air of indifference. The power within you is ultimately limited. Only those who can manipulate the forces of nature walk the true path. You know nothing of my strength. As his words fell, countless metallic objects within a kilometer began to rise from the ground, controlled by the magnetic field. Now, allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. Chapter 33, The Scene of Magneto's Might. At the moment Magneto unleashed his power, a piercing alarm rang throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury hurried into the operations command room. Can someone tell me what is happening? Coulson shook his tablet, projecting the scene onto the massive screen in the command room. The footage displayed the situation on Knack Island. Director, it seems Magneto is in conflict with someone. Zoom in on the footage. Nick Fury commanded, and the scene drew closer. However, the island was now enveloped in a powerful magnetic field under Magneto's control, obscuring any clear view of the events unfolding within. Director, although the conflict is occurring on the eastern side of Knack Island, if this continues, it could potentially affect the residents of Knack Town. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly contact Professor X. He understood that relying solely on S.H.I.E.L.D.S. ordinary agents to confront a mutant powerhouse like Magneto would be exceedingly difficult, unless they deployed large-scale destructive weapons, but such actions could spiral into chaos. With this in mind, he felt an urgent need to assemble a special emergency task force. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, in a classroom, Professor X, who had been teaching the children from his wheelchair, suddenly halted mid-sentence. He slowly turned his gaze towards the door. Sure enough, moments later, Beast Hank burst through. Professor, something has happened. Minutes later, a fighter jet took off from the academy. Inside the aircraft, Storm Ororo grumbled. Damn it, it seems the government's antidote developed through Jimmy isn't as reliable as we hoped. Jimmy, the boy capable of rendering mutants powerless, remained at the Mutant Academy after being rescued. Seated in the cabin, Wolverine Logan, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exclaimed, I always said I should have crushed that brat's heart back then. Born in 1832, he was nearing 2 centuries of existence, making such a reference to Magneto quite fitting. After several encounters, thanks to the adamantium coursing through his veins, Logan found himself utterly dominated by Magneto's abilities, often at the mercy of his whims, which naturally left him with an unfavorable impression of the man. Enough, Logan. Now is not the time for such discussions. Professor X interjected gravely. What we must consider now is how to thwart him. Hank McCoy adjusted his glasses, hesitating briefly before retrieving a plastic pistol from his backpack. Should we give him another shot? Logan shifted his weight away. To him, this object was akin to poison, likely capable of costing him his life with a single shot. How do you still possess such a thing? Hank shrugged. It was saved from our last battle. I thought it might come in handy one day. On Krakoa Island. Shimmer gazed in awe at the swirling metal around him. The title of Master of Metal was indeed well earned. Even without fully regaining his powers, the extent of his influence was remarkable. In the air, Magneto waved his right hand gently, causing countless metal fragments to coalesce, soon forming an enormous mass, conservatively estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons. With a victorious smile, Magneto addressed Shimmer below. I wonder if you can withstand this blow with your abilities. However, Shimmer remained unfazed. His reluctance to intervene stemmed from a firm belief in his ability to defeat his opponent. Magneto, much like a sorcerer, wielded formidable control over metal, powerful enough to challenge even those of planetary caliber. Yet, he bore a critical flaw, his physicality and reaction time. Even at his current physical capacity, with his speed at its peak, Shimmer could evade harm as long as he carried no metallic objects. Within the confines of his telekinetic reach, controlling Magneto would be child's play. Magneto's helmet was his most potent weapon. Observing the airborne Magneto, Shimmer slowly extended his right hand. You are celebrating too soon. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. The moment Magneto perceived Shimmer's action, he recognized the impending danger and hastily directed the massive metal block toward him. Unfortunately, it was too late. With Shimmer's fist closed, Magneto felt a searing pain erupting from his head, as the helmet designed to shield him from telepathy transformed into a rapidly constricting cage. Damn it, how is this possible? Magneto's expression shifted as he gripped his helmet, straining to remove it, but all was in vain. Under Shimmer's telekinetic influence, the neck portion of the helmet constricted to the diameter of his neck. Crafted by the Black King Shah to thwart Magneto, the helmet contained not a trace of metal, rendering him powerless to utilize magnetism to counteract its compression. As Shimmer intensified his telekinetic force, Eric felt as if his skull might explode. Kid, you've won. We can sit down and talk. He gritted through the pain, suppressing his rage. With his life in Shimmer's hands, he had no choice but to concede. Yet he silently vowed to rend him limb from limb once liberated from this predicament. Talk. Shimmer had no intention of parleying, instantly amplifying the pressure on the helmet. Magneto's pretentious demeanor was absurd, a mere facade born of necessity. Throughout his life, Magneto had never been a man of his word. Shimmer placed far greater faith in the reliability of soul imprints. As the telekinetic grip intensified, pain swiftly engulfed Magneto's consciousness. Ultimately, as the helmet shrank to its limit, a scream escaped Magneto's lips, and he lost consciousness. The surrounding magnetic field unraveled in an instant. The airborne metal plummeted to the ground, including the colossal mass under Magneto's control. Although Shimmer's telekinesis could not support the heavy mass, maneuvering it through the air was a trivial task. With a mental push, the metal block arced through the air, crashing into the distant sea. Subsequently, Shimmer guided Magneto's body to descend before Emma Frost, the White Queen. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the helmet reverted to its original form and fell away. The rest is up to you. Chapter 34. The Arrival of Mystique. The silver light in the White Queen's eyes gradually faded. Of course. Nodding, she pointed to a group of mutants approaching with vacant expressions. These are the ones you instructed me to select. Mutants whose crimes warrant a lifetime in prison. Well done. Shimmer commended, his gaze settling on the assembled mutants. While he dealt with the Red Tank and Magneto, Emma had been diligently utilizing her telepathic abilities to sift through the memories of these mutants, aiming to isolate those guilty of heinous acts. For Shimmer, these subpar mutants served only as a means to accrue points, and he felt no burden in eliminating them. A flurry of flying knives darted through the group of mutants under Emma's control. In less than 10 seconds, Shimmer's points surged by over 20,000. The White Queen began to employ her soul imprint. Casting a glance at the unconscious Magneto below, her silver light flared back to life, growing tremendously within just 2 breaths. At its zenith, a pale blue mark shot from her forehead, flashing before embedding itself in Magneto's brow. Moments later, a pattern flickered at his forehead before vanishing once more. At that moment, the White Queen slowly opened her eyes. Did it work? Absolutely, she affirmed, excitement illuminating her features. This sensation is utterly remarkable. I can effortlessly perceive his every thought and even manipulate his every decision. This is entirely different from the rudimentary control I had before. Shimmer nodded in understanding. He recognized that the previous control exerted by both the White Queen and Professor X was, in simpler terms, akin to temporary possession. They forcibly commandeered the other's body. In contrast, the soul imprint was a deeper manipulation, directly influencing one's very essence. Magneto would retain his consciousness, yet he would unconditionally obey her commands, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Then, let us awaken him. It's time for us to leave. With that, Shimmer grasped one of Magneto's legs and unceremoniously tossed him into the nearby sea. Watching the splash as Magneto fell into the water, the White Queen softly murmured, "Actually, I could have awakened him directly. Is that so? It seems unnecessary now." In a matter of moments, Magneto's figure surfaced from the water, slowly descending nearby. His gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions directed at the White Queen and Shimmer. At that moment, the animosity he harbored towards the two had nearly dissipated entirely. The White Queen cast a glance at her companion. "Eric, go wait for us on the boat." "Yes, my mistress," Eric replied with a nod, picking up the helmet from the ground and making his way towards the yacht. After employing the soul mark, this helmet had become utterly useless. In a sense, the soul mark served not only as a means of control, but also as a form of protection. The White Queen's soul mark would similarly safeguard Magneto's mind, shielding it from incursions by other telepaths. This secret technique had been meticulously refined through the efforts of countless powerful beings over innumerable epochs. Suemo did not believe that anyone in this world could unravel it, at least not on Earth. Once Magneto had entered the cabin of the boat, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the woods in front of them. These were mutants selected by the White Queen, deemed to still hold some value. Among them were the fireman and Raven, who had previously been confined in a cell. Upon sensing Raven's presence within the building, Emma reasserted control over Fireman, commanding him to bring Raven out. "I hope you will keep your promise," Raven said to Emma before leading the way onto the yacht. Suemo watched this scene with astonishment. Emma quickly interjected, "Mystique, I believe you've heard of her name. Trust me, she will be immensely beneficial to us." Suemo nodded. He was indeed familiar with her name. In his previous life, Mystique was renowned as the woman every man desired, without exception. After all, her ability allowed her to assume the appearance of anyone. Those who understood the advantages she offered were well aware. Of course, the significance of her contribution, as the White Queen had mentioned, was unlikely to pertain to such matters. Suemo had previously discussed with the White Queen his intention to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down evildoers. Although she was unaware of his underlying motivations, the White Queen showed no concern. In her view, since Suemo had resolved to pursue this course, all she needed to do was carry it out. Raven's abilities were particularly suited for assassination and intelligence gathering. Pondering this, Suemo inquired with curiosity, "So, what did you promise her?" The White Queen smiled. "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Her greatest hatred is directed towards Eric, and I simply promised her that from time to time. She could torment Eric for an hour until her anger subsided. Upon hearing this, Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the ability to command hellfire for such an extended period indicated that Emma was not one to show mercy. With the Soul Mark's control over Magneto, they need not worry about him turning against them even if he were tormented daily. Allowing Raven to vent her frustrations posed no real loss. Let us depart. Professor X and the others should be arriving soon. Suemo glanced at the time and promptly made his way onto the yacht. The White Queen cast one last glance at the island behind them, her eyes shimmering as she erased the memories of the remaining mutants on the island before following Suemo aboard the yacht. Less than 10 minutes after the yacht set sail, a fighter jet descended slowly onto the island. Soon after, the figures of Professor X and his companions emerged from the aircraft. "My goodness," Iceman Bobby exclaimed, gazing at the dozens of mutant corpses strewn across the clearing. "We have arrived too late." Professor X closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings, and spoke. "Ordinarily, my abilities would allow me to perceive even this small island within the confines of X Academy. Yet, I was unable to detect any consciousness here. In simpler terms, there had been no sign of human presence on the island according to his perception. However, the reality was evidently different. It was clear that a telepath akin to him had interfered with his abilities. Now that the other party had departed, he swiftly penetrated the minds of the surviving mutants. However, as he anticipated, these individuals possessed no recollection of the recent events. Storm surveyed the devastation that had nearly obliterated a third of the island. "It appears that Eric has encountered a formidable adversary. I wish to know where he is now. I am eager to teach him a lesson." Logan approached Professor X, wielding a plastic gun he had taken from Beast. "He is not on the island. Eric must have been captured, given the current state of the island." Professor X easily deduced this conclusion. Chapter 35, Death Island, The Plan. Suemo was indifferent to Professor X's conjectures. At this moment, he sat aboard the yacht, listening as Eric expounded upon his plans for establishing a mutant kingdom. According to him, his relentless pursuit of substantial funding was aimed at creating a sovereign realm for mutants. The location had already been selected, a cluster of islands in the Atlantic. Of course, the actual execution of such a vision was likely to be more complicated than it appeared. While construction could be approached gradually, it was imperative to first establish a defensive force. Therefore, he had sought channels within Mother Russia to procure several nuclear warheads. After a series of failures, Eric had come to the realization that mere brute force would not suffice in achieving his goals. Thus, he intended to pursue a more circuitous route. After listening to Eric's grand vision, Suemo couldn't help but admire Magneto's tenacity. After much contemplation, Suemo concluded that while Magneto's aspirations might be somewhat naive and unlikely to come to fruition, situating the organization's headquarters on the islands was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, Eric had already acquired the islands through some means. Located approximately 1,000 nautical miles off the eastern coast of the United States, it was known as Death Island. This archipelago was positioned along the route from America and Canada to Europe, and due to the dense reefs in the vicinity, it had formed a natural shipwreck graveyard, thus earning its ominous name. The main island spanned over 2,000 square kilometers, more than sufficient for constructing various facilities. Aboard the yacht, Suemo and his companions sailed directly eastward. Hours later, they arrived within the vicinity of Death Island. With Magneto's powers at play, the yacht docked smoothly at the main island. The island itself was predominantly oval-shaped, adorned with lush vegetation and thriving jungles, where several buildings crafted from pure metal had already been erected. Clearly, these were Magneto's handiwork. Upon entering one of the metallic structures, they were greeted by stacks of US dollars, each towering as high as a person. "This represents all the funds I have gathered over the past 2 years, after deducting the cost of the island. I am left with a total of $1.6 billion. In response, neither Suemo nor the White Queen displayed any notable change in expression. Setting aside Suemo's vast fortune exceeding hundreds of billions, even the White Queen, who previously commanded the Hellfire Club, was accustomed to handling wealth in the hundreds of billions and was hardly swayed by this mere sum of billions. Suemo stepped forward and picked up a bundle of cash. Thanks to Magneto's abilities, the room was well sealed, effectively shielding it from the external humidity. Since they had decided to establish a stronghold on the island, ample preparations were necessary. The construction aspect seemed manageable. Before purchasing the island, Magneto had already conducted surveys revealing the presence of substantial metal deposits beneath its surface, allowing him, with his powers, to easily establish a steel manufacturing facility on the island. The remaining task involved acquiring research and logistical personnel. This, too, seemed straightforward. rather than going through the hassle of recruitment. It would be far simpler to abduct individuals from underground organizations. Then, with the White Queen's assistance in brainwashing them, they would become the most loyal subordinates. Tossing the bundle of cash back onto the table, Suemo turned his gaze towards a girl with twin ponytails standing in the back. The young girl is one of the mutants they brought back. Her abilities are not particularly extraordinary, merely possessing a speed 3 times that of an average person. However, she holds another identity, a renowned hacker known as Shadow. Among her most illustrious achievements was the infiltration of SHIELD's network, where she replaced Nick Fury's profile picture with that of a black-boiled egg. Surely, I will provide you with a rough location of several underground organizations. Can you pinpoint the exact coordinates of their bases? Shirley confidently patted her private airstrip. Of course, no problem. Suemo nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze toward Mystique. Raven, record all the information you have regarding the headquarters of the Sentinel robots. Since this island will serve as our stronghold, we naturally need to bolster our defenses. These Sentinel robots are an excellent choice. Their purpose extends far beyond merely combating mutants. Each robot possesses the abilities of several mutants, making them formidable opponents, rivaling even level for mutants like Emma. As long as we gather a sufficient number, guarding this small island will be an easy task, and conquering the entirety of America will be no challenge at all. Upon hearing this, Raven's face displayed a hint of concern. I do not believe we have the capability to seize the Sentinel headquarters. It is equipped with an array of weapons specifically designed to counter mutants. Even Emma's telepathic abilities would struggle to penetrate the base. Rest assured, you need not worry about that. I have my own methods. Just focus on compiling all the information you possess. Seeing that Suemo did not appear to be lying, Raven reluctantly nodded. This is quite simple. I can have it ready for you by tonight. Nodding, Suemo finally set his gaze upon Eric. Your next task is to first establish the main structure of the base, and then take the others to salvage the sunken ships near the island. He could not fathom what Magneto had been thinking. Why would he leave such a vast treasure trove like this island unexplored and instead rely on a gangster like Gold to amass wealth? It is worth noting that this island is referred to as Death Island because, within a radius of several hundred nautical miles, countless hidden reefs abound. This very reason has led to an innumerable number of shipwrecks in the vicinity, many of which date back centuries. These are all treasures. Just salvaging a ship's worth of riches or antiques would far exceed the revenue of these gangs over several years. As he spoke, Suemo turned his attention to a mutant named John nearby. The salvage operation will primarily rely on you. Previously, he had been left unconscious by the White Queen and abandoned on the ship, but now he found himself in a position of great utility. Magneto could only salvage metal ships and objects. The rest would fall to him. John nodded eagerly upon hearing this. After learning of Sumo's plans, the mutants were filled with excitement. Unlike Magneto, they merely wished to live in a stable and undisturbed place, and this island undoubtedly presented an ideal opportunity. Furthermore, given that even Magneto had submitted, it was evident that Sumo's power was formidable enough to offer them protection. Naturally, they were all filled with enthusiasm. After making all the arrangements, Suemo instructed Emma to oversee the overall coordination and then approached a cliffside on the island. After deftly carving out a small room of several square meters in the rock face with his flying knives, he slipped inside. His points were sufficient. It was time to break through to the planetary level. Chapter 36, Planetary Level Warrior, Space Freezing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wood essence, consuming 52,000 points. As the system's voice faded, a fist-sized white crystal materialized in his hand, and an unusual fragrance began to waft through the cave. Is this the wood essence? Suemo gazed at the luminous white crystal in his hand, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he brought the crystal to his lips. A gentle bite fractured the exterior, and the pure white liquid flowed into his mouth. An intense aroma of rice exploded in his mouth. Before he could savor it, the liquid coursed down his throat into his belly. After consuming all the liquid from the crystal, he felt a strong, burning sensation in his abdomen, which then began to radiate throughout his body. In no time, he felt as if he were a cooked shrimp, his skin flushed bright red. Sensing this state, he crossed his legs and began to circulate his genetic primal energy cultivation method. Instantly, the heat within him surged forth, pouring into his muscle cells like a torrent. A series of cracking sounds emanated from his body as it grew increasingly stronger. The dark golden sphere in his sea of consciousness began to release an abundance of mental energy. Once released, it quickly dissipated into the sea of consciousness, causing Sumo's mental power to grow rapidly. Time passed, and the sphere in his mind shattered with a crack, transforming into countless tiny particles that melted away like snow. At that moment, the energy of the mental origin nucleus was completely absorbed by Sumo. This signified that his mental power had reached the pinnacle of a god of war at 1,000 tons. However, although the increase in mental power had plateaued, the energy from the wood essence continued to enhance Sumo's physical attributes. Black substances began to seep from his pores. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black substance covered the surface of Sumo's body. A series of rumbling sounds resonated from within him, as this energy refined Sumo's body to its utmost potential. The remaining surplus energy began to concentrate in his lower dantian. At the center of the lower dantian, it continuously condensed and compressed until it formed a sphere resembling a miniature planet, which began to rotate slowly like a celestial body. With the formation of this planet, all the energy within Sumo's body was completely absorbed by it. With eyes closed, Sumo slowly opened them at that moment. A flash of silver light flickering in his gaze. Gradually rising from the ground, a series of sounds emanated from his body. Closing his eyes and looking inward, he saw the slowly rotating planet in his dantian. Is this the mark of reaching the planetary level? A thought crossed his mind, and gravitational waves emanated from the miniature planet. Sumo's body levitated off the ground. Unlike before, this time he did not rely on any mental power. It felt as if he possessed an innate ability to manipulate gravity and magnetism within a certain radius thanks to the miniature planet. Utilizing this power, he flew through the sky with ease. Moreover, upon reaching the planetary level, he found that he no longer required to breathe, allowing him to traverse freely through space. This was also one of the defining abilities of a planetary-level being. System, open the attribute panel. Instantly, a familiar screen appeared before him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 1, 320 tons, speed, 1, 300 ms, mental power, 1,000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 34, 420. First and foremost, his physical strength had increased by more than tenfold, rising from a little over 100 tons to over 1,000. This level of power was virtually unrivaled on Earth. With just a light punch, he could effortlessly demolish a building exceeding 30 stories. The velocity has astonishingly surpassed Mach 4, and this is without the enhancement of telekinesis. If propelled by such force, it is likely to exceed Mach 5. Do not underestimate this Mach. As speed increases, so does the difficulty of enhancement. For air resistance escalates exponentially. Unsurprisingly, telekinesis remains at the pinnacle of the war god level. To transcend this limit, one must acquire a specialized technique to reconsolidate the telekinetic energy. However, this is merely a matter of time. I am confident that it will not be long before I also break through to become a planetary-level mentalist. What astonished Sumo the most was this newfound special ability. Due to the nature of their physique, martial artists, although capable of absorbing cosmic energy, do so with differing attributes. This leads to a variety of abilities upon reaching the planetary level, contingent upon the energy absorbed. The attributes of energy are diverse, and even within the same category, the awakened abilities vary significantly. The ability to freeze space is clearly associated with spatial attributes. Yet, it appears that such attributes were not documented in the techniques recorded. After a moment's contemplation, Sumo attributed this anomaly to the differences between worlds. The absence of awakened spatial abilities in that realm does not imply the same for this one. At this juncture, Sumo resolved to experiment with this capability. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he became aware of a peculiar sense of control over the surrounding space. With a thought, he slowly opened his eyes. The area within 100 meters appeared to be suspended in a state of temporal stasis. Even the air seemed to have ceased its flow. The sounds of the ocean and distant birdsong had vanished. Stepping out of the cave, Sumo was struck by an overwhelming revelation. Within his line of sight, the surroundings appeared to have detached from reality. The seabirds soaring above and the waters within the vicinity seemed frozen, utterly motionless. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Sumo exclaimed in awe, beginning to comprehend the function of this ability. It allowed him to render the surrounding space in a state of stasis. Unless one possessed the power to tear through space, movement within this realm would be nearly impossible. Only he could move freely. Of course, Sumo could also expend energy to reinforce the frozen space. The magnitude of this reinforcement would increase with the enhancement of his strength. This ability bears a resemblance to the power of temporal stasis, with the sole distinction being that, although individuals within this space are immobile, they retain their capacity for thought. At that moment, Sumo felt a sudden emptiness within him. He hastily released this ability, for In correspondence with its formidable power, it demanded a substantial expenditure of internal energy. In such a broad radius, he estimated he could maintain it for only a few seconds. Sighing in relief, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent odor filling his nostrils. Observing the impurities expelled from his body, he leapt into the ocean. Chapter 37, Star Tower. Star Princess. After soaking in the seawater for half an hour, Suemo had finally cleansed himself of the grime. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted a gigantic shark approaching from a distance. Encountering sharks in these wild waters was not unusual. Although the shark moved with incredible speed, to Suemo, it seemed to be in slow motion. As he felt his internal energy gradually restoring, Suemo flicked his fingers lightly. A pea-sized energy orb shot forth from his hand, vanishing into the shark's body in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the planetary level, unlike the apprentice stage where one could only engage in physical combat, he could now project energy externally to attack. An enormous explosion resonated as the energy orb penetrated the shark's body, reducing it to mere fragments. At that moment, Suemo suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance emanating from the star tower within his consciousness. Before he could react, his form flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a hall brimming with technological marvels. The hall was as large as a football field, taking the shape of a regular pentagon, with colossal metallic doors adorning each wall. At the center stood an open control console. Could this be the interior of the star tower? Suemo surmised his location with ease. Suddenly, countless beams of light coalesced in midair, materializing into the form of a young girl. She had an oval face framed by cascading silver hair, clad in a leather outfit that accentuated her silhouette. Her slender waist and long legs comprising nearly 60% of her figure, reminiscent of a character sprung from the pages of a comic. Her perfect form appeared as though every inch had been meticulously measured. Once her form solidified, the young girl gracefully descended to the ground, approaching Suemo with a smile, twirling before him and asking, "So, how do you find my form? Are you satisfied?" Before Suemo could respond, the girl noted his gaze and continued with a self-satisfied tone, "It appears you are quite pleased." Following this, her laughter rang like silver bells. "Humans are truly fascinating." Your hearts raced merely at the sight of an exterior. Only then did Suemo find the opportunity to speak. "Who are you?" The girl suddenly appeared to recollect herself. I forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Star Princess, an intelligent life form of the mechanical race, serving as the spirit of the Star Tower. Or more aptly, the control center." Upon hearing this, Suemo's eyes brightened. "Master, please follow me." With that, the Star Princess turned and began to walk in a particular direction. They were situated at the pinnacle of the Star Tower, the control center, which also served as the residence of the tower's master, equipped with various auxiliary training rooms. Stopping before a door, she pushed it open and entered. Suemo, without hesitation, followed her inside. After all, he was the master of the Star Tower and unlikely to encounter danger within. Stepping into the room felt akin to entering a corridor suspended among the stars. This leads to the simulated combat room, where you can freely choose to engage in battles with various opponents. Rest assured, the combat occurs within a virtual space, so there is no risk of injury. "Master, you should certainly try this. It is immensely beneficial for enhancing your combat experience." After explaining, she guided Suemo into the next room. "This is the relaxation room." One by one, she introduced the rooms until they finally arrived at the last one. "This is the training room, where time can be accelerated. However, given your current strength, you can only endure a maximum of 10-fold acceleration." Upon hearing this, Suemo's heart stirred. "So, as my strength increases, the time flow within can also be enhanced." Indeed, the Star Princess nodded affirmatively. "The time flow here can be accelerated by up to 10 million times." Suemo's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Despite having reached the planetary level in just over 2 months, the latter stages of cultivation are notoriously slow, often requiring decades or even centuries to comprehend the principles. With this time-accelerated training room, there is no doubt that my cultivation speed will experience a substantial boost. By the way, at that moment, Xingji abruptly clapped her hands. And with a gentle wave of her right hand, the two found themselves on a colossal platform. This platform appeared to be suspended amidst the boundless starry sky, and as they looked around, they beheld countless celestial bodies scattered about, each reminiscent of stars in size. Xingji noticed Suemo's gaze fixated on those celestial spheres. This was a secret realm within the Star Tower. Countless such realms existed throughout the tower. The celestial bodies he observed were sealed stars, and with Suemo's current prowess, he was not yet capable of manipulating them. Suemo nodded thoughtfully. According to the system's explanation, each of these sealed stars had reached the level of a supreme treasure. Given his present planetary-level strength, it was evident that he could not even hope to wield a supreme treasure, let alone the lesser treasures, as it would likely drain him entirely to activate one. Under Xing-Ji's guidance, they arrived at the center of the platform, where an altar stood majestically. Upon this altar, two obsidian-like pillars of light ascended into the void. The source of these pillars was the two dark tomes. At this moment, the appearance of the tomes had undergone a dramatic transformation. The pages were no longer made of paper. They seemed to be entirely composed of gathered black energy. The two pillars were channels through which a steady stream of dark energy flowed into the tomes. "What is this?" Su Mo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xing-Ji chuckled softly. "When I first sensed these tomes, I realized they harbored significant issues. While the spells inscribed within may be beneficial to you at present, they carry grave risks." Su Mo was acutely aware of this fact. After all, those who cultivated the dark tomes often found their minds eroded by dark energy. At this point, a knowing smile graced Xing-Ji's face. To simplify, the magic entails the user borrowing the opponent's magical power while subtly infusing it with a special energy that erodes the user's psyche. Hence, to safeguard you, I thought to directly lend you sufficient mana to utilize the spells for a millennium, purging the special energy from it before storing it within the tomes. In this way, when you cast spells, it will be akin to borrowing the magic from the tomes, devoid of any risks. Chapter 38. Zysorn, the Ultimate Power Bank? Upon hearing Xing-Ji's explanation, Su Mo's expression brightened. Initially, he had believed Xing-Ji to be an ordinary intelligent entity akin to Babata. Yet it seemed far more complex than that. It was evident that the god of the underworld, Zysorn, was no fool. How could he possibly be oblivious to Xing-Ji borrowing his power? Presently, there appeared to be only two possibilities. First, the mana borrowed by Xing-Ji was inconsequential to Zysorn, prompting him to adopt an indifferent attitude, thus failing to cut off the mana flow. However, given the vast torrent of mana extending before him, akin to a galaxy, this likelihood seemed slim. If such mana were trivial to him, he could easily overturn the court of life and take his place. Thus, only the second scenario remained plausible. Zysorn sensed the situation but was utterly powerless to prevent it. Su Mo was nearly certain that this was the reality, especially considering an unknown entity had controlled the true dark tome to attack him. Yet it had been vanquished in his mind. With this in mind, Su Mo's gaze heatedly scrutinized Xing-Ji. Noticing Su Mo's intense stare, Xing-Ji feigned a coy expression. "What do you intend to do, master?" After a moment's hesitation, Su Mo refrained from uttering the words he had in mind. However, judging by Xing-Ji's playful demeanor, he knew she was being deliberately provocative. After emitting a light giggle, Xing-Ji redirected her gaze. Su Mo cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "What I meant to say was, what level of strength do you possess?" Upon hearing this, Xing-Ji's laughter gradually subsided. "In truth, my strength is not particularly significant to you, as I am unable to leave the Star Tower to assist you. At most, I can help you control the Star Tower to confront the foes invading your consciousness. Just know that in this world, no one can enter your consciousness and leave thereafter." Hearing this response, Su Mo gasped in awe. "So impressive? Once I fully master the Star Tower, won't I be invincible?" It took a full minute for Su Mo to calm his racing heart. At this moment, Xing-Ji had already ascended to the altar's forefront, retrieving one of the dark tomes while allowing the other to continue absorbing dark energy. The mana contained within should suffice for a considerable duration. Once depleted, he could simply replace it with the other. Returning to Su Mo's side, she presented him with the dark tome. Su Mo accepted it, once again astounded by Xing-Ji's abilities. To wield one of the ancient four gods, Zysorn, as a power bank was truly remarkable. After absorbing a tremendous amount of dark energy, the two dark tomes were nearly indistinguishable. After such an extensive period of energy infusion, even the most ordinary of papers could transform into a formidable artifact. After handing the dark tome to Su Mo, Xing-Ji waved her hand lightly. A drop of blood seeped from Su Mo's fingertip, shimmering briefly before merging into the dark tome. The tome erupted with an intense black glow, which then swiftly entered Su Mo's brow. "This is essential. Henceforth, this tome will not only be the source of your mana, but will significantly enhance your spellcasting speed and the potency of your magic." In the underworld, Zysorn's once mighty form had dwindled to less than half its original size. Upon the removal of one dark tome by Xing-Ji, Zysorn, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. Slowed. It's slowing down. His jubilant roar reverberated through the underworld. He realized that, at the previous rate of absorption, barring any unforeseen events, he would have but a month left before being completely drained. Over this period, He had attempted thousands of methods to sever the unknown entity's energy siphoning, yet all had proven futile. This grand deity, comparable to the 5 great gods, had been driven to the brink of desperation. Thankfully, the rate of absorption had now halved. He could absorb energy at a pace that surpassed the rate of energy being drained. With a bit of time, he would be able to recover. Excitedly, Zysorn lost track of time, eventually regaining his composure from the overwhelming joy. Channeling his mana with all his might, the dark energy within the underworld coalesced into a massive vortex, converging upon his location. Meanwhile, Suemo had exited the Star Tower, returning to the cave carved into the mountainside, where he began to study the Dark Tome. Although the entire tome had transformed into an energy-like state, the script inscribing the spells remained intact. As he opened the Dark Tome, an array of peculiar symbols appeared before Sumo's eyes. After gazing at the symbols for a moment, they leapt from the pages and transformed into streams of information that surged directly into Sumo's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the contents recorded within the tome. The spell detailed on the first page was none other than the portal. After closing his eyes to ponder, Suemo exhaled deeply as he opened them again. If memory serves him correctly, the exceptionally gifted Doctor Strange took quite some time to master this particular magic. He couldn't help but wonder what his own magical aptitude might be. After briefly revisiting the knowledge stored in his mind, Suemo resolved to give it a try. He swiftly formed a hand seal with his left hand while gently tracing a semicircle with his right. A portal, crackling with black sparks, gradually opened not far in front of him. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of excitement danced in Sumo's eyes. He had never anticipated that on his very first attempt, he would successfully cast a spell. However, upon further reflection, it became clear to him. Generally speaking, the ability to cast spells is intricately linked to one's mental prowess. The stronger the mental capacity, the greater the magical talent. Suemo, at this moment, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of a war god-level mentalist. His mental strength was, by comparison, thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Thus, achieving success on his first attempt was entirely reasonable. As the portal slowly widened, the scene on the other side came into sharp focus for Suemo. It appeared that the portal had opened in a steam-filled bathroom. Amidst the swirling mist, a sleek silhouette emerged before his eyes. The delicate, fair skin of the figure, enveloped in the haze of warmth, would likely elicit gasps of wonder from anyone fortunate enough to behold it. Suemo, taken aback by the sight, quickly attempted to cast another spell to close the portal. If the woman noticed him, he would undoubtedly be branded a pervert. Yet, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with spellcasting, what he intended as a closure resulted in the portal expanding at an accelerated rate, nearly doubling in size in an instant, wide enough for a person to pass through. The woman, clearly aware of something amiss behind her, turned slowly, feeling the chill of the air. Her gaze met Sumo's, and he realized that it was too late to close the portal. I swear I didn't mean to, he thought nervously. The woman, upon catching sight of the bizarre portal and Suemo standing behind it, exhibited a look of sheer terror, letting out a shriek as she curled herself into a corner of the bathroom. It wasn't that she was unwilling to escape. Rather, the portal was positioned right at the entrance, effectively blocking any chance of fleeing. Chapter 39, The Hydra Base. Listening to the woman's piercing screams, Suemo felt utterly paralyzed. Fortunately, as the portal began to lose the support of his energy, it gradually began to close. Watching the portal shrink, Suemo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In New York, in the bathroom, Sky stood frozen, wide-eyed at the sight of the closing portal. She hastily retrieved a garment hanging nearby, donning it to conceal her stunning figure. Cautiously, she approached the door, reaching out to touch the threshold, her face betraying a sense of disbelief. How extraordinary! Was that truly magic? No, it must be an illusion. I really need to stop staying up late. In a cave on the island, Suemo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His initial intention had been to open a portal leading to the villa where Wanda and the others resided. But it seemed things had gone awry. To prevent a recurrence of this incident, he waved his hand, summoning the dark grimoire once more to meticulously study the information regarding portals. After several in-depth readings, Suemo took a deep breath and gently waved his right hand again. Following the same spark as before, another portal opened before him. This time, the other side revealed a familiar scene, the bedroom of the seaside villa. Seeing this, Sumo's expression brightened. Success. As the portal expanded to a height suitable for an average person, he stepped through. On the other side, in the villa's bedroom, he opened the door just in time to see Wanda entering. Upon seeing the suddenly ajar door and Suemo standing behind it, Wanda paused, tilting her head in perplexity. Wait, when I just left, there was no one in the room. How did you get in? Suemo chuckled softly. No need to worry about the details. What matters is that it's been a while. Don't you have anything you'd like to do? Wanda's face flushed at his words, with a surprised exclamation. She found herself swept into a princess carried by Sumo, and the door automatically closed and locked behind them. During this time, Pietro, unable to venture outside, had become an avid gym enthusiast, spending the majority of his days in the downstairs fitness center, rapidly enhancing his physical prowess. After a few hours, Wanda, her cheeks flushed, nestled in Sumo's embrace, asked, "So, does that mean we can go out freely from now on?" "Of course. Previously, it was solely for your safety that I kept you here. Now that the crisis has passed, you can certainly venture out to shop and enjoy yourselves," Sumo affirmed, eliciting a gleeful smile from Wanda. Although she cherished their secluded life, the monotony had begun to wear on her. After a moment's hesitation, Wanda bit her lip and spoke up, "Darling, I want to go to college." Sumo tenderly caressed her smooth back. "What prompted this sudden desire? While I love this life, it feels like I'm wasting time. I want to take the opportunity to learn something now. What do you think?" Since both Wanda and Pietro were orphans, they had abandoned their education after high school to survive. "I wholeheartedly support you. Is there a particular university you have in mind? I'll make the arrangements." Sumo had no objections to her aspirations. After much deliberation, he concluded that awakening her powers with the Mind Stone would be more reliable. Yet it would take Loki 3 to 4 years to bring the Mind Stone to Earth. In the meantime, allowing her to experience university life seemed like a wonderful option. "Really? Thank you," Wanda exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she planted a quick kiss on Sumo's cheek. "Your reward is rather lackluster, though. What would you prefer? How about we continue this?" On Death Island, Sumo and the White Queen stood atop the highest peak of the island, holding a towering cylindrical metallic device. "This thing doesn't seem significantly larger than the one on the ship. Does it truly cover such a vast area?" the White Queen inquired, puzzled. "Absolutely," Sumo nodded. The device he held was an optical cloaking device capable of generating illusions within a certain radius. Given that their activities on the island could easily be detected by satellites, Sumo had specifically exchanged over 10,000 points to acquire this instrument. Carefully placing the device on the ground, he pressed the activation button. Instantly, a drill extended from the bottom of the cylindrical device, burrowing deep into the rock below. A brilliant beam of light shot from the top, ascending hundreds of meters into the sky before dispersing outward. Moments later, the island and the surrounding waters were enveloped in a transparent light membrane. The membrane flickered and then vanished without a trace. However, at this moment, when gazing towards the island from the outside, one would discover that all traces of its inhabitants and structures had vanished without a trace. Sumo and his companion had just returned to the newly established villa at the island center when Sherry, sporting dark circles under her eyes, approached them. Despite her haggard appearance, she radiated an unusual fervor. They had found the first Hydra base. As she spoke, she displayed the screen of her computer to them. The screen was divided into segments showing various surveillance feeds. From these feeds, it was evident that the base was perched atop a snow-capped mountain, its architecture exuding an air of antiquity. Sumo recognized it at once. This was indeed the Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their powers. Sherry then typed a few commands on her keyboard, and the image transitioned to a map marked with a red dot, clearly indicating the location of the base. It was situated in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. "Emma, it seems we must make a journey to Eastern Europe." "At your service." Emma nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo waved his hand lightly, opening a portal beside them. He stepped through first, followed closely by the White Queen, who gazed curiously at the portal sparking with black flames before entering. Upon their arrival, they found themselves on a small island of less than a square kilometer. The White Queen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she looked at Sumo. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered that he was like a treasure trove, consistently revealing astonishing abilities. Not to mention the illusionary magic he had taught her, which had doubled her overall strength in a short span. His own array of powers seemed endless, his formidable physique combined with telekinetic abilities, and he was immune to her mental prowess. Now, he had even exhibited this mysterious teleportation ability. Such enigmatic men always piqued a woman's interest, and even a formidable woman like the White Queen was no exception. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the current circumstances, she might have already clung to him, ensnaring him completely. Chapter 40. The astute Baron struck her. "Bring Eric over here." Upon hearing Sumo's command, Emma reined in her almost entranced gaze. Only then did she notice that, in the distance, Magneto Eric was floating in the air. Beneath him, a massive vessel, comparable to a luxury cruise ship, was slowly rising to the surface. Clearly, they had begun to execute Sumo's plan. Sumo believed that with the White Queen alone, they could completely seize the Hydra base. After all, it seemed that there were no formidable combatants within the base, merely conventional weaponry. Inside were mostly ordinary individuals. Faced with the White Queen's mental abilities, they would have little to no capacity to resist without specialized countermeasures. However, Sumo's objective was not to annihilate the base but to claim it as his own, including the researchers, soldiers, and all the various equipment within. This raised the question of how to transport everything back. While Sumo was capable of handling it all, why exert himself when he had subordinates to assist? Subordinates were meant to be utilized. Eastern Europe, Sokovia. At the Hydra base located on a mountain, a spatial portal gradually opened amidst the trees on the mountainside. The three of them stepped through the portal. Looking up at the ancient building atop the mountain, Sumo turned to Emma. "The rest is up to you." "Of course." The White Queen nodded, taking a couple of steps forward, her eyes shimmering with silver light. In less than 10 seconds, a smile crept onto Emma's lips. "Found you." Before setting off, Sumo had informed her that the base's leader was a man named Strucker. Controlling him would allow them to take command of the Hydra base seamlessly. The room in the southeast corner on the top floor. No sooner had the White Queen finished speaking than another portal appeared before the three of them. As they stepped through, they found themselves in the room Emma had described. The room resembled an office, and within stood a middle-aged man with short hair. Staring blankly at the desk, Sumo approached, seated himself in the chair behind the desk, and signaled to the White Queen. Emma nodded, and with a snap of her fingers, the man seemed to awaken from a deep stupor. Noticing the three unexpected visitors in his room, his expression shifted. He stealthily retreated a few steps, eyeing them warily. "Who are you, and why are you in my room?" Simultaneously, he discreetly reached behind him, grasping a hard object in his hand, his heart racing. Then, with swift precision, he drew a gun, aimed, and fired. The entire sequence of actions took less than a second, as Baron Strucker was confident that even the most formidable mercenaries could not act quicker than he. He was certain that his adversaries would not be able to react in such a short span. Indeed, as he anticipated, the three made no effort to evade, allowing the bullet to pierce through their foreheads. Watching the three bodies collapse to the ground, Strucker exhaled in relief. However, before he could savor his triumph, applause echoed through the room. The scene before him dissipated like a bubble, and the three who had been lifeless reappeared in their previous positions. The applause came from the young man seated at the desk. As he witnessed this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Strucker's forehead. "How is this possible? I clearly..." His worldview had been shattered. Sumo smiled at his incredulous expression. One could not help but remark that Emma's capabilities were a veritable dimensional strike against these ordinary individuals. Even before mastering illusionary magic, Emma could easily toy with them. How much more so now? Given a year or two for her to develop, even Professor X would struggle to decipher her illusions. In comparison, Emma, having cultivated illusionary magic, was akin to a fully fledged doctor as opposed to a barefoot doctor with no formal training. It wasn't that Professor X lacked talent, rather, the disparity lay in the realms of knowledge. One was entirely self-taught, while the other was built upon the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors over millennia. There was simply no basis for comparison. "Are you bewildered by the fact that we have seemingly died and yet returned to life?" Sumo mused. "You still have bullets in your gun. You may attempt again. Perhaps this time we might indeed meet our demise." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Baron Strucker gradually regained his composure. As a high-ranking member of Hydra, he was not entirely oblivious to individuals with supernatural abilities. Given their calm demeanor, he surmised that firing again would yield no different results, and might even provoke them. Realizing this, Strucker casually discarded his gun. "Since you did not kill me at first glance, I must still hold some value for you. Speak, what do you wish for me to do?" Sumo nodded in satisfaction at his response. Truly, he was an intelligent individual capable of unraveling the intricacies of even the Mind Stone. His decisiveness in handling situations was indeed impressive. In a remarkably swift manner, he grasped the current situation and made the most advantageous choice for himself. "Quite simply, I require you, along with the entire base, to serve me henceforth." Without the slightest hesitation, Strack readily acquiesced. Sumo, of course, harbored no delusions regarding the sincerity of the other's submission, yet it mattered little. With Emma present, any ulterior motives would be promptly revealed to him. Moreover, Emma possessed another remarkable ability, an insidious influence over the thoughts of others. Unlike soul marks, her capacity could subtly alter a person's mindset, such as their loyalty to the organization. Much like the brainwashing techniques employed in pyramid schemes, prolonged psychological manipulation could unwittingly indoctrinate individuals. The Hellfire Organization's remarkable expansion owes much to her prowess. Under Emma's influence, These individuals would soon transform into fervent devotees of the organization. Subsequently, under the command of Strack, the entire Hydra base sprang into action. Various weaponry, armored vehicles, and aircraft were all transported through the spatial gateway to Death Island. Throughout this process, Suemo found himself witnessing an eye-opening spectacle. As one of the world's oldest organizations, the Hydra base was undeniably rich in resources. Just the independently developed aircraft numbered no fewer than 7 or 8, with an incalculable array of tanks and armored vehicles, not to mention a complete production line capable of manufacturing such weaponry. It could be said that, given sufficient funding, they could rapidly amass an army capable of waging war. The relocation project spanned an entire day. By the time dusk descended, the Hydra base was stripped bare, save for a single, historically resonant structure. Of course, the swift completion of this task was largely attributable to Magneto. Had he not been able to effortlessly transport those multi-ton machines, the process would have taken several more days. With the closing of the spatial gate, a resounding explosion reverberated through the base, reducing the last remaining edifice to mere rubble. Chapter 41. All ascended to junior warriors. The total plundering of the Hydra base proved immensely rewarding. Setting aside the weaponry, the acquisition of a dozen researchers and over 500 soldiers was noteworthy. The various cutting-edge technologies obtained were numerous, among which the most valuable was a technology for energy shields. The researchers had already dismantled the devices from the Hydra base and set them up on the island. The size of the shield could be adjusted according to the output power. At this moment, the entirety of Death Island was enveloped in this protective barrier. According to Baron Strack, even missiles would struggle to breach the shield's defenses. With the incorporation of the Hydra base, the development on the island gradually fell into a steady rhythm. Soren and his 8 companions, having followed Suemo from the outset, arrived on the island as per his instructions. Under the significant physical enhancement from the beast meat, all 9 had reached the threshold of junior warriors, with their punching power exceeding 900 kilograms. Suemo intended to have them trained as formal warriors, serving as instructors to train the Hydra soldiers on the island. His vision was straightforward: to select a particularly gifted soldier, train them, and establish an assassination organization dedicated to eliminating villainous figures, thereby aiding him in accumulating points. Through recent exploration, Suemo had begun to understand the system's definition of a villain. Almost anyone who had committed wrongdoing would be classified among their ranks. Consequently, nearly 90% of individuals, once eliminated, would yield points, differing only in the quantity of points gained. With just a period of transformation through beast meat, it wouldn't take long for them to become warriors, and ascending to the rank of war general would merely be a matter of time. The remaining soldiers, possessing lesser talents, would form a special operations team specifically tasked with cleansing evil organizations. Although they might not reach high levels of power, achieving the status of junior warriors would be quite attainable, with punching power surpassing 900 kilograms, making them stronger than many so-called elite soldiers in the outside world. In cooperation, they could easily annihilate an armed squad of several hundred. On the eastern side of the island, in a cleared area, Soren and his companions sat cross-legged on the ground. "Do you all understand?" Suemo inquired, gazing at the row of 9. It must be said, imparting the concept of the gene original energy cultivation method to these muscle-bound individuals had indeed taken considerable time. This difficulty stemmed primarily from the Westerner's struggle to grasp the theories of meridians and acupoints akin to traditional Chinese medicine. Upon receiving nods of affirmation from all, Suemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, let us commence the formal cultivation according to my teachings." With Sumo's command, all 9 focused their minds, gradually closing their eyes to enter a meditative state. Suemo estimated that they would likely struggle to perceive cosmic energy in the short term, so he too settled in place, preparing to cultivate. Presently, he had attained planetary-level prowess as a warrior, while his mentalist abilities remained at the pinnacle of the war god level. To ascend to the planetary-level mentalist tier, he too needed to condense a star core within his sea of consciousness. What he needed to do now was to continuously temper his mental strength. After half an hour, he uncovered a secret technique specifically for honing mental power, Divine Forging Technique. As he activated the Divine Forging Technique, his mental energy in the sea of consciousness surged, and a mysterious totem emerged within it, with wisps of mental energy continuously flowing through the totem. Each time the mental energy passed through the totem, it became more refined. However, this appeared to be a lengthy process. After several hours, the refined mental energy amounted to less than 1% of the total. Yet, Suemo remained untroubled. At this pace, it would only take a month or 2 to completely refine his mental energy. The following morning, Subtle changes began to manifest among the 9 seated in a row. A short-haired woman in her 30s experienced a tremor of her spirit. The frontmost Suemo, diligently honing his mental energy, seemed to sense something as he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, wisps of cosmic energy were gradually converging towards the short-haired woman's body at an increasing velocity. Vanessa? He had not anticipated that the first among the 9 to sense the cosmic energy would be one of the 2 women. However, this was not particularly surprising. The speed of sensing energy bore no direct correlation to one's cultivation talent. The amount of energy absorbed daily was paramount. It seemed Vanessa's awakening triggered a chain reaction. Over the next half hour, more individuals sensed the cosmic energy, commencing their first absorption to enhance their physical capabilities. An hour later, all had begun to absorb cosmic energy. Suemo was neither surprised nor concerned. These individuals were former mercenaries, all having clawed their way out of death's embrace, endowing them with heightened perception compared to the average person. At this moment, Vanessa, who had begun first, gradually completed her initial absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Rising abruptly, she was filled with exhilaration. Suemo gestured for silence and then pointed towards the river, indicating that the others should go wash up. It was only then that Vanessa realized her body was coated in a layer of black impurities. She promptly dashed towards the river. Soon after, others began to awaken and make their way to the riverbank. Ultimately, only Soren remained, continuously absorbing cosmic energy. He was the second to commence energy absorption, and by calculation, his duration surpassed that of anyone else. This implied that Soren possessed the highest innate talent among them. It was not until over half an hour later that Soren finally regained consciousness. Boss. Upon awakening, Soren greeted Suemo and stood still, awaiting his instructions. Suemo patted him on the shoulder. Very well, first go wash up, then regroup here. An hour later, everyone had finished cleansing themselves and stood once more in the designated area. At this moment, 2 additional instruments had been added to the scene, a force measuring device and a speed measuring device. Both had just been exchanged from the system by Suemo, possessing relatively low technological complexity, costing him a total of 200 points. Following Suemo's directives, they began testing in the order of their awakening. Eager to try, Vanessa was the first to step forward. She clenched her fist and struck the punching target with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the punching target was propelled over 2 meters backward. Glancing at the display screen, the reading showed 1,520 kilograms. Chapter 42, Simulation Combat Room. Upon seeing the number on the screen, gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of those around. Vanessa's face was adorned with a look of disbelief. My God! Just a day prior, her strength had barely surpassed 900 kilograms. She never imagined that in the span of a single night, her strength would nearly double. It was simply astonishing. Her mouth formed an O-shape. While washing up earlier, she had speculated that her power would increase significantly, given the apparent distortion in her movements due to the surge in strength, yet she never anticipated such an exaggerated degree. It is essential to note that as one progresses, the difficulty of enhancing strength escalates. The 9 of them had consumed beast flesh, and within just over a month, their strength had exceeded 800 kilograms. However, in the subsequent month, the growth had only amounted to a little over 100 kilograms. To them, this was already an extraordinary feat in merely 2 months. They had surged from a strength of less than 200 kilograms to nearly a ton. This was undeniably transcending the limits of humanity. Even during their previous mercenary careers, they had never encountered a human capable of such prowess. Today, they were once again met with a tremendous surprise. Their strength had skyrocketed to 1.5 tons, nearly enabling them to lift a car with their bare hands. Furthermore, from Suemo's earlier narration, it was clear that this was merely the beginning. Through cultivating this technique, their power could potentially grow boundlessly in the future. Standing quietly to the side, Suemo merely nodded. Let's test your speed, he instructed, pointing towards the speed measuring device. Vanessa nodded in response. After a brief run-up, she dashed past the speedometer. 38 ms. Not bad, Suemo acknowledged, noting that as a woman, Vanessa's smaller physique rendered speed her forte. She was nearing the level of an intermediate warrior. Soren, as the captain, recorded the results on his notepad. Next, Harry. Upon being called, Harry excitedly approached. 1,650 kilograms. 34 ms. In the ensuing time, each individual took their turn testing. Most recorded strengths around 1,600 kilograms, while only Soren reached an impressive 1,960 kilograms, barely a step away from becoming an intermediate warrior. It seemed that in just a few days, he would achieve that rank. On the other end of the island, what? Appointing a new instructor for soldiers' collective training? I refuse. Colonel Harry glared stubbornly at Strack across from him. These soldiers have been rigorously trained under Special Forces methods. I don't believe any instructor could surpass this. Colonel, your duty is to execute orders. Strack warned sternly. Don't create trouble for me, or I won't let you off easily. With that, he turned and departed from the soldiers' temporary encampment. Although he shared similar sentiments, his words held no weight now. Watching Strack leave, Colonel Harry's expression darkened. In recent days, Baron Strack had commanded the relocation of their base to this island, subsequently confiscating all the soldiers' weapons. Now, it appeared he intended to appoint new instructors as well. All these developments filled him with a sense of impending crisis. It seemed that his command over the soldiers at the base would soon be undermined. However, he lacked the courage to defy orders. He silently resolved that once he encountered these so-called instructors, he would ensure they understood who was the most suitable leader for the team. After all, he had once been an instructor for the Special Marine Corps of America, confident that his training and combat skills were unrivaled. In the Star Tower, Suemo stood outside the simulation combat room. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he found the room filled with devices resembling space capsules. Without hesitation, he lay down in one of the capsules. As the hatch closed, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself standing in a void. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears. Please select your combat opponent and environment. As soon as the words faded, a selection panel appeared before him. He could choose between a psychic warrior and a martial artist. Suemo initially opted for a first-tier planetary martial artist and selected a grassland as the location. After pressing the confirmation button, the system prompted, please select your weapon. Choosing a somewhat hefty battle knife, he pressed the confirm button. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky began to change rapidly. Within the blink of an eye, it transformed into an endless grassland. Gazing at the azure sky, feeling the genuine texture of the grass beneath his feet and the gentle breeze brushing against his face, he plucked a blade of grass from the ground, inhaling the fragrant aroma of vegetation. So incredibly real, Suemo marveled. Although he recognized it as merely a virtual world, its authenticity was astounding. At that moment, a middle-aged man's figure gradually coalesced not far in front of him. Initially, the man's gaze was vacant. However, as the signal for combat rang in Suemo's ears, the man's eyes instantly became animated, and with a swift motion, he charged towards Suemo, gripping his battle knife tightly. Suemo tightened his grip on his own blade and met the charge. In an instant, their forms collided. Following a tremendous impact, Suemo's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelled backward with even greater speed. His form skimmed the ground, carving a long trench into the grass. As he regained his stance, he rubbed his now aching right arm. The opponents simulated by the system, aside from specific requirements, were all at the pinnacle of their current level, just like the first-tier planetary martial artist before him, who was at the peak of that tier, boasting a strength of 2,000 tons. In terms of sheer strength, it nearly approaches double his own. Initially, merely relying on this, Suemo, bolstered by his mental telekinesis, was not intimidated by his opponent. However, warriors of this caliber typically exhibit an average power output amplitude of around 5 times. In contrast, Suemo's power output amplitude is only 3 times. Even with the enhancement of mental telekinesis on his blade, it amounts to merely about half of his adversary's strength. It is essential to understand that the amplitude of telekinesis refers to the number of weapons one can simultaneously manipulate, all achieving their maximum potential, rather than amplifying a single weapon by multiple times. For instance, if a person's strength is 1 ton, then with both hands, they can exert a force of 1 ton. However, it is impossible to deliver a 2-ton force with a single punch. The same principle applies to telekinesis. With a mental force of 1,000 tons and an amplitude of 12, Suemo can simultaneously control 12 weapons, each wielding a force of 1,000 tons. Yet when manipulating a single weapon, he can at most exert 1,000 tons of force. Of course, weapons imbued with special runes differ in this regard, which underscores the very purpose of telekinetic armaments. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the use of spatial freezing abilities, he would have likely been annihilated in an instant. After all, a strength advantage does not equate to a proportional advantage in combat prowess. An opponent of this caliber could effortlessly contend with hundreds of warriors of Suemo's level without breaking a sweat. Chapter 43, Dreamwalking Technique. As Suemo rose from the ground, the opposing warrior reappeared before him. The blade in his opponent's hand sliced through the air with a ghostly afterimage, aimed directly at Suemo's neck. Swift, too swift. Just before the blade could sever his throat, Suemo activated his spatial freezing ability. In that fleeting moment, the nearby warrior seemed to be pressed by an invisible pause button, suspended in midair. The opponent instantly sensed the insurmountable bindings of space, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes as he radiated a wave of violent energy. Sumo's expression shifted. He vanished from his position in a flash. Boom. With a deafening crash, the warrior unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. Fortunately, Sumo had already retreated several hundred meters. Despite his rapid movements, the energy generated by the self-detonation was even swifter, and it was only through his subsequent activation of spatial freezing that he managed to mitigate the explosion's impact. Exhaling a breath of relief, Sumo's face revealed a hint of trepidation. One cannot deny that the combat experience of seasoned warriors in that world is extraordinarily formidable. Coupled with his nascent training and limited combat encounters, he felt as though he was worlds apart from his adversary. Were it not for his innate abilities, he would have undoubtedly been eliminated in an instant. Even as he narrowly evaded, his opponent wasted no time, launching another relentless assault. Ultimately, under the pressure of Sumo's innate ability, the opponent, realizing escape was futile, resorted to self-destruction. The ruthlessness of it all opened Sumo's eyes. Encountering such a combat fanatic in reality, with his current experience, he feared that even if he were a level or two stronger, he could easily fall victim to such an opponent. With the battle concluded, Sumo found himself back in the earlier starry expanse. Select your opponent's strength. This time, Sumo chose an adversary of comparable strength. He resolved not to employ his spatial freezing ability, for his aim was to hone his combat experience. Relying on that almost cheat-like ability would allow him to effortlessly defeat his opponent, thereby defeating the purpose of his training. Upon selection, Sumo's figure reappeared on the grassland. Half a minute later, he was reborn among the stars, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. To pursue authenticity, he had calibrated his pain receptors to 100%. In the instant his body was cleaved in two, the agony nearly rendered him unconscious. Again, after resting for 2 minutes, Sumo plunged back into battle. For an entire day, he was ensnared in an unending cycle of combat, death, and resurgence. He progressed from enduring only half a minute at the beginning to enduring a minute, then 2. By the time he concluded his training that day, he was able to withstand his opponent's attacks for a solid 10 minutes. As the door to the simulated combat chamber slowly opened, Sumo emerged, massaging his somewhat numb temples. After a whole day of intense concentration, fatigue began to creep into his expression. He turned and entered the training room. The training room not only allowed the manipulation of time flow, but also permitted the adjustment of energy density. However, higher energy concentration was not necessarily better, as excessive density made control and absorption significantly more challenging. Setting the time flow to 10 times and the energy concentration to 100 times. Sumo stepped into the training room. The interior was quite sparse, furnished only with a bed and a table. He sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling the gene origin energy cultivation method, gradually absorbing energy while alleviating the mental fatigue from intense combat. Over the next few days, Sumo maintained a routine of back and forth between the combat chamber to accumulate practical experience and the training room to cultivate gene origin energy and the divine forging technique. Whenever he found time, he delved into the study of the Dark Grimoire. As his understanding of the magical studies within the Dark Grimoire deepened, Sumo discovered a spell that suited his current circumstances, the dreamwalking technique. This was the very spell that Wanda once relied on to traverse the multiverse. The technique is akin to possession, allowing the caster to transfer their consciousness to their parallel universe self without causing any harm to that counterpart. Upon departing, the individual possessed in the parallel world would return to their normal state. One could say the difference between this and dimensional teleportation is similar to soul possession versus body possession. However, exchanging for dimensional teleportation requires a staggering 100 million points. Until he gathered enough points, utilizing this spell would similarly allow him to harvest points from other parallel worlds. Nevertheless, the dreamwalking technique is not akin to a portal spell. Even among the countless recorded spells within the Dark Grimoire, it is regarded as one of the pinnacle types. He would need additional time for comprehension before attempting to cast it. Fortunately, this interval would allow him to set affairs in order within this world. At that point, his subordinates could assist in harvesting points here while he ventured into parallel worlds to reap rewards, thus doubling his efforts and significantly accelerating his growth. He believed that before Thanos' arrival, he would attain a level of power capable of utterly overpowering his foe. Days later, in New York, Tony resided in his hillside villa. "Hey, buddy, it seems marriage truly is a graveyard. I haven't heard a single scandal about you recently." Tony poured Sumo a glass of whiskey and plopped down on the sofa opposite him. Previously, the two had been frequent subjects of tabloid gossip. It appears we haven't seen much of each other in the tabloids lately. Ever since he started dating Pepper, Tony had toned down considerably. All right. I don't think you came to compete with me on who is the better man. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I'm here to propose a deal. Suemo lifted his glass to take a sip. Oh, do tell. Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey, adopting an attentive demeanor. I need a suit of Ironman armor. Certainly, given Sumo's current capabilities, the armor holds little utility for him. Rather, his vibranium suit is far more suited to his needs. This particular suit was a gift he prepared for Wanda. Pietro has begun his training, and with his newfound status as a novice warrior, he is now capable of self-defense. In contrast, Wanda, prior to her awakening, could only be deemed an ordinary human. Moreover, as he is soon to commence his studies, it is prudent for him to equip himself with means of protection. Tony's armor presents a commendable option. Are you jesting? While we may be the best of friends, I previously stated at the press conference that my suit and I are one. To relinquish my armor to another would be tantamount to betraying myself. Do you truly believe I would betray myself? Tony shook his head and categorically declined. Suemo had anticipated this reaction, a playful smirk gracing his features. Tony, let us not speak in absolutes. Trust me, you will reconsider. Tony chuckled lightly. I am a man of my word. When I say no, I mean no. Is that so? Sumo's lips curled into a smile as he cast a glance at the large magnet embedded in Tony's chest. That imposing magnet on your chest. If I am not mistaken, it is to extract the shrapnel from your bloodstream? What? At this revelation, Tony leapt from the sofa in astonishment, even neglecting the whiskey he had spilled on himself. Chapter 44. What color of armor do you prefer? The matter of the chest device used to extract shrapnel from his body was one Tony had never disclosed to anyone, save for Pepper, who, naturally, would not divulge such information to Suemo. How, then, had Suemo come to know? Tony's eyes widened as he scanned the room. Good heavens! Have you secretly installed a listening device or camera in my quarters? Such conduct is unbecoming of a good citizen. After a thorough search yielding no results, Tony returned to face Suemo Jarvis. Please conduct a sweep for any internet-connected surveillance devices in the villa. Certainly, sir. Within a minute, Jarvis's electronic voice echoed through the room. Sir, no surveillance devices have been detected within the villa. Seated on the sofa, Suemo observed Tony's flustered demeanor with a subtle smirk. Rest assured, I possess no such perverse inclinations. I am utterly uninterested in your private affairs. My knowledge of the shrapnel derives from my unique abilities. As he spoke, Suemo waved his right hand gently. The cutlery from the kitchen, under the influence of his telekinetic power, soared through the air, ultimately halting mid-flight between the two, rotating slowly. This was a rationale he had meticulously crafted. Moreover, the illusion that he could only manipulate metal served as a strategic reserve, should his abilities be revealed. The precedent of Magneto would lead people to uncritically accept his supposed limitations. Such an advantage could potentially save his life one day. Good grief. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony's expression morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment. A mutant? Magneto? Are you Eric's illegitimate son? Tony, mind your words. I cannot guarantee that the cutlery will not find its way into your mouth. Suemo shot him an irritated glance. My apologies, I merely became overly excited. After a prolonged silence, Tony managed to calm his racing heart. Upon learning of the shrapnel in his bloodstream, he had indeed contemplated how to extract it. Conventional medical methods were currently inadequate, and the unconventional solution that sprang to mind was Magneto. The previous incident where Magneto controlled the Golden Gate Bridge was vividly etched in the minds of every American. With his ability to manipulate metal, Magneto could undoubtedly extract the shrapnel with ease. Alas, that episode marked Magneto's last glorious triumph, after which he was injected with mutant serum and reduced to an ordinary old man. Tony had privately sought out mutants with similar abilities, yet had found no leads. In recent times, he had also discerned that due to the arc reactor in his chest, his blood had become saturated with palladium, resulting in early signs of palladium poisoning. Despite taking measures, if this persisted, the toxins would inflict irreversible damage within 3 years. Sumo's abilities reignited his hope. After a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, Tony exhaled deeply. All right, you win. What color of armor do you prefer? After finalizing the details regarding the armor, Tony eagerly led Suemo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. With Sumo's insistence, not only would Tony craft him a suit, but he would also provide a new one with each upgrade. Suemo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors surrounding them. I believe it unnecessary to create such a spectacle. I have no intention of exposing my secrets. Upon hearing this, Tony recognized the implications. Given Magneto's erratic behavior, the general populace harbored a degree of aversion towards mutants. He could appreciate Sumo's desire to keep his identity concealed. Lying on the operating table, Tony waved away the doctors. Licking his lips, which had dried from anxiety, he asked, "Can you assure me that we can manage this without a hospital?" Initially, Tony had planned to go to a hospital, providing a safety net should any complications arise. However, Sumo insisted that any room would suffice. Thus they ended up in the medical room. Observing Tony's anxious demeanor, Sumo attempted to reassure him. "Fear not, I do not jest about this. Your demise is inconsequential. But I cannot afford to lose my armor maker. You're quite the comforter," Tony remarked with a smirk, giving Sumo a thumbs up. Once the room was cleared of all but the two of them, Sumo commenced the procedure. He first guided the shrapnel into a small blood vessel in his arm, securing tourniquets on either side. With a flick of his mind, several small pieces of shrapnel shot out. The entire process took less than a minute. By the time Sumo placed the shrapnel in Tony's hand, Tony remained in a state of bewilderment. "Consider this a memento," Sumo announced as he opened the door, addressing the private doctors waiting outside. "You may enter to assist with the bleeding." After speaking, his expression shifted as he caught sight of a familiar figure among the doctors. A sly smile creeping onto his face. Tony, gazing at the shrapnel in his hand, still bore an expression of disbelief. "Is that it?" He touched the area over his heart, where the previous pressure had entirely dissipated. As the doctors flooded into the room, Sumo turned to leave. In the medical room, Tony addressed the bewildered doctors. "Hurry and bandage this." Noticing the small wound on Tony's arm, one doctor hurried forward, opening a medical kit to begin disinfecting. At that moment, another doctor, observing the wound revealed after cleaning away the blood, remarked, "Mr. Stark, you must attend to this injury post-haste." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted. "What do you mean? Is it serious?" The remaining physicians cast puzzled glances in his direction. After all, upon closer inspection, it was merely a trivial wound. Although it had penetrated a vein, considering its location and the volume of blood lost, it was evidently a superficial minor vein, especially with the presence of a tourniquet. It certainly did not constitute a serious injury. "You are mistaken. The wound is not severe." A smile flickered across the face of the doctor beside him. "I mean to say, if you do not hasten to dress it, the wound will soon heal on its own." Upon hearing the obvious jest directed at him, Tony felt a surge of indignation. "Which hospital do you belong to? I intend to file a complaint against you." "Of course, that is your prerogative." The doctor who had bandaged him produced a business card and handed it to Tony. "I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You may call me Strange." With that, Strange strode briskly out. As a somewhat renowned surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital, he had, under the director's strict orders, foregone an important surgical operation to attend to this case, only to discover that even an intern could have managed the bandaging with ease. These individuals were truly squandering medical resources. Chapter 45, Establishing the Special Forces Team. Death Island. After several days, Zoro and his companions had thoroughly acclimated to their rapidly enhanced powers. One morning, under Emma's guidance, the 9 of them arrived at the camp housing over 500 soldiers. At this moment, numerous wooden cabins had already been erected within the camp. For soldiers, outdoor survival is a fundamental skill, and given that this did not quite classify as wilderness survival, the camp was equipped with various construction machinery. With the sound of a whistle, all soldiers quickly formed orderly lines in a vast open area at the center of the camp. In front of the camp stood a wooden platform elevated half a meter above the ground. Noticing that the soldiers had gathered, Emma ascended the platform. "For the next period, Colonel Zoro will serve as your chief instructor, leading you through a rigorous 2-week training program. Soldiers who successfully complete this training will earn the privilege of joining the Special Forces team." "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about the benefits of joining the Special Forces team?" A soldier in the front row raised his hand to ask. "Certainly." Emma nodded. "Upon joining the Special Forces, not only will your salary double, but you will also receive a mysterious gift. As for what the gift entails, you shall only discover it once you have qualified." Upon hearing this, a murmur of excitement rippled through the ranks of soldiers. The motivation behind their enlistment in such a private army was not driven by lofty ideals, but rather by monetary gain. To now learn that joining the Special Forces would result in a direct salary increase was enough to exhilarate them. Colonel Harry, observing the eager expressions of the soldiers, felt a weight in his heart. He understood all too well that this incentive was one no soldier could refuse. After all, these soldiers were mercenaries willing to risk their lives for dollars. Their loyalty was to the almighty dollar, far surpassing any allegiance to him as their commander. Moreover, with the establishment of the Special Forces, what would become of his position as the commander of the original unit? After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. "I wonder who will assume command of this Special Forces team." Hearing this, Emma glanced at Harry. She was well aware of his intent. The special forces will be organized and trained by Mr. Zorro, who will naturally serve as the team's instructor. Upon hearing this, Harry's countenance darkened. In his eyes, he was the most suitable candidate for the position of commander, both in terms of qualifications and capabilities, as he was, after all, the commander of this very unit. Baron Strack had not informed him that they were now viewed as spoils captured by the enemy, ever since their arrival on the island. Although their weapons had not been redistributed, their freedom had not been curtailed either. During these past few days, he had roamed the island and observed that aside from those at their base, there were hardly any outsiders. To him, these individuals were merely new recruits under Baron Strack's command. I wonder if this Mr. Zorro has ever served in any military unit? Upon hearing this, Zorro chuckled softly and stepped out from the ranks of 9. I have never served in any military unit. I was merely a mercenary. After Zorro's introduction, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he confidently declared, in that case, I believe I am more suited to the role of chief commander than Zorro. Emma had no intention of wasting time on such trivialities. She turned to Zorro. It is in your hands. With that, Emma turned and departed. Although Harry might be stronger than Zorro in terms of training, the primary missions of the Special Forces would revolve around solo assassinations and small team collaborations. In this regard, Zorro, as a mercenary, was undoubtedly far superior to Harry, who hailed from a military background. When it came to individual combat capabilities, they were simply not on the same level. The so-called Colonel Harry, in their hands, would likely be no more significant than a mere toy. During this time, she had been preoccupied with the island's construction plans, leaving little time for training. Instead of witnessing their effortless display of prowess, she would be better off returning to refine her skills in the illusionary magic secret art. The more she practiced and studied, the more she realized the formidable power within this secret art, deepening her reverence for Sue Immo left behind. Harry's face contorted with rage upon seeing Emma's abrupt departure. This was a blatant affront to his dignity. Observing the fury etched upon Harry's face, Zorro spoke calmly. Enough. We are all aware of your sentiments. Do not claim we have not given you an opportunity. Haurina, step forward. As Zorro's words fell, a somewhat petite woman emerged from the ranks behind him. If you can endure for half a minute against Haurina, I shall gladly concede the position of commander to you. Upon hearing Zorro's challenge, Harry's anger threatened to erupt. This was an egregious insult. How could a former instructor of the esteemed American Special Marine Corps be subjected to such humiliation? You insufferable scoundrel. I will shove your head up your backside. With that, an enraged Harry lunged at Zorro like a leopard. Harry's proud speed appeared to Zorro as if it were in slow motion, allowing him to discern the taut muscles in Harry's arms and the quivering facial muscles as he sprinted forward. Seeing that Harry was oblivious to the futility of his actions, Zorro felt no obligation to hold back. He lifted his right leg and delivered a gentle kick. Harry only saw a fleeting shadow, followed by an overwhelming force impacting his abdomen. Instantly, he lost control of his body and flew backward uncontrollably. After soaring for several meters, he crashed violently into a tree behind him. It was only at that moment that he felt a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen, causing his entire body to curl up in agony. The soldiers below, who had been murmuring among themselves, fell into a hushed silence at this spectacle. It was not because their former commander had been struck, for to them, Harry was merely a figure akin to a corporate superior. Seeing a leader being assaulted would hardly incite solidarity among employees. If anything, they would be more inclined to celebrate. What astonished them was witnessing, for the first time in reality, someone being kicked several meters away. Zorro also noted the expressions of the soldiers and decided to boost their morale. He turned and walked over to a coconut tree, thick as a man's waist. With a swift motion, his right foot struck out, and a low, resounding crack echoed as the coconut palm splintered at approximately 1 meter above the ground. As the tree began its slow descent, the expressions of the soldiers transformed into a mixture of awe and excitement. I know you are all curious about the special rewards that come with joining the Special Forces. Let me assure you that this reward pertains directly to the enhancement of one's own abilities. Once you acquire this reward, each of you will have the opportunity to reach my level, or perhaps even surpass it. Upon hearing Soren's words, the soldiers gazed at him with fervent anticipation. As soldiers, who among them does not yearn for immense power? Noticing their eager expressions, Soren nodded. Henceforth, you will be divided into 8 small teams. Chapter 46. One cannot simultaneously possess a Lamborghini and feelings of inferiority. In the training chamber of the Star Tower, Suemo sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. Before him, the pitch-black tome of darkness radiated an aura of dark energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The tome transformed into a fleeting shadow, merging into his brow. and as it did, his floating form descended back to the ground. There was still a slight deficiency. Suemo sighed, recognizing that the magic capable of traversing the multiverse demanded a high level of proficiency. In a flash, Suemo materialized in a two-story villa located on the southern shore of Death Island, recently completed. Upon returning to the villa, Suemo did not linger. A portal began to open beside him, and he stepped through. Arriving at the doorstep of Tony's villa, he recalled that Tony had informed him the night before that the armor had been completed. "Hello, Miss Potts. Long time no see," Suemo exclaimed upon seeing Pepper, who was waiting for him at the entrance. "It has indeed been a while. As the second largest shareholder of the company, it's quite difficult for us to meet when you haven't graced the office in over a month," Pepper replied with a hint of exasperation. With Tony often distracted and Suemo absent for months, all responsibilities had fallen upon her shoulders. "Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude, as I have been managing quite well with the current boss and have no immediate plans to seek a new one." She smiled brightly, leading Suemo upstairs. "Do not hesitate to reach out if you find this role unsatisfactory. By the way, Avril has mentioned feeling overwhelmed. Poor Avril. It seems her situation is not unlike mine. You capitalist fiends." As they conversed, they entered a room filled with various apparatus. "Hey, Pepper, discussing our faults in my presence seems rather inappropriate." Tony's figure emerged from behind a table cluttered with parts. Ignoring his complaints, Pepper chuckled. "You two continue your conversation. I'll just get some coffee. To undermine me in front of my face is rather excessive." Tony muttered under his breath as he watched Pepper walk away. "All right. Next time I'll schedule a private chat with her." Seeing the smirk on Sumo's face, Tony conceded. "Fine, since we are dating. I ask that you maintain some distance from Pepper." Despite realizing he was being teased, Tony felt himself at a disadvantage when it came to Suemo. Upon hearing Tony's admission, Suemo chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Rest assured, I have no interest in Pepper. Now, lead me to my armor." With Suemo's assurance, Tony finally relaxed. As he guided him inside, he murmured, "It better be so." A moment later, Tony brought Suemo before a towering glass display case. He pointed to a deep blue suit of armor within. "This armor has been modified from the mark for, based on your suggestions, to be more portable. Take a look." As he spoke, the glass case opened, and Tony pressed a spot on the armor. It contracted, ultimately transforming into a briefcase-sized form, though it has lost some performance. The entire armor now weighs less than 30 kilograms. Tony proudly declared, "It appears quite impressive." Suemo assessed the armor in the display case. Tony proceeded to elaborate on the armor's various functionalities and weaponry. After listening to the presentation, a satisfied smile graced Sumo's face. Once Wanda dons it, she will be more than capable of defending herself. At the very least, with a maximum flight speed of 3 Mach, few adversaries will be able to pursue her. "Thank you. I am very pleased with the armor." In a villa located in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were busy organizing their belongings. Ever since Wanda expressed her desire to attend school, Suemo had swiftly made arrangements. With less than a week before the semester commenced, they needed to relocate to a vicinity near the university. As Suemo parked outside the villa and stepped into the yard, Pietro's voice echoed from within. "Wanda, you know I have absolutely no interest in going to school." "All right, Pietro, you've repeated that statement for nearly a month now. Our ride is about to arrive. You wouldn't be telling me you've changed your mind, would you?" Wanda replied, having finished packing the last box and looking earnestly at Pietro. Considering that Pietro and Wanda were of the same age, Suemo had arranged for Pietro to attend a school as well. But it was clear he was resistant to the idea of university life. "No, of course not. I'm just a bit anxious about the impending university experience." "Yes, anxious," Pietro fervently attempted to clarify. Upon entering, Suemo chuckled. "Don't worry, Pietro. I'm confident you will soon come to love university life." As Suemo walked in, both of their faces brightened. Wanda even dashed into his embrace. "Darling, I thought you had forgotten about today." After months of companionship, Suemo had successfully ascended in Wanda's eyes to the status of darling. Their relationship had rapidly deepened. "Such an important matter. How could I possibly forget? Are you ready?" Wanda nodded, gesturing towards a towering pile of boxes accumulating in the living room. "Certainly, we are fully prepared." Suemo surveyed the numerous storage boxes on the floor. "Didn't I mention that anything essential can be purchased once we arrive? There's no need to bring everything with us." Indeed, women from any nation seem to share a universal trait in this regard, always eager to transport their entire home whenever they depart. "No, these items are all necessities. Besides, once we arrive, going out to shop will waste time. It's far better to bring them along." "Very well," Suemo conceded with an exasperated nod. The trio exited the villa, and the moving truck arranged by Avril was conveniently parked outside. Wanda began directing the movers to load the items from the living room onto the vehicle. Meanwhile, Sumo, accompanied by Pietro, who carried only a shoulder bag, approached a parked Lamborghini. He casually tossed the keys to Pietro, who was staring at the car in disbelief. "Give it a try. See if you are satisfied." Instinctively catching the keys, Pietro examined the bull emblem on them and gradually processed the reality, his breath quickening. "Wait, are you saying this car is a gift for me?" "Absolutely," Sumo affirmed with a nod. From past encounters, it is evident that the current Pietro exhibits a considerable disparity in character compared to his demeanor following the awakening of his abilities. His upbringing as an orphan instilled within him a hint of timidity and inferiority. Although his personality has gradually improved since embarking on his training, he remains somewhat lacking in confidence. The intention behind gifting him a car was to ameliorate this aspect of his character. After all, one cannot possess a Lamborghini while simultaneously harboring feelings of inadequacy. In Chapter 47, Sonia, despite Pietro having grown accustomed to various luxuries during their recent interactions, this was his first encounter with a sports car. After all, Sumo had long since become weary of such possessions several years ago, now preferring vehicles that prioritize comfort and safety. For a young man like Pietro, who has had limited exposure to luxury cars, the allure of a sports car is far more likely to ignite the hormones within him. He excitedly approached the vehicle, surveying it with awe. It was simply magnificent. However, he quickly suppressed his exhilaration. "This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Anticipating this reaction, Sumo opened the car door and gently ushered him inside. "Rest assured, the car is merely on loan to you, and it has been gathering dust in my garage for years. It is nothing more than a repurposing of what would otherwise be wasted," he continued. "Or do you perhaps prefer a different model?" As he spoke, Sumo retrieved his phone and opened his photo album. "Take a look at which one you prefer. There are dozens more in the garage." During his fervent obsession with sports cars, Sumo had acquired a staggering collection, most of which he had driven only once or not at all. While Wanda had decisively facilitated Pietro's decision to attend university, the choice of institution was ultimately his own. In an effort to escape Wanda's oversight, he opted not to enroll in the same university as her. Wanda was headed to a state university in Pennsylvania, while he chose Boston University. The two institutions lay in opposite directions, each approximately 3 to 4 hours drive from New York. Certainly, New York is home to numerous esteemed universities. But under Sumo's subtle guidance, they both chose out-of-state options, thereby facilitating a departure from the perilous confines of New York City. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Pietro hesitated but ultimately declined to refuse further. "Very well, I truly do like this one." His affinity for the vehicle was undeniable. The acceptance letter and residence information are in the glove compartment. After relaying this, Wanda emerged from the villa. Upon witnessing Pietro starting the car, a warning smile graced her face. "I shall visit you during the holidays." At her words, Pietro's expression shifted. Ever since he decided to pursue his education, he had been living in a state of torment. After graduating from high school, both he and Wanda had chosen to leave their studies behind for work, leaving him with little recollection of what he had learned. To ensure he would not feel completely lost upon entering university, Wanda had insisted on studying with him for 4 to 5 hours each day. While she claimed her visit was to see him, he understood her true intention was to assess his academic progress. "Listen, Wanda, there is no need for that. I can take care of myself. That will be all, goodbye." With that, Pietro started the engine, and with a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini vanished from their sight. Watching him disappear, Wanda turned to Sumo. "Am I being too strict with him?" "Certainly not. You must understand that in our homeland, students typically study for over 10 hours a day. Your leniency has been quite generous." Naturally, Sumo supported Wanda in this matter. Neither harbored significant concerns regarding Pietro's safety. Over a month ago, he had already demonstrated the ability to lift more than a ton with his bare hands. His running speed had even shattered world sprinting records. With his current capabilities, he posed no threat to anyone's safety. After bidding farewell to Pietro, the remaining belongings in the villa were loaded into the vehicle. Soon, the two of them set off in a red Ferrari, leading the way towards Pennsylvania. For hours later, they entered an elegantly designed villa community. This expansive area was less than 10 minutes' drive from the state university Wanda would be attending. Before long, they arrived at a 2-story villa, entirely white, boasting a spacious yard of over 100 square meters, adorned with vibrant flowers. As they exited the vehicle, Sumo remarked, "What do you think? If you find this unsatisfactory, there are several other options nearby that we can explore." Thanks to the ingrained tendencies of his heritage, Sumo's parents had been avid real estate investors during their lifetime. Although their wealth was now but a fraction of its former glory, they still ranked among the upper echelons of affluent individuals in America. Coupled with the current downturn in the real estate market, his parents had acquired properties in numerous major cities across the country. This villa was one of those investments. Wanda, her eyes sparkling, shook her head. No need. This place is beautiful. It embodies the home of my dreams. With that, she stepped into the yard. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman in her 20s emerged, standing around 5'6", with long golden hair and a fair complexion complementing her somewhat curvaceous figure. She exuded an aura that stirred the desires of men. Perhaps due to the heat, the woman wore only a short-sleeved cotton t-shirt paired with denim shorts, radiating youthful exuberance. She glanced around the exterior of the villa, her gaze briefly lingering on the red Ferrari before settling on Sue Mo. "Are you the owner of the house?" she inquired. "Hello, I am Sonia Simonson, the caretaker of the villa. You may call me Sonia." After introducing herself, she extended her hand to Sue Mo for a handshake. "Your secretary, Ms. Averill, informed me over the phone that you would be arriving soon." Given the extensive properties acquired by Sue Mo's parents, it was crucial to maintain them, as many were wooden structures that could easily deteriorate if neglected. Furthermore, under American law, if a property remained unmaintained for an extended period, it could become a legal dispute if occupied by squatters after a certain duration. Thus, his parents employed local caretakers for each property. Sonia was evidently one such caretaker. "Please, follow me," Sonia beckoned, leading them into the villa. As Sue Mo admired the tidy living room, he silently approved of Sonia's management skills. Seizing an opportunity while Sue Mo ascended the stairs to inspect the rooms, Sonia hesitated and pulled Wanda aside. "Actually, I have yet to find a suitable place." So she paused, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Would it be possible for me to have a little more time to search for housing? Rest assured, I can stay in the servants' quarters at night without intruding on you too, and during this time, I can also take care of the villa's cleanliness. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. I understand this request may be somewhat excessive. If absolutely necessary, I can provide compensation." At this juncture, Sonia abruptly came to her senses, her face betraying an expression of incredulity. Initially, she had approached the situation with a mere sense of trial, perceiving the request as somewhat excessive. After all, the other party had informed her a month prior, providing ample time to seek alternative accommodations. Little did she anticipate that the house she had secured would be abruptly withdrawn by the owner just yesterday. Thus, she felt compelled to give it a try. "What? Are you implying that you have agreed?" Wanda replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, not only for these few days, but you may reside here indefinitely. My husband will not be staying here, and soon I shall be alone in this villa. Hence, I would rather you remain." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sonia hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. However, shouldn't you consult your husband first?" Although Wanda had already given her consent, Sonia was reluctant to instigate any discord between them. "Rest assured, my husband will not object." Despite her reassurance, Wanda ascended the stairs to recount the situation to Sue Mo. "I have no objections," Sue Mo replied nonchalantly. "The individuals tasked with overseeing the property have been meticulously vetted by the company. Otherwise, encountering scoundrels could lead to considerable complications. Generally speaking, those appointed to this role possess commendable character, and this was a principal reason for my acquiescence. Had it been a stranger, I would have declined immediately." Wanda beamed at Sue Mo, rewarding him with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't refuse." Sue Mo instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. He felt it prudent to address the matter further. While kindness is indeed a virtue, excessive benevolence often invites calamity. "My dear, while being helpful is commendable, I hope that in the future, such matters are discussed with me first." I felt secure allowing Sonia to stay because the company possesses her detailed profile. If she were a stranger, sharing the same roof could be exceedingly perilous, as one might harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing Sue Mo's words, Wanda realized that she had indeed acted somewhat recklessly. She promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand. I won't act so impulsively next time." She comprehended that Sue Mo's counsel was solely for her safety. Observing her downcast expression, Sue Mo gently stroked her head. "All right, just be mindful next time. Come, let me show you something wonderful." After greeting Sonia downstairs, the two exited the villa. After instructing the moving company personnel to transfer all items into the villa, Sue Mo took the wheel of his Ferrari, guiding Wanda toward a nearby lake as marked on the map. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in a secluded spot beside the lake. Switching off the engine, Sue Mo extended his right hand, producing a red box. "Take a look," he offered as he handed the box to her. Wanda's face lit up with curiosity. What is it that seems so mysterious? She opened the box to reveal a dazzling diamond ring. "Wow," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. What occasion is it today that warrants such a gift? Sumo remained silent, instead retrieving the ring from the box and gently placing it on her left hand's ring finger, replacing her original wedding band. Without further ado, he took her right hand and let a drop of his blood fall onto the ring. Wait, this isn't some sort of sorcery from Huaxia, is it? Wanda questioned, bewildered by Sumo's peculiar actions. Of course not, he retorted with a sidelong glance, bemused by her imagination. As the blood absorbed into the ring, it appeared to come alive, prompting Wanda to wear an expression of astonishment. Yet, before she could voice her queries, she suddenly felt an expansive space. Due to her unawakened state, Wanda's mental energy could not manifest outwardly. The only way to utilize the storage ring was through this blood-dropping method. What is this? In an instant, a blue suitcase materialized in Wanda's hand. With a mere thought, the suitcase vanished once more. Oh my, this is utterly marvelous. She began to revel in her newfound abilities. Eventually, she placed her hand on the car, and in the next moment, the vehicle disappeared, causing both of them to plummet to the ground. Given the Ferrari's low seating, they fell just half a meter onto the soft grass. Sorry, Wanda quickly apologized. Sumo waved off her concern nonchalantly. So what do you think? Do you like it? He gestured to the ring on her finger. Of course. Anything you gift me is cherished. She astutely refrained from inquiring about the origin of the ring, fully aware of its value. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, and she rose on her tiptoes to whisper something into Sumo's ear. The words ignited a fiery reaction within him. However, he recognized that his efficiency in certain matters paled in comparison to Kunzi, and responding in kind might result in them spending the night here. He had not forgotten the primary reason for their visit today. He instructed Wanda to retrieve the armor that could transform into a suitcase from the ring, guiding her to press a button in the center of the suitcase with her right index finger. Within mere seconds, a female voice emanated from the suitcase. Master identity has been bound. Shall the armor be activated? After acquiring the armor, Sumo had exchanged points in the marketplace for a control system akin to Jarvis. This rudimentary system required only 300 points for acquisition. Upon Wanda's command, the armor instantly disassembled, and within 5 seconds, it adorned her form completely. Encased in the armor, Wanda could hardly contain her excitement, emitting a series of gasps of wonder. It took several minutes of Sumo's calming reassurance before she finally settled down. Thereafter, she began to practice maneuvering the armor in flight, guided by the control system. Initially, she either collided with trees or plunged into the lake. Fortunately, the armor's comprehensive protection ensured she emerged unscathed. It was not until 2 hours later that she gradually mastered the art of flight. After soaring a few laps in the armor, Wanda gracefully descended before Sumo. As the helmet retracted, her flushed face radiated exhilaration. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. At Sumo's suggestion, Wanda reluctantly removed the armor, which reverted to its suitcase form before being stored in her ring. In the future, when you have time, you can frequently come here to practice, so you can protect yourself in case of any danger. Wanda approached Sumo, embracing him with gratitude. Thank you. Afterward, a mysterious smile graced her face. The previously vanished car reappeared nearby, and she opened the door, playfully pushing Sumo inside. Chapter 49. The Ascension of the Psychic Master, Annie's Disappearance? In the training chamber of the Star Tower, Sumo sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. After spending 2 days in Pennsylvania to ensure Wanda was settled, he returned to Death Island. Within his consciousness, the last vestige of mental energy was refined further as the refinement of the divine technique operated. As all mental energy coalesced into its purest form, a tremendous vibration resonated within his mind. At last, an overwhelming surge of mental energy converged towards the very core of the sea of consciousness. The highly concentrated mist of mental power gradually transformed into a liquid state. In the blink of an eye, a diminutive sphere of water began to take shape within the sea of consciousness. The moment the sphere formed, an intense suction force surged, drawing in the mental energy and creating a colossal vortex within the sea of consciousness. As the influx of mental energy increased, the sphere expanded in size. After more than half an hour, the mental energy in the sea of consciousness was nearly entirely absorbed by the sphere. Sumo understood that what remained was the most crucial step towards becoming a planetary-level mentalist, to compress the sphere to an extreme degree, transforming it into a solid, planet-like crystal core. Condense. Sumo silently intoned, then directed the mental energy forming the sphere to swiftly contract towards the center. Although it had turned to liquid, this mental energy still belonged to Sumo and was under his control. The volume of the sphere compressed drastically in an incredibly short time, shrinking to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Sumo gritted his teeth, The current level of compression was still insufficient to solidify it. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to apply further pressure on the miniature water sphere. The outcome hinged on this moment. Boom. It seemed that at a certain instant, the critical point was reached, and the sphere rapidly solidified, transforming into a sky-blue polygonal crystal. Once the crystal had completely solidified, an endless stream of energy erupted from within, causing the consciousness space to expand at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, it expanded to hundreds of times its original size. In that moment, Sumo's soul felt as though it had undergone a monumental leap in existence. His mind became extraordinarily clear. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The joyous voice of Xing Ji resonated in the training room. "Congratulations, Master, on your promotion to a planetary-level mentalist." As her words echoed, an endless array of colorful ribbons and confetti filled the training room. These decorations vanished upon touching the ground. Observing this spectacle orchestrated by Xing Ji, Sumo was left speechless. "Who taught you this?" "Online. Don't celebrations in your world always look like this?" "Oh, and there's more." Immediately, bottles of champagne materialized in the training room, followed by a series of popping sounds as the champagne sprayed everywhere. "Stop." Sumo teleported outside the training room, his expression dark as he regarded Xing Ji standing opposite him. "Don't conjure up such chaos next time." "Understood, Master." Xing Ji replied cheerfully. "You must be tired from your training. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Saying this, she moved behind Sumo, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. Meanwhile, her body pressed against his back. Feeling the intensity of her remarkable talent, Sumo suddenly found himself overwhelmed. He had previously attempted to retaliate, but each time, she had chosen to retreat at the critical moment. In simple terms, Xing Ji was adept at igniting the flames, but had no interest in extinguishing them. After being exasperated several times, Sumo could only try to evade her. "I'm leaving." Sensing that Xing Ji was about to employ her usual antics again, Sumo decisively opted to exit the Star Tower. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon pressing the answer button, Avril's voice came through. "Boss, something has happened to Annie." At this news, Sumo's expression shifted dramatically. Among the girlfriends he had interacted with over the years, Annie had been the one he had spent the most time with. They had become a couple since she was still a student. However, Annie understood Sumo's character well enough to know that he would never be tied down to one person, and her dream at the time was to become an actress. They had thus formed a perfect match, one driven by ambition, the other by desire. Sumo helped her ascend to become one of Hollywood's top stars, and in return, she became his girlfriend, completely unfazed by his indiscretions. Over the years, it would be impossible to claim that there were no feelings between them. Avril was also aware of this, which was why she had called him despite knowing he was married to Wanda. Hearing of Annie's predicament, Sumo could not remain indifferent. From Avril, he learned that Annie had suddenly gone missing a few days prior while shooting a film. Her parents had already reported her disappearance to the police, but there had been no news of her since. After a moment of hesitation, Sumo retrieved a number from his phone and dialed it. Moments later, he heard the voice of Agent Hill on the other end. "Sue, it seems you're in trouble. I want to know about Annie." Given Sumo's nature, he was reluctant to have extensive dealings with S-H-I-E-L-D. However, there was no alternative. If any organization was intimately aware of everything occurring within the United States, it was undoubtedly them. Sumo had considered how to establish an intelligence system, and the most appropriate method would be to purchase an intelligent entity within the system. Even a semi-intelligent entity defined by the system would surpass Jarvis by several levels. With such a resource, the entire Earth's network would become his private garden. Unfortunately, even a semi-intelligent entity required a staggering 60,000 points, which he currently could not afford. Of course, Star G within the Star Tower would surely find it much easier to achieve this. Yet, with his current abilities, he was unable to control the Star Tower. And Star G, as the spirit of the Star Tower, could not leave her sea of consciousness. For now, he had no choice but to seek assistance from S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D. After hanging up, Hill hurried to Nick Fury's office. Since witnessing Sumo's capabilities last time, Sumo's standing in Nick Fury's eyes had risen several notches. He had specifically instructed Hill to report any information regarding Sumo at all times. After hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury displayed little surprise on his face. He casually handed a document to Hill. This contained the information he had been seeking. Hill's expression shifted as he accepted the document and glanced through it. "You already knew he would call?" "Indeed," Nick Fury replied, his expression enigmatic. "I received a report about Annie's incident this morning and have already dispatched Natasha to protect her. This is a great opportunity to foster a good relationship with him." Chapter 50, Mutant Annie. Minutes later, Suemo received the information that Hill had sent. After reading the contents, he raised his hand, and a portal slowly opened beside him. Suemo stared in astonishment at his hands. Upon casting magic, he realized that after advancing to a planetary-level mentalist, although the total amount of mental energy had not increased significantly, its quality had multiplied several times over. Casting magic had become considerably easier than before. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 1, 425, 320 kilograms. Speed, 1, 360 ms. Telekinesis, 1, 260, 000 kg. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 23, 420. Level, planetary level, first stage. The increase in telekinesis was approximately 20%. I wonder if I can successfully cast dream walking now. Suemo murmured to himself. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to rescue Annie first. With that in mind, he stepped into the portal before him. Florida, Palm Bay. Inside a dilapidated motel on the edge of a crumbling street, two figures stood by the window, surveying the scene outside. Once they confirmed that no enemies had followed them, the two finally settled onto the bed in the room. The duo consisted of the missing and Natasha, a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. What on earth are those things? And why are they hunting me? And asked, her face still pale from fear as she gazed at Natasha. Natasha reloaded her firearm and holstered it at her thigh. Those are Sentinel robots, specifically designed to capture mutants. Upon hearing this, Anne's expression froze. Haven't humans and mutants established peace already? Why is this happening? Natasha nonchalantly wiped the blood from her face. Do you really believe what those politicians say? All right, Anne replied, sitting on the bed. She extended her right hand gently, and the moisture in the air rapidly converged towards her fingertips, forming a large crystal of ice in mere moments. The marvel of her mutant ability was astounding. The reason for her disappearance was that she had unexpectedly discovered her ability to conjure ice from thin air a few days prior and had yet to learn to control it, resulting in her retreat. During those 2 days, everything she touched would shatter into icy fragments, making even contacting her family impossible. Just as she had begun to master her ability, she was targeted by several robots intent on capturing her. Fortunately, her powers were not weak, and at the crucial moment, the individual who claimed to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had come to her rescue. I advise you to conserve your energy, Natasha said, reclining on the bed. The quickest support won't arrive until nightfall. For now, we must rely on ourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. She rose and approached the door, peering through the crack to look outside. The hotel was situated by the sea, with a fence surrounding the backyard, and the beach was less than 100 meters away. At that moment, 3 Sentinel robots, each towering over 5 meters, were slowly descending from the sky onto the beach. This is bad. We need to go. Natasha rushed to the window and swung it open. Follow me. With that, she leapt out of the window. Their room was on the second floor, only 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Upon hearing her, Anne hurried to the window as well. Thanks to her experience filming action scenes, she landed gracefully on the ground. Without pausing, the two hopped into a nearby vehicle, and with a swift acceleration, they sped toward the intersection. The robots behind the hotel emitted an alarm. Mutant detected. Moments later, 3 figures took to the air again, thanks to the mutant detection devices. The Sentinel robots quickly pinpointed Anne's location within 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Natasha was driving the vehicle along the coastal highway in another direction. The 3 Sentinel robots showed no regard for pedestrians as they accelerated, landing directly in front of the vehicle, their arms crashing heavily onto the car's hood. The vehicle nearly lifted off the ground. The sudden deceleration caused both women to nearly be thrown out of the windows, but fortunately, the seatbelts held them in place. After a moment, they emerged from the car, rubbing the spots where the seatbelts had restrained them. Shit, I feel like I'm about to choke. Natasha called out a warm greeting to the Sentinel robots. However, the robots displayed no reaction, their attention solely fixated on Anne as they advanced toward her. Run, Natasha shouted to Anne, drawing specialized handguns from her thighs and firing at the robots. The bullets ricocheted off the robots' metallic bodies, inflicting no damage. Nonetheless, her actions successfully drew the attention of the Sentinels. Come on, you fools. After shouting, Natasha turned and ran in another direction. She knew all too well that the 2 of them alone were no match for the Sentinel robots. Her only option was to buy time until help arrived. The 3 Sentinel robots, observing the 2 fleeing in opposite directions, decided to split up. One pursued Natasha while the other 2 charged towards Anne. After all, capturing mutants was their primary objective. and glanced back at the two Sentinel robots closing in on her and quickly turned to flee toward the beach. The reason they had chosen to rest at a seaside hotel was due to Anne's ability. Although she could conjure ice from the air, it required sufficient humidity. In the inland areas, she risked depleting the surrounding moisture with a single use of her powers. The seaside, however, was undoubtedly her domain, significantly enhancing her combat efficacy. Having run less than 50 meters, the robots were already within 5 meters of her. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of icy blue flashed in Anne's eyes. The moisture in the air swiftly coalesced around the robots, and within 2 seconds, they were encased in ice sculptures. However, before Anne could catch her breath, cracks began to surface on the ice sculptures. Noticing this, Anne wasted no time and activated her powers once more. The humidity within a 100-meter radius was drawn into her, thickening the ice around the two Sentinel robots to nearly a meter thick. Despite this, Anne remained vigilant. Suppressing the fatigue coursing through her, she continued her flight. Meanwhile, Natasha, while fleeing, sporadically fired shots behind her to divert the robot's ire. Unlike Anne, she navigated through narrow alleyways. Although the Sentinel robots wreaked havoc on the surrounding buildings, sending pedestrians scattering in fear, this provided Natasha with a temporary advantage. However, as she emerged from one of the alleys, she was confronted by 3 Sentinel robots once more, her expression turning to one of disbelief. No way. Chapter 51. You will regret this. Just as Natasha contemplated retreating, she spotted the robots pursuing her emerging from the alley behind. Her expression shifted dramatically. Ms. Natasha, by obstructing the operations of the Sentinel Special Task Force, we are now authorized to apprehend you. A voice, distinctly male, emanated from the robot standing in the center. Go. Natasha ignored the proclamation and charged toward the pursuing robot. Although the Sentinels were manufactured by Trask Industries, they were actually controlled by the government's Sentinel Special Task Force, a branch on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. In theory, both organizations fell under the umbrella of special government authority. As she closed in on the robot, Natasha executed a slide, slipping between its legs. During her passage, she affixed a circular device to the Sentinel's body. A crackling sound erupted from the device. The Sentinel convulsed before crashing to the ground. Without turning back, Natasha made to retreat through the alleyway. The 3 robots stationed nearby ceased their restraint. A needle-like projectile was fired from the central robot, striking Natasha almost instantly, a thin wire trailing from it to the robot's arm. Natasha felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Numbness enveloped her, and she began to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, Anne sprinted out from a side street, immediately removing the device embedded in Natasha and helping her escape to safety. The Sentinel robots, immobilized by Annie's icy powers, soon began to radiate an intense heat, their surfaces gradually turning a vibrant crimson after attempts to break free through sheer force proved futile. The ice encasing them swiftly melted away. At this point, the Sentinel robots had not yet attained the invincible capabilities of their later stages, where they could effortlessly replicate the abilities of others upon contact. Each Sentinel robot possessed only a singular, unchanging ability. Upon their initial discovery of Annie's ice-based powers, the Sentinels dispatched by Trisk Industrial were all imbued with fire-based abilities. After several of these robots managed to extricate themselves, they immediately pursued the direction Annie had taken. A few minutes later, 5 Sentinel robots cornered the 2 women in an alleyway, effectively trapping them. Faced with the blockage ahead, Annie's expression morphed into one of anxiety. This is dire. Natasha, whose body was still recovering from numbness, slowly began to regain her faculties. Drawing out 2 retractable batons, she charged toward the encroaching robots. All her advanced weaponry had been expended, and the pulse bomb she had just deployed was her last resort. Swinging her batons, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the robots, yet these strikes proved utterly ineffective against the metallic constructs. Retreating to her original position, Natasha glanced at Annie, spreading her hands in frustration. It seems my combat skills are of no use against them. It's up to you now. Upon hearing this, Annie shook her head anxiously. No. I've overexerted myself and currently cannot utilize my powers. Natasha, hearing this, stowed her batons. Then, we can only hope that your ex-boyfriend and the director possess the capability to rescue us from the Sentinel Special Operations. She was acutely aware that Nick Fury had tasked her with protecting Annie primarily to recruit the latter. Of course, there was also the possibility of wanting to recruit Annie herself, for the awakened Annie was far from weak. Seeing that the two had nowhere to escape, a group of soldiers emerged from behind the Sentinel robots, led by a middle-aged man. Ms. Annie, we would like you to accompany us, he stated, disregarding Natasha's presence. As her expertise in mutant research held little value, and even if they took her back, it would not be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened, rendering the effort moot. Of course, but I wonder what crime I have committed. Do you possess an arrest warrant? Annie remained surprisingly calm, fully aware that they would not have a warrant. Her inquiry was merely a tactic to buy time. The man's face twisted into a sneer at her words. Such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that you are currently invaluable to our research. Without waiting for a response, he subtly gestured to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers, in turn, produced a mutant power suppression collar, preparing to affix it upon Annie. Wait, Natasha interjected, halting their advance. The man's expression soured with impatience. Ms. Natasha, your repeated interruptions of our actions could be overlooked due to your director's influence, but I hope you do not overstep your bounds. In response, Natasha wore a nonchalant smile. I merely wish to advise you that Ms. Annie's boyfriend is no ordinary individual. Should you provoke him, you may soon find yourselves regretting it. Following the incident with Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D. had naturally initiated an investigation into his whereabouts. After some time, they had surmised his likely location, fixating on Death Island. It was impossible to conceal from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Death Island had been privately purchased by Magneto. Furthermore, through mobile tracking, they had discovered that Shioma frequently lingered on the island. Combined with the conflicts between Shioma and Magneto, as well as the fact that Magneto had been taken away, it was easy to deduce that Shioma had subdued Magneto and relocated him to Death Island. After reaching this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Shioma's strength escalated significantly, categorizing him as one of the most untouchable entities. Indeed, the destructive potential exhibited by someone like Magneto, when provoked, was nearly equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb. As long as these individuals did not cause trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not readily provoke them. Naturally, Shioma had intentionally allowed such information to surface, showcasing certain capabilities to avert unnecessary complications. In light of the current situation, the first response from S.H.I.E.L.D. had been to safeguard Annie. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, the man scoffed. Regret? It is unlikely that anyone capable of making us in the Sentinel Special Operations regret their actions has yet to be born. Is that so? Just as the man finished speaking, a portal began to materialize before him, and Shioma stepped through. Upon seeing him, Natasha exhaled in relief, casting a surprised glance at the slowly closing portal. I thought you had abandoned your little girlfriend. Meanwhile, Annie flung herself into Shioma's embrace. Chapter 52. This must all be a dream. It took half a minute for Annie to reluctantly extricate herself from Shioma's arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's all right. Shioma consoled her, noting the unusual emotion on her face. It was rare for him to witness such an expression, as she typically wore a smile, appearing carefree and untroubled. Given that Shioma was her boyfriend, she had not encountered significant setbacks within the entertainment industry. Clearly, this incident had genuinely frightened her. Only then did Annie notice Shioma's unconventional arrival. Wait, how did you get here? I thought I saw a hole sparking with energy. Are you also a mutant? Well, you could call it a sort of magic. Shioma explained. Magic? You're a sorcerer, and you've never told me in all these years. Disappointment flickered across Annie's face. Actually, never mind. Now is not the time for explanations. I will clarify everything when we return. After saying this, Shioma turned his attention toward the group of soldiers and the Sentinel robots. It seems you are truly willing to go to great lengths for your research. Previously, Raven had already disclosed all the information she possessed to Shioma, though her knowledge was limited, given her status as a prisoner. Shioma had planned to address the matter after breaking through to become a planetary-level telepath, but unexpectedly, they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Upon witnessing Shioma's extraordinary entrance, both the soldiers and their leader felt a twinge of unease. Yet, bolstered by the presence of 5 Sentinel robots behind them, the man regained a measure of confidence. They were familiar with mutants possessing such abilities. Their base had once housed an experimental subject with similar powers, codenamed Red Devil. Furthermore, the abilities exhibited by the individual before them seemed to entail some delay compared to the instantaneous capabilities of Red Devil. You scoundrel! We are fighting for the future of humanity. Abominations like you should not exist. Facing the man's self-righteousness, Shioma could hardly be bothered to engage in further dialogue. With a subtle wave of his right hand, a vast portal materialized beneath the soldiers' feet. They had no time to react before plummeting through the opening, which led to a location thousands of meters above. In an instant, akin to paratroopers descending from the sky, a multitude of soldiers clad in camouflage plummeted from above in free fall. The sole distinction was that these soldiers bore no parachute packs on their backs. Only 5 Sentinel robots activated their propulsion systems, hovering in place. Naturally, the middle-aged man at the forefront was similarly supported by one of the Sentinel robots. Thus spared from calamity, the man gazed up at the soldiers in the sky and commanded the Sentinel robot behind him, "Save them." The other 4 robots, receiving the order, attempted to ascend towards the heavens. However, Sumo, positioned opposite them, clearly had no intention of granting them that opportunity. A planetary-level psychic force enveloped the robots, and in an instant, they all ceased to function. The remnants of the Sentinel robots that had previously besieged the White Queen had been handed over to a group of researchers under Baron Strack. Although they had yet to replicate the technology, they had thoroughly analyzed the structure of these Sentinel robots. Sumo was acutely aware of the location of the control center within these robots. By merely dismantling this control center, he could reduce them to mere heaps of scrap metal. The incapacitated robots floated slowly before Sumo, who ensconced them within his storage ring. With a replacement control center, these robots could become his loyal sentinels. The middle-aged man, cradled by the robot, watched helplessly as Sumo performed his actions, unable to intervene. Once the robot vanished, he plummeted to the ground. The excruciating pain jolted him back to reality. An illusion? Yes, this must surely be an illusion you have conjured. I will not be deceived. Sentinel, attack. With that, the man cleverly closed his eyes, believing that as long as he remained unaffected by his opponent, the Sentinel robots would inevitably vanquish Sumo, for they were impervious to psychic abilities. Witnessing this, Sumo and his companions could only chuckle in disbelief. Who would have thought he would see through it so easily? Stepping forward, Sumo delivered a sharp slap to the man's face, knocking several teeth from his mouth. How does that feel? Not painful at all, I presume? He taunted, before viciously stomping down on the man's groin. The man emitted a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This is an illusion. It cannot be real. He bellowed, clutching his groin and spitting blood. At that moment, the soldiers falling from the sky finally made contact with the ground, the sound of thuds reverberating in succession. Splashes of crimson blossomed upon the earth. Sumo's gaze shifted to the distant sky, where a swarm of figures, resembling flies, appeared on the horizon. Moments later, they flew closer, revealing a squadron of Sentinel robots, no less than 17 or 18 in total. The foremost robot bore a young man in a white lab coat. Upon landing, the young man hurried forward to assist the middle-aged man. "Captain Wayne, are you all right?" "Lyle?" The man, upon seeing the youth and the reinforcements of Sentinel robots, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? It was only then that he began to comprehend that the events that had transpired were not mere figments of his imagination. Gazing at the pools of blood on the ground, Wayne's eyes narrowed with malevolence as he fixed his gaze on Sumo. "Kill him. Kill him." Before the Sentinel robots could act, Sumo was already ahead of the game. As before, he destroyed the control centers of these robots and stored them within his spatial ring. After the operation, Sumo grinned at Wayne and remarked, "In the illusion I crafted, how could you possibly harm me?" Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wayne seemed to lose his sanity. "This is an illusion. No, this cannot be real," he shrieked. Captain Wayne, an ostensibly rational man, had been driven to madness by Sumo's relentless manipulation. At that moment, the youth named Lyle's expression shifted as well. Are we trapped in an illusion? After all, he was quite familiar with the combat prowess of the Sentinel robots, and the ease with which Sumo had dispatched them was indeed outrageous. Even Natasha and Annie, positioned behind Sumo, found themselves uncertain of what was real and what was illusion. Natasha gazed at Sumo's silhouette before her, realizing that he had become an enigmatic figure to her. No wonder Nick Fury had gone to such lengths to recruit him. With such bizarre and unpredictable abilities, any adversary would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 53, The Sentinel Special Operations Bureau at the ocean floor. Observing Wayne's collapse, Sumo lost interest in further tormenting him. A massive spatial portal appeared beneath everyone, and they plummeted downward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Annie and Natasha, but almost instantaneously, Sumo caught each of them in his arms. Emerging from the spatial portal, they found themselves soaring above an island. "This is," Natasha exclaimed, gazing at the buildings below with astonishment, her eyes fixed on Sumo. "Indeed, this is the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations Bureau." The bureau was established on a small island of less than a square kilometer, adjacent to the Manhattan district. The entire island belonged to the bureau. Upon receiving Sumo's confirmation, Natasha's expression shifted. "What do you intend to do?" Sumo did not respond, but gently descended to the ground, releasing the two from his embrace. However, Annie clung to him, and it took considerable effort to pry her away. earning him a look of discontent. Wayne and Lyle, however, were not as fortunate, crashing directly into the top floor of the island's main building. This structure was the operational headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations Bureau, and the top floor housed a vast conference room. At that moment, the conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from the Bureau, and a massive screen along one wall displayed information about Annie. The meeting, evidently, was focused on strategies for capturing this mutant. The sudden intrusion of two figures from above startled everyone present in the conference room. As the dust settled, the attendees cautiously emerged from their cover to discover that the two forms on the ground were the dispatched agents. This is bad. The faces of the officials turned grave as they beheld the fallen duo. It seems I have arrived just in time. Everyone is present. A familiar voice echoed around the room. Only then did they realize that a figure had quietly taken position by the window. From their vantage point on the island's perimeter, Natasha and Annie witnessed the main building, which had been still moments before, suddenly begin to tremble violently before slowly lifting off the ground. It accelerated rapidly into the sky, and within moments, the structure had shrunk to a mere speck in their sight. In the meeting room, the attendees felt the building's ascent, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The structure had ascended to several thousand meters, where the air had become exceedingly thin. After a moment, a man, seemingly the highest-ranking official, steadied himself against the table and stood. What exactly do you intend to do? He understood that the chaos was orchestrated by the young man of Chinese descent before him. I intend to obliterate your organization entirely. No, you cannot do this. We are a government-affiliated department. Your actions will brand you a traitor to the nation. The leading man warned, his tone a mixture of intimidation and desperation. Is that so? That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to embark on a thrilling journey. As Sumo's voice fell, the ascending structure gradually came to a halt, and then it began to plummet freely downward. To prevent insufficient speed, Sumo applied an additional downward thrust. Within mere seconds, the building's descent velocity reached over 100 meters per second. The intense sensation of weightlessness forced everyone in the room to cling tightly to the ceiling, their mouths releasing piercing screams. They could hardly fathom that, in the midst of middle age, they would experience such an extreme sport. Several older individuals had already succumbed to shock under the overwhelming speed. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Sumo turned his gaze upward, flashing a benevolent smile at the crowd clinging to the ceiling before vanishing from sight in a swift motion. On the island, witnessing the accelerating descent of the building, the remaining personnel in the other structures were thrown into a state of panic, hastily driving towards the bridge connecting to the mainland. Natasha and Annie, who were dumbfounded by the scene, suddenly felt a tight grip around their waists. Sumo had appeared behind them without their notice. With a swift motion, he grasped both of them and leaped through a portal. When the trio reappeared, they were atop a towering building. The two women gazed at the familiar island in the distance, realizing they were now in Manhattan, looking across the sea at the island. The speed of the building's descent was nearing the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, it crashed down onto the island with a tremendous impact. A massive boom resonated, and a mushroom cloud rose from the island's location. In Sumo's mind, a series of notifications echoed. Defeated the antagonist, earned 142 points. Defeated the antagonist, earned 156 points. The alerts continued for several minutes before finally ceasing. A short while later, as the dust settled, Natasha exclaimed in astonishment, watching the island slowly sink under the tremendous force of the impact. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury leisurely sipped his coffee as he observed the sinking island on the monitor before him. Director, will our inaction not provoke discontent from the Department of Defense? Coulson, standing beside him, bore a look of concern. Of course, they will be displeased. After all, the Sentinel program has the department's backing. Nick Fury revealed a row of gleaming white teeth against his dark visage. But frankly, I couldn't care less. The White House has explicitly decreed that mutants and ordinary humans are entitled to the same rights. It's these individuals who continuously tarnish the government's reputation. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't lack a single high-level operative. Clearly, Nick Fury was not in favor of the Department of Defense establishing the Sentinel Special Operations. It is well known that the abilities awakened in mutants are diverse and formidable. If these individuals were to be integrated into S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization's strength would undoubtedly surge, allowing for more adept handling of supernatural cases. However, due to the existence of the Sentinel Special Operations, mutants are highly resistant to government institutions. To this day, S.H.I.E.L.D. has yet to recruit even a single powerful mutant. Nick Fury felt somewhat helpless regarding this situation. In his view, the mutant's actions were understandable. If he were in their position, he too would hesitate to expose his identity to a government agency after hearing tales of the Sentinel Special Operations. This predicament has led S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek collaboration with Xavier's Academy when confronted with insurmountable challenges. On the rooftop of Manhattan, Sue-Mo turned to Natasha, glancing at the gradually quieting island. Although this was an order from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I must thank you. Had it not been for you, Annie would have faced considerable hardship. With that, Sue-Mo extended his right hand, producing a small booklet. Consider this as a token of gratitude. However, this gift is solely for you. Remember to dispose of it after reading. Without further ado, he pressed the booklet into Natasha's hands and, with Annie in tow, stepped through a spatial gateway. Chapter 54, New Skills Unlocked. Natasha watched as the two vanished from her sight. She picked up the booklet, glancing at its cover, which bore the characters Laydal, Thunderblade, that she did not recognize. Upon opening it, she was relieved to find the contents entirely in English. After skimming through a few pages, her eyes widened in astonishment. The text detailed only the first 5 levels of the Thunderblade technique, which, once mastered, could quintuple her physical strength. Furthermore, this technique also promised to enhance her physical constitution, albeit at a slower rate than consuming beast flesh. Nevertheless, Natasha was unable to contain her excitement. Her various martial arts skills had nearly reached perfection. Her only shortcoming was her physical prowess. If she could elevate her physical capabilities tenfold, she had no doubts about the exaggerated claims in the booklet. She had just witnessed Sue-Mo's enigmatic abilities, and it was clear that he would not frivolously deceive her with such a gift. With this thought, Natasha cherished the booklet, tucking it into her chest as she descended to the lower levels. She could hardly wait to practice the Chinese martial arts contained within. Sue-Mo and Annie emerged through the spatial portal, also finding themselves atop a tall building. The reason Sue-Mo chose to gift her the Thunderblade manual was that it was particularly suitable for her. Of course, the primary reason was that it required no cost. He could print as many copies as he desired. He only provided her with the first 10 levels, not out of stinginess, but because that was all the manual in his storage ring contained. He had written these manuals some time ago, intending to give them to Soren and the others, having made over 100 copies. Under the influence of the White Queen's mental powers, Soren and his companions had been thoroughly brainwashed. Even if Sue-Mo commanded them to perish, they would not hesitate. By providing them with the manuals, once their strength increased, it would significantly enhance their ability to assist him in accumulating points. Annie gazed at the massive letters before her. Triskelion Industries. Is this the company that manufactures those robots? Annie had some understanding of the history of mutants and Sentinel robots. Indeed, Sue-Mo nodded. Now that he had made his move, he would leave no room for the adversary. Meanwhile, within the building below, a deafening alarm blared throughout the premises. Triskelion Industries was equipped with devices capable of detecting mutants. If any mutant entered within 100 meters of the building, the devices would trigger an alert. Sue-Mo and Annie, standing atop the building, certainly heard the alarm ringing from within. However, Sue-Mo remained unfazed, calmly making his way downwards. In an instant, all the surveillance equipment within the building was disabled. As they entered the top floor, a group of armed soldiers burst forth from around the corner. Upon spotting Sue-Mo and Annie, the leading officer aimed a device resembling a compass at them, which emitted a rapid beeping sound. Confirming that the two were the invading mutants, the soldiers immediately trained their weapons on them. Get down and cover your heads, the officer barked. Sue-Mo, however, remained undeterred, continuing to advance towards them. Seeing this, the soldiers exhibited no hesitation and almost simultaneously pulled their triggers. In the aftermath of the gunfire, the soldiers were horrified to witness that the bullets, instead of striking their targets, hovered suspended in midair. This is bad. Everyone, take cover. The officer emitted a terrified shout, his body darting towards a nearby room. Although the soldiers reacted quickly, their movements were still far too sluggish in comparison to the bullets. After a cacophony of screams, only the commanding officer emerged alive from the ordeal. This was not due to the adversary's swift reflexes. Rather, it was because Sue-Mo had deliberately chosen to spare him. Before the officer could indulge in relief, Sue-Mo materialized before him. Where is your mental shielding device? To thwart the intrusion of telepaths, the Trisk group had established a mental shielding apparatus within this building. Within its confines, the abilities of mutants would be suppressed. I don't. The officer's words were abruptly cut short as he felt a searing pain in his shoulder. His severed right arm fell to the floor, a gleaming knife hovering ominously in the air beside Sue-Mo, untouched by any blood. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Sue-Mo gazed at him with an inscrutable calm. I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts. I will tell you. I will tell you. The officer hastily cried out in terror. Moments later, both Sumo and the officer vanished from the room, leaving behind only a colossalized sculpture. In just a few days, Annie's worldview had undergone a profound transformation. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she felt no sympathy for those who persecuted mutants. Upon her first act of killing, she felt not a flicker of fear, but rather a subtle thrill. In the basement of the building, Sumo surveyed the towering apparatus standing 6 or 7 meters high, flanked by 2 sentinel robots on guard. Upon the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals in the room, the sentinel robots emitted an electronic synthetic voice. Identity card information not detected. Before the words could fully register, the red light in the robot's eyes extinguished. Sumo cast a glance at the apparatus, which instantly converged into a massive metallic sphere. With the failure of the mental shielding device, a spatial portal opened nearby. On the other side, Emma, who was bathing, looked at Sumo near the portal with a hint of exasperation. Calmly, she retrieved a towel from the side and wrapped it around herself. Boss, could you possibly give a call next time you have business to attend to? Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment crossed Sumo's face. I apologize. I did not anticipate you would be bathing at noon. Women do not adhere to a schedule when it comes to bathing. Beside them, Annie's eyes darted between the two. With her woman's intuition and their composed demeanor, she sensed that their relationship was far from ordinary. Moments later, as Emma emerged from the portal dressed, Annie assertively wrapped her arms around Sumo's. Emma's gaze swept over Annie's seemingly defiant posture, and she chuckled nonchalantly. Then, a glimmer of silver flashed in Emma's eyes as her mental abilities surged outward. The Tris group, is it? She murmured before addressing Sumo boss. What are our next steps? Take all the technicians and data with us. It's simple. Emma nodded in agreement. Within the building, the researchers momentarily froze, exchanging glances before methodically organizing the documents in their hands. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Tris group stood dumbfounded, while those deemed inconsequential, akin to janitors, were ushered away under Emma's command. Several hours later, as the spatial portal closed, the base of the Trisk building erupted with a thunderous roar, slowly collapsing. Upon returning to Death Island, Sumo handed over the captured personnel and the Sentinel robots to Emma before taking Annie back to their seaside villa. After making a call to her family, Annie nestled affectionately in Sumo's embrace. Darling, thank you. In her eyes, Sumo had obliterated those 2 organizations for her sake, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Sumo wrapped his arm around her soft waist. You know, what I seek is not merely verbal appreciation. Upon hearing this, a different smile blossomed on Annie's face. Would you care to experience the sensation of something icy and refreshing? Chapter 55, Dreamwalking Through Parallel Universes. S-H-I-E-L-D what? Suited this. Nick Fury exclaimed, rising from his seat, his eyes fixed intently on Natasha. Indeed, I was right there. Natasha affirmed with a nod. From the moment Sumo had taken her to the island, she understood that he intended to showcase his abilities to S-H-I-E-L-D. Hence, she did not conceal this matter from the director. Stop joking, Natasha. This is no laughing matter. Agent Hill interjected, hands on her hips, tapping a few commands on the screen in front of her, her expression one of disbelief. You sent a signal half an hour before the incident, and it was still in Florida. How could it possibly reach the Sentinel Operations Center in New York in mere minutes? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Sue merely drew a circle in the air, and a passage appeared before us. As she spoke, Natasha mimicked Sumo's gesture. I know this sounds fantastical, but it is indeed the truth. As she continued, Natasha felt her words lacking in conviction. I believe you, Nick Fury interjected as he returned to his seat. I once encountered a secret dossier that contained records of such magic. Precisely. Natasha's face lit up with excitement. The source claimed it was a form of magic. It seemed that she had made yet another astute choice. A smile crept onto Nick Fury's face. The more formidable Sumo's displayed prowess, the greater the potential return on their previous investments for S-H-I-E-L-D. In her assigned dormitory, having completed her report, Natasha eagerly returned, extracting the booklet detailing the Thunderblade and delving into its contents with fervor. The more she studied, the more exhilaration radiated from her countenance. After over half an hour, she ventured to the training room on the lower floor of the dormitory. Her extensive combat training had honed her physical control to near perfection. Approaching the punching bag she frequently trained with, Natasha recalled the method of force application described in the first section of the Thunderblade. She slowly formed a fist and struck the bag with force. No, in that moment of impact, she realized her technique was flawed. After retracting her fist, She instinctively began to experiment based on her newfound understanding. After 3 hours of relentless practice, having thrown hundreds of punches, Natasha was on the verge of surrendering in frustration. In a fit of anger, she threw a casual punch at the bag, subconsciously applying the technique from the manual. Two forces converged almost instantaneously. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the training room as the punching bag shattered under the immense power. Natasha stared in disbelief at her hands. I truly perfected it. Elated, she pulled out her phone, eager to call Sumo to express her gratitude, but then realized she did not possess his number. Resolute, she vowed to thank him in person in a few days. Remembering Sumo's previous instructions, she memorized the contents of the booklet before promptly destroying it. On Death Island, Sumo sat in the training chamber of the Star Tower. After spending a night on the island, Annie had been escorted home by Sumo. She had decided to remain on the island in the future, but before that, she needed to return home to spend some time with her parents. Yesterday, the number of individuals who perished at Sumo's hands was not insignificant, yet they were merely ordinary souls, collectively yielding no more than 50,000 points. Such a sum, at this juncture, was but a mere drop in the ocean for him. However, with his recent ascension to a planetary-level psychic master, he felt that the dream-walking technique should now be within his grasp. He had already instructed Emma not to disturb him during this period. At that moment, as the tome of dark magic materialized before him, its pages began to turn, eventually landing upon the one detailing the dream-walking technique. Sumo closed his eyes. The technique, which had plagued him for an extended duration, was surprisingly executed with remarkable ease. In that instant, he felt his soul detach from his corporeal form. While the tome transformed into a stream of black light, penetrating the center of his soul, where it inscribed a magical sigil upon his brow. Subsequently, his essence was drawn into a swirling vortex. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an enigmatic realm, gazing into the distance. He could not suppress a gasp at the breathtaking vista before him. At the far end of the void, a colossal sphere loomed, with a thick, luminous line extending from it. After a short distance, this line bifurcated, and each branch further divided, until the original single beam had transformed into countless strands. These strands, varying in thickness, spread out like the branches of a mighty tree. From the records within the tome, Sumo discerned that each strand symbolized a parallel world, with the thickness of each line corresponding to the extraordinary power of the world it represented. The feeblest lines indicated realms devoid of any extraordinary forces. Turning his gaze toward the line representing his own world, he noted its significant girth, akin to the trunk of a tree. It appeared that his world stood as a paragon of martial prowess among these parallel realms. Sumo sighed in contemplation. According to the tome's contents, merely touching these lines would grant him passage into the corresponding parallel worlds. In those realms, his counterpart, being a perfect match for his soul, would naturally serve as the ideal vessel for his essence. For his inaugural venture into dreamwalking, Sumo decided to select a world devoid of any extraordinary beings for practice. He propelled his ethereal form toward the thinnest of the lines. As he approached, he sensed a gentle pull. It was not overpowering, and he felt he could easily resist it. Yet he chose to yield and let it draw him into this new reality. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Upon awakening once more, Sumo found himself reclined in a room. Beside him lay a voluptuous blonde woman. The peculiar aroma in the air and the scattered tissues on the floor indicated that a tumultuous encounter had just transpired. At that moment, the blonde woman rose from the bed, unabashedly revealing her figure before him. I must hurry. Jim has asked me to accompany him to the movies tonight. Who is Jim? Sumo muttered instinctively. The dreamwalking technique, akin to an opportunistic trespasser, did not absorb the host's soul, and thus, he possessed no memories regarding this body. Nevertheless, judging by the name, it was likely a male, accompanying another man to the cinema. Yet, with such a statement made in his presence, it seemed their relationship was unproblematic. Upon hearing his question, the blonde woman's dreamy eyes flickered with an enigmatic smile. Jim is, of course, my boyfriend. What? Sumo's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. But he quickly regained his composure, internally marveling at how his parallel self maintained the legacy of the Wei Wu's political acumen. Observing Sumo's astonished demeanor, she exclaimed, enough with the charade. I said I wanted to break up with him, but you wouldn't agree. At this, Sumo's pupils dilated in shock. What the? Chapter 56, The Zombie World. A few minutes later, Sumo watched the blonde woman stagger away, feeling speechless. Sitting on the bed, he began to assess his own abilities. During his earlier exercises, he had already discerned that in this world, his physical form was relatively robust among ordinary people. Otherwise, his endurance could not have surpassed an hour. Yet, that was the extent of it. His psychic power remained accessible, but limited by the physical vessel's strength. It could only manifest at the level of a mid-tier warrior. While he could potentially exert greater force, his body likely would not withstand it for long before collapsing. The dark magic, however, was unaffected. After all, it was a matter of leveraging power. As long as his soul remained formidable, its application would be unimpeded. Thus, he concluded that following the use of dreamwalking, his greatest asset would be dark magic. Of course, with the nurturing influence of his psychic energy, his physical strength would gradually enhance. At the current rate, should he remain in this world for a year, this body could reach the pinnacle of a war god. Yet, he did not believe he would linger in this mundane realm for that long. Retrieving his phone from a nearby cabinet, he glanced at the time. September 6, 2008. The temporal context of this world closely mirrored that of his original one. Rising, he approached the computer, which was playing an adult film, and began to search for news online, eager to comprehend this unfamiliar world. A few minutes later, Sumo closed the browser. This indeed appeared to be an ordinary world, devoid of Iron Man or Stark Industries. Everything seemed to align with the trajectory of his previous life. At that moment, a rapid series of knocks echoed from the door. Sumo donned his clothing, perplexed, and approached the entrance, opening the door. Standing outside was a somewhat portly young white man, approximately his age, with short hair and a freckled face, clearly agitated. "Su, come with me." Upon seeing Sumo at the door, the young man seized him and hurried to a nearby pickup truck. "Wait." Sumo discreetly extricated himself from the man's grasp. "You need to tell me where we are going." Though unfamiliar with the individual, his demeanor suggested a close friendship. "No time for explanations, just get in." The young man hastily opened the passenger door and pushed Sumo inside before returning to the driver's seat, flooring the gas pedal. The truck roared to life and sped away. Sumo hesitated for a moment, but chose not to resist, setting aside the possibility that the young man was a friend. Even if he were a villain, Sumo believed that, in this world devoid of supernatural powers, he had little to fear. After the vehicle had traveled a short distance, Sumo began to sense something amiss. Observing his surroundings, he quickly realized that his residence was situated in a suburban area, and the road in front was typically free of traffic. Yet, in the brief span of a few minutes, he had already witnessed over a dozen vehicles racing past them at breakneck speeds. What on earth is happening? He cast a questioning glance at the young man. The speeding cars seemed to provide him with some reassurance. Gathering his thoughts, the young man finally began to explain. The rabies virus has permeated the city, with infected individuals lurking everywhere, biting anyone in sight, and even the police find themselves powerless to intervene. Moreover, I have received whispers online that the entirety of Boston has succumbed to this chaos. The rabies virus? Sumo's eyelid twitched. Could it be zombies? Zombies? The chubby companion's face displayed a flicker of confusion. What are zombies? Before Sumo could respond, he noticed, at the bend ahead, two vehicles that had collided, emitting billowing clouds of smoke. A staggering figure slowly emerged from one of the cars. Could it truly be a zombie? Observing the figure's gait, Sumo's heart stirred. As the vehicle drew nearer, he realized he might have overreacted. The staggering figure was none other than the blonde girl who had departed from his home not long ago, and her peculiar walking posture was a direct result of his actions. No wonder she appeared somewhat familiar from a distance. As the vehicle approached, the blonde girl spotted the chubby companion and Sumo inside and hurriedly waved at them. The chubby one, upon noticing, maneuvered the car to a halt beside her. Sumo and his companion stepped out of the vehicle. The blonde girl rushed over, clasping Sumo's arm, and began to explain. "I wasn't speeding, he crashed into me," she exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of fear. "But he seems to have lost consciousness in the collision, and I couldn't open the door to rescue him." Sumo, however, paid her no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the interior of her car. Although the glass obscured his view, his mental prowess allowed him to vividly picture the scene inside. The blonde girl should indeed consider herself fortunate for not having opened the door. Inside the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a grotesque visage was convulsing violently, his gaze fixed on them, emitting low, guttural growls. It truly is a zombie. Instead of fear, excitement surged within him. For someone capable of flight like himself, zombies posed no threat whatsoever. If slaying zombies could yield points, the accumulation of such points would become exceedingly effortless. With this thought, Sumo felt an irresistible urge to experiment. With a mere thought, a screw detached from the vehicle and, propelled by formidable energy, shot into the zombie's brain. Hitting the zombie in the forehead was practically common knowledge. As the zombie's convulsing body finally stilled, a notification echoed in Sumo's mind. "Congratulations, host. You've slain an adversary and earned 1 point. There are indeed points?" A look of delight spread across Sumo's face. Though it was merely 1 point, How many zombies could there be in a world ravaged by the virus? Conservatively estimating, there were likely 2 to 3 billion. Just imagine if all these zombies were eradicated. Of course, these were but Sumo's fanciful musings with his current strength. Cleansing the world of zombies would undoubtedly take an insurmountable amount of time. During that period, the zombie population would certainly dwindle. Nonetheless, even if he could eliminate just 1% of the zombies, that would still amount to several million points. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Sumo's lips, surpassing even his prior amusement. The blonde girl, noticing his upturned mouth, anxiously struck his arm. Stop smiling and help rescue him. Her voice snapped Sumo back to reality, causing him to turn toward her. My apologies, but what was your name again? Upon hearing this, the blonde girl froze, her expression morphing into one of incredulity, her chest heaving with indignation. You scoundrel! I'm still in your arms, and you dare ask me my name? Chapter 57. The Forbidden Arts of Black Magic, Necromancy. The chubby companion, Harry, quickly intervened. Elisa, don't be like that. Sue is just joking. Clearly, he was familiar with both Sumo and Elisa. Upon hearing this, Elisa remained silent, though her glare at Sumo was still filled with fury. Listen to me, the priority now is to get out of here. The city is extremely dangerous, Harry urged. Just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted from down the street, resembling some form of growling. In the blink of an eye, a throng of shadowy figures emerged in the trio's line of sight. Harry's expression shifted as he recognized the running posture of these figures. They were the very creatures infected with the rabies virus. The two running at the forefront were quickly tackled to the ground by the pursuing zombies. The remaining zombies then charged toward the trio. We need to leave, now? He exclaimed, rushing toward the driver's seat. Elisa stood frozen, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Sumo, however, remained fixated on the sprinting zombies. Unlike the zombies depicted in films, this group raced with a speed rivaling that of world-class sprinters. Under such circumstances, escape solely by foot seemed virtually impossible. Elisa finally snapped out of her stupor, abandoning thoughts of the incapacitated driver, and sprinted toward the pickup truck, pulling Sumo along with her. Sumo, surprised by her concern for him at such a moment, regarded her with newfound admiration. He hadn't anticipated her thinking of him amidst the chaos. With a gentle push, he sent Elisa tumbling through a suddenly opened portal behind her. When she regained her senses, she found herself seated in the back of the pickup truck. You two go ahead, Sumo declared, nonchalantly striding toward the horde of zombies. Harry, as he started the vehicle, was taken aback. Sue, are you insane? He shouted, poking his head out of the car window. Yet, seeing Sumo's unwavering stride, Harry slammed his palm against the steering wheel, his teeth clenched as he contemplated reversing the vehicle to intercept Sumo. But before he could hit the gas, a shocking scene unfolded before him. With a deft wave of his hand, Sumo summoned nails from the wooden fence of a nearby villa, 100 or more coalescing before him. With a flick of his finger, these iron nails flew toward the advancing zombies. Given their material, Sumo guided the nails to penetrate the zombies' nostrils and eyes, obliterating their brains before exiting. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of zombies collapsed to the ground in their frantic dash. Harry, seated in the vehicle, stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Sumo's display of power shattered his understanding of reality. He exited the vehicle, rushing to Sumo's side and gazing at the expanse of zombie corpses strewn across the ground. Sue just now. In his excitement, he pointed at Sumo and then at the fallen zombies, his gaze darting between the two. Sumo turned to him. This is not the time for conversation. Oh, right. Harry suddenly recalled, realizing that his earlier outburst had likely attracted even more of these creatures. We should leave now. With that thought, he and Sumo hurried back into the vehicle. With a roar, they sped away. However, throughout their escape, Harry frequently stole glances at Sumo in the passenger seat, while Sumo remained lost in contemplation. In just those few seconds, he had accrued over 800 points. Logically speaking, the speed at which points are accumulated is not particularly slow. However, given his current physical condition, he cannot sustain the use of telekinesis for an extended period. Unless he expends points to exchange for some treasures that would enhance his physical prowess, not only would he be wasting points, but it would also be time-consuming and labor-intensive to eliminate the zombies. Wait a moment. Sumo suddenly conceived a strategy. The dark grimoire shot forth from his forehead, flipping wildly before ultimately landing on a few pages near the end. These pages contained records of a branch of dark magic, necromancy. Necromancy is arguably the most malevolent branch of dark magic. In the main universe, with the guardianship of the Ancient One and the Vishani, the casting of necromantic spells can easily be sensed by either of them, leading to significant trouble. This is also the reason why such magic has never emerged in the main world. Even Suemo, in his previous encounters, had merely skimmed through it to avoid attracting attention. Yet this world is different. It is merely an ordinary realm, devoid of the Ancient One and not within the territory of the Vishani. Thus, employing necromantic magic is entirely feasible. Soon enough, the dark grimoire landed on a page adorned with a hexagram. This was it. A smile of excitement spread across Sumo's face. The spell detailed on the page is called Necromantic Catastrophe. It allows for the arrangement of a colossal magical circle within a defined area. Upon activation, this magic circle can transmute all living beings or corpses within its range into undead creatures. He could easily construct a magical array that envelopes the entire city, transforming all the zombies within into a legion of the undead. At that point, the immortal undead army could effectively clear the world of zombies on his behalf. However, setting up this array requires some specialized materials, which must be laid out at the 5 corners of the city to assist the formation. Next, he must first gather the required materials for the array. Stowing away the grimoire, Suemo raised his gaze to the 2 individuals in the vehicle who were staring at him intently. After witnessing the strange book vanish, Harry finally mustered the courage to speak. Is that magic? Indeed. Suemo nodded. There was no need to conceal this from them. Given Harry's previous actions, it was evident that he was a steadfast ally. Not to mention, he had braved danger to come to his home and rescue him when Suemo sought to confront the zombies. This alone showed that he was undoubtedly a friend worth having. Likewise, Eliza, despite their merely casual acquaintance, had not forgotten to pull him along when fleeing. At that moment, Suemo noticed Eliza in the back seat, gazing at him with excitement. What's the matter? Do you think I could be a candidate for learning magic? Not at all. You are a muggle. Suemo promptly rejected her suggestion. If he were to entrust her with power, it would likely endanger her. Without the dark grimoire, she would soon become a puppet of Zysorn. Wait, he suddenly thought, since Zysorn can lend out magic, could he not also lend the power of the dark grimoire? With Zysorn serving as an infinite source of energy, the origin of his magical power would not be an issue. In that case, those who borrowed his power should yield him a portion of the points when they vanquish foes, right? After all, he would have contributed to the effort. No, I must find a way to experiment with this idea, Suemo resolved quietly to himself. Chapter 58. It's all right, just be more cautious in your next life. Upon hearing Suemo's words, Eliza's face fell with disappointment. Suemo ignored her and turned to Harry, who was driving. Where are you planning to go? From the route Harry was taking, it was clear he had a destination in mind. The sky would be darkening in no more than an hour. Suemo also intended to find a place to rest while gathering the materials needed for the auxiliary array. To the seaside, Harry declared, tapping on the vehicle's screen to point out a location on the map. From the information I've gathered, the safest place right now is out at sea. I have a yacht anchored at this spot. As long as we board it, we'll be temporarily safe. Suemo nodded. With the means to purchase a yacht, it seemed his friend was indeed from a wealthy background. According to the map, they were still a 10-minute drive away from that location. Moreover, there was a large supermarket conveniently along the way, perfect for gathering some provisions. His current body was still that of an ordinary person. After arriving in this world, he had already endured 2 battles, and his stamina was significantly depleted, accompanied by a strong sense of hunger. Without needing Suemo to remind him, Harry parked directly in front of the large supermarket, evidently sharing the same thought. Outside, chaos reigned. A throng of people rushed out of the supermarket, each pushing a cart filled with goods. Wait for us in the car, Suemo instructed Eliza before he and Harry dashed into the supermarket. The shelves within had been toppled and disheveled by the panicked crowd, items scattered across the floor. Fortunately, the supermarket was quite spacious, and despite the frenzy, there remained an ample supply of goods on the shelves. The 2 grabbed a shopping cart each and joined the frenzied rush for free items. Minutes later, they emerged, each pushing a cart brimming with food. Harry glanced toward where their vehicle was parked, his expression shifting. Something's wrong. Without needing his warning, Suemo had already spotted the unfolding scene. A man, pushing a cart and wielding a firearm, aimed at their car window and pulled the trigger. However, the anticipated sound of shattering glass did not occur. Instead, the weapon in the man's hand exploded, blowing off several of his fingers, eliciting a scream of agony as he slowly collapsed to the ground. This was, of course, the result of Suemo's handiwork. In an instant, the 2 approached. Suemo delivered a swift kick to the man, sending him sprawling. They hastily dumped the items from their carts into the bed of the pickup truck, including the cart the kneeling man had been pushing. Thankfully, the truck's bed was spacious enough to accommodate the 3 carts filled with food. The man, still on the ground, attempted to resist. Without hesitation, Harry drew a handgun from his possession and squeezed the trigger. It was evident that this was Harry's first experience with taking a life. After firing, his breathing quickened and his hands trembled. Yet, after taking a few deep breaths, he soon managed to quell the anxiety that followed his inaugural act of violence. Once in the vehicle, Eliza, seated in the back, looked at Sue Mo with excitement. "Was that you're doing just now?" Upon receiving confirmation, her admiration for the mage deepened yet further. "That's simply incredible." Before long, the vehicle arrived at a yacht harbor by the seaside. Following the path etched in his memory, Harry quickly parked beside a pristine white luxury yacht. Observing another vehicle parked alongside the yacht and several figures moving about within, Sue Mo sighed. "It seems someone has arrived before us and has claimed your yacht." Harry, however, remained unperturbed. "Don't worry, this yacht is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, they won't be able to budge it an inch." Having spoken, he retrieved a handgun from the vehicle's glove compartment and handed it to Sue Mo. Although magic proved to be quite effective, this weapon might yet prove useful. Sue Mo did not refuse. Instead, he accepted the handgun. The three of them disembarked from the car. The individuals in the yacht's cabin must have noticed the commotion. A man leaned out from the yacht, declaring, "Gentlemen, this is our territory. I advise you to leave promptly." Simultaneously, several ominous gun barrels protruded from the yacht's windows. Evidently, a demonstration of their might, intended to intimidate the trio into retreating. Upon hearing this, Harry shouted back, "Listen, I am the owner of this yacht. You ruffians must vacate my vessel immediately." In response to his words, a stir arose within the opposing yacht. Moments later, the man who had previously spoken reemerged, asking, "How can you prove this yacht belongs to you?" Without further ado, Harry pressed a button on the key in his hand. The three glass panels on the deck retracted into the lower deck, unveiling the interior scene. Witnessing this spectacle, the man's expression brightened, and he promptly withdrew back into the cabin. Almost instantly, gunfire erupted from the cabin as the assailants opened fire on the trio. Sue Mo sighed at the sight. The bullets that were fired hung suspended in the air. "I just told you, there's no need to show mercy to these fellows." With that, he casually waved his right hand, causing all the firearms within the yacht to soar into his grasp. Brandishing the weapons, Sue Mo pointed towards the hiding place of the adversaries. "Come out." The 5 individuals within the cabin were already intimidated by Sue Mo's display of power. Now, with their weapons seized, they had no choice but to raise their hands and tremble as they emerged from the cabin. The 3 of them slowly approached the yacht with guns trained on them. "Disembark." At Sue Mo's command, the captives collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that their captors merely sought to reclaim the yacht and had no intention of killing them. This thought led them to regard their captors with a degree of disdain. How could they show such leniency at this stage? Elisa remarked, hurriedly approaching Sue Mo and whispering, "We cannot let them go. They just attempted to kill us." However, the lead man overheard her words and quickly turned, frantically waving his hands. "No, we meant no harm." The glass window suddenly dropped, causing our hands to tremble and inadvertently pull the trigger. Sue Mo wore a gentle smile. "No worries. Just be more cautious in your next life." With that, he pulled the trigger on the firearm in his hand. The automatic rifle unleashed a fiery torrent, and nearly 50 rounds were expended in an instant, transforming the distant figures into mere riddled shadows. His intention in allowing them to disembark was not to show mercy. It was simply to prevent the yacht from becoming stained with blood, as they would be residing aboard it that night. Chapter 59, World War Z. The group transferred all supplies from the vehicle onto the yacht. Moments later, the vessel slowly departed from the harbor. That night, in one of the yacht's bedrooms, Sue Mo was searching for information on his computer. The materials required to create an auxiliary magic array were not numerous, primarily consisting of mithril. This substance was relatively easy to obtain, as it was silver processed through a special secret method. However, to engrave an array capable of enveloping an entire city, an enormous quantity was needed, hundreds of tons of silver. If they were in short supply, it would be manageable. But amassing such a vast amount of silver would necessitate raiding several large silver storage warehouses. Obviously, it was impossible to find the precise addresses of these warehouses online. He would need to locate an expert in this field. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Elisa entered, locking the door behind her. "Darling, do you require special services?" "How special?" Sue Mo inquired, putting away the note he had been holding and scrutinizing her outfit. She had somehow procured an angel cosplay outfit reminiscent of his ex-girlfriend's, twirling before him as she entered. "It's an angel's free upgrade service. I can enhance your magic wand," upgrading it to purple equipment. The next morning, Sue Mo awoke to the sound of knocking. He opened his eyes, glancing at the still sleeping Elisa, and got up to open the door. Outside stood Harry, sporting dark circles under his eyes. "I just received a transmission on the radio announcing a location." claiming to be the official fleet's base, urging various vessels in the vicinity to join the fleet. What do you mean? Suemo asked him. I don't plan to go, Harry responded. Suemo nodded in agreement. Their current supplies would sustain them for at least a month, and if necessary, Suemo could fill the entire yacht with provisions. There was no need to join the opposing fleet. In such a post-apocalyptic environment, it was uncertain who truly controlled these fleets. Acting recklessly could very well place them in peril. Although Suemo possessed the means to confront them, there was no need to invite trouble. However, Suemo did intend to investigate the ship. Given the circumstances from the previous day, it appeared the zombie virus had just begun to spread. If anyone had a clear understanding of the current status of various countries and cities, it would be the official agencies. There might still exist cities that had not been fully overrun by zombies. If such places did exist, he could trace back to the silver repositories from the silver shops. Yet, if all else failed, he would have to resort to the tedious method of collecting silver from store to store. After bidding farewell to Harry, Suemo returned to the cabin and opened a spatial door, stepping through. 200 nautical miles off the coast of New York, a massive fleet floated on the ocean. Or perhaps a flotilla would be a more fitting term. At the center of the fleet was an aircraft carrier, surrounded by several cruisers and destroyers, with the remainder being civilian vessels and yachts. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the commander's quarters, a short-haired Caucasian man in his 40s was enjoying his breakfast. Despite the apocalypse that had befallen the world, Kevin, who commanded an aircraft carrier fleet, maintained a quality of life that had not diminished. As he savored a perfectly cooked steak, he closed his eyes to relish the explosion of flavors. When he opened his eyes again, a short-haired Asian man stood before him. Kevin's expression shifted abruptly. Who are you, and how did you get in here? He instinctively began to call for his soldiers. Shoo! Suemo placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, a dark light flashed in Kevin's eyes, and his expression became blank. Soul capture. A minor spell recorded in the Book of Dark Magic. Its effect was akin to hypnosis. Once cast, the target would answer truthfully to any inquiry. Suemo calmly took a seat beside him. What is the current situation in various countries? Where did the virus originate, and how did it spread? After a brief pause, Suemo exhaled deeply and stood up. He had gleaned valuable information from Kevin's lips. Currently, the military remains uncertain about the origins of the virus and the mechanisms behind its transmission. Since yesterday afternoon, nearly half of the cities worldwide, including Boston, where Suemo resides, have succumbed to chaos. Moreover, this morning, the specter of zombies has emerged even in those cities that had previously remained unscathed. If this trend continues, by noon today, it is likely that almost every city will transform into a haven for the undead. Upon receiving this alarming news, Suemo hesitated not for a moment and stepped directly through the spatial portal. New York. On a secluded street, Suemo emerged from the portal. At the end of the street lay the renowned Fifth Avenue. Prior to his arrival, Suemo had researched online and discovered that this avenue is home to the largest silver jewelry store in all of New York. No sooner had he stepped through the portal than he was met with the chilling sound of screams emanating from Fifth Avenue. Quickly, he advanced towards the intersection. The street was already congested with vehicles, and innumerable zombies were pursuing and tearing at the drivers who had attempted to escape their cars. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned right, for the silver store was situated roughly 100 meters away. After only a few strides, he found himself targeted by several nearby zombies. With a guttural roar, they lunged towards him. Suemo, witnessing this, waved his right hand lightly. Countless steel spikes materialized around him, darting swiftly through the air. Before the zombies could close in, they were impaled by the spikes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Not far off, a family of 4, caught in flight, gazed in astonishment at the whirling projectiles surrounding Suemo. Realizing his apparent safety, the man, accompanied by his wife and child, rushed towards Suemo. Please help us. My daughter has asthma. If you can take us with you, I would give anything. Suemo had no intention of responding to their pleas. Yet a fleeting glance at their faces caused him to pause. They appeared somewhat familiar, particularly the man with medium-length hair, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Brad Pitt. In an instant, a flash of realization struck Suemo. Zombies, aircraft carriers, Pitt. A daughter with asthma. A title from a film surged to the forefront of his mind. World War Z. Chapter 60, The Fall of New York. After more than 20 years, his memories of this film had nearly faded. He recalled only that the protagonist's family was taken aboard an aircraft carrier, dispatched to various locations in search of a solution to the zombie virus. Ultimately, the male lead discovered that zombies did not attack individuals afflicted with certain ailments. Consequently, a vaccine mimicking these symptoms was developed, allowing ordinary people to evade the zombies. The specifics of the process eluded him, but it hardly mattered. Standing before the very characters from the film, Suemo hesitated momentarily before speaking. It is safe to follow me, but whether you can keep up depends on your own abilities. With that, he disregarded them entirely and sprinted into the silver store. Inside, the store was in disarray. Several zombies were hunched over a female employee, tearing at her flesh, who was pinned beneath their weight, her survival all but impossible. Sumo's mental energy surged outward like a tide, enveloping the area within a 50-meter radius. Though the store was sizable, it evidently did not exceed the reach of his psychic influence. Almost immediately, he spotted two women in work uniforms huddled in a corner restroom. One of them appeared distinctly different from the others. It was likely the store's owner. He gestured lightly, sending a few steel spikes piercing through the zombies' foreheads, causing them to fall lifelessly. Subsequently, all the silver jewelry in the store, including that from the small backroom, swiftly flew towards him, collected into the storage ring on his finger. Uncertain of whether he could locate a place to store the silver, he felt compelled to gather everything while he had the chance. This ring, which he had exchanged for that morning, was identical in size to his original and boasted a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Given the density of silver, 1 ton occupies less than 0.01 cubic meters. Thus, this storage ring was more than adequate for several hundred tons. The family of Rain, following Suemo, stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Incredible! Where did those items go? Exclaimed his wife and daughter in awe. Rain gestured for silence. As a federal investigator, he had already discerned that these creatures possessed acute hearing. Even the slightest noise could draw them near. Despite the fact that these monsters appeared as mere ants beneath the miraculous prowess of the young Asian man, their survival hinged upon his assistance, and they could not afford to become a burden. Suemo paid no heed to those behind him and approached the restroom door. The door swung open automatically. The two women inside, startled, instinctively screamed as they shielded their heads. Silence, Suemo commanded. The two, realizing that the figure in the doorway was not a monster, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Suemo. His gaze fell upon the Asian woman with a ponytail among them. She stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, her skin luminous as though it could radiate light. Are you the owner of this store? Suemo inquired. The woman nodded, her expression one of confusion. Yes, my name is Jean Minshi. From South Korea? Suemo asked, mildly surprised. However, it was clear that this was not the time for idle chit-chat. Follow me. He turned towards the wall, where a spatial portal gradually opened. Upon witnessing this, Jean Minshi gasped but quickly covered her mouth. Through the portal, she glimpsed what appeared to be a forest on the other side. Cautiously, she approached and extended her finger toward the portal, confirming its authenticity before stepping through. Seeing her successfully pass through, the remaining members of the Rain family and the other female employee followed suit. Once everyone had crossed, the portal slowly closed. Suemo regarded the others, excluding Jean Minshi. This place is temporarily safe. Whether you survive from here on depends on your own efforts. Rain stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Just then, his phone rang. After exchanging an apologetic glance, he stepped aside to answer the call. Suemo turned to Jean Minshi and asked directly, do you know where there is a large quantity of silver? Silver? Of course I know. My family operates a silver jewelry business. In the face of the individual who had rescued her from despair, she concealed nothing. However, could you first explain what those monsters were that rushed into the store and what that portal was? Upon hearing this, Suemo recounted the grim reality of the world having devolved into a haven for zombies. What? Impossible. The disbelief was palpable, not only from Jean Minshi, but also from the other employee and Rain's wife. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Suemo replied nonchalantly. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retrieved their phones. Given that the outbreak of the zombie virus was still in its infancy, the network and signals remained uninterrupted. They each began dialing out. Only another store clerk's call was successfully connected. However, before she could feel any joy, the sounds of frenzied roaring and gnawing from the other end of the line transformed her expression dramatically. No. The clerk's face paled. Clearly, on the other end of the line was a very good friend of hers. Jean Minhee, witnessing this scene, turned ashen. At that precise moment, Ryan returned from his call, his face etched with gravity. He had spoken the truth. A friend of mine who works at the White House has just confirmed this. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Suemo. My friend will send a helicopter tonight to take us to the aircraft carrier, which is currently the only safe and secure location. Would you like to accompany us? No, thank you. Suemo decisively declined the offer. He then turned his attention back to the anxious Jean Min, who was frantically dialing a number. Where is the silver stored? It's in Newark. There's a silver jewelry company there that supplies nearly 1/3 of the American silver jewelry market. Jean Min fixed her gaze on the number displayed on her phone and uttered this in passing. Although she was filled with urgency, she still answered Sumo's question regarding her life-saving benefactor. She then provided another address. Watching the phone that remained stubbornly unreachable, a look of despair crossed her face. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she looked at Sumo with hopeful eyes. Can you take me away? Chapter 61. The Demonic Contract, the Arcane Bond. Jean Minnie's father had passed away when she was young, and her mother had succumbed to illness several years prior. The only family she had left was her younger sister, who was studying in South Korea. She had just dialed her sister's number countless times, but it remained unreachable. Now, a singular conviction filled her heart: to survive and return to rescue her sister. Although, after witnessing the horrors of those monsters, she believed the chances of her sister surviving were slim, she refused to give up, even if she were to become a zombie. She wished to see her sister at least once. Having already experienced the terrifying nature of those creatures, she realized that relying solely on herself would make it nearly impossible not only to return to South Korea to find her sister, but even to exit this city. However, she had just witnessed Sumo's remarkable abilities. Relying on him was her best option. She was acutely aware of her own allure, based on her life experiences. She possessed a certain charm for men. Yet, to her surprise, Sumo shook his head upon hearing her request. I saved your life. You tell me the location of the vault, and we are even. With that, a portal to another dimension opened beside him, and he was about to step through it. Seeing Sumo unmoved, Jean Min-hee hastily spoke again. As long as you help me survive, I am willing to give everything. Upon hearing this, Ryan and his wife displayed no signs of surprise. In their eyes, making such a choice to survive was perfectly understandable. Sumo halted his steps, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face as he sized her up. Are you truly willing to give everything, including your soul? Jean Min-hee, upon seeing the sincerity in Sumo's gaze, hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Indeed, she had witnessed his various extraordinary abilities and naturally did not believe his words were mere rhetoric. Sumo nodded in response. The dark sigil upon his forehead emanated a series of gray lights, and a contract formed from this light materialized before Jean Min-hee. Should you agree? Simply touch the contract and silently affirm your consent. Upon hearing this, Jean Min-hee did not hesitate in the slightest. She immediately reached out to touch the contract before her. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth from her forehead and entered the contract, which then transformed into a stream of light that pierced into Sumo's soul, merging with the dark tome within. Sumo closed his eyes to absorb the sensation. He felt as if he could easily extract her soul. In other words, her life and death were now firmly in his grasp. This so-called demonic contract was indeed something remarkable. Just yesterday, he had been pondering how to develop a network and lend out his magical powers. The magic within the dark tome required prior communication with the underworld, akin to applying for permission to borrow magical authority. Most practitioners of magic adopted this method, including Ancient One, who borrowed power with the consent of the Vishanti. Aside from this method, there was another: to forge a contract like those demons, such as Mephisto, to lend their powers to humans. The Dark Tome conveniently contained this method of contract formation. He had approached it with a mindset of experimentation, not expecting it to succeed. Now, Jean Min-hee's life was in his hands, and in return, she would gain the privilege to borrow magical power from him. In reality, this meant borrowing energy from the Dark Tome. With practice, she would eventually be able to cast dark magic successfully. The moment she touched the demonic contract, Jean Min-hee immediately felt its contents. Unexpectedly, a smile of excitement spread across her face. Is this real? Can I be like you in the future? Her initial plan was simply to sell her body for the chance to have him send her back to South Korea, without any expectation of him rescuing her sister. After all, if the roles were reversed, she wouldn't believe he would risk his safety to save someone else's sister. However, she hadn't considered how to save her sister upon returning to South Korea. She could only take it one step at a time. To her astonishment, the contract he had asked her to sign was so extraordinary. Based on its contents, she would indeed qualify to practice magic in the future. If that were the case, upon returning to South Korea, she might actually be able to rescue her sister, provided her sister was still alive. Just as she was reveling in her secret joy, his voice cut through her thoughts. Follow me, Sumo instructed Jean Min-hee, stepping through the portal. Now that the contract was successfully signed, she was effectively one of his own. As for the others, they no longer held any relevance to him. He was not a saint. Merely bringing them along would be more than enough kindness. Moreover, by forging this contract with Jean Min-hee, he had an ulterior motive. Even with the undead army, clearing this world of zombies would not be a task accomplished in a short span. He could not remain in this world indefinitely. So he needed a trustworthy individual to command the undead army here. And at this moment, Jean Minhee, who had just entered into a contract, was the perfect candidate. Hearing his command, Jean Minhee quickly followed Su Mo through the portal. As she watched the portal slowly vanish from view, expressions of envy appeared on the faces of Ryan and the others. With such teleportation abilities, even in a world teeming with monsters, one could likely live quite comfortably. In Newark, within a suburban warehouse, Su Mo emerged with Jean Minhee from the portal. Despite having seen this scene for the second time, a flicker of curiosity crossed Jean Minhee's face as she even considered reaching out to touch the sparks surrounding the portal. If you don't want to end up as a cripple, I advise you to stow away that damn curiosity. Sumo's voice resonated before her. At his words, Jean Minhee quickly withdrew her outstretched hand, surveying her somewhat familiar surroundings. She was astonished to discover that this was indeed the exterior of the silver jewelry company's factory she had mentioned. Having visited this place several times before, she recognized it at a glance. How marvelous! She exclaimed in wonder. I wonder if they can teleport directly to the southern side? Noticing Su Mo striding towards the factory, she hurriedly followed him. At that moment, the factory floor was devoid of any zombies, save for pools of blood. However, as they advanced deeper into the factory area, they heard the distant sounds of intermittent growls emanating from a certain workshop. Turning a corner, the entrance to the workshop came into view, its doors firmly shut. Su Mo effortlessly used his telekinesis to swing the door open. Peering through the doorway, they beheld a multitude of zombies within. Just inside the door, a female zombie clad in blue overalls was hunched over a corpse, gnawing at it. The body had been rendered almost unrecognizable by her ravenous bites. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps nearby, the female zombie turned her head. Su Mo cast a glance at her. If one overlooked the blood smeared across her face, she could indeed be considered a beauty. The beautiful zombie, however, showed no regard for her appearance and lunged at Su Mo with her gaping maw. Chapter 62, Necromancy. In a warehouse situated at the far end of the factory, two burly black men observed as Su Mo opened the workshop door. John's expression shifted dramatically. Shit. That damn bastard. After all the effort to lure the zombies into the workshop, now he's letting them out. He withdrew his head from the crack of the warehouse door. Let him find his own demise. We have enough food collected from the cafeteria to sustain us for quite some time. Perhaps the army will arrive before we run out. Jim remarked with a cold sneer. What a pity for that woman, he said, casting a lascivious glance at Jean Minhee, who was trailing behind Su Mo. Though the distance prevented him from clearly seeing her features, her figure and fair skin stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Presently, they were holed up in the warehouse with an ample supply of food, but being just the two of them, the monotony of their confinement was palpable. Having a woman for companionship would undoubtedly enhance their amusement. Unfortunately, it was too late for such considerations. Given the number of zombies in the workshop, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Inside the workshop, Jean Minhee, standing behind Su Mo, was taken aback by the approaching zombie. Although she believed Su Mo could handle them, instinctively she felt a twinge of fear. Su Mo remained composed, raising his hand. A steel nail shot forth, piercing the female zombie's forehead. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Jean Minhee scarcely noticed the flying nail. She only saw Su Mo wave his hand, and the female zombie fell lifelessly to the floor. The commotion quickly drew the attention of all the zombies within the workshop. The space was vast, measuring several thousand square meters, with orderly rows of machinery. Amidst the machinery, nearly every inch was occupied by blood-soaked zombies, conservatively numbering in the thousands. Su Mo displayed no sign of surprise. He had already gleaned the situation inside through his telekinesis before opening the door. As the horde of zombies surged towards him, countless steel nails materialized before him and swiftly shot into the throng of zombies. Under the rapid onslaught of the nails, zombies toppled en masse. In less than a minute, not a single zombie remained standing in the entire workshop. Jean Minhee's eyes widened, her lips parted in astonishment. Su Mo paid her no mind and strode towards the innermost machine. Come forth. After a moment, a gap appeared in the machine's casing, revealing an eye that peeked out. Then, the casing opened fully, and a figure smeared with oil crawled out. The gap was exceedingly narrow. Had the man not been of slender build, he might not have been able to squeeze through. Are you an employee here? Su Mo inquired, observing the man as he surveyed his surroundings. The man, visibly shocked, nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, he had been covertly assessing the factory, witnessing the zombies bustling about, incessantly banging on the machine's exterior. Had the casing not been sturdy, he surely would have become one of their meals. Yet, in a mere few minutes, all the zombies had been annihilated. It was evident that these creatures had all perished at the hands of the two individuals before him. Take me to the warehouse where the silver materials are stored. This factory was dedicated to the production of silver products, and the man, being an employee, undoubtedly knew the location of the material warehouse. All right. Without hesitation, the man nodded. He understood that in the presence of someone capable of slaying so many zombies in an instant, he had no grounds to refuse. Moreover, the individual had effectively saved his life. Even if there were no threats posed, he would not decline such a modest request. You two wait outside the factory for me. Suemo instructed the duo. Watching them exit, he moved to the center of the workshop. The dark grimoire materialized before him, and his body gradually began to levitate. Waves of dark energy surged forth from the grimoire, transforming into a grayish hue as it spread towards the corpses of the zombies on the ground. Upon contact, the gray energy permeated the bodies. As the energy continued to infiltrate, the flesh and blood of the corpses began to convert into energy, infusing the skeletal remains within. Over time, the flesh of the nearest corpse had entirely vanished, exposing a stark, white skeleton beneath. This skeleton had become translucent, resembling jade, and had not only increased in size by 1/3 but also wielded an array of bone weapons, knives, guns, shields, and even bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the gray energy gradually concentrated and compressed within the skull of the skeleton, until a moment arrived when the compressed dark energy collapsed, rapidly contracting inward. At its most extreme point, a flicker of red flame appeared in its place. The skeleton on the ground seemed to be endowed with life, scrambling to its feet using both hands and feet. Necromancy. This was one of the dark magical spells recorded in the Dark Grimoire. By casting this spell, one could summon various undead beings to fight on their behalf. In contrast to the undead calamity, this magic could only be performed on corpses that had fully perished. However, its advantage lay in the absence of a need for auxiliary magic circles. There were two methods to cast this spell. One could summon undead beings directly from the netherworld's realm of the dead, or, as Suemo did, cast it directly upon a corpse. The latter was relatively easier to execute, and since the undead were created by the caster, there was no issue of loyalty. However, compared to the undead from the realm of the dead, these newly created undead typically possessed lesser combat prowess. The two men stationed at the door watched in horror as the chilling spectacle unfolded within, their hairs standing on end. Moving skeletons, this was something they had only seen in films, now manifesting before their very eyes. This was far more fantastical than zombies. After all, zombies could be attributed to some virus, explainable by science. But how could one rationalize this? They certainly did not believe that a virus could animate a mere skeleton. Such a notion was utterly contrary to reason. Just as the two were grappling with this chilling idea, a voice echoed from a short distance away. "Hey, Belle. I never expected you to still be alive." Turning to the source of the voice, they spotted two men standing several dozen meters away, each wielding a fire axe. It was none other than John and Jim, who had taken refuge in the warehouse. Upon seeing them, Belle's face flushed with anger. "You two bastards. How dare you show yourselves before me?" With that, driven by fury, he charged towards the distant duo. However, reality proved harsh. Given his inherently frail physique and the overwhelming odds against him, armed as they were, it took less than 10 seconds for Belle to be brought down to the ground. Jim stood over him, his face smeared with blood. "It seems you're eager to meet your deceased father." Chapter 63, The Skeleton Cavalry. The two men were unable to witness the unfolding events within the factory. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of Belle and his companion outside, they were acutely aware of the number of zombies within the factory. It was inconceivable that the two could escape safely from inside. Until John proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that all the zombies had perished? They speculated that these undead creatures were the result of a virus akin to rabies, which could lead to rapid death shortly after infection. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of this conjecture. With their certainty solidified, their gaze shifted to the fair-skinned and beautiful Jean Minnie. Under ordinary circumstances, a woman of such beauty would be far beyond the reach of two ordinary workers like themselves. However, the situation was no longer typical. Although they lacked a thorough understanding of the external circumstances, they were aware that the city was overrun with these infected monstrosities. Setting aside the collapse of social order, with no one left to intervene, even if this virus were confined to the city, the military would soon return to restore order. Once they had finished their grim task, they could eliminate each other and lay the blame at the feet of these monsters, thereby escaping any repercussions. With this in mind, the two men dashed out of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Belle, still on the ground, wore a defiant expression. "You two bastards. I led the zombies here for you. Why did you have to kill my father?" Upon hearing this, Jim's face twisted into a mocking grin. "What use is that old man to us? Just consuming our limited food supplies?" Besides, if he knew you were forced to lead the zombies into the factory by us, he would likely despise us to his dying breath. If we hadn't been careful, he might have already stabbed us in the back. You scoundrels! Belle's eyes blazed with fury, nearly boiling over with impotent rage. John chuckled softly, raising his fire axe. Go join your deceased father, then. With that, he swung the axe down towards Belle. Stop! At this moment, Jean Minhee, who had followed closely behind, grasped the unfolding scenario. It was evident that these two men were using Belle's father's life as leverage to coerce him into luring the zombies into the factory, only to subsequently kill old Belle. After calling out, she began to mentally connect with Sue Mo inside the factory, slowly retreating. Thanks to the power of their demonic contract, she could relay messages between herself and Sue Mo. She was not foolish enough to charge in, given the disparity in their sizes and strengths. It would be akin to handing herself over. Upon hearing her shout, Jim's face contorted into a lecherous grin. Don't worry, you won't escape. With that, he took off after her. Inside the factory, Sue Mo's spell was reaching a critical juncture. Among the thousands of skeletal soldiers summoned, half of them disintegrated into a heap of bones, which, under a certain force, began to levitate and reassemble. Moments later, the outline of a skeletal cavalryman took shape. At that instant, receiving Jean Minhee's message, Sue Mo's mind stirred. The flames within the skulls of several dozen skeletons near the door blazed intensely. Subsequently, these skeletons, armed with swords and bows, advanced toward the exit. Sue Mo watched as the skeletal soldiers marched out before redirecting his focus back to the assembling skeletal cavalry. Of the more than 500 skeletal soldiers, only 36 ultimately formed the cavalry. The emerging figures stood nearly 3 meters tall, each wielding a bone sword over 2 meters long, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The souls within the scattered skeletons began to merge gradually. Outside, Jean Minhee maintained a safe distance from the pursuing Jim, making it evident that he would not be able to close the gap instantly. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Given the running speeds of both parties, it was clear he would soon catch up. Just then, a throng of armed skeletal soldiers emerged from the factory's entrance. Jean Minhee's face lit up with excitement at this sight, while Jim's expression shifted dramatically. Coming to an abrupt halt, he stared in disbelief at the advancing skeletons. What the hell is that? After a fleeting moment of hesitation, he spun around and fled toward the warehouse. Though unsure of the nature of this new monstrosity, it was clear that they would not be his allies. In the distance, John, who had intended to finish off Belle, also took note of the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the walking skeletons, he was struck with sheer terror. Shit. He discarded his fire axe and turned to flee toward the warehouse. The skeletal soldiers approached Jean Minhee, forming a protective barrier around her. Gradually, she regained her composure from the initial shock of encountering these beings. She even poked at the arm of one of the skeletal soldiers with her finger. However, the skeleton remained unresponsive, boosting her courage. Seeing that the two men had fled in fear, she ran towards the prostrate Belle, with the surrounding skeletons following closely behind to shield her. By the time she reached him, Belle was slowly rising from the ground. He appeared quite battered, covered in dirt, with bruises marring his face and fresh blood trickling down from his head, creating a rather ghastly visage. Are you all right? Belle asked, wiping the blood from his face. His voice low. I'm fine. Yet the hatred in his eyes was unmistakable. He picked up the fire axe that John had discarded and, with a calm demeanor, headed towards the warehouse. However, after just a couple of steps, he halted. The warehouse containing the silver bricks is located in the southeast corner of the factory. Given your abilities, the door lock should pose no challenge. With that, he glanced at the surrounding skeletons before continuing toward the distant warehouse. Jean Minhee observed the resolute determination in his eyes. Clearly, he was prepared to confront the two men, fully aware that he might not survive the encounter, and thus, he first divulged the location of the warehouse to her. As she watched the figure of the person depart, Jean Minhee's expression shifted. However, upon noticing the surrounding skeletal soldiers, her eyes flickered with intent as she attempted to issue a command to the nearest skeleton. Crouch. Chapter 64. Can the skeletal soldiers evolve? The skeletal soldier, upon receiving her command, promptly crouched down. A hint of surprise graced Jean Minhee's face. Is it truly possible? All of them crouch. The dozen or so skeletal soldiers around her uniformly knelt to the ground. Seeing this, Jean Minhee called out to the retreating Belle. Wait. With that, she hurriedly pursued the skeletal soldiers. Not only did Belle, the person involved, feel a deep-seated animosity towards those two ruffians, but she too harbored a profound hatred for them. Moreover, that man had recently attempted to exploit her. Now that these skeletal soldiers were under her command, it was only natural for her to seek retribution. Soon, Escorted by a legion of skeletal soldiers, Jean Minshi arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. The two individuals peering cautiously through the crack in the door simultaneously changed countenance. Upon seeing the skeletal soldiers encircle Jean Minshi, an ominous premonition washed over them. It was evident that the appearance of these skeletal soldiers was intricately linked to this woman. However, the two found solace in the fact that the warehouse contained only silver decorative items, devoid of windows, with the main entrance forged from metal. Its thickness exceeding 150 millimeters, sufficiently robust. It would be no easy feat for a standard rocket launcher to breach it, let alone the bony blades wielded by these skeletal soldiers. Jean Minshi rapped her knuckles against the metal door, a frown emerging on her face. Judging by the sound, the metal door was indeed substantial. Opening it would not be a simple task. Yet, having come this far, she felt compelled to make an attempt. She turned to a nearby skeletal swordsman and commanded, "Split it open." The skeletal soldier, upon hearing her directive, stepped forward, raising its bony blade to deliver a powerful strike against the metal door. With a resounding crash, a shallow groove, 2 to 3 centimeters deep, appeared on the surface of the door. The immense recoil sent the skeletal soldier staggering back 2 paces. The two individuals hidden within the warehouse exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene, their previously anxious hearts now settling. Although they recognized the door's robustness, the presence of such legendary beings instilled a sense of uncertainty within them, leaving them in a state of trepidation. Now, it seemed, that concern could be laid to rest. Initially filled with hope at the sight of the skeletal soldiers, Bell's expression shifted dramatically. "You two rascals, come out." He stepped forward, wielding his fire axe to strike the door with fervor. However, aside from numbing his hands, his efforts proved futile. The two individuals inside, observing this, could not suppress their triumphant laughter. "Save your strength. You cannot open this door from the outside." Jean Minshi, hearing the mocking laughter from within, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, she remained unfazed. Once Sumo emerged, entering would be a mere trifling task. It was well known that the silver within was plentiful, and Sumo would surely not abandon it. Unbeknownst to anyone, the skeletal soldier, having been jolted back, stepped forward once more. This time, instead of raising its blade to strike, it lifted the bony weapon high. The soul fire within its skull flared brightly, and a wisp of flame shot forth from its hollow eye sockets, igniting the bone blade. In an instant, the entire weapon was engulfed in flames. It was only then that they noticed the peculiar transformation of this skeletal soldier. Without a hint of hesitation, the skeletal soldier plunged its blazing bone blade toward the door. As if penetrating soft tofu, the blade effortlessly pierced through the metal door. The two individuals within the warehouse, witnessing the blade's sudden intrusion, felt their hearts race with renewed anxiety. Before their eyes, the bone blade danced across the door, carving out an oval shape nearly as tall as a person. Upon seeing this, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned to flee deeper into the warehouse. However, after only a couple of hurried steps, a deafening crash echoed as a substantial chunk of metal was violently dislodged and flew inward, knocking Jim to the ground. Outside the door, Jean Minshi and Belle watched in astonishment as the skeletal soldier discarded its incinerated bone blade and slowly retreated. Their faces reflected a mixture of shock. They had not anticipated that this skeletal soldier possessed such capabilities. However, Jean Minshi quickly regained her composure. She gestured to the skeletal soldiers behind her. "Capture those two." A group of towering skeletal soldiers lowered their heads and squeezed through the opening. Moments later, Jean Minshi and Belle stepped inside. John and Jim had been seized by two skeletal soldiers, hoisted like chicks. Jim, having been unconscious, regained his senses amidst the commotion, gazing at the encircling skeletal soldiers. Along with the advancing Belle and Jean Minshi, terror etched across their faces. "Madam, spare us." "I apologize." Jim shouted towards Jean Minshi. "Apologize? If apologies were of any use, what need would there be for the police?" She was too weary to engage in further pleasantries with these two, turning to Belle. "It's your turn." She understood that compared to her, Belle yearned to personally exact vengeance upon these two men. Belle nodded in acknowledgement and strode directly towards them. Jean Minshi turned and exited the door. The ensuing scene would prove quite gruesome. Having recently entered this apocalyptic world, she still found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such sights. After a brief interval, piercing screams erupted from the warehouse, echoing for a full 10 minutes. Once the commotion subsided, Jean Minshi re-entered. The warehouse floor was stained with pools of blood, and at the center of these crimson patches lay the disfigured bodies of Jim and John. "Dispose of these remains," Jean Minshi ordered. The remaining skeletal soldiers remained still, save for the one that had incinerated its bone blade, which stepped forward, inserting its left hand into one of the corpses. As a flicker of soul fire coursed through its hand, the body rapidly dissolved under the searing flames, with flesh and blood melting away until even the bones were reduced to liquid, absorbed by the skeletal soldier. With the complete disappearance of the body, a new bone blade materialized in the skeletal soldier's right hand. Following this method, it proceeded to absorb another corpse. After consuming the two bodies, the skeletal soldier's frame expanded yet again, its bones now appearing even sturdier than before. Can this creature truly evolve? Witnessing this, Jean Minchi's face displayed a mixture of astonishment. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long. She waved her hand towards the skeletal soldiers, instructing them to gather all the silver items in the warehouse. Fearing that the skeletal soldiers might not comprehend, she demonstrated the action personally. In an instant, the entire warehouse buzzed with activity. Chapter 65, From Cavalry to Infantry. Inside the factory, the assembly of the undead cavalry had reached its zenith. As the final fusion of soul fire melded into the undead knight's skull, a tangible black mist enveloped its exterior, ultimately forming a solid black armor that encased its entire being, including the spectral steed. Sumo's form gradually descended from the heavens. Observing the more than 30 undead knights and nearly 500 skeletal soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. The intricacies of crafting the auxiliary magic array demanded absolute dedication and focus. With the protection of the undead legion, he no longer had to concern himself with interruptions from the zombies while inscribing the magical array. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through his body. Casting spells did not impose stringent demands on the physical form. However, in such densely concentrated circumstances of necromantic energy, his body was inevitably subjected to the onslaught of some dissipated undead energy. This was merely a characteristic of necromantic magic. Otherwise, those necromancers would not resemble malevolent spirits. Fortunately, his formidable mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly recover from the slight disturbance caused by the dissipated energies. He leaped forward and kicked one of the undead knights off its steed, promptly taking its place. These undead knights were creations of his own, entirely under his dominion, as the necromantic energy within them was bestowed by Su-Mo himself, enabling him to revert them to mere bones with a mere thought. Consequently, the moment he raised his foot, the knight was rendered immobile, separated from its undead steed. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he were to break a leg, the knight would remain unfazed. The fallen undead knight instantly regained control of its body, bewildered as it stood up. Upon turning to see Su-Mo, who had unceremoniously kicked it down, it offered no resistance and obediently retrieved its great sword, transforming from cavalry to infantry. Yet, the undead knight evidently could not comprehend a simple truth. Infantry is always more favored than cavalry. Riding atop a formidable warhorse, towering at nearly 2 meters, Su-Mo led the way toward the positions of Jean Minchi and her companions. Before they could reach the warehouse, Jean Minchi and her companion emerged. Primarily due to the commotion created by the cavalry, their galloping caused the ground nearby to tremble. As Jean Minchi beheld a row of cavalry that resembled a fortress, a wave of pressure washed over her. However, upon spotting Su-Mo seated upon the central undead steed, she exhaled in relief. Su-Mo seemed to recognize that the presence of so many undead beings was somewhat cumbersome. With a flicker of the dark tome on his brow, these undead creatures vanished instantaneously, absorbed into a designated space within the tome reserved for the undead. After casting his necromantic summons, he had discovered that this artifact, the dark tome, had automatically established a space for containment. Watching as the undead disappeared, both Jean Minchi and Jack felt an immediate lightness. Just moments ago, facing those undead, particularly the cavalry, they had felt an inexplicable pressure, as if a great weight pressed upon their chests. Sumo's mental energy swept through the warehouse, revealing a mountain of various silver ornaments stacked in the center. Well done, Su-Mo commended, proceeding to step inside the warehouse. He waved his hand lightly, collecting the piled silver ornaments. Though they appeared plentiful, they likely totaled only about 100 tons by weight. When Jean Minchi and her companion entered, their eyes flickered with surprise at the already vanished silver. However, having witnessed Su-Mo's array of incredible abilities, they refrained from further comment. Under Jack's guidance, Su-Mo swiftly arrived at the storeroom housing the raw materials at the rear of the factory. After effortlessly unlocking the door, the three entered. Looking around, the storeroom was neatly filled with specially crafted metal boxes, each featuring a network structure with coin-sized holes. Through these apertures, one could see that the boxes contained silver ingots, each measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length and marked with a weight of 15 kilograms. Roughly estimating, the room housed over 1,000 tons of silver, ample for Su-Mo's array preparations. After gathering the silver ingots, Suemo turned to Jack. My objectives have been achieved. In light of your cooperation, I shall grant you a passage. A portal to another space opened beneath Jack's feet, and before he could react, he let out a startled cry as he fell through. Los Angeles, the city with the second largest population in America, was naturally one of the cities most plagued by zombies following the apocalypse. Given the same parameters, Suemo deemed this city the most suitable for his plans. Typically, New York, being the most populous, would be the prime choice for setting up a magical array. However, considering geographical factors, he discarded that option. Despite New York's population density, its irregular city layout made it difficult to encompass a circular magical array. This was just a secondary concern. The primary issue was the city's abundance of water bodies, which could lead to wasted space. Suemo intended to utilize spatial portals to transport numerous zombies into the array, making Los Angeles, which was predominantly land with a near-perfect circular shape, the most fitting candidate. In the southwest of Los Angeles, at Kenmare Park, Suemo and Jean Minchi emerged from the portal. Where did you send him? Jean Minchi inquired, perplexed. To an uninhabited island in the Pacific, rich in resources and ideal for survival. Upon hearing this, Jean Minchi felt somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, at this moment, the safest places were indeed those uninhabited islands. Of course, Suemo had no intention of leaving him to start from scratch. He had provided him with a bone knife. With this weapon, he should manage quite well on the island, his only drawback being a touch of solitude. Perhaps, in time, he could send a companion his way. While they conversed, dozens of wandering zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, began to roar and surge toward them. A flicker appeared on Sumo's brow, and a gray vortex manifested before him. With a thunderous sound, a contingent of undead knights charged forth, scattering in all directions and crushing the surrounding zombies. The zombies showed no inclination to resist against these undead beings. Even with a trace of flesh remaining on their skeletons, these bony figures held no allure for the zombies. Following closely behind, nearly 500 skeletal warriors of various types emerged. Suemo gestured to the surroundings. Clear the area. Upon receiving Sumo's command, the skeletal warriors and undead knights began their sweeping assault. This location was the first chosen by Suemo on his map to deploy auxiliary magical arrays. Considering the scale required to encompass all of Los Angeles, each auxiliary array needed a diameter of no less than 300 meters. To inscribe a magical array within this radius, the ground must be devoid of any obstructions. Under Sumo's command, the undead began an intense demolition operation. Throughout the park, every obstacle, including trees, was eradicated. Watching the undead creatures rampaging around him, Suemo raised his right hand and reached into an adjacent space that had been opened. When he emerged, he held a book approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. The dark tome's insignia on his brow flickered, and a surge of black energy enveloped the book, altering its form. The original contents were erased, replaced by a series of magical incantations and their corresponding release methods. Moments later, as energy permeated the book's interior, its appearance began to closely resemble that of the dark tome. Tossing the book casually to Jean Minchi, he instructed, "This contains a portion of dark magic. Give it a try. Oh, by the way, if you have any uncertainties, ponder them yourself and do not disturb me." With that, disregarding the other party's reaction, Suemo sauntered to a nearby vacant area and sat down, intending to transmute the silver ingots into mithril through an arcane method. Upon hearing this, Jean Minchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hurriedly seized the books that Suemo had casually tossed her way, eagerly flipping them open. As she glimpsed the name of a spell on the first page, spatial teleportation, her face instantly lit up with exhilaration. Mastering this spell would enable her to return to South Korea and rescue her sister. Jean Minchi murmured excitedly to herself. With this thought in mind, she quickly composed her racing heart and began to study diligently. Meanwhile, Suemo waved his hand gently, summoning a plethora of silver ornaments before him. A plume of violet flame shot forth from his palm, hovering in midair. Under the guidance of his telekinesis, the silver trinkets gradually floated into the violet blaze. The entire day passed as Suemo tirelessly repeated the process of refining mithril. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the daylight waned. Suemo stored the last portion of liquid mithril into his spatial ring, exhaling deeply. The continuous repetition had left him somewhat fatigued. He turned to glance at Jean Minchi, who seemed utterly absorbed in her fervent magical studies. From Sumo's perspective, Jean Minchi appeared like a welding maiden, with flashes of light dancing before her. Occasionally, sparks resembling purple fireflies shot forth, accompanied by her murmured incantations. Suemo chose not to interrupt her, instead surveying the surroundings. The area within several hundred meters had been thoroughly cleared by the undead creatures. Fortunately, this locale was on the outskirts, and there were not many zombies in the vicinity. The few that remained had already been drawn to the commotion and eliminated. The debris cleared from the park was accumulated by the undead, forming a natural barrier around the perimeter. At that moment, the undead stood scattered within the barrier, vigilantly guarding against any encroaching zombies. One of the advantages of the undead was their lack of need for rest. Success! A low exclamation of excitement erupted from behind. Suemo turned to see Jean Minchi nearly bouncing with joy. A spatial gate was slowly materializing before her. Realizing this, Suemo hurried over and pulled Jean Minchi away from the portal's vicinity. Simultaneously, a dozen or so skeletal knights stationed outside surged towards them at his command. Having experienced the nuances of opening a spatial gate, he understood that without proper finesse, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who knows where this gate might lead? If it were to open amidst a horde of zombies, Jean Minchi, standing so close, could very well become the first casualty of her newfound magic. Fortunately, his anticipated scenario did not materialize. As the spatial gate expanded to a height of over a person, both individuals caught a glimpse of the scene beyond. It appeared to be a classroom. Judging by the inscriptions on the classroom walls, it was evidently a school in South Korea. Moments later, Jean Minchi pointed excitedly at a specific spot on the wall. Seoul University, Suwon campus. This is my sister's school. Without hesitation, she attempted to dash into the portal. However, Suemo yanked her back by the collar. What sister? What is going on? Feeling the discomfort from the grip, she finally regained her senses. Although she had mastered a spell, she realized her combat prowess was still akin to that of an ordinary person. To rescue her sister, she would need Suemo's assistance. With this in mind, she swiftly relayed the situation concerning her sister. Once she finished, she cautiously requested, "May I borrow a few of those skeleton soldiers? Just for one night?" Fully aware of the horrors of the zombies, she understood that the longer they waited, the slimmer her sister's chances of survival became. Suemo nodded. "All right, but with conditions. Whatever condition it is, I will agree." Jean Minchi's face reflected unwavering determination. "Fine. We will discuss the terms once you have rescued your sister." With that, Suemo waved his hand, and 50 skeletal soldiers began to march towards them. They took their positions behind the two, while 3 of the undead knights stepped forward, one dismounting from its steed. Ultimately, Jean Minchi mounted one of the undead warhorses, flanked by 2 undead knights and 50 skeletal soldiers as they entered the spatial portal. The fact that she could successfully cast a spell like spatial teleportation in less than a day indicated her notable talent for magic. Moreover, this would provide an opportunity to train her further. After all, once he departed, she would need to command this legion of undead to clear the zombies. If she couldn't manage something as simple as this, how could she ever control the undead? Watching the spatial gate slowly close, Suemo left the skeletal knights behind to guard, returning to the yacht. Upon exiting the portal, he found Eliza languidly sprawled on the bed. Seeing Suemo emerge, she immediately perked up, scrambling to her feet, her gaze curiously surveying the slowly closing spatial gate. "Is that?" Suemo numbly nodded. After a hectic day, his physical endurance was nearing its limits. Noticing his fatigue, Eliza approached with a playful smile. "What are you doing?" Chapter 67, No Self-Indulgence Allowed. The following morning, Suemo emerged from his room, supporting his waist. He finally comprehended that the version of himself in this world was reluctant to see Eliza break up with her boyfriend. Aside from catering to his peculiar little whims, there was evidently another reason behind it. This woman was truly intoxicating. While it was tolerable to interact as friends, if viewed as a girlfriend, given the original body's physical condition, he would likely not survive a year. Upon reaching the deck of the yacht, Harry was lost in thought, gazing at the surrounding waters. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to find Suemo approaching. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" As the original's closest friend, he had quickly discerned from their brief interaction that this person was no longer the friend he once knew. Sumo's expression remained unchanged at the inquiry. He was not surprised to be recognized. After all, he had not intentionally concealed his identity. "Who I am is inconsequential. However, you should be aware that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Seeing that Suemo did not deny it, a hint of melancholy crossed Harry's face. His willingness to risk his life to rescue Suemo was a testament to how deeply he regarded the original as his best friend. "Could you do me a favor?" Harry hesitated before speaking. "Could you take me to a deserted island?" He surmised that Suemo possessed the ability to vanish and reappear silently. The yacht's fuel could only carry them a few hundred nautical miles, and to his knowledge, there were no suitable islands nearby. Of course, Suemo nodded. In such times, residing on a deserted island was indeed the safest choice. With that, Suemo snapped his fingers, and a spatial gate began to open beside them. On the other side, Belle, who had been chopping trees with a white bone knife, turned upon hearing the noise. Spotting Suemo on the other side, a smile broke across his face. "Hey," he greeted. It is evident that the other party appears to be immensely satisfied with life on the island. Half an hour later, the spatial portal gradually closed. I had just learned from Harry that his parents had passed away a year ago, and he currently had no relatives in this world, which is why he chose to reside on the island. Suemo had already left behind all the useful supplies from the ship. Merely the food was sufficient to sustain the two of them for several months. Perhaps by the time they finished it, the zombies would have been eradicated. After sending Harry off, he found himself in a quandary. What about Eliza on the ship? To leave her behind seemed rather inappropriate, and Suemo could not bring himself to commit such a heartless act. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo made a decision. He might as well sign the demon contract. Remaining here could prove to be of some utility. With this thought in mind, Suemo returned to the bedroom. The sound of the door opening roused Eliza, who looked at him standing in the doorway, striking a seductive pose on the bed. "Darling, shall we have a morning workout?" Suemo gently rubbed his forehead. Her demeanor was far from that of a magical material, resembling more of a succubus. "Sit up, I have something important to discuss." He then recounted the details of the demon contract to her. "The initial signing of the contract is your choice." Upon hearing this, excitement lit up Eliza's face. "Yes, of course. Hurry, darling, I can hardly wait." As the demon contract embedded itself in Suemo's forehead, the pact was officially in effect. After a brief wait of several seconds, Eliza inspected herself with a puzzled expression. "Is that it? What else do you expect? At least some sort of explosion or something." Suemo, speechless, tossed her a tome detailing black magic. "You can delve into that at your leisure. I must take my leave." With that, Suemo opened the spatial portal and departed. Observing Suemo's departing figure, Eliza remained unfazed and began perusing the book in her hands. Upon encountering the skill of spatial teleportation, she licked her lips. Wow, this is a self-entertainment divine skill. In Kwanmari Park, the undead, having stood vigil throughout the night, exhibited no signs of fatigue and continued to execute Suemo's commands with unwavering diligence. The dark grimoire materialized before him, and he swiftly flipped to the page detailing the auxiliary magic circle required for the undead calamity. Gazing at the intricate lines, Suemo first outlined an enlarged version on the ground before manipulating the liquid mithril he had previously refined to trace along these contours. To successfully depict the magic circle, not a single error was permitted in his hand. For an entire morning, Suemo remained intensely focused on inscribing the array. As noon approached, the final stroke seamlessly connected with the previous lines, and the entire auxiliary magic circle was finally complete. The moment the magic circle was finished, a surge of purple light began to flow along its patterns, and once the entire array illuminated, the radiance faded into obscurity. A smile graced Suemo's face, signifying that the magic circle was entirely accomplished. At this rate, he estimated that completing all the arrays would require at least 3 to 4 days. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Suemo intended to take a rest while also checking on Jean Minchi's situation. Closing his eyes, he immediately sensed 2 light points in his consciousness. This was yet another function of the demon contract, allowing him to observe the surroundings of the other party to the contract at any time. Clearly, these 2 light points represented Jean Minchi and Eliza, with whom he had forged the pact. Attempting to connect with the more distant light point, a vivid image materialized in his mind. In South Bang, over 100 kilometers west of Suwon City, Jean Minchi rode atop a skeleton horse towering over 2 meters, trailed by 50 skeleton soldiers. At that moment, the skeleton soldiers had all nearly increased in size by 1/3, their bones gleaming like white jade, radiating a crystalline glow. Carefully maneuvering her skeletal mount, she made every effort to minimize noise. Since arriving here the previous night, she had directly commanded the skeleton soldiers to clear the entire university of zombies. Fortunately, the university was not located within the city limits of Suwon, which prevented large hordes of zombies from being attracted by any noise. After the area was cleared, she meticulously searched through the bodies of the zombies. Thankfully, she did not find any sign of her sister, Jenny. Subsequently, she scoured the vicinity of the university. From a blood trail left by a vehicle at the campus entrance, she deduced that someone had driven away from the campus toward the west after the outbreak of the zombie virus. Traveling in that direction for 2 to 3 hours would lead to the coast. She surmised that these individuals were likely intending to escape to the sea. With no trace of Jenny around, she could only hope that Jenny had left with them in the vehicle. Without time to rest, She immediately pursued this direction. Luckily, there was only one road bypassing the city that led to the coast, alleviating her worries of taking a wrong turn. However, even now, with less than 30 kilometers remaining to the coast, she still had not spotted any sign of the vehicle. A sense of unease began to settle within her. At this moment, in the suburbs of Tian'an City, approximately 10 kilometers from the coast, a bus had broken down at the roadside. A stocky man of short stature stood in front of the rear tire, kicking the deflated tire in frustration. Damn it! Why did the vehicle have to break down at this moment? Just then, several university students in uniforms disembarked from the bus. Mr. Key, what is the situation? Chapter 68. The schemed Key, the vehicle has broken down. We will have to walk the remaining distance. They were in the wilderness, and finding another vehicle was evidently improbable. Keisha frowned as he checked his phone. They were now less than 10 kilometers from the coast. Only by boarding a vessel could they ensure safety. The students were acutely aware of the reality. The zombies possessed extraordinarily keen hearing and smell. Even the slightest sound might attract them. During their rest on the bus the previous night, none could sleep soundly, each remaining in a state of anxiety, fearing that zombies might follow their scent. Thankfully, they had passed through the night unscathed. If they were to live in such a tense atmosphere daily, they would likely succumb to despair before the zombies could consume them. At that moment, a male student observed the worried expression on a female student's face nearby. Li Xiao, don't worry, I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao glanced at his emaciated frame and rolled her eyes in exasperation. You should prioritize your own safety. And from now on, please call me Jean Li Xiao. With that, Li Xiao disregarded his grim countenance and returned to the bus to retrieve her backpack. The surrounding individuals also returned to the bus to gather their belongings. Zhao Dongshu glared with a dark expression at Li Xiao inside the bus, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible malice. He had pursued her for 2.5 years, yet she had never once regarded him. You wretched girl. You forced my hand. A thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, Kijo emerged from the bus, carrying a backpack. Hey, you little brat. What are you doing? Hurry up and grab what you need. No one is going to share their hard-earned food with you. During their journey here, the bus had passed a gas station. After clearing away the scant dozen of zombies by leaning against their vehicle, they gathered a substantial amount of food and water from the convenience store at the gas station, nearly filling the car to capacity. However, it was evidently impossible to carry everything away. They could only take as much as their strength allowed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongshu quickly nodded with a cheerful smile. All right, Teacher Kijie, he exclaimed, promptly turning to head towards the car door. Yet, once out of Kijie's sight, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. To execute his plan, he first needed to eliminate this troublesome individual. Within this group, he and Kijie were the only two men. As long as the other was out of the way, he could act with impunity. However, to remove his rival, he needed a strategy. After all, he had witnessed Kijie effortlessly dispatch 3 zombies barehanded. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 students followed closely behind Kijie, walking towards the seaside. The 10-kilometer journey was not particularly long, but on foot, it would take nearly 2 hours at the very least. Moreover, each of them carried a hefty load of food. After just over half an hour, they were all panting and exhausted. Zhao Dongshu, having been out of shape for quite some time, was nearly gasping for breath. At that moment, a few of them spotted the silhouette of a small town in the distance. There's a vehicle over there, a girl exclaimed, her voice ringing in their ears. Following her gaze, they indeed saw a pickup truck parked along the road outside the town, and curiously, there was not a single zombie in sight nearby, either drawn away or otherwise. The vehicle's door stood ajar, but it was too far away to discern the interior. Teacher Kijie, why don't we check it out? If the vehicle can be started, it would save us a considerable amount of time. The girl continued. Kijie hesitated momentarily. No, that location is too close to the town. If a zombie were to suddenly burst out, none of us would escape. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, with less than 2 hours left to the seaside, there was no need to take such risks. Having come to this conclusion, they gritted their teeth and continued their trek towards the shore. Only Zhao Dongshu, deliberately lagging behind, subtly slowed his pace. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he stealthily left the group, making his way towards the vehicle outside the town. A few minutes later, he arrived beside the truck. As he peered inside, a smile crept across his face. There were no zombies within the vehicle, and the keys were conspicuously inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongshu placed his backpack on the truck and attempted to start it. After all, it had only been a day since the apocalypse began, and remarkably, the engine roared to life. He turned the truck around, but did not drive off immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and firmly pressed the horn. The blaring sound echoed through the tranquil town, instantly stirring chaos. The guttural cries of zombies erupted, and within seconds, figures began to appear at the end of the road behind the truck, rushing towards it. The horde was growing larger with every passing moment. Seeing that they were close enough, Zhao Dongshu drove the vehicle towards his companions. The instant the truck's horn blared, the weary students, struggling to move forward, halted in their tracks, gazing towards the source of the sound. In this quiet environment, the noise was particularly jarring. At that moment, a girl gasped, "Teacher Kijie, Zhao Dongshu is missing." Kijie's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. This is bad. He immediately realized that Zhao Dongshu must have gone to start the vehicle, and the horn sound confirmed his suspicions. "You all hurry on. I'll check it out," Kijie commanded, intending to investigate from a distance, as he would not want to abandon anyone if he could help it. However, before he could make a move, he spotted the pickup truck appearing at the end of the road. Not far behind it, a horde of zombies was in hot pursuit. The pickup truck swiftly reached the group, coming to a stop right beside Li Xiu. "Quick, get in." Zhao Dongshu feigned an anxious demeanor. Kijie shot him a fierce glare. "I'll settle the score with you later," he retorted, remaining composed as he approached the girls, assisting them in climbing into the truck's bed. Once everyone was aboard, Kijie prepared to board himself. At that moment, the zombies were still a good 60 or 70 meters away. There was definitely time to spare. However, Zhao Dongshu, who had been watching through the rearview mirror, did not grant him that opportunity. He slammed down on the accelerator, and the truck roared forward, knocking Kijie to the ground in the process. "Brat!" Kijie shouted in fury from the ground. It was apparent that Zhao Dongshu intended to leave him behind deliberately. Rising to his feet, he sprinted after the speeding vehicle. Chapter 69. The Devious Zhao Dongshu. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Xiu glared at Zhao Dongshu in outrage. "What are you doing? Teacher Kijie isn't in the truck yet." "Oh, really? My apologies, I wasn't paying attention," Zhao Dongshu replied with a reckless grin. Upon seeing his expression, Li Xiu quickly realized the truth. "You did that on purpose?" Her face reflected disbelief. It was clear that their escape from the school, including Zhao Dongshu's involvement, was thanks to teacher Kijie, yet here he was, betraying the very person who had saved them. Behind the truck, it was evident that Kijie could not catch up to the rapidly moving vehicle. Soon, it vanished from his sight. "Damn it," Kijie cursed, discarding his backpack and sprinting at full speed. Glancing back at the distance he had put between himself and the pursuing zombies, he found no joy in it. Though the gap had widened, he knew he could not maintain this pace for long, while the zombies could run until they dropped dead. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Along the open road, there was only a tall willow tree less than 100 meters away. Without hesitation, he dashed towards it. Upon reaching the tree, he agilely climbed up to its top. Soon, the horde of zombies arrived, clambering up the tree. Kijie grabbed a dried branch and began to fend off the approaching zombies. However, it was evident that within mere minutes, the mass of zombies would reach his height. Exhausted and realizing his strength was nearly spent, he knew that if he continued to run, he would be overtaken within a minute. At that point, his chances of survival would be non-existent. Watching the horde ascend, a flicker of despair crossed Kijie's face. At that moment, in the distance, a group of white figures approached. They halted about 100 meters from the tree. Leading them was none other than Kim Taeyong, mounted on a skeletal horse. Observing the scene, she saw a man perched atop the tree like a gorilla, intermittently pushing away the zombies with a stick. Although the sight was somewhat comical, it was clear that he would soon be unable to hold on. She waved her hand gently. The skeletal soldiers behind him charged into the horde of zombies with relentless ferocity. In mere minutes, they dispatched the hundreds of undead encircling the tree as effortlessly as one would slice vegetables. Perched atop the tree, Gijiak's expression shifted dramatically upon first sight of the skeletons. What on earth is this? Not only can the dead run, but now even mere skeletons wield weapons? However, upon noticing Jean Taehui seated upon a horse in the distance, he deduced that these skeletons must be under someone's control. A sigh of relief washed over him. Humans were certainly preferable to these incomprehensible monstrosities. Moments later, Jean Taehui rode her skeletal steed to the base of the great tree, gazing up at Gijiak. "Did you escape from university?" she inquired directly, a glimmer of hope illuminating her features. On her way here, she had spotted the abandoned bus, and given their proximity, her conjecture seemed plausible. At her words, Gijiak's eyes brightened, and he hastily descended from the tree, using both hands and feet. "Indeed, I am a professor from Seoul University." "And you are?" he asked. "Is there a girl named Li Xiu among those who escaped with you?" Jean Taehui pressed urgently, adding, "I am Li Xiu's sister." Realization dawned on Gijiak, and he nodded. Recounting the events that had transpired, he gestured towards a direction. That scoundrel took them away from this path. Upon hearing the news of Li Xiu's safety, Jean Taehui felt a wave of relief, yet the implications of Gijiok's words revealed that Zhao Dongshu had no good intentions. Without hesitation, she waved to another skeletal knight nearby. The knight approached and effortlessly lifted Gijiok from the ground, placing him behind it. Under Jean Taehui's guidance, they raced towards the bus's location. At the seaside, a pickup truck screeched to a halt at the dock. Blood stained the ground, yet no zombies were in sight. It seemed they had all been lured away for some unknown reason. As the group disembarked, several young women from the rear of the vehicle began to chastise Zhao Dongshu as he emerged from the driver's seat. "How could you abandon Professor Gijiok?" One exclaimed. There was still time. Another added, "I think he did it on purpose." Zhao Dongshu's face contorted with a hint of madness upon hearing their accusations. "Shut up," he barked, stepping forward to knock the two loudest girls to the ground. "If you dare speak again, I'll toss you off this place." The other girls fell silent, intimidated by his menacing demeanor. Satisfied with their fear, Zhao Dongshu turned to confront Li So. Just as he did, a bloodied baseball bat swung toward him, striking his head with a resounding thud. Dazed, Zhao Dongshu stumbled to the ground, clutching his head. Yet his reflexes kicked in. He grasped the bat as it swung at him again and yanked it away. Li So, holding the bat, was thrown off balance. "You little brat, how dare you?" Zhao Dongshu glared at her, his expression darkening. "You think you can just walk away?" Seeing no other option, Li So turned to flee, perhaps overestimating her own strength. As her strike failed to incapacitate him, the difference in their physical capabilities became evident. Even a feeble man like Zhao Dongshu could easily overpower an ordinary woman. As he saw her attempt to escape, he swung the bat viciously, striking her leg. Li So cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. The remaining girls, witnessing the scene, scattered in terror, believing Zhao Dongshu had gone mad. Unfazed by their flight, Zhao Dongshu remained singularly focused on Li So. To him, those fleeing were of no interest compared to her. He observed Li Sio's youthful face, tinged with a hint of allure, licking his lips in anticipation. Yet he did not let his triumph cloud his judgment. Although no zombies were visible at the moment, he knew they could emerge at any moment. Spotting a fishing boat not far away, he disregarded Li Sio's struggles and dragged her toward it. Chapter 70. The embarrassment of Kim Min-hee. As Zhao Dongshu took a few steps, he suddenly heard the faint sound of running from a distance. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a horde of skeletal remains rushing toward him. Leading the charge were 3 skeletal warhorses. Both Zhao Dongshu and Li Sio's expressions shifted simultaneously. In a panic, Zhao Dongshu quickened his pace. Fortunately, he was not far from the boat. Within moments, he had reached it. With a sigh of relief, he felt a flicker of confidence. Though his family had modest assets, he had learned the basics of operating a boat during his vacations. While this fishing vessel was different, he was certain he could start it. In the distance, Gijiok, atop his skeletal horse, noticed Zhao Dongshu heading toward the boat, and his expression turned grave. "This is bad." The distance between them was still a daunting 300 to 400 meters. If Zhao Dongshu managed to start the boat, he could very well escape. After all, these skeletons were ill-suited for aquatic combat. Once submerged, they would likely sink immediately. Gijiok's resentment toward Zhao Dongshu was immense, as he had nearly been led to his doom by him. Watching the scoundrel prepare to flee, he felt an intense rage bubbling within him. Kim Min-hee, also atop a skeletal steed, observed the unfolding scene with delight. Though the distance was considerable, she could still discern that the girl in peril was her sister, Kim Li So. As long as Li So was alive, that was the best news she could hope for. Regarding her sister's abduction, Min-hee felt no concern. With her ability to teleport, she could easily reach the boat and rescue Li So. However, there was no need for such complications at the moment. She waved her arm toward the skeletal warriors behind her, transmitting a command. This precise control over the undead was a technique recorded in the Book of Dark Gods. As long as the command was straightforward, the skeletons would execute it flawlessly. A sprinting skeletal archer suddenly accelerated, while 2 skeletal soldiers formed a supportive base with their arms. The archer leaped, using their stacked arms for leverage, soaring several meters into the air. At the peak of its ascent, the skeletal archer drew its bow and released a bow and arrow that streaked through the air like a comet, piercing Zhao Dongshu's abdomen and pinning him to the deck. "Ah!" Zhao Dongshu screamed in agony. Seizing the moment, Li So quickly broke free from his grip and slipped into the adjacent cabin. As she glanced at the terrifying figures approaching from afar, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Unlike Zhao Dongshu, she had no knowledge of sailing. Her only escape route seemed to be diving into the water. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly dashed out of the cabin, making her way toward the side. However, before she could leap down, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Turning around, she was astonished to see her sister, Kim Min-hee, at the forefront of the approaching monsters, riding a skeletal horse. Yoni? Soon, Kim Min-hee was upon her, dismounting from the skeletal steed and rushing forward to embrace Kim Lee-soo. After a brief moment, the two separated, with Kim Lee-soo gazing at her sister in disbelief. Yoni, weren't you in America? How are you here? And what about those monsters behind you? Kim Min-hee began to explain in response. Meanwhile, Kichiol approached the writhing Zhao Dongshu on the ground. Clenching his fists, he sneered, "You little brat, having fallen into my hands. You will learn the consequences of attempting to harm a teacher." With that, his massive fists rained down upon Zhao Dongshu's head. By the time Kim Min-hee and her sister arrived, he had already succumbed. Observing Zhao Dongshu's pitiful state, Kim Lee-soo felt no pity, stepping forward to deliver a few more kicks. "Scoundrel, trying to take advantage of me." Lee-soo. Noticing her sister's stern expression, Kim Lee-soo stuck out her tongue. "Yoni, I was wrong. I promised to watch my words from now on." Ever since their parents passed away, it had been her sister who cared for her, instilling in her a mixture of love and fear. Subsequently, Kim Min-hee expressed her gratitude to Kichiol and commanded the skeletal soldiers to gather ample supplies from the nearby supermarket, stacking them in the ship's hold. After all, without him, her sister might have perished in the school long ago. As they watched the ship slowly depart, Kim Lee-soo inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Kim Min-hee cast her a mysterious glance. "Just follow your sister." With that, she extended her right hand and gently glided it forward. A portal began to open slowly before them. Having just acquired this ability, she was eager to showcase it to Lee-soo. As expected, Lee-soo's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. Kim Min-hee, observing her sister's expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. Returning home in glory feels like wearing fine garments in the night. With such power at her disposal, how could she refrain from impressing those familiar to her? However, as the portal gradually opened, her expression faltered upon seeing the scenery on the other side. The portal opened above an endless ocean. Lee-soo, too, beheld the sight and looked at her sister with confusion. "Yoni, will we be fed to the fish if we go through?" Kim Min-hee hastily closed the portal with a wave of her hand, feigning calmness as she spoke. "To find you, I stayed awake all night. Perhaps my fatigue led to this minor error. Let's try again." Taking a deep breath, she focused and slid her right hand once more. Another portal opened before them, revealing a frigid, snow-laden landscape, with a few bewildered penguins staring at them. Unable to restrain herself, Lee-soo cast a dubious glance at her sister. "Yoni, are you sure you can do this?" After 2 consecutive mishaps, Kim Min-hee could no longer maintain her composure, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Just then, a portal opened within 2 meters of where she had just activated the previous one, leading directly to the square where Su-mo was located. "What just happened?" Kim Lee-soo exclaimed in surprise. Witnessing this, Kim Min-hee momentarily paused before realizing that Su-mo was undoubtedly assisting her in alleviating her embarrassment. Quickly regaining her composure, she wiped the sweat that had emerged from her forehead due to anxiety. "I just thought you seemed too hot, so I helped you cool down." With that, she stepped towards the portal. As she entered, clad only in a light garment, she shivered from the sudden chill. Chapter 71. Is this how space teleportation works? Su-mo observed Kim Min-hee as she emerged from the portal, a faint smile gracing his face. Upon noticing, Kim Min-hee's embarrassment flickered across her features. After Lee-soo joined her, her eyes curiously scanned the surroundings, settling on Su-mo as he stood up from the ground. A glimmer of intrigue crossed her gaze. "Is this the man my sister spoke of, the one who granted her special abilities?" Su-mo, catching her gaze, turned to look back at her. The fearless Kim Lee-soo, upon realizing his attention was on her, quickly lowered her head. After all, this was the legendary demon. Kim Min-hee had thoroughly informed her about the contract. Of course, Su-mo could have easily prevented her from revealing anything, but he chose not to. His intention was simple. Kim Lee-soo must also sign a contract with him. This had long been his plan regarding the condition for borrowing the power of the deceased. It wasn't that he coveted anything from her. Rather, he understood Kim Lee-soo's significance in Kim Min-hee's heart, perhaps even above her own. This posed a potential instability for Su-mo. After all, if Kim Min-hee had to choose between obeying him and protecting Kim Lee-soo, she would undoubtedly choose her sister. There was no need to eliminate her. Instead, he aimed to keep Kim Lee-soo's soul under his control. In doing so, Kim Min-hee would unconditionally follow his commands. After he returned, the army of the undead would be entirely under her control, and he couldn't constantly monitor the situation. This was crucial, for it involved millions of points, allowing for no margin of error. Su-mo conveyed his conditions through the power of the contract to Kim Min-hee. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted. While she could accept anything for herself, she did not wish for Lee-soo to enter into such a contract. However, After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Setting aside her own reluctance, she recognized that refusing would only provoke Sumo's wrath, leading to dire consequences for both of them. Even if he spared them, she would still be unable to reconcile with herself. After all, without Sumo, neither of them would survive. Lisu might even become someone else's plaything, suffering a fate worse than death. In comparison, sacrificing her soul to be under his control seemed trivial. After a brief consideration, she turned to Lisu, pulling her aside to persuade her. Is it really possible? Surprisingly, upon her suggestion, Lisu's face lit up with eager excitement, as if she viewed it as a tremendous boon. No, you need to listen carefully. You will have to offer your soul, and thereafter, he can make you suffer endlessly with just a thought. So what? Lisu replied, her expression one of nonchalance. To gain something, one must give something in return. If not, why would he lend you his power? Just because of your looks? Don't be ridiculous. With such ability, why would he care about you? If he wished, he could have any woman in the world. Even if he took advantage of you, what could you do about it? Hearing this, Kim Min-hee suddenly understood. Her thinking had remained stuck in the pre-apocalyptic mindset. Yet Lisu was far more perceptive than she had realized. All right, perhaps I have been somewhat short-sighted. Moments later, the same contract was signed. As for the magic, you will need to provide him with a copy of your book. Furthermore, both of you should first practice the space teleportation magic, aiming to master it within a few days. As for her, let us see how her talent fares. With that, Sumo paid no further attention to the two, moving toward the heap of undead corpses. Summon the undead. He was preparing to set up a magical formation at the next location. During this period, it was imperative to leave some undead guardians at the completed magical formations to prevent them from being ravaged by zombies or surviving humans. After a span of several minutes, an impressive assembly of over 1,000 skeletal soldiers and more than 30 undead knights stood orderly before him. Upon opening a spatial portal, he stepped through with these undead soldiers. The following 3 or 4 days saw Sumo traversing various directions within the city, until one particular day, with a flash of light, the last auxiliary magical formation was finally completed. After leaving a group of undead to guard it, Sumo made his way to the Wilshire Center in the heart of Los Angeles, the tallest building in the city. In a hotel room on the top floor, the Kim sisters, Jean Min-hee and Jean Lisu, were temporarily residing there. At that moment, the two were seated cross-legged on the balcony, practicing spatial teleportation in front of the window. This way, even if the other end of the spatial portal was crowded with zombies, they need not worry about their safety. The sisters' talents were nearly indistinguishable, and they had successfully executed spatial teleportation on the very first day. Upon learning of this, Sumo was taken aback. He even made a trip back to the ship, only to discover that Eliza had also mastered the spell. While it was conceivable for one individual to possess such high aptitude, the fact that all three did led Sumo to suspect that it might not be merely a matter of innate talent, but rather a characteristic of their contract or the nature of this different world. He instructed the two to leave the building and then flew out of the window, hovering beside the rooftop. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a colossal teleportation portal manifested atop the building. On the other side of the portal lay a magnificent cruise ship. Since a third of the portal opened beneath the water's surface, seawater surged toward it, propelling the cruise ship in its direction. Moments later, the vessel burst forth from the portal, crashing down upon the rooftop with tremendous force. The impact embedded the ship's bottom into the building's top, stabilizing it so that, aside from its lower portion, the rest extended outward from the building's edge. The ship's sloped bottom rendered it nearly impossible for zombies to ascend to its deck from the building's exterior. The sisters, positioned on the rooftop of an adjacent building, watched this spectacle in sheer astonishment. Can the portal really open this large? Lisu inquired, glancing at her sister. It seems so, Min-hee replied. Though they had been consumed by their practice, their spiritual prowess could only manage a portal with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters at most. A stark contrast to the one before them, which exceeded 50 meters. After completing the task, Sumo instructed the two to approach the edge of the massive yacht's deck. You both continue practicing. Try to open the portal in areas where zombies are densely populated. With that, he entered the yacht where Eliza was located. Upon entering the room, the scene within was such that even someone as peculiar as him found it somewhat overwhelming. Seeing Sumo enter, Eliza quickly shut the portal she had been sandwiched in, approaching him like a child caught in wrongdoing. You can't blame me. You haven't returned for several days. Sumo looked at her speechlessly. He had advised her to practice spatial teleportation, and she had complied, albeit with an utterly outrageous method. After tossing Eliza onto the cruise ship on the rooftop, Sumo proceeded to the Department of Defense. To ensure the undead could cleanse the zombies without disturbance, he needed to address a significant threat: nuclear weapons. It was crucial to prevent certain high-ranking humans from perceiving the undead as a menace and resorting to nuclear weapons in response. These weapons had to be neutralized first. Although many cities had severed their networks, satellite communication remained operational, and nuclear launches relied on these networks for information transmission. Of course, a significant portion of the weapon launch systems were disconnected from external networks, necessitating Su-mo to destroy them one by one. To facilitate this task, he acquired a system akin to JARVIS. Within a day, Su-mo traversed the various nations possessing nuclear arms. By evening, standing on the deck of the cruise ship atop the building, he glanced at his watch. It should be about time. As his words fell, he observed several white streaks soaring into the sky within his field of vision. Upon reaching outer space, these streaks culminated in a brilliant flash. This scene unfolded across nations with nuclear capabilities. From this moment forth, nuclear weapons ceased to exist on Earth. Su-mo turned to the three behind him. "Let us begin." As he spoke, the trio approached the edges of the deck, donned their headphones, and waved their hands to cast spells. A portal several meters in diameter slowly opened. Su-mo ascended into the air, and with the emergence of the dark tome, three enormous portals, each around 50 meters in diameter, materialized in the distant sky. Originally capable of summoning only one portal of such magnitude, Su-mo, empowered by the dark tome, managed to open three, all leading to some of the world's most populous cities. Once the portals were fully opened, Su-mo pressed a button on a remote control in his hand. A resounding horn echoed from the cruise ship. The zombies within the entirety of Los Angeles, now alerted, began to stampede toward the building. Meanwhile, the 9 portals, varying in size, unleashed an uncountable horde of zombies. However, as the portals were suspended in midair, the zombies tumbled directly downwards upon emerging. Soon, the ground transformed into a veritable ocean of the undead. Countless zombies frantically clawed their way up the skyscraper's exterior, which was entirely composed of glass, rendering it impossible for them to gain any leverage. As the numbers swelled, they began to pile up around the building. Within a short span, they amassed to a height of several meters. Yet this was trivial compared to the towering structure that soared over 300 meters. Su-mo gazed down at the frenzied horde below, marveling at the sheer despair these zombies instilled in ordinary humanity. Enhanced hearing and smell, coupled with tireless determination, rendered them relentless. Drawn by sound, they would pursue without cease. Almost no obstacle could deter them, their only apparent weakness being their inability to swim. On board the Pacific Fleet of the United States, Admiral Wells sat in the conference room, his expression grave. The atmosphere was thick with tension as it became apparent that the nation's entire stockpile of nuclear weapons had been launched into space. Originally intended as a last resort against the zombies, these weapons had inexplicably been discharged. Just then, a soldier approached him, whispering urgently in his ear. "What?" His complexion shifted dramatically as he gestured for silence. The soldier nodded and returned to a nearby computer, initiating a series of operations. Soon, an image projected onto the large screen at the front of the conference room. Everyone turned to look, and as they beheld the scene outside the Wilshire Center, a chorus of gasps filled the room. "Oh God, am I not mistaken? How on earth did this cruise ship end up atop a skyscraper? It is simply miraculous. And what is that portal? It defies belief." Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, General Wells clapped his hands, instantly silencing the entire conference room. Several other cities had also manifested similar portals, and intelligence suggested that these portals functioned like teleportation gates, drawing all the zombies from various cities to Los Angeles. As he spoke, additional small screens appeared, displaying a portal in another city, with countless zombies rushing towards it. The camera gradually zoomed in, revealing several figures standing atop the skyscraper. Though only their rough silhouettes were discernible, their features obscured. "What should we do?" General Wells inquired. After a brief pause, an officer spoke up. "I believe this presents an opportunity for us." Capturing everyone's attention, he continued, "Although we are unaware of their true intentions, it currently seems advantageous for us. The ship is filled with a substantial population, yet food and water are scarce. Among the cities from which zombies are being drawn, it appears that New York is one of them. If they are luring the zombies from New York, then it is evidently a prime opportunity for us to gather supplies." At this point, he strategically took a sip of water. "Moreover, I suggest we avoid provoking them. Let us act as if they do not exist. They possess such capabilities that we cannot contend with. They merely need to open a portal to the city center, and we would all perish at the hands of the zombies." Upon hearing his words, the entire conference room nodded in agreement. General Wells concurred with his viewpoint. Very well. Send a message to all remaining fleets within our territory. No one shall provoke them without cause. A similar conference transpired in countries around the globe equipped with satellites. Remarkably unified in their decisions, all nations reached a consensus akin to General Wells. The portal persisted for an entire day. During this time, the location of the spatial passage was altered periodically. Suemo gazed down at the zombies that had amassed below the ship, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the combination of the ship and the skyscraper's structure prevented the zombies from ascending. It's almost time. Currently, the number of zombies within Los Angeles is conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million, nearly 4 to 5 times the original count in this city. Uncertain if necromantic spells like the Undead Catastrophe grant points for converting zombies into undead creatures, I decided against proceeding further. After all, even after death, zombies can still be transformed. A legion of over 10 million undead would be sufficient, as these forces only grow stronger with battle. With this thought, Suemo turned and escorted the 3 nearly exhausted individuals beyond the bounds of the magic circle. It is crucial to note that within this magic circle, distinctions between friend and foe blurred. All beings would be subject to the influence of necromantic energy. Several portals he had opened gradually closed. Simultaneously, his body began to levitate, ascending to approximately 50 meters above the cruise ship. Obscure incantations flowed from his lips. The energy within the dark grimoire before him surged violently. With the utterance of the final incantation, a tsunami of energy erupted from the grimoire, a pillar of darkness reaching skyward. Concurrently, the 5 magic circles surrounding the city activated, manifesting 5 corresponding pillars of light. A gray-black energy enveloped the entire city. The undead catastrophe has descended. Chapter 73. The Lich, the conclusion of the return. As the magic circle completed, a colossal black energy shield, defined by the auxiliary magic circles, enveloped the entire city. Subsequently, an endless stream of gray energy radiated from the dark grimoire, frantically spreading throughout the city. Outside the city, the 3 women gazed in astonishment at the magnificent sight before them. From the exterior, the energy shield appeared as a hazy gray veil, obscuring the specific happenings inside. They could only vaguely observe a few zombies near the barrier. Upon contact with the gray energy, their flesh and blood dissolved like snow in the sun. A hint of worry crossed Jinxi's face. I hope our boss is all right in there. After signing the contract, they had intended to refer to him as master, but Suemo had declined, urging them to call him boss instead, as calling him master would make them appear somewhat peculiar. Although the truth wasn't far from it, only Elisa still occasionally called him that. Rest assured, Elisa said with a charming smile, patting her own innate talent for assurance. From my personal experiences during this time, our boss is absolutely remarkable. Hearing this, Jinxi's face flushed. Meanwhile, Kim Min-hee shot her an angry glance, but said nothing more. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had come to understand Elisa's character. Perverse barely scratched the surface of her tendencies. Compared to what Elisa had been up to on the ship, this was already a considerable restraint. Inside the barrier, beneath the gray energy, the city had fallen utterly silent. All the zombies lay motionless on the ground, as if completely dead, their flesh and blood having vanished entirely. As far as the eye could see, the streets were piled high with bones. Once each zombie's flesh dissolved completely, a barely perceptible wisp would seep from the corpses, coalescing in the sky. Gradually, it formed a swirling gray sphere. The gray energy continued to permeate the bones. This process persisted for over an hour. In the sky above the city center, Suemo felt a chilling sensation gradually enveloping him, causing his expression to darken. He had somewhat overestimated his mental fortitude. Such a vast amount of energy was beyond his complete control. Fortunately, with the assistance of the dark grimoire, he could maintain a general grasp of the energy's flow. However, lacking precise control, a portion of the energy began to dissipate, gradually corroding his body. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would be unavoidable. Unless one's mental strength reached a certain level, it would be impossible to remain unaffected. This explains why nearly all necromancers' bodies resemble that of desiccated mummies, an effect of the necromantic energy's erosion. However, there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. Suemo could only grit his teeth and endure. At this moment, the bones accumulating on the streets seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Flames of soul fire ignited within their skulls. Nearly half of these skeletons slowly rose from the ground, wielding various weapons as they began to march towards the city's outskirts. The remaining half of the skeletons disassembled, reconfiguring into more formidable undead creatures. Countless bones gradually converged in different areas, forming undead knights, skeletal kings, and bone dragons. In truth, the variety of undead creatures is vast: phantoms, death knights, liches. However, these undead creatures are formed from souls. The zombies, having evidently become soulless entities, resulted in the transformation of mostly skeletal undead. However, to contend with these zombies, the skeletal undead creatures, armed with physical attacks, sufficed. Over time, the gray energy in the atmosphere gradually thinned, most of it having been absorbed by the skeletons. Various undead creatures had completed their transformation. The city was now teeming with numerous skeletal warriors. Near the epicenter stood nearly 100,000 undead knights, alongside hundreds of skeletal kings towering nearly 30 meters high. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length, flapped their membranous wings, circling incessantly. Meanwhile, Suemo found himself in a dire situation. His body had withered to the point of resembling a mere shell, devoid of any sensation. He appeared akin to a skeleton draped in a thin layer of flesh. Lifeless, yet with a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. Nonetheless, he was aware that the spell was not yet complete. The remaining energy within the entire magic circle began to surge wildly towards the swirling gray energy sphere in the sky. As the energy gathered, the sphere gradually split apart, ultimately forming 10 spheres of comparable size to the original. At the moment of this division, the shapes of the spheres began to undergo violent transformations. Before long, they morphed into humanoid entities, seemingly devoid of physical substance, composed entirely of pure energy. In the region where their heads should have been, 2 crimson eyes glowed with an eerie luminescence. With the emergence of these 10 figures, they autonomously floated before Suemo, suspended in midair. Master. Upon observing their forms, a name for these undead beings flashed in his mind: Lich. According to the Dark Tome's records regarding liches, they are categorized into 2 types. One type consists of necromancers who have transformed themselves into undead beings through various means. The other is the type before him, born solely from resentment. This kind of lich possesses a greater affinity for necromancy than those transformed by necromancers, inherently destined to become necromancers themselves. They can wield virtually any necromantic spell. With these liches, he could endlessly summon undead from the corpses of zombies, bolstering his undead army. As the 10 liches came into existence, the radiant glow of the magic circle enveloping the city gradually faded until it vanished completely. Suemo's figure slowly descended from the sky. The moment his body touched the ground, it disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this scene, Jean Minshi and the others, who had returned through the spatial portal upon his notification, were taken aback. Boss. The 3 stepped forward. As his body dissipated, Suemo's soul, radiating a blue light, appeared at the same spot. He had anticipated that casting this spell would obliterate his physical form. However, he was relieved that the spell had ultimately been completed. The remaining tasks could be accomplished by the 3 women and the 10 liches. Moreover, if necessary, he could return to this world at any time. Though his counterpart in this parallel world had perished, he could still leverage the power of the contract to enter the body of any one of the 3 women, thus manifesting in this realm. Of course, this would entail assuming control over the other's body, while a mismatched vessel might hinder his strength. With the aid of the undead army, he would not need to intervene personally. He turned to relay instructions to the 3 women before gradually vanishing from sight. Chapter 74. Millions of points. Tier 3 Origin Force Battlesuit. Within the Star Tower, Suemo's body floated, gradually opening his eyes before landing on the ground. System. Open the attribute panel. During the casting of the spell, he had to concentrate fully on manipulating the energy, and since he had silenced the prompt for points acquisition, he was uncertain whether the undead he had transformed would count towards his points. As this thought crossed his mind, a transparent attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Suemo. Age: 20 years. Strength: 1,495 tons. Speed: 1,410 ms. Mental power: 1,280 tons. Special ability: Space Freezing. Points: 11, 538. 200. Level: Planetary level 1st rank. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in the points column, Suemo felt an exhilarating urge to leap. Over 10 million points. The total points accumulated previously had not exceeded 200,000, barely enough to scratch the surface of this new total. Now, acquiring such a vast sum in one go left him with the sensation of sudden wealth. Just as he was about to access the shop, he sensed someone entering the room outside the Star Tower. Temporarily abandoning his plans to exchange items, he swiftly vanished from the Star Tower, abruptly appearing in the villa, where he immediately spotted Annie sitting in the living room, her expression one of despondence. Sensing the movement behind her, Annie abruptly turned around. Upon seeing Sumo standing behind the sofa, her face blossomed into a joyful smile as she leaped from the couch and rushed into his embrace. "Darling, you're finally back," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Noticing the unusual intensity of her feelings, Sumo gently stroked her head, asking, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Annie shook her head, breaking free from his embrace to scrutinize his face earnestly, her expression shifting from sorrow to joy. "Nothing. I just missed you a bit." Sumo, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and replied with a grin, "It's just been a few days." "Look how anxious you've become." "A few days?" Annie murmured in confusion. Observing her expression, Sumo felt a sense of foreboding. He glanced up at the clock on the living room wall and was astonished to see the date. October 28th, 2008. Had over 2 months already passed? A look of surprise crossed Sumo's face. He clearly remembered that Wanda's university began in August, and he had cast the dream walking technique around the same time. His stay in the other world had barely lasted a week at most. "How long was I gone?" Sumo inquired of Annie, who was still in his embrace. 73 days. Annie replied without hesitation. "So, the time ratio between the two worlds is roughly 10-1. Sumo mused silently, feeling a wave of relief wash over him for not lingering too long in that world. Otherwise, by the time he returned, who knows how many years might have passed in this realm. "Darling," she called softly. Sumo, lost in thought, was jolted back to the present. "After more than 2 months apart, don't you have anything you want to do?" At her words, Sumo noticed her increasingly wistful gaze, feigning a look of realization. Indeed, after such a lengthy period, the flowers at home needed watering. Upon hearing Sumo's response, Annie shot him a sidelong glance, adopting a fierce demeanor. "It's not just the flowers at home that need watering," she declared, before unceremoniously pushing him onto the sofa. By the time Sumo returned to the Star Tower, it was already the following morning. His own body was indeed the best. Feeling refreshed, he stepped outside the training room. His combat prowess was incomparable to that of any counterpart in other worlds. According to Captain America, he could withstand a prolonged battle with them. Just as he was about to enter the training room, Star Princess appeared beside him with a beaming smile. "Master, wouldn't it be a bit dull to be alone in the training room? Do you require a sparring partner? One that can wear custom outfits, of course." As she spoke, she twirled a few times beside him, her attire changing incessantly throughout the process. Black stockings, office lady attire, lowly dress, sailor uniform, nurse outfit, everything imaginable was represented. Sumo's face contorted with annoyance. "You should refrain from indulging in such nonsensical content online during your leisure time." With that, Sumo turned on his heel and strode into the training room. Xingji gazed at the closed door, a look of confusion crossing her features. "But everyone online seems to relish this style, don't they?" Once inside the training room, Sumo suppressed the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. Having an excessively powerful physique was not solely advantageous. For instance, he had completely lost the ability to enter the sage time. After a moment of calm, Sumo opened the shop and began to search diligently. His first priority was items that could enhance his strength. Before achieving immortality, there was no need to waste time gradually accumulating energy. Each stage had corresponding treasures that could augment one's power, and the number of treasures capable of elevating one to planetary strength was exceedingly vast. Sumo perused the offerings, and an array of items designed to enhance planetary level power appeared before him. Chinlong grass, crimson flame fruit, star leaf cold dew. The sheer variety dazzled him. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an item named the Planetary Nutrient Pod. Planetary Nutrient Pod, equipped with a special spiritual liquid. It can elevate a first-tier planetary being to 9th tier in 1 month. Required points for exchange, 500,000. The prospect of ascending from 1st tier to 9th tier in just 1 month was the shortest time frame among all the treasures he had encountered. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo resolved firmly. Purchase. With over 10 million points at his disposal, he could indeed afford such extravagance. After redeeming the nutrient pod, Sumo continued to browse the shop. The nutrient pod would enhance his physical prowess, but he also needed to elevate his mental telekinesis to 9th tier planetary level. Eventually, he selected a spiritual liquid called Azure Wave Marrow. This liquid cost 100,000 points per drop, and he would require a full 10 drops to ascend from 1st tier to 9th tier. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Azure Wave Marrow X10, consuming 1,000,000 points. After exchanging for both items, Sumo did not rush to use them. Instead, he continued to explore the system shop. Enhancing combat power encompasses various aspects. Beyond personal strength, weaponry and equipment are critical as well. Soon, A notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3rd-tier Origin Force Battlesuit, Feather God Armor, consuming 600,000 points. The Feather God Armor, akin to the Black God set, could alter its appearance at will. It wasn't that Su-Mo desired to redeem a higher-tier battlesuit. Rather, with his planetary-level Origin Force, he could only utilize 3rd-tier armor and weapons at most. With a thought, a white object resembling a feather over 50 centimeters long materialized in Su-Mo's hand. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto it. In an instant, the massive feather transformed into a viscous liquid that adhered to Su-Mo's form, spreading across his body. Before long, under his control, it morphed into a suit that fully enveloped him. Chapter 75, Fair Competition? The armor altered its shape according to his thoughts, ultimately transforming into a tailored suit adorning his figure. The Feather God armor, similar to the Black God set, could diminish attacks by 90%. The sole distinction was that the Feather God armor had a higher threshold. It could still reduce 90% of damage from attacks of Domain Lord-level strength, whereas the Black God set's defensive limit was merely against stellar-level assaults. Having familiarized himself with the Feather God armor, Su-Mo did not hasten to redeem further items. Most telekinetic weaponry required specific mental power amplitudes, and he intended to meditate and cultivate for a while. Once all the points from the apocalyptic world were credited, he would contemplate which treasures to redeem. Given the escalating numbers of the undead army, it could take just over a month to cleanse that world of all zombies. Even with a tenfold time disparity between the two worlds, it would only amount to roughly a year in this realm. At Pennsylvania State University, within a certain lecture hall, Wanda descended the stairs, clutching several books. Wanda, wait. As she neared the bottom, a young man hurried down from above. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wanda's face, and she quickened her pace, seemingly ignoring him. Nevertheless, he soon caught up and blocked her path. Dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans, he paused before retrieving 2 concert tickets from his messenger bag. Wanda, I have 2 tickets to a concert. Would you like to join me tonight? Wanda's expression shifted momentarily to one of irritation. Scott, I have reiterated this numerous times. Please address me by my surname. We are not familiar enough for such casualness. In America, addressing others by surname is customary, reserved for those who are not intimately acquainted. Moreover, I am married and deeply in love with my husband. I have no interest in attending any concert with you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future, or I will have to consider contacting the authorities. With that, Wanda disregarded the displeasure on his face, grasped the arm of a nearby classmate, and navigated around him as she made her way downstairs. Scott watched as she walked away, taking a deep breath to regain his composure and don a semblance of a smile. He had resolved to pursue Wanda since the first moment he saw her emerge from a red Ferrari. After all, he believed that during his college years, he would have the opportunity to engage with a woman as beautiful and affluent as her. As for her claims of being married, he had no faith in them. He had already investigated and discovered that Wanda was a freshman this year. At such a young age, it was implausible for someone so wealthy to have entered marriage. To him, it was merely an excuse she used to reject him. He was convinced that if he persisted, he would eventually win her over. As for his current embarrassment, it was but a trifling matter. Should he ultimately fail to sway her heart, he would resort to more desperate measures. Downstairs, as Wanda stepped outside, she noticed a familiar figure not far away. Her face lit up with a delightful smile as she sprinted a few steps and leaped into his embrace. This person was, of course, Su-Mo, who had just arrived. Darling, what brings you here? Su-Mo handed her the flowers he held. Regardless of age, any woman receiving flowers tends to experience a significant uplift in mood. This was a lesson he had learned over the years. I came because I missed you. Su-Mo gently caressed her head, smiling as he spoke. Wanda, hearing this, pecked Su-Mo on the cheek. Then, as if recalling something, she reached out and pulled over the girl who had been with her. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Sky. After that, she introduced Su-Mo to her. Only then did Su-Mo turn to regard the girl beside them. The moment their eyes met, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Yes, Sky recognized him instantly as the person who had peered at her while she bathed through a peculiar portal in her bathroom last time. Indeed, I am Mr. Wanda. Su-Mo observed the expression of the other party and quickly recalled the past, promptly extending his hand to clasp the outstretched finger. At this moment, Sky also regained her composure. Although she had been taken advantage of during their last encounter, the expression on the other person's face suggested that it was not intentional, considering they had never met before. Moreover, who would make a peephole so large while spying? Wanda, noticing Sky's expression, inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is this? Do you two know each other?" Sky, coming back to her senses, shook her head vigorously. "No, He just looks somewhat familiar. Wanda, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile and cast a glance at Sumo, her tone laced with a touch of resentment. Indeed, my husband was once a regular feature in the Playboy magazine. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sumo refrained from defending himself and instead steered the conversation elsewhere. All right, let us not dwell on unhappy topics. It's getting late. We should grab a bite. Both Wanda and Sky nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure approached from behind. Scott, having caught up, looked at Sumo and the flower-bearing Wanda, his expression shifting dramatically. Who is this? Wanda, seeing him persist, displayed a hint of anger. What is it to you? Do we know each other well? With that, she clasped Sumo's arm and prepared to leave. Sumo cast a cold gaze at the man. The events that transpired upstairs had vividly imprinted themselves in his mind through telepathy. Initially, he intended to send someone to deal with the matter further, yet he was taken aback by the man's audacity. With this thought, he turned to Wanda and advised, should such troublesome matters arise again, remember to inform me, or you may contact Avril. She will assist in resolving these nuisances. Wanda quickly interjected. I merely thought it unnecessary to trouble you. Plus I assumed he would give up after I rejected him. Sumo gently reassured her before approaching the man. Upon seeing Sumo advance, the man's face flashed with a moment of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Brother, fair competition. Sumo found this amusing. Almost laughing in anger, he would not allow such an unstable element to remain close to Wanda. If you are so fond of competition, how about I grant you an opportunity to compete for soap in prison? With that, a strange purple hue flickered in Sumo's eyes. Scott's expression froze. Then he turned and walked away in a daze. Chapter 76, Planetary Level 9. Wanda and Sky sighed in relief as they watched him depart. However, she was surprised by how easily Sumo let him go, given his earlier demeanor. After bidding farewell to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari away. Have you known Sky for a long time? She asked as she navigated the vehicle. No, of course not. Sumo denied. He was not lying in a sense. He genuinely did not recognize her until he noticed her unusual expression. Wanda seemed skeptical but opted not to press further. After dinner, within the confines of the villa, Sumo retrieved a palm-sized black glove and extended it towards Wanda. What is this? Wanda asked, her face a mask of confusion as she accepted it, gazing at Sumo with curiosity. Just drop a drop of blood on it. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wanda's eyes brightened. The storage ring requiring a blood drop still adorned her finger. Clearly, this was yet another artifact of a similar nature. Without hesitation, she took a dagger from her storage ring and made a light incision on her finger, with a slight furrow of her brow. A drop of blood fell onto the black glove, which absorbed it instantly. In a moment, the glove transformed into liquid and flowed onto her body, revealing a red trench coat. Darling, this is simply marvelous. After spending 2 days with Wanda, Sumo finally took his leave. At the villa entrance, Sonia watched Sumo depart, rubbing her darkening eye circles, and sighed in relief. After Wanda's earnest persuasion, she ultimately chose to stay. It was only later that she discovered Wanda was a student at the same university. However, the past 2 nights had been torturous for her. Unable to sleep due to the incessant sounds from next door, compounded by the necessity of washing sheets in the morning and attending classes during the day. Thankfully, the disturbance lasted just 2 days. Otherwise, she feared she would soon reach her breaking point. Before long, Wanda returned from outside. Upon entering the living room and noticing Sonia's dark circles, Wanda blushed and apologized. I'm sorry for keeping you from resting well these past 2 days. Sonia quickly waved her hand. No, it's your home. I am the one intruding upon you. After saying this, Sonia observed Wanda's slightly flushed complexion and quietly wondered if there truly was something miraculous at play. As a dedicated artisan, curiosity began to stir within her. Should she delve into Wanda's memories to uncover the truth? Sonia had long harbored a secret. She was, in fact, a mutant with the ability to read and modify others' memories. She even gave herself a nickname in private, inspired by Magneto and Mystique, the Dreamer. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she hastily dismissed it. No, Wanda had been kind enough to take her in. How could she invade her privacy so casually? While lost in her musings, Wanda suddenly exclaimed, holding up her phone. Look at this. Without waiting for Sonia to inquire, Wanda presented the phone before her. Take a look at this. Sonia glanced at the news on the screen, which reported that a freshman named Scott from the State University had been arrested for bank robbery and was expected to face 25 years in prison. Is this the person who was bothering you? Sonia asked, astonished, having discussed this matter with Wanda during casual conversation. Her remarkable memory allowed her to instantly recognize his name upon seeing it. Wanda nodded. Death Island. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Sumo directly entered the Star Tower. Upon reaching the training room, he accelerated time by tenfold and then extracted the nutrient pod. The pod was a sleek silver, nearly 3 meters long, exuding a sense of advanced technology. After studying the manual for a while, Suemo finally grasped the pod's purpose. He pressed a button on one side, and the hatch opened. The interior of the pod was approximately 50 centimeters deep, filled with a pale green liquid. This liquid was the key to elevating him to planetary level 9. Stripping off his clothes, Suemo reclined within. As the hatch closed, the liquid inside the pod seemed to activate, rushing into his body. Suemo shut his eyes and began to cultivate the divine demon codex. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Death Island had undergone a profound transformation, with a significant expansion of buildings at its center. However, the island's population had drastically diminished. A year ago, the soldiers who had completed their training, under the leadership of Soren and his companions, traversed the world to hunt down foes, thereby amassing points for Suemo. After more than a year of arduous cultivation, all 9 of them had ascended to the rank of battle general, while their subordinates had at least reached the level of primary warrior. After all, with the daily consumption of beast meat, even a teacup dog could now overpower a tiger. At this moment, the island was left with merely a dozen or so mutants, including the White Queen and some researchers, while the sentry duty had entirely transitioned to Sentinel robots. In the training chamber of the Star Tower, Suemo gradually opened his eyes. Although only a year had passed in the outside world, the time acceleration within the Star Tower had allowed him to experience a full 15 or 16 years. In just 2 months, both his mental and physical prowess had reached the 9th tier of planetary level. However, after all these years, his Thunderblade had been cultivated to the 20th layer, and the Demon God Codex had reached the 40th layer. Yet, he remained trapped at the pinnacle of planetary level, unable to break through. This predicament was to be expected. According to the devouring method, relying solely on external forces for advancement would lead to such a situation, where ascending from 9 tiers to the next level would prove exceedingly challenging. It was not unusual to be stuck for decades. Once he reached stellar level, barring unforeseen circumstances, he might never transcend to cosmic level. The reason Lord Luo could rapidly enhance himself using nutrient pods was due to the existence of the Golden Horn avatar. With the Golden Horn as the foundation, as long as its inner world evolved, his human form would encounter no bottlenecks. Suemo had anticipated this scenario long ago and had devised a similar countermeasure. After over a year, the zombies from the other world had been entirely eradicated. With this thought, Suemo silently intoned, "System, open the attributes panel." Chapter 77, 6 billion points, breeding the beast god avatar. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar attributes panel materialized before him. Name, Suemo, age, 21, strength, 300,000 tons, speed, 100,000 ms, mental power, 300,000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 6003, 538, 200. Level, 9th tier planetary level. Gazing at the points column, Suemo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 6 billion points. It was far more than he had anticipated. According to the information gathered from that world, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, the global population was approximately 7 billion. This meant that after the outbreak, 6 billion humans had been infected and transformed into zombies. He had initially worried about not having enough points to exchange for the abilities he had his eye on, but that concern was now alleviated. With this in mind, he accessed the marketplace and located the ability he had long desired. Talent ability, Avatar. Ignoring all rules, it can breed 5 avatars. The bred avatars will be of equal rank to the main body, and as long as one avatar survives, the others can rapidly be reconstituted. Required points for exchange, 5 billion. This extraordinary talent ability necessitated a staggering 5 billion points. Such a sum could almost be exchanged for an ordinary supreme treasure. However, to Suemo, this capability far surpassed those mundane treasures in power. The crux lay in the ability to disregard any rules. Whether it be flesh and blood, energy, or the incarnations of rules, all could be bred as avatars. Although the Golden Horn Beast also possessed an avatar talent, it paled in comparison to this. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo chose to exchange for this ability. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent avatar, consuming 5 billion points. In an instant, a peculiar wave enveloped Suemo, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared. Yet, he felt deep within that he had attained the ability to breed avatars. After this exchange, Suemo did not pause. Instead, he searched the marketplace for a genetic sample. Time-Space Beast God Genetic Sample. The time-space beast god, one of the innate beast gods, embodies the fusion of time and space laws. Required points for exchange, 1 billion. This was the combination he had long envisioned. Using this avatar ability to cultivate the innate beast god of time and space. Upon reaching stellar level, he could begin to grasp the laws. Coupled with the time and space gems from this world, Su-Mo chose without hesitation the path of fusing these two laws. Though it was relatively the most arduous path, it was also the most potent. If one cannot achieve the pinnacle even with an advantage, then what is the purpose of having that advantage? It is worth noting that the time-space beast god is the natural embodiment of the fusion of time and space laws. In the primordial universe, it is innately the sovereign of the cosmos. Even after being birthed through the talent ability, it would still be at the planetary level. Yet its affinity for the laws of time and space would undoubtedly remain unchanged. Furthermore, this unique cosmic life form, with its perfect 10,081-fold genetic level, could likely contend with cosmic-level beings even at planetary level. The reason for initially acquiring the avatar ability was also to facilitate the cultivation of the genetic level scripture, 9 Calamities Secret Tome. It is important to understand that the 9 Calamities Secret Tome is a secret method capable of breaking the genetic levels below the realm master level, not exceeding 100 times. And its difficulty is evident. Moreover, each failed attempt at cultivation would cause the genetic structure to collapse. Without the avatar secret method, even possessing countless lives would not suffice. After spending another billion points, Su-Mo observed that he had only over 3 million points remaining. He shook his head in resignation. A full 6 billion points had been nearly exhausted in an instant. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. He looked at the test tube in his hand containing a strange liquid. This is the beast god genetic sample? Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Mo extracted the sample and activated his talent ability. In an instant, countless streams of light began to converge rapidly around the liquid, forming a massive cocoon of light with a diameter of 2 meters within mere minutes. As the cocoon continued to grow, Su-Mo hurriedly contemplated summoning Star Princess. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Star Princess appeared by his side. As the spirit of the Star Tower, she could not miss any commotion. She had noticed the activity the moment Su-Mo began to breathe the avatar. Star Princess gazed at the enormous cocoon with a look of intrigue. In an instant, she discerned its true essence. Breeding an avatar? An innate beast god? Even she, whose strength was unknown, felt a hint of astonishment. She had witnessed the seizing of innate beast gods before, but this was her first experience with breeding one through the avatar secret technique. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The cocoon had expanded to the size of a room, and if she hesitated any longer, it would touch the walls of the training chamber. She waved her hand, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. Both of them, along with the cocoon, found themselves in a vast expanse of starry sky, providing ample space for its growth. Several hours later, the cocoon had expanded to over 30 kilometers in diameter, and only then did it gradually cease its expansion. Once the expansion was complete, the massive cocoon stabilized, continuously absorbing streams of light. After waiting for half an hour, the cocoon showed no further signs of change. It seemed that this breeding process was not one that could be completed in a short time. At present, Su-Mo intended to return to the training room, but was halted by Xing-Ji beside him. How did you manage that? She gazed at Su-Mo with astonishment. A secret. Relishing the chance to see her flustered, Su-Mo naturally refrained from divulging any information. Upon entering the training room, Su-Mo surveyed the remaining 3 million points. He decided to directly expend 3 million points to exchange for a third-tier superior psychic weapon, the Qinji Disc. The Qinji Disc is a metallic disc nearly 1 meter in diameter, composed entirely of 10,081 miniature swords assembled together. It possesses 3 distinct forms. The first form, the Rift Sword, requires a psychic amplitude of over 20 to utilize. It can enhance the psychic force by 5-fold. For instance, with his current psychic force at 300,000 tons and an amplitude of 40, the total impact could reach 12 million tons, which, when enhanced by the Rift Sword's amplitude, could soar to 60 million tons. The second form, the Star Shield, necessitates a psychic amplitude of over 35 for cultivation. The final form, Qinji, demands an amplitude of 80. While Su-Mo was engrossed in studying the Qinji Disc at the very heart of Death Island, in a training hall, Raven was casting a menacing glance at Magneto. At that moment, Eric, Magneto, lay on the ground, bruised and battered. As a condition of joining, Raven would unleash a beating upon Magneto each month. In circumstances where he could not employ his powers, Magneto's combat skills were far inferior to Raven's. At this juncture, Eric, gasping on the ground, noticed a spatial portal slowly opening not far from the two. A man with skin entirely purple emerged from it, followed by a woman. The woman donned a tight purple outfit with a red belt, her long black hair tied back. Observing this, Raven halted her impending kick, regarding the pair with a wary expression. "Who are you?" The man smiled upon hearing her question. "Me? I am here to rescue you." Chapter 78, Apocalypse and Psylocke. Eric, upon seeing this, also rose to his feet. Unlike Raven and the White Queen, who were mutant beings with altered bodies that slowed aging, he and Professor X had aged like ordinary humans. Were it not for Raven's recent restraint, he likely would have remained unable to stand. Nevertheless, merely standing consumed him over 10 seconds. Observing Magneto's condition, the man approached with a measured pace. "It seems we shall be returning empty-handed this time." At that moment, Emma's figure entered the scene. With her current psychic prowess, she sensed their presence on the island the instant they arrived. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Emma inquired cautiously, perceiving the immense energy emanating from their bodies. After searching her mind thoroughly, she found no information regarding the man. Though she was familiar with the woman following him, Psylocke, also a mutant with psychic abilities. However, their powers diverged in focus. Psylocke's abilities were more inclined toward the physical manifestation of psychic energy, allowing her to transform psychic force into weaponry. Upon seeing Emma, the man's eyes brightened. "I can sense your power. It is astonishingly formidable." "Stop the theatrics," Emma retorted, her expression revealing impatience. To her, the man appeared as if he were a lunatic, muttering to himself and evading her questions. A glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes as she activated her psychic abilities. Psylocke, standing behind Apocalypse, also initiated her psychic powers. Despite their differing focuses, Psylocke could withstand the White Queen's control, at least before the White Queen practiced the secret methods Sue-Mo had imparted. Upon their initial contact, Psylocke's expression shifted. The enhanced psychic abilities of Apocalypse were insurmountable, and she found herself unable to resist the encroachment of his psychic force. Within mere moments, her demeanor became vacant. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, the oldest of mutants, stood momentarily stunned. In the realm of the mind, he observed the White Queen's presence and felt the immense pressure she exerted. "We are not enemies. I am here to lead you in reclaiming the world that has been taken from us by those inferior humans." Listening to his nonsensical declarations, the White Queen regarded him with a look of disdain. "You should save your explanations for my employer." With that, strands of silver began to wrap around Apocalypse. Witnessing her expression, Apocalypse felt his authority was being disdained. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You foolish mutant, it seems my authority has been forgotten over the years." Before he could finish, his body was ensnared by the silvery threads. Apocalypse, however, remained unperturbed. "You know nothing of my power," he declared, rapidly expanding his body in an attempt to break free from the bindings. The White Queen, recalling similar threats from the past, thought, "The last one who spoke like that is now merely ashes." Nevertheless, Apocalypse, having lived for millennia, was clearly not merely boasting. As his body swelled, the threads binding him began to fray. Emma, witnessing this, displayed a hint of surprise. After over a year of practicing the illusionary techniques Sue-Mo taught her, she had become the undisputed master of psychic abilities. Even Professor X, she was confident she could control within 3 minutes. Yet this mutant before her, astonishingly, managed to escape her grasp. However, upon observing the manner of his escape, she noted that his technique was lacking. It was simply a matter of brute psychic strength. This realization brought a serious expression to Emma's face. Conversely, Apocalypse was even more astonished. As the first mutant, he had encountered countless psychic mutants over the years. He possessed similar abilities, focused on telepathy and consciousness transfer. Yet, despite his capabilities, he had never felt threatened by another psychic mutant until now. Watching the myriad strands once again launch toward him, he began to consider retreat. Consciousness trapped here while his body remained outside, surrounded by enemies, was a precarious situation. If he did not expel the intruder from his mind, he would be unable to regain control of his body. With this thought, his gaze shifted, and he detonated a portion of his psychic energy, sacrificing some of his mental stability to expel the White Queen from his consciousness. Upon regaining clarity, Apocalypse did not hesitate to activate his teleportation ability. A portal opened, and he swiftly leapt through it. The White Queen's expression shifted as she watched him vanish, sighing. Still not enough training time. Faced with an opponent possessing several times her psychic strength, she found herself unable to completely subdue him. Observing Psylocke, still in a daze, Emma instructed the 2 staff members behind her, "Place a power-suppressing collar on her. We will devise a plan once my employer returns." The two staff members nodded briskly and approached to fasten a black collar around her neck. Indeed, ensure she is outfitted with restraints on both her hands and feet. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities. The White Queen, moments away from exiting, reiterated her instructions before turning to depart. Unbeknownst to her, Apocalypse had the capacity to enhance the powers of other mutants, yet she had sensed something amiss from their brief encounter. Shortly thereafter, two individuals, bound with mutant suppression collars, were unceremoniously thrown into a nearby room and locked away. The hall was left with only Raven and Eric. Observing the silver-haired Eric, Raven found herself devoid of any inclination to engage further and thus turned to exit. A day later, Sumo emerged from the Star Tower. After approximately 10 days of diligent practice, he had mastered the first layer of the celestial mechanism, and he was now able to perform the second layer as well. In an instant, he appeared several kilometers above the ocean, gazing at a small island roughly 1 square kilometer in size. The celestial mechanism materialized beside him as his mental energy surged inward. It swiftly split into 81 smaller blades, which then reconfigured into a colossal sword exceeding 3 meters in length. With his mental energy fully harnessed, the patterns on the surface of the massive blade ignited and, in a flash, it vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a tremendous roar emanated from the distant island, which Sumo witnessed as it disintegrated into fragments, gradually sinking within a 5-kilometer radius. Chapter 79, The Slave Chip. This commotion instantly alarmed the denizens of Death Island. However, with the White Queen's soothing presence, the inhabitants gradually regained their composure. Given the magnitude of the disturbance and the fact that it escaped her detection, the White Queen was almost certain that Sumo was responsible. Sumo, too, had not anticipated such immense power. The first layer of the Rift Blade's attack comprised 2 distinct methods, impact and penetration, each emphasizing different aspects. The impact method, as he had just demonstrated, involved the massive sword's smaller blades erecting like fish scales upon contact with an object, thereby increasing resistance and dispersing its mental energy outward, resulting in substantial shockwaves, primarily focusing on collective destruction capabilities. The penetration method, conversely, maintained a streamlined sword body, concentrating power at the tip for maximum single-target damage. However, when confronting larger targets, it would inflict penetrating damage. Nodding in satisfaction, Sumo soon found himself within the White Queen's chambers on the island. "What a commotion you've stirred upon your return," Emma remarked lazily, her wine glass in hand as she regarded Sumo. "By the way, a man and woman intruded on the island yesterday." She then handed him a dossier. "The woman is a mutant known as Butterfly from our era, previously under the employ of the mutant information broker Caliban. It remains unclear how she ended up here. The other individual is also a mutant, yet we have been unable to uncover any information about him. Moreover, his power is formidable, so much so that I could not detain him." Sumo perused the document, his gaze falling upon a photograph of a blue visage. Apocalypse. In Egypt, amidst the ruins of a pyramid, Apocalypse bore an expression of existential doubt. His psychic realm was intermittently assailed by waves of weakness, being trapped beneath the pyramid for millennia. It was only due to the intrusion of a few archaeologists that he had the chance to see the light of day again. He had envisioned reassembling the 4 horsemen for a grand return, yet he found himself thwarted before he could gather them, now a prisoner. The once mighty progenitor of mutants, nearly invincible among them, now realized that the only entity capable of subduing him in this world was the White Queen, who had mastered the illusory demon technique. Regrettably, upon his emergence, he had encountered her first. It was not his inadequacy that led to his predicament, but rather a stroke of ill fortune. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, recognizing that he could devise strategies to counter her formidable mental prowess. In the laboratory on Death Island, Sumo observed Butterfly, restrained by several collars. Clad in a purple outfit reminiscent of a ninja's garb, she was undeniably captivating, drawing the men's gaze upon first sight. Sumo had little inquiry for her. According to the narrative within the X-Men saga, Apocalypse was supposed to be unearthed by an archaeological team after the timeline was reset, subsequently reuniting with Storm, Butterfly, Angel, and Magneto to form the 4 Horsemen once more, with aspirations of reclaiming dominion over the world. However, it appeared that, for reasons unknown, he had emerged prematurely. Following his acquisition of Butterfly, he sought out Magneto, only to be repelled by the White Queen. Swiftly, she produced a slave chip, extracting a drop of Butterfly's blood and allowing it to absorb into the chip, which then shimmered and integrated into her forehead. Slave chip, mechanized technology. Upon fusion, the subject will be entirely controlled while retaining all memories, remaining wholly loyal to the master. Required points for exchange, 1,000 points. Witnessing the chip merge with her body, Sue-Mo gestured for 2 laboratory staff members to remove the suppression collar from her. As Butterfly rose and stretched her limbs, she bowed respectfully to Sue-Mo, master. Observing this scene, Emma, the White Queen, who followed Sue-Mo, exhibited a flicker of astonishment. From Butterfly's gaze, she could sense her genuine subservience to Sue-Mo, evidently a result of the chip's influence. Sue-Mo inquired, and indeed, her responses aligned with his expectations. After assigning staff to escort Butterfly, Sue-Mo and the White Queen returned to their quarters. Upon entering, she eagerly inquired, "What precisely did you fuse with her?" Nonchalantly, Sue-Mo replied, "A slave chip." Emma's expression shifted at the revelation. Merely hearing the name, she comprehended its implications. Internally, she marveled at the astonishing array of peculiarities that Sue-Mo possessed. After a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, "Then why not implant such a device in me? Considering the entire faction is under my control, do you not trust me?" Sue-Mo, noticing her earnest demeanor, chuckled lightly. "As my woman, of course, I trust you. Yet the primary reason remains that, compared to me, your strength is rather lacking. Furthermore, my mental abilities easily suppress any potential threat you may pose." Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of gratitude crossed the White Queen's features. 2 hours later, as Sue-Mo exited his room, he spotted Annie standing a short distance away. Her expression, one of indignation. "I knew it wasn't as simple as it appeared between you two," she grumbled. However, she refrained from further comment. Having been Sue-Mo's girlfriend for several years, such scenarios were hardly unprecedented. Moreover, these matters had been clarified before they became romantically involved, and she had long since acclimated to them. Sue-Mo did not offer an explanation. Instead, he posed a question, "When did you return?" Recognizing that further discussion would be inappropriate, he deemed it best to shift the conversation. 2 days ago, I overheard them mentioning your return, which prompted me to seek you out," and replied with a smile. Although he had been in seclusion, Sue-Mo would emerge approximately once a month. After all, under the 20-fold acceleration, nearly a year had elapsed outside during what seemed like a mere month to him, and he needed to interact with others. Once and discerned his pattern, she frequently visited Wanda during this period, often staying for nearly a month each time. Their relationship blossomed with each encounter. Upon returning to the villa, after helping her claim a set of Black God armor, and tried out its transformative abilities, and her face lit up with astonishment. "How marvelous!" she couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Chapter 80, Xavier S. School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier S. School for Gifted Youngsters is situated on a private estate spanning over 300 acres on Staten Island, New York. The estate is adorned with gardens, lush grass, and vibrant greenery surrounding the main building at its center. In the easternmost part, there lies an expansive artificial lake covering thousands of square meters. As the school bell rang, students of varying ages emerged from the classroom building, clutching their books and heading toward the shaded areas by the lake. At that moment, a portal materialized in the open space before the building, and a man clad in a helmet, with dark purple skin, stepped through. It was Apocalypse. Having departed from Death Island, to shield himself from the mental influence of the White Queen, he had crafted a helmet capable of blocking psychic abilities. However, still feeling somewhat uneasy, he resolved to recruit more underlings to assist him. The existence of the X-Men and Xavier S. School was not a significant secret in the world. Naturally, he found himself drawn to this location. The students regarded Apocalypse's sudden appearance with little surprise. After all, most of them were mutants, and there were plenty of peculiar-looking individuals among them. At this juncture, a male teacher noticed the situation and approached. "Hello, may I inquire whom you are seeking?" Apocalypse cast a fleeting glance at him. A mere human? While the students at Xavier S. were predominantly mutants, many of the teachers, aside from those instructing them and controlling their abilities, were ordinary individuals recruited by Professor X. Realizing the man before him was merely human, a trace of disdain crossed Apocalypse's face. With a slight shift in his gaze, the 30-something teacher suddenly sank into the earth beneath him, leaving only his arm exposed. After a brief struggle, the arm fell lifelessly to the ground. The surrounding students gasped in horror, scattering in all directions. In the principal's office, located at the top of the estate, Professor X sat in his wheelchair behind his desk, conversing with Aurora. Suddenly, his expression shifted. As one of the most powerful mutants, he could sense the emotional turmoil among the students in the academy. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, gazing down below, where he locked eyes with Apocalypse. A look of excitement spread across Apocalypse's face as he sensed that the professor's abilities bore some resemblance to those of a woman he had encountered previously. He believed that by possessing this mutant, he could easily triumph over the woman, given his immense psychic strength. Despite wearing the helmet to guard against her influence, he viewed the idea of relying on it to defeat her as a humiliation. In the office, Aurora observed Professor X by the window, perplexed. "Is something amiss?" she asked, moving closer. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a portal opened beside her and Apocalypse emerged. Startled, Aurora rushed back to Professor X's side, eyeing him warily. "Who are you?" Apocalypse glanced at her. "Someone who can enable you to unleash your full potential." As he spoke, his eyes turned white, a signal of his impending ability activation. Aurora's expression shifted as she felt a rapid surge of energy within her. Under the tumult of this newfound power, she began to levitate uncontrollably. Professor X's face paled at this sight. Apocalypse's helmet rendered him incapable of influencing her. As the disturbance around Aurora intensified, he tried to maneuver his wheelchair forward to intervene, but the tempest of energy surrounding her kept him at bay. It was not until a minute later that Aurora's body finally descended back to the ground. Recovering her senses, she was astonished. In that brief span, her abilities felt magnified at least twofold. She gazed at Apocalypse with a mixture of fear and awe. "Who are you truly? This world rightfully belongs to us mutants. It was taken from us by those humans. I intend to lead you in reclaiming it." Upon hearing this, Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair forward. "No. This world belongs to all humanity." Apocalypse disregarded him, his gaze shifting again. Under his command, Professor X's wheelchair lifted into the air. A portal opened behind Apocalypse. "Follow me," he instructed Aurora, guiding the wheelchair and himself toward the portal. However, he evidently overestimated his charisma. A bolt of lightning struck before him, blocking his path. Startled, he turned to see Aurora, who was no longer the naive girl he had manipulated after enhancing her. "Put the professor down." Aurora levitated once more. Bolts of lightning crackling around her, forming a barrier of electricity between Apocalypse and the portal. Enraged at the sight, Apocalypse sneered. "Very well. It appears that after all these years, you mutants have become mere lapdogs for humanity. It is time for you to awaken." With that proclamation, the walls of the room crumbled into fragments, hurtling toward Aurora and sending her flying. At that moment, Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman received the news and rushed into the room. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Apocalypse and the professor in his grasp, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wolverine, Logan, clenched his fists, adamantium claws extending from his fingers, and without hesitation, charged alongside Colossus. Yet, before they could get close, a barrage of debris struck them, sending them sprawling. Iceman's icy projectiles were thwarted by Apocalypse's protective barrier. Provoked, Apocalypse's fury surged, the humiliation of his earlier defeat at the hands of the White Queen flooding back. "Embrace the wrath of a god," he bellowed, sweeping his arms as the entire structure began to disintegrate into sand. The grains of sand transformed into lethal shards, slicing through Wolverine's airborne body as he leaped, sending him crashing back to the ground. A wheezing sound escaped him as a gash opened in his throat, but his wounds rapidly healed. Fortunately, the students had already evacuated after the earlier chaos. Moments later, the entire building succumbed to Apocalypse's power, turning to swirling sand. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine found themselves standing on the periphery, utterly unable to approach the heart of the chaos. However, the swirling sands quickly surged toward them. After several evasive maneuvers, they were entirely enveloped by the swirling grit, with only their heads protruding. Subsequently, they were propelled toward the center. The turbulent yellow sands in the sky gradually settled. "Damn it, put us down." Wolverine, Logan, shouted at Apocalypse. "Rest assured, I shall, after you have become my loyal servants." His intentions were straightforward. Having seized Professor X's abilities, he planned to manipulate them through psychic control. Having spoken, he intended to lead them into the portal. At that moment, a purple spark flashed nearby, and another portal opened beside them. "Looks like things are getting lively." Suemo stepped out from the portal. Chapter 81, Capturing Apocalypse Alive. Upon learning that Death Island had caught the attention of the emerging Apocalypse, Suemo could not afford to remain passive. If he were absent when the prepared adversary came knocking, the White Queen and her compatriots on the island might struggle to contend with him. The only one capable of posing a threat to him, the White Queen, could easily be countered. After all, Suemo was well aware that Apocalypse possessed the capability to forge helmets immune to psychic abilities. Locating him was not a formidable challenge. Aside from the pyramid ruins in Egypt where he had transformed his body, the most likely location for Apocalypse's arrival was Xavier's school. Indeed, upon his arrival, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing the helmet adorning Apocalypse's head, Sumo wore an expression of anticipated understanding. Professor X's face brightened at the sight of the portal, but his joy quickly morphed into urgency when he realized only Sumo emerged from it. Quickly, go find Daniel the Guardian. Possessing the ability to read memories, Professor X was acutely aware of the existence of a group of sorcerers in this world. He had even visited the Guardian Daniel at the New York Sanctum and witnessed the marvels of magic. Seeing this familiar entrance, albeit with a slightly different hue of the portal, he did not grasp its nuances and attributed both occurrences to the same source. Although he had not encountered the sorcerer before him, it was generally understood that the mastery of magic deepened with age. Thus, it seemed implausible that this youth, seemingly in his 20s, could be a formidable sorcerer. Apocalypse. Upon hearing the voice, he turned to see Sumo, instantly sensing that the individual before him was not one of their kind. A lowly ordinary human, not even worthy of becoming my servant. With that, Apocalypse manipulated the sands beneath him, directing them towards Sumo's neck. As the sands approached, Sumo remained unperturbed. Professor X's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that this sorcerer will not escape. A hint of disdain appeared on Apocalypse's face. Initially, he had assumed Sumo's calm demeanor signified an extraordinary individual, only to realize he was mistaken. With that thought, Apocalypse turned to enter the portal behind him. However, as he turned, he was startled to find Sumo standing directly before him. A sense of alarm surged within him. When had the sorcerer moved? His acquired abilities included dynamic vision, yet he had failed to detect Sumo's trajectory. A foreboding sensation gripped him, prompting him to retreat hastily. Alas, it was too late. Before he could discern Sumo's action, a fist collided with him. Fortunately, at the last moment, he conjured a purple protective shield. Sumo's fist struck the shield, shattering it instantly, then crashing down upon Apocalypse's shoulder with the force of 10,000 tons. Boom. Apocalypse's body plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater several dozen meters wide. This was still with Sumo exerting only a third of his strength. Were he to unleash 300,000 tons of force, he could have likely obliterated Apocalypse with a single blow, even with just a third of his power. The 10 tons of force, diminished by the shield, still rendered Apocalypse unconscious. As he fell into the crater, Sumo effortlessly lifted the now unconscious Apocalypse. At that moment, Apocalypse appeared in a pitiful state, his chest caved in as though his internal organs and bones had shattered, barely held together by skin. His armor lay in tatters, scattered away. Fortunately, his super healing ability would prevent this blow from being fatal. Is he really so fragile? Sumo muttered, observing Apocalypse's battered form. To him, this progenitor of mutants, endowed with numerous abilities, should at least have been able to withstand a blow or two. Yet, he had been dispatched with such ease. This was not entirely his fault, for Apocalypse's exhibited powers seemed extraordinarily formidable, effortlessly manipulating sands to form colossal pyramids. However, like Magneto, these were specialized abilities that bore no relation to physical strength or resilience. Just as Magneto, despite his magnetic prowess, could shift massive structures, he would still falter against Mystique in a physical confrontation. Apocalypse, possessing super speed and strength, was undeniably powerful, his physical attributes rivaling even the Hulk. Surviving under such force already indicated his strength, not that he was weak, but rather that Sumo's strength was overwhelming. After all, the initial phase of the Devourer's law excelled in direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Professor X and the others, having fallen to the ground, exchanged glances upon hearing Sumo's muttering. A crater had been formed, and he still questioned the opponent's resilience? Even Wolverine, known for his sharp tongue, refrained from speaking upon hearing Sumo's seemingly boastful remarks. Uncertain if he could withstand such a blow himself, Professor X stared blankly at the scene before him. He recalled Daniel the Guardian mentioning that these sorcerers were not adept at close combat. Was this what he meant by not being proficient in close combat? A legendary dragon would likely be met with a few slaps. Sumo retrieved a slave chip, allowing it to absorb a trace of blood from Apocalypse. His recovery speed appeared remarkably swift. Within moments, Apocalypse's chest began to swell again. Watching the chip transform into a streak of light and enter Apocalypse's forehead, Sumo lowered his hand from his neck and turned to Professor X. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Professor X hastily maneuvered his wheelchair closer. Thank you for your assistance. Please extend my regards to Daniel the Guardian. Sumo's face expressed confusion at the mention of Daniel. Earlier, he had heard Professor X speak of someone named Daniel, and now he was asked to convey greetings to him. Daniel, the Guardian? The New York Sanctum. Suddenly, Sumo comprehended. Professor X must have mistaken him for one of the sorcerers from Kamartaj. Yet, such a misunderstanding was understandable. After all, to an outsider, the portals he created and those from Kamartaj appeared nearly indistinguishable save for their color. With this realization, Su-Mo chose not to correct the assumption. Glancing at the surrounding devastation, he remarked, "It seems you all will be occupied for a while. I shall not intrude further." Having spoken, Su-Mo stepped through the portal holding the apocalypse. Chapter 82. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. New York. A private yacht harbor. The vehicle carrying Su-Mo and Tony came to a gradual halt. Upon spotting a short-haired woman awaiting by the yacht, Su-Mo's expression subtly shifted. This individual was none other than Black Widow, Natasha. Noticing Su-Mo's gaze upon Natasha, Tony proudly introduced, "This is my new assistant. What do you think? However, from my experience, I advise you not to entertain any notions about her." At this juncture, Tony's expression altered, as if some unpleasant memories resurfaced. "Assistant?" A faint smile graced Su-Mo's face. It appeared that the plot of Iron Man 2 had already commenced. Natasha's eyes brightened at the sight of Su-Mo descending from the car. For over a year, Su-Mo had seemingly vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Upon learning of a mission from Stark Industries, she proactively took it on, hoping to uncover Su-Mo's trace. Little did she expect to encounter him here. Under Tony's guidance, Su-Mo and Natasha approached a luxurious yacht docked at the harbor. As they passed by Natasha, Tony introduced the two. Su-Mo was well aware that at this time, Nick Fury was already planning the establishment of the Avengers. Natasha's reason for concealing her identity while working at Stark Industries was primarily to assess Tony's potential as an Avenger, devoid of any malice. Thus, he had no intention of exposing her identity. As their hands gradually released, Natasha took the initiative to inquire, "Might I have the honor of dining with you this evening?" Before Su-Mo could respond, Tony interjected with surprise, "What? Why, Ms. Natasha? I've asked you out 3 times, yet you never agreed, and now you're asking Sue?" For a moment, Tony found himself questioning his existence. It was well known that he had effortlessly charmed various actresses and models, yet he had met his match with this new assistant, who had repeatedly declined his invitations. "What am I lacking? I've been assembling circuit boards since I was 4, building engines at 6, and earned 2 PhDs by 17. Tony, feeling his confidence wane, fixated on Natasha as he rambled on. In response, Natasha gazed at him with calm composure. "Must I spell it out for you?" At her tranquil words, Tony's speech faltered, and he lowered his hands. "All right then, I wish you both an enjoyable dinner, but we currently have no time." With that, he unceremoniously pulled Su-Mo aboard the yacht. Observing Tony's crestfallen demeanor, Su-Mo nearly burst into laughter. As the yacht departed the harbor, Tony still bore a hint of indignation. "I must say, her taste in men seems questionable." Despite acknowledging a slight disparity in appearance between himself and Su-Mo, he would never admit it aloud. "Is that so?" Su-Mo mused, holding a glass of champagne with a playful glint in his eye. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade'?" As the yacht sailed into open waters, Tony's spirits lifted upon seeing a boat full of bikinis. The two settled on the observation deck of the yacht, surrounded by a dozen or so 20-something models clad in bikinis, laughing and frolicking. The yacht naturally complemented the scene. These models, while seemingly engaged in playful banter, were intentionally showcasing their figures to the two affluent men. It was known that they were among the wealthiest in America. While they didn't aspire to be their girlfriends, a mere night of conversation with either could significantly shorten their path to success. Should one of them take an interest, maintaining contact for a while could secure a life free from financial worries. Su-Mo and Tony casually chatted while enjoying the view. "By the way, next month I'll be heading to Morocco for an F1 race. Care to join?" Tony asked nonchalantly. "Not interested," Su-Mo replied, shaking his head, fully aware that this was the race where he would be attacked. Although he knew Tony would ultimately be safe, as a friend, he felt compelled to offer a warning. "That race seems rather perilous. I think it would be wise for you to wear your armor during it." Taken aback, Tony responded, "Are you joking? Putting aside whether it's permitted in the race, do you really think I can't handle a simple car?" Tony felt that Su-Mo was questioning his abilities and professionalism. After all, he could control a suit far more complex than a race car with ease. Seeing Tony's agitated demeanor, Su-Mo shook his head. "All right, since you insist, let's change the subject to something else." With Su-Mo's suggestion, Tony finally settled back down. "If I remember correctly, you will name Pepper as the beneficiary, right?" At this, Tony's expression turned wary. "Why do you ask that?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thinking about how happy Pepper would be if something were to happen to you," Su-Mo remarked casually. "Not only would she be spending your money." "Stop," Tony interjected swiftly. "All right, Suemo raised his hands in surrender. You've successfully swayed me. You certainly have a unique talent for persuasion. Can I interpret that as a compliment? Suemo replied with a soft chuckle. Absolutely. Throughout the morning, the yacht drifted across the open sea. According to plan, it was to remain at sea for an entire day. Aside from the youthful models, only a few crew members were aboard. It was uncertain whether Tony had intended it, but there were no other males on the boat apart from the two of them and the crew. After noon, the deck was devoid of any presence. As per tradition, the yacht would engage in activities in the morning and return to port in the evening. The afternoon, of course, was designated for savoring seafood, a rather unpretentious aspect of a wealthy lifestyle. Chapter 83, Natasha's Indomitable Spirit. New York. In a Western restaurant in Manhattan. I've told you. That was a token of gratitude for your protection of Annie. There's no need for you to go above and beyond. Suemo nonchalantly remarked as he took a bite of steak. Absolutely not. Natasha replied earnestly. I was paid by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect Annie. That's an entirely different matter. Besides, this gift you've given me is far too extravagant. The more she practiced the secret technique Suemo had taught her, the more she felt its immense power. Now, with her strength, she found it effortless to handle 10 versions of her previous self. As an agent, this significantly enhanced her survival capabilities. Upon hearing this, Suemo remained noncommittal. The first 5 levels of the Thunderblade he had imparted to her did not include the cultivation methods for guiding techniques and genetic primal energy. Certainly, simply relying on the Thunderblade methods could gradually enhance one's strength, albeit with limited efficacy. It was likely that reaching the level of a novice warrior would be considered exceptional talent. Even relying solely on the amplitude of one's exertion, one can at most rival the strength of a mid-level warrior. When confronted with a soldier who has just ascended to the ranks of a mid-level warrior, one might not stand a chance. After all, techniques for exerting force are merely that, techniques. They may amplify one's power several-fold during an attack, but maintaining such an augmented state would inevitably lead to one's body succumbing first. How could a novice warrior's physical resilience endure the combat intensity of a mid-level warrior for any extended period? Sipping a glass of red wine, Suemo tentatively inquired, Have you ever considered changing your profession? Natasha paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, before a faint smile graced her lips. I presume you're not referring to my position at Stark Industries, so you're suggesting I resign from S.H.I.E.L.D. to join you? Suemo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the reason he bestowed upon her the Thunderblade technique was to entice her to his side. Though she was merely an ordinary individual at present, her ascent into the realm of the technologically and genetically enhanced Avengers signifies a remarkable potential. Should she acquire a cultivation method, her strength would undoubtedly position her among the elite of her tier. If she were to receive the Super Soldier Serum, Captain America would surely find himself outmatched. Similarly, the Black Widow, endowed with Spider-Man's abilities, would undoubtedly decimate the young hero. The brutal training conducted in the Red Room has molded them into innate combat machines. Observing Suemo's earnest demeanor, Natasha began to contemplate. Her decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was significantly influenced by her bond with Hawkeye, a relationship akin to that of siblings, which rekindled a long-lost sense of home within her. After a brief moment of reflection, she shook her head. I appreciate your invitation, but I have no immediate intentions of leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. Suemo did not exhibit surprise at her response. If she were to acquiesce so readily, she would not be the Black Widow. He was merely planting a seed in her mind, one that would surely blossom once S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded. After their dinner concluded, Suemo escorted Natasha back to her residence. Upon exiting the vehicle, Natasha glanced back at Suemo, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Would you like to come in for a bit? Is that convenient? Suemo feigned indecision. Of course, it's just me at home. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Noticing the time on his watch, which was nearing 11 o'clock, Suemo found it difficult to decline such an overt invitation. Given that she was now covertly residing near Tony, it was impractical for her to remain in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dormitory. Hence her rental of a small apartment in Manhattan. As Suemo surveyed the tidy surroundings of the room, Natasha had already procured a bottle of red wine from the side. Would you care for another drink? Certainly. An hour later, 2 more bottles of wine had been consumed. By this point, a rosy hue had appeared on Natasha's cheeks, and her gaze towards Suemo carried an inexplicable significance. Rising to sit beside him, she remarked, I've learned quite a bit about your past during this time. What is this? Are you interested in me? Suemo regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. Perhaps there is a flicker of interest, but merely a flicker. As she spoke, She brushed her fingers lightly across Sumo's face. Unwilling to succumb to her provocation, Sumo swiftly pulled her onto his lap. No worries, after tonight. It won't just be a flicker. Thus began a sleepless night. It was not until the sun began its ascent that the two finally succumbed to slumber. However, their rest was short-lived, as a phone's ringtone pierced the tranquility. Groggily, Sumo answered the call. Who is it? Sumo? Tony's astonished voice came through the line. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony glanced incredulously at the number displayed on his phone. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed Natasha's. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Sumo and Natasha were together, and judging by her voice, she had evidently been roused from sleep. Tony needed no further conjecture to imagine the events of the previous night. Initially, he had intended to inquire why Natasha had yet to arrive at work at such an hour, but upon connecting the call, he found himself in this unexpected situation. His mind raced with vivid images of the two of them from the night before, as they likely indulged in their wild antics. Sue, you are crossing the line. Your shares in the company are at stake. How could you let personal matters disrupt the attendance of your employees? This severely interferes with the normal operation of the company. Before Tony could finish his sentence, he heard the unmistakable sound of the call disconnecting, nearly causing him to hurl his phone in frustration. On the other end, Sumo hung up, turning to Natasha, who had been awakened by the commotion. She appeared visibly fatigued as she glanced at her phone. Confirming the time, already 10 o'clock in the morning. Since last night, she had scarcely managed 2 hours of sleep. Were it not for her years of training and the enhanced physique from practicing the Thunderblade technique, she might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing Sumo, who appeared invigorated after their night together, a surge of indignation welled up within Natasha. Her competitive nature compelled her to rise and pin Sumo beneath her. What are you doing? Sumo inquired, noticing her eyes struggling to remain open. Since you taught me the technique for exerting force, you must be quite proficient at it. Upon Sumo's nod, Natasha's face broke into a mysterious smile. Then you shall personally experience it, and see if my method of exertion is correct. Chapter 84. An invitation from Kamartaj? When Sumo departed from Natasha's abode, it was already well past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He drove directly to the Empire State Building on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, where the New York branch of his Fox Film Company was located. After taking over the company, he had relocated its headquarters to Los Angeles. Upon reaching the designated floor, he encountered a young Asian woman at the front desk, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall. With long silver hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of both professionalism and youthful vibrancy. Upon noticing Sumo's entrance, the young woman stood up. Sir, whom are you looking for? Hearing her query, Sumo stepped back to verify the floor number and the signage outside, confirming that he was indeed at his company's location before responding. Are you new here? The girl nodded and looked at him with curiosity. And you are? He is our boss. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the office. Avril, dressed in a sharp business outfit, stepped out, seemingly on her way out. Upon hearing Avril's remark, the girl quickly apologized to Sumo. I'm so sorry, sir. As the receptionist, blocking the boss at the door was a grave oversight, and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Sumo waved a hand dismissively. No need for concern. You did well. Your diligence is commendable. With that, he proceeded into the office, prompting Avril to follow him back inside. Along the way, Sumo received greetings from his employees, who acknowledged him warmly. Once in the office, he sank into the chair before the floor-to-ceiling window and remarked, It seems there are quite a few new faces around the company these days. Avril, hearing this, retorted, You haven't visited the company in nearly 2 years. Aside from the receptionist, everyone else has been here for at least over a year. Has it really been that long? Sumo asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. After the awakening of the system, Sumo seemingly ceased to visit the company, entrusting all matters to Avril. Although he had seldom frequented the office even after the company was on the right track, he would at least make a few appearances throughout the year. However, it was nothing compared to the current situation, where he had completely relinquished all responsibilities. Akin to Tony Stark's casual abandonment, it was no wonder that a hint of resentment lingered in Avril's words. Avril and Sumo were college classmates. After graduation, she joined the company as Sumo's assistant, displaying a meticulous approach to her work. Yet, in private, they shared a camaraderie akin to good friends, occasionally indulging in harmless banter. This was precisely why Sumo felt comfortable entrusting the company to her. As they were engaged in light conversation, the receptionist at the front desk knocked and entered. Boss, there's someone outside claiming to be Daniel looking for you. Daniel? The name seemed oddly familiar. Wait. Sumo's memory jolted. Was this not the sorcerer mentioned by Professor X? He was most likely from Kamartaj. After all, it appeared that all the sorcerers in this world, aside from dark magic practitioners like himself, hailed from Kamartaj. A few minutes later, in the company's reception room, Sumo encountered the sorcerer named Daniel. He was a muscular, bald African man clad in a gray sleeveless robe that exposed his robust arms. Looking at his brawny biceps, Sumo found it difficult to reconcile this imposing figure with the notion of a sorcerer. After all, the typical image conjured by the term sorcerer is often that of an elegant, white-bearded elder. It seemed that in this world, sorcerers were predominantly of a strong physique, likely due to the nature of their magic. Being subservient to the Ancient One, they practiced white magic, which lacked offensive capabilities and primarily involved auxiliary methods, forcing these sorcerers to rely on their fists in combat. Even the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, was no exception. Only the later Doctor Strange seemed to deviate from this trend, perhaps due to his late entry into the field and inadequate combat skills. However, this was merely Sumo's conjecture, and he found the likelihood of its accuracy quite high. Who would prefer to engage in physical combat when they could effortlessly vanquish foes with a wave of their hand? As the brawny man settled across from Sumo, he extended his hand. Daniel, from the New York Sanctum, a guardian of the Sanctum. Sumo shook his hand, possessing little recollection of the man. Given the many years that had blurred his memories of the films, it was no surprise that Daniel could locate him. During his visit to Xavier's academy, he had not concealed his identity. With Professor X's capabilities, discovering his identity was far from a daunting task. Professor X is my closest friend. I appreciate your assistance to him last time. Daniel expressed his gratitude. Think nothing of it. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. Sumo waved his hand dismissively and cut to the chase. Surely, a guardian of the Sanctum is not here solely to express gratitude. Sumo could surmise Daniel's true intentions, likely related to his use of dark magic. Given that Daniel had obtained accurate information from Professor X, he would certainly be aware that Sumo's spatial portals were not of Kamartaj origin. Indeed, Daniel smiled. I have been sent by the Supreme Sorcerer to invite you to visit Kamartaj. Oh, Sumo looked at him in surprise. Given the Ancient One's character, it was unlikely she would use another's voice to convey her messages. The matter of the spatial portal alone did not necessitate such a roundabout invitation. Sumo, wearing a playful smile, inquired, The Ancient One requires a guardian of the Sanctum to convey her invitation to me? Upon hearing his skepticism, a fleeting glimmer of unease passed through Daniel's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. Not at all. I merely wish to express my thanks in person. Is that so? A hint of amusement flickered across Sumo's face. He had effortlessly detected the brief panic in Daniel's gaze, leading him to suspect that the man was being deceitful. Very well, I shall accompany you to Kamartaj, Sumo declared, shifting his tone and readily accepting the invitation. He intended to discern Daniel's ulterior motives. With his current strength, he harbored no fears. Even if the Ancient One herself intervened, she would be unable to detain him. Not even the arrival of the Mindless One would invoke dread in him. In fact, he would welcome such an encounter. As long as he could seek refuge within the Star Tower, the adversary would be unaware of his true capabilities and might inadvertently strike at the tower, prompting the Star Goddess to intervene. Should such a scenario arise, he might even acquire a couple more volumes of the Book of Vishanti, crafted from materials sourced from the Vishanti themselves. Moreover, he was eager to behold the magical sanctum of Kamartaj. Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, a flicker of excitement illuminated Daniel's face. After his initial doubts, he had anticipated Sumo would decline, yet to his astonishment, the latter accepted the invitation even while questioning its authenticity. Right this way, Daniel revealed a floating ring, and after tracing a circle in the air, a spatial portal materialized within the room. Without hesitation, Sumo followed him through. A few minutes later, a secretary clad in black stockings entered the now empty room, holding a tray of coffee. Where is everyone? Chapter 85. The Supreme Sorcerer's Request upon crossing the spatial portal. Sumo found himself in a courtyard adorned with the architectural style of ancient China. The building stood majestically atop a mountain, surrounded by a cluster of similar structures. In a slightly lower courtyard, individuals clad in robes were practicing magic, conjuring and dissipating golden magical arrays before them. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind. Master Daniel, have we a guest? Turning to look, Sumo saw a bald woman in a yellow robe, holding a small wooden fan, smiling warmly at the two of them. Clearly, this was the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. Upon hearing this, Daniel promptly bowed to the Ancient One and stood beside her, addressing Sumo. Ancient One, this is a practitioner of dark magic. The Ancient One waved her hand, signaling him to refrain from elaborating. As the Supreme Sorcerer, she was not one to be deceived by Daniel's actions. Otherwise, she would not be here awaiting their arrival. Master Daniel, I wish to converse with him privately, she declared. Daniel paused momentarily, then bowed to the Ancient One, casting a fierce glare at Su-Mo before turning to leave. However, Su-Mo had no intention of allowing him to depart so easily. In a flash, he moved to confront Daniel. While coming here was indeed his intention, it did not mean he would allow Daniel to mislead him without consequence. Wait. The Ancient One raised her hand to stop him, her expression apologetic. I apologize on his behalf. If apologies had any value, why would we need law enforcement? Su-Mo remained unmoved, his form vanishing from sight. Seeing this, the Ancient One shook her head, refraining from further interference. After all, this was indeed Daniel's fault. Having distanced himself, Daniel overheard their conversation and understood Su-Mo's intentions toward him. In that moment, he swiftly turned, adopting a combat stance, with each hand conjuring a golden ring resembling a magical array. However, this proved futile for Daniel. Before he could comprehend the situation, Su-Mo's fist had already struck his abdomen. Daniel's figure flickered and vanished, only to reappear embedded within a mountainside hundreds of meters away. His entire body lodged into the rock. Blood, tainted with internal organs, spewed from his mouth, and he promptly lost consciousness. Witnessing his pitiful state, Master Gu-Yi waved a hand, causing Daniel's body to soar from the mountainside and subsequently disappear into a distant chamber. Surely, that should have quelled your wrath. Su-Mo nodded in agreement. Initially, he anticipated Gu-Yi would intervene. Although the fault lay with Daniel, he was nonetheless a member of the sanctum of the sorcerers. And as the supreme sorceress, it was natural for her to protect her subordinates. To his surprise, she allowed him to vent his anger. One could only commend her as the supreme sorceress. Since Gu-Yi granted him leeway, he refrained from taking things too far. Had his punch connected with an ordinary person, it would have undoubtedly been fatal. However, given Daniel's robust physique and the healing capabilities of magic, he would likely recuperate within 3 to 4 years, returning to serve as a guardian of the New York Sanctum. By then, he would coincidentally coincide with the betrayal of Caecilius, who had allied himself with Dormammu, only to be eliminated by Caecilius. A perfect plan. A few minutes later, Su-Mo and Master Gu-Yi sat facing each other in a chamber. She handed him a cup of tea. Have a taste, it's from your homeland. Thank you. Su-Mo accepted the cup and took a sip. For someone who rarely drank tea, it bore little distinction from a cheap bottled tea beverage. Over a year ago, the presence of Shumagorath manifested on Earth, which should pertain to you, correct? Master Gu-Yi set down the teapot, her gaze unwavering. Su-Mo nodded. At that moment, he realized that when Shumagorath had appeared with the dark hold, it had already been sensed by Master Gu-Yi. It seems you have not been affected by his dark magic. Su-Mo cast a sidelong glance at her. Aren't you the same, Master? Upon hearing this, Gu-Yi's hand trembled, spilling tea from her cup. It was important to note that to sustain her life against the invasion of the dark dimension, she had to draw energy from it. Strictly speaking, she and Su-Mo were not so different after all. Setting her cup down, Gu-Yi took a deep breath, her expression regaining composure. Though I sensed your extraordinary nature, I did not expect you to be aware of this. Can the sorceress perceive my past and future? Su-Mo asked, astonished. He had previously inquired of the system, which had stated that under the influence of the Time Stone, the traces of his past had been entirely erased from the timeline. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to observe his past. Not at all. Gu-Yi shook her head. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Su-Mo understood. Indeed, possessing the Time Stone allowed Gu-Yi to observe anyone's past and future, yet she could not see through his. This precisely indicated that he was not ordinary. I wonder why the sorceress sought me out in Camartage. Oh, Gu-Yi feigned a look of confusion. In fact, you should already be aware, it was Daniel who deceived you into coming here. Su-Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. Master, you must know I am the owner of a film company. Even your acting skills do not surpass those of our contract extras. If Gu-Yi, who could see through time, knew that Daniel would trick him, then stopping him would have been effortless. Although she might not foresee his subsequent reactions, she likely understood he would not let Daniel off easily. The risk of Su-Mo potentially killing Daniel did not lead her to believe that Daniel's deception was unintentional. Gu-Yi, hearing his words, revealed a hint of a smile. You are far more astute than I had anticipated. I indeed have matters for which I seek your assistance. Do tell. Gu-Yi refilled their teacups. I have observed through the Time Stone that in a few years, this world will face an invasion from the dark dimension. However, due to my impending demise, I am unable to use the stone to foresee events beyond my death. If not handled properly, it could lead to the annihilation of this world. As she spoke, Gu-Yi fixed her gaze intently on Su-Mo. Thus, I hope that if you possess the ability, You might intervene to prevent this. Upon hearing this, Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying you cannot observe what happens after your death? Gu-I regarded him with a touch of exasperation, as his focus seemed somewhat peculiar. Indeed, the observational capacity of the Time Stone is not without limitations. With its aid, one can only observe matters related to oneself. Theoretically, to observe someone, that individual must have a connection to oneself. Thus, it appears as though one can scrutinize everything. Yet in truth, one cannot observe events posthumously, for all subsequent occurrences are no longer pertinent to oneself. Chapter 86. The Shock of Master Gu-I. There is no need for the sorceress to worry about such matters. I also reside in this world and naturally cannot allow it to be destroyed. Master Gu-I shook her head. No, safeguarding this world is the responsibility of each supreme sorcerer. Since you have agreed, I shall ensure appropriate compensation is rendered. Speak. Do you desire anything? Gu-I gazed earnestly at Suemo. Upon hearing this, Suemo felt a flicker of apprehension. Something felt amiss. Gu-I seemed overly eager to offer something. However, Suemo cared little for her ulterior motives. With his strength, he knew no one could coerce him into actions against his will. Anything. Suemo's eyes sparkled as he sought clarification. Let us see. I require the Time Stone. Having resolved to pursue the path of temporal and spatial law, acquiring the space and time stones was imperative for him. These two gems would significantly aid his comprehension of the laws. Upon hearing this, Gu-I did not hesitate in the slightest. Granted. However, it will take a few years. As compensation, you may freely enter and exit Kamar Taj, perusing all the magical tomes in the library. Upon hearing this, Suemo scrutinized Master Gu-I thoughtfully. He couldn't shake the feeling that she might be planning to flee and leave him to take the fall. It was well known that in the original storyline, she had met her demise rashly, passing the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer to Doctor Strange. It would be hard to believe that the esteemed Supreme Sorceress could perish from a mere fall. Surely, she wouldn't attempt such a scheme against him. After all, she practiced dark magic, and if this were to become public knowledge, at least half of Kamar Taj sorcerers would oppose her. Gu-I would likely consider this. After a moment's contemplation, Suemo felt reassured. Regardless of her intentions, as long as the Time Stone ultimately found its way into his possession, that was all that truly mattered. Even if the other party truly harbored such intentions, he could simply pass his position on to someone else. Or if worse came to worst, feign death to escape. With this thought in mind, Suemo nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. After all, he was currently unable to comprehend the laws. Apart from those prodigies, one must at least reach the cosmic level to begin grasping the laws. Not to mention the higher laws of time and space. Upon seeing Suemo's consent, Master Gu-I appeared to relax slightly. She rose from her seat and declared, "Come, I shall take you to the library." Before long, under Master Gu-I's guidance, the two arrived at a building located at the far end of Kamar Taj. This was the library of Kamar Taj, housing all of its tomes. As they stepped into the room, Master Gu-I explained, "The room may seem dim, but it is lined with shelves, each book bound with chains. In the center stands a wooden table, behind which sits a somewhat portly middle-aged Asian man, engrossed in a book." With such distinctive features, Suemo easily deduced that this individual must be the librarian, Wang. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Wang looked up and, upon recognizing Master Gu-I, promptly stood and bowed. "Supreme Master." Master Gu-I nodded and gestured towards Suemo, introducing him. "This is Suemo. He is permitted to freely borrow and peruse the library's books from now on." Upon hearing this, Wang cast a curious glance at Suemo and nodded. Naturally, he had no grounds to contest the Supreme Master's decision. Suemo approached the shelves and casually pulled out a tome titled The Book of Kamustro, which contained many powerful spells originating from the Book of Vishanti, as explained by Master Gu-I. Suemo was quite familiar with this name. In Doctor Strange, Kaecilius had invoked a spell from one of its pages to communicate with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, leading to the latter's invasion. He flipped through the pages and found spells related to time magic, utilizing the Eye of Agamotto. When he came across a page detailing the Mirror Dimension spell, his interest was piqued. This spell was arguably one of the most dazzling, capable of generating a mirrored space where the caster could manipulate the terrain and rules within, albeit limited to simple parameters such as the direction of gravity. After finishing the page, Suemo closed the book and with a gentle wave of his right hand, released the cosmic energy within him. Subsequently, he pulled both Master Gu-I and Wang into a mirrored space. This realm bore no difference to the exterior library. Yet Suemo could manipulate the gravity and terrain at will. Master Gu-I stood frozen in astonishment. Which Master S disciple is he? Wang, equally astonished, inquired of Master Gu-I. To him, Sumo's ability to proficiently conjure the mirror dimension indicated he had reached the level of a grandmaster, placing him among the elite in Kamartaj. After a moment, Master Gu-I snapped back to reality from her shock. It must be his first time casting such magic. What? How is that possible? Wang's astonishment morphed into disbelief. Even students like Mordo, under Master Gu-I's tutelage, required extensive practice before mastering such spells. Yet this individual had succeeded on his first attempt. No wonder he was personally brought here by the Supreme Master. His magical aptitude was extraordinarily exceptional. Master Gu-I shook her head. That is not the crux of the matter. Have you not noticed that he does not possess a sling ring? Upon hearing Master Gu-Yi's insight, Wang finally comprehended. How is that possible? It was well known that casting magic required borrowing power from the dimension deity, and the sling ring served as a token for this purpose. Only those like Supreme Master Gu-I, recognized by the Vishanti, could cast spells without it. Yet this man clearly did not fit that mold. Master Gu-I was aware that he could draw power from Shumagorath, but such energy could not facilitate the spells contained within the Book of Vishanti. How had he accomplished this? In that moment, even Master Gu-I, whose chi cultivation was formidable, was taken aback by this breach of logic. Chapter 87. Empowering Mutant Abilities. Sumo understood the thoughts running through their minds, as it was a consensus among all mages in this world that casting spells necessitated borrowing power from the dimensional deity. However, Sumo was an anomaly. The cosmic energy within him was a form of energy as well, and was not repelled by the energies of the Vishanti or Shumagorath. It could be utilized to cast any form of magic, including both white and black magic. Typically, Sumo refrained from using this energy for black magic, as he had access to an inexhaustible supply of borrowed power without any cost. It would be foolish to deplete his own energy. However, when it came to casting white magic, Sumo had no intention of borrowing power from the Vishanti, as any energy borrowed invariably came with a price. How did you manage that? Wang, regaining his composure, asked in astonishment. However, he quickly realized that such a direct inquiry into someone else's secret was perhaps inappropriate, and awkwardly added, "Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, consider it unasked." At that moment, the door creaked open, and two figures entered. Upon entering, they bowed respectfully to Gu-I. Master. Recognizing their greeting, Sumo immediately deduced that these two must be Master Gu-I's disciples, Mordo and Kaisalius, distinguishable by their contrasting skin tones. After their greeting, the two cast hostile glances at Sumo. Is this the one who practices black magic, as Daniel described? How could such a person be allowed into Kamartaj? Enough. Gu-I admonished them. Daniel had nearly been incapacitated for speaking similarly, and it was surprising that these two dared to provoke. Power knows no morality, only individuals do. As long as one remains true to oneself, all powers are equivalent. Gu-I explained to the two. Master, the two began to protest, but Gu-I raised her hand to silence them. That will be enough. You may leave. I have my own judgments. Having witnessed Sumo's earlier display, she had already formed her opinion. To prevent further conflict in the chamber, Gu-I decided to dismiss them. Turning back, Gu-I noticed Sumo watching Kaisalius leave the room with an amused expression. Sumo then redirected his gaze, having contemplated whether to incapacitate the two on the spot. After all, they would pose a threat in the future. However, considering that they had yet to commit any wrongdoing, eliminating them would likely yield no points. Moreover, Gu-I had consistently promised him benefits, and their relationship had been amicable. Killing her only two disciples outright would seem rather excessive. Very well. I shall wait until they have caused trouble before dealing with them. Thus, by doing so, I would earn points, and the Ancient One would harbor no resentment, but rather express gratitude, while both Kaisalius and his companion would gain a few extra years of life. A triple win. As the two emerged from the library, they remained blissfully unaware that they had just danced on the precipice of death. Sumo felt a flicker of confusion. For given the Ancient One's ability to perceive the timelines, she should have been aware of Kaisalius' treachery. Why did she not eliminate him beforehand? Unable to fathom this, Sumo chose to dismiss the thought. He waved the book in his hand towards the Ancient One. This book should be permissible for borrowing, right? Feel free. The Ancient One chuckled lightly. But I hope you remember your promise. With that, she turned and strode out. With her consent, Sumo felt no hesitation and began selecting books within. Although the Ancient One had granted him permission to borrow, he exercised restraint, taking only a few dozen volumes before stopping. After Sumo's departure, Wang gazed at the bookshelf, now nearly a third empty, his expression twisted in displeasure. The volumes taken were all tomes of profound magic. On Death Island, within the central edifice, Sumo stepped inside. The mutant research laboratory was housed within this building, typically bustling with activity, Yet today, it was eerily deserted. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. He then extended his mental energy like a tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings. His expression shifted as he swiftly made his way to the large experimental area on the basement level. All the researchers and mutants were gathered there. Upon seeing the White Queen and Apocalypse standing at the center of the crowd, Suemo instantly comprehended the situation. After bringing Apocalypse back, he had entrusted him to the White Queen and her team. It was evident that after a few days of recuperation, Apocalypse had recovered from his near-fatal state. Now fully restored, he was assisting Firestorm in enhancing his abilities. The surrounding researchers stood vigilant at their instruments, monitoring the data displayed on the screens. The White Queen noticed Suemo lurking in the corner and hurried over. "Wait, why do you look younger?" Suemo examined the White Queen, puzzled. Although her appearance had not significantly changed over the years due to her mutant powers, she now resembled a woman in her late 20s. Yet, upon closer inspection, her skin was radiant with collagen, as if she had reverted to the state of an 18 or 19-year-old. Hearing this, Emma's face lit up with excitement. This bald-headed fellow's ability is practically tailored for mutants. In just half an hour, my powers increased by more than a third, thanks to this enhancement. I now look like this. For mutants with physical enhancement abilities, the aging process indeed slowed considerably compared to ordinary humans, much like the White Queen, Mystique, and Psylocke, who all appeared to be under 30. After their bodies were further enhanced, they looked even younger. No woman wishes to relinquish her youth. And even someone like the White Queen is no exception. Her tone suggested that regaining her youth thrilled her even more than greatly enhancing her powers. Once the final mutant was enhanced, Apocalypse approached Suemo respectfully. "Master." The White Queen, having long been accustomed to the existence of slave chips, was unfazed by the situation. "Well done." Suemo nodded in approval, then turned to Emma. "Where are Annie and Eric?" "Oh, Annie went back to New York to visit her family after you left. And Eric mentioned he has a daughter with similar abilities, so I sent him to bring her here." Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes flickered. Emma was truly cunning. Not only controlling Old Man Logan, but also attempting to bring his daughter over to serve her. However, it seemed the real beneficiary was himself. Considering this, he could only commend her. "Well done." After dismissing the others, Emma took Suemo by the arm and led him upstairs. "Where are you taking me?" Suemo asked knowingly, observing her expression. Emma cast him a flirtatious glance. "Shouldn't you be applauding my return to youth at this moment?" Chapter 88. The Second Journey Through Dreams. A few days later, within the Celestial Tower, Suemo closed the book in his hands. With time accelerated, he had finished reading all the tomes he had borrowed. Of course, mastering these spells would require additional time. As he had anticipated, the spells did not significantly enhance his power. During these past few days, he had been monitoring the gestation of his avatar. From his observations, the giant chrysalis had shown no signs of change. This was to be expected. Beings like the beast god, embodiments of primal laws, would not be easily birthed. With the avatar's gestation stalled, he had no way to elevate his strength to stellar levels for the time being. Thus, he would have to rely on external forces to augment his overall capabilities, such as acquiring various technological weapons. For instance, a C9 level laser cannon could obliterate an entire city in a single strike. Naturally, Suemo could achieve this through clever means. However, this laser cannon was not intended for stationary targets, but rather for moving ones. Once a target was locked, the energy it emitted traveled at the speed of light, leaving little to no chance for evasion. The most suitable strategy would involve cultivating a plant life form. In terms of combat power, plant life forms overwhelmingly surpass ordinary cultivators of the same rank. A particularly formidable plant life form could even take on 100 foes. Moreover, as long as resources were abundant, one could cultivate a plant life form to cosmic level, or even domain lord level, within a short span of time. Of course, this would entail an astronomical expenditure of points. Upon opening his attribute panel, he noted his current points stood at approximately 870,000. During this period, he had garnered around 300,000 to 400,000 points through the Special Operations Team. The rate of points acquisition was not slow, yet in comparison to his desired exchanges, it felt minuscule. To speak of the least expensive options, even a C9 level laser cannon required over 3 million points for exchange. Relying solely on the Special Operations Team to earn points would likely take 2 to 3 months. Therefore, he resolved to embark on his second journey through dreams. Seated in the training room, as his form slowly lifted, his soul almost instantaneously found itself once more before the magnificent tree of time. From the outside, one could not discern the nature of the world within. Suemo decisively chose a branch that was thicker than the previous world and plunged into it. Judging by its girth, this world should possess supernatural powers. After a brief disorientation, Sumo gradually opened his eyes. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a dim and cramped space. Glancing at the garments hanging nearby, he was momentarily taken aback. A wardrobe? Before he could process this, a woman's voice drifted in from outside. "Darling, you're back." In that instant, Sumo's realization struck him. Was he caught in an affair? The crucial part was that he was the illicit lover? What the hell? Sumo was left with a grim expression. What was wrong with these parallel universe versions of himself? Last time it was about stealing someone else's girlfriend, and now it was even worse, seducing someone else's wife. Damn it. None of them are decent people, unlike myself. After reflecting on my actions over the past 20 years, Sumo had to confront a harsh reality. Well, it seems I am not a paragon of virtue either. Upon realizing his current predicament, Sumo promptly resolved to depart. For the time being, he decided it would be prudent to ascertain his identity and basic circumstances. The woman in the room should possess some knowledge regarding his information in this world. However, it would be rather inappropriate to simply step out and inquire about it. Better to lay low for now and return to ask after her husband leaves. Having made this decision, Sumo prepared to open a spatial portal to exit. It was only then that he encountered a dilemma. The wardrobe was crammed full of clothes, leaving insufficient space to activate the teleportation portal. To open it, he would need to clear out some of the garments. With that thought in mind, Sumo began to move the hanging clothes aside, while simultaneously extending his mental energy outward to probe the area. Upon doing so, his expression shifted to one of unease. A man stood before the wardrobe, hands poised on the handles, clearly about to open the door. Behind him, a blonde woman clad in a purple nightgown wielded a baseball bat, ready to strike. In the next instant, she swung the bat down toward the man's neck. The man, who was about to open the wardrobe, froze and collapsed unconscious. Holy cow! Witnessing the woman's actions, Sumo's eyes widened. This certainly does not seem like the behavior of a good person. Not only is she having an affair, but is she also contemplating the murder of her husband? After knocking the man out, the woman hurriedly opened the wardrobe door and called out to the stunned Sumo inside. "Come out quickly." It was only then that Sumo snapped back to reality and stepped out of the wardrobe. He took a moment to appraise the woman's appearance. Despite the fact that his counterparts in this world were not exemplary individuals, their allure was undeniable. This married woman bore a striking resemblance to Elisa from his previous life, her beauty undoubtedly scoring above 90. With her golden, shoulder-length hair, large eyes, high nose, fair skin, and a height of nearly 1.7 meters. Complemented by a slightly voluptuous figure, she exuded a captivating charm. Once outside, the woman wasted no time. She retrieved his clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to him. "Hurry up and leave, or it will be a disaster if he wakes up and sees you." Listening to her urgent prompts to vacate, Sumo sighed. A flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a stream of dark energy into the unconscious man's mind. Before departing, he needed to ascertain his address. In America, there was no identification akin to that in China. If he did not clarify his situation, he could not even confirm whether his name was indeed Sumo. The moment their gazes met, the woman's expression turned blank. "What is my name?" "Sumo." Half an hour later, Sumo emerged from the house, having gleaned his basic situation from the woman. To his astonishment, he discovered that he resided directly across the street from her. Upon receiving this news, Sumo was taken aback. Even rabbits do not nibble on the grass near their burrows. This audacious fellow had dared to seduce the neighbor's wife. If the husband found out, he might very well empty his magazine in Sumo's direction one day. Furthermore, he had learned about the identity of this body, a recently graduated orphan university student. His alma mater was none other than Pennsylvania State University, the very institution attended by Wanda. Chapter 89, A Strange World? After confirming his identity, Sumo returned to his own home, not in haste to explore the peculiarities of this world. He first revisited his original realm, checking the time on a nearby watch. Drawing from his previous experience, he needed to ascertain the temporal disparity between the two worlds. If the time in this world flowed significantly slower than in his original one, he would have to abandon this realm. Otherwise, before he could gather enough points in this world, the snap of Thanos in his original world would have already occurred, rendering his efforts fruitless. Fortunately, after comparison, he found that the time flow of the two worlds was 1-to-1. Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he began searching online, hoping to unearth information about this world. However, the results were disappointingly familiar. Much like his previous world, the internet yielded no extraordinary information, suggesting that this place was an ordinary world akin to his last life. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang from his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw the name flashing, Jason. Upon answering, a youthful male voice resonated through the line. "Sue, Carl said he found an abandoned town online, rumored to have experienced various bizarre events. We all agreed to go there for our graduation trip. Do you want to join? A strange town?" Sumo's interest piqued. Yes. He had heard the name of the town. What was it again? As he pondered, Jason's voice became faint as if he were inquiring about the town's name from someone nearby. Moments later, his voice returned to normal. "Yes, it's called Silent Hill. How cool does that sound?" Silent Hill? In an instant, Sumo grasped the significance of that name. Hearing it, he understood the nature of this world. "Hey, Sue, are you listening? Are you going or not?" Jason's voice jolted him back to attention. "Of course I'm going." "Great, we'll meet at the school gate tomorrow." That's settled. With that, he hung up. A world rife with malevolent spirits? A look of intrigue crossed Sumo's face. His expertise as a mage was perfectly suited for this. That evening, Sumo ordered takeout, hastily managing his dinner before planning to retire for the night. After all, this body was merely an ordinary person. Having expended considerable energy at the neighbor's house during the day, he found his body struggling to keep up. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a piercing scream from outside jolted him awake. Before he could step out to investigate, a voice filled with distress called from outside. Sue opened the door. Recognizing the voice, he realized it belonged to the woman from across the street. He opened the door to find her clad in only a nightgown, seemingly having run vigorously, her chest heaving from exertion. Upon seeing Sumo, she lunged into his arms, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. Witnessing this scene, Sumo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Surely, this turmoil was a result of the earlier incident. Had the couple clashed? If that were the case, he wouldn't know how to handle it. The mess left by the original owner was indeed a burden. Nevertheless, the matter needed resolution. They could not continue in this state of limbo. "What happened?" he asked the woman. At that moment, he recalled that while he had been preoccupied with inquiries about himself, he had yet to learn her name. Gradually, as she calmed down, she began to share her story. However, her next words sent his mind into a tailspin. "Paul is dead." "What?" Sumo's expression froze. "Did you kill him?" The thought immediately flashed through his mind. Of course not. The woman hastily denied. Subsequently, a flicker of terror crossed her face. Half an hour later, outside the villa across the street, several police cars were parked. A group of awakened neighbors gathered beyond the cordon. Before long, a few officers emerged from the house. Carrying a swollen body bag, Sumo and the blonde woman sat beside a police vehicle where an officer was taking their statements. Ultimately, the woman was taken into custody to assist with the investigation. After all, the man had died in a house where only the two of them were present, placing her under significant suspicion. Through their earlier conversation, Sumo had also extracted the woman's name, Balika. As he watched the police car gradually disappear from view, Sumo fell into deep contemplation. Prior to the police's arrival, he had already examined the villa's exterior. Coupled with Balika's description, Sumo pieced together the sequence of events. The man had succumbed to excessive blood loss from 3 large gashes on his chest. According to Balika, she had been startled awake by a noise, and upon stepping out, found him lying on the living room floor, his shirt soaked in blood. She suspected that the assailant still lurked within the house, prompting her to flee directly. Strangely, she encountered no obstacles in her escape. However, Sumo had some conjectures. While probing the area with his mental faculties, he detected a hint of gray energy surrounding the man, reminiscent of the legendary resentment. Considering the existence of Silent Hill, he easily deduced that the man had likely perished due to a supernatural incident. A vengeful spirit? Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile. Upon discovering the presence of Silent Hill in this world, he had scoured the internet for related information. Although he found no news regarding supernatural events, he did come across a statistic. In the entirety of America, the annual number of accidental deaths soared to 3 million. This was evidently abnormal. Even in his own Marvel universe, where formidable villains abounded, the annual accidental death toll was merely over 500,000. The death rate in this world was a staggering 6 times that number. Moreover, when accounting for deaths by illness and natural causes, the total annual death toll exceeded 5 million. The continuous rise in mortality rates suggested a concurrent surge in the number of malevolent spirits. Now, in America, the annual death count had surpassed the birth rate. If this continued, it would likely become a realm of vengeful spirits in about a century. However, to Sumo, the proliferation of malevolent spirits was advantageous. The more spirits there were, the greater the points he could accumulate. Naturally, it was best for the balance between the number of malevolent spirits and humans to be maintained, ensuring a steady influx of points. Having contemplated everything, Sumo returned home to sleep soundly. Given that Balika had managed to escape the room unscathed, and considering the dissipated resentment within the house. It seemed the vengeful spirit had a specific target for its revenge, posing no threat to others. Of course, even if it were a spirit that engaged in indiscriminate killing, Suemo felt no trepidation. After all, Zysorn presided over the underworld. Though he acknowledged the vast gap between himself and Zysorn, with the dark grimoire in his possession. If he were to be harmed by these malevolent spirits, he might as well end it all by throwing himself against a wall. Chapter 90. Departure to Silent Hill. The following morning, Suemo drove his second-hand Ford pickup towards the school gate. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, where two vehicles were already waiting. One was a Lexus, while the last was a Ferrari supercar. As his vehicle came to a halt, a man, less than 6 feet tall and wearing glasses, stepped out of the Lexus with a broad smile. "Hey Sue, you finally came to your senses. There's no need to rush into job hunting." Suemo chuckled lightly at this remark. The decor and items in the room from yesterday, juxtaposed with his second-hand Ford, indicated that his current self in this world was not in particularly good financial standing. Evidently, the original owner had chosen not to embark on a graduation trip with them, opting instead to seek employment. However, as the man approached, Suemo noticed a shift in his demeanor. He detected a trace of resentment emanating from him. This was a sign of being targeted by a malevolent spirit. Without delay, Suemo extended his mental reach to encompass the surroundings. Unsurprisingly, the two individuals in the Lexus and the two in the Ferrari also bore that same aura. Had the malevolent spirits in this world proliferated to such an extent? Among all the individuals he had encountered from yesterday until now, 6 had been targeted by these spirits. The probability was alarmingly high. The man before him was unmistakably Jason, the one who had spoken with him over the phone the previous night. After waiting a few more minutes, the last vehicle, a red Subaru, arrived. Once everyone had gathered, the convoy officially set off. Jason chose to ride in Suemo's vehicle. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in casual banter, and it was evident that Jason was bubbling with excitement, utterly oblivious to the world that awaited them. Through his conversation, Suemo gleaned information about the entire group. There were 7 individuals in total, besides Suemo, Jason, and Carl, who drove the Lexus. Carl's sister, Lena, was also in the vehicle. On the Ferrari were their classmates, Dana and her wealthy boyfriend, Blake. The final vehicle contained a girl, Julia, also a classmate. Hours later, the reckless little squad made a stop at a solitary gas station on the highway. While refueling, they needed to procure some supplies from the supermarket. After all, their destination, Silent Hill, was a remote, abandoned town, and they planned to stay for several days, requiring essential food and water. After parking at the supermarket entrance, they all disembarked. Carl, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, with his muscular build, clearly appeared to be a fitness enthusiast. In stark contrast, his sister Lena, looking around 18 or 19 and standing only about 5 feet 3, possessed a slender physique. The juxtaposition of their beauty and the beast-sibling combination was hard to believe. Dana was a tall girl, close to 5 feet 11, with fair skin. Her boyfriend, Blake, sported dreadlocks and appeared to be in a foul mood, likely stemming from a previous disagreement. Suemo soon noticed that Blake's gaze toward him seemed tinged with anger. Did they have a past? Suemo mused quietly, planning to subtly inquire with Jason once they were back in the vehicle. Lastly, Julia, with her long black hair and striking features, particularly her plump, slightly upturned lips, exuded a unique allure. From Jason's comments, it became evident that Julia was not only the most captivating woman in their class, but also an academic overachiever. Throughout her university years, she had garnered countless admirers, yet there were no rumors of her having a boyfriend. Jason's admiration for her was palpable, suggesting he was among her many admirers, though his reticent nature meant he could only fantasize in private. Suemo summarized the situation. In the ensemble of this reckless squad, we have the stunning beauties and the beast siblings, a couple of African descent, the campus belle, along with Suemo and Jason, who comprise all the members. Upon descending from the vehicle, Lena hastened towards Suemo and his companions. "Sue, why didn't you answer my call yesterday?" I was probably in the shower and didn't hear it." Suemo casually fabricated an excuse. Upon returning home and checking his phone, he naturally noticed a missed call from someone named Lena. However, calculating the time, it seemed that the original owner was likely hiding in a neighbor's wardrobe at that moment, with no time to attend to her call. After his arrival in this world, devoid of awareness about his identity, he certainly couldn't return her call. Hearing Suemo's fabricated reason, Lena was understandably skeptical. Just as she was about to respond, her brother Carl approached. "All right, Lena, stop being unreasonable. We need to buy some essentials quickly. We must set off before nightfall to reach the last town leading to Silent Hill." With that, he nodded at Suemo, and pulled Lena towards the supermarket. Sue Mo and Jason, witnessing this, followed suit and entered the store as well. However, Sue Mo noticed something peculiar. The campus beauty, Julie, had hardly engaged with anyone. Even during the morning assembly, she merely exchanged greetings with Carl. Reflecting on this, Sue Mo turned to Jason beside him. Did Julie actively propose to join the team? Of course. She has always shown great interest in supernatural adventures. With Jason's explanation, Sue Mo began to understand. Carl was indeed one of Julie's admirers, and his suggestion to explore Silent Hill was likely an attempt to capture her attention and create an opportunity for interaction. Jason's tone carried a hint of envy as he spoke. Goodness, this is quintessential. To bond with a woman who loves supernatural adventures. He brings along a few close friends and his sister to court danger. Sue Mo could easily imagine that if he had not traversed into this world, the squad would likely not have survived their venture into Silent Hill. Yet, he pondered the source of the resentment emanating from the group. Among them, only Julie appeared to be devoid of such bitterness. Earlier on their way, he had subtly inquired whether they had engaged in any reckless escapades, such as visiting haunted houses. Jason confirmed that they had not participated in such activities. Puzzled, Sue Mo ceased his contemplation. A strange light flickered in his eyes for less than 2 seconds. And when it faded, the resentment from Jason and Carl had transferred onto him. Consequently, as the one bearing the deepest resentment, he would undoubtedly become the primary target for the malevolent spirits. All he needed to do was ensure they delivered themselves right to him. Chapter 91. The Importance of Character Design. Upon entering the supermarket, the group quickly selected an abundance of provisions. Sue Mo was no exception. However, during the payment process, he awkwardly discovered that all his cards displayed insufficient balance. Although he was aware of the original owner's financial straits, he did not anticipate it would reach such a dire state. Observing the paltry sum in his account left him somewhat speechless. This amount barely sufficed for a simple lunch. No wonder the original owner had no intention of joining the expedition. With this meager sum, he would likely starve in the town. Yet, Sue Mo couldn't help but admire the original owner. Even in such dire circumstances, instead of scrambling to secure some funds, he still found time to flirt with the neighbor's married woman. Clearly, he possessed some skills. Glancing at the innocent cashier holding a credit card, Sue Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Years of affluence had made him somewhat oblivious to financial matters. After all, given his wealth and status in the Marvel Universe, he hadn't truly experienced the sensation of spending money for quite some time. With no other option, he reached into his backpack. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was rummaging through his bag, but in reality, his hand had traversed through a spatial portal, emerging in a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf in the home of an American senator. When he withdrew his hand, it was filled with a stack of cash exceeding $100,000. He was aware of the senator's stash due to the existence of this counterpart in the Marvel Universe. Moreover, owing to dealings with the senator's spouse related to film production, he had learned the location of this vault. As for why the senator's wife divulged such information, it was not a topic for elaboration. Last night, while searching for information online, he had fortuitously come across the senator's details. With a spirit of experimentation, he decided to give it a try, not expecting that this world-esque counterpart would share similar habits. Sue Mo mused idly, wondering if the senator's wife bore a similar birthmark on her inner thigh. After placing the bills in his backpack, he extracted a few and handed them to the cashier. Due to the delay in payment, when Sue Mo emerged, the others were already waiting outside. Noticing everyone had gathered, Carl, the team leader, promptly declared, "Let us set off." Subsequently, each member made their way to their respective vehicles. However, upon reaching his car, Sue Mo noticed the flamboyantly dressed girl, Dana, from the Ferrari was trailing behind him. Meeting Sue Mo's gaze, Dana spoke. "I want to ride with you." The others, who were about to return to their cars, also took note of the unfolding situation. Her boyfriend, Blake, appeared increasingly agitated. He stepped forward, his expression darkening as he glared at Sue Mo. "So you are Sue?" In truth, the members of the squad were not very familiar with Blake. He was merely accompanying Dana because she wished to partake in the adventure, and he held no belief in the supernatural. Seeing Blake's expression, Sue Mo felt as though he had unwittingly donned a green hat. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Sue Mo. Surely it couldn't be true? Based on the actions of these two counterparts, there was indeed a possibility. At that moment, Dana stepped forward and positioned herself in front of Sue Mo. "What do you want?" Sue Mo sighed inwardly at her gesture. Presently, there was at least a 60% chance that his suspicions were correct. Observing this, Blake's fury became visibly apparent. "Looks like I was right. You really are involved with her. What nonsense are you spouting?" Dana retorted angrily. "Nonsense? Then why did you call his name after falling asleep in the car?" In a fit of rage, Blake shouted. At this revelation, everyone, including Sue Mo, was momentarily stunned. Dana's expression shifted, a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. Yes, we are involved. Not only have we slept together, but it has happened more than once. In my heart, you don't even compare to his little finger. How about that? Moreover, we are breaking up from this moment on. There will be no relationship between us henceforth. With that, she ceased her words and directly took a seat in the back of Sumo's car. Blake, unable to process this sudden turn of events, was left in disbelief. After a month of dating, she wouldn't even let him hold her hand, yet she had been with him. Carl, upon hearing this, quickly approached. Blake, you may have misunderstood. Dana's words were merely spoken out of anger. She was previously in a relationship with Sue, and perhaps the memories left by him are simply too profound. Upon hearing this, Sue Mo cast a shocked glance at Carl. Brother, if you can't offer genuine advice, then please refrain from giving any at all. He soon realized that the original owner's decision not to join this team was not solely motivated by financial reasons. Witnessing his ex-girlfriend and her new beau displaying affection right before him is something no man could easily endure. Indeed, Blake's fury intensified upon hearing these words. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Sue Mo with a clenched fist. Sue Mo, however, was not one to passively accept a beating. Despite being unaware of the full circumstances, he felt unjustly targeted. With a swift kick, he sent Blake sprawling to the ground. Sue Mo chose not to pursue further punishment. After all, without clarity on the situation, he couldn't be certain whether he was truly wronged. After being persuaded by the onlookers, Blake furiously returned to his vehicle. He had no intention of lingering any longer and drove away directly. Watching the car disappear from sight, Sue Mo understood that Blake would likely harbor a grudge against him. And judging by the vehicle he drove, it was clear his family wielded some influence. Yet, Sue Mo remained unfazed, concealing any resentment he felt. Based on the intensity of Blake's anger, it was unlikely he would see the light of day again. The others remained silent, with only Julie casting a glance at Dana before returning to the car. Jason, seated in the front passenger seat, wisely relocated to Carl's vehicle, leaving the space for Sue Mo and Dana. Once the car was restarted, Sue Mo glanced at Dana in the passenger seat. Strangely, Dana wore a serene expression. There was no trace of anger in her eyes. In fact, Sue Mo even detected a hint of joy. This caught him off guard, momentarily rendering his mind incapable of processing the situation. Noticing Sue Mo's expression, Dana revealed a sickly smile and uttered unexpectedly, "Do you know who Blake's father is?" Before Sue Mo could respond, she continued, "His father is a member of the most powerful gang in America, and his position is quite significant." Upon hearing this, Sue Mo suddenly grasped the implications. "Everything you did before was merely an act?" Chapter 92. Terrified. Dana's face illuminated with a radiant smile upon hearing Sue Mo's words. "You're still as astute as ever." However, she puzzled over why he did not deny it but instead seemed to play along with her charade. As she spoke, a look of confusion settled on her face. Sue Mo sighed, realizing the truth. There was no infidelity. It was all part of this woman's scheme. The reality was that after their breakup, Dana harbored resentment towards him due to some incident and deliberately sought a boyfriend like Blake, the son of a gang lord. The plan was simple: feign various inconsistencies, leading Blake to suspect and conclude that Sue Mo had wronged him. In such a scenario, no man could withstand the humiliation, especially someone like Blake, raised in a gang family. Naturally, Blake would employ every possible means to retaliate against Sue Mo. One must admit, this woman was ruthless. Moreover, had she not been so candid, Sue Mo, lacking the original owner's memories, might have been deceived. Sue Mo shook his head with a smile. "What compels you to act this way?" At this, Dana's face twisted into a maniacal grin. "It's simply to see you perish. How dare you be the one to discard me first?" Sue Mo was taken aback. Is that really the reason? This woman must be insane. With this thought, Sue Mo regarded her with a look of condescension. Dana, who had anticipated seeing Sue Mo's anger and fear, felt a wave of rage swell within her at his calm demeanor. She had invested considerable time feigning cordiality with that brute merely to exact revenge on him, hoping to witness his regret and despair. Each time she envisioned that moment, an unprecedented satisfaction washed over her. Sue Mo's indifference and his gaze, akin to one observing a fool, only served to infuriate her further. With a fierce glare, Dana addressed Sue Mo. "Oh, and there's something else I forgot to mention. The reason your parents have not received any compensation and why your family home was reclaimed, as well as your previous job being terminated. These were all orchestrated by me. How does that make you feel? Are you angry? Are you furious?" After speaking, Dana looked at Sue Mo triumphantly, eager to witness the fury on his face. Yet Suemo remained composed, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle while casting a sidelong glance at her. It appears you are quite idle. Suemo recalled Jason mentioning that Dana's father was a state legislator. Given her father's power, executing her threats was not an insurmountable task. This can't be. Aren't you supposed to be furious? I've left you destitute, entangled with the son of a notorious gang leader. Suemo did not respond, but turned to regard her. Are you not afraid that I might just decide to eliminate you right now? After all, if I attract the gang's ire, I might not survive. And dragging you down with me would be quite convenient. Do you dare? Dana looked at Suemo with a smug expression. Now that you know all this, if you remain cautious and hide, you will survive. Those gangsters are not so easy to find. But if you kill me, you will be hunted by the government. No matter where you hide, it will be a dead end. Hearing her response, Suemo finally grasped her ulterior motive. She did not wish to kill him. Rather, she aimed to ensnare him in a perpetual state of fear and flight. One must admit, this woman was not only idle but also exceptionally vindictive. With this in mind, Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile. Your analysis is quite astute, but you seem to lack a deeper understanding of me. With that, he paused and gazed out of the car. At that moment, they were traversing a narrow path along a steep cliff, with a turbulent river rushing below. Tell me, if we were to fall from here, would we survive? Upon hearing this, Dana's expression shifted dramatically. What are you planning? Though somewhat unhinged and obsessive. She was not devoid of fear. Sumo's words, coupled with his manic grin, sent shivers down her spine. Oh, I'm just going to take you to see some little goldfish. With that, Suemo yanked the steering wheel sharply. The car veered towards the edge of the cliff. Witnessing this, Dana's expression froze, her demeanor shifting to one of sheer panic. No, please. I can make Blake spare you. Don't do this. Suemo, however, paid no heed to her pleas. As the car's right front wheel lifted off the ground, Dana's pupils dilated, and she emitted a piercing scream. She clung tightly to the overhead handle. The vehicle swerved, the entire right side spinning perilously close to the cliff before returning to solid ground. Of course, Suemo accomplished this with the aid of his telekinetic powers, which was precisely why he dared to play such a dangerous game. After all, given his abilities, lifting the car was hardly a challenge. With a screech of tires, the vehicle came to a halt on the road. Turning to Dana beside him, he saw her disheveled, her gaze vacant, seemingly still reeling from the harrowing experience. A steady dripping sound emanated from beneath the passenger seat. Suemo followed the sound, and soon realized that there was a large water stain on Diana's jeans, from which droplets continued to fall. A small puddle had already formed beneath the seat. What a stroke of bad luck. Now he would have to wash the car. It was only at this moment that Diana came to her senses, and tears erupted from her eyes like a dam breaking. Shut up, Suemo snapped. Diana trembled at his abrupt command, her voice silenced instantly. Get out and take off your pants. Upon hearing this, Diana hurriedly exited the vehicle and removed her jeans. Clearly, Sumo's sudden action had thoroughly frightened her. As the daughter of a city council member, she had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to being treated with deference. No one had ever dared to raise their voice at her, which had fostered her blind confidence. Otherwise, any person with a modicum of sense would not have mentioned their previous conversation in a car with merely the two of them. Now, having witnessed Sumo's ferocity, she appeared as docile as a chick. Glancing at the jeans in her hands, Diana softly pleaded, "This is my only outfit. Could you let me have a bag to put them in?" The clothes she had brought were left in that Ferrari. Her intention was to purchase new attire upon reaching the final town leading to Silent Hill, but clearly, time was of the essence now. She couldn't possibly go out like this, especially since the last garment she possessed was transparent. A few minutes later, the car resumed its journey. Yet, at the moment of ignition, Suemo transferred the resentment within him to Diana, temporarily shrouding it with dark energy. By intentionally leaving the car behind, he ensured that the two vehicles ahead remained oblivious to their predicament. Chapter 93, The Vengeful Spirit Strikes. As twilight approached, the group finally arrived at the last town before Silent Hill. The location of Silent Hill was exceedingly remote. Even the nearest town still required over 2 hours of travel. The plan was to rest for the night at a hotel in this town and set off for Silent Hill at dawn. The car halted before the town's sole inn. Reluctantly, Diana donned her jeans once more. After checking in, she bore the peculiar gazes of the others and hurried towards a nearby supermarket. Given the town's isolation, there were ample vacant rooms in the inn, each accommodating one person. The team leader, Carl, after completing the check-in, exited the inn, taking the opportunity to escort Lena, who was entangled with Suemo. Julie, meanwhile, studied the map on the wall. Only Suemo and Jason, each clutching their room keys, ascended the stairs. The inn consisted of only 3 floors, with their rooms located on the second and third levels. Upon reaching the second floor, Jason nudged Sumo. Hey, do you want to go out for a bit? I just got my gun license approved, and I noticed a gun shop not too far away. I plan to buy a weapon for self-defense. A glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes behind his glasses. After all, what man does not have an affinity for such things? I want to be joining you, but remember to buy plenty of ammunition. It might come in handy tomorrow. After giving his advice, Sumo returned to his room. However, Jason's reminder prompted him to consider acquiring some weaponry himself. The underworld was unpredictable, and it seemed that firearms could deal with the monsters in the overworld. Given his mental capacity was limited by his physical form, preparing some weapons would be prudent. During dinner, the group reconvened. Carl began to explain the information he had gathered about Silent Hill from the townsfolk. I asked many residents about Silent Hill, and they were all tight-lipped. Nevertheless, I managed to glean some useful information. What information? Jason inquired. Carl cast a discreet glance at Julie, who was also listening intently, and a flicker of excitement crossed his features. After clearing his throat, he spoke. Decades ago, the town experienced a devastating fire. In the month following the blaze, dozens of residents went missing. Missing? Julie responded, her expression contemplative. Indeed. Carl nodded. The kind of disappearance where not even a body could be found. Sumo's mind stirred. He was aware of this. It seemed these individuals had participated in the burning of a little girl, only to be subsequently drawn into the overworld by the empowered child. He had watched this film long ago and had nearly forgotten its plot, only recalling that it appeared to divide between the overworld and the underworld, somewhat akin to the mirror space in White Magic. At this point, Diana had changed into a different outfit. Since arriving in town, she had been in a daze, her gaze occasionally darting towards Sumo. After dinner, the group returned to their respective rooms, weary from the day's exertions. Just after Sumo had finished his shower, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Diana standing outside in a trench coat. Her heavy makeup had been washed away, revealing a lighter application. In this light, she was nearly as striking as Julie, which explained why her counterpart had taken notice of her. May I come in? Diana asked, her demeanor surprisingly submissive. Sumo, taken aback by her expression, nodded in acquiescence. Once granted entry, Diana stepped inside, just as Sumo closed the door behind her. He turned to find Diana had removed her trench coat, revealing a provocative black-made outfit beneath. Stunned by her attire, Sumo thought, what does this woman intend? Before he could react, Diana leaped into his arms. What are you doing? Sumo pushed her away, his face displaying mild disgust. Seeing his reaction, Diana quickly explained. Don't worry, I haven't let Blake touch me. And what of it? Didn't you want me dead earlier today? Sumo remained unfazed. At his words, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Diana's face. But I thought you looked incredibly handsome today. Can we reconcile? I will agree to anything. Observing the expression on her face, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. Had this woman awakened some peculiar attribute? 2 hours later, Sumo sat on the sofa by the window while Diana diligently tidied up the aftermath. He had to admit, there was something intriguing about her. Perhaps he should keep her around for a while. With this thought, Sumo waved her over, and Diana eagerly approached. A surge of black energy emanated from his forehead, gradually forming a demonic contract in midair. Sign it. After explaining the signing process, Sumo spoke coolly to Diana. She was utterly astonished by the sight before her. What is this? Once you sign it, you will be my servant, and your very existence, including your life, will be under my control, Sumo clarified, fixing his gaze upon her. Should she refuse to sign this contract, he would have no choice but to let her fate unfold as it may. Yet, judging by the resentment within her, she would likely meet an unsavory end. To Sumo's surprise, a spark ignited in Diana's eyes as she declared, I'll sign. Without hesitation, she reached out to touch the contract. Seeing the apprehension in the other party, as if fearing they might regret their decision if they hesitated, Sumo began to doubt whether he had articulated his intentions clearly. From now on, I shall be yours. Dana's face radiated with excitement. Observing her demeanor, Sumo gently rubbed his forehead. Indeed, her peculiar tendencies were evolving in an unusual direction. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire town descended into a profound silence. In such a remote locale, nighttime entertainment was inherently scarce, compounded by the residents' experiences influenced by Silent Hill. Consequently, the townsfolk retired to their slumber early. On the second floor of the inn, within Sumo's room, he gradually reabsorbed the dark energy that encapsulated Dana's inner grievances, while siphoning the resentment from several individuals. He noted that the intensity of their grievances varied. He surmised that this concentration likely dictated the order in which the vengeful spirits would target them. Among all, Blake exhibited the highest concentration of resentment. Furthermore, as Su-mo concealed the remaining grievances within the others, it was highly probable that the spirit would seek out Blake tonight. Perhaps, he mused, the unfortunate soul had already met his demise. As Su-mo eliminated the barrier concealing the grievances, the lights in the room began to flicker ominously. A crackling sound reverberated through the space. Su-mo's gaze sharpened. The vengeful spirit had arrived. Chapter 94. The Midnight Bell, Sadako. Witnessing the peculiar occurrences in the room, a weary Dana laboriously propped herself up from the bed, a flicker of fear crossing her features. What is happening? Su-mo gently pressed her back into the warmth of the blankets, his eyes, imbued with a hint of purple light, fixed intently on the television across the room. Remain still. At the sound of Su-mo's command, Dana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her initial fear momentarily quelled as she nodded eagerly. All right. After speaking, she nestled back into the covers, her gaze fervently locked onto Su-mo. He shot her a sidelong glance, internally cursing her bizarre enthusiasm. Su-mo then redirected his attention to the television. He could distinctly perceive that the room was gradually being enveloped by a malevolent energy emanating from the set across from the bed. The television was an archaic model, a relic in this remote inn, a rarity indeed. As the malevolent energy coalesced within the television, the screen, previously dark, suddenly illuminated, displaying a flurry of static. This scene felt unnervingly familiar. Moments later, the static dissipated, revealing a desolate well. The ring, Sadako? Su-mo's expression froze in recognition. The image was iconic and indelibly etched in his memory. Only then did he realize that this world was not solely confined to the Silent Hill he knew. The images on the television continued to shift, yet Su-mo felt no trepidation. Instead, he approached the television and unplugged it from the wall. As anticipated, the screen remained unaffected, continuing to broadcast the unsettling images. Perhaps I should give this to Tony. He would surely be ecstatic, Su-mo mused. During their previous conversation aboard the yacht, he had overheard Tony discussing his research into renewable energy, which he referred to as an electric arc reactor. The manifestation of Sadako, functioning without a power source, could undoubtedly serve as a form of energy. Lost in contemplation, Su-mo settled beside the television, patiently awaiting Sadako's arrival. Cocooned in the bed, Dana observed the unfolding events, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. The unplugged television continued to operate, clearly surpassing her comprehension. However, witnessing Su-mo's calm demeanor reassured her. Following the extraordinary contract he had conjured, she recognized that he was far from an ordinary individual and could likely handle the situation. In less than 2 minutes, the erratic images on the television ceased, reverting to the image of the well. Suddenly, a pair of grimy hands emerged from its depths. Dana, fixated on the screen, gasped in shock but quickly stifled her voice, remembering the absolute nature of her master's command. Su-mo, too, noticed the unfolding scene and stood up. In an instant, a figure clad in a white dress, hair disheveled and filthy, crawled out of the well, inching toward the screen. As the television's image blurred, Sadako's upper body emerged from the device. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of feet before her gaze traveled upward, ultimately resting on Su-mo's striking visage. In response, Su-mo flashed a radiant smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Yet, to Sadako, this smile instilled a profound chill within her. Before she could react, Su-mo, with a hand aglow in purple light, seized her hair, yanking her forth from the television. Instantly, her body was ensnared by a shroud of dark energy, rendering her immobile. The intense pain radiating from her scalp elicited a wretched cry from Sadako. Although Su-mo had only undergone a day of mental fortification, his strength rivaled that of a trained special forces operative. Dragging her by the hair, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon her face. Normally impervious to pain, Sadako found herself overwhelmed by the agony radiating from Su-mo's glowing fists, each strike inciting a desire to scream in madness. After a relentless 5 minutes of assault, Su-mo, panting heavily, paused to summon a purple rope, binding her and suspending her from the ceiling. Dana, witnessing the entire ordeal, felt her eyes brighten with intrigue. Vanquishing a malevolent spirit was as effortless as a father chastising a child. With Sadako suspended, Su-mo observed her struggling fiercely, hands clutching her neck. At that moment, he discerned her features more clearly. She possessed a distinctly Western appearance, indicating that this was the American version of Sadako. Furthermore, despite her unkempt state, she was rather striking. Gradually, Su-mo conjured a purple whip in his hand and directed his gaze toward the suspended Sadako. Will you cooperate willingly, or must I compel you? Half an hour later, as Su-mo watched the gradually dissipating Sadako, he waved his hand, causing the ropes to vanish. It became evident that while Sadako was capable of communication, her intellect appeared lacking. However, in that span, Suemo managed to extract some information from her. Firstly, she revealed that her name was Morgan, not Sadako. Furthermore, from her words, he inferred that the body he had slain was merely one of her countless manifestations, and killing it would not equate to her disappearance. This was a possibility Suemo had anticipated. According to the lore, anyone who viewed the cursed videotape would be visited by her at 10 o'clock on the 7th night thereafter. If enough individuals viewed it, she would be overwhelmed with work. Thus, it was likely she possessed the ability to create duplicates. Suemo surmised that only by destroying her true form would she genuinely vanish. Regrettably, despite his relentless pressure, she refused to divulge the location of her original self. Even as he pummeled her, she remained tight-lipped. Yet Suemo remained unfazed. Since they have been targeted by Sadako, it is evident that Jason and his companions have previously viewed that cursed videotape. Locating the other party proves to be quite a challenge. However, possessing the tape makes it exceedingly easy to lure them in. Turning his gaze towards Dana, it remains uncertain whether Sadako intentionally chose to withdraw or if it was due to some underlying rule. In Sumo's perception, the malevolent energy within Dana has dissipated entirely. Catching Sumo's gaze, Dana's eyes glimmer with a hint of longing. Master, I too wish to give it a try. Chapter 95, Arrival at Silent Hill. Entering the real world. The following morning, the group congregated at the hotel entrance. Carl scanned the surroundings and noted the presence of only 5 figures. Where's Dana? Why hasn't she come down? Suemo shook his head. She is waiting for us in the hotel. Suemo had never intended for her to accompany them. Moreover, given her current state, lying in bed, she was unable to join them. In Sumo's eyes, she was a perfect blend of naivety and a penchant for mischief. Hearing Sumo's words, Carl refrained from further inquiries. After a night filled with incessant sounds, they understood the situation. After all, the wooden structure provided dismal soundproofing. A few minutes later, 3 vehicles roared to life, heading towards Silent Hill. Without Dana's presence, Jason returned to the passenger seat of Sumo's car. Naturally, the vehicle had been cleaned at the shop the previous day. Have you and Dana reconciled? Suemo shook his head. No. Then you. Jason began to speak, but thought better of it, swallowing his words. Nevertheless, a trace of envy flickered across his face. While others were constantly surrounded by women, he had yet to even hold one's hand, which was genuinely disheartening. After more than an hour, the convoy gradually ventured into the mountains. Upon turning onto a fork marked with a Silent Hill sign, the outline of a small town emerged within Sumo's sight in less than 10 minutes. As they approached, the town's appearance became clearer. The streets appeared remarkably tidy, contrasting sharply with their expectations of an abandoned settlement. Sunlight cast its glow upon the weathered walls, imparting a sense of nostalgia. These structures had evidently stood for several decades. Observing the serene and desolate streets, Jason's face lit up with excitement. Wow, it looks pretty good. For the next few days, we shall be the lords of this little town. Suemo cast a sidelong glance at him. I hope you can maintain this cheerful demeanor later. Soon, the 3 vehicles halted in front of a building on the outskirts of the town. Judging by the faint traces on the sign above the entrance, this had once been a hotel. The Carl siblings disembarked from their vehicle. Why don't we use this place as our base? According to their plan, they would remain in this forsaken town for a few days, spending the nights in their vehicles. Stopping in this vacant lot, near the town's edge, seemed like an excellent choice. Julie stepped out of the car, surveyed the surroundings, and nodded in agreement. Suemo had no objections. To him, it mattered little where they stopped, as they would not linger long. Subsequently, everyone shouldered a backpack filled with provisions and water, intending to explore the town. As Julie led the way, she hesitated for a moment before retrieving several small vials from her backpack and distributing them to the group. Keep these safe. They could save your life in critical moments. Carl accepted a vial, opened it, and sniffed. What is this? Holy water. Julie replied tersely before striding down the road into the heart of the town without looking back. Both Carl and Jason carefully stowed the vials away, unconcerned about their contents. Their sole thought was that these were gifts from Julie. Although everyone received one, it did not prevent them from treating it as a prized possession. Lena, meanwhile, nonchalantly tucked her vial into her pocket, muttering, just as the rumors suggested, a little witch. Suemo toyed with the holy water in his hand. Glancing at Julie's retreating figure, it was evident she knew something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have prepared such items. Suemo could sense a faint energy within the holy water, reminiscent of the power of the Vishanti. It might prove effective against lesser monsters, though the extent of its efficacy remained uncertain. Upon entering the confines of Silent Hill, Suemo felt the presence of a hidden layer of space. Within Silent Hill exists a realm akin to a mirrored world, constructed based on the town itself. This space exists in two states, the real world and the other world. The real world is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, offering a semblance of safety, albeit inhabited by a few relatively weak monsters, creatures so feeble that even gunfire could scarcely deter them. Conversely, after a period, the real world transitions into the other world. In this state, the fog dissipates, revealing a multitude of monsters born from the fears of those who enter. The two worlds alternate like day and night. Although Suemo sensed the existence of this space and was confident in his ability to traverse it effortlessly, he chose not to. As he understood, the real and other worlds of Silent Hill are manifestations of the hatred and malevolence born from the girl Alessa's anguish. Should he draw too much attention, the malevolent spirit might choose to flee. Thus, his objective was to avoid alarming the serpent. To this end, he had prepared an assortment of firearms. His massive backpack was already brimming with various weapons, all procured through a dimensional portal that morning. Jason regarded the enormous backpack slung over Sumo's shoulders with a look of astonishment. "Sue, did you bring all the food? That's entirely unnecessary. We'll return at night. We only need to pack lunch." He shook his own lightweight backpack for emphasis, revealing its emptiness. Suemo opened his backpack. "In that case, you can help me carry some." He extracted 2 boxes of ammunition and a few grenades, stuffing them into Jason's backpack. Jason stared, dumbfounded, at Sumo's actions. "Wait a minute. We're here to explore, not to counter terrorism. Is it really necessary to bring so many weapons? Enough of the chatter, just carry it." Suemo zipped up his own backpack and set off. Jason could only shake his head in resignation. After a moment's thought, he stowed the handgun he had purchased the previous day and hurried after Suemo. The group meandered aimlessly through the town. Julie furrowed her brow, fixated on an object in her hand resembling a compass. Following behind, Lena excitedly paused to snap photos with her camera, appearing as though she were on a sightseeing tour. Carl, on the other hand, surveyed their surroundings with a cautious demeanor. From the townspeople's attitude towards Silent Hill, he felt an unsettling strangeness permeating the atmosphere. Suemo and Jason walked quietly behind them. Soon, the group arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned school building. Julie surveyed the building before her and stepped inside with resolute determination, followed closely by the others. Upon crossing the threshold, Suemo was met with a familiar sensation, reminiscent of his previous ventures into the mirrored realm. Indeed, he observed that the air within the structure was thick with a white mist, a smile creeping onto his face. At last, could this be the moment when we are drawn into the world of the tangible? Chapter 96, Ghost Hunter Julie. Suemo retreated a few steps. Stepping back outside, Jason, who had entered the building right behind him, noticed Sumo's peculiar actions and followed him back out. "What's going on?" he began to ask, but his expression transformed in an instant. "No, how is this possible?" Jason gazed in shock at the scene beyond, where the previously radiant sunlight had vanished, replaced by the ominous silhouettes of buildings cloaked in shadowy fog. Flakes resembling snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Jason reached out to catch one, only to realize it resembled ashes drifting upwards after an object had burned. Just moments ago, it was a clear day, no? It must be that I didn't sleep well last night and am hallucinating, he murmured to himself. He then returned to the room, closed his eyes, and stepped back outside. Upon opening his eyes, he was still greeted by a fog that limited visibility to less than 10 meters. Suemo, observing Jason's incredulous expression, patted him on the shoulder before striding back into the building. He had contemplated whether he should dissuade them from venturing into Silent Hill. However, after some thought, he dismissed that notion. What grounds could he possibly use to convince them otherwise? Before confronting the truth, these individuals would be unlikely to believe in the existence of the bizarre. There was almost a certainty they would disregard his counsel, potentially resenting him for his interference. Why should he expend effort only to receive ingratitude in return? Ultimately, Suemo chose to respect the fate of others. Upon re-entering the building, Julie and Carl were both astonished, gazing at the mist-laden room. Moments later, Jason, still in shock, rushed inside. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" Hearing his exclamation, both Carl and Julie exchanged puzzled glances. "What's wrong?" Jason recounted the situation outside, prompting a collective change in expression among them as they stepped out of the doorway. Gazing at the fog-drenched scenery, Carl, Kalina, and Jason wore identical expressions of fear, while only Julie displayed a hint of seriousness. "This is bad." Upon hearing this, Carl snapped back to attention, his demeanor grave as he looked at her. "Julie, do you know something?" Julie remained silent for a moment before asserting, "We need to leave here now?" With that, she took the lead, sprinting towards the location where their vehicle was parked. However, at that moment, a A cacophony of footsteps and growls echoed from the mist, growing ever closer. Moments later, 3 staggering figures emerged from the fog. Upon recognizing their forms, a chorus of terrified cries erupted from everyone except Sue Mo and Julie. The grotesque figures lacked faces and arms, their bodies enveloped in a thick membrane, twisting unnaturally as they moved. "Run!" Julie shouted urgently to the others, swiftly retrieving a shotgun from her backpack. Reacting to her command, the group followed suit. Just as Julie was about to fire, a figure moved with even greater speed. In the instant the creatures appeared, Sue Mo calmly withdrew a Glock 17 from his backpack and squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 After several shots, 3 creatures collapsed, spewing green blood from their wounds. Anticipating this outcome, Sue Mo had already evaded the scene. As the others turned to see the source of the gunfire, they were astonished to find the 3 monsters had been dispatched by Sue Mo. Seeing this spectacle, Julie regarded Sue Mo anew. It seemed that their years of acquaintance had left little impression upon her. She had not anticipated his reaction would be swifter than her own, nor that he would display no hint of panic upon encountering such creatures. Could it be that he was a kindred spirit in this endeavor? Julie pondered silently. The other 3, trembling in fear, gazed at the lifeless forms of the monsters, their relief palpable as they confirmed their demise. They then turned to Sue Mo, who held the gun with a confident grip, their expressions filled with awe. "Sue, when did you become so bold?" Jason asked incredulously, recalling that he had once assisted Sue Mo out of a haunted house. "People change," Sue Mo replied with a hint of nonchalance. Lena, resembling an adoring fan, rushed forward to envelop him in a hug. Unfortunately, the thick layers of clothing rendered the gesture devoid of sensation. "For Sue Mo, follow me," he instructed, making his way towards the church at the center of the town. Without hesitation, Jason and Lena trailed after him. Julie hesitated briefly, but upon witnessing Sue Mo's composed demeanor, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Noticing he was the last remaining, Carl hurried after them as well. "Do you know something?" Julie inquired as she kept pace with Sue Mo. He cast a glance at her. "Before you ask your questions, perhaps you should introduce yourself first." Given the circumstances, it was evident that Julie was aware of the potential for such unforeseen events, as indicated by her possession of holy water. Hearing Sue Mo's words, Julie tentatively asked, "Are you also a ghost hunter?" Sue Mo's expression shifted. "What is a ghost hunter?" Julie was taken aback. "Aren't you?" After a moment's hesitation, she began to explain. Based on the current situation, it was clear that this was no ordinary malevolent spirit. The ability to create such a world left her in awe of the entity's power. If someone were to act recklessly without understanding the circumstances, they could endanger them all. It was best to clarify matters beforehand. As Julie recounted her tale, Sue Mo and the others gradually grasped the situation. According to her, she considered herself a ghost hunter. Due to the frequent supernatural occurrences in this world, the authorities had established a secret organization to combat these malevolent entities. However, as the incidents increased, the official response had become inadequate, leading to the formation of a covert group that issued bounties for supernatural events occurring in various locations, accompanied by substantial rewards. This gave rise to the profession of ghost hunters, who specialized in undertaking such tasks. Of course, lucrative rewards came with significant dangers. By a twist of fate, Julie had entered this line of work, and 2 months prior, she had accepted a mission in Silent Hill, one of the highest-paying tasks on the list. Over the past 2 months, she had been investigating the town but had gathered little in the way of leads. Carl, by chance, learned of her search for information about the town, which led to their current excursion. Despite this, Julie had repeatedly hinted to him not to come to this town. However, upon learning of the other party's interest in this location, Carl could hardly relinquish such a promising opportunity. He ostensibly acquiesced to her request, but clandestinely orchestrated this expedition. Once Julie discovered his intentions, she had no choice but to accompany them. After all, the matter had originated from her, and she could not stand by and watch them march to their doom. With her presence, at least there would be some semblance of security. After listening to Julie's account, Carl stood momentarily stunned. Chapter 97. The Descent into the Inner World. Julie's assurance. After Sue Mo listened, his gaze swept over Julie, failing to detect any trace of energy emanating from her. A look of astonishment crossed his face. "You, a ghost hunter, intend to confront malevolent spirits? Is that meager holy water you just produced your sole weapon?" It was not that Sue Mo looked down upon her, but rather that a mere ordinary person relying solely on such a paltry threat against malevolent spirits would be nearly futile unless facing a mere bluffing apparition. "Of course not. I have my own methods." At this point, Julie, her expression stoic, began to elucidate. Each ghost hunter possesses their unique exorcism techniques, typically shrouded in secrecy and seldom shared with others. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. From your words, it seems you are quite formidable in your field. To dare undertake one of the highest-paying contracts suggests you are not of the typical brawn-over-brain variety, he deduced reasonably. Not too shabby, Julie replied, though a flicker of confidence in her eyes betrayed her. Although the town was somewhat remote, its area was substantial. After running for what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the town center. Glancing in a particular direction, Julie could not help but inquire, "Where are we actually headed?" Before Suemo could respond, the air raid siren suddenly blared, echoing through the stillness of the town. As the alarm sounded, the surrounding scenery began to undergo a dramatic transformation. First, the mist enveloping them gradually dissipated, and then, under their watchful gaze, the plaster from the buildings began to peel away, revealing crimson walls as if stained with blood. The ground too transformed into a reddish-brown hue, and even the sky took on the appearance of fiery clouds. In mere seconds, the world morphed from a mist-laden town into a blood-red realm. Witnessing this spectacle, apart from Suemo, unease crept across the faces of the others. Even Julie regarded her surroundings with a grave expression. This is the most terrifying malevolent spirit I have ever encountered, possessing the ability to conjure worlds. That hardly qualifies as world creation, Suemo remarked, his gaze fixed on a nearby street corner, his expression unflappable. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of spider-like creatures with human heads emerged from the alleyway. The sight of these monstrosities caused the others to pale, and they hastily retreated. Only Lena remained rooted in place, her face reflecting sheer terror as she stared at the human-faced spiders, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Her legs felt as though they were weighted down with lead, refusing to budge. Carl took a couple of steps back and then noticed Lena standing there, frozen in fear. He cast a terrified glance at the spiders before rushing to her side, attempting to pull her away. Yet, paralyzed by overwhelming dread, Lena was unable to run. After taking just 2 steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Suemo and Julie had already aimed their firearms at the creatures. The sound of gunfire erupted. Julie observed as the creatures shot with the shotgun developed small wounds emitting wisps of smoke. However, these wounds seemed to heal almost instantaneously. The bullets had been soaked in holy water, capable of inflicting significant harm upon malevolent spirits, yet it appeared to be of little effect against these spiders. Turning to Suemo, she saw him firing his handgun. Each spider struck by his bullets melted into a pool of blood within mere breaths, seeping into the ground. How is that possible? Julie's expression faltered. The power of his handgun was astonishing. At this distance, her Remington shotgun should have been at least 7 or 8 times more potent than his pistol. Yet the damage inflicted on these spirits was worlds apart, indicating that his ammunition was far from ordinary. Suemo remained oblivious to Julie's astonishment, methodically taking down the human-faced spiders. Within 20 seconds, all had vanished, leaving only pools of blood behind. His bullets were indeed no ordinary projectiles. The first shot had confirmed that standard bullets could not harm these creatures. Subsequently, he infused a trace of dark magical energy into the bullets. As anticipated, the spiders could not withstand the energy-laden rounds. Once the bullets penetrated their bodies, the energy dispersed, reducing the spiders to mere puddles of blood. At that moment, Lena, supported by Carl, managed to stand. Noticing the gazes directed at them, Carl explained, "Lena's courage isn't as lacking as it seems. However, she was once bitten by a venomous spider when she was very young, resulting in a hospital stay of half a month, nearly costing her life. Hence, she has always harbored a profound fear of spiders." Hearing this, Sumo's thoughts stirred. So, these spiders manifested from Lena's fear? He recalled that Silent Hill had a unique trait of materializing the fears dwelling in people's hearts. Just like Lena, whose deepest terror was spiders. The atmosphere of Silent Hill, or perhaps the fright induced by other creatures, would instill fear in her. Silent Hill would then absorb this fear and manifest the spiders she dreaded most. With this realization, Sumo's eyes brightened. He had conceived an idea. Checking the system panel, he noted that killing these spiders would yield point rewards. Although each one only granted 100 or 200 points, it confirmed that his hypothesis was indeed feasible. Seeing that Lena was gradually regaining her composure, Suemo called out, "We must hurry to the church in the town center. That place is relatively safer. After all, these monsters cannot enter the church. While the people inside may not be virtuous, with firearms in hand, they can easily intimidate the creatures." At that moment, various monsters surged from every street corner. Observing this, the group swiftly dashed towards the town center. Gunfire and explosions echoed as they navigated the streets with Suemo and Julie providing cover. Minutes later, The silhouette of the church emerged in their line of sight. The church stood amidst a clearing in the town center, surrounded by several desolate trees that lent it an air of foreboding. At the entrance, a triangular-headed creature wielding a large knife appeared to be awaiting their arrival. Upon sighting this monster, Julie's expression shifted. Her jaw set in determination as she retrieved a leather pouch over 30 centimeters in diameter from her backpack. As she sprinted, she opened the pouch, unleashing a wave of sanctified energy that radiated outward. Just as Sumo was preparing to confront the triangular-headed creature, he felt the surge of energy and a look of surprise spread across his face. Is this her trump card? Chapter 98. Entering the church. In Julie's hand appeared a diminutive silver crossbow, exuding an aura akin to that of holy water. The essence emanating from it seemed inherently antagonistic to that of the vengeful spirits. Grasping the crossbow firmly, Julie wasted no time in knocking a short bolt and aimed it towards the distant figure of the triangle head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The ordinary short bolt, upon release, became imbued with a sacred power. The triangle head, stationed at the entrance, raised its large blade, positioning it horizontally across its chest. When the blessed bolt struck, a resounding clash of metal echoed, sending the projectile ricocheting away. However, the sacred energy had already seeped into the blade, causing it to begin disintegrating into ash from the point of contact. Fortunately, the triangle head reacted swiftly, discarding the now deteriorating weapon. Otherwise, it would have sustained some damage. Seeing its blade reduced to ruin, an enraged roar erupted from the massive head of the triangle head, which charged forward unarmed. Julie swiftly readied another bolt and fired again. The triangle head's robust physique revealed its disadvantage. It was unable to evade the oncoming bolts due to its speed. 2 bolts struck its form, creating 2 gaping wounds. Although these injuries rendered it a pitiful sight, they were not fatal. As it continued its advance, the triangle head drew ever closer to the group. Observing from the sidelines, Sumo surmised the weapon's potency. Against ordinary malevolent spirits, a single shot would suffice to end the conflict. Even against a formidable entity like Sadako, it would likely require just a couple of bolts to vanquish her. However, the damage inflicted upon the triangle head, a creature backed by the entirety of the world, was significantly limited. At the very least, it could not be dispatched swiftly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sumo acted without hesitation. For the monsters behind them were closing in rapidly. He raised his handgun and pressed the trigger. A bullet, infused with tenfold energy, shot forth, instantly embedding itself within the triangle head's body. The creature momentarily faltered before a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, a colossal metallic head of the triangle head plummeted from the sky, rolling twice before the astonished group. They gazed at the metallic visage on the ground, then turned their eyes towards Sumo. Is that a handgun? Jason murmured, swallowing hard. The power displayed was akin to that of a rocket launcher. Julie, too, found herself questioning her existence. She had laboriously acquired the sacred silver crossbow, achieving a rank among the top 10 ghost hunters within just 2 years. Yet, this cherished weapon of hers paled in comparison to Sumo's handgun. Though she recognized that his firearm was likely modified, disbelief still clouded her mind. In their community of hunters, it was a widely accepted truth that the most potent artifacts against malevolent spirits were ancient relics. And indeed, those at the forefront of the ghost hunting hierarchy achieved their status through wielding items of immense lethality against such spirits. When it came to personal capabilities against these entities, they were nearly non-existent. Yet, Sumo's handgun was evidently a modern invention. This implied he possessed a means to combat malevolent spirits. If he could modify one weapon, he could surely modify another. If she could procure such a weapon from him, she would have over a 60% chance of overcoming even the most formidable of malevolent spirits. Contemplating this, a peculiar glimmer appeared in her gaze as she looked at Sumo. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Sumo strode towards the church entrance. The others promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the steps leading to the church door, Sumo pushed against it, only to find it locked from within. The occupants of the room could not possibly be unaware of the chaos occurring outside. The gunfire was too close for them to ignore. Yet, they showed no intention of opening the door, evidently doing so deliberately. With this realization, Sumo activated his mental powers to probe into the room. Within the church, housing over 100 individuals, several were barricading the entrance, resolutely holding the door shut. A middle-aged woman with short hair stood behind them, directing their efforts. Hold the line. We must keep them out. They are all manifestations of demons, and should they breach our defenses, none of us will survive. Her inciting words rallied more individuals to the door, uniting them in their resolve to block the entrance. Meanwhile, others stood behind, shouting encouragement. Observing this, the middle-aged woman wore a satisfied smile. She was Bella, the cult leader of this church, Alessa's aunt, and the orchestrator behind Alessa's horrific burning, which led to the current state of Silent Hill. After catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene through the window, she felt a surge of urgency. They had all been hastily drawn into this world by Alessa, leaving them devoid of any firearms. This reality rendered their numbers a crucial factor in determining their strength in battle. With her ability to sway nearly all the townsfolk, she was undeniably a leader in this realm. However, allowing these armed individuals to enter could drastically change the outcome. While these people were indeed influenced by her rhetoric, their loyalty to her was not absolute. In the face of death, she could not guarantee how many would remain steadfast by her side. Thus, the optimal outcome would be for them to perish outside at the hands of the monsters. All of this transpired clearly within Su Mo's mental perception. The church's inhabitants were all involved in the grisly event surrounding Alessa's death. None were innocent. Su Mo felt no inclination to extend them any courtesy. He turned and approached a nearby window, shattering the glass with a single shot. Retrieving a grenade from his backpack, he pulled the pin and tossed it inside. Those standing behind Su Mo watched his seamless execution of the maneuver, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and admiration, silently acknowledging his hidden talents. Inside the church, Bella, contentedly surveying her followers, was suddenly startled by the sound of gunfire, followed by a spherical object crashing to the ground and rolling to her feet. As she discerned the nature of the object, her expression shifted to one of horror, and she stumbled backward in alarm. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the church, plunging the interior into chaos. Those hiding in the rear screamed as they scrambled for cover, while the ones barricading the door, the closest to the blast, collapsed into pools of blood. The remaining individuals were either wounded by shrapnel or struck by debris, their cries echoing in agony. Bella, fortunate enough to only lose a foot to the blast, was not killed outright. All those who had been pressing against the door now lay incapacitated. With his mental powers, Su Mo pushed the door open, stepping into the mayhem. Following closely behind him, Julie entered, her eyes widening at the sight of the injured sprawled across the floor. Are these people? The others, entering after her, also displayed expressions of bewilderment. They had always assumed this room was devoid of life, and if there were any occupants, they would surely be monstrous. I never anticipated that so many humans were concealed within. However, they exhibited not an ounce of compassion for these individuals. It is worth noting that just moments ago, they had been forcefully kicking the door, yet failed to gain entrance. The reasons for this are all too clear to them. The positions of those lying at the threshold reveal the truth. At this moment, the wounded individual along the path traversed by Su Mo emitted cries of agony that were markedly louder than the rest. The reason was simple. Su Mo had deliberately chosen his footing to align with their injuries. Observing Su Mo's actions, the others showed no hesitation. They slowly approached Bella, who lay on the ground clutching her leg in torment. Su Mo crouched down before her. You have spoken a truth. Once I enter, none of you shall be spared. Bella gazed at Su Mo's gentle smile. Terror etched on her face as she crawled backward. A demon. He is a demon. Kill him. Strangely, none of the residents, who usually obeyed her every command, rushed at Su Mo as she had anticipated. They were not foolish. The handgun remained firmly in Su Mo's grip. Charging at him would be akin to seeking death. Observing their reticence, Su Mo rose, his smile widening. He swiftly closed the distance to the crawling Bella, raising his right foot to press down on her shattered leg. Where's Alessa? Upon hearing Su Mo's inquiry, Bella's expression shifted dramatically. She momentarily forgot the pain in her leg, gazing at him in shock. You came for that demon? What is your connection to her? In response, Su Mo applied more pressure with his foot. That is not your concern. Merely tell me where she is. With a scream of agony, Bella hastily pleaded for mercy. I will tell you. I will tell you. Hearing this, Su Mo finally removed his foot from her leg. Witnessing his ferocity, the congregation within the church trembled, lowering their gazes in fear of attracting his attention. Even Jason and others, who had entered alongside Su Mo, regarded him as if they were meeting a stranger for the first time, their minds racing with speculation. Could Su Mo's clandestine occupation be that of a terrorist? At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Su Mo was distracted, several injured figures lying on the ground suddenly sprang up, lunging at him. Simultaneously, a dozen figures from the surrounding crowd charged forward. Be careful, Jason shouted, raising his firearm to shoot at one of the advancing figures. Click. The anticipated gunfire did not sound. It then dawned on him that his magazine had been emptied outside. Stunned, Jason discarded his weapon and prepared to tackle one of the figures. Meanwhile, Julie and Carl reacted swiftly, rushing forward to thwart the assailants. After all, They owed their survival to Suemo. However, before they could act, Suemo, endowed with mental prowess, was quicker than them all. As the attackers moved, he sensed their intentions. The shards of metal that scattered and embedded themselves into the bodies of the assailants were drawn forth by his mental influence. Amidst a chorus of synchronized screams, dozens of fragments, varying in size, floated in the air before shooting directly towards the attackers' foreheads. In mere moments, those who had charged at Suemo collapsed, their bodies going limp. The entire sequence, from their assault to the piercing of their brows, transpired in scarcely 3 seconds. Julie and the others were still processing the unfolding events. The swiftest, Jason, had already lunged at one of the fallen figures, pinning the body beneath him. Realizing the absence of any resistance, he cautiously released his grip and turned the man over. Only then did he notice the irregular blood hole in the center of the man's forehead. Due to the speed of the incident, most onlookers had barely comprehended what had transpired. They only saw figures rushing at Suemo, collapsing after a few steps. After all, the minuscule fragments, under Suemo's control, moved at speeds rivaling that of bullets. Gradually, the assailants retreated, their expressions reflecting sheer terror as they regarded Suemo, who seemed a demonic entity. Only those with fragments lodged within them could vaguely surmise the truth. Julie observed the injured individuals, her eyes thoughtful. Just then, the air raid siren blared once more. Suemo and his companions turned their gaze outside. The town's vibrant red hue faded, and the various monsters surrounding it vanished without a trace. The town reverted to its previous pallid color, shrouded in mist. Noticing this, Suemo scanned the crowd and pointed at 2 relatively stout men. "You two, step forward." The men's faces paled at his command, and they knelt before him. "It's not our fault. It was that witch's doing. We had no part in it." "Indeed, blame the Viper. They were too numerous for us to resist." They hastily shifted all responsibility onto Bella. "Silence," Suemo barked. Immediately, the men fell silent, kneeling in fear, not daring to utter another word. Seeing them quiet, Suemo gestured toward Bella, who lay on the ground. "You two, lift her and follow me." Relieved that Suemo did not intend to punish them, they hurriedly approached and lifted Bella. Suemo then turned to Julie and the others. "You all remain safely within this church. It is secure here, as long as you keep an eye on these individuals." "Where are you going?" Julie inquired, stepping forward. "To resolve the matters plaguing this town once and for all." With that, Suemo strode toward the church's exit. The 2 men, still carrying Bella, obediently followed behind him. Without hesitation, Julie joined them. "I'm coming with you. That won't be necessary." Suemo firmly rejected her offer. Yet, Julie steadfastly positioned herself behind him, determined. "Though I may not match your strength, I can still be of some help." "So can I," Jason quickly chimed in, brandishing his reloaded handgun. "While I may not assist you directly, I can keep an eye on these 2 to prevent them from seizing the opportunity to escape." Chapter 100. This leg is quite decent. Hesitating at the back, Carl glanced at Lena beside him. Ultimately, he refrained from stepping forward, pulling Lena back from joining. "What are you doing?" Lena glared at Carl as he lifted her from the ground. "What do you aim to accomplish? Causing trouble?" Carl's words elicited a huff from Lena. Though reluctant to admit it, he was correct. She had been protected throughout her journey here. If she followed, they would only have to expend effort safeguarding her, serving no purpose but to create chaos. Carl stepped forward, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, Sue. I cannot accompany you." Suemo waved his hand, his face reflecting exasperation. "What is this? You all act as though you are preparing to accompany me to the grave. Just stay put in the church. I have no need for your assistance." Though the words may be harsh, it is undeniable that these individuals are merely burdens. Nevertheless, in the end, both Julie and Jason insisted on following closely behind him. "Well, it matters not." Suemo sighed softly to himself. If they wished to accompany him, so be it. At that moment, the group stepped into the enveloping mist. Half an hour later, under Bella's guidance, they found themselves standing before the entrance of a hospital. Upon entering, Bella, her face drained of color from blood loss, pointed toward a door in the first-floor lobby. "The demon you seek is in room 115 on the B2 level." Upon hearing this, Jason, standing behind Suemo, stepped forward to open the rusted door. Inside, it appeared to be an elevator. Strangely, for reasons unknown, the elevator was still operational, illuminated with electricity. Suemo was not surprised. He had already verified the otherworldly nature of the evil spirit during his stay at the inn. The supernatural was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. The group entered the elevator, but Bella's face displayed panic upon realizing she too was being taken down. "What are you doing? I refuse to go there. Let me down," she exclaimed, struggling violently. She was acutely aware of Alessa's animosity toward her. It was under her direction that Bella had nearly burned Alessa alive. Despite surviving, the extensive burns had condemned her to a life of incessant agony. It could be said that Alessa harbored the deepest hatred for her, with no one daring to claim the top spot. If she were to enter Alessa's territory, it would be a mere wish to die quickly. Sumo remained silent, but the two men carrying her grew increasingly discontented. Having already borne her weight for so long, they were on the verge of collapsing, and her struggles only intensified their burden. One man could no longer restrain himself and slapped her twice. "Behave yourself." The unexpected blows ignited fury in Bella's eyes. These individuals had previously appeared as docile as lambs before her, yet now they dared to strike her. How audacious! Consequently, her struggles grew even more fervent. After striking her, the man cautiously glanced at Sumo. Upon seeing no sign of disapproval, he felt reassured. Sensing her continued resistance, he freed his right hand and delivered a flurry of slaps, landing more than a dozen blows before finally ceasing, leaving Bella nearly unconscious. Having lost significant blood, compounded by the onslaught, Bella succumbed to a state of compliance. The reason Sumo insisted on bringing her along was primarily due to his concern that Alessa might refuse to see him. This place was essentially a mirror space established by her. If she did not wish to meet him, finding her would be no easy task unless the space were destroyed. At the very least, with Sumo's limited mastery of magic, he could not extract her without obliterating the space. After all, he had only recently encountered this mirror space, and his understanding of such realms was still nascent. However, given the potential utility of this space, he was uncertain whether Alessa could still manifest it if it were destroyed. While it resembled a mirror space, it possessed numerous differences. Thus, the only means of ensuring Alessa would see him was through Bella. Alessa's hatred for Bella was profound. Though this space was reliant on Alessa, it was not entirely under her control. The inner world lay within her grasp, yet the outer world was not subject to her dominion. This explained why these individuals felt emboldened to roam the town freely. However, prior to entering the inner world, they would seek refuge within the church, an establishment likewise free from her influence. As long as they remained within the church, she could not harm them. This had resulted in Alessa's intense loathing for Bella. Despite having drawn them into this realm, she had yet to seize an opportunity for vengeance. It was likely that Alessa was eager for Sumo to bring Bella into the hospital's subterranean space, fully under her control. With a jarring clang, the antiquated elevator came to a halt on the B2 level. The group disembarked. Jason held a structural diagram of the second floor, which he had removed from the wall on the first floor, and led the way down a corridor shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Sumo had prepared in advance. Each person wielded a large flashlight. Under the illumination of 4 or 5 flashlights, the corridor was as bright as day. After rounding a corner, Jason found himself momentarily stunned by the sight before him. "It's enormous." "What is?" Julie inquired, following his gaze. Upon seeing the faceless nurses clad in disturbingly short uniforms crowding the corridor, her expression shifted. At that moment, Sumo also beheld the infamous long-legged nurses. It must be said, their legs were long and fair. The faceless nurses, sensing the light, emitted a cacophony of sounds and rushed toward them. Noticing this, Sumo intervened, halting Julie, who was about to fire her holy silver crossbow. Casting a glance at the oncoming nurses, he waved his right hand gently. A series of violet-tinged ropes emerged from the walls, ensnaring each nurse by the neck. As the ropes tightened, the faceless nurses were suspended against the corridor walls. Witnessing this, the remaining 5, including the barely conscious Bella, widened their eyes in astonishment. "What is this?" Julie gasped, taken aback. The previous firearms could be explained, but this spectacle was undeniably surreal. "We'll discuss it later." With that, they refrained from further inquiries, as the current location was hardly suitable for explanations. Sumo pressed on, recalling that the end of this corridor should lead to Alessa's room. As he moved forward, a recovered Jason hurried to catch up. Passing by the faceless nurses, he scrutinized their faces, which appeared burned and fused into a single grotesque visage. "They look hideous," he remarked. However, his gaze drifted lower. "But those legs are quite nice." With that, he reached out to touch one before hastening after the others. Chapter 101. Controlling Alessa, the Anomaly of the Church. At the end of the corridor, Sumo gazed at the number plate hanging on the door of a patient room. Room 115. This was the place. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. A blinding light streamed forth from the room. Once his eyes adjusted, Sumo peered inside. The room was brightly lit, resembling an ordinary hospital ward. At its center stood a bed entirely enveloped by white curtains. In the corner, a nurse clad in a red top and a white fitted skirt had her back to the door. seemingly oblivious to the sound of the door opening as she busied herself with something at the cabinet. Upon witnessing this, Sumo felt a surge of certainty. It appeared his gamble had paid off. With Bella in his possession, Alessa had not chosen to evade him. His gaze shifted toward a position behind the bed. Moments later, a young girl in a purple dress with disheveled hair emerged from behind the curtain. "Who are you?" the girl asked, eyeing Sumo with a wary expression. Sumo gazed at the figure of Alicia across from him, and through the energy fluctuations emanating from her, he effortlessly deduced that she was indeed a manifestation of the malevolent spirit combined with Alicia's wicked thoughts and the very source of Silent Hill. A faint smile graced his lips. "You shall soon understand." With the adversary now revealed, Sumo saw no reason to conceal himself any longer. A beam of light erupted from his brow, striking Alicia before she could react. A shroud of dark energy enveloped her entirely. Alicia's expression shifted. "What is happening?" She felt as if she had transformed into an ordinary human, her connection to this world severed in an instant. Warily, she regarded Sumo, her body stealthily retreating. She had sensed unease when Sumo ensnared the nurses with his magic. However, the temptation to personally slay Bella was far too alluring. It had been 3 or 4 years since she had drawn Bella and her companions into this realm, yet she had never had the opportunity to eliminate her. If she missed this chance, she knew not when another might present itself. Little did she realize that Sumo had exploited this very thought to entice her into allowing them entry. Gray energy surged forth from Alicia's being, attempting to dispel the black energy surrounding her. Yet, after numerous futile attempts, she found herself thwarted. In her fury, she glared at Sumo. "What are your intentions?" Throughout this ordeal, Sumo allowed her to struggle, fully aware that she could not escape the clutches of the dark energy. Ignoring her inquiry, he emitted a purple glow from his eyes, raised his right hand, and with a gentle wave, an intricate rune began to materialize before him. At the moment the rune was completed, Sumo flicked his hand toward the distant Alicia. The rune shot forth, embedding itself in her brow. Dark shackles. It was a spell from dark magic that could enslave evil spirits directly. Unlike a demonic pact with humans, this incantation could be enforced upon malevolent entities. It bore effects akin to a soul imprint, compelling the target to submit entirely to the caster while retaining their consciousness. Of course, such spells were only effective against spirits in this particular state. Alicia let out a piercing scream as torrents of black energy spilled from her form. In mere moments, her body, swathed in darkness, began to levitate. Julie and Jason, standing behind Sumo, exchanged startled glances, quickly deducing that Alicia was likely the ultimate antagonist of the Silent Hill realm and the root of the current predicament. After all, Bella had been murmuring incessantly about demons along their journey. Yet, as they beheld the unfolding scene, it appeared Sumo himself was the true mastermind. Nevertheless, they merely entertained these thoughts and held no doubt regarding Sumo's intentions. At that moment, Alicia's cry subsided, and her body gradually descended from the air. Her eyes had turned pitch black. She approached slowly, bowing before Sumo master. Sumo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Now, let me assist you in fully mastering this realm." Initially, when he learned of Silent Hill, his intention was straightforward, to cleanse this world of malevolent spirits and miscreants, thereby reaping a bounty of points. However, upon discovering that this realm could manifest monsters born from the fears of humanity, monsters from which he could earn points upon their demise, his perspective shifted. If endless humans could be drawn into this world, it would mean a ceaseless supply of creatures for him to harvest. Thus, this place would become a stable source of points. The key to achieving this lay in subjugating Alicia and enabling her to command this realm entirely. With Alicia now allied with him, all that remained was to help her gain complete control. This task posed no challenge for him. Sumo's brow flickered, and the dark grimoire materialized before him. A colossal beam of black energy surged forth, infusing Alicia with its power. Her dress and hair danced as if caught in an unseen wind, her body gradually rising with the influx of energy. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Julie, Jason, and the 2 men carrying Bella stumbled, nearly losing their footing. They were forced to lean against the walls of the room to regain their balance. The tremors grew in intensity, and when they reached a certain threshold, the entire ward began to ascend from the depths below. In a short time, the room was exposed to the mist of the outer world. At this juncture, the energy output from the dark grimoire ceased, and Alicia's figure floated into the sky above the town. An infinite dark energy radiated from her, gradually beginning to consume the world around her. As the dark energy spread, the town began to turn black. The rate of erosion was astonishingly swift. Within 5 minutes, the entire town, save for the central church, had fallen under Alicia's dominion. In truth, this was also a subtle manifestation of Sumo's control. The dark energy of Zysorn possessed an unusual attribute, the characteristic of recognizing its master. All dark energy borrowed from him retained its highest control privileges with him. Of course, there were exceptions for energy absorbed into the Dark Grimoire after being transformed by the Star Princess. Such energy, once consumed by others, remained under the influence of its original master, akin to a backdoor left in a program, with the highest privileges still belonging to the original owner. In this instance, armed with the dark energy bestowed by Sumo, Alicia had dominion over this small world. Yet fundamentally, it was the dark energy that governed this realm, while she merely exercised indirect control through it. This meant that as long as Sumo willed it, he could effortlessly strip her of her authority. The same principle applied to the undead born from the necromancer in the world of zombies. These beings thrived on the energy from Sumo's dark grimoire, granting him the ability to manipulate them at will. In the town, as Alicia commanded the dark energy to assault the church, an anomaly transpired. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from the church, repelling the dark forces. Chapter 102. The concept of the inner and outer worlds, a harvesting ground for points. With the emergence of this energy, a voice resonated throughout the town. Who dares to disturb my faithful? No sooner had the words been spoken than the malevolent energy coalesced into a spectral visage above the church, resembling the head of some monstrous entity. Bella, lying on the ground, felt a surge of joy at this sight. She strained to sit up and bowed before the apparition in the sky above the church. My lord, you have finally revealed yourself. Initially, upon witnessing Alicia refer to Sumo as her master, despair had washed over her. Given her past actions against Alicia, it was evident that Alicia would not show her mercy. Yet, the appearance of the deity she worshipped rekindled her hope for survival. Could these malevolent spirits and humans contend with a god? Clearly, such a notion was absurd. As anticipated, with the emergence of the spectral figure, a pained expression crossed Alicia's face. Evidently, despite the energy Sumo had imparted to her, she was still no match for the projection of this evil god. As Sumo observed the scene, his figure shifted, appearing in the sky near the church. He had long anticipated that this church must be under the guardianship of some malevolent deity. Otherwise, how could it remain untouched by the monsters controlled by Alessa? He glided slowly to the forefront of the shadowy figure. A minor malevolent deity dared to exhibit such arrogance? From the entity before him, Sumo felt no pressure whatsoever. While inside the church, he had already learned the name of this deity, Samuel. Among the malevolent deities known in this world, he had some familiarity with most. Yet this one was evidently a figure of little renown. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark grimoire reappeared, hovering directly above the shadowy figure of the deity. A beam of darkness shot forth from the book, enveloping the malevolent deity in what resembled a prison. The deity seemed to sense a tremendous threat and began to struggle violently, attempting to break free from its confines. However, it was clear that all efforts were in vain. Within moments, the prison began to constrict. No, in less than half a minute, the shadowy deity was shredded amidst a scream. The prison engulfed the residual energy and drew it into the dark grimoire. With the disappearance of the malevolent deity's shadow, the dark energy controlled by Alessa swiftly enveloped the church. Thus, the entire space, both inner and outer worlds, fell completely under Alessa's dominion. On the ground, Bella gazed in disbelief at the sight of the deity's demise. How could this be possible? It must be a lie. After her fleeting hope shattered once more, Bella, having endured a series of blows in quick succession, lost her sanity entirely. Alessa and Sumo descended nearby, with the world firmly under her control. A cruel smile crept across Alessa's face. This signified that none of those drawn into her world would escape. She cast a venomous glance at the deranged Bella before respectfully approaching Sumo. Master, this person, I leave to you. Without waiting for her to finish, Sumo spoke directly. Understanding the depth of animosity between them, he knew that Bella's only utility to him was to lure Alessa. Now that this objective had been accomplished, she was no longer of use. At this moment, the world had reverted to the foggy state reminiscent of the outer realm. Having regained complete control, Alessa could now effortlessly manipulate the world between the inner and outer realms. Upon hearing Sumo's words, a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. Subsequently, strands of iron wire flew from the nearby hospital, ensnaring Bella and dragging her down into the underground. Naturally, the two men who had carried Bella were not spared either. These individuals were all townsfolk who had participated in her burning. Executing them outright would be too merciful. Alessa intended to torment them thoroughly before allowing them to perish in anguish. Sumo waved his hand, signaling her to attend to her own matters. The entire world was already under his command. The remaining task was to contemplate how to facilitate the influx of numerous humans into this town. His vision was to transform this place into a haunted house of sorts. With its authenticity, he believed it would soon attract a multitude of visitors. However, this was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. It had to be approached step by step. At that moment, Julie and Jason, who had been standing at a distance in a state of shock, regained their composure and approached. "My goodness, this is simply unbelievable," Jason exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Sue-Mo. "Don't tell me you are the legendary recluse hidden within the city. This is what they call a half-pig eating a mouse, right? Is that how you say it in Chinese?" Meanwhile, Julie appeared somewhat more composed, though the gleam in her eyes betrayed her. "If I'm not mistaken, you just flew in the sky? And that book, it's the legendary grimoire. Are you, perchance, the fabled sorcerer?" Sue-Mo nodded silently in response. Since they had already constructed their own narratives, he saw no reason to refute them. Without waiting for further inquiries, he declared, "All right, our business here is concluded. We should return. Of course, if you wish to experience a few more days of unique living here, I can arrange that for you." Upon hearing Sue-Mo's words, both of them waved their hands in unison. "No way. Although we know we needn't fear the monsters with you around, no one wants to confront these creatures day in and day out. After all, these monsters all share a common trait. They look rather grotesque. If we see too much of them, we might not even be able to eat dinner." Sue-Mo chuckled lightly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding scenery swiftly transformed. The fog that enveloped the entire town began to dissipate, and the clouds in the dim sky rapidly cleared, allowing the afternoon sun to shine down upon them, as if they had instantaneously traversed from hell to paradise. At that moment, they had returned to the realm of reality. "Wait, what about Carl and the others?" Jason suddenly exclaimed. "Rest assured, they will arrive shortly." Indeed, just a few minutes later, as they returned to the spot where their vehicle was parked, Carl and his sister came running back from the direction of the church. "Wonderful. You all made it out safely." Carl smiled upon seeing the three waiting by the car. Jason also sighed in relief at the sight of their safe return and turned to Sue-Mo. "Should we leave now or?" "You should eat something first and rest for a bit. We can set off in about 3 hours." After saying this, Sue-Mo approached Carl and said, "I need to borrow your sister for a moment." Upon hearing this, Carl's expression darkened. However, Sue-Mo's subsequent words eased his concern. "Lena seems to be studying photography. Could she help me shoot a video?" Sue-Mo had gleaned this information from Jason during their journey. Of course, but you'll need to get her consent," Carl replied, somewhat exasperated. Lena, standing behind him, had naturally overheard their conversation. Initially, she felt a flicker of joy upon hearing the first part. But when she realized it was merely to shoot a video, her expression instantly fell. Yet, it quickly returned to a smile. "Of course. I'll go grab the equipment from the car." Having come out to play, she had brought along her professional photography gear. However, since these items were quite heavy, she had intended to first scout the area before bringing the equipment for shooting. Given that Sue-Mo planned to transform this place into a haunted house attraction, necessary promotion was indispensable. He intended to shoot a simple video first and post it online. He believed that once the first batch of visitors arrived, the place would inevitably become a sensation, especially since no haunted house could boast real ghosts as NPCs like he could. After a light meal, Sue-Mo led Lena back into the inner world. Initially, upon re-entering this realm and seeing the triangular-headed figure not far from her, she was understandably startled. However, after Sue-Mo's explanations and witnessing the triangular-headed creature performing a ballet at his command, her fear dissipated entirely. The remainder of the experience proceeded much more smoothly. These creatures are far more obedient than those stars. It is no trouble at all to have them perform tasks like dislocating a shoulder. Over the course of a solid 2 hours, Lena filmed an almost 20-minute promotional video featuring a myriad of monsters from Silent Hill: the Slurper, Pyramid Head, the Butcher, the Holy Beetle, and the Faceless Nurse. Coupled with the eerie atmosphere of Silent Hill, it rivals that of a horror blockbuster. Naturally, the Faceless Nurse occupies the largest portion of the video, as her physique is undeniably captivating. With her head concealed, she could easily be mistaken for a world-renowned supermodel. By the time they exited the other world, dusk was approaching. However, there was still ample time for them to return to the nearby town before nightfall. As before, Jason settled into the passenger seat beside Sue-Mo. Sue-Mo noticed that Jason seemed to hesitate several times, as though he wished to speak but could not find the words. "What exactly do you want to say? Just speak plainly." Upon hearing Sue-Mo's words, a hint of embarrassment crossed Jason's face. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you currently have control over the monsters in that world." Suemo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there's nothing to conceal. They could probably guess it themselves. Jason's expression brightened at this revelation, and after a moment of biting his lip, he ventured, could I possibly purchase one of those nurses from you? A jolt ran through their vehicle at his words, causing Suemo to nearly crash into the mountainside. Jason steadied himself by grasping the handle beside him, and seeing Suemo's incredulous gaze, he quickly waved his hands. Please don't misunderstand. You know I intend to join my father's biotech company after graduation. I simply want to acquire it for research. Suemo was hardly convinced by his feeble excuse. If I recall correctly, you mentioned just yesterday that you didn't plan to join your father's company and wanted to start your own venture. Am I mistaken? Caught off guard by Suemo's direct confrontation, Jason's face flushed. I changed my mind, all right, he stubbornly retorted. Observing Jason's resolute demeanor, Suemo sighed. It was clear that like attracts like, those who became friends with the original host were somewhat peculiar themselves. Ultimately, Suemo declined the request. While this entity was indeed a manifestation of Alyssa's resentment, its abundance was guaranteed. However, who could predict whether Jason would suffer a sudden demise after interacting with it? Granting him such a thing would be tantamount to endangering his life. Upon returning to the inn, they found Dana still lying in bed, just as she had been when they left that morning. Having overindulged the previous night, she was only just starting to recover. Upon seeing Suemo enter, she sprang from the bed and instantly threw herself onto him, disregarding her disheveled state. Darling, you're back. Following this, under Dana's attentive care, Suemo enjoyed a soothing hot shower. As the two were preparing to engage in a game of cops and robbers at Dana's suggestion, a knock reverberated from the door. Suemo gently pushed Dana off him and approached the door. Standing outside was Julie, who had just returned with him. Do you have a moment? Can we talk? Initially inclined to refuse, Suemo hesitated, contemplating the imminent plans for Silent Hill, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Once Silent Hill was fully operational, a manager would be required. After all, it was unreasonable to expect a child like Alyssa to handle such responsibilities. Julie, who frequently dealt with malevolent spirits, was a promising candidate. In a private booth at a cafe not far from the inn, Suemo took a sip of his coffee. What is it? Speak your mind. Julie gazed intently at Suemo, and after a moment, she finally spoke. I want to learn magic from you. Suemo did not display any surprise at her words. He had anticipated that her invitation to meet was likely related to the abilities he had demonstrated. Were he in her position, encountering the legendary Sword Immortal, he too would eagerly seek to become a disciple. Suemo scrutinized her for a moment. Why should I teach you magic? Give me a reason. Julie's expression remained unchanged. She was not one of those shallow women and understood that he would not impart his knowledge without cause. I can become your woman, without any obligations. Prior to this meeting, she had gathered sufficient information about Suemo. Back in school, he had been somewhat reclusive, the only notable aspect being his relationship with a stunningly affluent girl like Dana. However, they split up not long after. From her research, she gleaned one crucial detail. He was quite the libertine. Armed with this knowledge, Julie hesitated but ultimately resolved to use herself as leverage. She held some confidence in her appearance and physique, and having never had a boyfriend, she was still a pristine package, which she hoped would suffice to sway him. She looked earnestly at Suemo as she concluded her proposition. Surprisingly, Suemo did not exhibit the delight she had expected. Instead, he replied with an air of indifference. That's not sufficient. Chapter 104. Julie, the deal is sealed. Upon hearing Suemo's rejection, Julie quickly attempted to clarify. Rest assured, I have never been touched by anyone. Suemo raised his hand to silence her. A glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes, and a demonic contract materialized in the air between them. Take a look at the terms. Should you agree and sign this contract, you may commence your magical studies. After stating this, Suemo turned his attention back to his coffee, seemingly unconcerned with her reaction. Julie lifted her gaze to the contract, formed of dark, luminous energy, and the terms became clear to her. Unconditional obedience? Her life under your control? As she read through the terms line by line, her complexion grew increasingly pale. To put it simply, this contract was akin to a bond of servitude. Once signed, her very existence would be at his mercy, and with a mere thought, Suemo could extinguish her life. She furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Suemo, however, remained unfazed by her expression, continuing to savor his coffee. He was in no hurry. While she was indeed well suited to manage Silent Hill, she was not the only option available. If he wished, he could find someone more suitable. It would merely take a bit more time. Furthermore, he had the power to dictate the contract's content entirely. The stringent terms were entirely of his own making. Of course, he could lend her his magical abilities without any conditions, but why should he? While this power cost him nothing and was inexhaustible, he was not in the business of charity. There was no reason for him to give away his magic without recompense. Moreover, since she would be assisting him in managing Silent Hill, she had to be someone he could trust implicitly. He never hesitated to assume the worst of others. Could he truly rely on her character? Unfortunately, that was not within his capacity to do. Only by fully mastering her could he place his faith in her. Trustworthiness was something he had long since ceased to believe in. Time ticked by for over 10 minutes, and Suemo had already ordered 2 more cups of coffee. After all, he had a certain little policewoman in black stockings to deal with later, and a few extra cups would surely keep him alert. Just as he was about to request a 3rd refill, Julie across from me finally lifted her head, her eyes exhibiting a hint of indignation. How exasperating. Observing her expression, Suemo shook his head and waved his hand, causing the contract before them to vanish. With that demeanor, I am rather disinclined to sign it. It makes it seem as if I am coercing you. Having said this, Suemo stood up, poised to depart. This contract did not possess the same compelling power as the soul imprint, which could forcibly alter the thoughts of the other party. In simpler terms, the distinction lay in the fact that once the soul imprint was cast, the individual would internally acknowledge their master, effectively transforming their mindset. Conversely, this contract merely fastened a collar around the other's neck, allowing one to command them without altering their inner disdain. Thus, witnessing Julie's seemingly unwilling expression, Suemo felt it necessary to impress upon her the reality that she was the one pleading for him to sign, not the other way around. The 2 scenarios bore a fundamental difference. Psychologically, the former would invoke gratitude, whereas the latter, despite the existence of the contract, would surely breed some resentment. At this moment, Julie appeared momentarily stunned. It was only then that she recognized her error. The matter at hand was one in which she sought Suemo's assistance. Yet she had harbored a flicker of animosity towards him moments prior. Realizing her mistake, Julie promptly rose to her feet. Her gaze filled with contrition as she looked at Suemo. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Seeing the change in her expression, Suemo understood that his objective had been achieved. Furthermore, he had no intention of leaving just yet. Although there were others more suitable than her, he was not inclined to embark on a lengthy search. Nevertheless, he did not extend forgiveness without conditions. The contract reappeared before them, now amended with an additional clause. With the power of the contract, Suemo would be able to directly manipulate her body, akin to controlling a marionette. Julie noticed the newly added stipulation. Yet this time she did not hesitate and promptly signed the contract. As the 2 halves of the contract melded into their foreheads, its contents officially took effect. Julie hurriedly closed her eyes to sense the contract's power. Why do I feel nothing? Suemo queried. What sensation do you desire, like this? As his words concluded, Julie's body instantly stiffened, her ability to control it vanishing. A look of alarm crossed her face. After a brief moment, upon regaining control, she exhaled in relief. However, this experience also made her acutely aware that the contents of the contract were genuine. With this realization, she quickly raised her head, her eyes ablaze with eagerness. When will you teach me magic? Teach. Not at all necessary. With that, Suemo reached into an open portal, emerging moments later with a hefty tome in hand. After transcribing a portion of the dark grimoire onto its pages, he casually tossed it to Julie. Study this for a while. See if you can master it. Julie watched in awe as this extraordinary scene unfolded, her eyes gleaming. Is this also magic from that book? Indeed, the very first page. Upon hearing this, Julie eagerly flipped to the first page of the magic book. After reading the description of the portal, sheer ecstasy illuminated her face. Does this mean you can retrieve anything from this world at will? Suemo nodded. One could say that. Well then, all you need to do is practice diligently. In no time, you'll be able to cast this spell. And remember, do not disturb me unless it's urgent. I will reach out if needed. That's settled. With that, he rose from his seat and turned to head back to the inn. If he delayed any longer, the female officer's baton might find itself submerged in water. Wait. As Suemo prepared to leave, Julie hurriedly approached him, handing him a business card. Here is my phone number and address. Just a friendly reminder, I live alone. Having just witnessed the marvels of magic and knowing she would soon be able to perform it herself, coupled with the understanding that Suemo did not view her as a mere slave, her spirits were unusually high, allowing her to jest with him. Suemo accepted the card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. If you find yourself lonely, I can send Alessa over to keep you company for a few days. With that, he turned and departed. Hearing this, a smile graced Julie's face as she watched his retreating figure. It seemed this transaction might turn out rather well. Chapter 105, Nightmare Freddy. The following morning, the group set out on their journey home. Originally planned as a week-long adventure, it concluded prematurely after just one day. On the road, the three cars diverged. Carl drove Lena and Jason directly back, while Julie also departed in her vehicle. Sumo, however, first made a trip to Harrisburg, the capital of the state, where he utilized his soul extraction technique to acquire ownership of Silent Hill. After all, transforming Silent Hill into a haunted town akin to an amusement attraction necessitated adherence to regulations. He would eventually need to host visitors, making legal formalities indispensable. The remaining task was to renovate the town, which he entrusted to Dana, given that her father was a state senator, thus facilitating many processes. As for finances, that was straightforward. Sumo simply plundered the illicit wealth of the senators, amassing over $20 billion. This sum was more than sufficient for the initial renovations of Silent Hill. Once everything was arranged, Sumo drove through a portal, returning to a wooded area near his home before heading back to his residence. Shortly after parking, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Rebecca, the young woman from across the way. Her complexion appeared remarkably pale, her eyes bloodshot, a stark contrast to her vibrant appearance just 3 days prior. Upon seeing Sumo, she immediately collapsed into his embrace. "Help me, I don't want to die. I can't die." Whether due to the fright she had endured over the past 2 days or something else, her words came out in a jumble, laced with a hint of sobbing. "Take your time, speak slowly. What happened?" Sumo consoled her, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that she bore traces of lingering resentment. It was evident she had likely become a target of the malevolent spirit responsible for her husband's demise. Once back in the living room, Sumo listened as she recounted the details. After being taken away by the police, she was released the following day after providing her statement, and the higher-ups had promptly hushed the incident. Sumo understood that the authorities had likely classified the case as an anomalous event. However, from the night she was released, her nightmares commenced. That evening, she had not returned home, as the fear of returning to the scene of her husband's death, without the perpetrator apprehended, was too great. That night, in a nearby hotel, Rebecca finally succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a restless sleep in the early hours. Having just endured such a traumatic experience, her anxiety was understandable. In a semi-conscious state, she felt as though a horrifying demon was pursuing her. Once she awakened, she initially believed it to be a mere nightmare. However, upon seeing her torn nightgown, clarity struck her. She vividly recalled the moment in her dream when she fled, her clothing being sliced by the blade wielded by the demon behind her. The location of the tear mirrored the damage on her nightgown almost precisely. At that moment, she thought her memory had become muddled due to the relentless blows she had endured. The following day, she visited the hospital for an examination, where the doctor confirmed her condition as one of excessive mental strain, prescribing her some sleep aids. That afternoon, upon returning to the hotel and taking the medication to drift into slumber once more, she was startled to find the same horrifying scene replaying in her dream. Perhaps her will to survive was formidable enough, for this time she narrowly escaped death, waking before the assailant could claim her life. Upon noticing the same wound on her hand as she had sustained in her dream, combined with the mysterious circumstances surrounding her husband's death, she finally recognized the gravity of her situation. Over the course of that day, she had been staunchly resisting sleep, terrified that entering the dream world would lead her to share her husband's fate of eternal slumber. During this period, she contemplated seeking help from the police, but the absurdity of her predicament led her to abandon that notion. Out of sheer necessity, she returned home today, determined to investigate and uncover any clues. She understood all too well that if this continued, she would either perish at the hands of the demon in her dreams or succumb to a complete mental breakdown. Unexpectedly, while fruitlessly searching, she encountered Sumo. After more than 40 hours of sleeplessness, her mind had grown somewhat hazy. She approached him, the person closest to her at that moment, seeking his assistance. After hearing her account, Sumo raised an eyebrow. "Freddy?" He immediately associated her description with the dream-killing Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street. Given the 3 scratches on Balika's husband and her own harrowing experience, it seemed highly probable that this malevolent spirit was indeed Freddy. After all, he already understood that their world was akin to a horror anthology, having encountered entities from Silent Hill and Ju-on. Thus, the presence of another nightmare figure was hardly unexpected. Intrigued, Sumo considered the potential points he could earn from confronting such malevolence. He gently placed a hand on Rebecca's shoulder, feeling the resentment within her gradually seep into his being. "I hope this Freddy is worth a fair amount." On the way back, Sumo had already assessed the situation. After vanquishing numerous monsters in Silent Hill, as well as the shadow of that malevolent deity, he had accrued a little over 400,000 points. with 300,000 of those derived from the deity alone. Though that sum was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the billions he had recently spent, especially considering that even the most modest seed of a plant life cost tens of millions, with the more valuable ones reaching into the hundreds of millions. Moreover, this was not even the area where points were most heavily consumed. The true expenditures lay in the treasures that could rapidly cultivate plant life. As the resentment within Balika dissipated, her emotions began to stabilize. You can rest here tonight. Don't worry, that thing won't dare to come back. Suemo reassured her. With her demeanor calming, Rebecca's mind cleared somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the tears from her face and gazed intently at Suemo for several seconds before reaching out to touch his face. I need to leave quickly. She suddenly realized that, in the face of such malevolent spirits, they, as ordinary individuals, possessed no means of resistance. Remaining here would serve no purpose other than to potentially endanger Suemo as well. With that, she stood to depart. Suemo discerned her intentions effortlessly. Don't worry. I can handle that thing, he declared, gesturing with a swift motion that caused the blanket in the room to envelop her, lifting her back into the bedroom. Witnessing this spectacle, Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. Chapter 106. Farewell, Sadako. It was not until half an hour later, after hearing Suemo's explanation and learning that he was not an ordinary man, but a sorcerer capable of confronting these malevolent spirits, that Rebecca finally felt at ease enough to fall asleep. She was utterly exhausted, having accumulated less than 6 hours of sleep over the past 3 days. As darkness descended outside, there came another knock at the door. Suemo opened it to find Jason standing there with a paper bag in hand. He eagerly presented the bag to Suemo. This is the tape we watched a while back. Are you certain your family has not seen it? Absolutely. Jason nodded, a hint of trepidation on his face. After emerging from Silent Hill the night before, Suemo had inquired about Jason's experiences. It turned out that the week prior, they had watched a peculiar tape together. Suemo proceeded to explain the situation involving Sadako. Having witnessed Suemo's prowess in Silent Hill, Jason had no reason to doubt him and was left trembling with fear. Upon returning home, he had rushed to deliver the tape to Suemo. Blake is dead. Jason's voice trembled as he spoke. Is that so? Suemo, without looking up, examined the tape pulled from the bag, responding nonchalantly. This was well within his expectations. Are you sure those of us who also watched the tape will be fine? Jason asked, anxiety etched across his face. Hearing this, Suemo raised his head, a playful glint in his eyes as he teased, uncertain. Perhaps tonight, Sadako will crawl out from your bedroom television. Noticing the expression on Suemo's face, Jason exhaled in relief, understanding that it was merely a jest. With his anxiety somewhat alleviated, Jason pressed on. Have you really considered selling a nurse sister? I could even introduce you to my sister. Get lost. After sending Jason on his way, Suemo returned to the living room, inserting the tape into the projector. Before settling back onto the sofa, he switched off all the lights in the room. After all, watching a horror film was far more atmospheric in darkness. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and the room was steeped in shadows, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the distant television, which prevented the immediate area from being completely engulfed in darkness. Moments later, the television displayed an image of a dry well, followed by a series of eerie scenes. Suemo paused, taken aback, as the visuals seemed identical to those that had flickered across the motel's television screen. What a waste of time. He lost interest and instead grabbed a nearby landline, awaiting Sadako's call. The footage on the tape was brief, lasting less than 10 minutes. Just as the final scene concluded, the phone in Suemo's hand began to ring. Hello, Sadako. No, wait, Morgan. Suemo inadvertently addressed her incorrectly, as this spirit was from the American version of The Grudge, not Sadako. Yet, out of habit, he had always referred to her as Sadako. On the other end, the voice fell silent, seemingly stunned by his words. Hello, Morgan. Can you hear me? To his surprise, the line went dead. Listening closely, a series of beeping sounds emerged from within. Suemo murmured in confusion, Do you remember me? From Jason's account, it appeared that after answering the call, the other party had uttered the phrase 7 days before abruptly terminating the conversation. When it was Suemo's turn, the other party had not spoken a single word. Clearly, the entity seemed to possess a typical human intellect, capable of discerning the identity of the caller solely through the sound of his voice. Suemo was merely keen to experiment, to ascertain whether the entity was bound by certain rules or if it could exercise autonomy, even if it chose not to approach. Suemo had myriad methods to encounter it. At worst, he could enlist others to view the recording. He merely needed to harness the malice directed towards the entity and draw it into himself. As the call ended, A wave of resentment gradually coalesced within Sumo. Was it necessary to adhere to specific rules? He pondered, sensing the resentment within him. After its entry, he felt the malice begin to swell slowly under his awareness. At this rate, it would reach the intensity he had extracted from Jason and the others in precisely 7 days. 7 days? Sumo had no time to wait for her. Without hesitation, he extracted a sliver of dark energy from the Tome of Shadows. Under his control, this dark energy approached the malice within him, gradually merging with it. With the infusion of this dark energy, the growth rate of the resentment surged by 1,000-fold. After all, dark energy was the most potent and refined essence among shadow energies, serving as a substantial boon to any malevolent spirit. Previously, in Silent Hill, he had empowered Alessa with dark energy, enabling her to fully dominate the realm. Now, this dark energy was equally beneficial to the resentment. Upon absorbing this sliver of dark energy, the malice had grown more formidable than when he had previously gathered it from several hosts. In Sumo's perspective, the essence of Sadako's killings lay in cursing her victims, instilling within them a fragment of resentment. As this resentment gradually expanded through the host's body, it would reach its zenith in 7 days, at which point she would emerge to harvest it, augmenting her own strength. It was akin to a leaderboard. The higher the concentration of malice within, the loftier one's ranking. Sadako merely needed to reap her victims sequentially according to this ranking. Surely, I must be at the pinnacle of Sadako's kill order, Sumo mused. After all, under normal circumstances, even after 7 days, the malice within those hosts could not possibly reach such a magnitude. Thus, at 10 o'clock tonight, Sadako would likely seek him first. He imagined that the other victims would not mind his cutting in line. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was just past 8 o'clock. It was the perfect time for dinner to ensure he had the stamina for the interrogations ahead. Tonight promised 2 encounters, one with Sadako and the other with Freddy. He needed to replenish his energy. After dinner, Sumo settled comfortably on the living room sofa, contemplating how to attract even more malevolent spirits while awaiting Sadako's arrival. As the clock struck 10, the television across from him flickered to life. Sumo's face lit up with excitement. Finally, she has come. Chapter 107. Sadako. Tormented to the breaking point seeing this, Sumo rose and approached the television. As before, the screen displayed familiar scenes before freezing on an image of a desolate well. With the flickering lights in the room, Sadako crawled out of the well once more, slowly advancing towards the camera. Moments later, half of Sadako's body emerged from the television. With her head bowed, she immediately spotted a pair of familiar shoes. Sadako's expression froze, and she lifted her gaze to see Sumo's smiling face. This moment felt hauntingly familiar, causing her to momentarily freeze in place. That smile had been etched deeply in her memory. We meet again. Sumo greeted her. Only then did Sadako snap back to reality. Unpleasant memories surged forth, and in a panic, she attempted to retreat back into the television, pushing herself away with her hands. However, it was clearly too late to escape now. Sumo seized her hair and forcefully pulled her out of the screen. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I've prepared your favorite little ropes and whips. At his words, Sadako shuddered violently, struggling fiercely against his grip. Yet, in Sumo's hands, all her efforts proved futile. Within half a minute, she was suspended in midair by a magical rope emanating a purple glow. Upon seeing the whip of the same material in Sumo's hand, terror flickered in her eyes. Sumo did not rush to inquire about the location of her true self, but instead proceeded with the punishment. With each piercing scream audible only to him, Sadako's doppelganger disintegrated into pure malice, dissipating into the ether. Initially, Sumo had intended to test whether the dark shackles could directly control her, but it was evident that this magic had no effect on her doppelgangers. As this manifestation vanished, a small portion of the malice within Sumo dissipated as well, primarily because most of it had transformed from the dark energy he wielded. This resulted in almost no significant change to the malice within him. Not feeling rushed, Sumo remained seated before the television. Indeed, mere moments later, the screen illuminated once more. At this point, Sumo was assured that Sadako operated strictly according to specific rules. Otherwise, after being tormented twice, she would not return unless she had a penchant for masochism. As expected, this time Sadako seemed to anticipate what would transpire next. After crawling out of the well, she moved with an unusual slowness, yet it appeared she was compelled by some unseen force to advance. Reaching the television screen, she hesitantly extended her hand towards the outside world. However, as soon as her hand emerged, Sumo grasped it firmly. Sadako's expression turned to one of horror as he yanked her back out. Following the familiar routine, she found herself suspended once more, ignoring any attempts she made to negotiate. Sumo proceeded with the punishment. Over the next hour, he relentlessly repeated the process 4 or 5 times. By the final instance, Sadako's gaze had grown vacant, as though she had transformed into a heartless machine of suffering. Only then did Sumo finally take a seat on the sofa. Now we can discuss terms. Initially prepared to endure further torture, Sadako snapped back to awareness at his words. Eagerly, she exclaimed, "I agree. I will comply with whatever you desire." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. She had finally endured it all. Witnessing her tear-streaked face, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. Was she so easily agreeable? Unbeknownst to him, although these were mere doppelgangers of Sadako, their sensations were vividly transmitted back to her true self. The relentless torment of over an hour had utterly shattered her resolve. Now, she harbored but a singular thought. As long as her counterpart does not subject her to torment, she is amenable to whatever they desire. Since you have given your consent, your true self should appear immediately. The moment Sumo's words faded, the television flickered back to life, and a figure emerged with astonishing speed, its limbs creating afterimages as it crawled forth. The intensity of the resentment emanating from this entity was indeed on a different level compared to the doppelgangers. Sumo was taken aback by the formidable power of this true form of Sadako, which nearly rivaled that of Alessa. He gazed at her with a smile. "Given your strength, do you not wish to attempt to resist? After all, while I can subdue your doppelgangers, I may not necessarily be a match for your true form." Upon hearing Sumo's enticing words, Sadako shook her head vigorously, her response akin to the frantic motion of a rattle. "No, that will not be necessary." It seemed that Sumo's previous actions had left her with a psychological shadow. The fear reflected in her gaze belied the demeanor expected of a top-tier, malevolent spirit. She appeared more like a pitiable victim who had endured much suffering. Sumo, disappointed by her response, shook his head. It seemed there was some misunderstanding regarding his intentions. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that with time, she would come to understand that he was not a deviant. With a flourish of his hand, he cast the runes of the dark chains into her forehead. Feeling her completely under his control, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, do you know any other malevolent spirits?" He looked at Sadako with hopeful anticipation. Given her entanglements in the uncanny realm, it stood to reason that she should be acquainted with a few other spirits. Sadako, however, shook her head. "No, whenever we encounter one another, we typically seek to devour each other." Clearly, even the peculiar entities she had previously encountered had been consumed by her. Sighing in disappointment, Sumo conceded. "If that is the case, go to Silent Hill and stay with Alessa for the time being." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Sadako appeared as if liberated from a great burden, her form almost instantly vanishing from sight. Watching the spot where she had disappeared, Sumo shook his head. He had refrained from eliminating Sadako with the intention of incorporating her into Silent Hill. In a realm of horror, diversity in attractions was essential. It was indeed absurd that his entertaining endeavor had devolved into a simulation of management. Yet, there was no alternative. This was the means by which he could ensure maximum points accumulation, even if he were to annihilate every malevolent spirit in this world. The points gained would likely be minimal. However, this approach would allow for a continuous influx of points, utilizing malevolent spirits as tools to harvest the fears of ordinary people. After all, such fears could be likened to harvesting crops. Once gathered, they could be reaped again after a period. They could be regarded as a renewable resource. After Sadako's departure, Sumo returned to his room. Next would be Freddy. He hoped he would not be disappointed. With that thought, Sumo closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. In that hour, his exertion had far surpassed that of Sadako. She merely had to wail, while he required a considerable effort to strike. Chapter 108. The Scoring Machine, Freddy. Just as Sumo felt himself drifting into sleep, he was abruptly awakened. However, he found himself not on his bedroom bed, but on the floor of a boiler room. A chilling laughter echoed from the end of the corridor ahead. Calmly, he rose to his feet. "Is this what a dream feels like?" Sumo observed his hands, astonished to discover that both his physical strength and psychic power had returned to their zenith. In this realm, such a phenomenon seemed rather unrealistic. Clearly, Freddy had pulled him into the realm of dreams. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, a slight smile graced Sumo's lips. In the dream world, all rules manifested according to the subconscious mind. As long as one could accept it at a subconscious level, anything could transpire. If an individual subconsciously believes themselves to be a superhero, they can genuinely wield superhuman abilities within the dream. Though this notion is simple to articulate, in reality, 99.9% of people fail to achieve it. After all, no matter how much one attempts to hypnotize themselves, their subconscious remains aware that they are merely ordinary. Yet Sumo was different. His strength from the Marvel Universe was authentic. Thus, in the dream realm, he embodied planetary-level prowess. At that moment, the door swung open with a sudden force. A figure slowly entered from beyond the threshold. As they moved, the blades on the gloves of their right hand scraped against the walls, creating a cacophony of jarring friction that reverberated throughout the space. Sumo raised an eyebrow at the sight. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing in midair before Freddy. It was then that he clearly discerned Freddy's visage. Beneath a black top hat, Freddy's face appeared as if it had been seared by flames, twisted and horrific. Yet, none of this stirred even the slightest ripple of fear within Sumo. Freddy, upon noticing Sumo's sudden appearance, froze, his smile faltering. Before he could comprehend the situation, Sumo's fist struck his chest with a resounding impact. Boom! Freddy's body shattered into a multitude of fragments, while Sumo had already evaded to safety. Observing the pulverized remnants of Freddy, Sumo hovered in place for a moment. He did not believe that such a blow would suffice to eliminate him. Indeed, moments later, Freddy's form began to coalesce once more. However, he wore an expression of utter bewilderment, having never anticipated that he would perish before he even comprehended the circumstances. Regaining his senses, Freddy gazed up at Sumo, astonishment etched across his features. How is this possible? Doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that he had encountered his greatest nemesis, a lunatic? Throughout the years since his return from hell, there was only one type of individual he was reluctant to provoke, the insane. Many among them harbored fundamentally distorted perceptions. Some even possessed the ability to achieve the impossible within dreams, subjecting him to relentless torment. With this in mind, he regarded Sumo in the air with newfound caution, his demeanor far from the arrogance he had initially displayed. Sumo, witnessing Freddy's body reconstitute itself, exhibited a hint of surprise. Immortal? He murmured to himself. However, when he opened the system panel for a brief inspection, his expression shifted. The reason was simple. After he had dispatched Freddy, his points had surged by a staggering 10,000. Despite not having truly killed him, why had his points increased? Contemplating this, Sumo's gaze returned to the ground where Freddy lay. Let us try again. Sumo vanished once more. Freddy, sensing Sumo's disappearance, felt a jolt of alarm. Suddenly, he experienced the same sensation as before, his body fracturing into countless particles. Sumo stood in the void, momentarily stunned. His attention was fixated on the system panel. Another 10,000 points? A glimmer of disbelief shone in his eyes. The system could not possibly be malfunctioning. The only plausible explanation was that Freddy was not truly immortal, but had been killed by him and subsequently revived through some means. However, for Sumo, this detail was now inconsequential. What mattered was that this was monumental news for him. His eyes gleamed as he beheld the resurrected Freddy. This was an immense treasure. Upon regaining consciousness, Freddy gazed up at Sumo in the sky, his face now tinged with a hint of fear. Though he would not truly perish, it did not mean he would be spared the agony of his body shattering in an instant. He realized that he seemed to have encountered a formidable opponent once again. Without hesitation, he intended to activate his power to escape from the dreamscape. However, the moment he attempted to unleash his ability, his expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that he was utterly unable to withdraw from the dream. Just as he was about to try again, a familiar sensation surged over him. No, no. As his body coalesced once more, disbelief washed over his face. Although he had previously faced adversaries he could not resist, they had not been able to prevent his escape. What was happening this time? Not only could he not defeat his opponent, but he also found himself unable to flee. Minutes passed, and after countless disintegrations, Freddy finally surrendered. He had exhausted every method conceivable, yet none enabled him to exit this dream. Coupled with the incessant agony of his body fracturing, an expression of manic fury twisted his features. Come on, I am invulnerable. You cannot kill me. Before he could finish his thought, his body was once again reduced to dust. Sumo observed the gradual reformation of his opponent's body, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. You had better never die? In mere minutes, he had amassed over 100,000 points. It was exhilarating. If not for the time it took Freddy to reform, that number would have multiplied several times over. Each time Freddy's body began to coalesce, Sumo would swiftly position himself before the half-formed figure. As soon as Freddy's body materialized, Sumo's fist would strike him simultaneously. With such a lucrative scoring mechanism at his disposal, Sumo was determined not to waste a single second. Meanwhile, Freddy had entirely abandoned hope. He had attempted to resist at one point, for in the realm of dreams, he too possessed super speed and strength. However, what he once perceived as formidable power felt utterly insignificant before his adversary, akin to that of an ant. unable to prolong his existence by even a fraction of a second. From that moment onward, he resigned himself to futility, recognizing the absence of any meaningful resistance. Throughout the night, Sumo transformed into a relentless punching machine, repeating the motion without a trace of weariness. For every punch he delivered, 10,000 points flowed into his account, allowing him to strike indefinitely. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he pulverized his opponent once more, only to wait in vain for the familiar silhouette to reappear. What was happening? Chapter 109, 30 million points. After a 5-minute wait without a sign of Freddy, Sumo's face fell with disappointment. Had he died? In truth, he wished for Freddy's continued existence even more than Freddy himself did. Yet the reality was that his opponent had not reemerged. Sighing with regret, Sumo opened the system panel to check his gains. Over the course of the night, he had accumulated nearly 30 million points from Freddy, indicating that his adversary had perished close to 3,000 times. Although Freddy had vanished and could no longer be farmed for points, Sumo felt satisfied. He had never anticipated such a bounty from a mere specter like Freddy. He had assumed a few million points would be a commendable outcome. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, 3 colossal demon gods loomed in the void. Before them, a minuscule figure, reminiscent of an ant, began to coalesce. It was none other than Freddy, who had grown somewhat numb to death. What is happening? Why have I returned to hell? Freddy surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment. You worthless fool, do you think reviving you comes without a cost? The demon god in the center, adorned with 2 sharp horns, bellowed. Revived? A look of confusion crossed Freddy's face. The 3 figures before him were the ancient demon gods who had contracted with him to aid his return to the mortal realm. Did you not say I possessed an immortal body? What do you mean by revival? Freddy questioned, regaining his wits. Fool, who would have anticipated that you would die over 3,000 times in one night? The central demon god roared. When they initially forged the contract with Freddy, they had intended for him to gather fear and souls in the human world, providing him with this spectral form. At that time, they assured him that this body was immortal. Technically, they were not entirely incorrect, but there was a significant oversight. His body was not truly immortal. Rather, the 3 demon gods utilized their power along with a fragment of Freddy's lingering soul to resurrect him. Given their strength, reviving him hundreds or even thousands of times would pose no challenge. Claiming he possessed an immortal body was not entirely false. After all, in the human realm, with Freddy's abilities, killing him 1,000 times would be a near impossibility, even for stronger beings. A few deaths would suffice for him to escape, thanks to his nightmarish powers. However, they had never anticipated encountering someone like Sumo. In fact, if it were not for the system's point rewards, even someone as effortlessly dominant as Sumo would have given up after merely killing Freddy dozens of times, opting instead to seal him away. No one would willingly spend an entire night merely slaying him. Furthermore, the 3 demon gods typically resided in slumber. The revival of Freddy was governed by a certain automatic rule within their contract, which did not require their direct control. Whenever Freddy died, the contract would automatically draw energy from their bodies to resurrect him. It was only after exhausting 1/10 of their energy from reviving Freddy nearly 3,000 times that they were roused from their slumber. It was at this moment that the 3 demon gods realized the predicament and hastily revived him in this realm. After all, in hell, they were merely average demon gods. They could not even hope to match beings like Zysorn or Mephisto. If this continued, their very foundation could be jeopardized. The demon god on the right side, after explaining everything, casting a puzzled gaze at Freddy. What on earth is happening? How could you die 3,000 times in a single night? Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Freddy's eyes as he hastily began to explain. Noon. Sumo was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. After spending the entire night slaying Freddy in his dreams, he finally drifted into a genuine slumber when dawn broke. Upon rising, Sumo made his way to the living room, where he was greeted by the sight of Balika, clad only in a white shirt, busily working in the kitchen. After more than 13 or 14 hours of sleep, she had once again transformed into the radiant young woman he remembered. Upon seeing Sumo emerge, a smile graced her features. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. A few minutes later, freshly groomed, Sumo sat at the dining table as Balika placed breakfast before him and then took a seat across from him. It seems you slept well last night, Sumo remarked, sipping warm milk. Balika smiled back at him. Indeed, it has been a long time since I have slept so soundly. I owe you my gratitude for that. No, it is I who must express my gratitude, Sumo declared. Were it not for Balika, he might have missed out on the true treasure that is Freddy. After breakfast, Balika assisted him in tidying the room. He then approached the computer in the bedroom, promptly uploading the promotional video filmed the previous day onto the internet. Although construction at Silent Hill had yet to commence, it was prudent to promote early. Moreover, there was little to actually build there. The primary tasks involved erecting a wall, followed by a ticket booth and accompanying amenities. Once these structures were established, the process would be swift. With a month at his disposal, it was more than sufficient. Furthermore, he could begin operations while simultaneously engaging in construction. After all, once inside, one would be ushered into the surface world by Alicia. The appearance of that world would be entirely under her dominion. Adding a ticket hall was merely a matter of thought. The urgent priorities were the accompanying restaurant and medical service station. These two facilities needed to be completed promptly, particularly the medical service station. To attract visitors from across the globe, ensuring their safety was paramount, under intense stimulation. It was all too easy for individuals to succumb to shock. While a few fatalities could be managed, a higher toll would jeopardize the sustainable development of the haunted town. After all, these were resources that could be reused. Each death represented a loss. Having just uploaded the video, Balika entered the room. At that moment, she had changed into a new outfit. The high-slit skirt accentuated her figure, evoking the allure of a mature woman. Suemo turned to behold her attire, clearly noting that she had prepared with intent. "Why are you dressed like this?" he inquired, feigning ignorance, yet his eyes roamed appreciatively over her form. Balika, with a playful smile, regarded Suemo's gaze. "What, do you not like it? Should I change again?" "No need for that. We can change after the trial run." Chapter 110, Departure and Placement of the Counterpart. Silent Hill. Suemo stepped through the spatial portal. At this moment, Silent Hill had transformed into a bustling locale, with various vehicles continuously arriving at the outskirts of the town. Witnessing this scene, Suemo was taken aback. He did not expect Dana to act so swiftly. Within the span of a single day, work had already begun. It must be said that, regardless of the country, the privileged class operates with remarkable efficiency. Casting a glance at the workers heading to their respective positions, Sumo immediately entered the surface world. In a villa situated behind the small town of the surface world. After gaining complete control, Alicia had moved in. As he entered the villa, he found Alicia and Sadako adorning a cozy living room as they watched television. Both had reverted to their normal appearances. Alicia donned a white dress, her hair neatly styled, resembling a girl next door. Sadako also appeared as her usual self, dressed in a silk nightgown, seated beside Alicia. Were one unaware of the truth, they would undoubtedly perceive the two as mere ordinary sisters. Upon noticing Suemo's arrival, the two rose from the sofa. "Master." Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. His intention for this visit was to temporarily return to the Marvel Universe. The renovations here would require nearly a month to complete. To prevent himself from returning, to find his consciousness trapped on a balcony of some house, he contemplated that it would be more suitable to store his essence here for the time being. Moreover, Julie and Jason were oblivious to his identity. Allowing him to roam freely might lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Suemo's decision, Alicia and Sadako assured him they would safeguard his body. Moments later, the three descended to a room in the basement. Suemo extended his hand, opening a portal to Antarctica, from which he retrieved a substantial quantity of ice, piling it within the room. Concurrently, the walls began to morph, akin to a transformer, and soon the entire room's walls had thickened to over 10 meters. This would ensure that the room's heat would remain contained. Suemo then fetched a bed from upstairs and lay down upon it. With a thought, his soul withdrew from his corporeal form. Observing Alicia and Sadako standing nearby, he instructed, during this time, seek out suitable malevolent spirits to incorporate into the surface world. To extract fear from those who arrive here, a diverse array of monsters would be advantageous. With their formidable abilities, the two were among the elite in this realm of malevolent spirits. Few could contend with them, especially when they combined their strengths. The two nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Suemo chose not to elaborate further and prepared to depart. However, after a moment's hesitation, he waved gently at his still body on the bed. A sealed soul emerged and merged into the dark grimoire at his forehead. This soul belonged to his counterpart in this world. Upon occupying that body, he had sealed the counterpart soul, which now lay in a state of slumber. Suemo contemplated that he would inevitably return to this world occasionally. However, keeping his counterpart sealed indefinitely was not a viable solution. It might be more prudent to help him find a body in an ordinary world to inhabit. As the soul entered the grimoire, Suemo's form shifted and vanished from sight. In an ordinary parallel world, Suemo gradually opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he was reclining in a bedroom. Beside him lay two alluring women, both turned away, lost in slumber. Gazing at their smooth backs, Suemo sighed. Was it a matter of poor timing on his part, or was it something else? Why was it that every time he entered a new world, These counterparts never seemed to engage in anything worthwhile. Dressing quickly, he made his way to the bathroom, then stepped through a spatial portal. Upon emerging from the portal, he found himself in a villa in Kyoto, Japan. The villa was expansive, suggesting that its residents were either wealthy or of high status. I imagine that upon awakening in such a household, you will be grateful to me, Suemo murmured to himself. The reason for selecting Japan was due to the belief that given his counterpart's talents, it would be fitting for him to wreak havoc among the Japanese populace, thus bringing glory to his homeland. Materializing in a bedroom of the villa, he found a young man with a sinister gaze fixated on documents in his hand. Upon noticing Suemo's sudden appearance, the man's expression faltered. Who are you, and who allowed you to enter? Clearly, he mistook Suemo for a servant of the estate. Suemo disregarded him entirely, extending his hand to gently pull the man's soul from his body. The incorporeal figure hovered in midair, witnessing his own body collapse to the ground in a state of shock. Before the man could react, Suemo clenched his right hand, shattering the man's soul. Suemo collected the mental fragments containing the man's memories, then extracted his counterpart's soul, merging those fragments into it before embedding the soul into the body that lay on the floor. Once everything was settled, he snapped his fingers. Observing the other party on the brink of awakening, Suemo turned and departed. After returning his body, he exited this realm altogether. In the villa, the alternate self gradually regained consciousness. Taking in his surroundings and the sudden influx of memories flooding his mind, he first wore a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into sheer ecstasy. Have I transcended? He could only recall his recent flirtation with a neighbor's young wife, and just as things were about to escalate, her husband unexpectedly returned home, forcing him to hide in the wardrobe of the bedroom. He was unsure of when he fell asleep, but upon awakening, he found himself in this new existence. Piecing together the additional memories, he deduced that he now occupied the identity of a wealthy heir from an island nation. However, his circumstances appeared far from favorable. The original host's mother had passed away prematurely, and his father had remarried a young and beautiful stepmother, who had subsequently borne him a half-brother. Ever since the birth of the younger sibling, this stepmother had schemed incessantly to sow discord between him and his father, aiming to secure her own son's claim to the family fortune. Currently, the stepmother had orchestrated a scheme that jeopardized the company he was temporarily managing. Should his father learn of it, his standing in his father's eyes would likely plummet. Just as he organized his thoughts, a knock resounded from outside. He straightened his attire and opened the door. Standing before him was a woman clad in a flowing purple gown. Her fair skin and exquisite features, complemented by an elegant swan-like neck, rendered her appearance astonishing for a married woman in her 30s. The curves concealed beneath the purple fabric only enhanced her allure. From his memories, he recognized her as his father's newly wedded wife, Mizuki Zwa. With her arms crossed gracefully, Mizuki Zwa entered the room with poise. "We need to talk," she declared. "Withdraw from the company?" "Absolutely not," Sumo's alternate self retorted firmly, gazing at the woman who, even in her threats, emanated an air of elegance. "Not possible. Then what will happen when your father discovers this financial loss? You stand to lose far more than just control of this branch." Mizuki Zwa maintained her composure, and it was clear from her demeanor that she felt she had him cornered. The alternate self, upon hearing her menacing words, smiled with intrigue. "Is that so?" Chapter 111. Before entering, could you give me a warning? In the Marvel Universe, Sumo's figure abruptly materialized in a seaside villa. As he unlocked his phone, a ringtone echoed. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Avril. He answered the call. "Oh my God, you finally decided to pick up. Do you have any idea how many times I've tried to reach you these past few days?" Avril's voice was filled with exasperation. Clearly, dealing with such an irresponsible boss left her feeling a bit despondent. It was one thing for him to be absent from the office, but to ignore her calls as well? She began to wonder whose company this truly was. My apologies. I've been traveling and had no signal." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Sumo's face. "By the way, is there something you need?" Fearing further criticism, he hastily shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Avril's tone shifted, her grievances set aside. When it came to work, her strong demeanor emerged, devoid of any personal sentiment. "A few days ago, Ms. Potts could not reach you, so she contacted me instead. The Stark Group's Industrial Expo is scheduled for next month, and as the company's second largest shareholder, you must be present. Also, Ms. Potts asked me to convey her gratitude for your previous warning. Otherwise, Mr. Stark might have faced danger in Morocco a few days ago. He wants you to visit when you have time. He wishes to thank you properly." Minutes later, Suemo ended the call. Had Tony already been attacked by whiplash? Given Tony's inclination to express gratitude, it seemed he had heeded Sumo's advice. According to the storyline, Whiplash would soon be rescued by Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, subsequently acquiring the means to create the arc reactor and throwing the Expo into disarray. Suemo was determined to prevent such an outcome. After all, Stark Industries was now part of his assets. Sabotaging the Expo equated to an assault on his property. While money had become relatively inconsequential to him, it did not imply that others could trample upon his assets at will. However, he need not intervene personally. If he had to handle every matter himself, he might as well not have subordinates at all. He planned to send Old One to deal with the situation. After all, Old One was a natural nemesis to those armored suits. In his hands, those metallic contraptions were akin to mere toys. As he contemplated Old One, he wondered whether he had returned with his daughter. Suemo had a vivid impression of that green-haired Polaris. Minutes later, Suemo exited the villa. The evening was drawing near, and the sky had grown dim. He vaguely noticed two figures reclining beneath a sunshade on the beach, not far away. Observing this, he strolled in their direction. As the owner of this villa, the location was undoubtedly the most picturesque spot on the island. Approaching closer, he discerned that the figure on the left was a fair-skinned blonde clad in a bikini, Raven. The other figure, sitting on a nearby lounge chair, was a dark-haired woman with sun-kissed skin, Psylocke. As if sensing his footsteps, both turned their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Suemo, Psylocke hastily rose and bowed. Master. Meanwhile, Raven sat up from her chair, a smile adorning her face as she regarded Suemo. Boss, you don't mind us resting on the beach, do you? Raven and Psylocke had known each other for many years. Ever since Psylocke had been captured on the island while following Apocalypse, the two had frequently found themselves together, often undertaking missions as a pair. Of course not. Suemo shook his head. He had not sunk to such pettiness. Haven't you two been out on missions lately? He casually conjured a lounge chair from a nearby spatial portal and reclined beside them. Lying by the seaside, with the ocean breeze caressing him, felt quite delightful. Not at all. Raven promptly refuted. Yesterday, we just apprehended a strange individual. Emma mentioned that the person holds significant value, so we were granted a few days off. A strange individual? Suemo inquired, curiosity etched on his face. How strange. Upon hearing Suemo's question, Raven's expression grew serious. To be precise, her abilities are somewhat similar to mine. She can transform into the likeness of others. Moreover, she can acquire the memories of those she touches. However, her combat prowess is woefully inadequate, and her true form is far less appealing than mine. Her skin is a murky green, and she has pointed ears. As she spoke, Raven pouted, seemingly finding solace in belittling the other. After all, the fact that this individual shared an ability similar to hers, yet possessed greater strength, stung her pride. Green skin and pointed ears. A Skrull? Sumo's face exhibited astonishment. In terms of timing, it is indeed true that a significant number of Skrulls reside on Earth at this juncture. However, it was unexpected for one of them to be captured by Raven and her companions. Where did you apprehend this individual? Suemo inquired, regaining his composure. This person was disguised as a government official, exploiting their position to amass illegal wealth and accept bribes. Consequently, they incurred the ire of others who placed a bounty on their head for assassination, a task I happened to undertake. Upon the completion of the soldiers' training, aside from a contingent dedicated to hunting down gang members and terrorists, Suemo also established a platform online for posting and accepting assassination contracts. Unlike ordinary assassin groups, the tasks published on this site necessitate the provision of evidence of the target's wrongdoing, which must be verified before being accepted by his subordinates. Naturally, the rates are considerably more favorable compared to other platforms. A portion of the soldiers stationed on the island is specifically assigned to undertake such missions, allowing Suemo to earn points and generate additional revenue. Where is this individual being held? Suemo asked. They have been sent to the laboratory for research. Upon hearing this, Suemo rose, intending to consult Emma. After all, as a telepath, she should be capable of extracting useful information from the individual's mind. Traversing the spatial portal, Suemo entered the living room of Emma's quarters. At that moment, Emma reclined languidly on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Noticing Suemo's sudden appearance, she remained calm, having grown accustomed to his habit of entering her room through unconventional means. Darling, could you perhaps give me a heads up next time you decide to enter? All right, I'll do my best, Suemo replied, settling onto the sofa opposite her. After a brief moment, Emma concluded her reading and responded to Suemo's inquiry. Indeed, I have already accessed the individual's memories. They are not from Earth, but hail from a life-bearing planet within the Andromeda Galaxy. Surprisingly, rather than displaying astonishment, Suemo's expression remained unchanged. He was already aware of this particular Skrull's background. As Emma elaborated, Suemo gleaned several critical pieces of information. Currently, There exist over 100,000 Skrulls on Earth, and their numbers continue to rise each year. However, these Skrulls have all concealed themselves, and aside from their leader, ordinary Skrulls like the one captured are unaware of the true identities of their peers. Even their communication with superiors occurs solely in one direction. Evidently a precaution to prevent the entire group from being compromised should one individual be apprehended. Had they been aware of her identity in advance, it would have been feasible for Raven to assume the guise of this official and make contact with the informant. Yet, prior to Emma accessing the individual's memories, that situation was unknown. Moreover, given that a day or two had elapsed since the capture, this method would likely be ineffective now, as the target would undoubtedly become wary, potentially discarding her as a liability. Nevertheless, Sue-Mo was unconcerned. In the short term, these Skrulls did not pose a significant threat. Most crucially, their genetic material had facilitated groundbreaking advancements in the research of Sentinel robots. According to the researchers, the Sentinel robots would soon undergo a substantial upgrade. After detailing the situation, Emma poured a glass of red wine for both herself and Sue-Mo. "Are we still going out tonight?" she inquired, as night had fully descended outside. "Just for a little while before we leave." The following morning, in a narrow alley behind Stark Tower, Sue-Mo emerged from the spatial portal. No sooner had he stepped out than he was greeted by a cacophony of gasps and explosions emanating from the street at the alley's end. A look of confusion crossed his face as he darted to the corner, peering out onto the street. There, in the center of the road, stood a towering, green-skinned humanoid creature, wielding a car like a weapon and brandishing it in the air. "Hulk!" Sue-Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Surrounding him were several individuals in plain clothes, armed with tranquilizer guns, firing at the creature. Upon spotting a familiar figure among them, he quickly realized they were all agents of SHIELD. At that moment, a figure clad in armor dove into the fray, evidently Tony, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion, given that this was right beneath Stark Tower. Before Tony could make an impact, Hulk swatted him away as if he were a mere fly, sending him careening through the air. Ironically, the figure landed directly towards Sue-Mo. With a swift movement, Sue-Mo sidestepped, and the armored form crashed into the wall behind him. As Tony pushed himself away from the wall, his mask retracted, revealing his familiar face. "Tony, do you need assistance?" Sue-Mo teased, observing Tony's disheveled state. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Tony's features, yet he maintained his composure, insisting, "Of course not. I can handle this with ease. I merely let my guard down. Just sit back and watch how I toy with this big fellow." With that, Tony's mask sealed back into place, and he surged back into battle. This time, he exhibited more caution, refraining from engaging Hulk in close combat. Instead, he deployed several cannons from his shoulder, unleashing a barrage of small explosive projectiles. For a moment, Hulk was enveloped in a spectacular explosion of fire and debris. As the smoke began to clear, the onlookers turned their attention to the dissipating cloud. A furious roar erupted from within, and before the sound could fade, a vehicle was hurled from the wreckage toward Tony. Following closely behind, Hulk leapt after the car, aiming directly at him. Tony, spotting the approaching vehicle, ascended sharply, narrowly evading the flying car with the assistance of his suit's combat systems. However, Hulk followed closely, landing right in front of him. With the armored figure mere feet away, Hulk wore a sinister grin, raising his hand to strike. "Oh shit!" Tony exclaimed, barely managing to utter the curse before being sent flying once more by Hulk's immense strength, landing at Sue-Mo's feet. "Are you really just going to stand there and watch?" Sue-Mo queried. "When did you become so amenable to my suggestions?" As Tony rose, stretching his sore muscles, he retorted, "Well, it's not every day I see you take the initiative." Recognizing an opportunity, Sue-Mo decided to intervene. Striding toward Hulk, his attire began to morph, and in just a few steps, he transformed into a sleek black suit that enveloped him entirely. This armor, unlike Tony's Iron Man suit, was streamlined yet adorned with intricate designs, a special form stored within the Feather God armor. These patterns were not merely decorative in its fabric state. It could dissipate 90% of external force, while the intricate designs allowed for a further reduction of force by an additional 50%, all within a certain range. From stellar to domain-level threats. Beneath the stellar threshold, even the defenses of the feathered divine armor could not withstand a blow. Nearly all force would be absorbed by the battle suit. However, upon reaching the realm of the Boundary Lord, one would far exceed the armor's capacity. A single strike could very well shatter the feathered divine armor. At this moment, as the Hulk descended back to the ground, his gaze fell upon the surrounding agents of SHIELD, armed with tranquilizer guns. Although these darts could never penetrate his skin, Their incessant provocation had effectively enraged him. With a powerful leap, he landed before one agent, delivering a punch that sent the unfortunate soul crashing into a nearby building. Before charging at his next target, the agents flew through the air like bowling pins, struck by his mighty fists. In a corner, Agent Hill's expression shifted dramatically at the sight, and she hurriedly attempted to flee down the street. Yet, after only a couple of steps, Hulk was upon her. His colossal fist came crashing down toward Hill. In that instant, she could not react. The only thing she could do was shut her eyes. As she felt the rush of the approaching wind from the punch, a singular thought raced through her mind. I haven't even experienced love yet, and I'm about to meet my end. How utterly unfair. Chapter 113, The Hulk Crushed. After what felt like 5 or 6 seconds of waiting with her eyes closed, Hill heard a deafening bang, but felt nothing extraordinary. Confused, she opened her eyes. Logically, she should have been sent flying by now, especially considering Hulk's previous track record of not sparing women. Upon surveying her surroundings, surprise etched itself onto her face. A dark figure stood protectively in front of her, seemingly confronting the Hulk. At that moment, the armored figure turned to face her. Ms. Hill, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hill's countenance faltered. Sue. It appeared that Ms. Hill had made quite an impression on me if I could be recognized solely by my voice. Sumo's voice emanated from within the armor. Observing the Hulk standing opposite, who remained unfazed after landing a punch, and was now preoccupied with chatting with the woman behind him, a look of fury emerged on Hulk's face. He retaliated with another punch aimed at Sumo. Watch out. Hill exclaimed, fully aware of the immense power the Hulk possessed. In his hands, even vehicles seemed like mere toys, effortlessly tossed aside. Despite her warning, Sumo stood his ground, exhibiting no intention to evade. Meanwhile, Tony, witnessing the unfolding chaos from a distance, rushed over. He understood Sumo possessed Magneto-like abilities, capable of manipulating metal, which should have made subduing the Hulk a trivial task. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Sumo would place himself directly in the path of the raging beast. Inwardly, Tony scoffed, questioning why a mage would engage in close combat with such a berserker. Even though Sumo's armor appeared robust, having withstood a punch from Hulk moments ago, it should be noted that Hulk's earlier strike was directed at an ordinary individual, thus lacking excessive force. The forthcoming punch, however, was fueled by rage. Despite Tony's speed, he realized it was too late to intervene. In the anxious gazes of both, Hulk's fist crashed down upon Sumo. A thunderous impact echoed, sending dust and debris swirling. The shockwave nearly toppled Hill. As she regained her balance, she anxiously glanced towards Sumo's position. Hulk's massive fist was now colliding with Sumo's shoulder, yet he stood as steadfast as ever. How is this possible? Tony gasped. A punch from Hulk could crush a tank, yet Sumo remained utterly unaffected. What material was his armor forged from to be so incredibly resilient? The armor Sumo donned was crafted from the most durable materials he could procure, yet it had already sustained damage from Hulk's earlier assaults, especially as he had been propelled away to lessen the impact. Standing still, Sumo bore the full brunt of Hulk's force, which was at least double that of his armor's capacity. Sumo, however, paid no heed to the astonishment of the two. His earlier restraint in not retaliating was merely to assess the defensive capabilities of the feathered divine armor. The results were conclusive. The third-tier original power suit was indeed formidable. Hulk's utmost effort failed to breach its defenses. This was to be expected. The suit could entirely withstand attacks below the stellar level, implying that as long as Hulk's punch fell short of 1 million tons of force, he could stand there and be struck without sustaining an injury. Did Hulk's punching power reach 1 million tons? Clearly, it was far from that mark. After 2 consecutive punches, Sumo remained unscathed, inciting Hulk's fury to reach a boiling point. With a furious roar, Hulk lunged at Sumo once more. However, having tested the armor's defenses, Sumo was no longer inclined to engage in a prolonged battle. He raised his left hand, palm facing outward, to intercept Hulk's punch. In comparison to his hand, Hulk's fist appeared titanic. Yet, upon contact with Sumo's palm, it was instantly halted. Hulk attempted repeatedly, but his fist could not advance an inch. Your turn is over. Now it is mine. Sumo's calm voice resonated from his helmet as he began to levitate. Reaching the same height as Hulk, his right hand shot forth, delivering a punch directly to Hulk's face. In an instant, Hulk's figure vanished, accompanied by a resounding crash as a massive hole appeared in the wall of a building to the left. The size of the hole clearly indicated Hulk's handiwork. Moments later, Hulk's enraged roar echoed from within the structure, and he burst forth through the opening, flashing a furious gaze at Sumo, spitting out several of his knocked-out teeth. Hulk bellowed in rage, his size swelling even further. With his legs bent, Hulk charged at Sumo with clenched fists. Yet, Sumo remained motionless, showing no inclination to dodge. It was only when Hulk was upon him that he casually raised his hand to block the punch, simultaneously elevating his body, delivering another blow to Hulk's face. A resounding crash ensued, enveloping the area in dust. When the haze cleared, a deep crater several meters in diameter lay before them, with Hulk's massive form lying unconscious at the bottom, his eyes shut tight. From a distance, Tony and Hill stood in stunned silence, watching this astonishing spectacle until Sumo descended gracefully before Hill. The feathered divine armor seemed to liquefy, flowing back into a casual attire. After Hulk's rampage, the surrounding streets were devoid of life, allowing Sumo to remain unperturbed about his appearance being noticed. As Hill regained her senses, she stared at Sumo standing before her. However, in her gaze directed at Sumo, there shimmered a hint of brilliance. She gently patted her chest with her right hand. Had it not been for you this time, I dare say S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been organizing a memorial service for me. Indeed, I have saved your director a considerable sum in compensation. He ought to express his gratitude adequately. When you return, please relay to Nick Fury that he might consider gifting me a fighter jet as recompense. Sumo casually remarked. I hardly worn a fighter jet. Hill chuckled, shaking her head. Nonetheless, I must find a way to repay you properly this time. Chapter 114. The prototype of the anti-Hulk armor. But I suspect you won't have much time in the coming days. Sumo teased, glancing at the Hulk, now reverted back to Dr. Banner, lying in the pit, surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents bustling about. Well, you guessed correctly. For the next week, I fear I shall be spending my nights working overtime. Hill sighed, gently rubbing her forehead as she surveyed the chaotic scene. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter reverberated through the air. Sumo looked up. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. Reinforcements have arrived. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Sumo turned and walked towards Tony in the distance. Call me, Hill shouted after him as she watched his retreating figure alongside Tony, only averting her gaze once they disappeared through the entrance of Stark Tower. What are you looking at? Coulson's voice startled Hill from beside her. When did you arrive? Just now. Could you please make some noise when you walk next time? Hill placed her hand over her chest, giving him a sidelong glance before directing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to clear the area, leaving Coulson in a state of confusion. Inside Stark Tower, Sumo and Tony stood together in the elevator. Surrounding them were Stark Industries employees, curiously eyeing Tony in his armor. Sumo discreetly sidled a couple of steps away, feigning ignorance of Tony. However, it was evident that all attempts were in vain. In Stark Tower, it was nearly impossible to find anyone unfamiliar with the two of them. A moment later, the pair exited the elevator. They had reached the top floor of the company, where no one else could ascend. Once confirming their solitude, Tony began to voice his grievances. I've told you before, just fly in from outside. Why must we take the elevator? I feel like an exhibit being gawked at. What's wrong with that? After all, you didn't show your face. Tony reconsidered and realized the validity of her point, ultimately letting it go. Only then did he inquire, what has to deal with your armor? With such an advanced and powerful suit, why are you asking me to craft one for your wife? Are you afraid she might use it to abuse you? Clearly, Tony believed Sumo's strength stemmed from the armor. It was not entirely unreasonable, as who could fathom that an ordinary person could possess such might? A single punch had created a crater over 10 meters deep in the concrete, suggesting a force of at least 10,000 tons. His own armor's maximum strength was merely around 50 tons. The disparity was staggering. Based on Sumo's rescue speed, it far surpassed that of his armor, truly invincible. Can we negotiate something? Tony's gaze was intense as he fixed it on Sumo. Absolutely not. Sumo flatly rejected. He was well aware that Tony sought the design blueprints for his armor. However, his strength was entirely reliant on his own physical capacity, unrelated to the armor. I could offer you shares of Stark Industries in exchange. Tony quickly elaborated. Sumo sighed upon hearing this. He turned to Tony and stated, my armor serves merely a protective function. The reason I incapacitated the adversary was due to my physical strength. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Tony shrugged and settled onto the office couch. All right, I can understand if you don't wish to trade, but there's no need to use such a childish excuse. Do I look like a fool to you? Sumo replied, somewhat exasperated. He reached out and yanked off Tony's metal mask, squeezing it in his hands like dough. Finally, he shaped it into a fist with an extended middle finger, presenting it before Tony. Now do you believe me? Tony stared blankly at the middle finger before him, reaching out to touch it and confirming it was indeed made of the same titanium alloy as his mask. Goodness, Are you some sort of humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? Tony gazed at Su-Mo in disbelief. He finally understood why Su-Mo had appeared so vigorous when disembarking from the ship during their last outing. But how had those girls survived? It was utterly astonishing. A few minutes later, Tony handed Su-Mo a chip. After much contemplation, he deemed this to be the most suitable token of gratitude, as other items seemed of little use to Su-Mo. Su-Mo accepted the chip from Tony. What is this? Upon hearing this, Tony's face broke into a confident smile. Having realized that Su-Mo did not rely on armor, his mood improved significantly, for it indicated that the armor he had spent years developing remained at the forefront of global standards. Although it might hold little resistance against Su-Mo, he regarded him as a freak, rendering comparisons unnecessary. After all, a physical strength of 10,000 tons was simply outrageous. He pressed a button on the tablet in his hand, and a holographic projection materialized on the table between them. The projection displayed a colossal apparatus slowly moving in satellite orbit. I call it Veronica. As Tony pressed another button on the tablet, the imagery began to unfold. The satellite, dubbed Veronica, seemed to receive some form of summons, abruptly breaking from its orbit and hurtling into the atmosphere. In mere moments, it reached an altitude of less than 1,000 meters above the ground. Subsequently, various components began to emerge from the satellite, soaring towards the armored figure on the ground. During their flight, these components continuously morphed, assembling into distinct parts until they ultimately coalesced on the armored figure. Once fully assembled, the armor had increased in size significantly, towering over 2 meters and equipped with various heavy weaponry. Tony explained, considering the need for mobility, the armor isn't laden with many weapons. Thus, I conceived the idea for a weapon supply package. Though this satellite isn't very large, the array of weaponry it carries is sufficient to wage a small-scale war. Upon witnessing the satellite imagery, Su-Mo instantly grasped the concept. This was none other than the prototype for the anti-Hulk armor. However, since Tony had never previously encountered the Hulk, he had not considered that avenue, instead focusing on external weaponry. Evidently, this device was intended for Wanda's armor. Indeed, after concluding his explanation, Tony pointed at the chip in Su-Mo's hand. You merely need to insert this into that suit to gain control over the weapon supply package. Hearing this, Su-Mo nodded. While he believed Wanda might not necessarily utilize it, as it was a gift from Tony as thanks, he saw no reason to decline. Yet, he suddenly realized, a weapon supply package? Just how many of these did you launch? Tony chuckled, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. Not many, only a few hundred. However, after grappling with that hulking figure today, I have conceived a novel idea, to create an oversized external armor. This should render future encounters with such behemoths considerably more manageable. Chapter 115, Assistant Gina. After stowing away the chip, Su-Mo hesitated for a moment before casually retrieving 10 pounds of beast meat and placing it on the table between the two of them. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this item on the table, Tony was taken aback, leaping from the sofa and glancing around in bewilderment. What is going on? Noticing the tension etched on Tony's face, Su-Mo couldn't help but smile. Observing his expression, Tony finally exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed his seat on the sofa. What kind of trick is this? Where on earth did you pull this from? He poked at the bag in front of him, ensuring it wasn't some sort of spongy prop, and inquired with astonishment. You needn't concern yourself with that. This is for you to consume, so that next time we venture out to sea, you won't need assistance to disembark. Upon hearing Su-Mo's words, Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Eating this will make me as formidable as you? You must be dreaming. Despite the grin on his face, he was well aware of the improbability of such a transformation. If mere ingestion of this meat could elevate his physical capabilities to Su-Mo's level, there was no way Su-Mo would part with it without stipulating a hefty price, at least a 70-30 split, or rather, a 90-10 split in favor of Su-Mo. Tony refrained from querying the specific origin of the meat, as it certainly did not resemble any creature he recognized. After placing the item down, Su-Mo rose and departed. Although this beast meat had only cost him a meager amount of points, it would significantly bolster Tony's physical prowess, tripling his original capabilities at the very least. As Su-Mo exited Tony's office, he had not yet reached the elevator when a figure approached and ushered him into a nearby single restroom. Su-Mo remained unfazed. He had sensed the presence of this individual beforehand. It was Natasha from Stark Industries. After pushing Su-Mo down onto the toilet, Natasha promptly took a seat on his lap. Do you have a moment? Su-Mo glanced at his watch in response. I have an appointment at the company this afternoon, but I should have about 3 hours to spare. Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing this. That is ample time. In the afternoon, At the Empire State Building's office, Suemo walked through the entrance. The front desk was still manned by the same silver-haired Asian girl he had seen last time. Upon spotting Suemo, she quickly rose from her seat. "Boss." Suemo nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded deeper into the company. The girl watched his retreating figure, a look of inner conflict crossing her face, before steeling herself with a determined bite of her lip. "Nanju, seize this opportunity. Such chances may not come again." Zhao Nanju motivated herself. In the president's office, Suemo inquired, "Over 100 tons of silver? What on earth do you need so much for?" "That's none of your concern. I'm crafting jewelry for my girlfriend. Is that permissible?" Avril rolled her eyes at his dismissive reply. "Is your girlfriend's count in the millions?" After a brief moment of sarcasm, Avril chose not to press further, as Suemo was indeed the boss. She simply needed to follow his directives. By the way, the faster, the better. Ideally, it should be completed by tomorrow. Avril nodded in response. "Rest assured, it will be delivered before noon tomorrow." With that, she swiftly turned and exited the room. This task was hardly daunting for her. A few calls to larger silver companies would suffice. As long as the funds were secured, they could dispatch a dedicated vehicle by tomorrow morning at the latest. The company's cash flow was currently robust, especially since Suemo had liquidated most of his assets a year prior, leaving him with a substantial sum at his disposal. As Avril departed, a voluptuous blonde woman entered. Her name was Gina, the assistant Avril had recently hired. However, since Sumo's system had awakened just as Gina joined the company, he had subsequently vanished, making this their second encounter. Gina placed a tray of coffee on the table before Suemo. "Boss, your coffee." "Thank you." Suemo acknowledged without lifting his gaze. Engrossed in the company's revenue report from the past year. With the enhancement of his mental acuity, Sumo's memory and cognitive responsiveness had also seen improvement. In less than 5 minutes, he had absorbed the document's contents. As he closed the file and raised his head, he noticed Gina still standing beside him, leaning in closer. She seemingly nonchalantly whispered, "Boss, is there anything else you require?" Suemo turned to regard her, and, upon seeing the enigmatic smile on her face, comprehended her intentions. When Avril had initially recruited this assistant, she had understood that for Suemo, the assistant's capabilities were secondary to her appearance and physique. As a longtime classmate, Avril was intimately familiar with Sumo's preferences. The moment she laid eyes on Gina, she knew she was precisely his type. As for her professional skills, they were of little consequence. Gina was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics at play. Among the other candidates, many boasted superior qualifications from prestigious institutions. It was perplexing why she, with her average credentials and skills, had been chosen. She had long resigned herself to the idea of having to offer something in return. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Since her employment began, aside from the brief encounter with Suemo a few days prior, he had not set foot in the office for nearly 2 years. As a mere ornamental assistant, Gina had not been expected to contribute meaningfully, resulting in her spending her days in idleness. Earning a salary of $70,000 to $80,000 annually, she began to feel a pang of guilt for not contributing. The thought of being dismissed from the company loomed over her, as she realized that, given her abilities, she might struggle to secure even a modest job earning $1,000 or $2,000 a month. When Suemo had last visited the company, she had resolved to demonstrate her value, but before she could make her case, he had vanished from the office. This time, she was determined to solidify her position as his assistant. After inquiring with Suemo, she did not wait for his response and instead wrapped her arms around his. "Boss, shall we retire to the lounge?" A smile graced Sumo's lips. He had no intention of declining such an invitation. This scenario was mutually beneficial. If he were to refuse, it would only sow disquiet in her heart. "No need. This place is perfectly adequate." Chapter 116. Return to Kamartaj. More than 2 hours later, Suemo exited the office, satisfaction radiating from him. Avril had just reported that over 100 tons of silver would be delivered to the warehouse Suemo designated by tomorrow morning. With his objective achieved, he prepared to leave. As he reached the company's entrance, he was approached by Zhao Nanju from the front desk. "Boss, I apologize for the last incident. It was my fault for keeping you outside." Suemo shook his head upon hearing this. "I have already assured you that your actions were not erroneous and that you have performed your duties diligently. There is no need for you to dwell on this matter." "No, it is indisputably my fault. Perhaps I could invite you to dinner tonight as a means of apology." Upon hearing this, Suemo sighed inwardly, realizing that it was yet again directed at him. Such is the plight of the affluent. Once these women ascertain your wealth, they become more proactive than anyone else. The notion of an ice queen is merely a facade, as they simply choose not to engage with those who do not pique their interest. Suemo scrutinized Zhao Nanju's gaze before him, which was brimming with an insatiable thirst for wealth. Naturally, Suemo held no particular disdain for these materialistic women. Perspectives inevitably differed depending on one's station in life. Just as in his previous life, as an ordinary individual, he did not harbor deep-seated animosity towards gold diggers. Yet he certainly held no fondness for them either. However, in this life, having ascended to affluence, his outlook had transformed. After all, he now found himself as a beneficiary of such women's affections. Without these gold diggers, how would his advantages as a wealthy man manifest? Of course, the type of gold digger he referred to was one who favored the rich while treating the average person with disdain. Those who, while clearly attracted to wealth, also scorn ordinary individuals and use them as mere cash cows do not fall under this category. Moreover, through his interactions with a considerable number of materialistic women, he observed that as long as their material needs were met, they could be surprisingly agreeable. Nonetheless, despite this acknowledgement, Suemo truly felt no desire for further engagement today. Having already navigated 2 encounters, although he did not experience fatigue, he preferred not to squander time on this. Your goodwill is appreciated, but perhaps another time would be more suitable. I have matters to attend to this evening. Suemo politely declined. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhao Nanju's face displayed a flicker of disappointment, but she swiftly masked it with a composed smile. Very well, do make sure to contact me next time. With that, she produced a business card and handed it to Suemo. This contains my personal number. Suemo nodded with a smile, casually stowing the card into his storage ring before turning to exit. After leaving the company, he sought out a secluded corner and swiftly entered the Star Tower. The Star Tower. Within an unknown space, Suemo gazed upon the colossal egg that measured over 30 kilometers in diameter. The beast god remained in a state of gestation. Furthermore, from the Star Maiden, he learned that she had accelerated the passage of time within the area, nurturing the beast god to a staggering millionfold. While a single day had elapsed outside, over 2,700 years had transpired within. However, birthing a naturally occurring beast god was far from the straightforward endeavor one might imagine, especially considering the fusion of 2 paramount laws of time and space inherent to this beast god. Confirming that his avatar remained inactive, Suemo withdrew from the Star Tower. Upon returning from the peculiar realm, Suemo had previously checked his points, amassing a total of over 32 million. This was ample for exchanging some ordinary plant life seedlings. Yet, Suemo was evidently not content with merely acquiring a plant that could only reach the level of Marquis Immortal. Higher-tier plant life with superior growth potential and strength was beyond his current point capacity, unless he waited for the Silent Hill of the bizarre world to commence operations, where he might quickly amass a substantial sum of points. However, the timeline for accruing these points remained uncertain, and Suemo was not inclined to wait idly. Subsequently, he conceived a strategy to acquire a significant number of points through the vampires of this world. It is well known that vampires originated from a particular spell within the Dark Grimoire. Within the Dark Grimoire, there also exists a spell capable of annihilating all vampires in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, with Suemo's current abilities, casting such a spell would be somewhat challenging. However, he discovered a magic array in the upper echelons of the Dark Grimoire that could amplify his spells. As long as he performed dark magic within this array, his spells would be augmented by dozens to hundreds of times. Of course, this enhancement has its limits. The more powerful the mage, the less pronounced the amplification. Even so, leveraging this array's enhancement, he could feasibly eliminate all vampires on Earth in one decisive blow. Conservatively estimating, there are no fewer than 1 million vampires currently inhabiting the Earth. The extermination of these vampires would yield at least hundreds of millions of points. This motive also explains why Suemo had instructed Avril to procure substantial quantities of silver, as it is an indispensable material for setting up the magic array. After exiting the Star Tower, Suemo promptly opened a spatial gateway and stepped through. Kamartaj. In the library, Wang sat at a table, wearing headphones and holding an apple, engrossed in the study of a spellbook. At that moment, a spatial gateway opened before him, and Suemo emerged. He casually placed 2 tuna sandwiches on the table. Wang's nose twitched at the sight of the sandwiches, and his eyes lit up. He looked up to see Suemo standing before him. Are these for me? Indeed. Suemo nodded affirmatively. With the confirmation, a glimmer of excitement crossed Wang's face. How did you know I liked these? I guessed. Suemo chuckled lightly and proceeded toward the exit. Inside the room, Wang eagerly unwrapped one sandwich and took a bite, his face radiating bliss. He glanced up at Suemo's retreating figure, thinking to himself that he seemed rather agreeable. A few minutes later, Suemo found the Ancient One, who was preparing tea. It appeared she had anticipated his arrival, as she had already poured him a cup. Upon seeing him, she gestured for him to sit. You knew I was coming? I guessed. Anything pertaining to aspects of my future that I cannot foresee must be connected to you. And the experiences I had this afternoon were rendered as a blank slate by the time stone. Ancient One set down the teapot, a smile gracing her face as she responded. Suemo paused, taken aback. It seems that due to either the system or the Star Tower, he was incapable of peering into his own actions through the time stone. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. This was not necessarily a negative development for him. After a brief moment, Suemo spoke up. I have come today to inform you of a matter in advance. Chapter 117, The Ghost Rider, Hellfire at Hand. Suemo articulated his intention to eradicate the vampires entirely, explaining that he would require the powers of the Dark Grimoire and the Magic Array, which would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. With the Ancient One's capabilities, she would naturally detect this activity at the first instance, to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings and complications. Suemo deemed it prudent to apprise her beforehand. After listening, the Ancient One nodded with a smile. My duty is to protect the Earth from dimensional incursions. I shall not interfere excessively with other matters, especially those that benefit humanity as a whole. Suemo did not exhibit surprise at her response, as he had long been aware of this. The very reason he had come to Kamar Taj was to mitigate the risk of unforeseen circumstances. Just then, a peculiar wave emanated from the direction of the library. Upon sensing this disturbance, the Ancient One's expression shifted, and she promptly rose to follow the direction Suemo had just exited. Suemo hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow suit. Moments later, the Ancient One stood before the Eye of Agamotto. Place it around your neck. As a new sealing gesture was formed with his hands, the Eye of Agamotto swiftly opened. The verdant time stone within emanated a gentle glow, resembling an eye shimmering with emerald light. Minutes later, the hands of the Ancient One finally lowered, and the Eye of Agamotto closed once more. Old Wong hastily stuffed the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth. What has happened? The Ancient One exhaled deeply. A manifestation of Mephisto has descended. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto? Wong struggled to swallow the sandwich before responding. Indeed. However, he does not come for this world. Rather, he seeks to confront his rebellious son, the Blackheart. Upon hearing this, Wong sighed in relief. Should we dispatch a few mages to intervene? The Ancient One shook her head. Our immediate course of action is to inform the 3 sanctuaries and reinforce the barriers with the infernal realm to prevent Mephisto from forcefully breaching through in a fit of rage. With that said, her gaze shifted to Suemo. I believe you might find this intriguing. Upon hearing this, Suemo roused from his contemplation. The moment he heard the names Mephisto and Blackheart, a name emerged in his mind, the Ghost Rider. If his conjecture was correct, Mephisto and Blackheart were indeed embroiled in a conflict over a contract, one that purportedly contained thousands of souls. These souls would be immensely beneficial to demons like them. Very well, I do have some interest in this matter. Suemo nodded, fully aware that the Ancient One intended to rely on him to deal with Blackheart. Yet, he was unfazed, as his curiosity was genuinely piqued. Not to mention, simply dealing with Blackheart should yield a considerable amount of points. Furthermore, there was Mephisto's unique ability, the Hellfire. This flame was regarded as a particularly potent form of fire within the magical realm. It seemingly possessed the property of igniting anything, with claims of being indestructible. Of course, there might be some exaggeration involved. If that were the case, Mephisto would have long been invincible, no longer needing to dwell in hell and scheming to covet human souls. Nevertheless, this flame would undoubtedly hold great utility for Suemo. Contemplating this, he inquired, where is he now? At St. Venganza. All right, thank you. With that, Suemo wasted no time and opened a portal, stepping through. In Colorado, at Salt Lake Town. Emerging from a cemetery just outside the town, Suemo stepped through the portal. He surveyed the quaint town before him, embodying the common trait of sparsely populated American towns. With the sky gradually dimming, the entire area was shrouded in tranquility. Not far ahead stood a small white wooden cabin. In the clearing before it, an elderly man with graying hair was chopping wood with an axe. Noticing Suemo's sudden appearance, a flicker of wariness crossed the old man's eyes. Who are you? Ignoring the elder's words, Suemo scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a shovel leaning against the cabin's wall. Prior to his arrival, he had researched the towns surrounding St. Venganza. This cemetery was the closest to that location. As he understood, the second-generation Ghost Rider, Carter Slade, had concealed the betrayed contract here. Furthermore, the contract was hidden within the shovel. Suemo approached and seized the shovel. The elderly man, witnessing this, paled in shock. What are you doing? Put my things down. Paying no heed to the elder's warning, Su-Imo snapped the handle of the shovel and extracted a rolled-up parchment from within. An aura of malevolence seeped from it. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Su-Imo tucked the contract away and turned his attention to the old man. You are the second-generation Ghost Rider? Upon hearing Su-Imo unveil his identity, Carter Slade hesitated, momentarily suppressing his urge to transform and reclaim the contract. After all, the residual energy within him could only sustain one last transformation. After that, he would face death once his energy was depleted. Who are you? And how do you know my name and that I concealed the contract here? Su-Imo responded by glancing towards a figure riding a motorcycle in the distance. You need not concern yourself with that. For now, just remain here as your cemetery guardian. And perhaps you'll live a few more years. With that, Su-Imo disregarded the shock on the elder's face and approached the oncoming motorcycle. It was clear that this individual was the third-generation Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze. Upon seeing Su-Imo standing at the entrance, Johnny brought his motorcycle to a halt. Who are you? Su-Imo had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He extended his right hand, enveloping Johnny in a shroud of black energy. Johnny appeared bewildered. Moments later, a tiny flame was extracted from his body, directly merging into the Book of Dark Magic. This small flame was the seed of hellfire. Provided there was a supply of dark energy, this ember would continuously grow and flourish. And Su-Imo was not lacking in dark energy. Extracting a portion from Johnny had minimal impact on him. At most, it would merely shorten his lifespan by a decade or so. Of course, Su-Imo had already replenished Johnny's energy with dark energy, ensuring no further reduction in his lifespan. Where is Blackheart? Chapter 118, Arranging the Magic Circle. Johnny searched his body. What have you done to me? Fear not. I merely took a few samples. Su-Imo offered him a reassuring glance. You still haven't answered my question. Upon Su-Imo's reminder, Johnny finally regained his composure. They are at St. Venganza. Wait, you also seem to have yet to tell me who you are. Hearing this, Su-Imo lightly waved his hand, causing a portal to materialize before them. We can discuss that later. Just know that my intentions align with yours. I am here to confront Blackheart as well. With that, he stepped into the portal. Johnny gazed at the familiar scenery on the other side of the portal, clearly St. Venganza. Witnessing this extraordinary display of power, surprise flickered in his eyes, but he quickly remembered he was seeking the contract from the old man in the cemetery. With that thought, he hurriedly dashed towards Carter Slade. I need that contract. Carter Slade pointed at the slowly rotating portal, shaking his head in resignation. The contract has already been taken. Upon hearing this, Johnny's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he turned and revved his motorcycle, plunging into the portal. Carter Slade hesitated momentarily, but ultimately abandoned the thought of pursuing them. Given the mysterious man's prowess, it seemed he was well aware of everything and possessed means to deal with Blackheart. At St. Venganza, Su-Imo surveyed the nearly abandoned town. Its style bore a resemblance to Silent Hill, with the buildings flanking the streets showcasing a weathered, dilapidated charm. Not far away stood two figures, a pale-faced man holding a blonde woman hostage. Su-Imo easily deduced that these two were Blackheart and Johnny's girlfriend, whom he had taken captive. As Su-Imo gazed at the figure of the Blackheart demon appearing in the distance, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Who are you? The demon inquired. I am, of course, the one who can help you return home. Su-Imo replied with a broad smile. In an instant, he materialized beside the Blackheart demon, his hand enveloped in a faint blue flame. This was the hellfire, born from dark energy that Su-Imo had summoned. He struck a powerful blow against the demon, which had no time to react before its body erupted into a shower of skin fragments. All these fragments were tainted with a hint of the pale blue flames, accompanied by a barely audible cry of anguish. The remnants were swiftly consumed by the hellfire. Su-Imo raised his hand, observing the flames dancing upon it, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It seemed that the hellfire was indeed effective against these demons. Moments later, Johnny arrived on his motorcycle, only to find his girlfriend alone. A look of confusion crossed his face. Where are the others? His girlfriend, still in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words. One is dead, and the other has fled. To her, it all felt like a surreal dream. Having been kidnapped, she had been rescued almost before she could comprehend it. She had merely seen a man emerge suddenly from a portal, utter a few words, deliver a punch. And then the monster holding her had exploded on the spot. It was faster than an assembly line. At that moment, Su-Imo had already returned to Death Island. He was acutely aware that Mephisto's strength could not penetrate the dimensional defenses erected by the sanctuary. What had descended was merely a projection, unable to exert even half of its power, rendering it almost worthless to him. Upon entering the Star Tower, he retrieved the Covenant of St. Vangasa. which sealed 1,000 souls. These souls belonged to the residents of St. Vangassa who had made a pact with Mephisto when the town faced an unknown crisis. Its inhabitants had sold their souls to Mephisto for survival. Consequently, upon their demise, their souls entered this covenant. After centuries under Mephisto's influence, these souls had all transformed into malevolent spirits. For the time being, this was of little use to him, and he transferred them all into the Book of Darkness. Perhaps they could be utilized in the terrifying scenarios of Silent Hill in the future. The Hellfire, however, held immense significance for him. On the most fundamental level, he could harness this hellfire to enhance the undead creatures in the apocalyptic world. Undead beings imbued with hellfire, though lacking the diverse abilities of the malevolent knights, would undeniably surpass them in direct combat prowess. Imagine billions of malevolent knights. They could easily trample Thanos' cosmic army into the ground. However, that could wait. Suemo glanced at the points displayed on his system panel. Although the Blackheart demon had been dispatched with a single punch, it was significantly stronger than those lesser foes, netting him a substantial 3 million points. He couldn't help but ponder how many points he would earn for defeating Mephisto. Surely it would be hundreds of times that amount. In terms of strength, the Blackheart demon was merely a minor nuisance compared to Mephisto. After all, only demons of considerable power could breach the dimensional barriers erected by the sanctuary. The notion that absorbing 1,000 souls could enable one to contend with Mephisto was merely the delusion of the Blackheart demon. If achieving Mephisto's level were as simple as possessing 1,000 souls, then demons like him would be far too undervalued. At this point, it was unlikely that there were only these dimensional demon lords. In simpler terms, the Blackheart demon was nothing more than a fanciful child. The following morning, Suemo stood on a nameless isle to the east of Death Island. This isle, the largest among the surrounding archipelago, was where he intended to construct his magic array. After installing a satellite jamming device, Suemo retrieved the silver he had just acquired and began the process of refining mithril. 2 days prior, he had instructed his men to clear a plot of land measuring a full square kilometer on this isle to serve as the site for the array. Throughout the entire day, Suemo tirelessly refined mithril, and only as night fell did he manage to convert over 100 tons of silver into mithril. Without pausing for rest, he immediately began etching the array into the ground. The process of inscribing the magic array was laborious and meticulous. A magic array of 1 square kilometer allowed for no errors. Fortunately, with Sumo's current physical condition, going a month without sleep was hardly a challenge. After a full 24 hours, as dusk approached the next day, Suemo finally completed the array. Sitting on the ground, he closed his eyes to restore his spent mental energy. It wasn't until 4 or 5 hours later, nearing dawn, that he gradually reopened his eyes and stepped into the center of the magic array. The Book of Darkness materialized before him, and as his form began to ascend, he officially commenced the casting of his spell. Chapter 119, Plant Life, Star-Eating Vine. As boundless energy surged forth from the Book of Darkness, the entire sky above the isle darkened, the moonlight and starlight obscured by ominous clouds. The magic array on the ground radiated a violet glow, and in conjunction with the near-total darkness surrounding it, it appeared as though hell itself had descended. Black energy surged into the array beneath, then re-emerged, slowly coalescing in midair into intricate symbols. These symbols arranged and combined, and as time flowed on, they ultimately formed a vast pattern. The moment this pattern crystallized, the entire space fell into an eerie silence, even the air seemingly halting its flow. As Suemo witnessed the formation of the pattern, he hesitated not for an instant. An arcane incantation, intricate and elusive, spilled forth from his lips. Moments later, the colossal pattern in midair began to compress rapidly. As it shrank, it reached a critical threshold, condensing into a singularity before erupting violently. An invisible wave radiated outward from the epicenter, expanding swiftly in all directions. In a dimly lit room of a bar in New York, a girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 was bound to a specially designed rack, surrounded by a dozen or so individuals. Among them, men and women alike fixated their greedy, lustful gazes upon the captive, as though she were a delectable feast. At that moment, a woman at the forefront of the group stepped forward, her eyes gleaming as she admired the girl's pale skin. Her right hand emerged from behind her, gripping a sharp dagger. She licked the blade with her tongue, then pressed it against the girl's wrist, gliding it gently. Instantly, a trickle of blood flowed from the girl's wrist. The scent of blood seemed to intoxicate the onlookers, who erupted into frenzied howls. As the terrified girl looked on, each person revealed a pair of sharp fangs, unmistakably marking them as vampires concealed among humanity. "Enjoy this bloody feast," the woman wielding the dagger proclaimed with a roar. Subsequently, These vampires surged towards the bound maiden with a fervor reminiscent of being invigorated by an unseen force. The frenzied creatures were mere moments away from pouncing upon the girl, who had shut her eyes in utter despair. A peculiar wave swept through the room, causing the movements of the surrounding vampires to freeze abruptly, as if time itself had been suspended. Moments later, the vampires' bodies began to disintegrate into ash from their feet upwards, vanishing from existence. This scene unfolded simultaneously across various corners of the world. After a mere minute, every vampire in the world had been reduced to dust. From that moment onward, the presence of vampires was eradicated from this realm. On a remote island, Sumo descended slowly from the air, and the surroundings returned to their normal state. He swiftly entered the training chamber of the Star Tower and opened the system panel. His gaze fell upon the points section. Points, 33. 2,330,000,000 points. After deducting the previous 30 million points, the annihilation of these vampires alone had granted him an astounding 300 million points. Sumo exhaled deeply. These points were more than sufficient to exchange for a plant of formidable strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the shop panel and searched for plant life seedlings. Instantly, a myriad of various plant life appeared on the shop interface. Nethervine, a vine-type plant life, capable of cultivating up to domain lord level. Points required for exchange, 2 million. Poison dragon grass, a grass-type plant life, imbued with potent toxins, can reach domain lord level under optimal cultivation conditions. Points required for exchange, 10 million. Cloud-wrapping vine, a vine-type plant life, known for its strong restorative properties and defensive capabilities, can reach the immortal level of marquee rank. Points required for exchange, 50 million. Star-eating grass, a grass-type plant life with resilient vines and formidable strangulation abilities, can be cultivated to rival the peak strength of a king. Points required for exchange, 100 million. The shop boasted a plethora of plant life, numbering in the hundreds. Sumo found himself momentarily dazzled by the options, even spotting species capable of cultivating to the level of true divine beings. However, the price of such extraordinary plants was far beyond his current capacity to exchange. Ultimately, he settled on the strongest plant life he could afford with his points, the star-eating vine. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the star-eating vine, consuming 300 million points. The star-eating vine, a vine-type plant life that evolves by devouring metals, capable of reaching the level of a supreme cosmic overlord. Points required for exchange, 300 million. In contrast to other plant life, the star-eating vine's greatest advantage lay in its ability to autonomously enhance its strength by consuming the metals found within planets. Unlike other species that required optimal treasures for cultivation, the star-eating vine merely needed a portion of specialized metal ratios to facilitate its evolution at higher levels. It could autonomously absorb minerals from the planet to enhance its capabilities from levels 1 to 9, thus conserving a significant amount of points. As the system's voice faded, a black vine, over several meters in length, materialized before Sumo, coiling and nearly filling the entire training chamber. Is this the star-eating vine? Sumo scrutinized the vine that dominated his vision. According to the system's description, plant life seedlings required the infusion of their owner's blood for recognition. Without hesitation, he drew a small blade from the thousand mechanisms disc and made a swift incision on his arm. Blood flowed freely, dripping onto the black vine before him. As the blood fell, it was almost instantly absorbed. However, Sumo sensed that this amount of blood was insufficient for the completion of the recognition process. Yet, after a brief period, the wound on his arm began to heal slowly. Observing this, he sighed in resignation. Given the rate of recovery, it seemed that inflicting 4 or 5 cuts would not suffice for the star-eating vine to recognize him. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and made a decisive cut, creating a 20-centimeter-long gash on his arm. Blood gushed forth, all of it consumed by the star-eating vine. Minutes later, as the wound neared healing, the recognition process was finally completed. Sumo felt a unique bond form between himself and the star-eating vine, allowing him to easily issue commands. With a thought, the vine gradually shrank in size, ultimately transforming into a length of over 1 meter, adhering to Sumo's arm and merging with him. Chapter 120, Space Fragmenting Secret Technique, Stark Expo. Upon merging with Sumo's body, he reopened the system panel. Now, the star-eating vine was not yet planetary level. Sumo planned to utilize the optimal metal ratios to enable it to evolve to stellar level. For the foundational first 2 levels, it was best to use only the finest metal ratios. After acquiring the star-eating vine, the system naturally provided a metal ratio chart for its perfect evolution. Without hesitation, Sumo expended over 28 million points to obtain the metals necessary for the star-eating vine to reach stellar level. These metals alone amounted to several million tons. With these resources, the star-eating vine would achieve stellar level in just over half a month. This exemplified the terrifying potential of plant life, given adequate resources. Their evolutionary speed was extraordinarily rapid. Of course, the consumption of resources was equally immense. It is worth noting that these points could elevate over 1,000 humans to stellar level. Although it would take some time, this investment was not in vain, as a perfectly evolved stellar-level star-eating vine would be capable of handling thousands of ordinary stellar-level humans. Within a space of the Star Tower, Sumo retrieved the purchased metals from the system space and waved his hand gently. The star-eating vine, which had integrated into his body, emerged swiftly, soaring toward the distant metals, its tendrils plunging violently into them. Before Sumo's eyes, the metals visibly began to vanish. Simultaneously, a massive cosmic energy vortex formed above the star-eating vine, drawing in the cosmic energy that surged into its tendrils. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile graced Sumo's face as he vanished from sight. In the ensuing days, Sumo remained diligently in the training chamber of the Star Tower. He had resolved to primarily focus on mastering the two superior laws of time and space. With the enhancement of the space-time beast god and the time-space gem, his cultivation speed was bound to be swift. Moreover, the system allowed him to exchange for the Chaos Tablet. With such advantageous conditions, if he could not traverse this path, he would rather meet his end head-on. Though various auxiliary conditions had yet to be met, attempting to comprehend the laws of time and space with his current physique proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he still intended to practice some spatial secret techniques. These techniques represented applications of various laws, akin to a complete formula. A profound understanding of the laws was not a prerequisite for their application. Cultivating these secret techniques would not only significantly enhance his strength, but also aid in the future comprehension of the laws. Ultimately, he found the most fundamental spatial secret technique in the recesses of his mind: space fragmentation. The laws of space could be subdivided into three profound aspects: space locking, space strangulation, and teleportation. The space fragmentation technique represented the most rudimentary application of space strangulation. Harnessing the force of space, one can shatter a specific area, thereby achieving the goal of vanquishing enemies. It was not until half a month later that Sumo found himself suspended in midair above the ocean surrounding the island, gazing down at the waters beneath him. At that moment, beneath the surface, a shark was engaged in the pursuit of a colossal octopus. Sumo raised his right hand and gently clenched it in the direction of the shark. A subtle fluctuation passed through the shark's position, and the surrounding seawater rippled in concentric circles. The ripples swept over the shark's body, which was instantly torn apart as if ravaged by an unseen force, with crimson blood spreading outward. After nearly half a year of diligent practice in the training chamber, Sumo had finally made preliminary strides in mastering the art of spatial shattering. However, with his current capabilities, he could only generate a wave of spatial ripples, far from achieving true spatial rupture. The art of spatial shattering is categorized into three levels. Upon mastering the first level, one can create spatial ripples, capable of shattering an opponent's divine form, much like Sumo had done. The second level involves generating spatial tides that even formidable beings at the Realm Lord level cannot resist. The third level culminates in the complete rupture of space itself. Yet, given Sumo's current proficiency, it was evident that he was still far from mastering the first level, perhaps having barely grasped 1/10 of it. Nevertheless, he was already able to manifest these spatial ripples. From this, Sumo concluded that the stability of space in the Marvel Universe was significantly inferior to that of the Devouring World. He estimated that he might not need to fully comprehend the first level before he could directly rupture space. Satisfied, he nodded and returned to the training chamber, immersing himself in his practice. Meanwhile, in New York, the Stark Industries Expo was officially underway. Within the main exhibition hall, Hammer Industries was showcasing their latest research achievements: combat troops. With an excited shout from Justin Hammer, and with the assistance of Ivan Vanko, the intelligent war robots crafted by Hammer Industries began to ascend from the ground. Although the latent danger within Tony had been resolved by Sumo, for reasons unknown, Rhodey remained estranged from him and, with Tony's tacit approval, had taken the Mark III, which Hammer Industries had subsequently modified into the War Machine. Just then, Tony descended onto the stage. Before he could utter a word, all the robots on display, along with Rhodey's War Machine, aimed their cannons at him. "Hey, no, Tony exclaimed, witnessing the alarming scene before him. He swiftly took to the skies in his suit. He had just learned that Ivan Vanko was hiding within Hammer Industries and intended to inquire about it. But he never anticipated that these robots would attack without provocation. Below, a crowd of over 1,000, including Pepper Potts, was present. He would not allow a fight to erupt in such a setting. As Tony took flight, the surrounding robots, including Rhodey's war machine, all pursued him under Ivan Vanko's control. Hovering in the sky, Tony looked back at the swarm of drones tailing him, feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, a female voice echoed in his mind. "Mr. Stark, you can lead them to the small island to the east. There will be someone waiting for you." Upon hearing the voice in his head, Tony wore a bewildered expression. "Who are you, and how are you in my head?" The woman's laughter resonated in his mind. "Mr. Stark, I am merely using telepathic abilities to communicate with you. By the way, my boss is Sumo." "All right." Upon hearing Sumo's name, realization dawned on Tony's face, and he promptly turned to fly towards the small island to the east. He harbored no doubts regarding the woman's words, as he had experienced Sumo's extraordinary abilities more than once. Take, for instance, the remarkable meat Sumo had gifted him. After consuming it for just over half a month, he had transformed into a veritable force of resilience, with his strength doubled. In less than half a minute, Tony landed on the small island she mentioned. It was indeed small, merely the size of a football field, and it lacked even a name. Upon landing, Tony immediately spotted an elderly man with graying hair facing away from him. "Who are you? Are you the one Sumo sent to assist me?" After a moment, the figure clad in black slowly turned around. "Indeed, you may call me Magneto." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted dramatically. As he beheld the elder's visage, he instantly believed his words. After all, he had investigated Magneto's appearance extensively, seeking information for the shard lodged in his chest. "You truly have a connection with Sumo?" "Yes, indeed. I now work for him," Magneto confirmed with a nod. He had returned to the Isle of the Dead half a month prior. Initially, after Eric had learned that Lorna, also known as Polaris, was pregnant with her, he had vanished without a trace. Lorna's mother was left with no choice but to remarry a common man. Consequently, when Eric eventually located Lorna, she refused to acknowledge him as her father and was unwilling to leave with him. Helpless, Eric returned alone once more. Until today, when he was dispatched here by the White Queen, Emma, Tony was momentarily taken aback. Work? Before he could delve further into the inquiry, the war machine and the robots caught up from behind. Simultaneously, a figure much larger than the standard suits descended before the robots. The helmet opened, revealing Ivan Vanko's face. "Tony, it's a pleasure to see you again." With that, he waved his arms, unleashing 2 lightning whips from his forearms. Tony, seeing this, adopted a defensive stance. While he could manage Vanko alone, the presence of dozens of robots behind him, each armed with missiles, posed a significant threat that he feared his suit would struggle to withstand. At that moment, Magneto approached from a short distance behind Tony and raised his right hand with a gentle motion. "Step back." As he gestured, Tony felt an overwhelming force propel him aside uncontrollably. Magneto calmly regarded the array of suits before him. "Leave this to me." Upon hearing Magneto Eric's words, Ivan Vanko's expression faltered. He scrutinized Magneto from head to toe, noting his audacity. Without further ado, he swung the whip in his hand toward the seemingly arrogant elder. However, as he moved, his expression changed dramatically. His mechanical arm refused to respond to his commands, and after several failed attempts to lift it, a dreadful premonition surged within him. He hastily attempted to control his armor, which roared as its power systems engaged at maximum capacity. Yet, his suit remained utterly immobile. He promptly issued attack commands to the robots and Rhodey's war machine, but they, too, responded as if sunk into the abyss, yielding no reaction. Across from him, Magneto wore an expression of ease. With the aid of Apocalypse, he had not only fully restored his powers, but had also experienced considerable enhancement. He felt as if, when fully exerting his abilities, he could alter the Earth's magnetic field and eradicate all life on the planet within mere hours. At that moment, the suits and robots before him were akin to toys, entirely at his mercy. With a gentle clench of his right hand, the dozens of robots behind him suddenly coalesced into a single mass of iron. Tony, standing nearby, felt a twinge of fear at this sight. Fortunately, these individuals were subordinates of Sumo. Had they been enemies, he would have found himself as defenseless as those robots in the face of opposition. As he noticed their intent to attack Rhodes and Ivan Vanko, Tony hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Wait, the whips are inconsequential. Death is merely death. However, I have just confirmed that Rhodes' predicament is entirely due to the manipulation of his war machine by someone else. As one of my closest friends, I cannot allow him to perish at the hands of our own." He approached Eric to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Eric ceased his actions, instead gesturing gently towards the 2 men. The armor on Rhodes instantaneously scattered into pieces, while Ivan Vanko was obliterated into fragments. As one of the notable villains in the Marvel Universe, Suemo would undoubtedly not let him escape. He had previously instructed them to ensure his demise personally. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. One cannot overlook an adversary simply due to their apparent weakness. With the situation seemingly resolved, Magneto Eric nodded towards Tony. I shall refrain from further involvement. I am rather aged and must retire early. With that, he addressed the void, declaring, mission accomplished. On Death Island, Emma languidly curled up on the sofa, watching television. Seemingly having heard something, she paused momentarily, but within 5 seconds, she resumed her gaze at the distant screen as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, as Magneto's words faded, a purple portal materialized before him, evidently the handiwork of Apocalypse. Without a backward glance, Magneto stepped through it. Tony stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the high-tech combat methods unfolding before him. On Death Island, Suemo, who was diligently training within the Star Tower, abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement illuminating his gaze. In a flash, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he found himself within a vast space inside the Star Tower. Not far in front of him, the colossal star-eating vine loomed in the void, with a staggering 108 main tendrils thrashing about unconsciously. Each of these tendrils exceeded 1,000 kilometers in length, nearly 100 meters in diameter, and shimmered with a metallic sheen. When fully unfurled, it could encompass a significant portion of America. Gazing at this immense star-eating vine, Suemo could not help but express his awe. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as a plant life that could grow to the pinnacle of cosmic dominance. Its stellar-level form was nearly comparable to that of a domain lord of the Mo Yun vine, with 108 main tendrils. This star-eating vine would send even the most powerful fleets in this world fleeing in disarray. Sensing Suemo's presence, the distant star-eating vine began to thrash vigorously. A wave of exhilaration surged into Suemo's mind. Subsequently, the vine surged towards him, its size gradually diminishing until it transformed into a form merely over 2 meters in length upon reaching him. The 108 tendrils of the star-eating vine entwined around Suemo's body, its exterior gradually morphing. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a suit of armor glimmering with metallic luster. After absorbing a substantial amount of metal, the resilience of the vine's tendrils surpassed that of a third-tier original force battle suit. With the dual protection of this and the Feather God armor, Suemo felt confident that he was virtually impervious to physical attacks. Furthermore, as a plant life, the star-eating vine possessed formidable power comparable to a cosmic-level being even at the stellar level. Any adversary ensnared by it would stand no chance of survival unless they reached cosmic status. Chapter 122, An Unexpected Summons. Upon reaching the stellar level, the star-eating vine would require an immense quantity of metal to ascend further. Fortunately, the transition from first-tier stellar to ninth-tier perfection did not necessitate any special metal. Ordinary metal ores would suffice. Thus, the process would become considerably easier. In the skies above the Central Pacific, Suemo emerged from the spatial portal, casting his gaze upon the boundless ocean below. If one were to identify the richest source of metal ores on Earth, it would undoubtedly be the ocean. After all, nearly all terrestrial mineral resources had been fully explored and were in various stages of development, whereas the mineral resources in the ocean remained largely intact due to the challenges of extraction. With this in mind, Suemo waved his hand. The star-eating vine manifested from his body, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the ocean below. Subsequently, in Suemo's perception, the tendrils of the vine began to expand rapidly. In no time, all 108 tendrils stretched to over 1,000 kilometers in length. Once unfurled, they sought out positions to embed themselves into the seabed. The star-eating vine could sense the locations of metals, watching it absorb the mineral ores to enhance its strength. Suemo exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to leave. The time required for evolution using these ordinary metals was considerably longer than that for specially formulated metals and was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. The quantity required was also significant. Suemo estimated that even if the star-eating vine were to absorb all the mineral resources in the ocean, it might not reach the 5th tier of the stellar level. To elevate it to the 9th tier, even the entirety of the planet's metals might not suffice. Of course, even if it were adequate, Suemo would not allow the star-eating vine to continue its absorption unchecked. Should it consume all the metals on Earth, the planet could face dire consequences. To be prudent, Suemo only allowed it to absorb from the ocean, knowing that there were countless planets in outer space from which it could draw sustenance. There was no need to devastate Earth for the sake of enhancement. After ensuring the star-eating vine was settled, Suemo returned to the island. A month had elapsed since then. The construction of Silent Hill in the eerie world had long been completed. Before his departure, he had specifically instructed that operations would not commence until his return. After all, this pertained to supernatural phenomena. Once business began, it would inevitably attract the attention of official authorities, and relying on Julie and Alicia alone might not suffice. It would be worthwhile for him to make a special trip. After all, this was crucial for establishing a stable source of points in the future. With this in mind, Sumo activated the dream walking technique. Before the colossal time tree, he was just about to enter the eerie world when the dark scripture on his forehead suddenly stirred. Sumo paused in astonishment. Upon further inspection, it seemed to sense a call from another world. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo followed the direction of the summons and gazed at a branch of the time tree. This so-called time tree resembled a beam of light perpetually moving forward, continuously branching out countless offshoots. Each branch represented a parallel world. Sumo soon arrived before one of these world branches. Within his perception, there was an indistinct yet compelling force resonating from this world. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into this parallel universe. After a brief moment of disorientation, Sumo's spiritual form materialized above a town. It was evident that in this world, there was no counterpart to Sumo. Upon entering, he exists in this state of ethereal form. He surveyed the town below. Despite the cloak of night, he was still able to discern the general condition of the settlement. The town was not small in size. However, judging by the architectural style and the weathered, dilapidated walls, it appeared to belong to the early 18th century. Observing this, Sumo felt a sudden realization. No wonder there was no counterpart of his in this world. The early 18th century, he had not yet been born. So how could a counterpart exist? Of course, he could still find a body to inhabit at will, though an incompatible vessel would affect his strength. Yet, primarily relying on the dark divine tome, the impact would not be too significant for him. Nevertheless, he did not rush to find a body. Instead, he first soared toward the direction of the summons he sensed. Within the town, in a vast castle, there was a spacious bedroom. Two girls clutched a tattered page from an ancient tome, fervently reciting the incantations inscribed upon it. After a moment, the golden-haired Illyra glanced at her twin sister beside her, her face betraying disappointment. "Marika, this doesn't seem to have any effect." The red-haired Marika also ceased her recitation. "What should we do? Are we truly destined to become the brides of that revolting vampire?" At this, Illyra wore a wry smile. "Revolting vampire? Have you forgotten that under his curse, we too have become revolting vampires?" As she spoke, two fangs elongated from her mouth. Witnessing this, her sister Marika's expression soured further. Meanwhile, standing in his spectral state outside the window, Sumo listened to their conversation, lost in contemplation. Another vampire? Did he have an enmity with vampires in his past life? Why did he keep crossing paths with them? As Sumo sensed the tattered page clutched by the two girls through his mental faculties, he began to piece together the situation. It appeared that these two had caught the attention of a vampire, who, through a curse, had transformed them into vampires as well, intending to take them as his brides after a certain period. Naturally, the two were unwilling to become mere playthings of a vampire. Somehow, they had acquired a spell to summon a demon, hoping to rid themselves of the vampire. From the incantation, it seemed they were attempting to summon the underworld deity, Zysorn. This was a common method employed by demons, disseminating spells capable of summoning them across various worlds. Some humans, when faced with insurmountable difficulties, would place their hopes in these demons, seeking their assistance in exchange for their souls. They resolved their predicaments, while the demons, upon the individual's demise, would claim their souls, effectively a transaction and a means for these demons to acquire souls. However, it seemed that something had gone awry. Zysorn had now been entirely dominated by the Star Princess through the dark divine tome, reduced to a mere source of energy for Sumo. With no time to tend to the summons of these girls, their call was intercepted by the dark divine tome residing beyond the world, drawing Sumo closer. Yet, he felt no aversion to this. After all, it was a fortuitous opportunity that could yield rewards and two loyal subordinates. Why not seize it? At that moment, a dense aura of dark energy enveloped Sumo, and he swiftly materialized within the girls' chamber. Chapter 123, Van Helsing, The Vampire Brides. The two girls, who had been wallowing in despair, suddenly lifted their heads. Having already become vampires, their perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. Upon seeing the figure shrouded in dark mist materialize before them, a flicker of hope appeared on their faces. They hastily knelt before Sumo, mighty demon lord. "We beseech your aid." Once granted Sumo's consent, the two quickly recounted their plight. The reality aligned closely with Sumo's conjectures. the only distinction being the involvement of their father, the king of this small realm. From their narration, Suemo discerned that they were situated in early 18th century Eastern Europe, in a secluded location where every town functioned as a small kingdom, with mayors daring to call themselves kings. Their father, while a king in title, was merely a mayor of a larger town at best. The origin of the predicament was rather straightforward. As their father's age advanced, fearing death, he had somehow obtained the address of a vampire and led a party to seek him out. His intent was simple: to transform into a vampire to attain eternal life. In exchange, he willingly offered his 2 daughters as brides to the vampire. Evidently, Elira and Marika had become the unfortunate sacrifices, deceived by their father. They had consumed a potion specially concocted by the vampire, resulting in their transformation into vampires, and they were soon to be wed to him. After their account, they gazed resolutely at Suemo. "If you can liberate us from this vampire, we are willing to surrender our very souls to you." It was at this juncture that Suemo truly observed their appearances. The elder sister Marika had flowing, curly red hair, large eyes, and a high nose. Most striking was her exceptionally prominent bosom. Had she not confirmed that she was merely 19, Suemo might have doubted it. Meanwhile, Elira, with her golden curls, possessed a striking beauty imbued with a hint of Eastern European charm. For some reason, Suemo found their faces vaguely familiar, yet he brushed the thought aside. "Your souls hold no value to me," Suemo declared, retracting the dark energy surrounding him. He shook his head. He was not like Zysorn and his ilk. The living were of greater utility to him than mere souls. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted. After a moment of hesitation, Marika gritted her teeth and spoke. "As long as you help us escape from that vampire, we are willing to offer you everything we possess." After all, if they were to give themselves away, it made sense to choose someone powerful. By all accounts, this demon before them was far superior to that vampire. "Are you certain?" Suemo asked for confirmation. Upon seeing their nods, he projected 2 contracts from his brow, which floated before them. Having been transformed into vampires, they were no longer human, but rather dark beings. The moment they signed the contracts, Suemo felt distinctly capable of drawing them into the dark divine tome with a mere thought, akin to the undead legions. However, all of this hinged upon Suemo successfully eliminating the vampire they mentioned. Without hesitation, Suemo inquired, "After I deal with him, you must leave this world with me. If you wish to retract your agreement now, it is not too late." After contemplating for a moment, the 2 resolutely nodded. "We will leave with you," Marika said. Their mother had perished during childbirth, leaving them with only their father, the king. However, at the moment when they were offered to the vampire, any lingering affection they held for their father had dissipated completely. Upon witnessing the 2's acquiescence, Suemo hesitated no longer. He resolved to set forth to confront the vampire. For he was a temporary visitor in this realm and remained unaware of the temporal ratio between this world and the Marvel Universe. It was prudent to eliminate the threat swiftly and depart expeditiously. Before he could take action, a series of knocks echoed from the door, and a middle-aged man entered the room. Observing Elira and Marika within, his expression remained impassive as he spoke. "The time has come. Prepare yourselves, for I shall send you to Lord Dracula's castle shortly." As he uttered those cold words, a flicker of anger crossed Elira's face. "I will not go. Why must we be turned into this?" The man's expression darkened at her retort. "What is so wrong with being a vampire? You would possess eternal life and never age. This opportunity was hard-won on your behalf." Unable to contain herself, Marika interjected, "That is merely your opinion. You are unworthy to call yourself our father." She pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Impudent." Albert, their father, bellowed in rage. "The decision is made. You shall go whether you like it or not." With that, he turned to leave the room. Suemo, suspended in the air, observed the quarrel in silence. In his current spectral state, he was invisible to the man, provided he chose not to reveal himself. However, he did not allow Albert to depart unchallenged. He materialized directly before him. "Where is the vampire you speak of?" Albert gasped at Suemo's sudden appearance, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. What are you?" Suemo had no intention of engaging in a lengthy explanation. With a glimmer of purple light in his eyes, he pressed, "Tell me, where is the vampire?" Under the influence of Suemo's magic, Albert's gaze became vacant as he muttered the name of a location. Transylvania, the ancient town. Having obtained the information, Suemo turned to Elira and Marika. "You must be familiar with this place?" "Yes." Elira nodded. In the next moment, her body underwent a dramatic transformation. Wings sprouted from her back, her feet morphed into claws, and her skin turned pale. Observing her metamorphosis, coupled with the image of the vampire brides and their familiar features, Suemo finally recalled. "Van Helsing?" The two before him appeared to be the alluring vampire brides he had seen in the film adaptation of Van Helsing, and it was evident that these events unfolded prior to the narrative. The vampire they mentioned was unmistakably the progenitor of vampires himself, Dracula. Chapter 124. The Arrival of the Undead Army. Marika, witnessing her sister's transformation, joined her in the change. Together, the three soared into the sky. However, during their flight, Suemo waved his hand gently, extracting tendrils of dark mist from the two, which merged into the dark tome upon his brow. This was a mark left by Dracula, evidently to prevent their escape. Shortly thereafter, guided by the sisters, they arrived above a small town. Upon reaching their destination, Suemo could distinctly sense the presence of vampires emanating from a vast, ancient castle perched upon a cliff just outside the town. The trio descended before the castle, and sensing the aura of Alira and Marika, the grand doors creaked open. A man clad in dark robes, exuding elegance and possessing a pallid complexion, emerged. "Welcome, my brides." Yet, upon noticing Suemo hovering in the air, his expression faltered. "Who are you?" As the progenitor of vampires, his ability to perceive Suemo did not surprise the latter. He regarded Dracula with a smile. "You may consider me a suitor come to claim my bride." Dracula's countenance darkened at Suemo's jest. "You? Presumptuous." With a flick of his wrist, a roar echoed from within the castle, and moments later, a werewolf leaped forth. Positioning itself before Suemo, Dracula then diverted his attention back to Alira and Marika, excitement flickering across his face. "Come, return with me to the castle. Aid me in expanding the vampire lineage, for one day, vampires shall reign supreme over this world." The two sisters, however, did not heed his call. Instead, they sidestepped to take refuge behind Suemo. Just days prior, they had been ordinary girls. Even with their newfound vampiric powers, which had exponentially increased their combat abilities, they still felt an inescapable dread when confronted by the formidable Dracula. Noticing their retreat, a flicker of anger crossed Dracula's face. He felt as though a peculiar hat had been placed upon his head. He turned to the werewolf and commanded, "Kill him." The werewolf, obeying the order, let out a howl before lunging at Suemo. Suemo remained unperturbed, casting a glance at the beast. With a flick of his fingers, a seemingly inconspicuous spark of fire shot from his hand, striking the airborne werewolf. Upon contact, the flames ignited as if doused in gasoline, engulfing the creature entirely. The werewolf let out no more than a fleeting scream before its massive form was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Dracula's expression shifted dramatically, even in his transformed state. He knew it would take him several minutes to deal a fatal blow to a werewolf. He could not fathom executing such a swift kill as Suemo had. A sense of caution crept into his demeanor as he instinctively began to retreat. Simultaneously, he issued a mental command. From within the castle, countless bat-like vampires surged forth, swarming towards Suemo and the two women like a horde of locusts. Following closely behind were hundreds of massive werewolves. The sheer number of minions bolstered Dracula's confidence, and his expression regained its calm. He ascended to a terrace atop the castle. "I shall make you understand the consequences of provoking me." Initially, Alira and Marika had exhibited excitement upon witnessing Suemo's swift dispatch of the werewolf. But as they beheld the myriad of tiny vampires and the throngs of werewolves emerging from the castle, their expressions turned grave. While they believed the summoned demons to be far more powerful than Dracula, it was evident that what descended upon them was merely an illusion. Both women harbored doubts about whether Suemo could contend with such a vast army of foes. Suemo, however, gazed at the spectacle unfolding in the sky with a hint of exhilaration. He had initially anticipated merely confronting Dracula, perhaps accompanied by a few werewolves. After all, his recollection was that Dracula had few subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have been reduced to relying on vampire brides in times of crisis. Now it seemed, he had stumbled upon an unexpected bounty. Suemo speculated that, over the long passage of time, these minions had either departed or perished for some unknown reason. Yet, he chose not to dwell on this notion further. The greater the quantity, the more advantageous it becomes for him. Is it necessary to have more people? A subtle smile graced Suemo's lips. The dark scripture surged forth from his brow, hovering in the air before him. In an instant, a swirling gray mist erupted from the tome, rapidly enveloping the vast expanse of ground beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Dracula cautiously directed a vampire bat into the mist. The moment the bat entered the fog, its body disintegrated as if it had plunged into sulfuric acid, leaving behind only a skeleton that plummeted to the ground. Noticing this, Dracula's pupils constricted, and he hastily maneuvered the bats and nearby werewolves away from the gray mist. Fortunately, the mist did not encroach upon the castle. Within a brief half-minute, Under Dracula's watchful gaze, the mist began to dissipate slowly. However, before he could revel in this, he beheld the area once shrouded in mist now teeming with various monstrous entities. Once the fog completely cleared, he discerned that standing upon the ground were colossal skeleton warriors, each brandishing an array of weapons. Before these skeletal soldiers stood thousands of meticulously arranged undead knights, clad in impenetrable armor. It was conservatively estimated that the number of these undead exceeded 100,000. Staring in astonishment at this sight, Dracula felt a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. Yet, he swiftly quelled that fear. After all, he was immortal. What did it matter if there were more adversaries? Furthermore, until they engaged in combat, who could ascertain the true fighting prowess of each side? Perhaps these skeletons were mere facades. Hovering in the sky, Sumo bore a satisfied smile. This legion of undead had indeed been summoned from the dark scripture before he departed from the apocalyptic realm. Of course, had he desired, he could have easily summoned billions from the realm of the undead, given sufficient time. These undead existed solely due to the energy within the dark scripture. Much like ordinary necromancers summon undead beings from the netherworld, he could command them at will. However, he was reluctant to squander time, and moreover, the space before the castle was limited. With additional troops, there would be no room for the skeletons to stand. With an army of 100,000 undead, he deemed it more than sufficient to deal with the vampires and werewolves before him. In truth, with the combat strength of the skeleton soldiers, merely 1,000 would suffice to crush their foes. Yet, he was pressed for time. Chapter 125, Annihilating Dracula and the Three Vampire Brides. Once everything was in place, Sumo hesitated not a moment. He waved his hand forward, and the previously motionless army of the undead sprang into action. The foremost undead knights, towering over 3 meters, uniformly brandished their colossal swords and charged toward the werewolves blocking the castle's entrance. Meanwhile, a small contingent of over 10,000 skeletal archers remained protected within their ranks. The remainder leapt high into the air, targeting the vampire throngs situated dozens of meters above, brandishing their bone blades to strike. The vampires were caught off guard by the extraordinary agility of the skeletons. Before they could react, the bone blades had already struck them down, resulting in a swift decimation of nearly half their ranks. As the remaining vampires regained their composure, they hastily ascended. At that moment, the protected skeletal archers swiftly knocked their bone arrows, imbuing them with a surge of soul energy. The arrows transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the body of a vampire. Before the felled vampire could plummet, the bone arrow embedded within it erupted in a flash of crimson. Boom! The vampire's body disintegrated in an explosion, sending enormous fireballs scattering across the sky. Following a volley of arrows, not a single vampire remained visible in the air. The fate of the werewolves on the ground was scarcely better. The legion of undead knights numbered around 4,000 to 5,000. The front line, armed with long spears nearly 3 meters in length, charged forth with unyielding momentum, rendering the werewolves defenseless against the onslaught of their piercing weapons, which shattered them upon impact. The rear werewolves quickly reacted, leaping into the fray, only to find the undead knights raising their swords towards the sky. Given that the strength of these undead knights was not significantly inferior to that of the werewolves, the latter met their end without making a single splash. The werewolves that had yet to leap stood frozen in horror, witnessing the approaching undead knights, and quickly turned to flee toward the castle. From his vantage point atop the castle, Dracula beheld this scene, his fury momentarily eclipsed by disbelief. His once proud legion had been decimated in less than 5 minutes, a testament to the overwhelming might of the undead. Coupled with the enigmatic Sumo, whose capabilities remained a mystery, he realized he possessed no chance of victory. In that instant, he transformed into a vampire, resembling a larger version of those around him, and took flight toward the heavens. Sumo, observing from above the undead army, swiftly took note of this development. A thought crossed his mind, and a massive bone dragon emerged from the castle's side, blocking Dracula's path. This bone dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, dwarfed Dracula, whose form was scarcely larger than a claw of the beast. Upon its arrival, the dragon's right claw swept forth with lightning speed, swatting Dracula towards Sumo. The vampire let out a pained scream as the dragon's immense power shattered nearly every bone in his body. Were it not for his immortality, this single blow would have claimed his life. Even so, upon landing, he found himself utterly incapacitated. Though immortal, he was not immune to injury. The trauma of his shattered skeleton would require him at least several minutes to recover. However, Sumo clearly had no intention of granting him that time. As he descended gracefully before Dracula, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, the latter hastily stammered a plea for mercy. I implore you, spare me. These 2 women belong to you, no 3. 1 more will arrive tonight. They are all yours. I hope you will show me mercy for their sake. Despite his repeated claims of immortality, he understood all too well that such a state was relative. Even gods could perish, let alone him. He had merely yet to encounter an enemy capable of ending his existence. Suemo regarded him with a smile. If I slay you, they will still be mine. With that, he unleashed a flicker of hellfire from his hand, engulfing Dracula's form. In an instant, he was consumed, leaving behind only ashes that scattered with the wind. Standing behind Suemo, Marika and Illyrio witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. In their hearts, a singular thought resonated. So powerful, too powerful. The vampire, who had been ardently courted by their father, found herself utterly powerless in the presence of their master. Suemo paid no heed to the expressions of the 2 individuals, as his ethereal form descended toward the castle below. Among the werewolves, aside from a few who leapt from the cliffs to escape, the majority had met their demise at the hands of the undead knights. Upon entering the castle, Suemo navigated the corridors as if he were intimately familiar with the layout, making his way toward the rear. Moments later, he found himself within a vast cavern nestled within the mountainside. The ceiling was adorned with a multitude of egg-like objects. Indeed, there were more. Suemo mused inwardly. After vanquishing Dracula, he sensed the presence of a considerable number of vampires lingering within the castle, which led him to this very place. It was evident that these were the eggs laid by the vampires. Beside him lay a wooden coffin containing the desiccated corpses of several female vampires. It seemed that these were Dracula's former wives, all of whom perished after giving birth to numerous vampires, prompting Dracula to consider marrying new brides. Suemo commanded a skeleton soldier to approach and shatter one of the vampire eggs. Upon inspection, he was pleased to find that 1 point had been credited to his score. A flicker of delight crossed his face. This cavern was home to hundreds of thousands of such vampire eggs. Without hesitation, a horde of skeleton soldiers surged forth, and within mere minutes, they had obliterated all the eggs. Suemo calculated that he had amassed over 2 million points in just one night. If he were to repeat this venture several more times, he would have enough points to procure the metallic components necessary for upgrading the star-eating vine to a cosmic level. Once he had ensured that the cavern was entirely cleared of any remnants, Suemo exited the castle. However, he soon noticed a tall woman with long black hair had appeared outside, conversing with Illyrio and the others. Now all 3 vampire brides had gathered. Chapter 126, Return to Silent Hill. Upon seeing Suemo emerge, the black-haired woman hurriedly approached and knelt before him. Master, I am willing to offer everything I possess. Please take me in. Suemo was taken aback by her words. Unlike Illyrio and her sister, who had entered into a pact to free themselves from the vampire's grasp, this woman had no obligation to become his servant. After all, with Dracula vanquished, she was now free. Why? Suemo inquired, his curiosity piqued. The woman lifted her gaze to meet his, then began to explain. In this world, there exist vampires, werewolves, and various peculiar dark creatures. Naturally, there are also many demon hunters akin to Van Helsing. They do not concern themselves with whether individuals like me were forced into vampirism. Upon discovery, they would not permit us to live. To defend myself against such hunters, I must enhance my own power. It is well known that vampires gain strength by consuming vast quantities of human blood. Yet, I am merely an ordinary woman raised in a town. Not one of those soulless vampires like Van Helsing, who has lost all humanity over the course of a century. In my subconscious, the thoughts of humanity still prevail, making it impossible for me to harm humans. Given my current weakness, enduring a life of evasion from demon hunters is unbearable. I would prefer to leave with you. This way, I would not be alone, and at the very least, I would have Illyrio and her sister for company. After hearing her explanation, Suemo did not refuse. A willing subordinate was an opportunity not to be squandered, especially when he bore no cost for it. Shortly thereafter, he formalized a pact akin to that of Illyrio and her sister, and the 3 women became his servants. He also learned the name of the black-haired woman, Verona. Like the others, she too had been transformed into a vampire through some curse cast by Dracula. Suemo was aware of methods to restore them to normalcy, yet he chose not to pursue that route. After reverting them to ordinary humans, they would serve little purpose to him beyond mere decoration. As for training, he doubted that these 3 delicate women held substantial value for cultivation. However, he entertained another notion. The way vampires enhance their power is by ingesting various energy-rich blood. This was something Suemo could easily acquire, especially after the emergence of the beast god. He would not lack for beast god blood. He intended to experiment with what heights they could reach with an abundant supply of high-grade blood. Of course, he would need to proceed cautiously. Such blood was rare and precious, and he feared that a single drop might cause them to explode on the spot. It was time to depart. Suemo gathered the undead and turned his attention to Verona and the others. Next, you will enter a special space. However, there is no need for concern. It will take less than a minute. Suemo was uncertain of what the realm of the dark scriptures entailed, but he assumed it would not pose any harm to them. The three women nodded in response. With a wave of his hand, they vanished from sight. Suemo's figure flickered as he departed from that world. Within the Star Tower, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. He first checked the time beside him and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a few hours had passed in that world. It seemed the flow of time in Van Helsing's world was not vastly different from this one. Exiting the training room, Suemo waved his hand gently. The three women materialized before him. Star Maiden. Suemo called out into the expanse. Coming, master. As soon as the words left her mouth, Star Maiden, clad in a cheongsam, appeared before Suemo. She surveyed the three women he had brought, her face betraying a hint of sorrow. Master, one of me is not enough for you. You went and sought others. It's one thing to find someone else, but to bring back three at once is just too much for me. Suemo shivered at her playful banter. Enough of that. The three of them will temporarily reside here for the time being. If you find yourself bored, you may train them. At this, a smile graced Star Maiden's face. Very well, master. I will ensure I properly instruct the three of them. With that, she sashayed toward the three women. From now on, you three must listen well. Come. I will find you a suitable place to stay. With a wave of her hand, Star Maiden led the three women away. Suemo focused his thoughts. After his strength had reached planetary perfection, he could sense some aspects of space, just as he had done during the evolution of the star-eating vine. He could now find a space at will for its evolution. He sensed that Star Maiden had brought the three women into a realm bathed in sunlight, with grassy fields and sandy beaches. With a casual gesture by the seaside, he constructed a dwelling for them. Noticing this, Suemo turned his attention elsewhere. He returned to the training room and activated the dream-walking technique. In the eerie world of Silent Hill, within the villa at the back of the town, Suemo abruptly sat up in bed. The room remained unchanged since his departure, the temperature still hovering around -7 or 8 degrees. Rising from the bed, he stretched his stiff body. With a swift movement, he appeared in the living room on the first floor of the villa. At that moment, neither Alicia nor Sadako could be seen within the villa. Closing his eyes to attune to his surroundings, he soon detected Alicia's presence in the inner world. Alicia was currently situated in a house at the center of the town, preparing to place a rather sinister-looking doll on the bed in the bedroom, seemingly conversing with it. You will stay in this house from now on, and you must behave. After saying this, Alicia glanced down at the doll, noting its complete lack of reaction. In a fit of frustration, she delivered 2 sharp slaps to the doll's face. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Oddly enough, after those 2 slaps, the doll indeed began to move, its left arm creaking as it covered its slapped face, shaking its head in a manner that suggested grievance. That's more like it. Alicia's face lit up with satisfaction. Suemo appeared behind Alicia in an instant. Sensing the presence behind her, Alicia turned around, her face brightening upon seeing Suemo master. You're back. She tossed the doll onto the bed as if it were trash and hurried to Suemo's side, a joyful smile gracing her features. Seeing her smile, Suemo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for having just witnessed her ferociously slapping the doll, anyone would find her current demeanor charming and reminiscent of an innocent, carefree girl next door. Suemo reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. What were you doing? At his words, Alicia suddenly remembered the doll in her hand and dashed back to the bed. Grabbing the doll by its hair, she lifted it up. Suemo seemed to glimpse a flicker of pain on the doll's face. Weren't you the one who told us to capture more evil spirits? This is what I just brought back from outside. Her name is Annabelle. Chapter 127, The Demon's Monastery. In the real world, at the entrance of Silent Hill Town, Suemo arrived. After a month of effort from Alicia and Sadako, the tangible world had seen an influx of dozens of evil spirits. Among them were familiar entities like the clown, Annabelle, and Billy the puppet. As he surveyed the transformed town, he noted its significant changes. The entire town was now enclosed by a towering wall, standing 6 to 7 meters high, given that the town was nestled against a high mountain. A wall less than 5 kilometers in front sufficed to completely encircle it, integrating seamlessly with the mountainside. The wall bore eerie graffiti, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. Outside the wall, a sprawling array of wooden cabins had been constructed as supporting facilities, including restaurants and inns, though they remained under renovation and had yet to commence operations. It seemed Dana had departed, for Suemo could not sense her presence here. He paid it little mind, His foremost priority was to secure matters with the authorities. However, locating the officials hinged on Julie, who had connections with these departments. Harnessing the power of the contract, he effortlessly sensed Julie's location. A spatial gateway slowly materialized before him, and he stepped through it. Meanwhile, Julie and another woman stood in the courtyard of an ancient monastery, which appeared to have been abandoned for a considerable time. The exterior walls, with their peeling plaster, were overrun with climbing vines, and the ground was strewn with weeds, casting a sinister pall over the dim surroundings. "Is this the monastery harboring the powerful demon you spoke of? It seems rather unremarkable," remarked a slender woman standing behind Julie. Surveying the area, "You should exercise caution. The strength of evil spirits cannot be discerned from the outside." Julie shot her a glance and carefully drew her silver crossbow, proceeding cautiously toward the structure. After nearly a month of study, she had mastered 4 or 5 spells from the tomes of dark magic. This outing was her opportunity for practical application, having taken on a task nearly on par with those in Silent Hill. However, having learned from past experiences, even with her enhanced abilities, she opted to bring a partner for safety, and this woman, named Tina, was a fellow hunter she had met during a previous mission. Tina smiled at Julie's warning. "Rest assured, I'm ranked in the top 10 of the demon hunters. Do you think I'm a novice?" With that, she unsheathed a small stone dagger and followed Julie into the building. As the undergrowth was exceedingly dense, Julie had to draw a knife to carve a path toward the grand entrance. Minutes later, she stood before the monastery's dilapidated wooden door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed it open. A grating sound echoed as dozens of startled bats flew out from within. The 2 women remained unfazed, calmly dodging the flurry of bats before stepping inside. The room was shrouded in darkness. Julie retrieved a powerful flashlight and directed its beam within. It appeared to be a hall for prayer, with tables and chairs strewn haphazardly across the floor, covered in a thick layer of dust and bat droppings. Tina produced a compass-like device from somewhere, spinning it a few times before her gaze shifted toward the staircase. "It's down below." Julie nodded in response. The 2 women leaned against each other as they descended the stairs. As they traversed about half a flight, Julie suddenly felt as if she had passed through a thin membrane. However, shining her flashlight around, she found nothing unusual. Outside the monastery, Sumo emerged from the spatial doorway and surveyed his surroundings, sensing something amiss as a change washed over his expression. Through the power of the contract, he had detected that Julie's presence within the monastery had vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a distant sensation. He knew well that she had not used her spatial gate to transfer, as doing so would require her to borrow magic power from him. Yet, she had not drawn any magic from him just moments prior, leading him to conclude that she had been taken by the force of some evil spirit. Realizing this, Sumo's face brightened with intrigue. It appeared that the evil spirits here were more formidable than he had anticipated. The ability to manipulate space was not something ordinary spirits could achieve. After a minute, Julie and Tina reached the bottom of the stairs. Illuminated by the flashlight, they peered into the dim corridor. The walls and floors were adorned with a plethora of crosses in various styles and sizes, some wooden ones already decaying. Tina examined the compass in her hand, noting that the needle pointed deeper into the corridor. Exchanging glances, they slowly advanced toward the corridor's end. The passage was brief, and within half a minute, they arrived at a tightly shut wooden door. At that moment, the lights of their flashlights flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The expressions on the faces of the 2 individuals revealed no trace of surprise. The interference of light sources is almost a fundamental lesson for every malevolent spirit. Regardless of their form, it seems that all such entities possess the ability to cause the surrounding lights to flicker or extinguish entirely, thereby nurturing an infinite sense of dread within those who encounter them. The duo had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. With practiced ease, they each retrieved an infrared night vision device and donned it, peering through the lenses towards the door not far ahead. They observed that the door had mysteriously creaked open at some point unbeknownst to them. The hairs on their arms stood on end, and they gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. After failing to detect any anomalies, their gazes gradually settled on the ajar door. Beyond it lay what appeared to be a vast black void. Even with the night vision equipment, they could not discern what lay beyond the threshold. Jules exchanged a glance with Tina, who nodded in tacit understanding. Tina produced a flash grenade and hurled it into the darkness beyond the door. Just as the grenade was about to cross the threshold, a pale hand, marked with dark veins, emerged from the profound blackness, seizing the grenade and crushing it with a forceful grip, reducing it to ashes. Chapter 128, The Haunting Nun, The Arrival of Sumo. As the hand obliterated the grenade, Jules swiftly retrieved a vial of holy water and cast it towards the doorway. However, as the holy water approached the entrance, it seemed to be thwarted by an unseen force, dissipating into vapor. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, they caught sight of a figure within the room, a nun clad entirely in black, her pale, bloodless face partially obscured beneath her hat, with eyes emitting a faint yellow glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Jules pulled the trigger of her crossbow. A holy silver bolt shot towards the ghostly nun, striking her with alarming proximity. Tina, not to be outdone, hurled her stone dagger at the nun, which also sank deeply into her form. Waves of divine energy erupted from both attacks, prompting the ghostly nun to unleash a furious howl, her mouth grotesquely stretching to the point where it nearly reached her ears, revealing a maw full of sharp teeth. With a swift motion, she dislodged the arrows and dagger embedded in her body, casting them aside as she lunged toward the two women in the corridor. Trouble. Tina's face paled in realization. Run, she shouted, pivoting to flee. Jules, on the other hand, bore an expression of grim certainty, knowing all too well that these formidable spirits could not be vanquished by mere exorcism tools. Fortunately, she had refrained from recklessly accepting such assignments and had encountered Sue Mo on her first mission. Otherwise, she would have been 6 feet under by now. As the menacing nun charged, Jules waved her hand, summoning for ropes glowing with a purple hue that emerged from the walls, swiftly ensnaring the nun's arms and legs. The ropes tightened, lifting her off the ground and suspending her in midair. Tina, having sprinted a few meters away, sensed the commotion behind her and turned just in time to witness the spectacle. She halted in astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at Jules. Yet there was no time for questions. She quickly retraced her steps. Jules seized the opportunity, raising her holy silver crossbow and firing it at the suspended nun. Several bolts, shimmering with violet light, struck the nun, who emitted a pitiful wail, her body thrashing violently. Tina picked up her stone dagger from the ground and plunged it fiercely into the nun's body once more. Not finished yet. She produced another vial of holy water and doused the nun with it. Once satisfied with her actions, she retreated, positioning herself beside Jules. The nun's anguished cries echoed throughout the corridor, accompanied by tendrils of dark energy seeping from her form. At a certain moment, the nun's struggles ceased, her eyes closed, and her head drooped. Observing this, Jules and Tina released a simultaneous sigh of relief. After a brief pause to ensure the entity remained still, Tina cautiously approached to extract her dagger from the nun's body, recognizing it as one of her most vital exorcism tools. Her gaze then shifted to the ropes binding the nun, her expression one of astonishment as it landed on Jules. How did you do that? It's simply remarkable. Jules experienced a surge of satisfaction at the compliment, but refrained from disclosing her magical abilities. Just as she prepared to dispel the enchantment, the seemingly lifeless nun slowly raised her head once more, her eyes now glowing with blinding intensity. Oh no, Jules exclaimed, her complexion paling as she urgently pulled Tina, who was facing away from the nun, to flee. At that instant, Tina reacted, instinctively running alongside her toward the staircase. They had scarcely covered a short distance when the suspended nun began to emanate an overwhelming darkness, the energy engulfing her limbs causing the ropes to disintegrate. Gradually, the nun descended to the ground, her gaze fixating on the retreating duo, her expression twisted with resentment. Then, her form began to dissolve into the ether. Jules and Tina ascended the staircase in a single breath, finally arriving at a grand hall on the upper floor. However, as they surveyed the hall, an icy dread crept into their hearts. This chamber was no longer the convent they had entered, it resembled a church instead. Utilizing their night vision devices, they scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of an exit, only 2 ominous, pitch-black corridors leading into the unknown. Just then, a chilling scream echoed from one of the passages, followed by a figure rushing towards them, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Jules raised her right hand, conjuring a purple energy sphere that materialized instantly. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the energy ball at the shadowy figure. Upon impact, the figure vanished from sight. Yet, Jules felt no sense of triumph. She discerned that her strike had merely grazed the entity, and they were far from vanquishing it. Doubt began to creep into her mind. The power of this malevolent spirit seemed to exceed her capabilities. She had utilized nearly all her available methods, yet none inflicted significant harm. Meanwhile, Tina stood in stunned silence. Wait, how did you do that? She stammered. The ropes that had ensnared the nun had seemed plausible, perhaps a specially treated artifact propelled by a device. But now, witnessing Jules conjuring an energy sphere with her bare hands left her utterly astounded. She had assumed they were all ordinary individuals, only to realize how mistaken she had been. Jules chose not to explain, instead raising her hand to attempt to open a portal. Now is not the time to discuss this. We are ill-equipped to confront this malevolent spirit, and it would be prudent for us to depart swiftly. However, as she waved her hand, no discernible change occurred before her. A shift in her expression was evident. The reason she dared to challenge these formidable tasks once more was her mastery of the spatial gateway. With such an ability, even if she could not confront these evil spirits, she could escape with ease. Yet, now that her reliance on this power had vanished, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead involuntarily. After several failed attempts, her countenance grew increasingly grim, just as she was about to abandon hope. A spatial gateway crackling with violet sparks slowly opened before them. As the portal widened, Julie beheld a figure standing on the other side. When it reached its full extent, she recognized the figure as Su Mo, who emerged from the gateway with a broad smile. After surveying the surroundings, he remarked, "It seems you have not changed your penchant for courting danger." Chapter 129. The haunted town officially opens for business. Upon hearing Sumo's words, a trace of embarrassment flickered across Julie's face. In both of her recent tasks, she had encountered malevolent spirits beyond her capacity to combat. Crucially, she had relied on Sumo's intervention on both occasions. At this moment, Tina, standing nearby, seemed to come to a realization. Her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Su Mo and the slowly closing spatial gateway behind him. Was this still the world she knew? Su Mo paid no heed to their expressions. Instead, he turned to peer down a dark corridor. A series of thuds echoed from within. He waved his hand gently, igniting all the candles in the church, illuminating the entire space. Yet, 2 corridors remained shrouded in darkness, resembling gaping maws poised to devour. As the thudding grew ever nearer, moments later, a ball rolled out from the corridor, coming to rest at Sumo's feet. Noticing this, a smirk tugged at the corners of Sumo's mouth. Did these malevolent spirits lack any original means of instilling fear? A glimmer of violet light ignited in his eyes as he glanced into the inky corridor. He then lightly placed his right foot atop the ball, allowing dark energy to surge into it. Moments later, Su Mo stepped back 2 paces and looked up at the dark corridor, then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the ball. "Away with you." The ball soared through the air, vanishing into the shadows at an astonishing speed. Almost immediately, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the dark corridor. As the wails faded, the ghostly nun burst forth from the darkness, lunging towards Su Mo. However, her once pale visage was now marred by dark veins, reminiscent of marks left by a soccer ball. Upon seeing the emerging ghostly nun, Su Mo's expression shifted. He had recognized her appearance the moment she had stood at the corridor's depths. She was the ghostly nun formed by the possession of Valak, one of the 72 pillars of the demon world. Sensing her aura, Su Mo concluded that the 72 pillars of the demon world were merely trivial entities in this realm. Extending his right hand, dark energy surged forth, enveloping the approaching ghostly nun. In an instant, she was suspended in midair, unable to escape her bindings. A magical sigil slowly materialized before him and ultimately pierced her forehead. "You have been accepted. Henceforth, you shall be an employee of Silent Hill's haunted town." As Sumo's words echoed, the struggling ghostly nun fell silent. Once the energy constraining her dissipated, she gently descended to the ground, standing obediently to the side. With her under his control, Su Mo gleaned insight into her abilities. She could teleport individuals from certain locations into the church. Realizing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he anticipated that Silent Hill would attract a plethora of visitors upon its opening, thus increasing its popularity, its influence would largely remain confined to America. Even the most renowned attractions rarely drew international visitors. Su Mo had originally planned to recruit more individuals and have them sign contracts, teaching them the magic of the portals, distributing them worldwide to usher tourists to Silent Hill. He intended to delineate several areas within Silent Hill to significantly expedite the accumulation of points. With a little design, those visitors would remain oblivious, believing they had merely traversed a local haunted house. However, with the ghostly nun's abilities, such complexities were rendered unnecessary. She could accomplish it all on her own. Contemplating this, Su Mo's gaze toward the ghostly nun softened considerably. Sensing the gentleness in his eyes, the ghostly nun managed a grim smile. Her life now lay within Su Mo's grasp. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. "All right, let us take our leave. I have matters to discuss with you," Su Mo said, glancing at Julie before stepping through the recently opened spatial gateway. Philadelphia, in a lavish villa situated on the outskirts. Julie set a freshly brewed cup of coffee before Su Mo. He sipped the coffee, surveying the villa's interior. "It seems you have fared quite well over these years. Thanks to your exorcism endeavors." Julie remarked as she sat across from him, a smile gracing her features. Of course. Who would risk their life for such a perilous job if the remuneration were not substantial? After speaking, Julie looked up at Suemo, inquiring further, by the way, what was that matter you mentioned earlier? Suemo set down his coffee cup and recounted the events concerning Silent Hill. Upon hearing this, Julie furrowed her brow. This is no trivial matter. Once operations commence, the reality of the malevolent spirits within cannot remain concealed. The entire nation, no, the entire world, will be shaken. Suemo nodded. Indeed, I anticipated this. Just inform me where the authorities in America responsible for these malevolent entities are located. All right. Julie, familiar with Suemo's capabilities, understood that persuading those in power would not pose a challenge. Do you mind if I make use of the backyard? Of course. Julie assented. Half an hour later, Julie observed the scene in the backyard, her expression stiffening. At that moment, Suemo sat in the foremost chair, while below him, over 100 various officials from America sat obediently on the ground, including the president himself. Surrounding them were towering skeletal soldiers wielding weapons. Once the gathering was nearly complete, Suemo set down his coffee cup. I have gathered you here to discuss a few matters. After half an hour of persuasive discourse, Suemo finally opened the spatial gateway, sending each individual back in turn. It proved that these officials were quite amenable to communication and open to accepting others' opinions. In the following days, a sensational news story sent shockwaves throughout the globe. The American government publicly acknowledged the existence of strange malevolent spirits, presenting an array of evidence. In an instant, panic swept through nations, with temples, shrines, and churches experiencing unprecedented throngs. Even some individuals are willing to spend over $100 million merely to acquire a talisman capable of ensuring self-preservation against malevolent spirits. After all, these entities are bizarre and utterly irrational, leaving no one daring to predict when they might become a target of the supernatural. In this context, a few days later, an even more explosive piece of news emerged. A town, steeped in genuine supernatural occurrences, is set to open its doors, allowing visitors to experience authentic encounters with the paranormal, thereby accumulating invaluable experience for any future confrontations with real malevolence. Furthermore, the safety of the visitors is assured. Most crucially, this town has the endorsement of an official institution, which encourages the public to partake in this extraordinary experience. Chapter 130. Silent Hill takes shape. New York. Bill returned home with an expression of exhilaration, observing his wife Anna hanging a newly purchased crucifix on the wall. "Darling, take a look at this," he exclaimed, handing her the newspaper he was holding. Anna, puzzled, accepted the paper and gazed at the headline. Silent Hill Town? Indeed. Bill joyfully elaborated. This place is filled with genuine supernatural phenomena, and even the authorities have suggested that we go experience it ourselves. And look at the last part of the article. Anna read aloud the concluding statement. Anyone who successfully navigates all the challenges within will receive a talisman against malevolent spirits, which allows the bearer to summon Sadako from Silent Hill for assistance in fending off evil entities. Who is Sadako? Sadako is an immensely powerful spirit within Silent Hill. I saw her in the newly released promotional video. She can crawl out of a television. Bill interjected eagerly. This talisman is far more reliable than the crucifixes you've purchased. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Anna's face. It is worth noting that since the reports of malevolent spirits emerged, an unsettling feeling had lingered in their hearts, prompting them to adorn their home with crucifixes. Although she understood that these unblessed crucifixes would be nearly ineffectual against malevolent spirits, they had no other choice. Those blessed by the church had skyrocketed to millions of dollars, far beyond the means of their ordinary household. However, this opportunity presented itself as a beacon of hope. With that thought, Anna wasted no time. I'll book the tickets. You drive, and we shall set off immediately. After several hours on the road, the couple finally arrived at the outskirts of Silent Hill. It was just past 10 in the morning, yet the area was already teeming with eager visitors pushing toward the entrance. The official endorsement of Silent Hill assured them that the advertised content was highly likely to be authentic, despite various churches selling an array of talismans to combat malevolent spirits. Such items were limited in availability, creating a shortage even among the wealthy, let alone ordinary folks. Here, however, although the admission fee was steep at several $1,000s, it was within reach for most families. Should they succeed in overcoming the challenges, the talisman they would receive could fetch over $1 million if sold. Naturally, such a life-saving item would not be easily relinquished. As noon approached, the couple finally stepped into Silent Hill. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a courtyard engulfed in mist, with several other tourists standing not far from them, all wearing expressions of shock. just moments earlier. The weather outside had been brilliantly clear, yet crossing through the door had transformed it entirely. They exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. This served as an implicit confirmation of the supernatural forces at play here. Gathering their composure, they slowly made their way toward the looming structure ahead. Observing a weathered sign hanging outside, Anna read the ominous name inscribed in bold crimson letters, Annabelle. At the rear of the town, Suemo sat in the living room of his villa, sensing the continuous influx of visitors into Silent Hill. Fortunately, he had anticipated such an occurrence. He had expanded Silent Hill to 100 times its original size. The world itself was vast enough. It merely required the addition of more buildings and structures. This would also help maintain the eerie atmosphere without being compromised by an overwhelming number of people. As for the malevolent spirits, there was no cause for concern. Most possessed the ability to operate on multiple fronts simultaneously. In an instant, he appeared in a clearing behind the villa. The monsters that emerged from the fear absorbed by Silent Hill did not fall under the control of its master. The only aspect he could govern was the location of their manifestation. These creatures would vanish once the humans who generated the fear perished. To facilitate the collection of points, Suemo designated this clearing as the exclusive spawning ground for the monsters. With the surge of humanity flooding in, a variety of terrifying creatures began to materialize: putrid zombies, ghosts, centaur-like beings, and a plethora of other abominations. However, as the entrants were predominantly locals, the monsters were largely inspired by Western fantasy. Once individuals from various nations entered, the diversity of creatures would likely multiply exponentially, introducing entities such as ghost brides, zombies, and mummies. Of course, these monsters would not possess overwhelming strength. Their primary attribute would be their sheer numbers. As the monsters appeared, skeleton warriors and undead knights, lying in wait, charged forth, swiftly decimating the creatures within minutes. However, due to the overwhelming influx of visitors into Silent Hill, nearly as soon as one wave of monsters was annihilated, another would materialize. Fortunately, Suemo had already stationed an army of 100,000 undead here, alleviating any concerns about being overwhelmed. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned an additional 1,000,000 undead to fortify the defenses. Beyond a certain point, the area would become too congested. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient. Even in the event of an unmanageable situation, as long as Alessa expelled all individuals from Silent Hill, the fear-generated monsters would completely dissipate. Watching the rapidly accumulating points, a smile crept across Sumo's face. Currently, the number of entrants was still manageable. Across various countries, preparations for construction were underway. Once fully operational, coupled with the experiences of those who obtained the Sadako talisman, a surge in point accumulation was inevitable. It is worth mentioning that the idea of the Sadako talisman had been an impromptu inspiration. After all, merely offering early encounters with malevolent spirits attracted interest but lacked substantial allure. The addition of the Sadako talisman, however, made a significant difference, as it served as a potentially life-saving object in critical moments. Prior to the grand opening, Suemo had already enhanced the abilities of the malevolent spirits within Silent Hill. Naturally, the most significant enhancements were bestowed upon Alessa, Sadako, and the ghostly nun, entities entirely under Suemo's control. It was essential to ensure their absolute dominance over the lesser spirits lurking below. Now, these three had become nearly invincible within this realm. Coupled with Sadako's unique ability to create infinite duplicates, she could dispatch a replica to assist anyone in peril upon sensing the shattering of the talisman. With the situation in Silent Hill firmly on track, Suemo intended to take his leave, with Alessa and the others keeping watch, alongside Julie, who he had also summoned. There was no cause for concern regarding any insurmountable issues. Henceforth, he would only need to make occasional visits to oversee the proceedings. Upon this thought, Suemo first materialized in the realm of reality. Chapter 131, Philadelphia, 2 Mutants. In the tangible world, within a newly constructed villa in Silent Hill, Dana reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, observing the throngs of people outside through the surveillance feed. She was not alone. Sumo's neighbor, the young woman named Balika, had also transitioned to the reality of Silent Hill. After all, if there exists a sanctuary in this world, it is undoubtedly here. With Alessa and the others securing the place, no malevolent spirit would dare to encroach. As for Jason and his companions, upon Sumo's inquiry, they opted not to relocate here. Suemo, therefore, bestowed upon him talismans capable of summoning Sadako. At that moment, Dana felt a sudden darkness before her. Looking up, she discovered Suemo standing before her. Upon seeing Suemo, Dana's eyes sparkled. "Master, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, leaping up and clinging to Suemo. During the past few days, Suemo had been preoccupied with expanding the outer world and enhancing the powers of Alessa and her associates. Having only managed to contact her once to return to Silent Hill, this marked their first encounter. "Did you miss me?" Dana playfully inquired. "Of course," Suemo replied without hesitation. When confronted with such questions, he needed no moment of contemplation, as it had become instinctual. "Miss me, you say?" "Ah." Dana's laughter rang out, delighting in Suemo's momentary bewilderment. "All right, enough teasing. Wait for me a moment. I shall change into something else." With that, she hurriedly dashed into the upstairs dressing room. Several hours later, having experienced the roles of a repairman, doctor, patient, passenger, and student among a dozen others, Suemo finally departed from the villa. At a nearby shop, he encountered Balika, who was busily attending to customers. After relocating here, Balika, seeking to alleviate her boredom, decided to open a shop at this location. After consulting Suemo, she established a clothing store specializing in trousers. Initially, she harbored doubts. Surely, fast food and beverage shops would be more suitable here. Selling pants seemed rather implausible. However, she ultimately heeded Suemo's counsel. On this, her first day of operation, she realized just how sagacious Suemo's decision had been. With over a dozen staff members, she still felt overwhelmed. The vast majority of individuals emerging from Silent Hill had at least 90% of their trousers drenched, and her stock was rapidly depleting. A short while later, the two returned to the villa where she resided. Suemo assessed Balika's appearance. A white blouse adorned her upper body, while a fitted skirt embraced her form. Her golden locks cascaded down her back, revealing her long, fair neck, a portrait of an intellectual woman. Noticing Suemo's gaze, Balika smiled and slowly twirled before him. "Do I look good?" Upon seeing Suemo nod, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she approached him. "Marvel Universe, Philadelphia." Suemo and Wanda sat within a Chinese restaurant. "I discovered this place recently and found the cuisine quite delightful," Wanda proclaimed with a triumphant grin. Aware of Suemo's affinity for Chinese food, Wanda had not only learned numerous Chinese recipes, but also frequently chose Chinese restaurants when dining out together. Of course, these were not the establishments that altered their flavors to cater to American tastes. Now, Wanda had become quite attuned to Suemo's palate. As expected, when the dishes arrived, Suemo sampled them and found the flavors nearly indistinguishable from authentic Chinese cuisine. "What do you think? Isn't it rather splendid?" Suemo asked, gazing into Wanda's eager eyes, to which he responded with an approving nod. Wanda's face radiated a sweet smile in response. Moments later, Wanda glanced at Suemo. "We have a holiday next month." Suemo, upon hearing this, looked at Wanda, instantly discerning her intentions. He feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "Is that so? Do you have any destinations in mind? Shall we venture out for a little excursion?" It had been over 2 years since their marriage, yet due to Suemo's relentless pursuit of strength, their time together had been scant, with no trips taken thus far. It was no wonder Wanda broached the subject. Upon hearing Suemo's words, Wanda's face lit up with excitement. "Absolutely." However, she hesitated momentarily. "Will going out interfere with your plans?" Noticing her cautious demeanor, Suemo smiled gently and ruffled her hair. "Of course not. This is on me. I should have arranged this long ago." No, Wanda interjected, waving her hands. "It's fine whether we go or not. Let's not dwell on this. Just think of a place you'd like to visit." As soon as Suemo finished speaking, Wanda replied without hesitation. "I want to go to Huaxia." "Huaxia?" Suemo's expression momentarily faltered. "Indeed, it is your homeland, and I wish to see it." "All right." Suemo nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, since arriving in this world, while he had contemplated returning, he had yet to do so due to his busy schedule. This opportunity would be perfect for bringing Wanda back for a visit. Upon hearing Suemo's consent to her suggestion, Wanda, in her excitement, planted a quick kiss on Suemo's cheek. "Thank you." As evening fell, beside the Schuylkill River, Suemo and Wanda strolled along the maple-lined path. It was now mid-November, and the air had grown somewhat chilly, with red maple leaves fluttering like butterflies in the breeze. "Have you decided where in Huaxia you'd like to go?" Wanda shook her head. "I hadn't anticipated you would agree. I need to check on a few things, and we'll get back to you." "All right." They continued their leisurely walk, discussing everyday trivialities, though most of the conversation was led by Wanda, while Suemo listened intently. That subject is incredibly challenging. The instructor in class often digresses. Wanda clung to Suemo's arm, relaying amusing anecdotes from her school life. Suemo found himself thoroughly engaged, not only unbothered but warmed by Wanda's animated storytelling. Perhaps this was the life he had always sought. Yet, in this perilous world, maintaining such a life required formidable strength. As they ambled close to a park, two figures suddenly burst forth from within. The first was a middle-aged man wielding a long staff, his mid-length hair and sparse beard lending him a weathered appearance. The second, shrouded in mystery like Wolverine, brandished twin blades extending from his fingers, his entire form cloaked, save for his piercing eyes. Observing the direction in which the man sprinted, the blade-wielding figure's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, unleashing twin beams from his gaze. The man ahead, noticing the impending danger, swiftly dodged. The red beams traced a path along the ground, sweeping towards Sue-Mo and Wanda. In an instant, Sue-Mo scooped up Wanda and vanished from sight. Just as they departed, the lasers scorched the ground where they had stood, carving deep furrows. Chapter 132, Deadpool and the Card King. From a distant rooftop, Sue-Mo gazed solemnly at the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle below. Had he not been present, it was likely that Wanda would not have had the time to evade the laser that had just swept past her, nor would she have been able to don her armor in time. It was clear that he needed to enhance Wanda's capabilities. After all, it was unwise to rely solely on the self-preservation mechanism of the chaotic energy residing within her. However, he did not rush to admonish the adversary. "My dear, don your armor and activate the full protective mode." Upon hearing his words, Wanda quickly complied. A layer of black fabric armor swiftly enveloped her, encasing even her head. Simultaneously, a suitcase-sized armor materialized in her grasp. With a press of a button, the suitcase transformed rapidly, and within mere seconds, the armor had completely encased her form. "Stay safe here. I shall return shortly." Wanda understood Sue-Mo's intent and refrained from objecting, instead offering a gentle admonition, "Be careful." Sue-Mo smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. In this world, no one can harm me easily." After casting a calming glance at her, he vanished, appearing not far from the two combatants. The man wielding a staff had been intercepted, yet he was no ordinary foe. Cards began to materialize in his hands as he hurled them towards the man brandishing a long blade. Observing their exchange, Sue-Mo deduced their identities. The card-wielding combatant, known for his distinctive fighting style, was likely the mutant known as King of Cards. The one who had nearly harmed Wanda with laser beams must be Deadpool. However, this was not the loquacious Deadpool of the restarted timeline. This version was devoid of speech, a cold, unfeeling killing machine. As the battle ensued, just as the energy-infused cards from King of Cards were about to strike Deadpool, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind King of Cards, his adamantium sword slicing toward the latter's neck. King of Cards' expression shifted as he realized Deadpool had disappeared. He lunged forward while sweeping his staff backward. In response, Deadpool vanished once more. This iteration of Deadpool had assimilated the abilities of several mutants, including but not limited to Cyclope's ocular blasts, Nightcrawler's teleportation, and Wolverine's regenerative powers. Noticing this, Sue-Mo approached Deadpool directly. Sensing the hostility emanating from Sue-Mo, Deadpool inexplicably abandoned King of Cards, reappearing behind Sue-Mo and swinging his blade at him. Sue-Mo, however, appeared utterly unperturbed. From a distance, King of Cards shouted, "Hey, kid, get out of the way." With that, he hurled his energy-charged cards at Deadpool once more. Sue-Mo extended his right hand, and the adamantium blade he had previously forged materialized within it. With a gentle yet deliberate motion, he swept the blade backward. Though the action seemed slow, it arrived with remarkable swiftness, blocking Deadpool's strike. A slight tremor followed, causing Deadpool's expression to shift as he vanished once again. Reappearing 30 meters away, just as he materialized, a violent explosion erupted from his body, rendering his flesh a gruesome mess. He stared in shock at Sue-Mo, who approached him. King of Cards, not far off, watched in bewilderment. He had witnessed Deadpool swing his blade, only for it to be blocked, before the latter inexplicably vanished and subsequently exploded. Cautiously, he regarded Sue-Mo, sensing something unsettling about the young man. Fortunately, Sue-Mo had not displayed any malice towards him. Sue-Mo stood before Deadpool, observing as the latter rapidly healed from his injuries. Immortal? Sue-Mo's face broke into a sardonic smile. The concept of immortality, in his view, was merely a jest. Even those godlike beings capable of obliterating universes would not dare claim to be immortal. The manner in which he had wounded Deadpool was quite simple. Utilizing the hidden force of his lightning blade to transmit energy into Deadpool's body, an ability he had only mastered after reaching the 20th level of his training. Lying on the ground, Deadpool felt a flicker of hope upon seeing Sue-Mo approach without immediate aggression, thinking to himself that if he could recover sufficiently, he might teleport away. He admitted he was no match for the young man, but once prepared, it would be improbable for Sue-Mo to kill him, allowing him the opportunity to retaliate. Though he could not defeat Sue-Mo, he could certainly target his loved ones. As his body healed, Deadpool sensed his strength returning and prepared to activate his teleportation ability. However, at that moment, a subtle wave emanated from Sumo. Everything within a radius of several dozen meters, including spatial fluctuations, came to a standstill. The space was frozen. This was the first time Sumo had utilized this ability since acquiring it. As he felt the world around him halt, both Deadpool and King of Cards noticed their pupils constricting. They felt as though they were encased in ice, unable to move even a muscle. With only their eyes remaining capable of motion, Sumo waved his hand gently. Hellfire erupted from his palm, engulfing Deadpool. Simultaneously, the frozen state of the surrounding space was lifted. King of Cards gasped for air. Within that stilled space, even breathing was impossible, and for beings reliant on respiration, suffocation alone could claim their lives. In an instant, the hellfire spread across Deadpool, consuming his form until his flesh was obliterated. Concurrently, a black vine emerged from the nearby river, affectionately brushing against Sumo's leg. This was a tendril from the Star Eater vine, which resided far in the Pacific Ocean. But distance was inconsequential under Sumo's portal. With a casual gesture, he retracted the hellfire from what remained of Deadpool, now reduced to a mere skeleton. Following this, the Star Eater vine sprouted numerous fine, needle-like offshoots that viciously penetrated Deadpool's adamantium skeleton, siphoning the metal into the vine's body. Within 5 minutes, Deadpool had completely vanished from this world, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. King of Cards observed this scene, torn between fleeing and remaining. Sumo tossed him a business card, advising that should he encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, he could call the number, provided he was willing to align himself with them. You may leave now. With that, Sumo vanished back to the rooftop, taking Wanda with him as they departed. Watching the duo disappear, King of Cards exhaled deeply, glancing at the business card in his hand before carefully stowing it away. Chapter 133, The Arrival of Meow Meow Hammer. Minutes later, Sumo and Wanda had returned to the villa. The reason for bestowing the card upon the King of Cards was largely due to the resounding cry he emitted during Deadpool's assault. That phone, of course, was an internal line for the assassin organization. Wanda did not inquire further about the events of the evening. She seldom interfered with or questioned Sumo's actions. In the upstairs bedroom, Sumo retrieved a nutrient chamber and placed it beside the bed. This was an apprentice-level nutrient chamber he had exchanged for in the marketplace. It required merely half a month to elevate one from the status of an ordinary person to the pinnacle of a war god. After witnessing Deadpool's laser eyes, Sumo became inclined to acquire this item, realizing he had previously underestimated the situation. Although he possessed battle armor in many scenarios, such as the unexpected laser barrage from Deadpool, Wanda might not have sufficient time to don her armor. Even with the Black God suit, which could absorb 90% of the impact, Wanda's ordinary physical constitution still rendered her susceptible to harm. Thus, to ensure safety, Sumo opted to exchange for this apprentice-level nutrient chamber. The nutrient chamber cost 300,000 points. However, for Sumo at this juncture, it was hardly a concern. In the mere 2 or 3 days since his return, Silent Hill had already aided him in amassing several million points. Comparatively, this nutrient solution was undoubtedly far more expensive than the herbal essences he had previously utilized. Nevertheless, given that it was specifically tailored for apprentices and could elevate one to the peak of a war god within half a month, it was indeed a worthy investment. At that moment, Wanda emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel, having just finished her bath. Upon noticing the newly added nutrient chamber in the room, she approached curiously while drying her hair. What is this? Sumo, captivated by her ethereal beauty, lifted her onto his lap and proceeded to explain the chamber's function. Is it really that miraculous? Wanda asked, her face betraying a hint of astonishment after his explanation. If it's so extraordinary, it must be quite precious. You should keep it for yourself. I spend my days at school, and with the battle armor and the marvelous black suit you've given me, that's more than sufficient. Seeing her thoughtful demeanor, Sumo felt a surge of emotion and gently tousled her damp hair. Rest assured, my abilities surpass your imagination. This chamber is no longer of use to me. Is that truly the case? Wanda replied, skepticism flickering in her expression. Indeed, Sumo affirmed, guiding her to the nutrient chamber and instructing her on its usage. Observing her eager anticipation to try it out, he smiled softly. Would you like to enter and give it a go? Yes, but not right now, she exclaimed. Without further ado, Sumo swept her off her feet, eliciting a gasp from her as the towel she wore fluttered onto the nutrient chamber. A sleepless night ensued. According to custom, after several days in Philadelphia, Sumo returned to Death Island. Remaining with Wanda for an extended period had left him with little time to cultivate his abilities. Thus, It was imperative to prioritize enhancing his strength. During these days, whenever Wanda found a moment, she would immerse herself in the nutrient chamber to bolster her power. In just a few days, her strength had already ascended to that of a mid-level warrior. Due to her daytime classes, she could only utilize the chamber at night. Considering there was nearly a month until the winter holidays, she had ample time to elevate her capabilities to the pinnacle of a war god before the break. At that point, coupled with the Black God suit and battle armor, it would be exceedingly difficult for anything in this world to inflict harm upon her. Subsequently, for a full half-month, Su-Mo dedicated himself to comprehending the Shattering Void's secret technique within the training room. Until one day, he once again soared into the skies above the Pacific Ocean. Moments later, a streak of light emerged from beneath the water, landing in Su-Mo's hand. It was the star-eating vine, having fully absorbed the underwater minerals. Su-Mo had somewhat overestimated the mineral content of the ocean floor. In a mere 20 days, the vine had consumed all available minerals, yet its level had only risen to the second tier of stellar rank, falling far short of Su-Mo's expectations. Although numerous mineral resources remained on land, Su-Mo resolved against further absorption there. On one hand, large-scale extraction on land would create too much commotion. On the other, compared to the ocean's treasures, terrestrial resources were far more limited, likely insufficient to elevate the star-eating vine to the third tier of stellar rank. After some contemplation, he concluded that to rapidly enhance the vine's prowess, he needed to venture into space to locate planets rich in metals, allowing the vine to consume and evolve directly. It appeared he would need to carve out time for a journey into outer space. With his current abilities, survival in space was not a daunting challenge. However, finding a planet with a significant metal content would likely prove to be a formidable task. Shortly thereafter, Su-Mo returned to Death Island, entering a building designated as the information hub of the island, responsible for gathering various global information. After all, this world diverged from the Marvel universe he was familiar with, and the unfolding events were not entirely congruent. Thus, it was essential to stay abreast of real-time information within this realm. The premature arrival of Thanos was not an impossibility. Each time he emerged from the Star Tower, Su-Mo made it a point to visit this facility to check for any significant occurrences. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, he found the decor quite minimalistic, consisting solely of a desk and chair. At that moment, Shelley was seated in the office chair, her gaze intently fixed on the monitor before her. Shelley was the hacker girl Su-Mo had brought back from Magneto's island during his last visit. Upon noticing Su-Mo's entrance, she promptly rose from her seat. "Boss." Su-Mo nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Shelley handed him a compiled report. This details some particularly unusual occurrences that have transpired globally in recent times. After such a lengthy duration, she was well aware of Su-Mo's purpose for visiting, given that he came here almost monthly. Su-Mo accepted the document without further ado and seated himself to peruse it attentively. After a few minutes, his gaze sharpened as he read through the information. Yesterday, a peculiar hammer descended in New Mexico, on the outskirts of Old Bridge City. The hammer possesses a certain magical quality, rendering it impossible for anyone to lift. Gazing at the accompanying image of the familiar Mjolnir, Su-Mo sighed internally. It seems Thor's saga has commenced. However, he did not dwell on it too much, for he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the matter. As for aiding Thor, what nonsense. He was not the other's caretaker, and offering assistance would yield him no benefit. While the hammer might be a treasure for others, it held little utility for him. Wait. Just as he was about to continue reading, Su-Mo suddenly realized that he could utilize the star maps recorded by Asgard to locate a planet with a high mineral content. After all, Asgard had existed for countless years, and with the aid of the Bifrost, the star maps of the surrounding star systems should be remarkably complete. This way, he could avoid the need to purchase a spaceship. Given his current points, acquiring a cheap ship would serve little purpose, while an expensive one was beyond his means. With a star map in hand, finding a planet rich in minerals for the star-eating vine should pose no challenge. As for the matter of purchasing a spaceship, there was no need to rush. Once sufficient points have been accrued, one may exchange them for a formidable spacecraft. Chapter 134. The God of Thunder, the Unhinged Daisy. In the state of West Mexico, in the quaint town of Newcomb, Su-Mo emerged from the restroom of a dining establishment, pinching his nose in distaste. "I must be out of my mind to have opened a spatial portal in a lavatory," he muttered under his breath, hastening towards the exit. Upon stepping onto the street outside, he cast a glance around before unleashing his mental energy, which surged forth like a tide, enveloping the vicinity. Although this was a small town, its remote location, coupled with the vastness and sparse population of America, meant that its permanent residents numbered fewer than 10,000. with a total area not exceeding 2 square kilometers. With his current mental prowess, he could easily encompass the entire town within his reach. Soon, a flicker of understanding crossed his face as he proceeded along the main thoroughfare towards the easternmost part of the town. In front of a wooden house at the far east, Suemo stood before a glass facade, peering inside. The room bore the semblance of a modest workshop, with several desks cluttered with documents. At that moment, 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women, were seated behind the desks, seemingly engaged in conversation. As one of the young women lifted her coffee cup, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Suemo standing outside. Startled, she stepped out of the room, regarding him with curiosity. "Excuse me, sir, do you require assistance?" Suemo appraised the woman before him, clad in a red plaid shirt, complemented by a black waistcoat and an ink-colored silk scarf, exuding a scholarly aura. I'm looking for someone," he replied, his gaze drifting past her to a man emerging from the bathroom, a man with golden hair and well-defined musculature, who bore a somewhat naive yet endearing smile while holding a black garment. From the latent energy emanating from him, it was evident that this individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, whom Suemo sought. The woman at the doorway followed Suemo's gaze, her expression morphing into one of realization. With a warm smile, she stepped aside. "How wonderful. Are you a family member of his?" Suemo shook his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "I would say we are merely acquaintances." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded. "Very well. However, I must advise you that since he appears to be somewhat unwell, it would be prudent for his family to keep a closer watch over him." She subtly gestured toward her head. "Understood. I shall convey your message to his family." Suemo agreed wholeheartedly, surmising the situation at hand. This woman was likely Jane Foster, who had unwittingly come upon Thor, now seemingly a bit deranged in their eyes after being banished to Earth by Odin. Suemo could certainly empathize, given Thor's demeanor. It was no surprise that others might perceive him as eccentric. After offering her advice, Jane ushered Suemo into the room. As he entered, the trio inside turned their attention toward him, prompting the middle-aged man to inquire, "And who might you be?" Jane promptly clarified, explaining that he was a friend. Thor, however, looked utterly bewildered. "I was unaware I had such a friend. My apologies, but I seem not to recognize you," Thor asserted, causing Suemo to nod apologetically at Jane and her companions while subtly pointing to his own head. Upon witnessing this gesture, the trio's expressions shifted from confusion to understanding, although Jane still harbored a trace of doubt. "Thor, your father Odin has sent me to bring you back," Suemo declared directly to Thor. At this proclamation, a flicker of excitement ignited in Thor's eyes. "Really? I knew my father would not abandon me." He rushed forward, seizing Suemo's hand and heading for the exit. "Quickly, let us depart at once." Seeing this, Jane's doubts dissipated entirely. As Suemo was pulled along by the god of thunder, he turned back to nod at the trio in the room. "Thank you for your hospitality over these past few days. It was no trouble at all. It is Jane's responsibility, after all, since it was she who inadvertently collided with him," chimed in another young woman, Daisy, seated nearby. "Though I did indeed bump into him. It was Daisy who rendered him unconscious." Jane interjected. "No matter, such trivialities won't concern him or his family." Suemo waved dismissively. He was then whisked away by Thor. As they exited, Jane sighed. "He seems quite decent." Daisy, however, did not heed her words, instead urgently turning to type on the keyboard at the desk. In a moment, Suemo's photograph appeared on the computer screen, depicting him playfully wielding a water gun alongside several bikini-clad women by a pool. "My goodness, I thought he looked somewhat familiar," Daisy exclaimed in astonishment. Jane and Professor Selvig glanced over, their expressions transforming into surprise at the information displayed on the screen. "Owner of Fox Studios, second shareholder of Stark Industries, the youngest billionaire and playboy in America," Jane read aloud. "This is unacceptable." Daisy abruptly stood from her seat. "He is my ideal man, young, handsome, wealthy, and so approachable. I must make him my boyfriend," she declared, preparing to chase after Suemo. Jane exclaimed, grabbing her arm. "Did you not see what it says here? He changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes." Daisy, undeterred, retorted confidently, "And what's wrong with that? If I were as youthful, handsome, and rich as he, I would gladly juggle 8 boyfriends at once. In my eyes, he is already quite restrained." With that, she turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, she pivoted back into the room. Moments later, she emerged clad in a form-fitting black dress. "Jane, how do I look in this? Does it evoke a sense of awe?" "Oh dear," Jane sighed, rubbing her forehead as she entered the room once more. She felt it necessary to have a word with Daisy. Meanwhile, Professor Selvig watched as the 2 women entered the room, closing the door behind them, before shaking his head in disbelief. These young girls are truly something else. Chapter 135. A Bargain with the God of Thunder. Inside a burger joint in the town, Thor sat reluctantly at a table by the window. I cannot focus on food right now. I must return to Asgard at once. Asgard needs me. Suemo took a sip of his iced cola, glancing up at the anxious Thor across from him. Brother, calm down. The world will continue to turn, regardless of who is absent. Trust me, you are no exception. His words seemed to resonate, and Thor's expression softened slightly. Perhaps you are right. After this, he took a somber sip of his iced cola. Wow, he exclaimed, staring at the cup in disbelief. This is quite delightful. I like it. Another, please. With that, he raised the cup, preparing to hurl it to the ground. Fortunately, Suemo was well prepared. The cup he had flung away, under the influence of his mental prowess. Soared back to the table. Here, we do not indulge in the custom of breaking cups. Moreover, there is no need to shout for a refill. Subsequently, the cup before Thor was replenished in full, much to his astonishment. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Thor took a sip and looked up at Suemo, perplexed. Aren't you sent by my father? Sumo's face bore an expression of nonchalance as he was about to clarify. However, to his surprise, the God of Thunder spoke again. You must be sent by my mother. He then donned an expression of someone who had seen through the ruse. Indeed, considering my father's temperament, it would be impossible for him to banish me one day and send someone to bring me back the next. Hearing this, Suemo felt a flicker of annoyance. He had thought the other party had caught on, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Nevertheless, Thor's reasoning was not without merit. After all, his mother was currently the most powerful sorceress in Asgard, and Suemo had displayed magical abilities, making such a conjecture rather understandable. Suemo decided to be straightforward, opting for candor over circumlocution. I have no ties with your parents. The reason I seek you out is to propose a transaction. A transaction? Thor's expression shifted. Indeed, I will assist you in evading Loki's pursuit, and as compensation, upon success, I require the 9 Realms star map recorded in Asgard. Suemo stated with deliberate calmness. Loki? Pursuing me? Thor erupted into laughter. Are you aware that Loki is my brother? He is chasing me? That is not even remotely amusing. Suemo remained unperturbed, responding with a composed demeanor. For the next 2 days, I shall stay in this small town. Once you have made up your mind, simply call out, and I shall appear. With that, Suemo stood to leave. Impossible. Such a thing could never happen, Thor declared firmly. Suemo paused in his stride. I await your news. Without glancing back, he strode towards the exit. If his memory served him correctly, Loki would dispatch the destroyer to hunt Thor by tomorrow at the latest. He realized that too much explanation would yield no belief from Thor. It was only after the events unfolded that he would comprehend. As he reached the door, 3 figures entered just in time. Wonderful. I've finally found you, Daisy exclaimed, donning a flowing white dress. Suemo looked up to see Jane and Daisy along with another companion. What brings you here? Upon hearing his question, Daisy realized she had been a bit too exuberant, fearing it might startle him. A hint of shyness crept onto her face. I have some matters to discuss with you. May I invite you for a drink? Suemo was taken aback for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Of course. I was just planning to stay in town for a night, and I could certainly use a local guide. How about I treat you to a drink? Daisy's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly nodded. Fantastic. I have lived in this town for 3 years. No one knows it better than I do. Moments later, the two emerged from a fast food restaurant. What about your friend? Aren't you concerned for him? Suemo shook his head. Rest assured, he possesses survival skills far superior to any of yours. He will be fine. All right then, Daisy acquiesced. An hour later, the two returned to the house where Daisy and her companions resided. Upon Sumo's suggestion to find a hotel, Daisy promptly insisted that they had a vacant room available for him to rest for the night. The house comprised 2 floors. The first served as an office and research space, while the second was residential. Under her strong insistence, Suemo agreed, as the 3 of them were indeed at the center of the unfolding narrative, allowing them to effectively prevent missing any critical events. As they approached the house, they spotted Jane confronting a group of men clad in black. You thieves and robbers. These are my research findings. On what grounds do you intend to take them? The leader, a middle-aged man, stepped forward. Miss Foster, I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. He displayed his credentials. And so what? Does being an agent grant you the right to invade someone else's home and seize their personal belongings? Jane retorted angrily, disregarding his credentials. The professor, Selvig, standing behind Jane, scrutinized Coulson's badge and his expression shifted. He quickly intervened, stopping Jane from pursuing further arguments. Let it go, Jane. Engaging with these individuals could lead to consequences far more severe than you anticipate. Clearly, Professor Selvig had heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. Let it go? Jane's face contorted in disbelief. Professor, this represents years of my research. She boldly stepped in front of Coulson's men, blocking their path. Coulson's face grew serious at her defiance. We are investigating an anomalous event. We need to requisition your files and research data. This is compensation for your loss. He produced a check from his pocket and extended it to Jane. Compensation? Most of this equipment was crafted by me. You cannot simply buy it from a supplier. Jane glared at the men as they looted her belongings, issuing a warning. Coulson remained unfazed. Of course, Miss Foster, that is your right. With that, he noted that they had finished collecting the items and turned to leave. At that moment, Daisy and Sue Mo approached. What is happening? Daisy asked, casting a puzzled glance at Coulson before turning to Jane. Just as Coulson was about to depart, he turned his gaze towards them. Upon seeing Sue Mo standing behind Daisy, his heart skipped a beat. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 136. The Thunder God Struck by Misfortune. Although Coulson had never met Sue Mo face to face, his impression of him was vividly etched in his mind. After all, there were only a few individuals in this world who could subdue Hulk as effortlessly as a father would a son. Coulson had been responsible for managing the aftermath of the Hulk Rampage incident. Through surveillance footage, he had clearly witnessed Sue Mo overpowering Hulk. Subsequently, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had explicitly ordered that no information regarding Sue Mo should be disclosed, and that should they encounter him again, they must maintain utmost respect and avoid opposing his wishes. He had no doubt about this directive. Even without Nick Fury's warning, he would never gamble with his life. The seemingly gentle man before him housed a ferocious beast within. Should he provoke his displeasure, it was likely that a mere flick of his finger could annihilate them all. Resistance? What a jest. Even after the Hulk's rampage, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been left with nothing but a slaughtered aftermath. What could they possibly do against someone capable of subduing Hulk? With these thoughts in mind, Coulson hurriedly approached Sue Mo. Mr. Sue Mo, upon hearing this, scrutinized Coulson from head to toe. He had clearly overheard their earlier exchange and was well aware of Coulson's identity. However, judging by Coulson's demeanor, it seemed he recognized him. After all, since he had elevated his strength, he no longer felt the need to deliberately conceal his identity. It is only in moments of weakness that one must tread cautiously and develop in a discreet manner. With his current prowess, while he could not claim invincibility on Earth, he was certainly capable of self-defense against any adversary. Revealing his identity before formidable factions might even instill a modicum of trepidation in them. Beside him, Jane observed the conversation between the two with an expression of astonishment. The way they regarded the individual who claimed to belong to some bureau appeared to hint at a certain fear of Sue Mo. At that moment, he approached them. Do you two know each other? No. Both Sue Mo and Coulson shook their heads in unison. They were not lying. This was indeed their first encounter. Seeing their synchronized gestures, Jane's expression turned skeptical. Noticing her reaction, Coulson tentatively inquired, You two? Friends. Sue Mo replied casually. Upon hearing this, Jane nodded in agreement. However, after a brief hesitation, she pulled Sue Mo aside and whispered, You two must know each other, right? Could you please help me by telling him to leave my equipment and research materials behind? Sue Mo nodded in response. Considering that having resolved a considerable predicament involving Hulk for them, such a request was not unreasonable. However, he did not express complete certainty. I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success. After all, he would be staying at their home that night, and it would seem rather ungracious not to assist with such a minor favor, which at most would require just a few words. With this thought, Sue Mo turned back. Upon witnessing the scene behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. Even Jane, who had just finished speaking with him, turned around to find herself in a state of shock. Not far behind them, Coulson was directing the agents to return the items that had been loaded onto the vehicle. Put everything back in its rightful place, he commanded, while also instructing them diligently. Observing this, Jane's gaze fell upon Sue Mo. She was acutely aware that the actions of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were closely tied to Sue Mo. It seems that you wealthy individuals truly have the power to influence matters, Jane remarked with a hint of admiration. Clearly, she believed that the fear these individuals exhibited towards Sue Mo stemmed from his affluent status. Sue Mo, upon hearing this, merely cast her a sidelong glance and refrained from offering any explanation. Half an hour later, Coulson departed with his team. The room had reverted to its previous state, and even the vehicle loaded with equipment had been returned, thanks to a phone call from Coulson. Jane gazed at the stack of materials on the table, noting that even their arrangement mirrored the original, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, they are professional agents. That evening, Suemo, Daisy, and Jane sat together in the dining room. Suemo took a bite of the sandwich in his hand. "This tastes delightful," he praised. Although he was not particularly fond of such food, it was merely a matter of personal taste rather than the chef's skill. "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment," Jane replied with a smile, feeling a sense of joy at the acknowledgement of her culinary creation. "Actually, this is the result of our combined efforts," Daisy interjected, explaining. Jane smiled in response. "Indeed, I owe you for helping me wash the lettuce." Noticing the slight pallor on Daisy's face, Suemo shifted the topic. "Where's Professor Selvig? I haven't seen him." "Oh, he spent the afternoon poring over materials in his room and then drove off. He hasn't returned yet," Jane explained. "Is that so?" Suemo's eyes gleamed with a contemplative light. It seemed likely that the professor had uncovered something significant, perhaps even seeking out Thor. His intuition proved correct. Within half an hour, a screech of brakes echoed from outside. Moments later, Thor and Professor Selvig entered the room. "What?" Jane and Daisy exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of Thor's return. "He has nowhere else to go and needs to rest here for the night," Professor Selvig clarified. "But we only have 4 rooms. There's no space left," Jane protested. Upon hearing this, Daisy cast a glance at Suemo, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Jane. Jane shot her a disapproving look. "Could you be a little more reserved? Should we invite you as well?" "Don't worry, I wouldn't mind," Daisy retorted. "You." Jane's face flushed crimson. "All right, enough of the bickering. He can share a room with me," Professor Selvig interjected, bringing their dispute to a close. "Very well." Jane nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, a somber Thor approached Suemo. "May we have a word?" "Of course." Suemo nodded. From Thor's demeanor, it was evident that he had likely attempted to reclaim his hammer and had encountered Loki. Learning about the false news of Odin's death, the two stepped outside. "You seem rather knowledgeable about me and Asgard?" Thor inquired. "I am indeed aware of certain matters," Suemo replied, nodding. In fact, he possessed more insight than Thor himself. "Is my father Odin truly dead?" That question did not require an answer from Suemo. The truth would unfold in due time. "Tomorrow, you shall receive your answer. If I were to tell you now, you would not believe me." With that, Suemo turned and re-entered the room. Thor stood there, a contemplative look crossing his face. Chapter 137. The Emergence of the Temporal Beast God. The following morning, engrossed in his reading of a book by Camus, Suemo felt a disturbance emanating from the distant sky. Rising, he approached the window and gazed into the heavens. Noticing the funnel-shaped cloud, his eyes flickered with realization. It seemed the 4 fools of the heavenly palace and the destroyer were arriving. However, Suemo chose to disregard the unfolding events. He returned to his room, immersing himself once more in his studies. An hour later, outside the small town, Thor regarded the approaching destroyer with an expression of disbelief. Having learned from the 4 fools that Odin was indeed alive, it became clear that Loki had deceived him the previous day. Moreover, at this hour, the only one capable of commanding the destroyer in Asgard was Loki himself. He had to accept that Suemo's words were not incorrect. Loki truly wished him dead. Now stripped of his godly powers, Thor found himself utterly incapable of confronting the destroyer. Even with Sif and her companions at his side. "Hide for now, we shall handle it," Sif instructed Thor before they charged towards the destroyer. In Thor's view, the 4 of them barely managed to hold their ground for half a minute before being sent flying by the destroyer's heat ray. No, Thor cried out in anguish. "I will honor your request." In his room, Suemo, clutching a tome of magic, lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "Have you agreed?" He tucked away the book, preparing to rise, but suddenly paused, an expression of elation washing over his face. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Within the Star Tower, in the realm nurturing the temporal beast god, a colossal cocoon measuring over 30 kilometers in diameter began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The luminous streamers that had once encircled the cocoon had vanished entirely, and rhythmic thumping sounds resonated from within, akin to the heartbeat of a living creature. Suemo approached the nearby star princess. Clearly, upon sensing the disturbance, she had hastened over and restored the flow of time in the vicinity to its normal pace. The beast goddess avatar was on the verge of completion. Suemo gazed at the immense cocoon before him with palpable excitement. At this moment, thoughts of Thor and his divine matters were irrelevant. Under Odin's protection, he had no cause for concern. Almost instantaneously, the cocoon began to grow translucent until it ultimately vanished, allowing Suemo to distinctly perceive the energy that had formed the cocoon being absorbed by the beast god's avatar within. As the outer layer of the cocoon dissipated, a colossal, otherworldly beast materialized in his sight. The creature's eyes were tightly shut, its body a deep shade of purple, adorned with dual wings for hooved claws, and covered in a dense layer of scales. The instant the beast appeared, Sumo sensed a wondrous connection forming between them. A spark ignited within him as his consciousness seamlessly shifted into the body of the space-time beast god. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately beheld the diminutive figures of Star Princess and his human form standing at a distance, resembling ants. Fortunately, the amplification of his telekinetic prowess was inherently cultivated to allow multitasking. Even as his consciousness resided within the beast god, he could still manipulate his human body with ease. After a brief period of acclimatization to this new form, he gently flapped the massive wings behind him, and the beast god's titanic body vanished from sight in an instant. Over 1 billion kilometers away, a look of astonishment crossed Sumo's beastly visage. He had merely felt a slight flutter of his wings and found himself here. A single word echoed in his mind: teleportation. Indeed, he had instinctively employed the ability to teleport through the body of the beast god. Moreover, this appeared to be a natural talent, distinct from his ability to freeze space. This power did not deplete his internal energy. Rather, it harnessed the forces of the laws themselves. With this revelation, Sumo's immense wings flapped once more, and he reappeared at his original location. Even Star Princess, who stood still, wore a look of surprise. One must understand. Teleportation is a feat that even many immortal sovereigns cannot execute. Here was the space-time beast god, possessing such an ability at a planetary level, truly defying the odds. Thanks to the talent of his avatar, which matched the strength of his true form, the beast god, inherently at least on par with the cosmic lord, had attained planetary status. However, there was an advantage to this. While the beast god's realm was fixed and unable to rise, it could still be enhanced through cultivation. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, as the potential for growth represented limitless possibilities. The beast god, a formidable being birthed from the will of the cosmos, naturally possessed various innate abilities. Yet, constrained by Sumo's current strength, he could barely manifest any of them. At present, he could only utilize 2 abilities: the teleportation he had just demonstrated, and another akin to the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, allowing his body to expand or contract at will, albeit within certain limits. Currently, he could enlarge up to 1,000 times his original size, while shrinking was unrestricted. Thus, merely by leveraging the beast god's colossal stature and impeccable genetic composition, he was already an invincible force in close combat. Take, for instance, a peak planetary level strength. Sumo's human form could deliver a punch with a force of 300,000 tons. In contrast, the genetic level of the space-time beast god was 10,081 times greater than Sumo's. In sheer strength, the beast god's power amounted to approximately 3 billion tons. What does 3 billion tons signify? A single paw strike could likely submerge an entire island nation. Yet, this was not the most formidable aspect of the space-time beast god. Its true power lay in its profound comprehension of the laws of time and space. Sumo shut his eyes in contemplation, attempting to grasp the fragmented void secret techniques, and realized that his speed now surpassed that of his human form by over 10,000 times. The experience of perceiving the laws felt akin to abruptly plunging from a parched desert into a vast ocean of principles. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Sumo returned to his human body. Star Princess beamed at him, her face brimming with joy. "How does it feel?" she inquired. Sumo could no longer contain the smile that crept onto his lips. It was truly beyond words. With a playful demeanor, Star Princess crossed her arms and approached him. "Having helped you birth the beast god so swiftly, how shall you express your gratitude? Maintaining a million-fold time acceleration is quite taxing. You know? Perhaps I should offer you a rejuvenating essential oil spa instead." Sumo chuckled, playfully cracking his fingers. "Hee, I'd rather not. Is this a reward for you, or for me?" Star Princess giggled, then vanished from sight. Sumo, witnessing this, chuckled softly. He then directed his focus back to the beast god's avatar, commencing his study of the fragmented void technique, while he himself departed from the Star Tower. He wondered how Thor was faring outside. Chapter 138, Journey to Asgard. Outside Nukem Town, Thor was sent flying by the Destroyer's punch. His last thought echoed in his mind. That kid was deceiving him. After all, the adversary was in the very building where they resided, making it implausible for him not to hear Thor's shouts. Subsequently, he crashed heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Observing from a distance, several individuals were taken aback. Perhaps due to Sumo's interference, Jane did not spark the same fiery exchanges with Thor as before. Only Sif and a few others rushed forward, intent on rescuing him. At that moment, a portal slowly opened between Thor and the destroyer. Suemo stepped through it, his gaze falling upon the unconscious Thor and the immense energy fluctuations emanating from over 10 kilometers away. A smile graced his features. It seems I have arrived just in time. The destroyer, standing at a distance, paused imperceptibly upon seeing this sudden appearance. Suemo understood that the destroyer was currently under Loki's control. He floated before the destroyer and addressed it. Loki, the weakest god of Asgard? Without waiting for a response, Suemo raised his right hand and lightly struck the metallic head of the destroyer. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the destroyer shattered into a multitude of metal fragments. The destroyer, a weapon of utter annihilation, also constituted a part of Odin's battle armor. While Suemo was uncertain of the extent of his disparity with Odin, dismantling the armor was a relatively effortless task. After eliminating the destroyer, Suemo gently descended to the ground. In the distance, Daisy watched the scene unfold, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Young, handsome, wealthy, and possessing such strength, he seemed devoid of flaws. However, recalling how effortlessly Suemo had obliterated that formidable creature, a hint of worry crossed Daisy's face. With such power, she wondered if she could withstand it. Beside her, Jane pinched Daisy's arm. "Ah, what are you doing?" Daisy exclaimed, jolted from her daydream. "Nothing. Just confirming whether I'm dreaming," Jane murmured, her gaze fixed on the unfolding situation. "Then pinch yourself," Daisy complained, rubbing her arm where Jane had pinched her. At this moment, the mighty Mjolnir soared through the distant sky, and in a state of unconsciousness, Thor's right hand instinctively reached out, grasping the hammer with fervor. An unending torrent of lightning cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Thor in its electric embrace. After several moments, he emerged, clad in battle armor and adorned with a flowing crimson cape, casting his gaze upon the nearby Suemo. "You are late," Thor exclaimed. "Nay, the timing is impeccable. Without enduring a thorough beating, you would be unable to lift this weapon again," Suemo retorted, his eyes fixating on the enchanted hammer in Thor's grasp. Thor was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the truth of Suemo's assertion. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Thor expressed his gratitude, despite having just regained consciousness. He discerned that he had not been out for long, suspecting that Suemo had been nearby, possessing the might to vanquish the destroyer in such a brief span of time, leading him to believe that his tardiness might have been deliberate. "I must return to Asgard at once to deal with the traitor Loki," Thor declared. "Naturally, we should depart immediately," Suemo replied. While he possessed the magic of spatial portals and the ability to teleport, these powers relied on precise locations he had previously visited. Venturing to uncharted territories would necessitate a leap of faith, and without an accurate star map, he was reluctant to take such risks. After all, who could say if the other end of the portal led to a black hole or a white dwarf? Even a 1 in a million chance was too perilous to contemplate, for he could not be certain that even the might of the beast god Avatar could withstand the gravitational pull of a black hole. Thor, upon hearing this, turned to steal a glance at Jane from afar. Though their interactions had been minimal in recent days, he found himself drawn to her allure. However, Jane seemed oblivious to his gaze as she was pulled forward by Daisy, who approached Suemo. "Are you leaving with him?" Daisy inquired anxiously. "Indeed, but I shall return within a day or two at most," Suemo assured her. "Take care." Daisy nodded in response, summoning her courage to embrace Suemo briefly, pecking his cheek. Surprised by her sudden affection, Suemo stood momentarily stunned, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Through their interactions over the past couple of days, he had sensed a hint of interest from her, though he dismissed it as fleeting. Perhaps they would not have another opportunity to meet after a period of separation. She might forget him entirely. Daisy stepped back, seemingly lost in thought, before giving Jane a gentle push towards Suemo, retreating to stand beside him. Jane stumbled slightly, nearly falling into Suemo's arms, but steadied herself and glanced back at Daisy with a reproachful look. Then, turning to Suemo, she embraced him directly. "Be cautious." Suemo nodded, unperturbed. After all, in this realm, an embrace was as commonplace as a handshake. After their embrace, Jane approached Thor. Seeing her, Thor felt a surge of excitement, yet Jane merely offered a simple farewell before turning to leave. The hope that had filled Thor's heart was abruptly dashed, leaving him momentarily speechless. Nay, he hesitated, grappling with his unvoiced sentiments before ultimately turning away, casting a challenging glance at Suemo. "Let us see who reaches the Rainbow Bridge first." With that, he ascended into the air, propelled by Mjolnir's pull. Suemo shook his head, a smile gracing his features. As a seasoned player in the game of love, He could discern that Thor appeared somewhat miffed at having been overshadowed by Jane's embrace of him. He dismissed the notion, waving his hand to open a spatial portal before stepping through. On the other side, standing on the mark of the Rainbow Bridge, Suemo turned to observe the four figures of Sif and her companions, who were still gazing in awe at the sight. "Are you planning to walk over?" he quipped. Upon hearing this, they hurriedly made their way through the portal, their curiosity piqued by the sparks dancing around the entrance. Moments later, as they awaited their arrival, they witnessed Thor plummeting rapidly to the ground. "Thor, enough of the games. We need to hurry back," Volstagg called out, his rotund figure landing beside Thor. Thor, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest with a knife. "Fine," he sighed, taking a deep breath to quell his frustration before summoning Heimdall. Chapter 139, The Sorceress Lorelei. Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge. Suemo and Thor's party emerged from the teleportation portal. Thor gazed at Heimdall, who lay unconscious, sword in hand. "Selvig, take Heimdall to receive treatment. Sif, lead Su to replicate the star map of the 9 realms," Thor commanded before darting toward Odin's palace. Sif turned to Suemo, gesturing, "Follow me." She then led the way along the Rainbow Bridge towards the palace. As they exited the teleportation hall of the Rainbow Bridge, Suemo beheld the grand sight of Odin's palace, towering at the opposite end. The magnificent structure, resplendent in gold, reached a height of over 1,000 meters. Its form reminiscent of a pyramid composed of spires piercing the sky. Surrounding the palace, a sprawling city of similar architectural style formed a vast golden metropolis. In their prior agreement, Suemo had promised to replicate a star map of Asgard. Though he had arrived a few minutes late, there was no dispute regarding the fact that he had been the one to eliminate the destroyer. Thus, Thor's commitment remained steadfast, as replicating the star map would incur no detriment to Asgard. With the complete star map in hand, Suemo would no longer be reliant on the Rainbow Bridge. He could effortlessly traverse to these celestial bodies through spatial magic or teleportation. After a brief interval, under Sif's guidance, they arrived at a chamber nestled in a corner of the palace. At the center of the room stood a pedestal upon which rested a golden, disc-like artifact. Sif approached and lightly tapped the side of the disc, causing a three-dimensional projection to spring forth into the air, revealing the likeness of countless celestial bodies. Each sphere bore inscriptions detailing its essential information. This is the most complete star map preserved by Asgard, documenting the locations and details of hundreds of thousands of celestial bodies across the 9 realms. Sif stated proudly, stepping back with her arms crossed. She observed with anticipation how Suemo would manage to store such a monumental volume of information. She believed that the technology of Midgard, Earth, was incapable of achieving such a feat. Suemo approached the pedestal, and Sif's suspicions were confirmed. Current Earth technology indeed could not record such an extensive star map. However, he had come prepared. Extending his right hand, he donned a device resembling a bracelet. This was his exchanged intelligent hologram. While it was far from true artificial intelligence, its computational capabilities far surpassed anything available on Earth. A beam of light emanated from the bracelet, illuminating the projection in the air. In an instant, the celestial images began to shift and transform at an accelerated pace. Sif raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. It was evident that she was rapidly documenting the information within the star map. With a curious glance, she surveyed Suemo. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the Bifrost. Following this, a cacophony of chaotic sounds ensued from outside. Upon hearing this, Sif's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief hesitation, she admonished Suemo, "Stay here and do not wander off. I shall return shortly." With that, she hastily made her way outside. Suemo cast a glance at her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. If his deductions were correct, Loki must have activated the offensive mode of the Bifrost, intending to annihilate the frost giant's realm of Jotunheim. Faced with the impossibility of stopping this, Thor was likely compelled to destroy the Bifrost, resulting in the sounds they just heard. Nevertheless, now armed with the star map, this turn of events posed no threat to him. Minutes later, the radiant beams emanating from the intelligent light brain gradually faded. The star map had been entirely replicated within the device. Once he stored the light brain away, before Sif's return, another woman entered the room. She possessed cascading waves of chestnut hair, alabaster skin, and exquisitely refined features, adorned in a vintage-style gown, holding a metallic box that accentuated her alluring demeanor. Even amidst the myriad of beauties Suemo had encountered, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Her enchanting aura held a formidable allure for men, leaving ordinary males powerless in her presence. Upon entering the room and noticing Sumo, the woman displayed a momentary look of surprise. However, upon realizing he was male, her expression softened, revealing a subtle, enigmatic smile. She appraised Sumo with a scrutinizing glance. "Wait for me," she commanded before proceeding to the table housing the compass. Retrieving the device that contained the star map. "Follow me," she instructed, turning to exit the room. Sumo trailed closely behind her as they stepped outside, only to be met with scenes of utter chaos. Groups of Asgardian soldiers were embroiled in fierce combat. "My warriors, clear a path to the rear of the palace," the woman proclaimed in a melodious voice. Upon hearing her words, all the male soldiers ceased their fighting, forming an orderly line that opened a passageway. A handful of unaffected female soldiers attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched by the entranced warriors. Witnessing this scene, Sumo's gaze swept over the woman before him, and he quickly discerned his misunderstanding. He had initially assumed she was sent by Sif, but the current situation clearly indicated otherwise. Lorelei. The name flashed through his mind. Lorelei was born in Asgard, capable of enchanting men with her voice, compelling them to obey her every command. According to the original narrative, she had been imprisoned by Odin in Asgard over 6 centuries ago and had escaped to Earth years later, only to be recaptured by Sif. It seemed somewhat ironic that her abilities, effective solely on men, rendered her powerless against women, leading to her defeat by Sif, a warrior of lesser prowess. The present circumstances were abundantly clear. For reasons unknown, she had seized the opportunity amidst Loki and Thor's internal strife to escape. Her intent to procure the star map indicated a desire to flee Asgard. As Sumo pondered this, a furious roar erupted in the distance. Almost instantaneously, the white-haired Odin appeared above the crowd. Upon witnessing the fallen Asgardian warriors below, Odin bellowed in rage, "You seek death." He swung his Gungnir, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning in the direction of Lorelei, and Sumo. Lorelei's countenance paled at the sight, despair flickering in her eyes. Given her strength, survival against such an assault seemed impossible. Sumo observed the encroaching chains of lightning enveloping the area. Was Odin truly intent on obliterating him as well? Chapter 140, Confronting Odin. As the tempest approached, Sumo dared not underestimate it, summoning his feathered divine armor to envelop his form entirely. The 1,000 mechanisms appeared before him, transforming instantaneously into its second form, the star shield. Countless sword-shaped components surrounded him, interwoven with threads of psychic energy, coalescing into a vast cage that enveloped the vicinity. The thunderous strike collided with the star shield, causing ripples before dissipating into the air. Suspended in the sky, Odin surveyed the scene, his expression betraying surprise as he regarded Sumo, now fully encased in armor. However, he refrained from further comment. With a subtle motion of Gungnir, vast amounts of lightning energy coalesced at its tip. Sumo quickly interjected, "I am not aligned with her." While he did not fear Odin, he found no reason to engage in combat due to a misunderstanding. Yet Odin remained unmoved, seemingly convinced that Sumo had fallen under Lorelei's spell. The lightning sphere at the tip of Gungnir flashed once more, hurtling toward the two. Sumo felt a surge of indignation, despite the current circumstances lending themselves to misinterpretation. The repeated attempts on his life ignited his fury. Had he lacked sufficient strength, he might have already perished at Odin's hands. Indeed, the king of the gods, Odin, acted with a formidable authority. The portrayals of Odin on screen often depicted him as benevolent, particularly towards his family, Thor and Loki. But why would the true God King concern himself with the life of an outsider like Sumo? With this realization, he began to levitate slowly. As the Asgardians said, the older one became, the more formidable they grew. This was the perfect opportunity to witness the might of Odin, the father of the gods. As the lightning sphere approached, the 1,000 mechanisms surrounding Sumo swiftly morphed into the form of the rift-cleaving sword. In a blur, he slashed through the incoming bolt, causing the latent lightning energy to explode forth. The nearby combatants, caught in the aftermath, trembled before collapsing to the ground, some charred beyond recognition. Odin, witnessing the devastation, was taken aback, unable to channel his fury. The rift-cleaving sword had already materialized before him. In a frantic motion, he swung Gungnir, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent him tumbling over 100 meters away. After regaining his footing in the air, Odin's face bore a look of astonishment. It had been over a millennium since he last engaged in battle, having deemed no adversary worthy of his strength. Yet, in this first foray, he was unexpectedly repelled by a mere youth. Lorelei, standing on the ground, shared in the astonishment, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Had she truly witnessed Odin being forced back? Her astonished gaze fell upon Sumo, her heart racing with trepidation. She was acutely aware that such a formidable being could not possibly be swayed by mere words. What, then, was the purpose of his obediently trailing behind her before? Was it merely a jest at her expense? In midair, Odin, having been repelled by Su-Mo before a multitude of onlookers, clearly felt a deep sense of humiliation. Enraged, he bellowed, "You fool, you seek death." An unending torrent of thunder descended upon him, and as the tempest abated, golden armor materialized upon his form. Su-Mo, perceiving the gravity of Odin's fury, remained undaunted. He had no intention of waiting idly for his adversary to gather strength to its zenith. The Skybreaker sword reappeared before him, augmented by an incredible 45-fold amplification of mental energy across its entirety. Runes etched upon the blade ignited, amalgamating this immense power into one cohesive force. With over 1,000 tons of might, the Skybreaker sword vanished from its original position, akin to instantaneous teleportation, materializing directly before Odin. In that fleeting moment, when Su-Mo summoned back the Skybreaker sword, Odin was already prepared. As a god-king who had existed for millennia, he was not one to cower before Su-Mo's assault. He raised Gungnir to intercept the strike. As Gungnir was poised to collide with the Skybreaker sword, a flash of brilliance ignited in Su-Mo's eyes. Space froze. The surrounding realm seemed to be pressed on pause, rendered utterly still, akin to a painting captured in time. The sole entity unaffected was the Skybreaker sword, manipulated by Su-Mo's will. Odin felt his body ensnared, his expression shifting with urgency. A colossal surge of divine power erupted from within him, shattering the small portion of solidified space surrounding him. However, it was evidently too late. Su-Mo had seized the opportune moment to activate this ability. The Skybreaker sword narrowly evaded Gungnir, delivering a resounding blow to Odin's armored chest. Simultaneously, the frozen space around them resumed its flow. Odin's form vanished under the tremendous force, and a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as half of the celestial palace was reduced to rubble. Odin, blood trickling from his lips, lay within the vast crater formed in the palace, his armor shattered. Despite the protection it afforded, he still coughed up blood. Utilizing his mental acuity, Su-Mo sensed the situation unfolding and did not linger. He swiftly turned, appearing beside the astonished Lorelei, seizing her and vanishing into an adjacent portal. Though Odin was injured, Su-Mo had no intention of pursuing him further. He harbored doubts that a god who had lived for millennia had no means of retaliation. Continuing the battle would diminish his chances of defeating Odin. Furthermore, even if he possessed the capability to eliminate him, he was reluctant to do so. Should he slay Odin, it could trigger a cascade of uncontrollable consequences, such as Hela breaking free or Thanos arriving prematurely. With his familiarity with the narrative of this world, he could foresee various outcomes. If Odin were to perish, the entire course of events would unravel catastrophically. Ultimately, the cost of killing Odin outweighed any potential benefit for Su-Mo. As soon as Su-Mo departed, Odin soared into the sky. Instantly arriving at the location Su-Mo had just vacated. Finding the grand hall empty, Odin unleashed a furious roar, causing the entire celestial palace to tremble violently. Attracted by the commotion, Thor soon appeared nearby. Observing Odin's disheveled state, he hurried forward to inquire, "Father, what has transpired?" Odin took a deep breath, offering no reply, and turned away. Chapter 141. The abundant blood of beast gods on earth. Within Su-Mo's villa, he emerged from the portal with the enchantress Lorelei in tow. It was only after he unceremoniously deposited her onto the sofa that she regained her composure, gazing at Su-Mo with a hint of trepidation. In that moment, she became aware that she still clutched the box she had held earlier. Her eyes brightened upon seeing it. "Thank you for rescuing me. Consider this a token of my gratitude." With that, she placed the box on the table and opened it. Su-Mo leaned in to observe the contents. Inside were two items. One was a golden artifact resembling an eye, reminiscent of the Eye of Agamotto, though Su-Mo discerned immediately that it bore no connection to it. The other was a square, transparent crystal, within which a flame flickered. Su-Mo's mind began to race with speculation. Lorelei, however, began to elucidate. Both of these items were procured from Odin's treasury after my escape from prison. She first picked up the artifact resembling the Eye of Agamotto. This is the Eye of the Sorcerer. It possesses formidable mind control abilities, and since it aligns seamlessly with my own powers, I liberated it from the treasury. Noticing Su-Mo's impassive demeanor, she then showcased the other item. This one is truly remarkable. It is the Eternal Flame, a divine instrument of the King of Muspelheim, the Fire Giants. This artifact has the ability to resurrect the dead. At this revelation, Su-Mo's interest was piqued. The Eternal Flame seemed to share attributes with Hellfire. He pondered whether the two could be merged, a notion to explore when time permitted. Lifting his gaze to Lorelei, he remarked, "You certainly possess audacity. After escaping, instead of fleeing immediately, you dared to pilfer from Odin's treasury. You indeed have some nerve." Upon hearing his words, Lorelei bent slightly, showcasing her alluring figure to Suemo. "My assets extend beyond mere courage." Suemo acknowledged her appeal. Lorelei was undeniably a captivating enchantress. A simple gesture ignited a fire of desire within him. "You have caused me to become an enemy of Odin. Merely these two artifacts do not suffice to earn your reprieve." To his surprise, Lorelei reacted with delight to his words, interpreting them as a sign that his intent to kill her was not as resolute as it could have been. After all, if he truly wished her dead, there would be no need for further discourse. With that thought in mind, Lorelei did not hesitate to circle the table, approaching Suemo to sit upon his lap, fully utilizing her charms. What if I were to add myself into the equation? Her only bargaining chips now lay in her beauty and physical allure. Suemo, feeling the softness against his legs, reciprocated without hesitation, lifting her into his arms as he made his way toward the bedroom. Having inexplicably clashed with Odin, he felt an unexplainable ire brewing within him. Since the fire had been kindled by her, she would be responsible for extinguishing it. Several hours later, Suemo sat in the living room, invigorated. After fulfilling their contract, Lorelei had been consigned to the Star Tower to keep company with the vampire sisters. He was now engrossed in examining the suitable planets for the growth of the star-eating vine, as filtered by his intelligent holographic assistant. In the vast cosmos, planets with mineral content exceeding 50% were not scarce. Suemo selected a lifeless planet at random, noting its coordinates. Enveloped by his feathered god armor, he stepped into the portal that lay before him. On a dim planet, billions of kilometers from Earth, clad in battle armor, Suemo emerged from the spatial portal, surveying the desolate and silent surroundings. All that met his gaze was an expanse devoid of life, barren and stark. The atmosphere lacked the oxygen essential for human survival, elucidating the absence of life on this planet. The ground beneath him was extraordinarily firm. When he reached down and grasped a stone resembling ore, he found it pliable in his hand, easily shifting shape without fracturing. Truly, this planet was rich in minerals, with over 50% or content. A mere handful of dirt revealed metallic substances, and their concentration was substantial. Suemo sighed in admiration, casually discarding the ore to the side. After thoroughly devouring this planet, the star-eating vine should ascend to the 9th tier of stellar rank, he mused quietly. Without further hesitation, he vanished into the sky. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the star-eating vine erupted from his grasp, rapidly expanding in the air. Within mere seconds, its tendrils stretched to lengths of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. Once fully unfurled, the vine enveloped a circular area with a diameter exceeding 10,000 kilometers. A slender tendril brushed against Suemo's arm, almost affectionately. He reached out to caress it. "All right, go ahead. Return once you've finished absorbing." The star-eating vine seemed to comprehend his command, plunging its massive form into the ground. Clouds of dust billowed upwards, and shortly thereafter, the dust settled, leaving no trace of the vine upon the surface. In Suemo's perception, it had already descended over 1,000 meters beneath the earth, where it could absorb the embedded minerals at maximum efficiency. It was noteworthy that, despite possessing only 108 primary vines, countless secondary tendrils extended from these main branches. The star-eating vine burrowed underground, with its tendrils sprawling across the entire area, from the surface to depths exceeding 2,000 meters. Sensing that the star-eating vine had begun to absorb the metals to enhance its strength, Suemo turned back towards Earth. Within the Star Tower, Suemo sat in the training chamber, gazing at a droplet of golden blood suspended in his palm, his eyes glimmering with fervor. This precious blood was extracted from the beast god Avatar. It was well known that this blood was a remarkable treasure in the world of devouring, even immensely valuable to sovereign-level warriors. With the beast god Avatar, Suemo had a seemingly endless supply. After all, only 8 innate beast gods existed in the vast primordial universe. While those beast gods were of cosmic lord caliber, their forms were incomparably larger than that of his avatar. Yet they were divided among countless races. The price of a single drop of beast god blood had soared to astronomical heights. In contrast, he possessed an entire beast god spanning over 30 kilometers. It would be no exaggeration to say that he could indulge in daily baths of beast god blood with ample supply. However, distinctions did exist between the two. The blood from those beast gods was sourced from the bodies of cosmic lords, whereas his was derived from a planetary-level beast god. Who could say if the effects would be on par? Each drop of complete beast god blood could elevate one's genetic tier. Absorbing one drop would double the original tier. 2 drops would yield triple, and so forth, though there existed an upper limit. The blood could only enhance one's genetic tier to 100 times that of a human. This was the threshold prior to becoming a cosmic lord. Naturally, the 9 Tribulations' secret tome could transcend this limitation. Thus, only the first 100 drops would benefit him. Any beyond that would yield no further enhancement. Nevertheless, this alone was already extraordinarily remarkable. At his current peak as a planetary-level warrior, his strength reached 300,000 tons. After a 100-fold enhancement, his power would soar to 3 million tons. Importantly, this enhancement represented an evolution of his genetic tier, meaning that every subsequent level would be augmented by 100-fold. For ordinary humans, upon reaching the first tier of stellar rank, their power would approximate 1 million tons. Upon elevating his genetic tier to 100-fold, and subsequently breaking into stellar rank, his strength would directly rise to around 10,000 tons. This exemplifies the substantial advantages of genetic tier enhancement, and thus the reason for the immense value of beast god blood. With these reflections, Suemo no longer hesitated, directly applying the beast god blood to his chest. If the quality of the blood fell short, he would compensate with quantity. As soon as it made contact with his skin, the golden blood began to permeate his flesh. Moments later, an overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloped him. In essence, the elevation of genetic tier signified a transformative leap in life tier. Should one's life tier reach 100-fold that of humanity, even without cultivation, their lifespan could extend to nearly 10,000 years. It is worth noting that even among the formidable Asgardians, such as Odin's lineage, their genetic tier, at most, only reached 3 to 4 times that of humans. Their longevity, reaching several millennia, was intrinsically linked to their divine essence. The process of enhancement from the golden blood was gradual, taking a full day before the rate of enhancement began to slow, ultimately reaching a complete standstill. Suemo slowly opened his eyes. System, display the attribute panel. Instantly, a transparent screen manifested before him. Name, Suemo, age, 22. Strength, 600,000 tons. Speed, 140,000 ms. Mental power, 600,000 tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 12, 538, 200. Level, planetary level 9th tier. Genetic tier, 2x. Avatar, time-space beast god, indeed. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Sumo's eyes. A single drop of beast god blood had effectively doubled his genetic tier. It appeared that the blood of planetary-level beast gods and that of cosmic lord-level beings bore little difference in their capacity to enhance genetic tiers, as both represented perfect genetic life forms. Thus, it would only take 100 drops to elevate his genetic tier to 100-fold. In the time that followed, Suemo immersed himself in the exhilarating sensation of continually ascending his life tier. Philadelphia. Evening. In a lavish villa's second-floor bedroom, Wanda, as usual, entered the nutrient chamber. For over half a month, she had spent every night within the chamber. By now, the nutrient solution had been significantly depleted. Based on her estimates, she would completely absorb all remaining nutrients tonight. Her strength had now reached over 900 tons. Due to the rapid increase in her power, she found herself needing to exercise extreme caution in her daily activities, fearing that a momentary lapse could endanger others. Of course, the most delightful transformation was that her skin had become as smooth and delicate as that of a newborn. Moreover, the nutrient solution had enhanced her physique not by turning her into a muscular woman, but rather by emphasizing flexibility and agility. This had led to subtle changes in her form, resulting in an extraordinarily exaggerated S-curve. Recently, confronted by the incessant advances of men, she found herself overwhelmed by irritation, wishing she could randomly eliminate a couple of them to serve as a cautionary tale for the rest. However, she was acutely aware of the impossibility of such an act. In her desperation, she turned to Avril for assistance. Ultimately, after a series of inexplicable accidents befell her harassers, they retreated in fear. Once she settled into the nutrient chamber, she pressed the button to seal it shut. As the chamber closed, Wanda gradually succumbed to slumber, with the nutrient fluid beginning to permeate her skin. The nutrient chamber was designed to assist with sleep. A night spent within its confines was far more beneficial than a night's rest in a conventional bed. In the latter half of the night, the last drop of nutrient fluid was absorbed by Wanda. Moments later, changes began to manifest within her. A faint crimson glow appeared around her body, gradually enveloping her as her form began to ascend, levitating in midair. The sealed lid of the nutrient chamber burst open under the influence of the red energy, crashing to the ground with a resounding noise. Downstairs, Sonia, who had been peacefully asleep, was jolted awake by the tremendous sound. She abruptly sat up, her eyes filled with confusion as she glanced at the ceiling. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly slipped out of bed and stealthily made her way upstairs. Given the volume of the noise, she suspected a burglar might have intruded. Concerned for Wanda's safety, she felt a strong sense of responsibility, having grown quite close to her over the past year. Moving cautiously upstairs, she ensured her footsteps were silent, quickly circling the second floor but finding nothing amiss. The only remaining possibility was Wanda's room. With this thought in mind, she quietly approached Wanda's door, placed her hand on the doorknob, and gently opened it. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by the sight before her. Wanda, aglow with a red light, was suspended in midair. Is she awakening her powers? Sonia gasped in astonishment. It appeared that Wanda was undergoing a similar transformation to her own, and the energy fluctuations suggested that her abilities were extraordinary. After a brief contemplation, Sonia decided to sit on Wanda's bed. Resolved to stay vigilant during this moment of awakening, prepared to assist if any complications arose. For the next hour, Sonia remained fixated on Wanda, until suddenly, Wanda's energy became chaotic, and a look of pain crossed her face. Slowly, she began to descend from the air. "This is bad," Sonia exclaimed, rushing forward to catch Wanda as she fell, gently laying her on the bed. However, even as Wanda rested, her expression remained marred by suffering, with the red energy coalescing towards her head. Seeing this, Sonia hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Wanda's face. A cloud of pink mist emerged from her lips, which Wanda inhaled. Sonia then placed her hands on either side of Wanda's head, activating her mutant ability. Clearly, Wanda's transformation was linked to her mental faculties, and Sonia's powers were tailored to address matters concerning the mind and memory. Hence, she aimed to see if she could ameliorate Wanda's current condition. As Sonia's mental energy entered Wanda's mind, Wanda's eyes shot open, glowing red, yet it was evident she remained unconscious. At that moment, Sonia, who had just infiltrated Wanda's psyche, screamed as the red energy erupted within, forcing her mental energy back, while simultaneously invading her own mind. Moments later, Sonia collapsed. The crimson light surrounding Wanda gradually dissipated into her body. The next morning, Sonia slowly regained consciousness, instinctively massaging her aching head. As she became more alert, a pained cry escaped her lips, followed by a gradual fading of the discomfort. Suddenly, she realized there was an unfamiliar set of memories in her mind. As she absorbed these memories, her face flushed crimson, and moments later, she sprang from bed and dashed to the bathroom downstairs. In the bathroom, as warm water cascaded over her, a look of bewilderment crossed Sonia's face. She began to grasp the outline of events. Wanda's awakening seemed to be intricately linked to her psyche, and her powers appeared to surpass Sonia's own. Last night, Sonia's mental energy had triggered a backlash from Wanda, not only forcing her out, but instinctively invading Sonia's mind. Although this shouldn't have posed a significant problem, the intrusion had inadvertently copied a portion of Wanda's memories into Sonia's consciousness, memories predominantly concerning Sue-Mo, many of which were of an indescribable nature. Consequently, the morning's integration of these memories had resulted in the earlier scene. Now, these memories were firmly embedded in her mind, evoking a peculiar emotional response towards Sue-Mo. While Sonia possessed the ability to read and alter the memories of others, she found herself powerless to apply this ability to her own mind. Unable to erase this newly acquired knowledge, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she felt tears welling up, utterly at a loss for what to do. On the second floor, Wanda awoke, her eyes fluttering open. Upon surveying the disarray of her room and the destroyed nutrient chamber, her expression shifted to one of confusion. What happened? Yet, she soon sensed an unfamiliar energy coursing through her body. Remarkably, she realized that her power now reached the pinnacle of a warrior. Although it had been forcibly augmented by the nutrient fluid, the sudden surge of energy was unmistakable. Raising her right hand, a stream of red energy materialized in her palm. What is this? Could last night's events be related? She pondered. The realization struck her. Mutant powers? She murmured to herself, attributing this incomprehensible transformation to her newfound abilities. Pointing her hand at the lid of the nutrient chamber on the floor, she summoned the red energy, causing it to float in the air, moving in accordance with her gesture. A flicker of joy crossed Wanda's face, but it was fleeting as the energy soon dissipated, causing the lid to return to the ground. She quickly recognized that the energy within her had been nearly exhausted. Nevertheless, undeterred by her recent awakening, Wanda swiftly retrieved her phone to call Sue-Mo. He had specifically instructed her to inform him immediately of any inexplicable occurrences. Within the Celestial Tower, in the training room, several months had passed. Suemo once again infused a drop of Beast God's blood into his body. As the golden liquid was absorbed, this time, he experienced no discernible changes. Was it indeed futile? He murmured under his breath and accessed the attribute panel. As his words faded, a transparent panel materialized before him once more. Name, Suemo. Age, 22 years. Strength, 30 million tons. Speed, 5 million meters per second. Telekinesis, 30 million tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 73, 698, 200. Level, planetary class, 9th tier. Genetic level, 100 times. Avatar, time-space beast god. Yesterday, under a 10-fold time acceleration, he had absorbed the 100th drop of beast god blood, elevating his genetic level to 100 times. Undeterred, he attempted to absorb the 101st drop, only to find that his genetic level ceased to change. However, he felt a sense of contentment. How many humans could elevate their genetic level to 100 times at the planetary class? Surely, none could rival him in this regard. After all, even with an ample supply of beast god blood, absorbing it necessitated enduring the onslaught of the beast god's will. Each drop of beast god blood contained a fragment of the beast god's consciousness. Even after being processed by a powerful entity, the essence of the beast god's will could not be entirely eradicated. Moreover, the more beast god blood one absorbed, the more intense the will's impact became. For a planetary-level cultivator, not to mention 100 drops, even surviving the first drop's innate will would require extraordinary talent. How could he compare? When the source of his beast god blood was his own avatar, the so-called beast god will was, in essence, his own will. Would his own will impose any challenge upon him? Clearly not. This circumstance rendered him free from such limitations. At that moment, a series of beeps emanated from the intelligent console on his arm. Wanda? Glancing at the number displayed, Suemo normalized the flow of time in the room and answered the call. Chapter 144, Wanda's Special Training in a Villa in Philadelphia. Wanda had just hung up the phone when a spatial door slowly opened before her, revealing Suemo's figure stepping through. How do you feel? After assessing her and confirming her well-being, Suemo exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that after absorbing the nutrient solution, her chaos power would awaken so directly. I feel quite good. Wanda waved her hand dismissively, her face alight with excitement. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a cup placed on the table, enveloped in red energy, began to levitate. After filling itself with water, it slowly floated to Suemo's side. So far, it seems like only benefits, with no downsides. Suemo nodded in response. It was to be expected, based on the previous trajectory, thanks to Baron Strucker's utterly unreliable research on the mind scepter. Both she and Pietro were bound to awaken successfully. Such a natural awakening, when one's strength had reached a certain threshold, posed no issues whatsoever. Just then, Sonia, freshly washed and groomed, approached. Upon seeing that Wanda had awakened, she visibly relaxed. Phew, it seems you're all right. After speaking, her gaze fell upon Suemo, and a hint of unease flickered across her face, though she quickly composed herself. Wait, when did you come up? Sonia glanced toward the staircase. Her expression puzzled as she regarded Suemo across the room. She had been downstairs and had heard no sound of the door opening. Before either could clarify, Sonia waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor turning cautious as she scrutinized Suemo. What is your perspective on what transpired with Wanda? It was understandable that she was wary. Over the years, humanity had harbored varying opinions regarding mutants. Some viewed them with equality, while others harbored deep-seated prejudices against them. Furthermore, due to Magneto's actions a few years prior, some more radical individuals even developed animosity towards mutants. As someone who had experienced such matters, Sonia intended to counsel Wanda, seeking to gauge her husband Suemo's stance before determining whether to candidly disclose Wanda's transformation into a mutant. However, she had just witnessed Wanda showcase her abilities in Suemo's presence. Naturally, she hoped that this would not lead to any negative repercussions for Wanda, and could only hope that Suemo was not among those who harbored disdain for mutants. Hearing Sonia's words, Suemo appeared contemplative, a moment later breaking into a smile. Perspective? I think it's quite positive. At least it will make life considerably more convenient in the future. From Sonia's expression, Suemo sensed her concerns. Yet it was evident that she was overthinking the situation. Upon hearing Suemo's response, Sonia visibly relaxed. All right, it seems I need not worry about you two. After speaking, she cast a subtle glance at Suemo before turning to descend the stairs, leaving the space for the couple. Observing her retreating figure, Suemo regarded Wanda with curiosity. Why do I feel like her gaze was somewhat peculiar? Was it? I didn't notice anything. Wanda replied, looking visibly perplexed. All right then. Suemo shook his head. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. In the Manhattan estate, Suemo and Wanda sat in the training room on the top floor of the villa. Over the past year, they had rarely returned here, only doing so when Wanda had breaks from school. Although Wanda had awakened her chaos power and reached the pinnacle of warrior strength, her control over that power was not lacking in knowledge, yet it fell short of the capabilities of true warriors. In the coming days, Suemo planned to impart some fundamental combat techniques to her. He did not expect her to master the Thunderblade or enhance her striking power immediately. At the very least, she should be able to fully control her own strength. The school aspect was simple enough. After all, there was just over a week until the winter break, and Suemo merely needed to inform them, given the ongoing construction of the new teaching building. The school had readily agreed without hesitation. Moments later, Wanda closed the book she had been perusing. Are you certain the methods described are effective? She regarded Suemo with a hint of skepticism. Of course, Suemo replied earnestly. However, he too harbored doubts. The methods he had found were inspired by novels from his previous life and were rather rudimentary. He had no other recourse, as the techniques rewarded by the system did not include such basic training. After all, it was merely a matter of controlling power that had grown too rapidly. It would have some effect, surely. Seeing Suemo's confident demeanor, Wanda chose to trust him. Thus, for the following week, the procurement list of the estate's housekeeper saw a significant increase in tofu and eggs. 1 week later, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, two figures, a man and a woman, reminiscent of superhumans, engaged in an intense duel. Their bodies, moving at incredible speeds, transformed into mere afterimages. With each clash, resounding booms echoed across the island, and with their exchanges, the trees on the island fell like grass under a scythe. Animals hiding in the forest fled in a state of panic, including even the apex predators such as the gorilla and the cheetah. It wasn't until half an hour later that the island gradually returned to tranquility. In the heart of the island, the figures of Suemo and Wanda descended to the ground. Despite having engaged in such vigorous activity for an extended period, both wore expressions of ease and not a hint of fatigue was present on their faces. All right, that's enough. Wanda shook her head. Although Suemo had suppressed his strength to match hers, she found that no matter how she attacked, he could effortlessly defend against her. The ease with which he handled the sparring made it clear to her that he was merely toying with her. Noticing Wanda's dejected expression, Suemo chuckled and shook his head. Well done. You've essentially mastered your power. The training on power control can be set aside for now. Upon hearing Suemo's words, Wanda's countenance brightened immediately. Really? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Suemo nodded. After this period of practice, although Wanda's mastery of her power remained rather rudimentary, it was more than sufficient for self-defense. Given her current melee capabilities, while it might be an overstatement to say she could stand up to the Hulk, he certainly could not harm her. That was already a significant achievement. After all, her intended path of development should ideally lead her to become a sorceress. Adequate melee skills for self-preservation were enough. Chapter 145. Wanda begins to cultivate dark magic. Inside the villa, Suemo sat across from Wanda. Next, we shall explore the ability you have just awakened. Are you referring to the power to manipulate objects? Wanda's expression momentarily froze. During her immersion in training her physical strength, she had nearly forgotten about this ability to manipulate small objects, especially in comparison to the combat prowess gained from reaching the pinnacle of physical strength. This ability indeed proves to be remarkably convenient in daily life. She exclaimed as she casually reached out, causing a bottle of water nearby to levitate in a red energy aura and glide into her hand, which she grasped gently. Seeing Wanda regard the power of chaos, one of the ancient forces of the universe, as merely an auxiliary ability, Suemo felt compelled to correct her. This ability is far more than just a supplementary skill. He then elaborated on the formidable nature of chaos energy. When Suemo mentioned that chaos energy possessed the capability to alter reality, Wanda could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is it truly that powerful? Wanda raised her right hand, gazing at the chaos energy gradually coalescing within her palm. Absolutely. Suemo waved his hand lightly, and a printed copy of a dark tome materialized before him. Next, you can begin to master the art of dark magic to gradually harness the chaos energy within you. Although this was also a printed version, it differed from those given to others who had entered into contracts with him. This one was a deluxe edition, crafted by Suemo's own magical prowess. The sole distinction lay in the fact that this dark tome could also store dark energy. Moreover, he had already infused it with 10 units of Zysorn energy, ample for Wanda's use for an extended period. Handing the deluxe dark tome to Wanda. She received it with a skeptical expression. This isn't another one of those cookbooks, is it? Sumo, with an exasperated expression, nearly reached out to pinch her conscience. How could she doubt her own husband like this? Observing Sumo's expression, Wanda burst into laughter and pecked him on the cheek. All right, I was just joking. After whispering a few words in Sumo's ear regarding some compensation terms, he reluctantly forgave her. After soothing Sumo's wounded spirit, Wanda gently opened the thick black book in her hands. Her face lit up with surprise as she beheld the spells inscribed within. Is this the magic you use whenever you visit? She asked, astonished, as she looked at the spatial gate spell on the first page. Seeing Sumo nod, Wanda immediately became intrigued. Mastering such a spell would allow her to go anywhere she desired. With this thought in mind, she earnestly began to read. All right, for the time being, focus on practicing the spells in this book. Next week, we shall embark on our journey to the summer country. Sumo explained the precautions for casting spells before turning to leave. With her current strength, there was virtually no entity on Earth that could pose a threat to her. She need not worry about encountering danger while casting spells. In the Star Tower, Sumo sat cross-legged in the training room, retrieving 2 items obtained from the Siren Lorelei, the Eternal Flame and the Sorcerer's Eye. The Sorcerer's Eye held little significance for Sumo at present. After all, it had proven of limited use even to Odin and Thor, suggesting its effectiveness would likely be limited for him as well. He waved his hand gently, causing the Sorcerer's Eye to float before him, its covering slowly retracting to reveal a white orb resembling an eyeball. The moment the eyeball appeared, a peculiar energy wave swept forth in a fan-shaped area. Sumo's eyes brightened at this sight. The Sorcerer's Eye possessed area attack capabilities. It would be quite effective against those pesky foes he found inconvenient to eliminate. Just as during the previous encounter in the bizarre world when he had to persuade those congressional members, possessing this item would have simplified matters immensely. He could simply activate the Sorcerer's Eye and issue commands. Sumo stored it away, satisfied. His gaze then fell upon the Eternal Flame. In contrast to the Sorcerer's Eye's auxiliary function, the utility of the Eternal Flame was considerably greater. The flame's attributes reminded Sumo of the hellfire associated with the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider was a fusion of hellfire and the spirit of vengeance, capable not only of imbuing objects with life using hellfire, but also possessing immortality. Sumo wondered if combining hellfire with the Eternal Flame might achieve a similar effect. With this in mind, Sumo decided to experiment. He first shattered the crystal encasing the Eternal Flame, releasing its fiery essence. Then, Sumo unleashed a thread of dark energy, drawing it near the Eternal Flame. Upon contact, the dark energy was absorbed by the flame, and he sensed a subtle increase in its potency. Realizing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the Eternal Flame could absorb energy to grow stronger. This discovery provided him with a foundation for experimentation. After all, a solitary Ghost Rider held limited value for Sumo, but if he could produce them in mass quantities, the situation would be entirely different. Imagine if an army of undead could all be transformed into Ghost Riders. Such a force would be unstoppable. Hundreds of millions of Ghost Riders. What could the Chitauri army or Thanos' cosmic fleet do against such a legion? In the face of this immortal army, they would be rendered insignificant. Of course, this scenario assumed Thanos had not gathered all the Infinity Stones. Nonetheless, with Sumo around, Thanos would never dream of collecting them. Without hesitation, Sumo drew a thread of flame from the Eternal Flame and another from the Hellfire, guiding them closer together. As they made contact, the 2 flames did not exhibit any significant repulsion. Upon witnessing the scene, a glimmer of joy emerged on Sumo's face. Gradually, he intensified the pressure, striving to achieve a complete fusion of the 2 elements. However, it was evident that the task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Upon compressing them to an extreme point, it seemed to trigger a chemical reaction, causing the energy within to become exceedingly volatile. Even after Sumo exerted all his strength to compress them, there remained no sign of a desire for fusion between the 2. Observing this spectacle, Sumo sighed. Indeed, it was not as facile as he had hoped. Glancing at the 2 flames, now compressed to their utmost limits, he shook his head and casually opened a spatial portal, casting them into it. They must not go to waste. Chapter 146, Hell Knight or Hell Skeleton. In a military base within the island nation, a spatial portal slowly opened in the central conference room. Before the several young officers gathered for a meeting could react, an object akin to a Mars-like entity shot forth from within. The leading middle-aged man in military attire gazed at the slowly closing portal. Nanny? As soon as the words left his lips, the seemingly innocuous object erupted instantaneously. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky above the island nation. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire country. Following the release of the bomb, which had been compressed to its extreme, Suemo paid it no mind and resumed his experiments. For the entirety of the following day, mushroom clouds erupted one after another from the island nation. Almost all military bases across the nation were obliterated within that single day. The government of the island nation was thrown into disarray. In just one day, their entire defensive force vanished, leaving the nation exposed and vulnerable, akin to a naked courtesan awaiting clientele. Meanwhile, Suemo, seated in his cultivation chamber, wore a somewhat grim expression. After several failed attempts, 7 or 8 in total, he was compelled to acknowledge that brute force alone could not facilitate the fusion of the two elements. To achieve this fusion, he needed to identify a common point of connection between them. What could that connection be? Suemo muttered to himself, falling into deep contemplation. At a certain moment, while grappling with the conundrum, he decided to extract 2 strands of flame once more from the dark divine book for careful examination. Suddenly, he froze, then slapped his thigh. Damn, how could I not have thought of this? His eyes brightened with realization. Taking a deep breath, he commenced another attempt. This time, he extracted 2 strands of flame from the dark divine book, but unlike before, these flames were merely a tenth of the original size. Observing the 2 strands suspended in the air, he waved his right hand gently. An endless surge of dark energy flowed from the dark divine book and entered the flames. As the energy surged, the flames began to grow gradually. Within 10 minutes, they had expanded to 10 times their initial size. Only then did Suemo cease to inject energy into the flames. This time, success was assured. He inhaled deeply, then guided the 2 flames to draw closer together. Unlike previous attempts, upon contact, the flames merged seamlessly, transforming into a deep blue flame in an instant. It worked, Suemo exclaimed softly. Just moments earlier, he had realized that both flames shared a commonality. They could absorb dark energy to grow. Moreover, since dark energy could be manipulated by him regardless of its transformation, Suemo suddenly comprehended that if both flames were derived from dark energy, they essentially stemmed from the same source. Thus, under his guidance, the chance for fusion would likely arise. True to his expectations, the 2 flames fused effortlessly. Gazing at the blue flame hovering before him, Suemo pondered the next step. With a mere thought, a skeletal soldier wielding a longsword materialized before him. The instant the skeletal soldier appeared, Suemo sensed an intense yearning emanating from it towards the blue flame nearby. Realizing the immense benefits this flame would confer upon the skeletal soldier, Suemo wasted no time in directing the flame to envelop the skeletal figure. Instantly, the blue flame spread across the skeleton. Before long, the entire skeleton was engulfed, and the white bones began to grow longer and sturdier under the flame's caress. In a short period, the skeletal soldier's stature exceeded 3 meters, ultimately transforming into a towering figure nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton, still ablaze with blue flames, sported an exuberant grin, as if it were expressing excitement. Suemo, observing this, raised his hand and struck down heavily upon the creature's crown. The smile on the skeletal soldier's face froze instantly. Subsequently, the skeleton exploded, bones scattering across the ground, with the head shattering into dust. Yet, as the fragments lay on the ground, the flames did not extinguish. They continued to burn. In Suemo's gaze, within 10 seconds, the shattered pieces reassembled into the original skeletal soldier, even the pulverized head restored to its former state. The skeletal soldier seemed to retain its prior memories. After the reconstruction, it stood humbly, casting a subservient glance, its face revealing a semblance of human anxiety. Suemo, witnessing this, displayed a smile of exhilaration. Indeed, an undying skeleton. He then led the skeletal soldier into a spatial chamber within the stellar tower to conduct tests. 3 hours later, Suemo regarded the skeletal soldier, which now bore a hint of weariness, with satisfaction. Through experimentation, he had discerned the basic attributes of this skeleton. In comparison to the Hell Knight, this skeletal soldier lacked the unique ability of the Judgment Eye. Suemo was not surprised by this. However, the skeletal soldier possessed its own array of advantages. Firstly, the skeletal soldier was impervious to sunlight, unaffected whether in daylight or darkness, thus free from the limitations that prevented the Hell Knight from appearing during the day. Furthermore, the melee capabilities exhibited by the skeletal soldier were at least tenfold that of the Hell Knight. Its sheer size indicated its might, boasting a strength of 30 to 40 tons. There were no endurance constraints. Its stamina could surpass that of Captain America by a significant margin. In terms of enhancing and transforming weapons with hellfire, it bore a close resemblance to the Hell Knight. Even the horse Su-Mo had summoned through the spatial portal was swiftly transformed into a towering skeletal warhorse upon the skeletal soldier's mounting. However, compared to the Hell Knight's steed, there remained a discernible disparity. Regarding resurrection abilities, Su-Mo had yet to test the Hell Knight's capabilities thoroughly, but he had experimented with the current skeletal soldier. Its demise indeed consumed the energy it possessed, after being struck down repeatedly over 100 times. Although the skeleton could still revert to its original state, it exhibited signs of fatigue, and the flames that adorned it dimmed significantly, as though they might extinguish at any moment. This indicated that its immortality had certain limitations. Should it be vanquished enough times, it could indeed be destroyed. Su-Mo gently waved towards the skeletal soldier, infusing it with dark energy. In less than a minute, the skeleton pulsated back to life, regaining its previous vigor, even appearing somewhat stronger than before. With a gentle wave of his hand, Su-Mo collected the grinning skeleton soldier, its mouth stretched wide to the roots of its ears. In the ensuing time, he began to experiment with various types of undead troops. Chapter 147, The Peculiar Mountain Village. A few days later, Su-Mo returned to the villa. Upon entering the training room, he found Wanda seated by the window, engrossed in the dark divine book, her right hand occasionally stroking a small creature beside her. Upon catching sight of the peculiar creature at Wanda's feet, Su-Mo's gaze sharpened. Wanda seemed to sense his presence and turned to look at him. Upon seeing Su-Mo, she closed the book and was about to speak when she noticed his focus on her pet. "Isn't it adorable?" she asked. Where did you get this thing?" Su-Mo inquired, eyeing the odd creature at her feet. It resembled a plump, fluffy white rabbit, yet where its head should be, there was nothing but emptiness. Despite his thorough inspection, he found no head on its rotund body, which sported 2 pairs of disproportionately small wings. This peculiar appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary divine beast of Chinese mythology, Dijiang. "Of course I found it," Wanda replied, then began to recount the events. It turned out that a few days prior, after successfully casting the Space Gate spell for the first time, the other side of the portal led to a picturesque location. At that moment, this animal resembling Dijiang was on the other side of the Space Gate. Heeding Su-Mo's advice, Wanda refrained from recklessly crossing over. However, the little creature had boldly ventured through the Space Gate on its own. Finding it harmless and rather charming, Wanda decided to keep it. After hearing Wanda's account, Su-Mo speculated that the Space Gate she opened must lead to some mysterious location in China, such as Kunlun or Taro. With this thought in mind, Su-Mo raised his gaze to Wanda. "Do you remember the location of the last Space Gate you opened?" Wanda hesitated for a moment. "At that time, I only thought about going to China. I knew it was somewhere in China, but could only guess the location. I could try again, but I cannot guarantee it will open successfully." From Su-Mo's expression, Wanda sensed that the place might be quite special. However, since it was her first attempt at magic, she had opened the portal to this location purely by chance. Given her current rudimentary magical abilities, she was uncertain whether she could open it again. "All right, give it a try. It would be wonderful if you can open it, but if not, it's no matter," Su-Mo encouraged. Wanda nodded, closing her eyes for a moment. She then opened them and gently waved her right hand. A purple space gate gradually materialized before them, and as it fully opened, the scenery beyond became vividly clear. Before them lay a verdant ocean of bamboo. The moment the green expanse appeared, the Dijiang at Wanda's feet emitted a joyful sound from its belly and flapped its tiny wings, wobbling eagerly toward the bamboo grove. Su-Mo's eyes brightened at the sight. The enthusiastic cry of Dijiang and its hasty flight clearly indicated that Wanda's portal had not misaligned. Exchanging a glance with Wanda, they stepped into the space gate together. Upon entering, Su-Mo realized he had underestimated the extent of the bamboo forest. As his mental energy radiated outward, he still could not discern the boundaries of this bamboo grove. It was noteworthy that his current mental reach spanned a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers. The odds of them landing precisely at the forest center were slim, suggesting that the grove's dimensions exceeded 10 kilometers in length and width. At that moment, Dijiang flitted toward a particular direction, emitting joyous sounds as it flew. According to Wanda, the location where she first opened the space gate was not within this bamboo grove. However, it seemed to be in close proximity. Dijiang, by some means, could ascertain the way back. Thus, all they needed to do was follow Dijiang. Su-Mo waved his hand again, and a massive space gate opened beside them. He stepped inside. Moments later, a rugged vehicle roared through the portal. As the vehicle sped through the bamboo forest, the surroundings began to change gradually. "Goodness, the bamboo is moving," Wanda exclaimed in astonishment. Su-Mo had already noticed this phenomenon. "A formation?" He pondered aloud, feeling a growing sense of anticipation for this place. Glancing at Di Jiang soaring ahead, he sighed. Observing the bamboo closing in behind them in the rearview mirror, he unleashed his mental energy, causing all the bamboo to come to an immediate halt. With his immense strength capable of exerting 300 million tons, controlling the bamboo was a trivial task for Suemo. If he wished, he could level everything within several kilometers in an instant. However, uncertain of who might be beyond the bamboo, Suemo chose restraint. Though confident in his strength, he believed it prudent to maintain a sense of humility. After following Di Jiang for a solid half-hour, the endless bamboo forest finally faded from view as the rugged vehicle burst forth from the thicket. Gaping at the scene outside, both Suemo and Wanda displayed expressions of astonishment. Before them stretched a vast expanse of grassland, dotted with an array of exotic and wondrous creatures. Wanda could hardly recognize any, and even Suemo had only encountered some in the Shanghai Jing. Groups of deep green dragon horses, towering over a person, with 7 or 8 tails, pure white 9-tailed foxes, and clusters of creatures identical to Di Jiang on the ground and soaring ahead of the vehicle. In the sky, several phoenixes ablaze with flames danced gracefully. In the distance, a chain of mountains stretched seamlessly together. At the foot of a sheer mountain face lay a crystal-clear lake, beside which stood a village. The village was adorned with golden houses, creating a scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise nestled within a scroll of exquisite art. This place is simply breathtaking, Wanda marveled, taking in the surroundings outside the vehicle. Suemo nodded in agreement. Even he, who had seen various peculiar worlds within the Star Tower, was awestruck by the beauty before him. As the vehicle drew closer to the village's outskirts, an oddity struck them. The village appeared devoid of any inhabitants. An eerie silence enveloped the entire settlement, not a whisper to be heard. Chapter 148, The Soul-Eating Beast. Upon reaching the village entrance, Suemo and Wanda disembarked from the vehicle. Wanda's eyes swept across the enchanting scenery, clearly enamored with the environment. Where are the villagers? She questioned, glancing around at the empty buildings after a moment of silence, curiosity evident in her voice. Suemo, sensing the information through his mental energy, smiled slightly. Perhaps I know where this place is, he replied, as they approached the lakeside where a throng of hundreds stood gathered. It seemed the entire village had congregated here, armed with long staffs, bows and arrows, shields, and various other weapons. These individuals stood in vigilant anticipation, gazing across the lake. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, alongside a woman dressed in a deep green gown. Master Guang, should we not venture to the lake's depths to commune with the divine dragon? Relying solely on our numbers may prove insufficient to withstand the onslaught of these soul devourers. The woman in the green robe expressed her concerns as she scrutinized a platform on the far side of the lake. Upon the mountainside adjacent to the platform loomed a colossal portal, sealed by a multitude of crimson stones, each resembling dragon scales and nearly a meter in diameter. Behind this dragon scale wall, something appeared to be battering against the stone barrier. With each resounding impact, small fissures began to emerge among the stacked scales. Thick, arm-like appendages thrust forth from these crevices, flailing violently, as if some monstrous entity were attempting to break free from its confinement. Ingnan, fret not. This creature attempts to breach its seal with brute force every 30 years. The divine dragon is well aware of this. When we can no longer endure, the dragon shall undoubtedly manifest. Master Guang reassured her. Nevertheless, he kept his gaze fixed on the trembling seal, a somber expression etched upon his features. Although previous encounters with the Soul Devourer King had ended in failure, Taro Village had suffered grievously as well. He cast a glance back at the villagers, weapons in hand, standing resolutely, and sighed deeply, pondering how many would survive this impending battle. Even he could not be certain of his own survival. At that moment, the seal upon the mountainside quivered once more. The fissures had widened sufficiently for the soul devourers to emerge. As the first of these creatures broke free, a chain reaction ensued, with countless soul devourers clawing their way forth, settling upon the stone face of the barrier. These creatures, not particularly large, measured over a meter in length, their bodies a deep green hue, adorned with 2 pairs of fleshy wings resembling those of a western dragon. Yet, unlike true dragons, their tails were equipped with several writhing appendages. The soul devourers, resting upon the rocky surface, began to sense their surroundings, their gazes fixating upon the direction of the village, where they detected a plethora of souls. In an instant, these creatures leaped into the air, a dark swarm racing towards the village. Witnessing this, Master Guang's expression turned grave. The soul devourers had escaped. As a survivor of the last sealing battle, he was all too familiar with their appearance. Given the capabilities of the Soul Devourer King, there was no way it could break the seal independently. Yet, by consuming human souls, it could augment its strength. Thus, the king fashioned these lesser soul devourers, resembling itself, to slip through the cracks of the seal and gather human souls, thereby enhancing its own power. This relentless assault on the seal was but a means to an end. By continually devouring the souls these minions retrieved, its might would one day grow sufficient to shatter its confines. Prepare, Master Guang commanded, and all present raised their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Those wielding bows notched their arrows, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Moments later, the foremost soul devourers approached the water's edge. Fire! Master Guang shouted. The archers released a volley of arrows, a crimson rain descending upon the advancing soul devourers. As the arrows pierced the creatures, a surge of energy emanated from the projectiles, melding into the bodies of the soul devourers. Those afflicted by this energy were instantly reduced to ash. A cheer erupted from the villagers at the sight, but Master Guang's countenance remained stoic as he bellowed, "Steady, continue firing." Though a portion of the soul devourers had been vanquished, it was but a trifling victory against the vast horde. Moreover, more soul devourers continued to pour forth from the mountainside. The archers, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly notched and released another barrage. After several rounds of shooting, the swarm of soul devourers had reached the shore, now a mere few meters from the villagers. Master Guang thrust his staff forward, targeting the oncoming soul devourers. Beware their tentacles. Do not let them ensnare you. He swung his staff forcefully, obliterating the foremost soul devourer into ash. In an instant, a multitude of soul devourers surged into the throng of villagers. Moments later, one unfortunate soul was yanked skyward by the grasp of the creatures. The man screamed in terror as the tentacles suspended him aloft, the maw of a soul devourer looming toward his head. A powerful suction emanated from its mouth, drawing forth his very essence, rendering his expression vacant and lifeless. Master Guang's face paled at this sight. In a swift motion, he hurled his staff, which soared through the air, piercing a soul devourer and reducing it to cinders. The man, released from his aerial torment, plummeted back to the ground, narrowly escaping death. However, with his weapon gone, he was now vulnerable, and two soul devourers set their sights on him, diving towards him with malicious intent. In the chaos, the villagers struggled to keep pace with the relentless assault, oblivious to the plight unfolding nearby. Only Yingnan, having dispatched one soul devourer, noticed the dire situation. With a deft flick of her foot, she propelled an arrow towards the approaching menace, dispatching it before it could reach Master Guang. Yet another soul devourer had already closed in on him. As its tentacles threatened to ensnare him, she felt a surge of urgency. But amidst the fray, the crowd had dispersed, leaving her too far away to assist. Master Guang, however, remained unfazed as he regarded the oncoming soul devourer. He had anticipated such an outcome when he had cast aside his staff. After all, aside from these specially crafted weapons, no other means could effectively vanquish the soul devourers. At that moment, a slender blade pierced through the head of the soul devourer, its body instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Need assistance? The figures of Su Mo and Wanda emerged from the shadows of the street. Chapter 149, A Single Strike to Annihilate. Upon hearing their voices, Master Guang turned to behold their forms, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. You are not from the village. How did you arrive here? Having lived his entire life in Taro Village, Master Guang was intimately familiar with its inhabitants and could easily discern that these two were outsiders. Meanwhile, Wanda had already engaged in the fray, unleashing bursts of crimson energy from her hands, which detonated upon contact with the soul devourers, causing them to explode. Su Mo followed suit, dispatching a flying soul devourer with a swift motion. We stumbled upon this place by chance. It appears you are in quite the predicament. Master Guang nodded in response. Given their prowess, it was evident they were not ordinary individuals. The arrival of these individuals would greatly aid in repelling the soul devourers. Perhaps with their involvement, the villagers might manage to survive a little longer. Should these monsters escape, the entire world would face dire repercussions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guang Bo grasped the long staff beside him once more and declared, "You must protect yourselves." Without a backward glance, he charged towards the descending soul devourers. Su Mo observed the vast swarm of soul devourers approaching from afar, and his heart began to piece together the origins of this village. It was the settlement where Shang-Chi and Su Wenwu's wife, Ying Li, resided. All the villagers were united in their efforts to assist the divine dragon in maintaining the seal on the soul devourer king, preventing its escape. With this thought, Su Mo's gaze fell upon the nearby lake. as if the divine dragon itself resided within its depths. This was no mere Western dragon resembling a great lizard, but a true dragon of Chinese heritage. Yet, it was prudent to first eliminate these soul devourers. They would surely yield a considerable amount of points. Glancing at Wanda in the distance, he noted that, given her strength, she could handle these soul devourers without any danger. In fact, if provided with a weapon and sufficient time, she alone could eradicate them all. With his mind at ease, Sumo began to levitate gently. The 1,000-machine disc appeared before him, and ultimately, it transformed into 81 diminutive blades. These blades clustered densely around his form. Given the sheer number of these minor foes, dispersing the 1,000-machine disc was far more suitable. After all, defeating the soul devourers did not necessitate overwhelming force. It primarily relied on eradicating the energy that sustained their healing. Once divided into thousands of blades, even though the power of each was but a fraction of his own, they sufficed to obliterate the soul devourers. Sumo flicked his fingers, igniting a flame that spread across the blades. Utilizing the hellfire fused within, he found it far less taxing than employing the cosmic energy within his body. After all preparations were complete, he waved his right hand gently. The multitude of tiny blades transformed into a dense stream of light, soaring towards the soul devourers in the sky. The flames attached to them left behind a trail of blue, resembling a blossoming blue firework that erupted around Sumo wherever the blue sword light passed. The soul devourers were incinerated into ash. In less than 5 seconds, tranquility enveloped the sky, leaving behind the bodies of the soul devourers, gradually vanishing into nothingness. "Damn! I knew there was a sword immortal," exclaimed a young man, the first to notice the spectacle above, his voice filled with astonishment, utterly oblivious to the soul devourer that swooped beside him. Fortunately, a friend nearby swiftly drew his bow and shot, saving him from a grim fate. After dispatching the soul devourer, the friend approached with fury. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The archer had been shielded by a building, rendering him unaware of the celestial events. Upon seeing the young man's unyielding gaze fixed on the lake's surface, his friend, puzzled, stepped closer and followed his line of sight, only to find himself frozen in place, astonished by the scene above. Guangbo, leaning against the wall of a house after slaying a passing soul devourer, lifted his gaze to witness this spectacle, his mouth agape in shock. Previously, he had seen Sumo control a single small sword, but he had not anticipated such a vast number in unison. Initially, he had merely hoped Sumo would assist in mitigating the casualties among the villagers during their struggle against the soul devourers. However, he never imagined that Sumo's prowess would far exceed his expectations, dispatching tens of thousands of soul devourers in a single strike. It was likely that even the divine dragon could not achieve such a feat at that moment. A singular thought consumed Guangbo's mind. He must do everything possible to ensure Sumo remained in the village, even if Sumo were reluctant to stay. Guangbo was determined to forge a strong bond with him. Through the 2 encounters with the soul devourers, he had discerned that with each soul the beasts returned to their king. The seal was becoming increasingly tenuous. The release of the soul devourer king was likely imminent. If Sumo remained, perhaps they could even vanquish the king upon its emergence. This would liberate the villagers of Taro from the fate of perishing at the hands of the soul devourers for generations. As Guangbo pondered, Yingnan in the distance also noticed the celestial display, her face alight with excitement as she approached him. "Guangbo, where did you find such a master?" She had seen Sumo save Guangbo moments ago in their exchange, but the distance prevented her from hearing their conversation. Naturally, she assumed Sumo was a hired ally of Guangbo. Upon hearing her, Guangbo shot her a vexed glance, silently muttering, "If I knew such a master, would I still be anxiously worrying about the soul devourer king attempting to break free from its seal?" Ignoring Yingnan's words, he turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the lake. After obliterating the soul devourers, even the sounds of the creatures crashing against the seal on the mountainside ceased. The soul devourer king within seemed to sense the external turmoil, intimidated by Sumo's casual strike, and quieted down. Witnessing this, Guangbo's conviction grew stronger. At that moment, Sumo, suspended in midair, retracted the 1,000-machine disc and began to descend gently to the ground. Seeing this, Guangbo hastily beckoned Yingnan to accompany him in greeting Sumo Chapter 150, temporary residence in Taro Village. Moments later, under Guangbo's guidance, Sumo and Wanda arrived at a dwelling in the heart of the village. "Please, sit and sample our village's unique tea." After seating Sumo and Wanda, Guangbo poured them each a cup. "Thank you," Sumo replied, taking the cup and savoring the brew. Although he was no connoisseur of tea, the fragrance alone suggested it was extraordinary. Watching them drink, Guangbo hesitated before finally inquiring, "Might I ask how you two came to our Taro village?" After a brief pause, he quickly added, "Of course, it's not that we are unwelcoming. We are merely curious, considering the bamboo forest barrier outside." In response, Suemo waved his hand lightly, and a golden portal materialized nearby, revealing a curious Kirin on the other side, observing Suemo and the others with wide eyes. Guangbo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You two hail from Kamartaj?" He had heard some whispers of the Ancient One from Kamartaj. However, a look of confusion crossed his face as he pondered Suemo's method of wielding the blades, which did not align with Kamartaj's combat style. Suemo shook his head at Guangbo's words. "I have merely studied a few spells." Meanwhile, Wanda beheld Suemo conjuring the golden portal for the first time, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise, though she refrained from voicing any doubts. Suemo had just performed the spatial gate spell he had learned from the magical tome of Kamartaj. Utilizing the cosmic energy within him, casting such spells was effortless. The reason he did not employ the portal from the Darkhold was not due to any intent to conceal it. Rather, the spatial gate from Kamartaj was far more recognizable. Most of the transcendent forces on Earth would be able to identify it. Upon hearing this, Elder Guang nodded in comprehension. He then cautiously inquired, "What do you think of our village? The scenery is quite lovely, indeed a suitable place for seclusion." At this juncture, Suemo cast a glance at Wanda beside him, then raised his gaze to Elder Guang and said, "Speaking of which, I do have a request. Do not hesitate to speak. You have just saved half the lives in our village by vanquishing those soul eaters, as long as it is within our means. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you." Elder Guang responded solemnly. Suemo waved his hand dismissively. "It is not so grave. My wife is quite enamored with the scenery here and hopes to build a small house by the lake, where we can stay for a while when time permits." Wanda had fallen in love with this place at first sight. In her own words, it embodied all her fantasies of the beautiful landscapes of China. Though she did not vocalize it, Suemo could see her yearning to reside here for a time reflected in her eyes. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Elder Guang's face lit up with joy, and he promptly exclaimed, "Of course. I was just pondering how to establish a long-term connection with you. After all, I believe there was little here to attract you. Our prideful martial arts and formidable weapons would hardly pique your interest, and as for the allure of beauty, I had considered that as well. However, after observing Wanda beside you, I had given up all hope on that front. Our village consists of merely a few hundred people, and finding someone more remarkable than Wanda among them would be quite a challenge. Moreover, your wife is right here, and attempting to employ such tactics would seem rather excessive." After contemplating various ways to entice them, he had not anticipated that they would propose to stay for a while voluntarily. What surprised him most was that it was the beauty of the scenery that had captivated them. To be frank, having grown up in this place, they had long since developed an immunity to its beauty. No matter how exquisite the landscape, prolonged exposure dulled the senses. However, none of that mattered. As long as Suemo and Wanda settled here, they would never turn a blind eye to the soul eaters should they emerge again. With that thought, Elder Guang excitedly leaped from his chair. "You may go explore and see where would be most suitable to build your house. I will arrange for the villagers to assist you in its construction. Rest assured, I will ensure you can move in before nightfall." He then hurriedly dashed out. It was still before noon, and with ample materials and manpower, constructing a 2-story bamboo dwelling before evening was entirely feasible. After all, the villagers were not ordinary folk. Wanda, observing Elder Guang's anxious departure, was puzzled as she could not comprehend their conversation. Upon hearing Suemo explain that he was preparing for their housing, a gleam of excitement lit up her face. "Really? I did not expect the villagers to be so hospitable." Suemo smiled noncommittally. He was aware that the original Elder Guang was not this welcoming, even when Shang-Chi and the others returned to the village as adults. They had nearly been driven away by him. His eagerness for them to stay was undoubtedly influenced by his appreciation for Suemo's effortless prowess in dealing with the soul eaters, as well as gratitude for saving the villagers. Nonetheless, Suemo did not mind. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. After noon, Suemo and Wanda selected a picturesque spot by the lake, and under Elder Guang's direction, dozens of villagers began to labor diligently. With Suemo's telekinetic assistance, the house was completed before darkness fell. That evening, the village was abuzz with excitement as everyone gathered in the central square to celebrate their successful defense against the soul eaters. Naturally, as the principal benefactor, Suemo became the focus of their attention and care. This was the first time in this life that Suemo had experienced such a long-lost atmosphere. The feast continued until the early hours of the morning. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Wanda was joyfully arranging the room. Half of the wooden structure was built directly over the lake, and beneath the rising mist at night, it exuded an ethereal beauty. As he entered the room, Suemo chanced upon Wanda emerging from the massive portal, holding a bed aloft with one hand. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he thought to himself that Wanda, the sorceress, had begun to develop in peculiar directions. Seeing Suemo return, Wanda set the bed down and excitedly leaped into his embrace. "Darling, I absolutely adore this place." "Is that so?" Suemo replied with a smile as he embraced her. "Then in such a beloved locale, shall we not partake in some of our favorite activities?" Chapter 151. The Immortal Crystal and the Ascension of the Beast God. In the days that followed, the couple temporarily settled in Taro Village. Their original plan was to take advantage of Wanda's vacation to enjoy a holiday in China, and Taro Village clearly proved to be an idyllic retreat. This was, of course, in disregard of the lurking threat posed by the Soul Eaters sealed behind the mountain wall. During this period, under Sumo's guidance, they ventured out several times. This secluded mountain village was located near Kunlun, China, but for them, the difference was negligible as they traveled via the spatial gate, saving a considerable amount of time. One day, Suemo lounged in a recliner on the second-floor balcony of their wooden house, gazing intently at a translucent panel before him. After nearly 2 months of silence in the eerie world of Silent Hill, coupled with relentless hunting carried out by his subordinates, his points had once again surpassed the 100 million mark. Without a moment's hesitation, he exchanged his points for an immortal crystal. Immortal crystal, a crystalline energy gem condensed by an immortal-level powerhouse, containing the power of the universe's fundamental laws. This particular immortal crystal contains a fragment of the fused space-time laws, and absorbing it will aid in comprehending spatial laws. Points required for exchange, 100 million. After the space-time beast god had been birthed, Suemo searched the system for treasures that would expedite its growth, ultimately pinpointing the immortal crystal. The space-time beast god required not only vast amounts of energy, but also a deep understanding of the laws of space and time for its ascension. Such immortal crystals, even if obtained by an immortal powerhouse, would merely serve as a supplementary source of divine power. The contained laws would hold little significance for them. Each powerhouse has a unique direction in their understanding of the laws, making it exceedingly rare to find that the laws within an immortal crystal correspond to what one needs to comprehend. After all, the fragments of law contained within are scarce, and the likelihood of them being beneficial to oneself is lower than winning the lottery. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to encounter a useful fragment, it would only serve as a reference. Complete comprehension would still require personal insight. However, none of this constituted shortcomings in Sumo's eyes. Firstly, Suemo inquired whether the immortal crystals exchanged in the system would not encompass the same laws. In other words, if he had sufficient points, he could entirely redeem a complete set of immortal crystals that embody the comprehensive laws of time and space fusion. This would significantly enhance their value by countless magnitudes. Moreover, as the beast god of time and space, Sumo's avatar is inherently a manifestation of the fusion of time and space laws. The beast god avatar can effortlessly absorb the fragments of laws contained within the cosmic crystals. The sole drawback, however, is the exorbitant price of these immortal crystals, with each costing a staggering 100 million points. A complete set of immortal crystals encompassing the full array of laws amounts to an astonishing 10,081 pieces. The difficulty of completely redeeming them is exceedingly daunting. Nevertheless, at present, they are the most potent treasures for the beast god avatar. With a swift motion, Suemo entered the Star Tower, within the space where the beast god avatar resided. In his hand, he held a blue crystal nearly a meter in diameter. Through the somewhat translucent crystal, he could distinctly observe several golden threads slowly rotating at its center. "Is this the manifestation of the laws?" Suemo murmured softly. Soon after, he focused his mind, and the beast god avatar gradually opened its eyes, its form shrinking to 100 meters in size. It gently tossed the immortal crystal into its mouth. For the 100-meter-tall beast god avatar, the nearly 1-meter diameter crystal resembled a mere candy. The avatar chewed once and swallowed it. It was crisp, but not of chicken flavor. Suemo closed his eyes to feel the transformation. As the cosmic crystal entered the beast god avatar's body, it transformed into a tremendous surge of energy, rampaging within the avatar. Sensing this, Suemo quickly guided the beast god avatar to close its eyes and control the energy within. Only a naturally born beast god would dare to do so. To directly consume an immortal crystal at the planetary level is a bold feat for ordinary beings. The immense energy contained within the immortal crystal could easily cause a planetary-level powerhouse to explode. However, The naturally born beast god possesses perfect genes, with both energy capacity and divine body strength being 10,081 times that of an ordinary human, enabling it to withstand the overwhelming energy contained within the immortal crystal. As the beast god avatar silently absorbed the energy within, Su-Mo withdrew from the star tower. Once the beast god avatar reaches the stellar level, it would be only natural for his original body to ascend to the stellar level as well. Moreover, he felt that the beast god avatar would not take long to absorb this immortal crystal. Just as Su-Mo exited the star tower, he noticed Wanda leading two completely snow-white nine-tailed foxes approaching him. One of the foxes was large, boasting 8 tails, while the smaller one appeared to have only recently been born, with a solitary tail. From the villagers, Su-Mo learned that these nine-tailed foxes were unlike those in legends. Apart from their beauty, they possessed no extraordinary abilities. Rather, their tail count would gradually increase with age, ultimately culminating in 9 tails upon reaching full maturity. The 8-tailed fox before him had evidently already borne offspring, indicating an early marriage and motherhood. Upon seeing Su-Mo, Wanda stepped forward. "Look, this is the 9-tailed fox I just captured." Su-Mo couldn't help but smile at Wanda's clumsy attempts at Chinese. Since settling in Taro Village, Wanda had begun learning the language. Perhaps due to the enhancement of her chaotic power and physical prowess, she had been learning at an astonishing speed, managing to communicate simply in Chinese within less than half a month. "Well, as long as you're happy." Su-Mo nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, they heard a commotion from another direction in the village. Given the village's small size, with just over 300 inhabitants, any significant disturbance could be heard from anywhere. However, with houses in the way, they could not see what was happening. Su-Mo extended his mental energy toward that direction. In front of the village, Guangbo was standing with a group of young people, blocking a vehicle. Upon seeing a man clad in black exiting the vehicle, Guangbo's expression darkened with anger. "Su-Wenwu, what are you doing here again? I told you this village does not welcome you." Su-Wenwu, descending from the vehicle, paid no heed to Guangbo's outcry. Instead, he turned back to the car and lifted a woman from the back seat. The woman, clad in a hospital gown, had her eyes tightly shut and her face was ashen. However, the rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive. Wenwu approached Guangbo, kneeling before him. "Please, savingly." Chapter 152, Wenwu's plea. Guangbo looked at the unconscious Ying Li in Su-Wenwu's arms, and his expression shifted. He hurriedly stepped forward to examine Ying Li's condition. How could this happen? Guangbo released his grip on Ying Li's wrist, glaring angrily at Su-Wenwu. As the village chief, Guangbo often took on the role of a doctor, diagnosing and prescribing medicine for the villagers. He naturally possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge. From Ying Li's pulse, it was evident she had reached a point of no return. Ying Li had grown up under his watch. When she insistently abandoned her identity and powers as a dragon messenger to leave with Su-Wenwu, Guangbo, though disapproving due to Wenwu's status, had ultimately acquiesced to her resolute decision. Now, seeing her return in this state after 7 or 8 years, his anger was palpable. Wenwu, typically fiery in temperament, did not retort to Guangbo's reprimand. "It's all my fault. If I had thoroughly eliminated my enemies before, Ying Li would not have been harmed by these vengeful individuals during my absence. You can do whatever you wish to me. Please, I beg you." Savingly, Wenwu pleaded softly. At that moment, a figure dashed out swiftly from the back of the village. It was Ying Li's sister, Ying Nan. Initially filled with joy upon hearing her sister's return, her smile froze upon seeing Ying Li unconscious in Wenwu's arms. She rushed over, checking Ying Li's condition before turning to Guangbo. "How is she?" Upon hearing her question, Guangbo sighed and shook his head. Although Taro Village was under the protection of the dragon, they had no means of communicating with it, and based on previous experiences, they had never witnessed the dragon exhibiting healing abilities. In such circumstances, they were at a loss. Seeing Guangbo's reaction, both Ying Nan and Wenwu's expressions changed simultaneously. "Impossible. Don't you possess the power of the dragon? How can you not save her?" Wenwu stared anxiously at Guangbo. After Ying Li was shot by those men, Wenwu had sought countless world-renowned doctors, all of whom were helpless against her injuries. Ultimately, in desperation, he had come to Taro Village. Guided by Ying Li when she was conscious, this was his last hope. If they could not save Ying Li here, he had no idea what else to do. The dragon was not omnipotent. Even with the dragon's power, Ying Nan could do nothing for Ying Li's condition. Guangbo, uncharacteristically, explained to Wenwu. Ying Nan, glancing at Wenwu, nodded grimly in agreement. "No, it can't be. There must be a way." Wenwu exclaimed in disbelief. From hope to despair, then back to hope, only to find despair again. Anyone who undergoes this process would likely succumb to utter despair. At this moment, Sumo and Wanda emerged from the street behind. Through his telepathic abilities, Sumo had already discerned the unfolding events. He cast a glance at the 10 metallic rings adorning Wenwu's arm. Could this be the fabled 10 rings? He mused silently. In truth, Sumo harbored no significant animosity towards Su Wenwu, not merely due to the strikingly familiar handsome visage before him, but more so because, from the perspective of a person from Huaxiao, Wenwu's actions were not inherently wrong. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. With formidable power at one's disposal, there is little need to extend courtesy to foreign adversaries. A firmer stance can indeed ensure greater safety for one's nation and kin. As Sumo pondered, he suddenly felt an unusual force emanating from the direction of the seal, sweeping toward Wenwu. Was this the seductive power of the Soul-Eater Beast King? Sumo's eyes flickered. His mental energy surged toward this force, swiftly dispersing it. Upon retracting his telekinesis, Sumo understood why Wenwu had fallen prey to the Soul-Eater Beast King's influence. Initially, he had been perplexed. If the Beast King's range of manipulation was indeed so vast, why would it single out Wenwu? After all, within the Marvel Universe, there were many far more suitable candidates than Wenwu. Individuals such as the Red Devil or the Blue Devil, who possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, could have been easily manipulated to surreptitiously dismantle the seal without fear of the villagers' intervention. Now it was evident that the scope and power of the Beast King's influence were limited, having sown the seeds of manipulation in Wenwu's heart at this juncture. Through prolonged erosion, it had successfully brainwashed him. Sumo was certain that, according to the original narrative, Wenwu must have interred Ying Li in Taro Village for some reason, leading him to believe, under the Beast King's influence, that she had been revived and confined behind the sealing door. With this clarity, Sumo stepped forward. I can bring her back to life. As soon as his words fell, the once dim light in Wenwu's eyes rekindled with hope. Really? You're not deceiving me? Even Guangbo and Ying Nan turned to Sumo, their gazes filled with anticipation. Having witnessed Sumo's prowess before, they held little doubt regarding his words. Of course. Sumo nodded affirmatively. He had already ascertained through his telepathy that Ying Li's fatal wound was a gunshot to her chest, which had damaged her lungs. With the current medical techniques, there was indeed no hope for salvation. However, within his system, there were countless items capable of healing her. Even a near-death immortal could be revived, let alone an ordinary person like Ying Li. However, I have one condition. Sumo looked intently at Wenwu, adding a caveat. Although he bore no ill will toward Wenwu, he could not claim any fondness either. He was not altruistic enough to expend his points to save his wife without some form of recompense. Wenwu, upon hearing Sumo's words, was not surprised. Having lived for millennia, he had long grasped a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Aside from those overly benevolent souls, no one would selflessly assist you. To him, it was only natural that Sumo would have a demand. If Sumo had none, he would instead harbor greater suspicion regarding his intentions. Driven by this realization, he eagerly declared, as long as you can bring Ying Li back, I will fulfill any request you have, even if it means my life. Upon hearing this, Guangbo and Ying Nan exchanged glances, a glimmer of relief crossing their faces. The reason they had agreed to Ying Li leaving with him was that they could see Wenwu's feelings for her were genuine and untainted. Sumo smiled softly at Wenwu's words. Your life would serve no purpose to me. He then gestured toward the 10 rings on Wenwu's arm. I want the 10 rings in your possession. Very well. Wenwu responded without a trace of hesitation, preparing to relinquish the 10 rings from his arm. Although he looked down upon the people of Taro Village to some extent, he had gleaned from previous interactions and Ying Li's accounts that the integrity of the villagers was indeed commendable. Furthermore, he had no alternative. Should Sumo prove deceitful, he would undoubtedly insist on receiving the rings before offering any aid. Faced with such a predicament, he was willing to take the risk. In fact, it would be simpler to be forthright from the outset. Noticing Wenwu's decisive actions, Sumo couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Truly, a being who had lived for so long possessed a remarkable clarity of thought. He raised his hand to halt Wenwu's movements. No need to rush. You can give them to me after I have healed her. At this, Wenwu's eyes brightened. His suspicions were confirmed. Sumo was indeed not deceiving him. Realizing that there was a genuine possibility of Ying Li's recovery, even the composure he had cultivated over millennia could not suppress the tremor of excitement in his lips. Sumo stepped closer, and simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for exchanging the water of life, consuming 1,000 points. Water of life, a a special potion formulated by incorporating numerous materials into a high-level medical pod, capable of regenerating even severed limbs. In the context of the devouring world of Earth, this substance was not overly precious, especially when compared to the spirit of Flora. Thus, its price in the marketplace was modest and insignificant for Sumo, who still possessed millions of points. Upon completing the exchange, he waved his hand gently, producing a small vial filled with a pale green liquid. Approaching Ying Li, who was cradled in Ying Nan's arms, Sumo uncapped the vial and handed it to Ying Nan. Administer this to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Nan complied, pouring the water of life into Ying Li's mouth. Subsequently, the eyes of everyone present were fixed intently on the unconscious Ying Li. Despite having previously witnessed Sumo's capabilities, the villagers remained uncertain about his ability to save her. After all, killing and healing required two entirely different sets of skills. Proficiency in one did not guarantee excellence in the other. After Ying Li consumed the water of life, mere moments later, Sumo's telepathic perception detected her chest wound, pierced by the bullet, beginning to heal at an astonishing rate. Within a minute, the injury had completely vanished, and even the internal damage was concurrently restored. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Ying Li's pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her once feeble breaths grew stronger. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment spread across the faces of all present, particularly Wen Wu, who oscillated between laughter and tears in his overwhelming emotion. Minutes later, a soft cough broke the silence as Ying Li slowly opened her eyes. Upon surveying her surroundings, she displayed a momentary look of confusion. It was only after a brief pause that realization dawned upon her. One could not deny the remarkable efficacy of the water of life. The once near-death Ying Li had been restored to her former self. With renewed vigor, she bolted upright. Am I all right? As she recalled the events that had transpired, she instinctively touched her body, disbelief etched across her features. At that moment, Wen Wu rushed forward, enveloping Ying Li in his embrace. Wonderful. It's all right now. Everything is fine. His tear-filled eyes crinkled with joy as he fervently surveyed Ying Li from head to toe. Observing this, Sumo returned to Wanda's side. Overcome by emotion, Wanda instinctively grasped Sumo's arm, and a moment later, Ying Li approached Sumo, bowing respectfully. Thank you. From now on, should there be any commands, my husband and I will not hesitate to risk our lives. Sumo waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Having accepted your reward, you owe me nothing. Ying Li shook her head resolutely. No, this item is merely an inanimate object, and besides, Wen Wu had already promised me that he would no longer use it. To us, it is but a useless trinket. At that moment, Wen Wu stepped forward, and the 10 rings from his arm floated gracefully into the air, emanating a golden glow. Thank you, he uttered succinctly, yet the sincerity etched on his face conveyed the depth of his gratitude. Sumo gestured to collect the rings from the air. I have stated before, this is merely a transaction. Wen Wu offered no further words, bowing solemnly to Sumo, much like Ying Li had done. With his objectives achieved, Sumo chose not to linger and turned to leave with Wanda. However, as they walked, a hint of melancholy flickered across Wanda's face. Noticing her expression, Sumo gently patted her head. My dear, what troubles you? Wanda glanced up at him. How I wish I had met you many years ago. Upon hearing this, Sumo understood. She was clearly reminiscing about her parents. He remained silent, instead drawing her into a comforting embrace. Although, theoretically, once he ascended to the rank of a cosmic sovereign, he could reverse the flow of time and resurrect the deceased, he refrained from voicing this. After all, such abilities were fundamentally gifts from the primordial universe. He could not be certain whether he would possess that power in this world. Better to wait until he could ascertain his abilities before raising false hopes only to lead to disappointment. Emotions come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Before long, she had composed herself, pulling Sumo to a nearby patch of grass where they found a dragon steed to ride together. Wanda was, after all, a person of considerable mental fortitude. Otherwise, she would not have been able to recover as she did after losing her family in the original storyline. That evening, within the Star Tower, the 10 rings shimmered with golden light, floating before Sumo. He extended his hands gently, and the rings seemed to respond to an unseen command. Gracefully wrapping around his arms, he threw a punch to test their weight. The increase in his strength felt negligible to him. The rings provided an enhancement of perhaps 100 tons. Given his own might of 30 million tons, it was hardly perceptible. However, his exchange with Wen Wu regarding the 10 rings was not intended for personal use. With a thought, a skeletal soldier materialized before him. With a subtle wave of his hand, the rings encircled the soldier's arms. Moments later, the skeletal warrior vanished, adorned with the rings. Indeed, it works. A flicker of delight crossed Sumo's face. Chapter 154, The Bully Macwheel? Unlike the treasures that devour worlds, which have high thresholds for use, the 10 rings can be wielded by anyone. Merely donning them significantly enhances the host's physical attributes, with no prerequisites whatsoever. After employing the dream-walking technique, the only limitation to Sumo's power was the strength of his physique. If he could equip the 10 rings on his body within the dream-walking realm, his physical strength would instantly surge to 100 tons, the caliber of a junior war god. Consequently, his potential for power would be greatly amplified. With this enhancement, his mental prowess could also reach the pinnacle of a war god. At this level, he would be capable of contending with the majority of adversaries. In the following period, Sumo occasionally took time to accompany Wanda, while spending the majority of his hours in the Star Tower, honing his skills. Over a month ago, Wanda had already resumed her studies at school. Utilizing the beast god's insights into space, he had elevated his mastery of the shattering void technique to its second tier. Indeed, upon reaching this level, he could directly rupture a cubic meter of space, creating spatial rifts, surpassing the comprehension of ordinary domain lords. After all, understanding the laws becomes easier only after attaining the rank of a domain master. Common domain lords relied primarily on their internal cosmic energy and wielded telekinetic and primordial weapons in battle. Seated in the training chamber, Sumo gazed at the system interface. The rate at which points accumulated in the bizarre world had slowed considerably after an explosive growth in the first month. Over the past fortnight, he had gained merely around 20 million points, bringing his total to just over 30 million. With the Beast God and the Star-Eating Vine, two significant drains on his points. What once seemed astronomical now felt utterly meager. Closing the system interface, he recognized that Earth could no longer yield substantial points. After all, with figures like Apocalypse and Magneto leading the charge, dealing with ordinary humans had become exceedingly effortless. Following a prolonged period of slaughter, Earth had entered an unprecedented era of harmony. Even those with malicious intent dared not reveal themselves. At this juncture, he discerned two primary methods for accruing points. One was to venture forth and annihilate other planets. He possessed a star map of the nearby star systems, detailing the life-bearing planets. Yet, this method was fraught with potential complications. Even if the inhabitants were deemed villains, Sumo's actions could provoke Odin or Captain Marvel. Reflecting on his previous encounter with Odin, he recalled that even at full strength, aided by the element of surprise through spatial freezing, he had merely succeeded in knocking Odin back without inflicting harm. Deploying the Beast God avatar might lead to victory, but whether he could secure a kill remained uncertain. Moreover, there was the elusive Captain Marvel to contend with. It would be unwise to confront them without assurance of victory. Given his rate of growth, it would be prudent to wait a few years until his strength could effortlessly overpower them before executing this plan. The second method for gaining points involved revisiting parallel worlds. After contemplating this, Sumo took a deep breath, deciding to activate the dream-walking technique once more to traverse into a parallel universe. In a certain parallel world, New York, Midtown High School, a Chinese student sat in class, suddenly closing his eyes as if succumbing to unconsciousness. However, before his head could rest on the desk, he abruptly opened his eyes again. It was Sumo, having traversed through the dream realm. Observing his familiar surroundings, a look of astonishment spread across his face. At last, he had commenced a normal journey. Upon arrival, he did not find himself sprawled across the form of a woman, nor did he hide in a wardrobe or on a balcony. Instead, he was situated within a high school classroom. "Hey, are you all right?" A deliberately lowered voice emanated from beside him. Sumo turned to see a face he recognized all too well, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The bully Maguire? Upon hearing her voice, Toby, seated to his right, wore a look of confusion, evidently not grasping the implications of Sumo's words. Ignoring Toby's expression, Sumo's mind raced as he scanned the classroom. Upon spotting the emblem of Midtown High emblazoned on the wall directly ahead, a look of realization washed over his face. The combination of Midtown High and the familiar visage of Bully Maguire allowed Sumo to swiftly deduce that he had entered the world of the first Spider-Man. Moreover, it was within the timeline of the original film. However, the specifics regarding the timeline or whether Peter had yet become Spider-Man remained indeterminate based on the information currently at hand. As the school bell rang, Sumo rose and made his way towards the exit. He intended to find a place to ascertain the temporal flow between the two worlds while simultaneously assisting his counterpart in this realm to join the ranks of the Traversers. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached him. "Sue, did you not sleep well last night? I noticed you nearly dozing off in class. Were you up late watching a game?" "No, Wait, there didn't seem to be a game last night. Let me think. Listening to the incessant chatter by his side, Suemo became almost entirely convinced that this was indeed Peter himself. It appeared that this version of him shared a good rapport with Peter, otherwise he would not be so incessantly clingy. At that juncture, a mocking voice rang out from behind them. Look, aren't these just two little trash from our school? As soon as the words left his mouth, raucous laughter followed. Peter turned to glance at the source of the laughter and immediately lowered his head. Hearing these taunts, Suemo halted his steps. Although he was pressed for time, he had sufficient opportunity to teach a lesson to a few ruffians. Seeing Suemo stop, Peter grasped his arm. Let us go. Those guys are all members of the football team. Suemo turned to Peter, concluding that it seemed Peter had yet to become Spider-Man. The raucous laughter from behind them grew louder as the leader of the group, a blonde youth, wore a smirk upon noticing Suemo's halted stride. Wow, looks like a certain coward is finally standing up. He jeered, followed by laughter. Suemo regarded them with a calm demeanor. It matters not whether we have any grievances with them. Let's leave it be. With that, he stepped forward, appraising the hulking figures before him, reminiscent of gorillas. Judging by their imposing physiques, they certainly had the potential to be school bullies. Chapter 155, Peter and Mary Jane. Observing Suemo's actions, the group approached with newfound interest. What is this? Do you take issue with that title? Peter, mustering his courage, followed suit and tugged at Suemo's arm. Sue the Dean, he exclaimed, pointing towards the approaching figure. Suemo turned to see an elderly man with graying hair making his way towards them. In America, the dean serves a role akin to that of a disciplinary director, tasked with managing misbehaving students and wielding considerable authority, including the power to suspend or expel students. At that moment, the group before them also noticed the advancing dean, and they collectively sighed, seemingly disappointed at the prospect of not being able to reprimand Suemo further. The blonde youth stepped closer to Suemo, fixing him with an intense stare. Consider yourself lucky, he spat, attempting to turn away. With the dean present, they had no choice but to refrain from further aggression. Yet, before the blonde youth could fully turn, Suemo's right hand flashed like lightning, striking his face with tremendous force, sending him staggering. The onlookers, including Peter, were momentarily stunned by Suemo's audacity. They had not anticipated him daring to act at that moment. The blonde youth, reeling from the blow, clutched his stinging face, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he dare strike him in front of the dean? Moments later, regaining his composure, the blonde youth smirked. Kid, you're in for it now. With that, he feigned a dramatic fall to the ground, exclaiming, he hit me. The others, having noticed the dean hastening towards them, rushed forward to admonish Suemo. You. But before the first youth could utter another word, Suemo delivered a merciless slap, silencing him with great force. The youth stood dazed, while the remaining members of the group reacted quickly, but with the dean looming nearby, they dared not retaliate, instead voicing their desire for retribution against Suemo. In an instant, Suemo transformed into an unrelenting force, delivering slaps that sent 7 or 8 of them crashing to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of their fellow students, who gathered around, astonished to see Suemo single-handedly overpowering the football team bullies. Whispers of disbelief filled the air as onlookers fixed their astonished gazes upon him. Those who recognized him gasped in surprise. Given the earlier audacity with which the bullies had mocked him, it was evident that the original Suemo shared a timid disposition similar to Peter's. Witnessing his newfound prowess elicited awe from the crowd. At that moment, the dean finally arrived, surveying the scene of the fallen students before turning his gaze to Suemo. He had just witnessed Suemo's remarkable display of defiance. Peter, still recovering from his shock, stepped forward, determined to explain the provocation that had led to Suemo's actions. He sought not a complete absolution for Suemo, but merely a lighter punishment, fully aware of Suemo's tragic background as an orphan following the loss of his parents. The thought of Suemo being expelled filled him with dread. However, before Peter could utter a word, the dean placed a reassuring hand on Suemo's shoulder. Beaming with approval. Well done. The purple glow in Suemo's eyes faded, replaced by a humble smile. It was merely my duty. These individuals are twisted in their ways, having bullied others for far too long. As a fellow student, it is only right that I help them mend their ways. Hearing this, the dean's smile broadened. Indeed. He then summoned several security personnel, pointing at the bewildered group on the ground. Take them all to my office. With that, he strode confidently ahead. The surrounding spectators, witnessing this astonishing turn of events, were left in a state of awe. When did the dean become so reasonable? Shimu paid no heed to the expressions of those around him and quietly turned to leave. He found a restroom stall, first returning to the Marvel Universe to confirm the disparity in the flow of time between the two realms. To his surprise, he discovered that at least a dozen minutes had elapsed in this world since his arrival, while in the original world, less than a minute had passed. This indicated that the time dilation between the two worlds was at least a factor of 10. Thus, spending a year in this realm would equate to merely a month in his original world. With this revelation, he felt no urgency to return. Seizing the opportunity during the intervals of interdimensional travel, he took the liberty to assist his counterpart in this world, facilitating a reincarnation to the island where the previous fortunate soul resided. Naturally, he ensured that the original host was not deprived, bestowing upon them a similar status as a wealthy heir. After completing these tasks, despite his efforts to hasten the process, upon his return to this world, he found that half an hour had already passed. As Shumu exited the restroom, Peter suddenly clapped him on the back. "Hey, where have you been?" Peter's face radiated with excitement. "Dude, that was so cool." However, mid-sentence, his enthusiasm faltered. Shumu turned to see Peter's gaze fixed in a dazed stupor at a distance, his expression betraying an infatuated smile. Following Peter's line of sight, he beheld three girls walking side by side, with the central figure being none other than Mary Jane, Peter's longtime crush. Shumu scrutinized her for a moment. Auburn hair cascading down, porcelain skin, adorned in a purple low-cut tank top paired with blue jeans. In Shumu's estimation, her beauty was rather ordinary, with perhaps only the depth of her neckline standing out. He wondered what exactly captivated Peter about her. Furthermore, from the original narrative, she seemed to embody the archetype of a green tea girl, changing boyfriends as effortlessly as one changes clothes. As her silhouette began to fade from view, Peter remained transfixed. Shumu waved a hand before his eyes. "All right, Peter, enough of that. You can't handle someone like her." Chapter 156, The Fantastic Four, Susan and Johnny. "I heard the school is organizing a visit to the Columbia University lab tomorrow," Peter remarked as they walked side by side out of the school gates. Shumu casually inquired, "What lab?" "I think it's something about insects, but I'm not entirely sure." Peter shrugged in response. Upon hearing this, Shumu's mind raced. Could this be the very lab where Peter was bitten? He vaguely recalled that Peter had indeed been bitten in a lab at Columbia University. However, he dared not assume it was this particular visit, as it was customary for high schools to organize multiple trips to university labs each year. With Midtown High being closest to Columbia, this indicated that the school visited Columbia several times annually, and Peter's fateful encounter did not necessarily have to coincide with this occasion. As they parted ways at the school entrance, heading in opposite directions, Shumu was relieved to have located his address on a payment slip from his backpack just moments ago. A few minutes later, he found himself standing before a modest villa on the western side of Queens. It appeared that the original host's living conditions were quite decent. While not wealthy, they were certainly above average among the general populace. Compared to Peter's family, who were crammed into a small house, this was a significant improvement. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a string of profanities emanating from down the street. "Damn it, those godforsaken bastards." Turning his gaze, he spotted a young man with short yellow hair approaching, spewing expletives. When the figure drew nearer, Shumu's expression shifted in surprise. This seemingly ill-mannered individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Captain America, Steve Rogers. However, Shumu was well aware that this could not be Steve. Setting aside the stark contrast in age, this individual's foul-mouthed demeanor was certainly uncharacteristic of the esteemed captain. As the figure approached, he called out to Shumu, "Hey, don't block the road. Are you brain dead or something?" He reached out as if to shove him aside. Shumu, taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, could hardly suppress a laugh. The road was a good 5 or 6 meters wide, and at that moment, they were the only two individuals present. As for blocking the way, he certainly wasn't large enough to obstruct such a wide path. With that thought, he raised his hand to intercept the young man's arm. "Did your mouth get a blessing or something?" The short-haired man immediately bristled at Shumu's grip. Just then, another figure sprinted up from behind him. "Stop it, Johnny." A moment later, a blonde woman arrived, breathless. "Johnny, you can't take your anger out on others. This whole mess is your fault." She glared at him, pulling him aside with an assertive gesture. Shumu's gaze fell upon the woman, her long golden hair cascading effortlessly, her sun-kissed skin accentuating her bright eyes and full lips, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Recognition dawned upon him, and the name Invisible Woman flashed in his mind. It was then he realized that the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Captain America was indeed Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, and his sister, Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four. At that moment, Johnny, pushed aside by Susan, wore a sulky expression, yet, upon meeting Susan's fierce gaze, he refrained from further protest and stormed off in frustration. Susan, disregarding him, turned to Shumu, her expression softening with an apologetic demeanor. I'm so sorry on his behalf. He can be a bit of a jerk, but he is not usually this outrageous. He is just having a rough day because his girlfriend is with someone else. Upon hearing her apology, Shumu waved it away. Since Susan had already extended her apologies, he felt no need to hold a grudge. It's all right. But he certainly needs to manage his tongue better. Otherwise, he might land himself in trouble. With that, he turned and made his way toward the villa. As he entered the yard, Susan paused, calling out to him once more. Excuse me, do you live here? Nodding in affirmation, Shumu replied, Yes, is there something you need? No, it's just that my brother and I recently moved in next door, so we'll be neighbors. Susan said with a bright smile. By the way, we're throwing a party tomorrow night. Why don't you come? It'll be my way of apologizing for earlier. Considering her invitation, Shumu nodded. All right, if I have the time, I'll join. Great. Tomorrow at 6, don't forget to come. Susan reminded him with a grin before turning to head back into her adjacent home. Watching her retreating figure disappear into the villa, Shumu felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It seemed this world held a certain allure. In the brief time since his arrival, he had already encountered both Spider-Man, Peter, and 2 members of the Fantastic Four. This indicated that this realm was not merely a singular existence. It likely housed a multitude of superheroes, which in turn suggested the presence of numerous villains as well. Green Goblin, Sandman, Doctor Doom, even the Silver Surfer and Galactus. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumo turned and strode into the room, intending to investigate whether there existed any other superheroes in this world. Upon entering the villa, he found the interior rather simplistic. The villa boasted 2 stories. The first floor featured a spacious living room adjoining the kitchen, while all the bedrooms were situated on the second floor. At the back, a garden spanning over 100 square meters awaited. This world was set in the year 2002. A search through the internet yielded no information regarding Spider-Man or the Fantastic Four. This implied that not only had Peter yet to be bitten by the spider and become Spider-Man, but the Fantastic Four had also not ventured into outer space to be affected by the solar storm, which would alter their bodies. Furthermore, this world lacked both Stark Industries and the figure of Captain America. Sumo opened a portal to the location of Kamartaj, only to find himself confronted by a barren hillside, with no trace of Kamartaj in sight. It was only logical, had Kamartaj existed. The Ancient One would have undoubtedly sought him out upon his arrival. Ultimately, Sumo confirmed that this world was merely a fusion of Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four. Realizing this, he focused his thoughts, summoning a skeletal soldier adorned with the 10 rings before him. He extended his arms, and the 10 rings flew from the skeleton's body, encircling his own arms. As the golden rings clasped around his limbs, a surge of immense energy coursed into his body. A cacophony of crackling sounds resonated from within him. Moments later, Sumo felt his frail physique rejuvenate with newfound strength. Of course, this power paled in comparison to the physical prowess of his original self, nevertheless. It reached nearly 100 tons. A formidable mental force emanated from his mind, expanding outward, enveloping a radius of several kilometers. Every detail within this sphere unfolded in his consciousness. Susan reprimanding Johnny in the neighboring villa, a middle-aged couple enjoying dinner in another nearby house, and a pool party taking place 300 meters away. Subsequently, his mental energy surged into the 10 rings. After a brief moment, the rings gradually transformed into an ethereal golden energy, slowly merging into the skin of his arms. Ultimately, they left behind 10 golden imprints, which vanished in accordance with Sumo's intention. This was a function he had discovered during his previous studies of the 10 rings. Once infused with sufficient mental energy, the rings could seamlessly integrate into the body, which proved highly convenient. Otherwise, during winter, they could be concealed beneath clothing, but in summer, wearing them openly on bare arms might appear rather peculiar. The following morning, Sumo arrived at the entrance of Midtown High School. In the time ahead, although this world currently lacked sources of points, he still planned to remain here for a while. After all, the time acceleration within the Celestial Tower could only reach a maximum of 10 times. Conversely, the flow of time in this world exceeded that of the original Marvel Universe by over 15 times. Thus, cultivating certain secret techniques in this realm would prove more advantageous than within the Celestial Tower. As for attending school, he had no inclination to waste time within its confines. Thus, he had initially contemplated dropping out. After all, if he ceased attending without reason, the investigating police would likely become a nuisance. It is worth noting that in the United States, skipping school without justification during compulsory education could be deemed a violation of the law, potentially leading to penalties. Although Suemo was not particularly concerned about such repercussions, he saw no need to invite trouble upon himself. However, upon realizing he had already accrued sufficient credits and had merely half a month remaining until graduation, he abandoned that notion. The process of dropping out alone would take nearly 2 weeks, making it far more practical to simply wait for graduation. During this period, he would only need to take a few days off. Just as he was about to enter the school, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Sue." A hand clapped on his shoulder. Suemo recognized the voice as belonging to none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Turning around, he found not only Peter but also a strikingly handsome young man beside him, another familiar face. The Green Goblin's son, Harry Osborn. However, at this moment, he had yet to undergo the drastic personality shift following his father's demise, his face still bearing a hint of innocence. "Sue, I heard you dealt with Bill and his crew yesterday. Too bad I missed it," Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Clearly, the original Suemo and his friends were quite familiar. Suemo smiled in response, but chose not to elaborate further. The three of them proceeded toward the school. As anticipated, Peter's sources of information were remarkably reliable. That morning, the school had organized a trip for students to visit the laboratory at Columbia University. Under the guidance of their counselor, Suemo and the trio entered an expansive laboratory. Observing the glass enclosures scattered throughout the room, each housing a variety of small spiders, Sumo's expression shifted to one of realization. This was a laboratory specifically dedicated to the study of spiders. It was highly probable that Peter's fateful bite would occur here. With that thought in mind, Sumo's mental energy began to rapidly extend throughout the vicinity. Soon, he located a solitary spider perched atop the laboratory ceiling. However, he refrained from intervening, instead glancing at Peter, who had a camera draped around his neck. At that moment, Peter's attention was fixated on Mary Jane, who was nestled in the embrace of a male student towering nearly 6 feet tall. Suemo couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. "Hey, do you want me to take a picture for you?" Peter inquired, raising his camera towards Suemo. "No need. But that green tea white lotus over there would surely be delighted," Suemo responded, casting a sidelong glance at Mary Jane. Upon hearing Sumo's jest, Peter's face turned slightly bashful, but he quickly regained his composure. "By the way, I recall you referring to Jane as green tea last time. What does green tea actually mean?" Peter asked, a look of confusion crossing his features. Green tea signifies freshness and purity." Suemo fabricated a response. "Is that so?" A smile crept onto Peter's face as he processed the information. Using that term to describe Jane was indeed quite fitting. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Mary Jane cautiously. "Excuse me, may I take your picture? The school newspaper requires a photo with students." "Of course," Mary Jane replied with a smile. As the two posed for the photograph, Suemo noticed the spider directly above Peter, dangling from its web and descending toward him, ultimately landing on the back of his hand. In a sudden burst of pain, Peter jerked his hand, dislodging the spider. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Suemo deftly tossed a pre-prepared plastic container, which, under his control, captured the spider inside. Though he understood that Peter's transformation into Spider-Man was partly a matter of chance, Suemo still intended to take the spider and some of Peter's blood back for research by scientists in this world. It matters not if the research yields no results. Should it unexpectedly produce even a modicum of findings, they may indeed prove useful. After securing the spider within a small box, it soared directly along the laboratory ceiling and out into the open air. Just as Suemo concealed the box outside, he heard a commotion ahead. Upon turning his gaze, he immediately spotted Mary Jane's boyfriend menacingly pointing at Peter, delivering what seemed to be an admonition. Chapter 158, The Confrontation. As Suemo approached, Mary Jane's boyfriend had quieted down, likely due to a warning from the supervising teacher. However, Suemo could easily surmise the reason behind it. Peter's unabashed gaze towards Mary Jane had not gone unnoticed by her boyfriend, who must have felt compelled to confront Peter after witnessing him taking photographs of her. Suemo, however, felt little inclination to intervene. He believed that after a few days, Peter would be able to manage the situation himself, especially after undergoing some physical changes. There was no need for him to concern himself with the matter. Soon, the morning slipped away amidst the tour of the laboratory. Since they were visiting today, and with classes suspended for the following day, students would be able to return home on the school bus after arriving back at school. During the ride home, Suemo observed Mary Jane's boyfriend casting fierce glances at Peter, who was engrossed in reviewing the photographs of Mary Jane on his camera. Oblivious to the tension, Suemo sighed. Given that Peter had helped him the previous day, he could not bear the thought of watching him get beaten. Judging by their respective physiques, Peter would likely have no chance of retaliating. At that moment, Sumo's gaze met Harry's, indicating that he was not the only one aware of the brewing conflict. The bus soon came to a halt in front of Midtown High School, and the students disembarked, intending to retrieve their backpacks from the classroom. Just then, Mary Jane's boyfriend confronted the trio, his expression menacing as he fixed his gaze on Peter. "Listen here. Stay away from Mary Jane. If I catch you deliberately approaching her again, I will make sure you regret it." I didn't mean to," Peter stammered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Shut up," Mary Jane's boyfriend bellowed, then threatened, "I've heard you're staying with your uncle. Trust me, I can make you an orphan again." With that, he turned to leave. Peter's face contorted with anger upon hearing those words. He charged at the aggressor. While he could tolerate being chastised for Mary Jane's sake, he would not stand for threats against his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Sumo, witnessing this, refrained from intervening. Frankly, the issue of right or wrong seemed irrelevant. If the boyfriend wished to teach Peter a lesson, that was his prerogative. Sumo had merely intended to intervene if the situation escalated. However, he was taken aback by the boyfriend's willingness to threaten Peter's family over a mere woman. That was indeed excessive. Earlier, he had gleaned some information about this individual from Harry. His name was Flash, and he hailed from a family of modest means, with connections to the underworld through his father. Sumo had no doubt that he was capable of carrying out his threats. As Peter lunged towards him, Sumo exerted his telekinetic power, snatching Harry's jacket from beside him and deftly draping it over Flash's head before propelling himself and Harry towards the aggressor. Arriving just behind him, Sumo delivered a kick that sent Flash sprawling to the ground. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, all within the bounds of normal human strength. Peter, lacking hesitation, continued to strike. Harry, pulled into the fray by Sumo, bore an exhilarated expression as he joined the assault. After a few minutes, Sumo sensed the school security rushing towards them, prompting him to pull the two of them away as they fled outside. In their flight, he discreetly opened a spatial door to retrieve their backpacks. Minutes later, they paused on a secluded path. Peter and Harry both bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. Sumo, however, remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. After a moment, an exhilarated Harry burst into laughter. "That was thrilling. Growing up in a wealthy single-parent household, my father Norman Osborn had incredibly high expectations of me. This is the first time I've done something so reckless, and it feels like I've finally shed the shackles that had bound me for years. I feel utterly liberated." Beside him, Peter's expression darkened with worry. Although the thrill had been exhilarating, he now had to contemplate the inevitable repercussions from Flash. Sumo, noticing Peter's troubled demeanor, turned to Harry. "This situation was instigated by you. It falls upon you to resolve it for Peter." Harry was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, how did this become my responsibility? It was simple enough to help Peter, but why do I have to bear the blame? As the president of Oscorp, smoothing things over with Flash wouldn't be a challenge for his father. It was merely a matter of making a call. Yet, he resented being held accountable for a situation that was not of his making. Isn't it true that the jacket that landed on him was yours?" Sumo stated matter-of-factly. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, puzzled as to how his jacket had ended up on Flash's head. Noticing Harry's expression, Sumo chuckled, then patted Peter on the shoulder as they began walking home. They were merely 5 minutes from Sumo's house, having intentionally chosen this route to avoid unnecessary complications. Harry, glancing at Peter's despondent face, offered comforting words. "Don't worry, I'll handle Flash. He won't dare retaliate against you." Reassured by Harry's promise, Peter exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Enough with the gratitude." As they prepared to leave, they noticed the backpacks Sumo had thrown at their feet. "Wait, how did these end up here?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. But upon seeing the same expression on Peter's face, he quickly deduced that Sumo must have brought them. He recalled that Sumo had been trailing closely behind them the entire time. There was no way he could have returned to fetch the bags. Connecting this with the inexplicable appearance of his jacket on Flash's head, Harry regarded the direction Sumo had departed with newfound intrigue. It appeared that his friend was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Chapter 159, Planning the Party. On the way home, Sumo resolved the issue of lunch, realizing that there was no need to deliberate between Chinese or Western cuisine. Though he had grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine, savoring Western dishes proved somewhat challenging for him. Nonetheless, he refrained from being picky, as it would ultimately not matter what entered his stomach. It sufficed that he could maintain the normal physiological functions of his body. Upon returning home, Sumo ascended to an available room on the second floor. During his time in this world, he intended to enhance his skills in harnessing power. Currently, his strength amplitude had reached 20, while his psychic amplitude stood at 45. Such levels could only be deemed mediocre among cultivators at the pinnacle of planetary rank. This, of course, was largely due to Sumo's rapid ascent in strength. In just over 2 years of cultivation, he had already attained the peak of planetary rank, and it was anticipated that he would soon break through to stellar rank. Furthermore, during this period, he needed to allocate some time to earn points in parallel worlds, making good use of the time flow in this realm to amplify both aspects of his abilities. With this thought in mind, Sumo seated himself cross-legged on the floor of the room, conjuring the 46th illustration of the divine and demonic codex in his mind, and commenced his cultivation. The amplification of psychic and physical strength would not fluctuate with the changes in his corporeal form. Just as Sumo's original body achieved a strength amplification of 20, he could still exert that same enhancement in this new vessel. The same principle applied to his psychic abilities. Time invariably flew during cultivation. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. A rumble from his stomach prompted him to slowly open his eyes. The reliance on the power bestowed by the 10 rings had its drawbacks, as it allowed him to exhibit extraordinary strength, yet his body remained fundamentally that of an ordinary human, experiencing hunger like anyone else after a few hours. Moreover, once he removed the 10 rings, his body would instantaneously revert to that of a normal person. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the room lay in complete obscurity. Unbeknownst to him, 5 or 6 hours had elapsed. Just as he contemplated rising to procure some nourishment, the sound of the doorbell echoed from downstairs. Descending the stairs to open the door, he found Susan, whom he had encountered the previous day, standing outside. Upon seeing Sumo at the door, a smile graced her face. "I bet you've forgotten all about the party tonight. How about joining me?" With his strength at Sumo's level, it was impossible to forget the events of the previous day. However, he had no intention of attending the party, deeming it a mere waste of time. Yet, with her invitation, coupled with his initial desire to eat, attending the gathering at her home would indeed be more time efficient. With this in mind, Sumo nodded. All right. With that, he and Susan made their way to the other side. Before departing, Sumo reached into a spatial pocket behind him and emerged with a bottle of red wine in hand. It would be inappropriate to visit a host empty-handed, and a bottle of wine seemed quite fitting. This wine, of course, had been procured from the collection of a certain politician. He had not expected this politician to be rather resilient, successfully holding the position of a congressman in every parallel world where he possessed a counterpart. He felt no qualms about taking something from this old acquaintance, fully aware that none of the politician's wealth was entirely legitimate. Moreover, the family was notoriously hospitable. Even in his absence, his wife would extend invitations to Sumo, treating him as a guest in her husband's stead. Upon arriving at the adjacent villa, Sumo observed over 20 guests already gathered in the back garden. Naturally, Susan's brother Johnny, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain America, was among them, currently embracing a woman clad in a flowing white dress. It appeared that he had swiftly found a new love after breaking up just the day before. Upon noticing Sumo's arrival, Johnny's expression remained neutral, evidently having been counseled by Susan beforehand. Once inside the room, Susan began making introductions among the group, comprising her colleagues and friends. However, Sumo noted the absence of the illustrious Reed Richards, famously known as the smartest man in the universe, and Ben Grimm, the last member of the Fantastic Four. This was not surprising, for at this juncture, Susan likely had not yet become Reed's girlfriend. Alternatively, it was plausible that they had already parted ways after a brief romance, as their separation was rumored to be due to Susan's unwillingness to cohabitate with Reed. Contemplating this, Sumo glanced over at Susan, who was engaged in conversation with several guests. In a country as open as America, it was indeed rare to find a woman like her, who maintained a sense of propriety. Most women seemed to change partners as effortlessly as swapping garments, which explained why Peter remained infatuated with Mary Jane, despite her being a source of heartache. Sumo had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Instead, he took a plate, filled it with food, and seated himself in a corner of the garden to replenish his energy. As he consumed his meal, Susan approached, holding a glass of champagne, and sat directly across from him. Hey, Sue, why are you hiding out here all alone? I heard you're about to graduate. Which university do you plan to apply to? As a former student, I might be able to offer you some valuable advice. She regarded Sumo earnestly, initiating the conversation. It was not only Sumo who had been invited. Neighbors from the vicinity had also come, information she had gathered from other residents. She was aware of Sumo's circumstances and felt a twinge of sympathy for him, understanding the hardships of being alone in a foreign land. Sumo wiped his mouth and met her gaze, recognizing her good intentions. However, the original host's tragic fate had long been altered by him. It was evident that she, as a top-tier heir, enjoyed life to the fullest in her own world. I currently have no plans to apply for university, he replied candidly. College was not part of obligatory education, and he had no intention of attending. After all, he had not come to this world to pursue schooling. Why not? Susan asked, her expression betraying surprise. Is it a financial issue? Given your situation, you could easily apply for scholarships. After a brief pause, she continued. If you're unsure how to go about it, I can assist you. Suemo shook his head in response. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not due to financial reasons. It's something personal. At that moment, a man clad in a suit approached. Hey, Susan, what are you two discussing? Upon seeing the newcomer, Susan swallowed her words of persuasion. After all, this was Sumo's private matter, and it seemed inappropriate to delve into it in front of others. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at the approaching man. Let me introduce you. This is my neighbor, Suemo. She then turned to Suemo, adding, this is my current boss, Mr. Victor. Chapter 160, Peter's Confession. Upon hearing these words, Suemo earnestly scrutinized the impeccably dressed man before him. Victor. He was also the most prominent antagonist of the Fantastic Four, none other than Dr. Doom. However, according to the timeline, the man had yet to succumb to darkness. Should he eliminate him now, Suemo was certain that he would not amass a significant number of points. During his time in the Marvel Universe, he had already instructed his subordinates to experiment with this notion. For those of ill intent, the points earned were closely tied to the malevolent deeds they had committed. If one eliminated a foe before they had committed any villainous acts, the points gained were pitifully meager. After that experience, Suemo understood that the system assessed points based on actual actions, adhering to the principle of judging by deeds rather than intentions. Therefore, in situations like this, his strategy was to fatten the pig before the eventual slaughter. As for the lives lost at the hands of the villain during this process, Suemo had no intention of sacrificing his own interests to save strangers. He had always adhered to a singular principle. If a good deed did not impact him adversely and could be done effortlessly, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, to save them at the cost of substantial points? No, they might as well meet their demise. After Victor arrived, he began discussing work-related matters with Susan. Suemo paid them no mind, focusing instead on the meal before him. However, upon hearing them mention terms related to aerospace, Sumo's movements gradually slowed. The birth of the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom stemmed from a space exploration mission. It seemed that the time when they would encounter the solar storm and undergo their transformations was not far off. After enjoying his dinner, Suemo exchanged pleasantries with Susan before turning to leave. His original purpose had merely been to enjoy a meal, and with that objective achieved, coupled with the insights gained from their conversation regarding the current timeline, he saw no reason to linger any longer. Susan did not attempt to detain him as he insisted on his departure. In the following days, Suemo visited the school once on Monday to submit the medical leave he had obtained from the hospital, but he did not return thereafter. He spent all his time at home, honing his telekinetic abilities and physical techniques. Peter's girlfriend had not returned to school since the day after the incident, likely a result of Harry's machinations. That afternoon, Suemo was in the backyard, practicing his energy projection techniques. Wow, what is that? Is it a form of Chinese martial arts? Peter exclaimed from outside the fence, holding a fruit basket and observing Suemo's practice with awe. What? Do you want to give it a try? Suemo replied, intending to open the back door for Peter to enter. Upon seeing his gesture, Peter surveyed the surroundings and interjected, no need for that. With that, he effortlessly vaulted over the more than a meter-high fence, maintaining perfect balance with the fruit basket throughout the leap. Upon landing, Peter looked at Suemo with eager anticipation, clearly hoping to witness an expression of astonishment from him. Suemo met Peter's expectant gaze with a somewhat stiff yet exaggerated expression. Wow, Peter, that's simply incredible. How did you do that? Though his reaction was somewhat theatrical, Peter did not notice, reveling instead in a profound sense of satisfaction, evident from the wide grin stretching across his face. You know, something marvelous has been happening to me lately. Once back in the room, Peter excitedly began to recount the extraordinary events that had unfolded in his life recently, transforming the moment into his own impromptu stand-up routine. Observing Peter's animated storytelling, Suemo sighed in silent exasperation. Initially, he had assumed Peter had come to visit him out of concern for his illness. It was now clear that while his visit was indeed to check on him, it was not the primary motive. The main purpose was to extract emotional value from Suemo. Nonetheless, Suemo felt a twinge of gratitude for Peter's willingness to share his greatest secret with him, indicating a profound level of trust. It was worth noting that he had never disclosed his identity as Spider-Man to anyone, not even to his Uncle Ben or Aunt May, who would only learn of it years later by chance. With this in mind, Suemo decided to play along, occasionally expressing astonishment at Peter's tales. Thankfully, as the owner of a film company, Sumo's acting skills, having been influenced by his surroundings, were not inferior to those of the talented actors in his employ. His dedicated performance greatly satisfied Peter's vanity. The notion of returning home in splendor after sudden acquisition of such formidable abilities resonated with him. If no one knew of his powers, it was akin to living a life of hidden grandeur. After sharing his experiences, Peter looked at Sumo earnestly. Sue, with this newfound ability, shouldn't we do something? We? Sumo replied, puzzled. Of course. You know more about this than I do. Could you help me brainstorm some ways to make money with this ability? You devise the plans, and I'll take action. When we earn, we split it 50-50. At this point, Peter's face lit up with excitement. Are you in dire need of money? Sumo casually inquired. However, as soon as he posed the question, he realized the truth. Indeed, as a superhero, Peter had consistently struggled financially. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the most outrageous idea of using the wages he had threatened to reclaim to purchase a discounted suit after being bonded with Venom. To have a superhero reduced to such straits was quite unprecedented. It was not that he refused to eat beef. If he were a tad less stubborn, he wouldn't be unable to afford rent. Exactly. I want to buy a car, a convertible. Peter quickly explained upon hearing Sumo's question. A car? Sumo responded, puzzled. I want to take Mary Jane for a drive. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed. This revelation left Sumo momentarily speechless, though it was not entirely unexpected. While he might not recall the original plot in detail, he had a general understanding that the initial version of Peter was somewhat immature, even participating in underground boxing matches seemingly for Mary Jane's sake. He only began to mature after Uncle Ben's passing. However, this maturity, while beneficial for New Yorkers, was a source of lifelong anguish for Peter. If given the choice, few would wish to mature in such a manner. Yet, seeing that basket of fruit before him, Sumo felt a slight inclination to assist his friend. Chapter 161, Underground Boxing Matches. Wait, weren't you sick? Peter suddenly realized, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked at Sumo. You don't look sick at all. Sumo nodded. Of course. I just didn't want to go to school. All right. Observing Sumo's seemingly sincere demeanor, Peter nodded in acknowledgement. So, do you have any ideas? Ideas? Sumo replied. Of course, regarding making money. Peter exclaimed. Sumo regarded him with a smile. You must have some ideas in mind already. Upon being exposed, Peter did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved a newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Sumo. As Sumo unfolded it and gazed at the advertisement for a boxing match, a look of realization washed over his face. Indeed, so it was about participating in the boxing match. What do you think about my joining this? Peter inquired enthusiastically. If I win, the prize money is a whopping $3,000. Noticing Sumo's indifferent demeanor, Peter assumed he had overlooked the prize amount and pointed to the sum boldly displayed below. I don't think it's a good idea. Sumo shook his head, countering. One must admit that, given his upbringing, Peter's perspective was somewhat limited. To risk such formidable abilities for a mere $3,000 in underground boxing seemed rather unwise. Do you know the fastest way to make money? He tossed the newspaper aside and looked earnestly at Peter. Taken aback, Peter hesitated before responding. It must be through business, right? Wrong. Sumo laughed, dismissing him. The quickest way to earn money is through robbery. What? Peter stared at him in shock. No. That's illegal. If caught, you'd end up in prison. Once he regained his composure, Peter hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Sumo, observing his reaction, remained unfazed. All right. You may attempt your method first, then consider mine. When do you plan to participate in the underground boxing match? Tonight. Peter, relieved that Sumo had abandoned the rather perilous notion, shared his plans. I've already prepared my outfit. With that, he reached into his backpack and pulled out his self-designed 05 combat suit, which was, in reality, merely a red hoodie. By the way, Aunt May said that if you're feeling all right, she would like you to come over for dinner later. An hour later, Sumo sat at the dining table in Peter's home. Come on, little Mo, try this. I made chicken soup based on your suggestion from last time. Didn't you say it helps with recovery when you're unwell? Aunt May beamed as she stood up to serve him a bowl of soup. Thank you, Aunt May. I'm really fine. Just a few days of rest will do. Sumo rose to accept the soup, offering an explanation. After tasting it, he gave Aunt May a thumbs up. It's fantastic. Hearing this, Aunt May's face lit up with joy. I'm glad you like it. The dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere, and Sumo realized that the original host had maintained a very amiable relationship with Peter's family. After dinner, it was still before 6 o'clock. Uncle Ben donned his coat. Peter, didn't you say you two were heading to the library? I can drive you there. No, Uncle, we can take the subway. Peter, descending from upstairs, quickly interjected to prevent him from offering a ride. They were indeed going to the boxing match, a fact Uncle Ben must remain unaware of. It's all right. I could use some fresh air. Seeing the insistence, Peter could only nod in agreement. Uncle Ben drove a classic white Ford. Suemo surveyed the car's vintage decor, pondering whether he should also purchase a vehicle. After all, relying solely on the spatial gate for outings was rather impractical. Soon, the car stopped in front of a library not far from the underground boxing venue. All right, Uncle, you can head back now. We have to go to a classmate's party later, so Peter might be home late. After exiting the car, Suemo waved goodbye to Uncle Ben. Okay, just make sure to stay safe. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ben, who had intended to wait for them, reluctantly abandoned that notion and, after giving them a parting admonition, drove away. As Peter watched the car disappear from sight, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you helped me cover for this. With that, Peter, filled with anticipation, entered the underground boxing venue alongside Suemo. The moment they stepped inside, a cacophony of noise assaulted their ears. The expansive underground arena, dominated by a massive iron cage at its center, was surrounded by an audience fervently shouting themselves hoarse. Inside the cage, two burly men were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the scene, while Suemo remained expressionless, finding little appeal in the brutal spectacle. In contrast, he found the sight of several women clad in bikinis stationed near the entrance to the cage far more captivating. Soon, Peter registered himself backstage. Unlike the theatrics of WWE, this underground boxing event was decidedly more authentic. While fatalities were unlikely, the probability of sustaining serious injuries was alarmingly high, approximately 40% for permanent disability and over 90% for injuries. Consequently, the number of participants was not as high as one might expect. After all, even a moderate injury could render the meager prize money insufficient to cover medical expenses. Thus, the bulk of the time, the venue relied on its resident fighters. After registering, Peter was promptly scheduled to fight the victor of the current match. Suemo understood that the venue's manager would only compensate Peter a mere $100 due to the brevity of his fight, but he refrained from pointing that out, as his true purpose for attending was not the $3,000 prize. Soon, the battle within the cage concluded, and it was Peter's turn. As the audience jeered, Peter awkwardly ascended the stage. At that moment, he wore a red mask and the ill-fitting red sweater, which indeed made him appear somewhat ridiculous. However, the impending fight quickly roused the spectators, who stood up and erupted in cheers. Witnessing this, Suemo furrowed his brow and shook his head, then proceeded toward the exit of the arena. Chapter 162. Rest assured, feeling dizzy is perfectly normal. After waiting at the entrance for less than 3 minutes, Suemo spotted a man rushing out, holding a gun in his left hand and a handbag in his right. Once outside, the man glanced around frantically before approaching a nearby vehicle and aiming his gun at a girl seated in the driver's seat. Get out. The woman, her face etched with terror, opened the car door and stepped out with her hands raised above her head. After the man entered the vehicle, the deafening roar of the engine echoed as the car sped away like an arrow. Just as the vehicle departed, a dejected Peter emerged from the entrance, clutching a $100 bill. These people are utterly outrageous. Peter began to berate the venue's manager, who had only offered him $100 on the pretext that he hadn't lasted 3 minutes in the ring. However, he felt that he was receiving his just desserts. Fearing Suemo was unaware, Peter recounted the incident involving the robber who had just emptied the venue owner's cash reserves. All right, Peter, if you were to catch that robber, would you return the money he stole to the venue owner? Suemo interrupted Peter's complaints with a question. Of course not. Peter replied without a moment's hesitation. And if that money fell into your hands, what would you do? Well, I would hand it over to the police. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that if he were to turn the money over to the police, it would ultimately end up back in the venue owner's hands. Peter's expression froze upon seeing him. Suemo chuckled lightly. All right, no need to dwell on it. He reached out and patted Peter on the shoulder. The person is just 2 blocks away, and the license plate number is. As for whether to go through with it, that's entirely up to you. With that, he turned and stepped into a nearby alley. After passing through a spatial door, he returned home. By this time, darkness had descended, and he made his way to the training room on the 2nd floor, commencing his practice on the celestial diagram. He had successfully mastered the 46th illustration the previous night, and his mental energy amplitude had reached 46. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he visualized the 47th illustration from the celestial diagram and began to sketch it in midair using his mental energy. After more than an hour and yet another failure, Sumo's gaze shifted and he decided to cease further attempts. Moments later, the window swung open from the outside, and Peter, like a spider, crawled in along the outer wall. Next time, remember to use the door, Suemo reminded him. All right, my apologies. I just thought it might be a bit inappropriate to be seen at the entrance, Peter explained as he placed a heavy briefcase on the floor. He then opened the briefcase, revealing it to be filled to the brim with American dollars. Conservatively estimated, it must be several million. The primary source of income in the fighting arena comes from betting and gambling. Having several million in cash is hardly surprising. Is it really this much? Despite having anticipated it when Peter carried it, the sight of such a substantial amount of cash left him momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. He cast a pleading glance at Suemo. What should we do with this money? Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo extracted 1/3 of the cash, zipped up the briefcase, and tossed it back to Peter. I've taken my share. The rest is yours to handle, whether you choose to spend it or quietly return it. Fumbling to catch the briefcase, Peter's face displayed a conflicted expression. Suemo intended for Peter to take some initiative to improve his circumstances. After all, if he wanted to, he could even avoid going out. A spatial door could resolve everything. However, if that were the case, Peter would surely refuse any money Suemo offered him. Just as Peter was about to turn and leave, his face a mask of turmoil, Suemo called out to him. Wait a moment. I need a bit of your blood. Turning back, Peter found Suemo producing a syringe nearly 40 centimeters long from seemingly nowhere. Seeing the massive syringe, comparable to his forearm, Peter instinctively took 2 steps back. Sue, are you sure you only need a little? I think it would be better to use a smaller syringe. Rest assured, it will be fine. Suemo stepped forward, rolled up Peter's sleeve, and swiftly drew his blood. 2 minutes later, Peter leaned wearily against the only chair in the room, staring at the enormous syringe that had extracted nearly half a tube of blood. Suemo noticed Peter's weakened state. Don't worry, feeling a bit dizzy is completely normal. He then produced several fresh wild ginseng roots from a garbage bag and handed them to Peter. These wild ginseng roots were all over 80 years old, freshly dug from Chombai Mountain. Simultaneously, he opened several spatial doors, and with a sweep of his mental energy, he gathered them in under 3 minutes. Make a soup with these. It should help you recover in 3 to 4 days at most. After sending the dazed Peter away, Suemo stowed the syringe. The little spider was still kept in a transparent glass tank in the living room, and he needed to quickly gather some experts to study it. He pondered for a moment, with the first name that sprang to mind being Norman Osborn, Harry's father. Also known as the Green Goblin. He transformed into the Green Goblin due to a failed experiment with a body enhancement serum, resulting in the emergence of an evil persona that gradually took control of him. However, considering the timeline, he should have already injected that serum by now, leading to the formation of his malevolent personality. Clearly, this individual was no longer suitable. Another option was Mr. Fantastic, known as the smartest man in the universe, who also seemed adept in the field of biological genetics. With this thought, he opened a spatial door and stepped through. In a laboratory at MIT, a man was busily working at a table filled with instruments. At that moment, a spatial door slowly opened before him. The man, manipulating a test tube, sensed the light ahead and gradually lifted his head, his expression momentarily stunned as he beheld the opening door. Setting down the test tube, he curiously walked around the table. Approaching within 4 to 5 meters of the doorway, which had expanded to nearly 2 meters in diameter, a figure emerged from within. Stepping out from the spatial door, Suemo assessed the man standing nearby. He had short hair and wore a white lab coat. You must be Reed? Indeed, and you are? Reed nodded upon hearing Suemo's question, his gaze darting between Suemo and the portal behind him. My name is Suemo. I've come to seek your assistance with a matter. A few minutes later, the two found themselves in a lounge adjacent to the laboratory. The lounge contained a single bed, clearly a resting place for Reed. He offered Suemo a glass of water, his expression tinged with apprehension. May I inquire what you need my help with, sir? In response, Suemo recounted Peter's situation, though he refrained from disclosing Peter's identity. Thus, I would like to request your help in researching whether we can develop a serum that ordinary individuals can utilize. As his need for points increased, it became evident that he would ultimately embark on a journey across various parallel universes. In that case, he would naturally require a substantial number of capable subordinates. Relying solely on himself would prove insufficient, and the undead soldiers would likely face resistance from local humans. Ultimately, he would need to depend on a cadre of extraordinary allies. However, while the Devourer technique could yield immense power, it had a prerequisite, a striking force of around 900 kilograms. For unmodified humans, achieving such a level solely through their own abilities was rare, and even if it were possible, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. Relying solely on beast flesh would also entail significant expenditure of points. Therefore, independently developing a serum would be the most advantageous route. Of course, Suemo did not place all his hopes on this alone. There were numerous alternatives. In this world, there existed another opportunity, venom. Given that this was the world of the bully, Mac Gargan, it was highly likely that venom would arrive on this planet within a few years. At that point, all he would need to do would be to ascertain Venom's planet of origin. From the original storyline, it was known that Venom and Carnage were both symbiotes originating from the same planet. If they were indeed part of a symbiotic race, their numbers would not be small. He could easily introduce a multitude of symbiotes similar to Venom. With his strength, ensuring their compliance would not pose a significant challenge. Even this method proves unviable. Ultimately, there remains a fallback option, the Sentinel robot. Naturally, this approach is also susceptible to opposition from all species, and until the very end, Suemo has no intention of resorting to it. After all, many worlds abound with formidable individuals, and it would be preferable for everything to transpire in secrecy. At present, his strength is insufficient to contend with numerous parallel universes. After hearing Suemo's words, Reed's eyes revealed a glimmer of intrigue. This is certainly feasible. I have a keen interest in this area as well. However, if I were to undertake this task alone, progress might be exceedingly slow. So, you mean that if assistance were available, the pace would be significantly accelerated? Precisely. Reed nodded. However, most of those who could lend a hand belong to the military, and they may not readily agree to participate. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply provide me with their names and locations. Suemo declared confidently. If that is the case, then there should be no issues. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be results. Reed explained. Suemo naturally understood this. Subsequently, he reached into a spatial portal that had opened beside him, and upon emerging, he possessed two additional items. The genetically modified spider that had bitten Peter and Peter's blood. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Reed could not help but inquire. May I ask how you accomplished this? Suemo, noticing the other's eager gaze, replied. You may perceive it as magic. For now, there is no scientific explanation for it. Magic, you say? Reed murmured, then carefully accepted the two items from Suemo, placing them aside while retrieving a piece of paper to diligently jot down notes. Moments later, he handed the filled paper to Suemo. This contains the names of all individuals I know who could assist in this research. Of course, you only need to gather a third of them to be more than sufficient. Reed elaborated. Very well. Suemo took the paper, glanced over it briefly, and then tucked it into his pocket. Now let us discuss the matter of the laboratory. The laboratory? Reed questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face. Are you suggesting that you intend to conduct this research in the school's laboratory? Upon hearing Suemo's explanation, Reed began to understand. He then scrutinized Suemo with a puzzled expression. You may not realize that constructing a laboratory of this caliber requires funding that is nearly astronomical. Even top-tier consortiums would deliberate carefully before undertaking such a venture. This is something you need not worry about. What you must do is resign from your position here immediately and select a suitable location for the laboratory. I will provide the necessary funds for its construction shortly. After receiving Suemo's assurance, Reed pondered for a moment before nodding. In his view, it seemed improbable that someone with such extraordinary abilities would waste their time deceiving him. Moreover, someone possessing such capabilities would find it exceedingly simple to acquire wealth. Once their agreement was reached, Suemo stood up and departed. In the subsequent days, Suemo did not rush to locate these researchers. Before bringing them over, he deemed it essential to have the laboratory completed first. He entrusted the entire responsibility of constructing the laboratory to Reed. However, Suemo did not place his complete trust in him. Although the original portrayal of Mr. Fantastic indicated a character of integrity, Suemo regarded that depiction merely as a reference, especially in this parallel world. Encountering a version of Mr. Fantastic with a different disposition would not surprise him. To that end, Suemo made a special trip to the bizarre world, bringing back a sentient entity to supervise Reed. Unfortunately, only those dark beings could be summoned to this world through the dark grimoire. Within the villa, Suemo waved his hand lightly, and a figure emerged from the dark grimoire, standing before him. He scrutinized the figure anew. Golden short hair, fair skin, and clad in a somewhat vintage black wool coat. Standing upright as if poised. Had he not known that she was a deceased entity, anyone would have mistaken her for a young lady. What is your name? Suemo inquired. Due to time constraints, he had directly requested her presence from the bizarre world, and Alicia had brought her to him. During this time, Alicia and her companions had not ceased their efforts to gather anomalies and malevolent spirits from around the globe. This particular individual was evidently one they had recently acquired from Silent Hill. In response to my master, my name is Grace. After a brief moment, Sumo's expression shifted to one of realization. He recognized the origins of the woman before him, a character from his past cinematic experiences, the protagonist from Silent Hill. He wondered how Alicia and her comrades had managed to transport her from England to Silent Hill across such a vast distance. Moreover, she could not precisely be classified as a malevolent spirit. Having been deceased for several centuries, she had not harmed a single soul. It was no wonder Alicia had recommended her to him. Given her gentle demeanor and striking beauty, visitors to Silent Hill would not experience fear upon encountering her. Rather, they would feel grateful for nature's gifts. Of course, this was only part of the reason. Alicia and her companions would dutifully fulfill their responsibilities. And their choice of Grace was also due to her extensive knowledge of modern concepts acquired over her long years of idleness and death. Furthermore, her unique ability allowed her to seamlessly transition between the corporeal and the ethereal. In her tangible form, she bore no distinction from an ordinary human, almost qualifying her as a human endowed with various supernatural abilities, fully capable of handling the tasks Sumo assigned her. I recall that you seem to have 2 children, correct? Sumo observed her upright posture and asked. Indeed, but they departed this world 50 years ago. At this, a hint of melancholy crossed her features. Very well. Sumo did not press further and outlined her responsibilities. You will reside in the leftmost room on the 2nd floor. Grace nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Grace ventured out and returned in less than 2 hours with a complete set of identification documents, including a driver's license, passport, social security number, and credit card. Observing her familiarity with the process, Sumo could not help but marvel. For someone like her, having retained her consciousness for several centuries, her intellect and common knowledge likely surpassed that of the average individual. If she so desired, with her inherent abilities, she could easily topple a nation. Half an hour later, Sumo led her to a vast warehouse situated in a remote location. The warehouse lay near the coast, merely 30 meters from the shoreline. Inside, Sumo gestured lightly, and a massive spatial portal opened within the nearby waters, connecting to the site of a sunken ship in the ocean. Under his mental control, various antique coins and items from the wrecked vessel traversed the portal and flew into the warehouse Sumo had rented. For a full 2 hours, Sumo incessantly opened the spatial door to transport antiques. Only after filling the entire warehouse did he come to a halt. After securing the door, he tossed the key to Grace. For the time being, she would be primarily responsible for selling these items to fund the establishment of the laboratory. Once everything was arranged, Sumo turned and returned home, leaving the remaining matters to her. The only task that required his attention was to bring over the individuals listed by Reed upon the completion of the laboratory. An afternoon a week later, Grace stood before Sumo, holding a folder. She handed him a stack of reports. The warehouse contained a total of 319,872 gold coins and 13,721 various antiques, among which there were 233,737 well-preserved gold coins. Stop. Sumo interrupted upon hearing her report. Just tell me how much all of this sold for. He sighed inwardly at the meticulousness of the English. His gaze fell upon the report in his hand, which not only documented the quantities of coins and antiques, but also categorized them. The coins alone were divided into 7 or 8 types, detailing how many were in perfect condition, including subdivisions for ancient Egyptian and Roman coins. The categorization of the antiques was even more extravagant, with nearly every item meticulously labeled. Sumo glanced through the extensive documentation, astonished that Grace had organized such a voluminous amount of information in just over a week. Yet it made sense. Despite her ordinary appearance, she was an entity who had existed for countless years. Grace paused at Sumo's interruption and retrieved another thick report from her folder to hand to him. These coins and antiques sold for a total of $13.257 billion, and the funds have already been transferred to my card through various channels. As she spoke, Grace produced a black card and offered it to Sumo. He did not take the card but gestured for her to put it away. Reed, whom I mentioned earlier, will be arriving shortly. For the time being, you need to collaborate with him to establish the most advanced biological laboratory with this money. Upon hearing these words, Grace did not display any surprise. Sumo had previously mentioned this matter to her. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Moments later, Grace ushered Reed inside. Mr. Su. Reed greeted Sumo as he approached. After taking a seat on the nearby sofa, he eagerly handed over a document. I have prepared the plans regarding the laboratory's location and necessary equipment. You may take a look. Sumo did not accept the proposal from Reed, but instead turned to Grace. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce you. This is my secretary, and the subsequent matters regarding the laboratory will be coordinated between the two of you. Upon hearing Sumo's introduction, Reed scrutinized Grace with newfound seriousness. Initially, he had assumed she was merely Sumo's partner or wife, given her striking appearance. Yet, the possibility remained that this was indeed the case. After all, why else would Sumo entrust such a venture worth billions of dollars to her alone? Hello, I am Reed. He extended his hand toward Grace. She coldly shook his hand and replied succinctly, Grace. Chapter 165, The Emergence of the Green Goblin. A month later, in downtown New York City. Welcome to the Aerospace Company's Carnival. The booming announcement reverberated across the central square. Above, several balloons, each boasting a diameter of several dozen meters, floated in the air, while throngs of young men and women donned various cosplay costumes, capturing photographs in the square. Sumo, accompanied by Grace, who was attired as his secretary, navigated through the crowd. Observing the vibrantly dressed cosplayers around him, Sumo momentarily felt as if he had been transported to a comic convention from a previous life. After a while, the two spotted a man dressed as Santa Claus, surrounded by a circle of children approximately 7 or 8 years old. It was truly hard to believe that a renowned biologist had the hobby of cosplaying Santa. Sumo shook his head in bemusement. Indeed, some individuals, after achieving great success, often feel a sense of emptiness, a sentiment not uncommon among them. Grace, maintaining her calm demeanor, explained, it is not unusual for some individuals to feel this way. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement and approached the bearded Santa. Now that the laboratory was nearly prepared, he only needed a few remaining research instruments. He had selected several available genetic biologists from the list, encouraging Grace to initiate contact. Currently, nearly a quarter of the individuals on the list had agreed to join the research under financial persuasion. However, the remaining candidates presented more challenging obstacles. For instance, Dr. Sean, standing before him, was genuinely uninterested in monetary incentives. Grace had attempted to reach out to him, offering substantial conditions, yet he remained unmoved. The others were affiliated with official research institutions, making it difficult to contact them through conventional means. While it would be simple for Grace to eliminate these individuals, persuading them to willingly assist Sumo would require more time and planning on her part. Ultimately, the final approach would necessitate Sumo's direct intervention. As Dr. Sean distributed gifts to a group of children, he soon noticed Sumo standing beside him. Hello, Dr. Sean. Upon hearing his name, Sean turned to Sumo, and upon seeing Grace behind him, a look of realization crossed his face, understanding Sumo's intent. He did not cease his actions, responding, Sir, I believe I have made it abundantly clear to this lady beside you that I have little interest in joining your laboratory. Sumo smiled upon hearing this. One should refrain from making absolute statements. You might find yourself agreeing to my proposal in the very next moment. Just then, a young woman approached with a boy of about 8 or 9 years old. Daddy. The boy leaped into Dr. Sean's arms. Sean embraced the boy with evident affection, demonstrating his deep love for his son. Is this your child, Dr. Sean? He is absolutely adorable. Sumo reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. As this is our first meeting and I have not brought a gift, let this little token be considered a present for you. As he spoke, a ring on his hand shimmered, revealing a black pendant, which he then placed around the boy's neck. Dr. Sean and his wife exchanged glances at the pendant, which appeared to be an ordinary craft item, and they chose not to intervene. Quickly, thank your brother. The boy's mother prompted him. Thank you, brother. The boy exclaimed cheerfully while fiddling with the pendant. Sumo then handed Dr. Sean one of Grace's business cards. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact us. Dr. Sean reluctantly accepted the card, casually tucking it into his pocket. All right, I will. Despite being aware of the other's insincerity, Sumo chose not to expose it, instead turning away and walking toward the base of a nearby building. Observing Sumo's departing figure, Dr. Sean let out a sigh. Is this person your colleague? His wife inquired, noticing Sean's expression. Not at all. Meanwhile, Sumo had arrived at a corner beneath the adjacent building, where he playfully tapped the shoulder of a young man sporting a camera around his neck. Hey, Peter. Sue. Peter turned around, his face lighting up with an excited smile upon recognizing Sumo. What brings you here? I'm currently working at the Daily Bugle as a special photographer. Is that so? Congratulations. Sumo remarked, a sigh escaping his lips as he observed Peter's genuine smile. It seemed that Peter had ultimately decided against keeping that money. For otherwise, he wouldn't be reduced to earning meager wages by taking photographs of his Spider-Man persona. Sumo refrained from broaching the topic again. Everyone has their own convictions. This was Peter's choice, and perhaps had he retained the money, he might not find joy in his current life. After exchanging pleasantries with Peter, Sumo turned and departed, bringing Grace to the rooftop of a nearby office building. Upon their arrival, They spotted a green figure soaring towards them from a distance. It was none other than the Green Goblin, the alter ego of Norman Osborn. The moment Suemo stepped onto the plaza, he realized it was the very place where the Green Goblin would strike at Osborn Enterprises shareholders. Osborn, who had founded the company, was ousted by the very shareholders he had once collaborated with. Consumed by an evil persona birthed from a body-altering serum, Norman Osborn transformed into the Green Goblin, dispatching them all. This was also the location of Peter's first confrontation with him. Suemo stood quietly on the rooftop, watching the ensuing clash between the Green Goblin and Peter. At that moment, the plaza was in chaos. After the Green Goblin hurled several pumpkin bombs to incapacitate the shareholders, pandemonium erupted as people scrambled to escape in all directions. The Shawn family was no exception. However, misfortune struck when, during Peter's battle with the Green Goblin, a nearby archway was destroyed, toppling directly towards the spot where his wife and child stood. The young boy, confronted by the descending metal structure, froze in place, stunned. "Bill, get out of the way!" Shawn's wife cried out from several meters away, her voice filled with alarm. Yet, her call was evidently insufficient to rouse Bill from his stupor. Seeing this, she dashed towards him, determined to shield her son with her own body. "No!" Dr. Shawn bellowed from a distance of over 10 meters. The crowd's congestion, coupled with his distance, rendered him unable to reach them in time, leaving him helpless as he watched them become engulfed by the archway. Though Peter noticed the unfolding scene, he was ensnared by the Green Goblin, unable to assist, and in that moment of distraction, he was violently slammed against a wall by the Goblin's glider. When the surrounding crowd finally dispersed, Dr. Shawn rushed to the archway, his eyes ablaze with fury as he tore away the massive advertisement draped over it. However, upon witnessing the scene beneath, his expression shifted from one of rage to astonishment. Beneath the archway, mother and child were encased within a shield emanating a dark glow. The archway had been forcibly bent outward, creating a circular space around them. Shawn's wife, tightly clutching her son with eyes shut, slowly opened them upon hearing the commotion. Her gaze fell upon the bizarre scene, and she too was taken aback. It was only then that they noticed tendrils of black energy seeping from the black pendant around the boy's neck, flowing into the protective energy shield. As the final remnants of energy escaped, the pendant crumbled to dust, and the energy shield gradually dissipated without its sustaining force. At that moment, Dr. Shawn, having regained his composure, pulled them out through the archway's gap. "What just happened?" Shawn's wife exclaimed, staring incredulously at her son's now vanished pendant. "Now is not the time to ponder that. We must leave here at once," Dr. Shawn urged, his attention drawn to the battle outside the building. However, as they made their escape, he instinctively reached into his pocket to confirm the presence of a business card he had carelessly tucked away. Sighing in relief upon verifying it was still there, he realized just how complex this world truly was. On the rooftop, Suemo observed the entire unfolding drama. The pendant he had gifted to the young boy was indeed crafted from dark energy, capable of generating a protective shield in times of peril. He had conceived this idea upon learning of the impending Green Goblin assault. Yet, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Regrettably, the Eye of Agamotto could not summon these spirits into this realm. Suemo had experimented to discern what could be absorbed into the Book of Darkness. Ultimately, apart from the unique 10 rings, only a few ordinary items could be included. Equipment such as the 1000 machine disc and the feather god armor were not among them. However, he had successfully stowed away the set of vibranium armor he had originally crafted. This item was now sufficiently potent for his current needs. Watching Dr. Shawn flee the plaza with his wife and child, Suemo was surprised by the coincidence that they had been saved by the pendant. Grace, standing behind him, regarded Suemo with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes as she witnessed the scene. At that moment, Suemo's gaze fell upon the glider beneath the Green Goblin. This device held potential utility for him, considering both Venom and Spider-Man lacked the ability to fly. It would serve as a valuable supplement to their shortcomings. With this thought, he opened a portal and stepped through. In a luxurious villa in Manhattan, the Green Goblin maneuvered his smoke-emitting glider through a rear window. The villa sprawled over a vast area, with the room he entered alone exceeding 200 square meters. This space had been transformed into a workshop. In the center of the room stood a workbench for repairing the glider, while transparent display cases lined the walls, neatly showcasing a series of pumpkin bombs. The Green Goblin gradually landed the glider on the repair stand. Just as he was about to remove his helmet, a sudden noise caught his attention. Turning towards the source, he spotted a figure standing in front of a display case, toying with a pumpkin bomb. Upon seeing this individual, the Green Goblin's heart raced with alarm. "Who are you?" he demanded, scrutinizing the young man before him. He appeared to be of similar age to his son Harry, of Chinese descent. seemingly unremarkable apart from his slightly paler skin and taller stature. Suemo subtly moved his hand holding the pumpkin bomb, causing it to vanish from his grasp. Upon witnessing this scene, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. My purpose is quite straightforward. I demand the detailed schematics of the glider. Oh, and do include the designs for those various grenades, Suemo casually declared, his demeanor suggesting he was merely instructing a servant. Ha! At his words, the Green Goblin emitted a harsh cackle. Youngster, are you still in a state of slumber? Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? Even if you discern my identity. What of it? Do you truly believe you can exit this chamber unscathed? With that, he removed his helmet. Recognizing that anyone capable of infiltrating his abode would undoubtedly be aware of his true nature. Thus, wearing it became a futile endeavor. Despite the awareness of his adversary's formidable nature, the malevolent persona that dominated Norman Osborn was inherently proud and arrogant, unwilling to be intimidated by such trivial tactics. In response to Suemo's imperious tone, he retorted without a hint of courtesy. Upon hearing the unpleasantness of his voice, Suemo merely shook his head. Do you presume I am leveraging your identity as a threat? After uttering this, Suemo lost interest in further banter. Grace, please gather and organize the information regarding the glider and pumpkin grenades from his mind. Certainly, Master. Grace's emotionless voice resonated from behind the Green Goblin. Upon hearing the sudden voice, the goblin's expression shifted, and he instinctively attempted to evade. However, before he could move, his body stiffened, losing control. An ethereal hand had already penetrated his skull. At that moment, Grace had transformed into a spectral form, yet her hand, reaching into his mind, felt corporeal, navigating beneath his skin and distorting it. Meanwhile, Grace's other hand held a pen, diligently scribbling on a sheet of paper on the table. In less than 15 minutes, she filled a substantial stack of documents. At this juncture, Grace turned her impassive gaze towards Suemo. Master, how shall we proceed with him? Naturally, we must leave no room for future repercussions. Suemo retrieved the last grenade from the display case, storing it within the dimensional ring on his finger. This item may prove useful in due course. The adversary's mind harbors two personalities. Shall we annihilate them both? Suemo hesitated momentarily before responding. It suffices to eradicate the malevolent persona. As established in the original narrative, Norman Osborn's benevolent side was utterly oblivious to the atrocities committed by the Green Goblin in the early stages. Thus, by eliminating the wicked personality, the kind Norman Osborn would undoubtedly resurface, posing no threat to himself. Grace nodded, and moments later, she withdrew her hand from the goblin's consciousness, taking the recorded information and following Suemo out. Chapter 167, The Misfortunate Johnny. As the two returned home, Grace's phone in her pocket began to ring. Moments later, she cupped the receiver and glanced at Suemo. Dr. Sean has agreed to join our laboratory, but he has stipulated conditions. 2 of those protective pendants are required. Absolutely. Those pendants are merely ordinary amulets infused with a modicum of dark energy. If I so desire, I could produce thousands in a minute. Exchanging 2 such pendants for a top-tier biogenetics Ph.D. is undoubtedly worthwhile. After ending the call, Grace covertly assessed Suemo once more. She remained perplexed as to how he anticipated the ensuing events. Suemo looked up, meeting her gaze. Is there something on your mind? No, nothing at all. The usually meticulous Grace displayed an unusual hint of fluster. Noting her expression, Suemo dismissed it. By the way, you possess that capability. Why did you not mention it sooner? He inquired, having only learned of Grace's power through their recent conversation with the Green Goblin. Had he known earlier, he would have spared himself the unnecessary dialogue. Because you did not inquire. Grace's countenance returned to its usual placidity. Very well. Suemo nodded in resignation at her response. It is worth noting that when he retrieved her from Silent Hill, he had been pressed for time and did not delve deeply into her abilities. He only knew she had the power to manifest as a physical entity. To him, all he required was a trustworthy secretary, thus he did not probe further, signing a contract before bringing her back. He had not anticipated this delightful surprise. At that moment, Grace handed a document to Suemo. The information Reed provided included some addresses, yet the remaining individuals needed to be located, a task well within her capabilities, given her memory-reading prowess. After passing the documents to Suemo, Grace bowed and exited. Research equipment would arrive at the laboratory in an hour, necessitating her immediate attention. Suemo glanced at her departing figure, then focused on the file in his hands. The remaining unrecruited biogenetics talents predominantly belonged to the military. While Suemo could devise methods to recruit them, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of subsequent complications. Although he could easily resolve these issues with his abilities, it would consume a considerable amount of his time. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to pursue less encumbered talents. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a name, Ford Herman, a retired professor of biogenetics from Harvard, currently residing on a small island near New Orleans, Louisiana. After reviewing the address, Sumo prepared to depart when a sudden scream echoed from outside the villa. Taken aback, Sumo extended his telepathic senses outward. At the villa's entrance, a figure strikingly reminiscent of Captain America, Johnny, sat on the ground, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the unflinching Grace not far away. Upon witnessing this, Sumo swiftly deduced the situation. Given Grace's frosty demeanor, it was evident she would not engage him willingly. Clearly, Johnny had approached her in an attempt to flirt, and in her annoyance, Grace had imparted a lesson upon him. At that moment, Susan, having heard the commotion, emerged from the room, bewildered by the unfolding scene. After teaching Johnny a lesson, Grace said nothing more and simply departed in her vehicle. Susan approached Johnny, who was now shuffling backward on the ground. "Johnny, what on earth are you doing?" In a state of disarray, Johnny, upon seeing Susan, nearly burst into tears. Clinging to her leg while his left hand trembled as he pointed at the departing vehicle, his words tumbling forth incoherently. My head," while gesticulating animatedly. It was not until several minutes later that Johnny regained some composure and recounted the incident. Susan regarded him with an expression typically reserved for the deranged. "So, what you're saying is that the woman who just exited Sumo's home reached into your head and raised a middle finger before withdrawing." "Precisely. That is exactly what transpired." Johnny's head bobbed like a woodpecker. Upon receiving Johnny's affirmative response, Susan reached out and gave his head a sharp rap. Subsequently, in a fit of anger, she forcefully lifted him from the ground. "Johnny, have you been indulging?" she inquired. "Indulging? Indulging in what?" Johnny's expression faltered for a moment, but he swiftly comprehended what Susan was alluding to. "No, how could that be?" he hastily denied. "Then how could you speak such nonsense?" "I'm telling you. For the next week, you are not permitted to step outside the house." Susan clearly did not believe his words and tugged him toward the yard. On Grande Isle, nearly 20,000 residents inhabited the island, albeit scattered across an expanse of 4,000 to 5,000 square kilometers. Approximately 10 kilometers from the northern coastline lay the island's economic hub, which featured public facilities catering to the daily needs of its inhabitants, such as supermarkets, medical stations, and police stations. Sumo emerged from a narrow path behind the supermarket. He had no inclination to leisurely observe Susan reprimanding her brother. Instead, he had directly arrived at this location via a portal. However, just as he stepped out of the alley, the sound of an air raid siren echoed throughout the town. Simultaneously, in the desolate square outside the supermarket, an elderly man, stained with blood, was sprinting toward the supermarket. Glancing into the distance, Sumo noticed a vast, encroaching fog rapidly advancing towards him. "What in the world?" he muttered in bewilderment upon witnessing the fog. "Run, there's something in the mist," the old man shouted as he dashed past Sumo, not pausing to look back as he plunged into the supermarket. "Close the door quickly." Upon entering the supermarket, the old man urgently yelled at those standing behind the door and the glass windows. A few men, upon seeing the blood on the old man and the swiftly approaching fog, hurriedly rushed forward to shut the supermarket door. "Hey, didn't you see someone still standing outside?" At that moment, a young female cashier stepped forward, pushing the men aside, and dashed outside to pull the still-dazed Sumo into the supermarket. Sumo's lack of movement was not due to being stunned. Rather, he was using his mental prowess to sense the situation within the fog. Strangely, the fog seemed to harbor an oddity, as his mental energy could not penetrate its depths. Chapter 168, The Fog. As the supermarket doors closed, the fog successfully enveloped the establishment. It was only then that Sumo had the opportunity to observe the faces surrounding him. His gaze brightened upon spotting an elderly man among the crowd. This was the very Professor Herman he had been searching for. Yet, he did not rush over. Instead, he turned to the cashier who had pulled him inside. The young woman appeared to be in her 20s, with fair skin and a cascade of slightly curled hair tied neatly in a ponytail. Her delicate features, particularly her large, captivating eyes, drew the attention of those around her. Her slender figure, accentuated by a light blue polo shirt, radiated youthful vitality. "Thank you." Sumo expressed his gratitude. Although he did not require her assistance, he felt it appropriate to acknowledge her kindness. "You're welcome," the girl replied with a sweet smile, her gaze drifting back toward the glass exterior. "What on earth is happening?" At that moment, the bloodied elder spoke. "There's something in the fog. I witnessed John being ensnared by a massive tentacle." Sumo's eyes flickered at the old man's words. Assessing the scene within the supermarket, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This was the fog that he had seen in a film during his previous life. He vaguely remembered that, for some unknown reason, a sudden fog had shrouded the town, accompanied by numerous gigantic monsters. The film primarily depicted a family trapped in a supermarket, with some members advocating for escape, while others insisted on waiting for rescue. Ultimately, the despairing conclusion saw the protagonist, after exhausting all means to flee, resorting to a tragic end, only to find that rescue was imminent just as he completed his grim task. Yet, Suemo was more concerned with the origin of this fog and the potential score these creatures could bring him. As the old man's words faded, anguished screams echoed from within the fog. The faces of the people in the supermarket simultaneously reflected terror. Ignoring their fear, Suemo quietly slipped behind a row of shelves, and in a flash of light from a spatial door, his figure vanished from the supermarket. Above the island, Suemo continuously opened spatial doors. Moments later, he found himself hovering 10 kilometers away in the sky, observing the fog that had nearly dissipated around him. The extent of this fog was astonishing, enveloping an area of over 100 kilometers. The entire island lay within its grasp. Suemo retrieved a map and circled the island's location. Marking the area encompassed by the fog, he deduced that the center of this marked area should be the source of the fog. With this thought, he shifted and entered an open spatial door. Near the southern coast of the island, Suemo emerged from the portal. The surroundings were a blanket of white, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. Furthermore, since his mental energy seemed unable to penetrate the fog, he was unable to perceive his environment. Should he rely solely on exploration, it might take him an entire day to ascertain the fog's source, given that he had only defined a rough area, spanning numerous square kilometers. However, he never lacked manpower. Even though his subordinates were not human, they often proved more effective than people in many situations. With this in mind, the dark tome on his forehead emitted a blinding light. Moments later, shadows began to flit through the fog beneath him, and within half a minute, over 1 million undead troops descended. These forces covered the ground below, spanning an area of 3 to 4 kilometers. With a mere thought, Suemo commanded the undead army to disperse in all directions. At their current searching speed, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to thoroughly scour the area. Seizing this opportunity, Suemo returned to the previous supermarket. He exited from a room at the back of the supermarket and arrived at the entrance. Given that this was the only supermarket on the island, catering to the needs of nearly 20,000 residents, its size was substantial, with the purchasing area alone exceeding 1,000 square meters, alongside a storage room stocked with various supplies. No one noticed his departure and return. Thanks to the efficiency of the spatial door, he accomplished everything in less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the people in the supermarket remained engulfed in their worries. Who would pay attention to such an inconsequential individual as him? As he arrived at the rear of the crowd, a short-haired woman was furiously shouting, "My son needs my care at home. How is it that none of you men can escort a lady back?" At that moment, the supermarket housed fewer than 40 individuals, with men comprising approximately half of that number. Upon hearing her words, many turned their heads in her direction. "I curse you all to descend into the depths of hell." The woman's venomous gaze swept across the faces of those present, before she turned and ventured deeper into the supermarket, seemingly in search of a weapon. Suemo chose to disregard her tirade and approached Professor Hermann, who stood nearby. "Professor Hermann?" Upon hearing his name, the professor turned, regarding Suemo with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "My name is Suemo. My assistant, Miss Grace, should have been in contact with you." At this, Hermann's recognition dawned. "Oh, you are the one leading the research on the physical enhancement serum?" "Indeed." Suemo nodded. Given that the others had yet to agree to join, he felt no obligation to divulge the specifics of the experiment. "Well, I must say, I am flattered that you have traveled all this way to seek me out." Professor Hermann sighed, having previously learned from Grace that the laboratory was located in New York, over 1,000 kilometers away. "Of course, we extend a sincere invitation for you to join the experiment." Hearing Suemo insist on inviting him under such circumstances, the elderly professor felt a sense of importance. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "I think you should concern yourself less with that and more with how to escape this predicament. Then if I can guarantee your survival, would you agree to join?" Suemo asked confidently. Upon hearing this, Hermann's expression shifted. He was genuinely touched by Suemo's sincerity. In such dire circumstances, the young man was still considering the laboratory's affairs rather than merely his own safety. Without hesitation, Hermann nodded. "Very well, as long as I can survive this calamity, I shall join your laboratory." A smile graced Suemo's face at this response. Just then, the short-haired woman, brandishing a baseball bat, passed by the two. Upon seeing the smile on Sumo's face, her fury erupted. What are you laughing at, you useless coward? Chapter 169. Would you rather die for her? Hearing her words, Sumo's expression darkened instantly. While he had initially found her outburst excessive, considering she was a mother worried for her child's safety, he had chosen to overlook her. Little did he expect her audacity to escalate. So, your child's life matters, but the lives of everyone else do not? If you don't save your son, you are a coward. Why not call your husband to rescue him? He is your son, not everyone's. What gives you the right to endanger others to save him? Those around him, upon hearing Sumo's words, quietly gave him a thumbs up. Clearly, they were also somewhat weary of the woman's incessant moral coercion. Initially, there had been a hint of guilt on their faces, but Sumo's words sparked realization. It was evident from the woman's rhetoric that she considered it an obligation for others to save her son, and that not doing so was unforgivable. Given this perspective, even if they were to save him, her gratitude would be unlikely. The woman, flushed with anger upon hearing this, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, she furiously swung the baseball bat at Sumo. You bastard. The target of her swing was clearly Sumo's head. Unfazed by her aggression, Sumo swiftly retaliated with a slap that sent her crashing to the ground, the baseball bat flying from her grasp. As for the notion of refraining from striking a woman, after his strength had increased, that thought had vanished from his mind. Would a common person spare a mosquito simply because it was a female? Certainly not. Would an emperor forgive a woman who insulted him? Absolutely not. He might even annihilate her entire family. Once at the apex of the food chain, one becomes liberated from such constraints. For those deserving of a beating, gender is irrelevant. Wait, how can you hit her? She is merely worried about her child. A middle-aged woman with her hair tied back emerged from the crowd, disbelief etched on her face. The short-haired woman, now recovering from her fall, exclaimed, You dare strike me? She pressed a hand to her bruised face, casting Sumo a venomous glare before suddenly lunging at him. However, her movements halted abruptly as a gun was pressed against her forehead. If you want to save your child, leave immediately. One more word, and you will reunite with him in hell. Wait, calm down. The middle-aged woman interjected urgently. Silence, or you can take her place in death. Sumo swung the gun's muzzle toward the middle-aged woman. Upon seeing the shift, she promptly fell silent, retreating into the crowd. At that moment, the short-haired woman regained her composure. All right, I will leave. Trembling, she picked up the fallen baseball bat and hurried towards the supermarket entrance. Once she had departed, Sumo holstered his weapon. With her exit, tranquility returned to the supermarket, though the patrons instinctively distanced themselves from Sumo. He welcomed the peace. Aside from Professor Hermann, the cashier who had dragged him into this situation remained unfazed, sitting beside him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sally. After taking a seat, she extended her hand in greeting. Sumo. Sumo shook her soft, fair hand. Aren't you afraid of me? He inquired. Afraid of what? A smile graced Sally's face. You are not in the wrong. It is that woman who has gone too far. Sumo chuckled at her words, assessing the scope of the undead army's sweep. Thus far, he had yet to uncover the source of the fog. However, during this time, the monsters slain by the undead army had accumulated over 20 million points. Would you like a scoop? Sally offered, retrieving a small tub of ice cream from the freezer behind her. Eating sweets can provide a temporary escape from worries. Thank you. Sumo accepted the ice cream. Moments later, the two began to chat as they savored the treat, seemingly oblivious to the threats outside. Behind a row of shelves at the edge of the supermarket, the middle-aged woman whom Sumo had repelled cast furtive, resentful glances at him as he laughed with Sally. Time slipped by in this serene atmosphere. 2 hours later, the sky outside had darkened, and the supermarket's power had gone out. A group led by the male protagonist planned to escape through the back door. But within less than half an hour, they returned covered in blood, bringing news of a monstrous encounter. The anxiety among the crowd intensified once more. At that moment, a middle-aged woman began to fervently promote her apocalyptic theories. Suddenly, a loud sound resonated from the glass outside the supermarket. A man closest to the window stepped forward, directing his flashlight toward the source of the noise. Upon discerning what lay beyond the glass, he let out a startled cry, capturing the attention of everyone present. They all beheld a creature, nearly half a meter long, clinging to the glass. The creature bore a resemblance to a locust, yet its tail was adorned with a structure reminiscent of a scorpion's stinger, suggesting that a sting from this creature would be excruciatingly painful. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, a series of incessant sounds erupted from outside the window. They peered through the flashlight toward the glass, only to find it swarming with countless of these creatures. Witnessing this, Sumo felt a flicker of darkness within his mind. and the 16 Edmund alloy flying knives he had summoned appeared outside the glass. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, swiftly decimating the locust-like monstrosities. As his psychic energy could not penetrate the mist, he was limited to harvesting only those creatures visible outside the supermarket. Nevertheless, within mere minutes, he had amassed several thousand points. Observing the steadily rising score on the panel, Suemo could not help but marvel at the fact that substantial points could only be garnered from such vast hordes of monsters. It was worth noting that the malevolent essence of the green demon previously vanquished by Grace had yielded merely 10,000 points. Even if he himself had slain the green demon, he would have obtained no more than that. In contrast, the massacre of these feeble creatures proved far more rewarding. It was not until half an hour later that the locusts outside the glass were entirely cleared. Suemo then retracted the Edmund alloy flying knives. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with realization. The undead army had successfully located the source of the mist. Chapter 170. The Origin of the Mist. In a certain location at the center of the island, Suemo emerged from the spatial portal. This place resembled a valley, now entirely occupied by the undead army. Countless skeletal soldiers and undead knights surrounded an irregular white crystal towering 8 to 9 meters high. A dense, smoky white mist billowed forth from the crystal, clearly indicating it as the source of the fog. Initially, Suemo had assumed that this mist, along with the monsters, had traversed through some spatial conduit from other planets or realms. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not the case. The mist emanated from this enigmatic crystal, and insights gleaned during the extermination of the monsters suggested that they were merely ordinary insects and animals that had mutated under the fog's influence. Once the monsters were eradicated, tranquility settled over the area, with not even a single insect in sight. The remnants of the monsters retained their original features. For instance, the creatures seen outside the supermarket were likely mutated locusts. Contemplating this, Suemo turned his gaze toward the immense crystal. If that were the case, the mist generated by this crystal must have a stimulating effect on biological evolution. However, he pondered why it had no effect on humans. Though puzzled, he did not linger on this question. Approaching the crystal, Suemo could distinctly perceive that the generation of this dense fog was depleting its mass. He sensed that the crystal's volume was gradually diminishing, while the reduction was too subtle to be seen with the naked eye within less than half a minute. Suemo's mental acuity allowed him to discern it. After a brief estimation, he concluded that at this rate, by tomorrow morning at the latest, the colossal crystal would completely vanish. Consequently, the mist should gradually dissipate as well. Although he was uncertain of the crystal's ultimate purpose, he resolved to take it for further study, as every passing second saw its volume shrink. With this thought in mind, Suemo expended points to exchange for a storage ring, promptly placing the crystal inside. Time within the storage ring remained at a standstill, halting the process of the crystal's vaporization into mist. Without fully understanding whether this mist would adversely affect human physiology, Suemo had no intention of lingering within it. Before departing, he summoned his million-strong undead army once more. As commands were issued, nearly 200,000 undead began to rapidly expand outward. Previously, they had conducted a thorough search to investigate the mist's source, leaving no corner unchecked. Now, however, their task was simpler. They merely needed to spread out, directly exterminating any encountered monsters. These creatures were fundamentally ordinary animals and insects, the only difference being their significantly enlarged size, facing the skeletal soldiers and undead knights. They possessed virtually no capacity for resistance. Consequently, their rate of extermination was remarkably swift. Cleaning the entire island before dawn was well within reach. Suemo was aware that the military was also engaged in clearing the mutated monsters on the island, and to maximize his point acquisition, he intended to eliminate them before the military could act. Feeling the undead army gradually dispersing, Suemo stepped into the spatial portal. Inside the supermarket, due to the power outage and the short duration, no one noticed his absence. At that moment, Professor Hermann had fallen into a deep slumber. Observing his steady breathing, Suemo could not help but marvel at the man's ability to sleep soundly in such circumstances, whether it was due to an unshakable calm or an unwavering trust in Sumo's promises. At that moment, Sally noticed Sumo's return and waved at him. Because of the monsters outside, everyone was doing their best to keep quiet, speaking in hushed tones. Suemo approached her, and Sally gestured for him to come closer, whispering, "The blankets in the storeroom have all been taken, and this is the only one left. If you don't mind, we could share it tonight." There was no hint of shyness on her face as she spoke. She naturally did not presume that a few short hours would be enough for someone to develop feelings for her. At most, there was a slight fondness. From their previous conversations, Sumo had gleaned an understanding of Sally's character, kind-hearted yet somewhat carefree. He had initially planned to leave that night. But seeing her demeanor and noting that Professor Herman had already fallen asleep, he reconsidered. If he departed alone and a monster invaded during the night, his earlier efforts would have been in vain. Besides, he had no particular demands for where to sleep. Anything would suffice. With this in mind, he waved to Sally, saying, "Wait a moment." He then turned and stepped into the darkness at the back. In less than a minute, Sumo returned carrying a double mattress and several blankets. Sally's face lit up with surprise at this sight. "Where did you get that?" she exclaimed. Sumo shook his head. "I can't tell you that." "Fine, keep your secrets." Sally, observing his playful demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at him before excitedly organizing the items around her. Moments later, the two found themselves nestled upon a vast mattress, enveloped in several layers of blankets. "This mattress is so incredibly comfortable," Sally exclaimed, shaking it a bit. Indeed, it was. This mattress had been procured by Sumo from his own home, having cost a staggering sum of over $600,000 upon purchase. However, he chose to remain silent about it, simply closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he had arranged a perimeter of skeletal sentinels outside the supermarket for vigilant watch. The following morning, upon awakening, Sumo immediately sensed a constraining sensation enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Sally's arms and legs were entwined around him. Noticing this, he made a slight attempt to wriggle free from her embrace. But she seemed to sense her pillow was slipping away from her grasp and tightened her hold, reclaiming him once more. Realizing this, Sumo ceased his struggles, aware that continuing would verge on impropriety. They maintained this position for a good 30 minutes until Sally finally opened her eyes. Her initial confusion lingering for more than a fleeting moment before gradually dissipating. Hastily, she withdrew her limbs from his body, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "I apologize for being so restless in my sleep." "Not a problem at all." Sumo waved his hand dismissively. Strictly speaking, he had benefited from the situation, albeit not by his own volition, but he had nonetheless inadvertently trespassed into areas that should have remained untouched. Chapter 171, Cleanup, 80 million points. Fortunately, the two were situated in a corner of the supermarket, and no one had taken notice of their predicament. Once Sally had risen, a hint of unease crossed her features. I'm going to freshen up," she exclaimed, quickly darting towards the restroom at the back of the supermarket. Sumo watched her retreating figure with an amused shake of his head, then made his way to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out. The source of the mist had been collected by him, and without a source, the fog outside had significantly thinned overnight. The patrons within the supermarket had also begun to notice this change, their faces lighting up with joy. Sumo estimated that as soon as the sun rose, within a maximum of 2 hours, the mist would vanish completely. After a brief moment of contemplation, he noted that the army of the undead had congregated at the center of the small island. Throughout the night, they had thoroughly swept the entire area engulfed by the mist 3 times. Naturally, during this process, they had deliberately avoided the positions where troops were stationed. Checking his points panel, he found that his total had soared to over 80 million. Sumo displayed little surprise during his initial search for the mist's source. He had accrued over 20 million points in just 2 hours, largely due to the density of monsters near the center. However, that was less than 1% of the island's total area. The remaining 99%, though less densely populated with monsters, had an absolute count far exceeding that of the central region. Taking advantage of Sally's restroom visit, Sumo summoned back the army of the undead obscured by the mist. In New York, in a 6-story structure spanning over 10,000 square meters near the northern coastline of Queens, Sumo stepped through a spatial portal alongside Professor Herman and Sally. The two stared wide-eyed in astonishment at their surroundings, which appeared far more fantastical than the monsters lurking in the mist outside the supermarket. Their arrival point was the largest office space on the 6th floor, a vast expanse of over 100 square meters. A wall entirely comprised of large floor-to-ceiling windows framed a breathtaking view, with the ocean just 50 meters away. Standing at the window, the two peered outside. Though uncertain of their exact location, it was undeniable that they had departed from the mist. "Where are we?" Professor Herman finally inquired after a moment of bewilderment. "New York. This will be your workplace from now on, Professor," Sumo replied. At this, Sally's realization dawned. "We're over 1,000 kilometers from the island?" She pulled out her phone to check, and indeed, the signal had returned. Upon verifying her location, disbelief washed over her face. "Goodness, how did you manage this?" "Consider it a magic trick," Sumo said with a chuckle, deflecting her curiosity. Just then, A knock at the door interrupted them, and Grace entered. Due to their contractual relationship, Suemo had notified her to come as soon as he returned. Since acquiring the building, Grace had moved in for convenience. "Boss." She greeted Suemo as she entered. He nodded and gestured to Professor Herman. "This is Professor Herman. Please arrange accommodations for him." "Certainly." Grace nodded and promptly escorted the professor out of the room. Once they had departed, Sally regarded Suemo with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. "Is this your company?" Suemo met her gaze and shook his head. "This is not a company. It's more of a research facility, but it does indeed belong to me." Upon hearing this, Sally's eyes sparkled with interest. "I didn't realize you were so wealthy." "Well, it's decent enough," Suemo replied, casting a sidelong glance at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Really? A tycoon? I seek sponsorship," Sally exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. She moved behind Suemo, playfully kneading his shoulder. "How's the pressure? Just so you know, I have professional training in your country's massage techniques. Right? That's how you say it." Suemo chuckled, shaking his head at her antics. "What? Aren't you planning to return to Grand Island?" "I estimate that the issues there will be resolved swiftly." Sally shook her head. "Given what just transpired on the island, I have no intention of going back. What if something similar occurs again? I can't guarantee that I'll escape with my life. The only regret is that this job, which pays quite well, is now lost to me. You have no idea. Even as a cashier on the island, I earned $4,000 a month, double the pay outside." A hint of wistfulness crossed her face as she spoke. Suemo raised an eyebrow, surprised. "So, your home isn't on Grand Island?" "Of course not. I only worked there because the pay was good," Sally clarified. "All right then," Suemo nodded. "If you truly wish to stay here, go find Grace later and have her arrange something for you. Rest assured, the salary will be significantly higher than what you earned as a cashier. This laboratory requires various support staff to operate, and these roles don't demand much technical skill. You would be more than capable of managing them." Sally's face lit up with excitement at Sumo's words. "Really? Thank you, boss." In a moment of excitement, Sally bowed deeply to Suemo at a 90-degree angle. Following that, she moved behind him and began to knead his shoulders vigorously. "Boss, how's the pressure?" she inquired. Quite good, but it could be a bit firmer," he replied. "Understood, boss." Suemo sat in his office chair, eyes closed, a subtle smile gracing his face. For reasons unknown, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation in Sally's presence, perhaps due to her amiable nature. After entrusting Sally to Grace, Suemo departed from the area. On the 5th floor of the laboratory, Sally followed closely behind Grace as they made their way towards the dormitory. Observing Grace's cool demeanor ahead, she cautiously asked, "May I inquire about my responsibilities moving forward?" Grace glanced at her, maintaining her stoic expression, and replied, "For the time being, you will serve as my assistant secretary, assisting me with less critical tasks. I will inform you of your specific duties when you start work tomorrow." "All right, but what will my salary be?" Sally asked. "Currently, it stands at $32,000 per month, and it will increase once you become familiar with your role," Grace answered, her expression unwavering. Upon hearing this, Sally was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own ears. "32,000, is that in US dollars?" she asked, bewildered. Grace shot her a glance. "What? Did you think we would be paid in rubles here in America?" No, Sally exclaimed, her initial confusion swiftly replaced by delight. $32,000 equated to nearly 8 months of her previous salary. Just thinking about it nearly made her leap with joy, but considering Grace's presence, she gradually reined in her exuberance. Chapter 172, Stellar Beast God, Rending Claw. In the subsequent period, Suemo spent nearly all his time at home, relentlessly practicing the Thunderblade and the Celestial Diagram. He would occasionally visit the laboratory to check on the research progress. After recruiting Professor Herman, the laboratory had commenced research on the Spider-Man serum. However, nearly a year had passed without significant advancements. Yet, Suemo remained unperturbed, given the temporal flow of this world. He had ample time. Anticipating that this endeavor would be a long-term project, he had prepared for it. One day, while cultivating the 60-second illustration of the Celestial Diagram, Sumo's heart suddenly stirred, and a look of excitement spread across his face. The beast god's body had presented him with an opportunity for a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened a spatial door and stepped through, arriving directly in the laboratory's basement. Simultaneously, Grace's figure appeared in the room. At the center of the chamber lay a device resembling the nutrient pod Suemo had exchanged for, a hibernation chamber. This apparatus had been developed shortly after the laboratory's establishment, as Suemo had considered the preservation of his physical form upon leaving this world. After all, according to the time flow here, A month of his absence would equate to over a year passing in this realm. The preservation methods employed in bizarre worlds were utterly impractical. This device had already taken shape in aerospace applications, and thanks to Reed and the others, it was successfully developed in less than a month. After instructing Grace on the necessary protocols, Sumo laid down inside the chamber. As the hatch sealed, the hibernation pod activated. In mere moments, Sumo found himself back in his original world. As his body landed, he closed his eyes, transferring his consciousness to the Beast God's avatar. In the realm occupied by the Beast God, the previously closed eyes of the avatar abruptly opened. It stood up, letting out a tremendous roar towards the heavens. Subsequently, an infinite stream of cosmic energy surged into its being, and due to the immense gravitational pull, several whirlpools of cosmic energy formed around the Beast God. As it ravenously absorbed the cosmic energy, the Beast God's body began to expand at an astonishing rate. This expansion was not merely a transformation of size through mystical means. It was a genuine increase in physical dimensions. Within half an hour, the Beast God's length had multiplied several times over, reaching over 100 kilometers. Viewed from a human perspective, it was nearly capable of blotting out the sky. After utilizing celestial manipulation, its size nearly rivaled that of an entire state in America. Such a form could easily shatter stars or obliterate a continent with a single strike. As the rate of the Beast God's expansion gradually slowed, the absorption of cosmic energy did not diminish. On the contrary, it accelerated significantly due to its now colossal size, increasing the diameter of the surrounding energy whirlpools tenfold. At a certain moment, a torrent of energy converged towards the Beast God's brain, ultimately forming a massive crystal, its core, the nexus of its energy. As the core materialized, the laws of time and space the Beast God had comprehended began to manifest as intricate patterns etched upon the core. Once all the laws were inscribed, Sumo felt a tremendous resonance in his mind. Through the core, he perceived an expansive void devoid of life, stark and barren, yet substantial, spanning several 100,000 square kilometers. As the internal world took shape, the cosmic energy absorbed by the Beast God began to flow into this realm. With the influx of energy increasing, the internal space gradually expanded, and under the nurturing of this energy, vestiges of greenery began to emerge, as if time itself were accelerating. This verdant essence rapidly spread throughout the world, transforming it into a lush sea of green. This process persisted for an entire day, until the internal space expanded to over 10 million square kilometers, at which point the surrounding energy whirlpools diminished and ultimately vanished. The Beast God had ascended to the stellar level. With the enhancement from the Beast God's impeccable genetics, its sheer physical strength reached an astounding 100 billion tons, capable of surpassing the speed of light solely through its physicality. Even in the face of ordinary dimensional demigods, Sumo felt no trepidation. Yet, the increase in power did not cease there. As he closed his eyes to absorb the sensations, upon reaching the stellar level, the Beast God's avatar awakened a newfound innate ability. From the descriptions of this ability within his mind, Sumo discovered it was named Rending Claw. The Beast God, after a moment of contemplation, vanished from the star tower, reappearing amidst the cosmic expanse. Its icy gaze fell upon a lifeless planet thousands of kilometers away, roughly half the size of Earth. The body of the Beast God began to expand rapidly, reaching its maximum size, and then it raised its right claw, invoking the Rending Claw to gently swipe towards the distant planet. The space before its claw twisted instantaneously, as if crossing an unfathomable distance, leaving 5 immense claw marks etched across the planet's surface. A tremendous roar reverberated across the planet. Before Sumo's gaze, a celestial body, nearly half the size of Earth, was directly pierced to its core by a claw mark. Countless streams of magma surged forth from the planet's depths, transforming the landscape into a hellish scene of unending molten rock and thick smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sumo's eyes. Had he unknowingly grown to such an extent? He could not help but marvel at the sheer power of the sky-rending claw. Should it fall upon Earth, it would not only threaten to annihilate the planet, but could easily plunge it into an era of mass extinction. Moreover, the potency of this claw extended beyond mere destruction. In the very moment it was unleashed, he sensed a distortion of time surrounding the claw. Should its size be diminished and directed towards humanity, it would be nearly impossible to evade without an understanding of the laws of time. Chapter 173, Star Tower, Unlocking New Abilities. After experimenting with his newly awakened powers, the Beast God avatar shrank to the size of a domestic cat and teleported back to the villa. In the next instant, he entered the Star Tower. His consciousness returned from the beast god avatar to his original body. Suemo slowly opened his eyes. A peculiar disturbance emanated from both his sea of consciousness and the miniature planet within his dantian. His body was on the verge of breaking through to the stellar level. His expression shifted as he activated the tenfold time acceleration in the training room, closing his eyes once more to silently perceive the changes occurring within the miniature planet. With the training room set to tenfold acceleration, the density of cosmic energy within also increased tenfold. At this moment, the rich cosmic energy began to surge tumultuously into his body. This energy first flooded into the miniature planet in his dantian. As cosmic energy continuously poured in, the miniature planet began to gradually shrink. Once it had diminished to a certain extent, the energy density within the miniature planet became increasingly substantial. When it reached its utmost contraction, the planet glowed a fiery red, resembling a blazing star. The influx of energy showed no signs of slowing. After absorbing more energy, the red star began to expand slowly. Half an hour later, the star's volume had tripled from its original size. It was only then that the influx of energy began to taper off. This energy then surged towards the miniature planet in his sea of consciousness, experiencing a similar transformation. The miniature planet in his sea of consciousness also transformed into a star. Thus, Sumo's power successfully ascended to the stellar level. Open the system panel. As Sumo's voice echoed, the familiar system panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Suemo, age, 23. Strength, 100 million tons. Speed, 150. 000 kms. Mental power, 100 million tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 88, 483. 200. Level, stellar level 1. Gene tier, 100 times. Avatar, time-space beast god, with a strength of 100 million tons. He could effortlessly lift over 1,000 of the heaviest aircraft carriers, each weighing around 100,000 tons. This meant that he could toss aircraft carriers around as if they were mere toys. Naturally, one's prowess cannot solely be measured by brute strength. Yet at his current level, while he might not confidently assert he could defeat Odin in a confrontation, Odin would likely find escape to be his only option. It might even be exceedingly difficult for Odin to breach his defenses. It is crucial to note that an increase in strength naturally accompanies an enhancement in physical resilience. Otherwise, the body would collapse under such power. A body capable of withstanding a force of 100 million tons must be extraordinarily formidable. Even the most renowned metals, such as vibranium, adamantium, and even Uru alloy, which is famed for crafting Thor's hammer and Stormbreaker, would pale in comparison to his body's strength. Gradually opening his eyes, a jubilant voice rang out in the training room. Congratulations, Master, on successfully advancing to the stellar level. The permissions of the Star Tower have been further unlocked. Suemo was momentarily taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the central hall. The figure of Star Maiden soon materialized before him. Congratulations, Master. Upon her arrival, Star Maiden clasped her hands in a bow, grinning broadly. Today, her hair was styled in a bun reminiscent of Chun-Li, adorned with a red accessory. And she wore a red qipao that barely covered her thighs. Notably, the sides of the qipao featured splits nearly 30 centimeters high, reaching up to her waist, revealing her smooth, fair skin beneath. A delicate red ribbon peeked through the split, accentuating her golden ratio figure, leaving Suemo parched with desire. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Star Maiden's lips curled into a teasing smile as her thumb and index finger pinched the red ribbon at the hem of her qipao, giving it a firm tug before releasing it. Snap! She exclaimed, eliciting a groan from Suemo. Star Maiden. Is all this newfound permission simply a manifestation of your own allure? Indeed, Master, would you care to give it a try? After saying this, Star Maiden playfully licked her crimson lips. All right, Star Maiden, can you behave more seriously? Taking a deep breath, Suemo attempted to quell the turmoil within him. Ha! Star Maiden giggled mischievously. Very well. She suppressed her laughter, turning her body as her qipao transformed into a teacher's uniform, complete with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a teaching stick. Now listen closely, student. After stating this, she turned around, and a small blackboard mysteriously appeared behind her. Only half her height. She bent down, contorting her body into an exaggerated S shape, pointing at the content on the blackboard with her teaching stick. First, the time acceleration in the training room can now be increased to a maximum of 100 times. Suemo observed her alluring posture, showcasing her physical advantages to their fullest, especially her long legs encased in black stockings, which appeared even more elongated. This woman was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. There was no doubt that no serious teacher would dress this way for class, and placing the blackboard so low was clearly a deliberate act. Nevertheless, Suemo chose not to intervene, for it might provoke her to concoct further mischief. Besides, there was nothing inherently wrong with this. He had seen in movies that whenever a teacher donned such attire, the students' attention would be intensely captivated, their eyes wide with fascination. As Star Maiden explained, Suemo grasped the functions unlocked by the Star Tower. Overall, the differences were minimal. After all, for a treasure of the Star Tower's caliber, the distinction between planetary and stellar levels was almost negligible. The first enhancement, as Star Maiden had mentioned, was that the acceleration function of the training room could now reach 100-fold. This meant that while 4 days passed in the outside world, an entire year could elapse within. Consequently, the training room would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than the world he had just visited. The second enhancement was that the taming space within the Star Tower had been activated. The so-called taming space is a realm into which Suemo can send beings, imprinting them with a soul brand. From that moment forth, these individuals will be entirely subservient to the commands of the Star Tower's master, Suemo himself. This function bears resemblance to the ability of soul imprinting, yet it is exponentially more advanced. Not only is there no limitation on the number of individuals, but as long as Suemo can capture his foes and bring them into this space, provided their level does not exceed that of the Star Tower, he can instantly enslave them. The current level of the Star Tower, as rewarded by the system, remains unclear to Suemo. However, even the original Star Tower may possess an existence that could resist its power in this world. Chapter 174, The Soul Enslavement Space. After the explanation, Star Princess led Suemo into an expansive area reminiscent of a forbidden space. The vastness of this realm seemed to stretch infinitely, with an endless prairie underfoot and a colossal sphere of light suspended in the air above. Is this the taming space? Suemo surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, any adversary brought into this space would be subjected to the soul enslavement process through this very sphere. Star Princess gestured toward the immense orb in the sky as she spoke. Suemo nodded and waved his hand lightly. The female demon Rolleray, currently in a forbidden space, along with 3 vampire brides, were transported to his location. Initially, the 4 individuals appeared somewhat dazed after the transition. However, upon noticing Suemo and Star Princess standing nearby, they quickly regained their composure and hurried to bow before them, exclaiming, "Master." Suemo acknowledged them with a nod. Upon entering the Star Tower, it was evident that Star Princess had instructed them in the ways of cultivation. The trio had undergone a profound transformation in strength. The concentration of cosmic energy in their forbidden space was dozens of times greater than that of the outside world, and since the 4 were not mere mortals, their powers had now escalated to the level of battle generals. Among them, Rolleray, who had trained later, had emerged as the strongest, achieving the rank of High Battle General. After all, the Asgardian bloodline was indeed far superior to that of vampires. After appraising the 4, Suemo turned his gaze toward the grand sphere of light. As his thoughts focused, for beams of light shot forth from the orb, enveloping the individuals within. Their expressions shifted to one of confusion, though this state lasted less than 2 seconds before dissipating along with the light that surrounded them. So fast, Suemo marveled. Yet, upon reflection, this was to be expected. After all, in relation to the Star Tower, their strength was akin to that of ants. And employing the soul enslavement secret on them could not take an extensive amount of time. He now sensed a certain connection among them. Not only could he manipulate their bodies, but he could even influence their thoughts. In essence, whatever Suemo wished them to think, they would think. Indeed, this was the epitome of soul enslavement, a truly formidable power. Consequently, as long as he desired it, they would possess no independent thoughts. Naturally, Suemo had no intention of altering their thoughts. At this moment, the gazes of the 4 women towards Suemo also underwent a subtle change. After the soul enslavement secret was enacted, they would, from the depths of their hearts, regard Suemo as their closest companion. In a certain forbidden space, Suemo appeared before 2 seaside villas with the 4 women. This was the very location where they had resided before. Star Princess did not follow them, having departed to an unknown destination. Upon realizing that Star Princess was absent, the 4 women collectively exhaled, for the pressure exerted by Star Princess had been greater than that of Suemo. Since confining them here, Suemo had seldom visited. Only Star Princess would occasionally arrive to train them, imparting the cultivation techniques as well. She was indeed very strict regarding their training. Yet, this was not to blame Star Princess, for cultivation is inherently a meticulous endeavor, and even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon noticing Star Princess's departure, Rolleray stepped forward. "Master, I recently learned some new knowledge." Would you care to test me? Upon hearing her words, the others blushed instantly. Is that so? Suemo replied, a playful smile gracing his face. I suspect what you've learned may not be new knowledge, but rather new techniques. Nevertheless, he did not decline her request. After spending nearly a year immersed in cultivation in the parallel world, a little relaxation would not be amiss. Seeing Sumo's acquiescence, Rolleray beamed and walked towards the left villa. Viroanna and Marika exchanged looks of hesitation, but after a moment of contemplation, Elira seemed to arrive at a decision. Follow me, she declared, leading the way into the villa. Viroanna and Marika hesitated for a moment before ultimately following suit. In this forbidden realm, in order to align with the biological clock, the cycle remained at 24 hours, with day and night alternating. When Suemo and the others entered the villa, it was still morning in this world. By the time they emerged, it was nearly noon of the following day. It must be noted that after cultivating the devouring technique, their physical prowess had significantly enhanced. Hours later, the four figures finally emerged from the villa. Under Sumo's guidance, Viroanna and the others made their way to the backyard of another villa. Sitting on the stone chairs of the gazebo in the backyard, Suemo waved his hand lightly, and several barrels of fresh blood materialized within the pavilion. Try these and see if they aid in enhancing your strength. These blood samples were extracted from the divine beasts residing in Taro Village. During his time in the village, Suemo had not spared any creature, drawing blood from all he encountered, be it the Emperor Jiang, the nine-tailed fox, the dragon horse, the Buddha dog, or the phoenix. The only exception was the dragon dwelling beneath the waters, not due to Sumo's mercy, but rather his uncertainty about the usefulness of that blood for the three women. He intended to test the efficacy of these samples before seeking additional blood from the dragon. Moreover, he was mindful not to extract too much, taking only 1/6 of their blood, which would not significantly impact their health. They merely needed some time to recover. The inhabitants of Taro Village had not objected upon witnessing this, for Suemo could be regarded as a benefactor to the entire village. They would not even flinch at the prospect of him drawing their blood. The consequence of this was that all divine beasts within the vicinity of Taro Village remained in a state of anemia for an extended period, appearing lethargic and unwell. Nevertheless, the results were exceedingly gratifying, as Suemo had directly collected hundreds of barrels of such blood. Chapter 175, Divine Beast Blood. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the three women directed their gazes toward the blood on the ground. As vampires, they sensed a wealth of energy emanating from the blood. Is this prepared specifically for us? Inquired the youngest, Elira, glancing at Suemo. What else could it be? It seems this substance is only beneficial to you. Suemo replied. Upon hearing this, Elira rushed forward, playfully colliding into Sumo's embrace. Thank you, master. All right, now give it a try and see if this is of any use to you. Suemo gestured toward the blood on the ground. Understood. The three women nodded in unison, each approaching a barrel of blood, baring their fangs and revealing their eyes that glowed crimson. In an instant, a crimson energy surged forth from the blood, flowing into the bodies of the three individuals. Ultimately, vampires drink blood for the potent energy contained within, rather than the liquid itself. Therefore, Xingji specifically instructed them in a technique that merely required the absorption of this blood energy, sparing them the cumbersome necessity of consuming the blood itself. After all, despite their transformation into vampires, their mentalities could not be altered instantaneously. The thought of drinking blood was still somewhat difficult for them to accept. Before long, the energy within the barrels of blood before them was entirely absorbed by the trio. With the completion of this process, a series of crackling sounds emanated from their bodies. Moments later, Valona, with her flowing black hair, was the first to open her eyes. How is it? Suemo inquired. My strength has increased by 1,000 kilograms. Valona exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. This was equivalent to the results of their training over the course of 10 days. At this, Suemo nodded in agreement. This method indeed proved effective. The training in the devouring technique, combined with the distinctive traits of vampires, enabled them to absorb the special energy contained in the blood, thereby enhancing their physical strength. Soon after, Elira and Marika also awakened, their faces similarly adorned with expressions of delight. Suemo waved his hand, summoning all the blood stored within his spatial ring. Hundreds of barrels brimming with this potent energy were now before them, sufficient to elevate their powers to the realm of novice war gods. Absorb all this blood first, and once you've finished, I shall procure more for you. Given their current strength, he was hesitant to allow them to use the blood of divine beasts, as it was excessively potent. He feared that a moment's negligence might lead to their explosive demise. Thus, he would have to seek the blood of other extraordinary creatures. However, The divine beasts in Taro village were limited, and after having been nearly drained during his last visit, their recovery was uncertain. Furthermore, he could not continuously exploit these divine beasts without repercussions. The blood of the dragon was also finite, ensuring that it did not adversely affect the creatures. He estimated he could not extract much more. It seemed he needed to find a reliable source of blood rich in energy. However, after a moment's contemplation, he had no immediate leads and could only postpone this endeavor. For the time being, the available blood would suffice for the three of them. The trio gazed at the countless barrels of blood on the ground, their faces betraying uncontainable excitement. "Thank you, Master." With that, the three, in their fervor, lunged towards Suemo. "Wait, why are you tugging at my pants? It appears the lesson I imparted last night was insufficient." To the east of Death Island, several kilometers from Suemo's villa, a cluster of villas had been constructed. A total of over a dozen villas sprawled along the coastline, newly built to serve as residences for some of the upper echelons on Death Island. In the last villa at the back, Suemo emerged from the spatial door. Since mastering the spatial door, his instances of walking through doors had diminished significantly. It was now evening. Emma emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Upon noticing a figure in the living room, her expression shifted. When she recognized it was Suemo, she exhaled in relief, her diamond-like skin gradually returning to normal. "You startled me. Could you at least notify me before you arrive?" Emma remarked, a hint of exasperation gracing her features. Hearing her playful reproach, Suemo set down the wine bottle and lifted his glass. "My apologies, I forgot in my haste." Emma shot him a playful glare as she stepped forward to pour herself a glass, then dragged Suemo to sit on the couch in the living room. "Just in time, I have something to discuss with you." Suemo regarded her with curiosity. "What is it that requires such urgency?" Emma sighed. "It's about the training." As Emma recounted the events, Suemo understood the situation's context. The ordinary soldiers on the island, after nearly 2 years of training, had generally reached the rank of war generals, with a few exceptional individuals attaining the status of advanced war generals. This was accomplished despite the lack of additional supplies of beast meat since they began their training. Consequently, the strength of these individuals had far surpassed that of the mutants like Raven and Fireman. Raven had approached Emma multiple times, expressing a desire to train like those soldiers. However, without Suemo's command, Emma dared not share the training methods. After all, without complete control over them, no one could guarantee that they would not leak the training techniques. Emma's method of subtly brainwashing was rather domineering. Once applied, it would irrevocably alter the individual's consciousness, causing them to lose their sense of self entirely. Although Emma and Raven were acquaintances and shared a good rapport, she was reluctant to employ such a method on her. Despite having cultivated a second soul imprint, she refrained from using it on Raven, unsure if Suemo might need it for other purposes. With no means to consult Suemo, she found herself at a loss. "Where is she now?" Suemo inquired after listening to her account. Previously, the optimal method to ensure secrecy would have been to use a slave chip. However, with the existence of the soul servitude space, the process was simplified considerably. "She has been fervently accepting missions. She should be out executing one now," Emma replied. "All right, inform me when she returns. But how will I contact you? It seems your phone has been off for quite some time." Realizing this, Suemo retrieved his phone from the spatial ring and powered it on. The instant the device powered up, a flurry of notifications erupted. Suemo glanced at the numerous missed calls, contemplating the unreliability of always relying on a phone for communication. As he could rarely reach her, he turned to Emma. "There is another method through which we can communicate swiftly, though it seems somewhat unfair to you." What Suemo referred to was, of course, the soul servitude secret method. This technique was exponentially superior to the soul imprint, allowing both parties to exchange messages even across parallel worlds. Upon hearing this, Emma regarded him with a smile. "What? Do you think keeping me as if I were a mistress on the side is fair to me?" Sumo's face flushed with embarrassment at her words. "Enough with the banter. If there's a method, let's implement it quickly." In the end, under Emma's insistence, they signed a contract. Of course, Emma's motivation for entering into this agreement was not merely due to infatuation. Through their interactions over time, she had come to understand Sumo's character. He would only share secret techniques under conditions that ensured they would not be divulged. She was the sole exception to this rule. She did not believe Suemo would be unable to exercise complete control over her. Setting aside the chip that restrained Tianqi and others, which could hold them in check, she felt certain that if applied to herself, she would find no means to escape its grasp. Suemo had yet to employ such techniques on her, which indicated that she held some standing in his eyes. However, she was acutely aware that her standing would inevitably remain modest. This was primarily because the other party could not fully trust her. This was a sentiment she could empathize with as well. Although Professor Sue had imparted to her a remarkably sophisticated mental technique, she understood all too well that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the likelihood of mastering even more advanced esoteric arts was virtually non-existent. The only means to alter this predicament lay in earning the other party's absolute trust. Naturally, she would not let this opportunity slip by. Once the esoteric technique was successfully executed, a unique bond formed between them. Sue merely needed to exert a thought, and he could manipulate her actions at will. Is that how you can control me? Emma inquired, her voice devoid of emotion. Absolutely, Sue replied, and with a mere thought. Emma's body felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force. She attempted to raise her hand, but found herself utterly incapable of even that simple action. Upon realizing this, astonishment flitted across her face. This is far more wondrous than my psychic powers. Several hours later, Sue produced a stack of documents. Within were blueprints for a glider and some specialized equipment. Tomorrow, we will deliver these to the RD department. Once fabricated, they can serve as standard gear for the soldiers. Indeed, Emma nodded, glancing through the documents before setting them aside. Sue then retrieved a ring and handed it to her. Upon seeing the diamond ring in Sue's hand, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Emma's eyes, though she feigned nonchalance as she asked, "What is this?" "Of course, it is a gift for you." Sue's words nearly caused Emma's smile to break free. Yet, she pretended to be irked. "You haven't given me a gift in 2 years. And now that we are on friendly terms, you decide to gift me something? Did I hold such little significance in your heart all this time?" Sue felt a flush of embarrassment at her words. Although their relationship had reached a level of candidness, Emma was not as uncomplicated as Wanda and Annie. She had once been the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, and her cunning was not to be underestimated. Sue was reluctant to employ a slave chip on her, which led to this conundrum. He trusted Emma immensely, yet he could not extend that trust unreservedly. "Emma, actually, Sue began to explain, but Emma interrupted him, directly taking the ring from his hand and sliding it onto her left ring finger. She then wiggled her finger at Sue, saying, "From now on, I am entirely yours. You must take responsibility for me." Seeing Emma's understanding nature, Sue wrapped his arms around her. "Of course. However, this ring is not merely an ornament." He proceeded to explain how to utilize the storage ring. "Wow," Emma exclaimed as she attempted to store a nearby lamp, only to retrieve it moments later, her excitement palpable. "This is astonishing." She began experimenting throughout the room, storing and retrieving various items with unrestrained joy. After a brief while, she held a black eye mask. "What is this? How did it end up in this ring?" The Black God set, which she exchanged in the marketplace, could manifest in various forms before recognizing its master. This instance, it appeared as an eye mask. You can try dripping a drop of blood on it," Sue suggested. Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Emma's face. Could this also be a special treasure? Given that the storage ring required a blood oath, she naturally made that deduction about this piece of equipment as well. But its appearance? She glanced at Sue with an enigmatic expression. Could it possess some extraordinary function? Understanding her gaze, Sue quickly clarified, "This is a legitimate item. A defensive piece of equipment." "Defensive equipment?" Emma asked, her skepticism evident as she hesitantly made a small cut on her hand, allowing her blood to drip onto the mask. As her blood touched the surface, it slowly seeped in. Moments later, the inner garment she held began to soften and flow, ultimately enveloping her entire body and integrating with her skin. "What is this?" Emma mused for a moment before beginning to experiment. Under her command, the Black God set re-emerged from beneath her skin, morphing into various forms: battle armor, formal attire, long gowns. She tried every conceivable appearance, her excitement soaring. "This is absolutely incredible," Emma exclaimed, leaping into Sue's embrace. Although she was uncertain of the item's defensive capabilities, the sheer versatility of its transformative nature filled her with delight. With this, it was as if she had an entire world of clothing within her wardrobe. What woman could resist a wardrobe brimming with every outfit imaginable? This item can withstand at least 90% of impact. Should the opponent lack sufficient strength, it could potentially absorb all damage. Coupled with your ability to diamondize your body, it will be exceedingly difficult for anything to harm you in the future, Sue declared. At that moment, Emma pulled away from him, gazing earnestly into Sue's eyes. "Thank you." Upon saying this, the Black God set gradually receded beneath her skin. With a mere thought, it could reappear on her in an instant. Chapter 177, Clean and Renewable Energy, New York, Stark Tower, in an office on the top floor. Sue sat nearby, a bemused expression on his face as he observed Tony wreaking havoc in the office. "Tony, it seems rather inappropriate for you to destroy company property in front of me. Your second largest shareholder." Tony, straining as he maneuvered a pipe through a large hole in the wall, eventually deactivated the armor on his arms and approached Sue. I didn't summon you here just to hear your sarcasm after calling you a dozen times. All right, let me see what urgent matter prompted your summons, Sue said, picking up a document from the desk. After perusing it briefly, he inquired, a new type of sustainable renewable energy? That's correct. Based on the data left by my father, I have devised a device known as an arc reactor. Tony snapped his fingers, and a virtual map materialized in the air between them, revealing the entirety of New York. He magnified a point on the map, which focused on the riverbed of the Hudson River adjacent to Manhattan. By placing an enlarged arc reactor at the river's bottom and utilizing the water for cooling, we could meet New York's power demands. How large would it be? Sue asked. After a moment of hesitation, Tony tentatively replied, approximately 300 meters in diameter. So what's the estimated cost? Sue pressed, zeroing in on the crucial detail. About $1 trillion. Tony quickly added, but remember, this is a one-time investment. This arc reactor can continuously provide power to New York for about 50 years. Given that New York's daily electricity consumption is around 200 million kilowatt hours, we could recoup our costs in 3 to 4 years, and the subsequent 50 years would be pure profit. Upon hearing Tony's explanation, Sue chuckled as he set down the documents in his hand. So, the other shareholders are opposed to this plan? Tony nodded. What is the reason? The material requirements for the giant reactor are exceedingly high, and we currently cannot ascertain whether the materials can withstand the reactor's energy. All right. Upon hearing Tony's explanation, Suemo shook his head. So, you mean to have the company invest $100 billion for your experiment? Believe me, no one would agree to partake in such a gamble under these circumstances. However, you might consider constructing a small-scale prototype. It need not be extensive, merely sufficient to supply power to the Stark Group for the time being. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tony sighed in frustration. All right, I have already commenced construction. He nodded. In contrast to that, I believe you would be more intrigued by something else. A mysterious smile graced Sumo's face as he waved his hand, revealing a palm-sized crystal sphere adorned with intricate purple patterns. Within the orb, a gray figure was darting about, desperately attempting to escape, but to no avail. Tony's eyes widened at the sight of the object in Sumo's hand. What is this? A new type of renewable energy, Suemo proclaimed, tossing the energy sphere towards the wall. With a crash, the glass shattered, and a gray figure burst forth, morphing into a human-sized form. Only then did Tony discern the figure's appearance, a woman with gray skin. Her face contorted in rage as she glared at the two men in the room. Upon meeting her gaze, a chill ran down Tony's spine. Though he had never encountered such a being in reality, he had seen plenty in films. Is this the legendary evil spirit? He mused, receiving a nod from Suemo. Shock washed over Tony's features. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? As their conversation continued, the malevolent spirit could no longer contain itself, emitting a piercing shriek. The moment the sound reverberated through the room, the electronic devices began to flicker erratically. Sir, it seems the electrical currents in the room are being affected by some force. Jarvis's voice crackled intermittently. Just as he finished speaking, the spirit lunged towards Tony. This was a mindless spirit, captured specifically by Suemo, driven solely by the instinct to harm, devoid of any semblance of human consciousness. However, it retained the primal instinct of animals to flee from danger, not targeting Suemo. Perhaps it still held memories of being sealed by him. Seeing this, Tony swiftly summoned an arm from his suit, which flew to him and attached itself. An energy beam shot forth towards the spirit, piercing through its form and creating a gaping hole. Yet, it appeared to inflict no harm. And the spirit's momentum did not wane. Witnessing this, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly ducked behind Suemo, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Are you suggesting I abandon the arc reactor to pursue this instead? I truly appreciate it, but I am a scientist, and I have no intention of transitioning into a sorcerer just yet. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Suemo conjured a purple rope that ensnared the spirit. Fear not. This entity can be easily dealt with once its weaknesses are discovered. Moreover, don't you find that they might serve as an inexhaustible source of renewable energy? They require no sustenance, no sleep, and certainly 1T demand a salary from you. Upon witnessing Suemo successfully subdue the spirit, Tony stepped out from behind him. I wish it would only seek my salary, but it seems it truly desires my life. Still, after saying that, Tony examined the floating spirit earnestly, confirming its immobility. He even reached out to touch it, his hand passing directly through its form. Taken aback, Tony remarked, "All right, you can keep this creature. Study it thoroughly and strive to achieve results swiftly." Suemo patted him on the shoulder, and with a flick of his wrist, a contract materialized before Tony. He gently extracted a blue light from the spirit's mind, embedding it within the contract. Once you sign this, you will have full control over her. Tony, somewhat skeptical, followed Sumo's instructions and placed his hand on the contract. Instantly, it vanished into his consciousness. After taking a moment to absorb the information, he opened his eyes, finding Sumo had released the spirit from its restraints. Now under Tony's command, the spirit began to contort into various poses. My goodness, this is simply extraordinary. Excitement flickered in Tony's eyes as he suddenly pondered aloud. Is it possible to use this on women? Chapter 178. The Asgardian ship descends. Captain America awakens. In the vast, sparsely populated grasslands of Missouri, a spacecraft resembling a ship wobbled as it descended from the sky, ultimately crashing to the ground. Several armored figures emerged from the vessel, plunging into the earth beneath. Moments later, one figure lifted his head from the soil. Hogan, one of the four fools of the Celestial Palace. He brushed the dirt from his head and began to extract the others from the ground, much like pulling up carrots. The last to be freed was a short, crew-cut man. After pulling him out, Hogan glared fiercely and demanded, "You scoundrel, is this what you promised would be an easy vessel to pilot?" The questioned man spat out mud and quickly began to explain, "Boss, I swear I didn't deceive you. But since the construction of the Bifrost, it has been centuries since we last operated this thing, so I've become a bit rusty. Rest assured, it won't happen again." Hogan, still fuming, pointed to the ship that had crashed into a large boulder, leaving a significant hole in its wake. He smacked the man's hand forcefully. "You think there will be a next time? Do you believe this ship can still take us away?" The crew-cut man turned to glance at the smoldering hole in the ship, cradling his head in defeat and falling silent. Just then, the rest of the group approached. "Boss, don't fret. I've heard that the Bifrost will be repaired in just over 6 months. By then, we won't need this vessel to return," a long-haired woman explained. Upon hearing this, Hogan cast a final glare at the crew-cut man and relented. He surveyed the surroundings. "Sonny, conceal the ship. We've been dispatched on the orders of King Odin to investigate the man who abducted the demon Lorelei. Everything must be conducted in secrecy. We cannot allow our arrival to be discovered." After Odin had suffered a setback at Sumo's hands, he had been preoccupied with this matter. Furthermore, the demon Lorelei, deemed the greatest calamity of the 9 realms, along with the treasures stolen from him, had been taken by Sumo naturally. He needed to send someone to retrieve them. After their encounter, he learned the details from Thor and realized he had likely misjudged Sumo. But what of it? The fact remained that Lorelei and his precious treasures had been taken, and he was determined to reclaim his honor. However, with the Bifrost destroyed, traversing between realms had become challenging. The repairs would take over 6 months, so he decided to send someone to search for the thief in the meantime. Once the Bifrost was mended, he could directly reclaim what was rightfully his. "Understood, boss." The woman named Sonny, who had just spoken, gently waved her staff. Instantly, the earth beneath the spaceship transformed into a quagmire, engulfing the vessel entirely. Moments later, the ship had completely sunk below the surface. Hogan nodded in response. "Remember, our adversary possesses formidable strength. All actions must be conducted covertly to avoid detection, lest we all find ourselves in peril." Having said this, he oriented himself and led the group in a specific direction. In a restaurant located in Times Square, New York, Sumo and Hill sat at a table by the window on the 2nd floor. After departing from Stark Tower, Sumo had come here to meet Hill, as per her invitation. Over the past few weeks, Hill had called him no fewer than 7 or 8 times, evidently to express her gratitude for his previous act of heroism. After politely declining several times, he ultimately acquiesced during her latest call yesterday. Today, Hill had abandoned her usual combat attire, opting instead for a blue sundress, her hair styled into elegant, cascading waves, exuding the allure of a mature, sophisticated woman. Clearly, she had made a special effort for this occasion. "It seems that getting you to meet me was quite a challenge," Hill remarked playfully, as she elegantly took a bite of her steak. "That was due to your choice of venue. Had you suggested a hotel, I might have obliged on the first invitation." Sumo replied, glancing at her with a slight smirk. "Now, don't you dare try to charm me with those tactics you use on younger girls." Hill smiled at his words, unfazed by his jest. Being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. at level 9, she was well aware of Sumo's notorious reputation as a ladiesman. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had access to extensive records detailing nearly every aspect of his life, including his romantic escapades. Sumo shook his head innocently. "I haven't deceived you." Hill chuckled lightly. "I intended to treat you to dinner as a proper thank you after the last incident, but subsequent events delayed my plans." Hearing this, Sumo casually inquired, What significant events could possibly keep a level 9 agent like you so occupied? At her level, trivial matters hardly warranted her involvement. So any situation requiring her attention must be of considerable magnitude. Yet, if it was classified, she would naturally remain silent. Hill shook her head. There's nothing I can't share. After taking a sip of her red wine, she leaned in and spoke softly. First and foremost, last month, nearly 1 million people vanished without a trace worldwide, with over 300,000 of those in America alone. Suemo raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident, having orchestrated the demise of numerous vampires with a single incantation. The number of points he had gained from this endeavor provided him with a rough estimate of their population. However, recent investigations suggested that these individuals might possess an additional identity, akin to the vampires we encountered previously. It remains a mystery what transpired within their ranks resulting in such mass casualties overnight. Hill added, and what else? Suemo continued, eager to extract more information. Compared to the intelligence gathered on Death Island, SHIELD's insights were undoubtedly more comprehensive, and he was keen to seize this opportunity for information. Hill glanced at Suemo, her reasoning for divulging this information rooted in her gratitude for his previous assistance. Otherwise, as a level 9 agent, she would never share such matters so casually. Furthermore, she began, but her words faltered as she noticed Suemo's gaze drifting outside. Following his line of sight, she spotted Nick Fury and a cadre of SHIELD agents surrounding a young man clad in a white t-shirt. Hill sighed. Well, there's one more matter regarding this. A team of oil explorers unearthed this relic in Antarctica. You should be familiar with it. Captain America. Chapter 179. The Attack of the Mutants. In the heart of Times Square, Captain Steve Rogers surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression. As Nick Fury and a group of SHIELD agents encircled him, they began to persuade him to leave. Suemo, observing from the restaurant, was not surprised by the scene. He recalled that after Captain America emerged, he had been placed in a secluded location to gradually acclimate to the modern world. Suddenly, several individuals who appeared to be ordinary citizens drew handguns and began firing indiscriminately at the agents and the central figures, Fury and Rogers. In an instant, 5 or 6 agents were either killed or injured. However, those chosen to accompany the director were clearly the elite of SHIELD, and they quickly sought cover while returning fire. Fury and Steve reacted swiftly. Fury attempted to pull Steve behind the vehicle for safety, but Steve was even quicker. He crouched low and dashed towards a gunman to his left, taking less than 5 seconds to reach him. In the chaos, the surrounding crowd, upon hearing gunfire, instinctively ducked and fled, leaving only the SHIELD agents and the gunman in the center. The gunman, taken aback by Steve's audacity, found himself under attack from 4 other gunmen, yet none managed to hit him. Before the gunman could react, Steve barreled into him, knocking him to the ground. The square descended into chaos. Suemo glanced at Hill, who remained calm at their table. Aren't you going to help? He asked. Hill smiled and shook her head. I'm currently on vacation, and frankly, I believe they can handle the situation. Indeed, as time passed, the disparity between the two sides became evident. SHIELD agents, being well trained, along with Steve's formidable presence, turned the tide overwhelmingly in their favor. Within 5 minutes, the gunmen were eliminated. Just as Fury and Steve exhaled in relief, a black metallic statue, previously seated in the center of the square, sprang to life. It lunged toward Steve, pinning him beneath its weight. The metallic fist struck Steve's face with tremendous force, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, before the second punch could land, he regained his composure and intercepted it with his hand. They instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. The surrounding agents exchanged alarmed glances. Mutant Fury's expression shifted dramatically. Hastily, he rushed to the rear of a nearby parked vehicle, retrieving a silver shield from the trunk and hurling it towards Captain America, who was being overwhelmed. Despite Steve having injected the super soldier serum, endowing him with a strength of 4 to 5 tons, he found himself at a disadvantage against a mutant capable of metallic transformation. Additionally, with his opponent's body entirely encased in metal, a direct confrontation proved increasingly untenable. Upon noticing the flying shield, Steve executed a roll, catching it deftly in his hand. With the shield in his grasp, Steve's confidence surged. He shielded his body behind it and charged at the approaching mutant. The mutant, witnessing this, revealed a grin across his dark visage, his gleaming white teeth starkly visible. Game time is over. I shall take this seriously. With that, He delivered a mighty punch that struck Steve's shield with tremendous force. Steve's form was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a ragged sack, and he flew directly towards the restaurant where Sue Mo and the others were situated. With a resounding crash, he shattered the glass and landed several meters away from Sue Mo outside. In the plaza, it was evident that the mutant was targeting Steve, disregarding the agents furiously firing at him, and strode directly towards Steve's position. Seeing this, Hill could no longer maintain her composure. Lifting her skirt, she brandished a handgun concealed at the top of her thigh and stood, ready to intercept the foe at the shattered window. Yet, before she could move, Sue Mo restrained her. "What do you think you're doing? If Captain America cannot stop him, do you wish to throw your life away?" He pressed her back into her seat. However, as Hill resumed her position, she observed the mutant advancing toward them. She was acutely aware that if Sue Mo chose to intervene, vanquishing the adversary would be a trivial matter. He would likely acquiesce to her request if she voiced it. Nevertheless, she refrained from speaking, recognizing that the mutant did not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., having already saved her once. She could not rely on him for every crisis. Sue Mo glanced at her, and at that moment, two figures emerged from a corner of the restaurant. "Boss." The two approached Sue Mo, bowing respectfully. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the mutant striding into the plaza. "Eliminate that individual." "Understood." They replied with reverence before vanishing in an instant. These two were members of the initial 500-man team from Dead Island, whom Sue Mo had fortuitously encountered upon his arrival at the restaurant. He had no prior recollection of them, and had it not been for their greeting, he would not have recognized them as soldiers. Their presence here was surprising yet coincidental. These individuals had dispersed across the globe, and New York was no exception. With subordinates at hand, Sue Mo felt no need to intervene, contentedly savoring his lunch. Though he wished to remain uninvolved in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs, he could not allow Hill, who had treated him to a meal, to risk her life. After all, the debt had yet to be repaid. At that moment, everyone in the restaurant had fled, leaving only the two of them and Steve, who had just risen from the ground. Rubbing his chest, Steve curiously regarded the two newcomers before leaping through the breach he had created. Below the restaurant, Sue Mo's two subordinates had already positioned themselves before the mutant. "Who are you?" The mutant eyed them warily, sensing a hint of danger emanating from the duo. Just as he was about to probe further, the two vanished without a word. Faced with this sudden disappearance, the mutant's expression shifted, but before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, propelling his half-ton body uncontrollably backward. Chapter 180. The mutant hammered into a puddle of metal, realizing that the two had engaged him without hesitation. The metallic mutant quickly deduced that they were allied with S.H.I.E.L.D., and a glimmer of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Once transformed into his metallic form, his resistance to damage significantly increased, alongside an enhanced recovery ability. Vulnerabilities like those of his brain and heart vanished. Although the previous punch had unexpectedly created a deep dent in his chest, the actual damage was minimal. Before he could land, the other figure reappeared behind him. Clang! Another deafening impact resonated as his body was sent hurtling back towards its original position by the immense force. Feeling the pain radiating from his back, the mutant's expression shifted, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. For the next minute or so, the plaza echoed with the sound of clanging metal, reminiscent of a blacksmith at work. Seated across from Sue Mo, Hill watched as the mutant was tossed around like a punching bag, the two subordinates closing in on him with each exchange. Eventually, the cacophony of impacts melded into a continuous din. Hill shifted her gaze back, cautiously observing Sue Mo, who appeared unfazed by the unfolding chaos outside, leisurely sipping his wine. He regarded the spectacle in the plaza with an air of nonchalance. He was not surprised. The strength of these two was formidable. One was a mid-tier warrior and the other a late-tier warrior. Even the mid-tier soldier possessed a strength exceeding 20 tons, while the late tier surpassed 30 tons. Thus, dispatching a mutant of this caliber was hardly a daunting task. In the plaza, Steve Rogers, Nick Fury, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood aside, transfixed, watching as the mutant was reduced to a wretched state before them. "So, has the world changed so drastically in the decades since I last emerged?" Steve mused, observing the mutant being treated like a mere toy by the two. He turned to Nick Fury, seeking an explanation. Fury found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Even he was unaware of the origins of these two formidable individuals. Their prowess could easily earn them the title of little superhumans. Any one of them could annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. with ease. Judging by their displayed speed, which surpassed 100 meters per second, they had reached subsonic velocities, making it exceedingly challenging for conventional firearms to target them. Unlike cumbersome aircraft, their movements were remarkably agile. At present, even the Hulk would likely find no means to confront them. What unnerved Fury most was the unmistakable air of military discipline that surrounded them, suggesting they were products of some formidable organization. The thought of encountering even one or two such individuals was daunting. The prospect of facing a multitude of such powerhouses was beyond his imagination. Who could possibly stand against them? He surmised that the only viable countermeasure would lie within Professor X's telepathic abilities. With this thought, Fury surreptitiously exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the battle in the plaza came to an abrupt halt. The mutant had been hammered into a disc of iron by two blacksmiths, clanging as it fell onto the marble floor. Observing this, the two men did not linger. After fulfilling Sumo's command, they vanished from the square. Inside the restaurant, Sumo took out a napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth, regarding the radiant gaze of Hill across from him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hill inquired eagerly. "Is Natasha's enhancement related to you?" After years within S.H.I.E.L.D., she was well acquainted with Natasha's capabilities. The two had become familiar through numerous sparring sessions, and while Natasha had always exhibited formidable combat skills, they had remained within the realm of ordinary human potential. However, since her interaction with Sumo over the past 2 years, her power and speed had surged dramatically, at least 4 to 5 times greater than before. Under her current prowess, Hill could scarcely withstand a single blow. She had often pondered the reason behind Natasha's remarkable improvement, but it was a matter of privacy she had not dared to breach. Yet, witnessing the recent actions of the two men who had addressed Sumo as boss, she quickly realized that the source of this transformation must lie with him. Upon hearing her words, Sumo did not veil the truth and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have imparted some minor techniques to her." "Minor techniques?" Hill's face was a canvas of confusion. Such trivial skills could lead to a 4 to 5-fold enhancement in physical prowess? However, as her gaze fell upon the iron disc outside in the square, understanding dawned upon her. The abilities of those two men underscored that Natasha's improvements could indeed be attributed to mere minor techniques. Realizing this, her eyes sparkled with fervor as she glanced at Sumo. But she quickly regained her composure. Sumo's decision to teach Natasha stemmed from their close relationship, despite her feelings for him. The thought of his wife and the other women in his life made her hesitate. Just then, Sumo's stirring brought her back to reality. "Would you like to come over to my place for a visit?" Hill found herself inviting him, almost as if possessed. As the words left her lips, her face flushed. Wishing she could disappear into the floor, Sumo noted the change in her complexion, a playful smile gracing his features. In his memory, Hill had always exuded an aura of icy aloofness and striking poise. Witnessing this vulnerable expression from her was a first. "Is it convenient?" "Of course, I'm living alone," Hill instinctively replied, but as the words escaped her, she wished to slap herself. Hadn't she just made a blatant suggestion? Yet, she had truly only answered reflexively, devoid of ulterior motives. Would he think her to be a woman of loose morals? Anxiety gnawed at her. After all, she had never even been in a relationship. Half an hour later, in an apartment several kilometers from New York Square. "Please, have a seat while I prepare you a cup of coffee," Hill said, moving toward the kitchen. As a seasoned agent, her psychological fortitude was commendable. Though still tinged with nervousness, she had managed to stabilize her emotions, allowing her mind to function clearly. Sumo surveyed the room's decor. The neat and unadorned arrangement suggested that Hill led a rather conventional and traditional life. Moments later, she emerged holding a bottle of red wine. "The coffee is gone. Would you prefer some red wine?" "All right." Sumo observed her struggle to maintain composure and couldn't help but internally sigh. It was no wonder they were both products of the same S.H.I.E.L.D. Their approaches were almost identical. Chapter 181, Natasha and the Red Room. The following morning, Sumo was roused by the shrill ring of a mobile phone. As he opened his eyes, he saw Hill, her face still bearing traces of fatigue, answering the call. Moments later, her expression turned serious. "Okay, I'll depart in an hour," she affirmed, hanging up. As soon as she ended the call, a hint of color crept into her cheeks. "No joking around," she said, pulling Sumo's hand from beneath the covers. "Natasha is in danger. I need to prepare and leave immediately." "Natasha?" Sumo blinked in surprise. "Yes." Hill shot him a glance while gathering the scattered clothing from the floor. "She went to deal with the Red Room, and her contact was cut off just 2 hours ago, indicating she must have encountered a significant problem." With a hint of teasing in her tone, Hill continued, "So, how about it? Do you want to come with me?" She hadn't anticipated that she would end up in bed with him so haphazardly. Yet, she was clear about her role. Like Natasha, she was merely one of Su-Mo's dispensable companions. Jealousy had no place here. Hearing Hill's words, Su-Mo nodded decisively. Of course, we must go. If Natasha's communication with S-H-I-E-L-D has been severed, then as an ordinary person, Hill's presence alone would not suffice. I cannot stand idly by while they venture into peril. In Budapest, amidst the skies several dozen kilometers from the city, a colossal airborne fortress concealed itself within the clouds. This mobile stronghold was the headquarters of the Red Room. Inside one of the fortress's chambers, Natasha faced a slightly overweight middle-aged man standing before her. Behind him loomed 7 or 8 women clad in black. Natasha, I must admit, you are the most exceptional Black Widow I have trained over the years. Daring to infiltrate this place alone. But is this truly your plan? The middle-aged man, Dreykov, regarded Natasha with an air of calm. Indeed. My plan is simply to eliminate you, Natasha declared, and without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at him, undeterred by the presence of the 7 or 8 Black Widows. Dreykov smiled as he waved his hand toward his subordinates, retreating to the back. The Black Widows surged forward, weapons drawn, engaging Natasha in combat. Yet, it was evident that Natasha, having mastered the first 5 levels of the Thunderblade technique, was not to be trifled with. Her combat experience surpassed theirs, coupled with physical prowess nearly 5 times greater. It was akin to a tiger among sheep. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 Black Widows lay incapacitated on the ground. Witnessing this, Dreykov's face lit up with excitement as he clapped his hands and approached. Wow, it seems I was too conservative in my previous assessment. Those other Black Widows were utterly useless in your presence. As Natasha observed his nonchalance, a flicker of suspicion crossed her features. He appeared overly confident. However, she had no time to waste. This was the Red Room's stronghold, housing at least hundreds of Black Widows. Despite her current strength, she could not contend with so many simultaneously. Drawing a short blade, she charged toward him. As she drew closer to her adversary, her body froze instantaneously, the raised blade unable to descend. A look of shock spread across Natasha's face. What have you done to me? Observing her expression, Dreykev's face broke into a smug grin. Within your Black Widow physique lies a lock infused with pheromones. The moment you inhale my scent, you become incapable of inflicting violence upon me. Surprising, isn't it? With that, he reached out to strike Natasha's face, intending to make this traitor feel utter despair. Just as his palm was about to make contact, a portal materialized between them, and a hand emerged, grasping his wrist. Subsequently, a figure stepped forth from the gateway, none other than Su-Mo, come to rescue her. Hill followed closely behind. Hi, Natasha, long time no see. Su-Mo greeted Natasha with a wave. Su. Upon hearing his voice, Natasha's face lit up with delight as she leaped into his embrace. Su-Mo wrapped his arms around her waist, savoring the familiar sensation. It had been a while since they last met, and Natasha's figure had grown curvaceous, possessing a more voluptuous form than before. Next time such a situation arises, you ought to inform me beforehand. You know this is hardly a challenge for me. He playfully squeezed her waist and looked down at her. Natasha glanced up at him with a smile, replying, I didn't wish to trouble you, and I can handle things myself. Su-Mo nodded. Given Natasha's character, it was evident that she would never seek assistance from others. Moreover, she spoke the truth. In the original narrative, she managed to dismantle the Red Room, albeit with the aid of Yelena and her adoptive parents. Yet her current prowess was unparalleled. With her enhanced abilities, she could undoubtedly manage on her own, though some hardships were inevitable. Just as in the original tale, she had once broken her own nose to eliminate the scent of her adversary's pheromones. The moment Dreykev noticed the arrival of the reinforcements, he discreetly pressed a button hidden in his pocket, an alert to summon the Black Widows stationed at the base. However, Su-Mo was not oblivious to this subtle maneuver. He merely patted Natasha's back. Let us deal with this first, then we'll talk. Natasha nodded obediently and stepped aside, finally noticing Hill standing behind Su-Mo. Gazing in astonishment at the vanishing portal, a smile gracing her lips. The expression on their faces mirrored each other when they first encountered the portal. Su-Mo then approached the window, gazing out at the vast aerial city, his face reflecting astonishment. Such a colossal mobile base, it would be a pity to destroy it. This time, Su-Mo had learned from past mistakes, first consulting with Emma before opening the portal to her location. Dressed impeccably in a secretary's attire, Emma emerged from the portal, standing beside Su-Mo and peering out the window. What a bountiful harvest. Simultaneously, another purple portal appeared. Apocalypse, accompanied by Magneto and a squad of several dozen soldiers, stepped through. Witnessing the formidable assembly, Drakev's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed he had unwittingly provoked a formidable force. Chapter 182. The Sky City Secured. Just as the last of the personnel arrived, a swarm of Black Widows burst through the door. Upon seeing Drakev cowering in the corner, clearly terrified by the unfolding scene, their expressions hardened as they charged towards Sumo and his allies. One soldier, trailing Apocalypse, vanished from sight in a heartbeat. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the leading Black Widows were propelled backward as though struck by an immense force, toppling over their compatriots in the process. The soldiers brought by Apocalypse were among the elite, with each possessing prowess at least equivalent to high-ranking warriors. And the most formidable were but a step away from godlike status. However, none had yet breached that ultimate threshold. Understandably so, as without external assistance. Achieving such heights in just over 2 years was a testament to exceptional talent. Considering the minimum strength of 32 tons and a speed of 180 meters per second required of high-ranking warriors, it was almost an insult to label these mere mortals as adversaries for the Black Widows. Observing the fallen Black Widows, Natasha tugged at Sumo's sleeve. He instantly grasped her intent. These women were under Drakev's control, not acting of their own volition. Sumo called out to the soldier, "Be careful, just incapacitate them." These Black Widows were the creme de la creme, trained in the most grueling conditions, possessing remarkable talent and combat instincts, making them ideal candidates for both training and the integration of Venom. Their potential utility to Sumo was significant. "Understood, boss," the soldier replied, nodding vigorously. At that moment, Emma waved her hand. "Never mind, let me handle this." With that, a brilliant light ignited in her eyes, and a surge of psychic energy cascaded outward. In the corridor outside, countless Black Widows rushing toward them halted abruptly, their expressions blanking momentarily. Then, in an orderly fashion, they began to approach the room. Meanwhile, Sumo had reached the corner. "Drakev, what do you intend to do?" Drakev's face reflected palpable fear as he instinctively tried to retreat. But he had already backed himself into a corner, with nowhere left to escape. From the previous exchanges, he realized that Sumo was the leader of this formidable group. Sumo paid no heed to Drakev's intentions. A flash of purple light flickered in his eyes, rendering Drakev's expression vacant. Soul control. For such a person, unless one could dominate their mind, their words would be utterly untrustworthy. Summon all the Black Widows worldwide and surrender the access rights to the Sky City. Hearing Sumo's command, Drakev mechanically nodded, his body stiffly moving toward the control panel in the room. After some manipulation, Sumo discovered that Drakev had control over 10,000 Black Widows globally. Sumo instructed him to summon all of them to Death Island, and subsequently transfer the highest authority of the Red Room, this very Sky City, to Apocalypse. Thus, the Sky City was irrevocably claimed as the property of Death Island. Sumo lifted the soul control from Drakev and then presented him to Natasha. "This one is yours." He lightly tapped Natasha's nose. "Your sense of smell has been temporarily disabled. Now you may proceed to have your fun." Natasha beamed, planting a quick kiss on Sumo's cheek, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Thank you." With that, she dragged Drakev toward a nearby room. "No, Natasha, I can lift all the control over you. And don't you want to know where Melina and Yelena are? Spare me, and I can tell you." Drakev pleaded in terror. However, Natasha paid no heed to the intentions of the other party. Just as she departed, all the Black Widows in the Sky City gathered outside the room. Sumo opened a portal leading to Death Island, and they proceeded in an orderly fashion through the gateway. Emma cast a glance in the direction Natasha had left. "You certainly have quite a few little lovers," she remarked, before following the Black Widows into the spatial portal. Hearing her words, Sumo displayed no sign of embarrassment. One who lacks sufficient audacity is unworthy of possessing more than one woman. Ultimately, only Sumo and Hill remained in the room. Apocalypse and Magneto, accompanied by their soldiers, began to consolidate various resources within the Sky City, maneuvering it toward the location of Death Island. Once assured that no one else was present, Hill approached Sumo. "Are they all your people?" Sumo did not deny it, but merely nodded. Despite having anticipated the extent of Sumo's influence, she was still somewhat taken aback upon witnessing the reality. It seemed that even a mere underling of his could effortlessly breach S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the individual who had just acted was beyond her visual comprehension. Instinctively, she sensed that this person was significantly stronger than the two she had encountered in the square the previous day, and judging by his position, he was evidently the lowest ranked among them. Just like him, dozens had stood in that room moments ago. Half an hour later, in a villa in New York, Sumo and Natasha emerged from a portal. This was a villa recently purchased by Natasha. Hill had already returned home. She was acutely aware that, compared to her, Natasha currently needed Sumo far more. After taking a shower and changing her clothes, Natasha approached Sumo with a bottle of red wine. Care for a drink? Absolutely. Sumo nodded in agreement. Since eliminating Dreykov, Natasha had been in a somewhat dazed state. Sumo could understand this. Having been raised in the Red Room from a young age, she had endured inhumane training, transforming into a ruthless killing machine upon her graduation. Although she had subsequently escaped the Red Room, there was no doubt that the trauma left by it in Dreykov had cast a long shadow over her life. Personally vanquishing him had undoubtedly resolved a significant knot in her heart. At this moment, indulging in a drunken revelry was hardly a poor decision for her. Natasha poured herself a generous glass, glanced at Sumo, and revealed a charming smile. Cheers. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the wine in one gulp. Sumo made no attempt to stop her. Instead, he joined her in consuming glass after glass. For him, this wine was virtually indistinguishable from water. His drinking pace outstripped his metabolism. By the end, Natasha's gaze had turned hazy, while Sumo remained composed, listening to her recount tales from her childhood. Chapter 183, The Missing Raven. Death Island. Approaching midday the following day, Sumo finally stepped through the portal. He had to admit, Natasha had been exceedingly wild last night. From the late hours until now, he had not enjoyed a single moment of rest. It was only due to his robust constitution that he was able to withstand such a marathon. For an ordinary person, even getting out of bed now would pose a significant challenge, perhaps even for the rest of their life. Sumo had also come to fully appreciate the combat techniques of the Black Widow. In the villa, Emma was reporting to Sumo about the previous day's findings. The Sky City was still en route back. Given its massive size, its flying speed was rather slow. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to reach Death Island. The total gains from the mission had yet to be fully assessed. But the presence of over 1,000 Black Widows on the island alone constituted a significant triumph. Once they began their training, their strength would likely ascend rapidly. Apocalypse had already dispatched an antidote capable of breaking their control, and the Black Widows on the island had awakened from their previously manipulated state. Under Emma's persuasion, they had all decided to remain on the island. Sumo handed Emma a document. What is this? Emma asked, puzzled, as she accepted and opened it. Sumo had provided her with a method commonly used in the universe to restrain disciples, preventing them from leaking secrets. Once enacted, the practitioner would remain unaffected in their usual activities. However, should they attempt to divulge the technique, their soul would suffer a cataclysmic blow, resulting in instant demise. With this method, Emma could autonomously transmit the techniques without the fear of them being exposed. Upon reviewing the technique in her hands, Emma's eyes lit up. This would be perfectly suited for Raven and the Black Widows. At this point, Emma suddenly recalled something. By the way, Raven has been on her mission for over a week now, yet we have received no news, and we cannot contact her at all. I fear something may have happened. Emma's concern was not unfounded. After all, Raven's current strength was among the weakest on the island. There were many individuals in this world who could pose a threat to her. It would not be surprising if she encountered a formidable adversary. Sumo pondered for a moment. With Apocalypse stationed in the Sky City, the journey back would involve traversing a distance of 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. During this time, unforeseen events could certainly arise. It was best to prevent her from departing. In that case, I shall go myself, he decided. Where exactly did she undertake her mission? California. On the outskirts of the Mojave Desert, in Yucca Valley, Sumo strolled through the streets of the small town. Due to its proximity to the desert, the climate here was distinctly arid, and the population was sparse. This was precisely where Raven had lost contact. Logically, her task was exceedingly straightforward. A group of tourists had visited, and a week later, their bodies were discovered outside the town. Following a police investigation that yielded no results, the victims' families had enlisted a mercenary organization to uncover the truth and exact revenge on the killer. This seemed merely a typical murder case. Given Raven's capabilities, resolving it should not have posed a challenge. Yet, the truth was that she had vanished without a trace. Following the road to the northern part of the town, he arrived at the location where the bodies had been found. This was the last place they were seen, suggesting that those individuals had encountered someone in the desert, and that adversary was likely an intelligent being. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have killed the victims and subsequently returned their bodies. The wounds on the corpses indicated they had been inflicted by some form of cold weapon. However, therein lay the conundrum. If the perpetrator had killed them, why would they return the bodies? After considerable contemplation, Sumo recognized that mere speculation would not uncover the truth of the matter. It was certain that the killer was situated somewhere in the desert. Raven must have lost contact after entering the desert. With this thought, he waved his hand, summoning a Ford pickup truck to his side. He climbed into the driver's seat and drove toward the desert. As he navigated the vehicle, he extended his mental energy to the surroundings. This area was on the fringe of the desert, not characterized by endless yellow sands, but perhaps more accurately described as a wasteland. Occasionally, one could glimpse some verdant shrubs and withered trees. It was not until more than half an hour later that his mental faculties detected a black SUV hurtling through a barren hollow, situated 10 kilometers away. Inside the vehicle's cabin sat a middle-aged man sporting a beard. Through his psychic perception, Sumo discerned that the trunk housed a considerable quantity of everyday supplies. Upon witnessing these items, Sumo's expression shifted instantaneously. This individual posed a threat. The vehicle's trajectory pointed directly towards the heart of the wasteland. Logically, most vehicles venturing into such desolation were occupied by adventurous tourists, who typically carried provisions and water. However, aside from these essentials, the trunk also contained a substantial assortment of spices, clothing, and cleaning supplies. Clearly, this individual appeared to be delivering provisions to those residing in the wilderness. With this realization, Sumo promptly altered his vehicle's course, pursuing the SUV from behind. Currently, his psychic abilities could encompass a radius of up to 20 kilometers, allowing him to trail the vehicle without fear of detection. An hour later, a modest wooden cabin concealed within the wilderness came into his perceptual range. The structure was exceedingly simple, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. Each bedroom contained a single bed, and judging by the decor, it seemed that one housed a man while the other accommodated a woman. Moments later, the vehicle came to a halt in the cabin's yard. Sumo's gaze sharpened at the sight of a bound figure within the room, none other than the missing Raven. Inside the cabin, apart from Raven, there was a robust middle-aged man, busily organizing items, seemingly preparing for a hasty departure. Sumo pondered the intentions of this burly figure. Chapter 184, The Eternal Clan. Without further hesitation, Sumo pressed down hard on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward like a roaring beast, plunging into a spatial portal ahead. When it re-emerged, it was less than a kilometer from the cabin. Sumo exited the vehicle and vanished from sight in an instant. Within the cabin, the stout man, engaged in tidying up, opened the door. Standing outside was the very middle-aged man who had driven the SUV, cradling a pile of supplies as he confidently entered the room. "Jill, this time I've brought enough provisions for you to sustain yourselves for 2 weeks," the man exclaimed, placing the items on the living room table. However, upon observing the disarray within the room, his expression faltered. What on earth happened here? Jill, the robust man, closed the door behind him and sighed. "Lyle, there's no need for you to deliver supplies anymore. We've decided to leave this place tonight." Lyle's expression shifted dramatically. "Why? Haven't you been living well here?" After a moment of hesitation, Jill responded, "You're aware of the young people who died in town last week, right? Of course, their families." Lyle's face changed at this juncture. "Their deaths are connected to you?" Jill nodded gravely. "You know Tina's illness. Those individuals just happened to encounter her during one of her episodes." He refrained from elaborating further, yet Lyle comprehended the gravity of the situation. Having been friends for over a decade, Lyle was well aware of their circumstances. Both were mutants, and Tina suffered from a condition that caused her to occasionally lapse into a state of unconsciousness, where her sole impulse was to eliminate any living creature she encountered. It was evident that those who perished had fallen victim during such a state. With this thought, Lyle sighed deeply. "Where do you plan to go next?" "We might head to Australia. After all, it's vast and sparsely populated, making it easier for us to conceal ourselves." Jill mused after a moment. Lyle nodded in agreement with this notion. By the way, at this point, Jill moved into the inner room. In the center, Raven was bound to a chair, her mouth taped shut. Lyle, noticing the securely tied Raven, inquired with a mix of curiosity and concern, "Who is this person?" "A mutant who somehow discovered our location and seeks revenge for those who died." Jill stepped forward and tore the tape from her mouth. "You brought this upon yourself by knowing what you shouldn't." With that, golden patterns manifested upon Jill's fists, coalescing into a radiant glow. Having lived for thousands of years, he had encountered such scenarios before. Previously, he might have spared the individual, but those instances had only led to further retaliation. Thus, he had resolved to eliminate any potential threats immediately. After all, Tina's condition was precarious, and should any mutant organization come after them, while he was unafraid, he could not tolerate any harm befalling Tina. "Wait, if you dare to harm me, my boss will ensure you face dire consequences." Raven interjected urgently. Unfazed by her warning, Jill dismissed her words. He had no intention of wasting time on idle chatter. He had learned that villains often met their demise through excessive dialogue over the years. Then let me witness how your boss intends to protect you. With that, he swung his fist towards her once more. As he struck, Raven's face contorted in despair. It's over, she thought, resignedly closing her eyes. Boom. A tremendous crash reverberated. Raven felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past her. However, the anticipated pain never materialized. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a familiar silhouette standing before her. Boss. Raven's face lit up with uncontainable joy, her spirits soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. The figure before her radiated an unending sense of security. Had her body not been securely bound to the chair, she would have rushed forward to express her gratitude fervently. Sumo, upon hearing her exclamation, turned his head to reveal a faint smile. How do you feel? Raven, overwhelmed by the roller coaster of emotions, felt her body weaken. Phew, that was exhilarating. With a flick of his mental energy, the ropes binding Raven snapped apart. Freed from her restraints, she sprang from the chair, rubbing her sore wrists. Only then did she take a moment to survey her surroundings. The room had been thrown into chaos by the recent powerful shockwave. Before Sumo, a clear path had been created, leading to a massive hole in the wooden wall. Moments later, Jill reappeared in the room, evidently unscathed by the earlier blow. He cast a glance at the wall where Lyle, having been thrown against it, lay lifeless. A flicker of anger crossed his features. You've successfully provoked my ire. With that, the familiar golden patterns reappeared on his fists. Is that so? After living for thousands of years, you're still so easily enraged? Have you been living like a dog all these years? Shio-mo, without the slightest hesitation, retorted with conviction. Upon hearing his words, Gil's expression shifted dramatically, and he scrutinized Shio-mo with a gaze filled with uncertainty. How do you know I have lived for thousands of years? A profound smile graced Shio-mo's face. Eternals. Gilgamesh. It seems there is also a Tina who ought to be with you. Why have I not seen her? From the moment he beheld the man before him, Shio-mo had formed some conjectures. After all, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the god of war from the east. Coupled with the golden patterns that had just manifested around him and the immense power he exuded, Shio-mo had nearly confirmed his identity. At the mention of Tina, Gil's expression darkened even further. Who exactly are you? Who I am is of little consequence. I initially had no intention of meddling with your kind. But should you wish to harm me, I must apologize. I possess a certain flaw. I'm rather protective of those I care for. With that, Shio-mo ceased his verbal sparring, vanishing from sight in an instant. Gil's countenance turned furious at these words. Having lived for millennia, he regarded the native inhabitants of this planet with disdain. To him, they were merely primitive aborigines. Were it not for the guidance of the Eternals, they would still be living in a barbaric state. With this thought, he summoned the golden patterns anew, unleashing his might upon the void before him. Chapter 185. Tina, the Celestial Group. Standing nearby, Raven's face mirrored surprise as she absorbed the implications of their conversation. It seemed that the man who had captured him hailed from a race that had existed for thousands of years on Earth. Such longevity implied formidable strength. The earlier encounter, in which she had been rendered unconscious by him with a single blow, had already begun to erode her confidence. However, the situation that unfolded next gradually reassured her. As the two engaged in combat, Gil was launched uncontrollably into the air, leading to a one-sided massacre. Gil's figure transformed into a mere punching bag, flailing about in front of the cabin, while Raven could hardly catch a glimpse of Shio-mo. After 5 minutes, Shio-mo reappeared before Raven, his attire still unwrinkled. Meanwhile, Gil crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, lying motionless like a defeated beast. Shio-mo scrutinized Gil's form, forming a tentative judgment about his opponent's strength. With the aid of those mysterious patterns, Gil's power hovered around 100 tons. However, his speed and reflexes were disproportionately lacking, falling far short of a practitioner of the devouring technique with equivalent strength. At that moment, a figure clad in a white dress sprinted towards them from afar. Shio-mo glanced in that direction, revealing no hint of surprise on his face. The woman in white was none other than Tina, another member of the Eternals. Endowed with the ability to manifest weapons and possessing formidable combat skills. Earlier, he had sensed her presence through his psychic abilities. She had been painting on a canvas atop a hill a kilometer away when the commotion of battle drew her in. Recalling her striking appearance from the film, Shio-mo found her alluring figure and long white hair to be quite captivating. As she approached, he discerned her resemblance to Julie from the Bizarre World, exuding an inherent air of nobility. Upon seeing Gilgamesh sprawled unconscious on the ground, Tina's expression shifted, her eyes turning a pure white as if plunging into a trance. Extending her hands, a spear and shield, intricately woven from golden threads, materialized in her grasp as she charged towards Xiao-Mo and Raven. Understanding that this state was induced by the Eternal Madness Syndrome, Xiao-Mo recognized the implications. The Eternals had been created by the Celestial Group to eliminate the mutated races on Earth. Once the planet was cleansed of such aberrations, the Celestial Group members, born from the Earth's core, would summon the Eternals back, erasing their memories before dispatching them to other worlds. The Eternal Madness Syndrome arose from incomplete memory erasure, causing remnants of past experiences to flicker in Tina's mind. As Tina approached, armed and ready for battle, Xiao-Mo focused his thoughts, freezing her in midair. With his ascension to stellar level, his spatial freezing ability had also advanced, allowing him to maintain it for extended periods and control specific areas. In this instance, he merely needed to suspend the space surrounding Tina, rendering her unable to move an inch. Raven, observing this extraordinary display, felt a surge of astonishment. Her employer's strength appeared to have reached unfathomable heights, further intensifying her yearning for mastery over her own abilities. She resolved that upon returning, she would do whatever it took to persuade him to impart his training methods to her. At that moment, Xiao-Mo struck Tina's neck lightly, causing her to lose consciousness. Glancing at the fallen Gilgamesh, Xiao-Mo acknowledged that with his current strength, he could not confidently confront the members of the Celestial Group. Prudence dictated that he refrain from eliminating him, so he instead hoisted the unconscious Tina and stepped through the nearby open portal. Raven, seeing this, followed suit without a word. Upon their arrival, they found themselves on Death Island. "All right, make your way back on your own. I have matters to attend to." Without waiting for Raven to respond, Xiao-Mo vanished from the spot. Within the Star Tower, Xiao-Mo brought Tina into the realm of soul enslavement. A beam of light descended from the orb above, enveloping her entirely. After several moments, the radiance faded, and Tina regained consciousness, her gaze towards Xiao-Mo now imbued with reverence. "Master." Xiao-Mo merely nodded. Then, invoking the power of their contract, he closed his eyes and began to delve into her memories. His intention in bringing her back was to access the fragments of recollection lingering in her mind. Given that a member of the Celestial Group was gestating at the center of Earth, an encounter with them was inevitable. After all, the birth of each Celestial Group member heralded the destruction of the planet that nurtured them. Naturally, Xiao-Mo could not allow that to happen. And Tina's memories were his sole avenue for gleaning information about the Celestial Group. Half an hour later, Xiao-Mo slowly opened his eyes, a hint of disappointment gracing his features. Although Tina's mind held fragments of her past memories, they were too disjointed and predominantly concerned with the annihilation of the mutated races. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. According to the narrative, there were still several years before the emergence of the Celestial Group member on Earth. By that time, perhaps his strength would be sufficient to contend with the Celestial Group. At the very least, he could directly alleviate the burden on Earth by erasing nations such as Sakura and White Elephant from the map. This action would significantly delay the emergence of the divine entity. With this thought, he exhaled deeply and raised his gaze towards Tina across from him. With a mere thought, he erased all memories that had led to her eternal demon affliction. Consequently, she would be spared from future repercussions. As Tina felt her mind clear instantaneously, she looked up in astonishment at Xiao-Mo. "Thank you, Master," she exclaimed, easily deducing that all of this was orchestrated by Xiao-Mo before her. "Since you have become mine, it is only natural that I assist you in eliminating this potential threat." Xiao-Mo replied, then waved his hand gently. When they reappeared, the two found themselves in the realm of the succubus Lorelei and the trio of vampires. Chapter 186, Stellar Nutrient Solution Master. As soon as they arrived in this space, Lorelei, basking in the sun on the beach, rushed over to greet them. Xiao-Mo sensed that the vampire sisters were meditating in the villa's backyard. Observing this, he glanced at Lorelei, noting her stark contrast and laziness compared to the others. While they were engaged in their cultivation, she lounged leisurely on the beach. However, he refrained from reprimanding her. Everyone has their own pursuits, and Lorelei's was simply to be a stable vassal to him. In matters of combat, Xiao-Mo found no need for her assistance. Utilizing resources wisely was not inherently flawed. After planting a gentle kiss on Xiao-Mo's cheek, Lorelei turned her surprised gaze towards Tina. "Who is this?" Xiao-Mo turned to introduce Tina's background. "For the time being, you shall impart your techniques to her and guide her in her cultivation methods." "Understood, Master." Lorelei nodded eagerly. Xiao-Mo then concentrated, and beside their villa, another identical villa rose effortlessly from the ground. Within this new villa, an array of wooden and stone furnishings awaited. Having reached the stellar level, his mastery over the celestial tower had significantly enhanced, making the creation of a villa within the forbidden space a trivial matter. as Tina stood behind him. Her expression shifted upon witnessing this spectacle. What kind of ability is this? Lorelei, noticing Tina's astonishment, felt a surge of superiority, a smirk gracing her features. Humph. You will gradually come to appreciate Master S might. Upon hearing this, Tina fell silent, stepping into the room. As she touched the tables and chairs, everything felt tangible and real. Outside the villa, with only Sumo and Lorelei remaining, she wore a seductive expression, wrapping her arms around Sumo's. She nestled into his embrace. Master, shall we rest a while before we depart? After a couple of hours, Sumo found himself in the training room. He had to admit that when it came to pleasing men, Lorelei was a consummate professional. Regaining his focus, he opened the system panel. Name, Sumo, age, 23, power, 100 million tons, speed, 150,000 kms, mental power, 100 million tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 15. 2 billion, level, stellar level first rank, gene level, 100 times, avatar, time-space beast god. After spending over a month in this world, his points accumulated to 150 million, combining those from the Mist Island and the enigmatic world. Upon accessing the system shop, he received notifications. Congratulations, host has acquired the immortal crystal, consuming 100 million points. Congratulations, host has acquired the stellar nutrient solution, consuming 12 million points. After purchasing these two items, his points dwindled to a mere 40 million. Observing the remaining balance, Sumo sighed. An immortal crystal, based on the absorption rate of the beast god, would be depleted within a month. This meant he needed to earn 100 million points within that time frame to maintain his pace of advancement, and in the future, this demand would only escalate. After all, the stronger he became, the faster he would absorb the immortal crystals, potentially increasing that rate further down the line. Contemplating this, he felt a headache coming on. Let us take it one step at a time, he ultimately resigned with a wry smile. As for the stellar nutrient solution, it was akin to the planetary nutrient solution. Once added to the nutrient pod, it could elevate the strength of those inside from the stellar level 1st rank to the stellar level 9th rank in its entirety over the course of a year. After retrieving the nutrient pod, Sumo filled it with the stellar nutrient solution. However, he did not rush to lie down. Instead, he swiftly exited the celestial tower. The complete absorption of the nutrient solution would take about a year, and during this time, he naturally needed to utilize his dream walking technique to harvest points in parallel worlds, purchasing immortal crystals to enhance the beast goddess strength. Before that, he needed to arrange matters in this world meticulously. Upon returning to the villa, he noticed a figure standing outside his room. Emma? No, you aren't Emma. You're Raven. Sumo's expression froze as he recognized the figure, quickly realizing that he shared a soul bond with Emma, allowing him to sense that she was meditating in a villa several kilometers away. Thus, this individual before him was undoubtedly a doppelganger, likely the shapeshifter Raven. Upon hearing his words, the figure transformed into a burst of laughter, and in a matter of moments, Raven had morphed into Emma's likeness. No wonder you are the boss. You saw through me so easily. Raven chuckled as she entered. Oh, by the way, Emma has already mentioned your situation to me. You can go directly to her. Previously, he had entrusted a substantial amount of beast meat to Emma, sufficient to elevate the strength of over 10,000 individuals to the threshold of martial artists. This way, when passing on techniques, Emma could distribute the beast meat concurrently, as relying solely on herself would not suffice to achieve a punch power of 900 kilograms. Raven's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Great. I just came from Emma. Sumo's expression shifted at this revelation. So, do you have other matters to discuss? Raven's face broke into a radiant smile as her hand brushed against Sumo's arm. What? Can't I come to see you without any reason? Before Sumo could respond, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered a few words. After hearing her, Sumo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Wait. Why are you pulling my pants? Before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Raven's form shifted again, instantly transforming into a celebrity from Huaxia, her figure becoming indistinguishable from the original. Noticing Sumo's inclination to decline, Raven gazed at the celebrity's face, an expression of feigned innocence crossing her features. What? Does the master not like it? How about this one? With that, she morphed again, her figure and voice adapting in tandem. However, this time, she didn't replicate the original, but instead exaggerated her form into an impossibly exaggerated S-curve, a waist like a wasp, and ample hips. Sumo gasped in astonishment. What man could possibly resist such temptation? Chapter 187, Blood-Containing Energy Los Angeles. Hogan, one of the 4 foolish ones of the Celestial Palace. gazed at a two-story villa before him. Is this the residence of the secretary you discovered? Indeed. Sonny approached and whispered in his ear, after scouring all of New York. We couldn't find a trace of that young man. I hope we will have better luck here. After muttering to himself, Hogan intended to lead Sonny into the villa. Halfway there, he hesitated. Wait, might this alert our target and cause unnecessary alarm? He expressed with concern. Sonny chuckled softly. Have faith. Do you doubt my capabilities as the foremost disciple of the Celestial Palace's Grand Sorceress? Once it's over, I will erase her memory of this encounter. She won't suspect a thing. Upon hearing her assurance, Hogan nodded, albeit with some trepidation. He recalled witnessing Sumo's overwhelming power in the Celestial Palace, where even Odin was no match for him. If they were to encounter that young man, escaping would be nearly impossible. Thanks to Sonny's magic, the pair successfully entered the villa. Following Sumo's prior instructions, the entire company had relocated to Los Angeles. After all, in just a year, the Chitauri army would descend, and New York would face devastation. Sumo had to evacuate his people in advance. Naturally, if he wished, he could easily thwart Loki's plans to open a portal. However, he had no intention of doing so. Opportunities like this, where knowledge and experience came knocking, were rare. While Asgard possessed maps of the 9 realms, they only revealed 9 living planets. The locations of the Chitauri and Kree planets were not recorded. To discover their whereabouts, they needed Loki as their guide. If not for this, Sumo would have long since taken the space gem hidden in the S-H-I-E-L-D base, obliterating the Chitauri planet, which would yield far more than mere hundreds of billions of points. Each zombie in the zombie world granted only 1 point, potentially amassing billions for him. Given the Chitauri's nature as an invading species, each Chitauri individual ought to be worth at least hundreds of points. The only uncertainty was the population of their planet. Inside the villa, Avril was having breakfast in the dining room, her gaze fixated on a financial report displayed on her tablet. Trusting her with the company's full authority was no small matter. She upheld her professional integrity. For years, she had devoted nearly all her time to managing the company's affairs. Just as she finished reviewing the bodyguard details and closed her tablet, her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 figures standing not far from her. A jolt of alarm surged through her. Looking up, she met the gaze of Hogan and Sonny, both smiling at her from a distance. Who are you? She inquired, cautiously reaching for a specially designed compact handgun at her waist. However, before she could grasp it, Sonny smiled gently at her. I advise you to comply. With that, she waved her hand lightly. Avril felt her waist devoid of her weapon, which had somehow ended up in Sonny's possession. Her expression darkened, but she quickly regained her composure. What do you want? If it's money, just name your price. Apologies, but we are not interested in money. Hogan shook his head. We wish to know the whereabouts of your boss. Without hesitation, Avril replied, I don't know. I am merely a secretary. How could I possibly be aware of my boss's movements? Upon hearing this, Hogan glanced at Sonny, who acknowledged that her response was reasonable given her position. Sonny chuckled softly. It seems you are unwilling to speak the truth. With that, a shimmering light flickered in her eyes, and Avril felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, rendering her unconscious. Before their arrival, Sonny had thoroughly investigated the relationship between the two. They were not only classmates, but Avril's willingness to entrust the entire company to her indicated a strong bond. Minutes later, the two emerged from the villa. Hogan let out a sigh of relief. This fellow's movements are truly elusive. Even the secretary is unaware of his location. Fortunately, we managed to obtain the address of his wife. She should know him well. With that, he glanced at the address written on the note in his hand, which was located near Wanda's school. In New York, in Hill's apartment. Sumo stepped through a portal, exhaling deeply. That was terrifying. Raven's reputation as the ultimate dream for men was not unfounded. There was nothing he could conceive that she could not accomplish. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts and opened the door to step outside. In the living room, when Sumo emerged from his bedroom, Hill and Simmons, who were seated together enjoying coffee and chatting, stared at him in utter disbelief. Sumo was taken aback. Seeing the two staring at him, he inhaled deeply and calmly sat down across from them. Why wasn't I informed of our guest's arrival? At his words, Hill's face flushed. Simmons, upon recognizing him, beamed with excitement. Do you remember me? I was the one you saved from the vampires 2 years ago. Hearing this, Sumo's expression shifted as he took a moment to recall. She was indeed the young girl he had rescued from Agatha. Simmons, he exclaimed, equally surprised. They quickly fell into easy conversation, alleviating the awkwardness on Hill's face. You have joined S-H-I-E-L-D? Sumo inquired. Indeed. I am currently part of the biological research department. Simmons responded candidly, having been influenced by Sumo and Hill to join the organization. Upon hearing her reply, Sumo's interest peaked. He had been reminded of her identity after hearing her name. She was a brilliant biochemist within SHIELD. He had contemplated for quite some time about the blood containing powerful energy, unable to determine where to find it. He wondered if, with her expertise in biology, she could potentially synthesize it. Though the odds seemed slim, there was no harm in trying. With this in mind, he directly explained his request to her. Chapter 188. Hogan's confidence boost. Simmons had no reason to refuse Sumo's plea for assistance. Moments later, she departed in haste, clutching the various blood samples he had provided her. Watching her leave, Hill closed the door and turned to Sumo with a smile. It seems you have quite a few admirers. Sumo, maintaining his composure, chose not to linger on the subject. Instead, he settled onto the sofa. Would you like to learn a method to enhance your abilities? With a means to prevent the sharing of the techniques. He was more than willing to impart the cultivation methods to both her and Natasha. Can I really learn? Hill's face lit up with excitement. Of course. Sumo nodded. In the following moments, he used the secret technique to implant the cultivation method directly into her mind. Moments later, Hill slowly opened his eyes. Is what is recorded in this technique true? Despite having witnessed the prowess of Sumo's subordinates, disbelief still marred Hill's expression. The cultivation method detailed above, upon reaching its later stages, purportedly allows one to traverse the cosmos solely through the power of their body. Such claims seem utterly outrageous. Would I deceive you? Sumo replied with a smile and a nod. If you cultivate according to the prescribed methods, within 2 years at most, you will attain the same level as those two over by the square. After saying this, Sumo produced some beast meat for Hill and imparted a few important notes regarding the cultivation process before departing. Once he left, he proceeded directly to Natasha's residence. When it comes to imparting techniques, fairness must prevail. Philadelphia. After attending her afternoon classes, Wanda drove back to her villa. Recently, for reasons unknown, Sonia had resolutely moved out. Now, the villa was left with only Wanda. Typically, upon returning home, she would directly use the portal to travel to Taro Village, and on weekends, she would dine with Pietro. After parking her car, she suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze towards the room. Through the walls of the house, it seemed as if she could glimpse the scene inside. It was indeed the afternoon, and given the sparsely populated nature of the villa area, Wanda hesitated for a moment before calling out to the room, "Come out." Upon hearing Wanda's voice, Hogan and Sonny, who were hiding inside the room, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with an ominous sense of foreboding. After a moment's hesitation, the two cautiously emerged from the doorway, eyeing Wanda who stood in the yard. However, they did not appear overly flustered. Before entering the house, they had gleaned from neighboring residents that the villa was occupied solely by a young woman. Having ruled out the possibility of Sumo residing there, they felt emboldened to enter the room. "Who are you, and why are you hiding in my room?" Wanda questioned. But the two had no intention of providing an explanation. Hogan exchanged a glance with Sonny, who wasted no time in casting an illusion spell. After all, Wanda was Sumo's wife, and Sumo could arrive at any moment. Their best course of action was to swiftly extract information regarding Sumo from Wanda and make a hasty exit. Otherwise, if Sumo were to corner them, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Initially, their plan had been to investigate Sumo discreetly. However, after several days, the only information they had gathered was that he was a wealthy playboy. They knew nothing of his strength, nor even his whereabouts. If they were to remain ignorant when Odin descended, they would undoubtedly incur Odin's wrath. With no other option, they resolved to take a risk and extract information from those close to him. As Wanda cautiously regarded the two, she noticed a glimmer in Sonny's eyes, followed by an encroaching wave of mental energy. Channeling her chaotic power, she effortlessly shattered the invading energy. Sonny, momentarily stunned, retreated, gazing at Wanda with suspicion. "You are also a mage?" "One could say that," Wanda replied, and with a gentle wave of her hands, several crimson cords emerged, snaking towards the two intruders. However, as the ropes entwined around them and passed through their bodies, Wanda's expression shifted. With a forceful gesture, a surge of red light emanated from her, enveloping the surroundings. The two figures standing before her burst like bubbles, reappearing several meters away. Clearly, they intended to seize the opportunity to escape. After their charm spell failed, they wasted no time in attempting to flee. After all, without Odin's intervention, they dared not harm Wanda. Should they provoke her, with their spacecraft already damaged, they would find themselves trapped and forced to hide like frightened dogs. As they attempted to flee, Wanda was resolute in preventing their escape. Based on previous interactions, it was evident that they had a specific target in mind, herself. Since she harbored no enemies, it was apparent that they were after Sumo. With that understanding, she could not possibly let them go. With a gentle wave of her hands, several orbs of chaotic energy shot towards them. Seeing Wanda's relentless pursuit, Hogan's expression darkened. Little girl, our departure is not out of fear. If it comes to a confrontation, the extent of your injuries is uncertain. If you value your safety, it would be wise to let us leave. Wanda remained unfazed by his words, the red energy in her hands making her intentions unmistakable. Observing her unyielding stance, Hogan's expression hardened. If that's the case, do not blame us. He resolved to eliminate her and find a place to hide. Despite Sumo's formidable strength, he doubted that they could be easily tracked down while concealing themselves. With that thought, he surged forward, his form flickering as he charged towards Wanda. Simultaneously, Sani cast a spell to shroud their figures from view. The greatest magic of the goddess Frigga was illusion, and as her pupil, Sani excelled in such arts. After concealing Hogan's form, she was confident that Wanda would struggle to discern their location. A mage's greatest fear was being approached by a warrior like Hogan. As their figures faded from sight, Wanda's eyes glimmered with red light. Under her gaze, Hogan's body was utterly exposed. Indeed, Asgard's illusion magic was unparalleled, but it paled in comparison to Wanda's chaotic power. Although her chaotic energy was not at its peak, Sani was no Frigga. After several direction changes, Wanda's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Hogan, igniting a flicker of anger within him. As he drew within 3 meters of her, he could hardly contain his contempt. A mage daring to allow a warrior to close in. How utterly foolish. Chapter 189, The Return to Asgard. From a distance, Sani observed Wanda allowing Hogan to approach without resistance, shaking her head with a confident smile. After all, she was merely a young girl with little combat experience. Hogan, one of the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, was in her view second only to Thor in battle prowess. A mage allowing him to close in to within a meter had almost no hope of turning the tide. With that thought, she swiftly cast an illusion spell, obscuring the true scene within a 100-meter radius. Outsiders would not only be unable to see the reality of the situation, but also unable to hear any sounds emanating from within. Having completed this, she turned her attention with keen interest towards the unfolding confrontation. On the other side, as Hogan faced the proximity of Wanda, he swung his dagger towards her, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Having made the decision to strike, he would show no mercy. Die! Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed through the air. Sani's gaze fixated on the scene unfolding not far away, her expression instantly stiffening. At that moment, Wanda remained in her previous stance, the only difference being that her right hand was now extended forward, her face betraying no hint of emotion. In stark contrast, Hogan lay face down, his entire body seemingly embedded deep within the cement pavement beneath him. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the crevice where his body met the ground. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, his form remained utterly motionless. Sani, standing at a distance, fixed her eyes on the frail figure of Wanda. Is this truly a sorceress? How could she possibly possess greater strength than Thor? As Wanda's gaze met hers, Sani gradually regained her composure and turned to flee. However, she had barely taken a few steps before Wanda's figure appeared directly in front of her. This has nothing to do with me. It's all on you. Wanda showed no inclination to entertain Sani's attempts at denial, instead delivering a swift strike to her shoulder. Boom! With the resounding impact, yet another living specimen joined the fallen on the ground. Upon returning to Death Island, Sumo had yet to enter the Star Tower when the ringing of his phone interrupted him. Half an hour later, at a mansion in Manhattan, Sumo emerged from a spatial portal, dragging a limp body behind him, carelessly tossing it aside. At this point, all members of Asgard's contingent had gathered on Earth. Wanda, who had been observing them, rose to stand before Sumo. My dear, these individuals, drawing upon her chaotic powers. She had gleaned the origins and intentions of these newcomers from one of Hogan's subordinates. Upon learning they hailed from the Asgardian pantheon, concern etched itself across her features. Although she was aware of Sumo's formidable strength, the thought of facing these legendary beings left her feeling uncertain. A smile graced Sumo's face as he gently stroked her head. All right, you must be weary. Go back and rest assured. I can handle this. Seeing the genuine confidence radiating from Sumo, Wanda let out a sigh of relief. Very well. She leaned up to plant a kiss on Sumo's cheek before turning to open a spatial portal and departing. As the portal slowly closed behind her, Sumo turned his gaze skyward with a heavy sigh. He had previously intended to avoid altering the narrative, believing it would grant him some prophetic advantage. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that if he did not teach Odin a lesson, the latter would not relent easily. The moment the Rainbow Bridge was restored would coincide with their descent upon Earth. Dealing with minor figures like Hogan was a simple task for Wanda and the crew on Death Island. Yet, should Odin arrive while he was absent, matters could swiftly become complicated. Thus, he resolved to preemptively eliminate this potential threat. After all, one cannot rely on perpetual vigilance against a thief. With this thought in mind, he casually gestured, opening a spatial portal. Sumo stepped through, and the unconscious bodies of Hogan and his companions floated uncontrollably behind him, following his lead into the portal. In Asgard, within Odin's palace, Heimdall stood anxiously below, casting worried glances at Odin seated upon his throne. "Your Majesty, my eyes can no longer detect Hogan and the others. They must have encountered some misfortune." "Misfortune?" Odin's expression darkened as he rose from his seat. "There is no misfortune here. They have likely been detected by that young man." He tightened his grip on Gungnir, recalling the earlier encounter when the careless youth had wounded him, igniting a fresh wave of fury within him. After a brief moment, he managed to quell his anger. "How long until the Rainbow Bridge is repaired?" Heimdall hesitated before responding. "At least another 6 months. Send word to expedite the process. Aim to complete the repairs within 4 months." Odin commanded with an air of undeniable authority. The eternal flame, crucial to the prophecy of Ragnarok, must not fall into the wrong hands. At that moment, a portal slowly opened within the grand hall. Sumo stepped through, and with a crash, the bodies of Hogan and his companions landed heavily on the ground, sliding to rest at Odin's feet. "You little thief, you dare to present yourself so willingly. Return the demon Lorelei and the treasures she has stolen, or you shall not leave here unscathed today." Upon seeing Sumo's figure, a look of surprise crossed Odin's face. He tightened his grip on Gungnir, a surge of divine power emanating from beneath him, merging with the palace floor. As this energy surged forth, a massive transparent shield gradually enveloped Odin's palace. Odin vividly recalled the last time Sumo had escaped with Lorelei. He recognized the teleportation ability akin to that of Kamartaj sorcery, unless he found a way to counter it. Even if he could defeat Sumo, the latter could easily escape at any moment. The palace's protective barrier, established with the assistance of the supreme sorcerer at the time, was designed to neutralize such abilities. Moreover, even Odin would require at least a quarter of an hour to forcibly break through this shield. As he felt the barrier closing around him, a faint smile crept across Odin's face. Sumo sensed the shift in energy but chose not to intervene, instead approaching Odin with deliberate steps. "What I cannot abide is anyone harming my family, and you have done both. How unfortunate for you, for I must expedite your departure from this realm." "Brash words. Little thief." Odin's anger flared at Sumo's declaration. Golden armor materialized around him as he charged forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Heimdall joined the fray as well. At that moment, Sumo was enveloped in the feathered god armor. With a casual flick of his hand, Heimdall was sent hurtling away, while Sumo faced Odin unarmed, ready to engage the god wielding Gungnir. Drawing from their previous encounter, Odin was now fully aware of the stakes and unleashed his full power, thrusting the spear towards Sumo. However, the disparity in strength between them was now astronomical. Previously, Sumo's telekinetic force had only reached a little over 1,000 megatons after amplification through the Chinquan disk. Now, his strength had escalated to an astonishing 100 million tons without any external enhancement. If he were to amplify his physical prowess, having achieved perfection in the Thunderblade technique, he could amplify his strength by 36 times, resulting in an overwhelming force of 3,600,000,000 tons. This was a 300-fold increase compared to before, and this was merely his physical strength. If he employed the Chinquan disk to amplify his telekinetic force 62 times, the impact could reach over 6 billion tons. While at this level, sheer strength was not the sole determinant of victory. It certainly played a critical role when the physical strengths of the two were relatively comparable. From their last encounter, it was evident that although Odin had been stronger, the difference had not been insurmountable. It was important to note that beings like Odin and Thor drew their powers primarily from their divine essence and the divine energy they commanded. The disparity in strength between them was almost insurmountable, especially when augmented by divine power. It was akin to the thunder god, who, after losing his divine might, found himself no stronger than an ordinary human. However, when empowered by godly force, he could engage in fierce combat with the Hulk. The same reasoning applied to Odin before him. With the might of Odin coursing through him, his physical power could reach nearly 20 million tons. Such strength, within this universe, indeed represented the pinnacle of existence. Even Thanos, prior to Odin's demise, dared not set foot in the 9 realms. Yet, for Sumo, this strength seemed somewhat inadequate. Sumo reached out, seizing the Gungnir spear from Odin's grasp, and with a single motion, lifted the deity and slammed him forcefully into the ground. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Odin's body embedded itself into the earth. However, such damage to beings of their caliber was nearly akin to a mere tickle. Odin's form instantly rebounded, floating gently above the ground, his expression darkening considerably. Although he had sustained no physical harm, the humiliation was profound. The Lord of the Nine Realms had endured such indignity at the hands of a single individual twice. His fury was now uncontrollable. "You little thief, perish!" roared the enraged Odin, dashing towards Sumo with his bare hands. At that moment, Gungnir was firmly in Sumo's possession. As Odin's figure appeared before him in an instant, Sumo swung the spear with the force of a club, sending Odin crashing into a distant wall. This impact was different from the previous one. Sumo unleashed his colossal strength, exceeding 100 million tons. The golden armor adorning Odin began to disintegrate into shimmering motes of light, gradually dispersing. As the armor vanished, Odin tumbled down from the wall. Blood flowed freely from his mouth and nose, and even his gaze began to lose its focus. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Sumo's face. Perhaps he had been a touch too forceful. According to his expectations, his current strength should be sufficient to subdue Odin. But he had not anticipated that killing him would be a likely outcome. Yet, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Odin was nearing the end of his life. For the Asgardians, longevity equated to strength, but the final years of life were an exception. As one approached death, both body and divine essence began to wane. Eventually, the divine energy would dissipate entirely, leaving the body to crumble into dust. Considering Odin's state, Sumo pondered for a moment before lifting him with one hand and vanishing from the spot. In the realm of soul enslavement, Sumo cast Odin's near-lifeless body to the ground. Instantly, a beam of light enveloped him. After nearly 20 seconds, the radiance faded, and Sumo sensed he could easily manipulate Odin's life force. Yet, Odin remained in a state of near death. Sumo extended his hand, producing a vial of life-giving water. Given the Asgardians' inherent traits, Odin's physical resilience was only slightly superior to that of an average human. This elixir, beneficial to ordinary apprentices, should likewise prove effective for him. Sumo poured the life water into Odin's mouth, hoping against hope. If it worked, he would gain the most formidable subordinate to date. If he failed, the loss would amount to merely 1,000 points, a trifling sum for him. Sumo's previous strike had likely damaged Odin's internal organs. But as the life water coursed through Odin, his breath gradually steadied. Seeing this, Sumo felt a surge of joy. It was working. As time passed, half an hour later, Odin regained consciousness. Drawing upon the strength within his divine essence, his healing capabilities surged. An hour later, Odin stood upright, respectfully bowing to Sumo. "My master." Sumo nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." With this, everything was firmly within his grasp. In the future, Odin would live when it was time to live and feign death when his time came, stored away in the Star Tower. As for Odin's imminent mortality, it posed no real concern. If he could cultivate his devouring technique to the planetary level, his lifespan would multiply tenfold. With approximately 6 years remaining until his life's end, achieving a breakthrough to planetary level was hardly an insurmountable challenge, especially with Sumo as his extraordinary master. After issuing some instructions to Odin, the two returned to the hall they had previously occupied. At that moment, Heimdall remained unconscious. Odin approached and gently kicked him. Heimdall jolted awake, rising from the ground. Upon seeing Sumo standing a short distance away, he let out a shout, attempting to charge towards him. "Halt!" Hearing Odin's command, Heimdall froze in place. "My king, enough." Odin raised his hand to silence him. "What transpired last time was merely a misunderstanding. I have consented to return the eternal flames stolen by Rolaire. Henceforth, he shall be our guest in Asgard." Upon hearing this, Heimdall's face reflected surprise. After all, just before he had lost consciousness, tensions had been high between the two. Now, upon awakening, the situation had shifted dramatically. Furthermore, the state of disarray in the Great Hall indicated that a confrontation had indeed occurred. Yet, he did not dwell on it. The authority that Odin had accumulated over millennia compelled him to obey without question. Moreover, after Sumo's departure, Thor had already clarified that the incident was indeed a misunderstanding, stemming from Odin's concern for his stature as the ruler of the Nine Realms and the prophesied theft of the eternal flame by Rolaire, which necessitated their pursuit of Sumo. Now that a peaceful resolution was at hand, Heimdall could only feel relief. As Odin dispelled the protective barrier around the celestial palace, Thor led a multitude of soldiers rushing inside. The barrier had only activated in response to an enemy invasion, and its recent activation had alerted Thor and his companions to an unexpected occurrence within. However, once the barrier was raised, even they could not enter, relegating them to waiting outside. With the barrier now down, they surged inside. In the hall, Thor paused, staring at Su-Mo, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Odin. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Su-Mo had departed with Rolair, his father, Odin, had seemingly harbored intense animosity towards him. Thus, he was perplexed by the current circumstances. Upon noticing Thor's arrival, Odin let out a hearty laugh. "Thor, you've arrived just in time. Inform everyone that I shall host a banquet in the Celestial Palace to honor my esteemed friend." "What?" Thor gazed at Odin in confusion. "Do as I say," Odin reiterated, turning back to take his seat. Su-Mo regarded Thor from below. "Greetings, Thor, it is a pleasure to see you again." 2 hours hence, a grand banquet was held in the hall, where dozens of guests were gathered around an elongated table exceeding 20 meters in length. The table was adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies. During the festivities, Su-Mo publicly returned the eternal flame and the eye of the sorcerer to Asgard. For him, it was merely a matter of transferring from one hand to the other. The eternal flame was of little consequence. It could be generated through energy, and what he returned was merely a flicker of its essence. He could summon as much as he desired. As for the eye of the sorcerer, it was quickly returned to his storage ring after a brief interlude. Seated at the head of the table, Odin raised his cup and drained its contents in one swift motion, casting the goblet to the floor as he stood. "Today, I have an announcement to make." Capturing the attention of those present, he pointed at Su-Mo and declared, "From this day forth, we shall address each other as brothers in Asgard. Su's commands are my commands." The attendees gasped in astonishment at this proclamation. It was not surprising, given that such a scenario was reminiscent of an ancient emperor suddenly appointing an ordinary citizen as chancellor. Even Su-Mo nearly spat out his drink upon hearing this. For it was not a directive he had issued, it was entirely Odin's own decision. Odin, however, bore no ill intent, but the notion of his subordinates, particularly Thor, referring to Su-Mo as a brother was quite absurd. Moreover, this arrangement would help circumvent numerous complications. Given Odin's confidence in this declaration, it was clear that he anticipated no opposition from the assembly. Indeed, under thousands of years of accumulated prestige, the guests murmured amongst themselves for but a moment before erupting in agreement. Only Thor appeared incredulous. "Father," upon witnessing his son rise, Odin let out a hearty laugh and pulled him close. "Thor, come forth and greet your uncle." "What?" Thor's mouth fell agape, his eyes betraying his shock at being instructed to call Su-Mo uncle. Odin playfully rapped his knuckles against Thor's head. "What are you waiting for? Speak." Having tempered his rebellious spirit somewhat after previous events, Thor, under Odin's urging, reluctantly approached Su-Mo and uttered, "Uncle," before swiftly turning and bolting from the hall. Seeing the matter settled, Su-Mo bore no resentment towards Odin. This arrangement would indeed facilitate matters for him in the future. However, observing Thor's crimson face as he exited the hall, a smile crept onto Su-Mo's lips. It was only natural for anyone to struggle with the sudden emergence of a significantly younger uncle, and in Thor's eyes, Su-Mo possessed an air of arrival. The banquet lasted the entirety of a day. Upon its conclusion, after imparting his cultivation techniques to Odin, Su-Mo ventured alone into Odin's treasury. Most of the items within held little relevance for him, yet he found delight in perusing them nonetheless. He picked up a colossal metallic gauntlet, its design strikingly similar to Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, with the sole distinction being that Thanos' was for the left hand while the one in his possession was for the right. Thus, it appeared that the Infinity Gauntlet indeed existed in two forms. It was plausible that Odin had once sought to collect the Infinity Stones, but ultimately failed to gather them all for reasons unknown. Returning the gauntlet to its place, Su-Mo continued deeper into the treasury. After a thorough exploration, he concluded that the items therein bore no significance for him, yet he was not disheartened. He viewed it merely as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. In the palace of the celestial realm, Su-Mo inquired, "So, your father has not even informed you about the ether particles?" "Indeed." Odin nodded respectfully. With a sigh of resignation, Su-Mo recalled the events of Thor, the Dark World, where he learned that one of the Infinity Stones, the Reality Stone, or ether particles, had been concealed by Odin's father, Bor. It was only during the convergence of the 9 realms that it connected to Greenwich and fortuitously entered Jane Foster's body. He had hoped to uncover its burial site through Odin, but it was evident that this aspiration had proven futile. Hence, Su-Mo decided to take his leave from Asgard, opening a portal to depart. Chapter 192, Entering a New World. Earth, Michigan, Detroit. On a desolate and dilapidated road, Sumo emerged from the portal. From his conversations with Hogan and the others, he had gleaned the unfolding events and realized that Avril ought to be assigned some security personnel among those on the island. The most suitable choice was undoubtedly the butterfly. Her innate ability, coupled with her training, had elevated her strength to the pinnacle of a high-ranking warrior. With her psychic capabilities, she possessed virtually no weaknesses. Through the sensor of the slave chip, he pinpointed her location and turned towards a specific direction. In a crumbling, abandoned factory, the butterfly stood at the edge of a rooftop, her gaze fixed intently below. In the overgrown square beneath, a group of soldiers clad in military green camouflage encircled a middle-aged man. The butterfly's attention was drawn to a bald man standing behind the soldiers, as one of the soldiers was about to fasten a black collar around the man's neck. Upon witnessing this scene, anger flared within the butterfly, prompting her to leap downwards. Yet, before she could act, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Startled, she spun around, instinctively swinging her right fist toward the figure behind her. Just as her fist was about to connect, she recognized Sumo standing there. Her expression shifted, and she quickly retracted her fist. "Master." She hastily attempted to kneel, but Sumo prevented her from doing so. His gaze drifted downward, where the unfolding events caught his attention. "This is the Sentinel Special Operations." The butterfly then explained the situation to him. From her account, Sumo understood the entirety of the events. The Sentinel Special Operations, which he had dismantled 2 years prior, had resurfaced. Despite having taken all the data and researchers, the remaining senators had managed to resurrect the organization using scant remnants of information. This time, they had learned a degree of caution, operating underground to secretly capture mutants. Prior to aligning with Apocalypse, the Butterfly and Caliban had formed an underground mutant organization, utilizing Caliban's ability to sense mutant locations to trade in their data. After joining Sumo's ranks, they had enjoyed relative freedom, but upon her return to the base, she discovered that all mutants, including her friend Caliban, had vanished. A thorough investigation revealed that they had been apprehended by the Sentinel Special Operations, with Caliban reduced to a tool for hunting mutants. After hearing her explanation, Sumo turned his gaze to the bald middle-aged man behind the soldiers. "Is that your friend Caliban?" The butterfly nodded, swift and decisive. After Sumo uttered a phrase, he, accompanied by Ling Dai, swiftly traversed the portal and materialized below. Ling Dai nodded, extending her right hand to conjure a violet lightsaber, and with a flicker, she vanished from sight. The soldiers were utterly unprepared, swiftly dispatched by Ling Dai's prowess. Ultimately, only a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader, remained. Sumo immediately invoked his soul-capturing technique. Moments later, he casually snapped the man's neck and discarded him aside. It appeared that these individuals had learned to be cautious. From the man's mouth, Sumo gleaned information regarding a stronghold of the Sentinel Special Operations, but he remained oblivious to the location of the headquarters, only possessing a singular line of communication with his superiors. Clearly, following the recent annihilation of their group, these individuals had concealed even the whereabouts of their headquarters. However, extracting them would not pose a significant challenge, and he might not even need to intervene personally. At that moment, Ling Dai led Caliban forward. "Greetings, I am Caliban. Thank you for your assistance." Caliban expressed his gratitude to Sumo as he approached. Sumo turned to assess him, noting that he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with an unusually pale complexion and a physique that seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. The mutant suppression collar that had recently encircled his neck had already been severed by Ling Dai's hand. "No need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to Ling Dai instead," Sumo replied, glancing towards Ling Dai. "Delegate the matters concerning the Sentinel Special Operations to others. I have a task that requires your attention for the time being." "Understood, Master." Ling Dai nodded, displaying no inclination to resist Sumo's command. An hour later, Sumo returned to Death Island. Ling Dai had already been delivered to Avril's side, ensuring her safety under Avril's protection. Caliban was brought back and entrusted to Emma for arrangements, utilizing his ability to sense the location of mutants within a certain range. Locating the Sentinel Special Operations posed no difficulty, especially since that place likely housed numerous mutants. Sumo raised his gaze to the sky. After several days, the Sky City had arrived at the island, floating several hundred meters above the ground. Most of the Black Widows from around the world had also congregated on the island, amounting to a staggering 7,000 or 8,000 individuals. The island had become quite lively. A portion of the soldiers who had been on missions were also recalled. After Emma disseminated the cultivation methods, she organized these individuals into groups of 50, with the soldiers guiding them in their training. Within a year or two, These individuals would emerge as the backbone of the island's strength. The Green Goblin hoverboards had officially entered production. Perhaps, when the Chitauri army arrived in a year, there would be no need for him to intervene. The soldiers on the island alone could handle the situation autonomously. Observing the island's progress, Suemo swiftly entered the Star Tower. In the training chamber, he disrobed and reclined within the nutrient pod. As the nutrient solution infused into him, gentle energy began to flow into his body, gradually enhancing his strength. Sensing the augmentation of his physical capabilities, Suemo closed his eyes and activated the dreamwalking technique. He did not choose to enter Spider-Man's world, although he would attain stellar level 9th rank power within a year. Successfully breaking through to cosmic level would require prior enhancement of the Beast God's abilities. Conservatively, this enhancement would necessitate around 10 immortal crystals, equating to a staggering 10 billion points. Additionally, by then, the star-devouring vine would likely reach the pinnacle of stellar level. He would need to purchase the metals required for promotion to cosmic level, which would incur another substantial expenditure of points. He must acquire points swiftly. In Spider-Man's world, there were currently few avenues for point acquisition. Thus, he had no choice but to venture into other realms. Chapter 193, The Basement. In a dimly lit room in a certain world, Suemo gradually opened his eyes. A sharp pain radiated from various parts of his body, indicating that this incarnation of himself found himself in dire straits. Merely assessing his condition, he discovered his body marred with swelling and bruises. After a moment, a look of surprise crossed his face. What was happening? He found no trace of the original owner's soul within this body. According to previous experiences, upon employing the dreamwalking technique to traverse into another realm, the original owner's soul would typically be sealed within their consciousness, resting in a dormant state. This situation, however, was unprecedented. The original owner's consciousness was devoid of a soul. The only plausible explanation was that the original owner had perished, their soul departed from the body. Judging by the condition of the body, death had likely occurred less than an hour ago. Struggling to sit up from the ground, Suemo surveyed his surroundings. Based on the decor, he deduced that he was situated in a cramped space resembling a basement. The room enveloped in darkness. He could only discern the environment through his mental prowess. Currently, he was in an underground storage-like area. Aside from 3 sets of bedding piled in the corner, the rest of the space was cluttered with miscellaneous items. Expanding his mental energy, Suemo's realization dawned upon him. He seemed to be in the basement of a villa. There was not a soul in sight, and the thick layer of dust on the belongings indicated that the villa had long been abandoned. The entire vicinity was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. At that moment, through his perception, he sensed 2 figures, a man and a woman, approaching the villa with gentle footsteps. Moments later, they slowly opened the door leading to the basement and descended the stairs. Through his mental perception, Suemo could distinctly sense that once they closed the basement door, both sighed in relief. Observing this, Suemo contemplated thoughtfully. "Brother, you're awake?" The young man, who bore a resemblance to him, descended and fiddled with something in the corner, illuminating the room with a bright light. Upon seeing Suemo sitting up, a look of delight crossed his face as he rushed forward to support him. Following closely behind was a girl with 2 golden braids, who also displayed a hint of joy upon seeing Suemo. "Su, how are you feeling?" Noticing the expressions on their faces, Suemo managed to muster a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the young man was likely his younger brother, a conclusion drawn from their similar features. As for the woman's identity, he could not ascertain with the information at hand, but it was reasonable to assume she shared a close bond with them. Though the original owner had perished and the body was in a state of near demise, such matters posed no significant issue for him. As long as this body remained intact, a simple vial of life essence could swiftly mend his injuries. Upon hearing Suemo's reassurances, the woman abruptly recalled something and nudged the young man. "Xiaoyan, quickly fetch the medicine for your brother." "Oh, right." As Su Yan listened, she finally grasped the situation. Removing the backpack slung over her shoulder. From it, she extracted some anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medication, assisting Suemo in taking them. Observing this, the girl felt a great sense of reassurance. She too retrieved her backpack and pulled out some bread that had been thoroughly crushed. "We scoured 3 supermarkets and could only find this much," she lamented, her expression one of despondency. Subsequently, she divided the bread between the 2 of them, and from her bag, she produced a can of luncheon meat, opening it before handing it to Suemo. "You're injured. Eat more to aid your recovery." As Su Yan held the bread, anger flickered across Suemo's face. "Those people are utterly outrageous. We kindly offered them refuge in the shelter, and not only did they expel us, but they also left you in this state." Upon hearing this, Sumo's expression shifted. Shelter? Could it be that this world is also a wasteland? The thought flashed through his mind. When the girl offered him food, Sumo did not decline but accepted it directly. Fortunately, the bread's packaging was intact, and he paid it little mind. Given his current physical condition, even casting spells would place a tremendous burden on him. It was best to focus on recuperating for now. Clearly, this body had not consumed food in quite some time. An overwhelming hunger compelled him to savor even a single piece of bread. After consuming the meager provisions, he gradually regained some strength. Among the three, aside from Sumo, the other two had only nibbled a piece of bread smaller than a palm, rendering them too weary to speak. And Sumo had no opportunity to glean information about this world from them. After more than half an hour, rhythmic breathing emanated from Su Yin and the girl, indicating that their search for food had exhausted them. Noticing that both had succumbed to slumber, Sumo decided to test the temporal flow between the two worlds. Thankfully, the time ratio was also 1-to-1. From his pocket, he retrieved a vial of life water and drank it down. Then he closed his eyes, feeling a warm current flow within him. Wherever the warmth coursed, the pain from his injuries dissipated in mere seconds. As waves of comfort washed over him, Sumo too drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Sumo was roused by a rustling sound. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Su Yin and Lisa already prepared for departure. Lisa was, of course, the girl with the 2 golden braids. "What are you two up to?" Hearing the voice, Su Yin realized Sumo had awakened. The room's illumination stemmed from a large battery in the corner, which could not be replenished once depleted. Thus, unless under special circumstances, the room remained shrouded in darkness. "Brother, you're awake," Su Yin exclaimed upon noticing Sumo's consciousness had returned. "Rest easy. We plan to check some further supermarkets to see if we can find more food. I'll accompany you," Sumo asserted, rising from the ground and stretching his limbs. Unbeknownst to the two, 10 rings materialized on his arms before vanishing once more. As a surge of power coursed through his body, he felt an overwhelming urge to let out a long howl. Chapter 194. The Silent Land. Thanks to the dim light, the two girls noticed Sumo standing upright. "No way, brother, how is this possible?" Su Yan's face froze in disbelief. He was acutely aware of Sumo's injuries, given yesterday's condition. It would not have been an exaggeration to say he was barely clinging to life. He had even doubted whether Sumo would survive until his return. Yet here he was, seemingly restored after just one night. Realizing this, he hurried to the corner. After a few maneuvers, the room's lights flickered back to life. He did not glance at Sumo, who stood 2 meters away, but rather stepped to the side. Picking up the medication Sumo had consumed the previous night and examining it closely. "This medication seems fine. Brother, how do you feel?" Placing the medicine on the ground, he approached Sumo, worry etched on his face as he touched Sumo's wrist. Sumo exhibited a hint of surprise at this gesture. "You understand traditional medicine?" "Not really." "Then why are you pinching my wrist?" Sumo retorted, shaking off Su Yan's hand. "I just heard that those who are on the brink of death often feel cold." Su Yan replied sheepishly. "Get lost." "All right." In their moment of urgency, both spoke in Mandarin, leaving Lisa bewildered as she watched them. However, she gradually began to comprehend the situation, despite not understanding their words. It was evident from Sumo's upright posture and the expressions of the two that he had considerably recovered. Both girls were adamant in their opposition to Sumo's desire to accompany them in the search for food. In desperation, Sumo picked up a table leg as thick as his arm and effortlessly snapped it. The two stared at him, dumbfounded. "Wait, is that a superpower?" Su Yin exclaimed, picking up the broken leg and testing it himself, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Sumo. "I'm not entirely sure what happened. I just felt an abundant surge of strength upon waking up this morning." Sumo fabricated an explanation, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. Su Yin paused for a moment, then excitedly grabbed the remnants of the medicine from last night, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Yet, within moments, he resolved to take a risk. "Fortune favors the bold," he declared, swiftly pouring the same dosage Sumo had taken the night before down his throat. Seeing this seamless action, Sumo did not intervene. After all, they were merely anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications. As long as he didn't overdose, there would be no harm. He understood the motivation behind Su Yan's decision, though he knew disappointment awaited him. After swallowing the medication, a glimmer of yearning lit up Su Yan's face. He had intended to encourage Lisa to take some as well, but after a moment's thought, he cautiously repacked the remaining medicine into his backpack. The effects of the substance remained uncertain, and he didn't want to hastily administer it to her. "Let us move." He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and rose to head toward the door. Lisa observed Su Yan's inexplicable actions, her face a canvas of confusion. Clearly, she could not fathom his train of thought. Emerging from the basement, Su-mo surveyed the scenery outside. Upon witnessing the surroundings, a singular thought resonated within him. Silence. Surprisingly silent. Glancing at the trees and feeling the temperature, he easily deduced that it was likely spring, around April or May. Yet, not a single bird's call could be heard in the vicinity of the villa. Nonetheless, Su-mo was not astonished. The variety of zombie viruses was numerous, and it was not surprising that they could infect animals as well. Under Su Yan's guidance, the trio ventured along the path outside the villa, heading eastward. Su-mo expanded his mental perception, reaching out to the surroundings. The villa appeared to be nestled within an affluent neighborhood situated on a hillside, comprising over a dozen houses. Within this vicinity, not a single zombie or living soul could be detected. However, other discoveries awaited. Sumo's mental focus honed in on a villa less than 500 meters away from them. Within the villa, a creature resembling a desiccated corpse lay sprawled upon the carpet of the grand hall. This monstrosity was of immense stature, towering over 3 meters in height. Its skin a mottled blackish gray, akin to the withered bark of an ancient tree. Its limbs, particularly the forelimbs, were elongated and sinewy, and its head bore no eyes. Only a mouth that dominated its entire visage. Upon witnessing this abomination, Sumo's expression momentarily froze. The creature appeared oddly familiar, coupled with the eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. A thought flickered through his mind. The silent place? With this realization, he attempted to cough softly. At the sound, Su Yan and Lisa halted abruptly, their faces etched with terror as they turned to gaze at Su-mo. Ignoring their expressions, Su-mo extended his mental senses. As he suspected, upon the utterance of his voice, the creature on the carpet seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, leaping into action, its mouth blooming open like a grotesque flower, emitting a bone-chilling roar. In one bound, it shattered the door and charged towards him. Witnessing this, Su-mo was now certain. This was indeed the realm of the silent place. After sweeping his mental perception across the vicinity once more, he sighed softly. The number of these creatures appeared limited. Within a kilometer radius, only this one creature was present. Thus, even if he were to eradicate all the monsters in this world, it was unlikely he would reach even a tenth of what he had encountered in the zombie realm. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. A conservative estimate suggested he would reap at least 500 or 600 million points from this endeavor. Such a bounty would alleviate his immediate concerns. As for his ability to confront these creatures, Su-mo harbored no doubts. Even a single firearm could dispatch such a foe, and in a one-on-one confrontation, it would struggle to withstand even a minute against a skeletal soldier. He found it perplexing. Such feeble beasts should be easily dealt with in the face of modern firepower. Clearing them out should be relatively straightforward, particularly given their acute sensitivity to sound. The faintest noise he had made was audible to the creature from 500 meters away. A train's horn would likely attract every monster in the city. At that point, a single missile strike could annihilate them all. After pondering for a while, Su-mo attributed the situation to some unknown factor. Su Yan and Lisa, having witnessed Su-mo make a sound, rushed towards him, urging him to flee towards the basement. However, before they could pull him away, the creature had already entered their line of sight, sprinting towards them with alarming speed. Chapter 195. The moment of hunt. As the creature lunged forward, Su Yan and Lisa's expressions shifted dramatically. It was over. Having been driven from their sanctuary, they possessed no firearms. During their last outing, they had sought weapons but to no avail. They had hoped to find some today, but it seemed that fate had other plans. Relying on bare hands to confront such a monster was evidently futile. Standing between them, Su-mo scrutinized the creature up close. His mind fixated on a singular thought. It was truly repulsive, especially when its mouth gaped open. Without hesitation, Su-mo freed his hands from their grasp. Clenching his right fist, he swung at the creature, which was within 3 meters of them. The rings on his arms surged forth in a blaze of golden light, sending the creature flying several dozen meters away before returning to rest upon his arm once more. Su Yan and Lisa could only watch in astonishment as a golden streak shot forth from Sumo's hand, the nearby monster crashing to the ground, reduced to a puddle of gore. It was evident that the creature's internal structure had been utterly shattered. Observing this spectacle, both of them rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Damn it, I knew it," Su Yan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Brother, you've awakened your powers, haven't you?" He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, though he managed to restrain himself from shouting, knowing not how many creatures might be drawn to such a noise. "Perhaps," Su-mo replied with an exasperated nod, acknowledging Su Yan's exuberance. At that moment, Lisa stepped forward, reaching out to touch his arm. Finding nothing extraordinary, She looked up at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What did you just unleash? Without responding to her inquiry, Suemo turned his attention in another direction. Another one is coming. In his mental perception, he sensed another creature approaching from the north, evidently drawn by the commotion. It was clear that these beings were far more sensitive to sound than he had anticipated. What? Su Yin and Lisa exchanged alarmed glances. But upon seeing Su Mo's composed demeanor, they felt somewhat reassured. Nevertheless, the long-standing fear of these monsters lingered, prompting them to cautiously retreat behind Suemo. In a matter of moments, the second creature emerged into their view. Suemo, unperturbed, casually summoned a skeletal soldier wielding a bone blade, directing it towards the approaching monstrosity. This was merely a standard skeletal soldier, unenhanced by hellfire, standing just over 2 meters tall. Yet, facing a creature taller than itself, the skeletal soldier exhibited no fear, leaping forward wielding its bone knife with lightning speed to slash at the creature's forelimbs. The two entities narrowly missed each other. The creature stumbled as it landed, one of its forelimbs severed and tumbling to the overgrown ground. Feeling the pain from its severed limb, the creature emitted an enraged roar. However, before the sound had fully escaped its maw, the glimmering bone knife descended once more. The skeletal soldier, devoid of endurance issues, did not pause upon landing. It charged at the creature again. Perhaps having been at the apex of the food chain for too long, the creature's combat instincts had deteriorated. Preoccupied with its own howling, it failed to anticipate the swiftness of the next attack. In a moment of desperation, it raised its remaining forelimb to block the bone knife. But it was as if slicing through tofu. The skeletal soldier effortlessly severed the creature's other long arm. The ensuing chaos was predictable. Deprived of both forelimbs, the creature was left at the mercy of the skeletal soldier. From their vantage point, Su Yin and Lisa watched in terror as the skeletal soldier dismantled the monster with ease, reducing it to mere fragments. Where did this thing come from? They thought. Fear etched across their faces. It's far more brutal than the last one. As the skeletal soldier approached Suemo, the two felt their hearts sink. It was too late to flee now. All they could do was hope that Suemo could handle the creature. The skeletal soldier halted beside Suemo, standing motionless. Realizing what had occurred, Su Yin poked Suemo's arm gently. Big brother, you control this thing, right? Upon receiving a nod from Suemo, they both sighed in relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had us worried for nothing. Su Yin murmured softly as he cautiously approached the skeleton soldier, gingerly circling around it. He scrutinized the skeletal figure from head to toe, finding mere observation insufficient. In a moment of curiosity, he even reached out to touch the bony frame. How intriguing it was. This entity was merely a structure of bones, yet it moved with a semblance of life. Meanwhile, Lisa cast a discreet glance at Suemo previously. One could attribute Suemo's peculiar behavior to some physical transformation, but summoning skeletons was an entirely different matter. A thought crossed her mind, a troubling possibility. Could he have been possessed by some malevolent spirit or lich? However, upon witnessing Su Yan's inquisitive exploration of the skeleton, she refrained from voicing her concern. Suemo understood well that such musings could easily arouse their suspicion. Yet, he cared little for their speculations. He had no time to indulge in their games of make-believe. The priority was to eradicate the monsters of this world swiftly and accrue points. At that moment, a gurgling sound emanated from Su Yan's stomach. Shall we find something to eat first? He inquired quietly, clutching his belly. Suemo turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course. He levitated into the air, and the dark grimoire slowly materialized before him. An endless shroud of black mist began to spread outward, enveloping a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers in mere moments. Shadows began to flicker within the mist, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves. An inexhaustible army of the undead emerged from the darkness. As the cacophony echoed, monsters began to converge from the outskirts. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Suemo's forces, they trembled and attempted to retreat. Despite their low intelligence, instinct warned them of the imminent danger. Yet, the undead army would not allow their escape. Before they could flee, several skeletal arrows struck them down, pinning them to the ground. Half an hour later, the black mist gradually dissipated. Su Yin and Lisa stood in stunned silence, gazing at the boundless sea of skeletons that stretched before them. Above, dozens of colossal bone dragons, larger than commercial aircraft, circled through the sky, with several liches wielding staffs perched atop their heads. Suemo sat astride one of the bone dragons, his gaze fixed on the distant, steadily approaching specks, a smile playing on his lips. The time for the hunt had come. Chapter 196. The Vanished Army. Even upon standing atop the Empire State Building, the tallest structure in New York, Su Yin and Lisa felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Even Su Yan, usually oblivious to such matters, had begun to realize that his older brother was somewhat abnormal. He cast furtive glances at Suemo as the air raid sirens blared. Monsters from all over New York surged toward the building. Yet, the area surrounding the skyscraper was already teeming with the vigilant undead army. The moment any creature dared to show itself, it would be swiftly dispatched. Suemo lounged on a small stool, stationed before a barbecue grill, which was laden with an array of seafood, prawns, oysters, and squid. Due to the monster's rampage, all land-dwelling creatures capable of making noise had been eradicated, leaving behind only these oceanic delicacies untouched. The food sizzled on the grill, and the tantalizing aroma wafted across the rooftop, instantly snapping Su Yin and Lisa back to reality. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yin mustered his courage and approached. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Suemo. In response, Suemo casually turned the food on the grill before lifting his head. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your brother is indeed dead. He succumbed to his injuries." Upon hearing this, both Su Yin and Lisa's expressions shifted dramatically. They harbored no doubts about his words, fully aware that given the original owner's condition, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. What they had previously attributed to a physical mutation and the awakening of abilities now appeared to be mere delusions. Moreover, considering the capabilities of the individual before them, there was no need for deception. He could effortlessly eliminate them both. Su Yin wiped away the tears welling in his eyes. "Why didn't you just keep it a secret? Why reveal the truth?" Suemo chuckled softly at this. "What purpose would that serve? You both have the right to know the truth. From now on, you two will no longer need to fret over survival. Consider this a reward for occupying this body. That's unnecessary. If you truly wish to repay me, just provide me with some weapons." Su Yan's face hardened with determination. "You intend to seek revenge for your brother?" Suemo surmised, quickly grasping his intentions. With that thought in mind, he reached into a portal, emerging moments later with a case of beer in hand. "Even if you wish to go, you must first fill your stomach. If you happen to perish, you might as well do so with a full belly." After a brief silence, Su Yin sat down across from him. Lisa followed suit, cracking open a can of beer and taking a hearty swig. "I'll go with you." The meal continued for a full 2 hours. After such an extended time, nearly all the monsters in New York had been eradicated. Suemo checked the system panel and noted that his points had increased by around 10 million. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the number of monsters had exceeded his initial expectations. The next step was a long-term endeavor. Suemo opened portals to several continents, and under the leadership of the Lich King, the undead army embarked on their mission to cleanse the world of monsters. Conservatively estimating, it would take only a month to eradicate all creatures from Earth, as these undead beings were tireless and could operate 24 hours a day without rest. Once the undead army was deployed across various locations on the planet, Suemo turned to the two behind him. "All right, now we can pursue our vengeance. Follow me." With that, he stepped through an adjacent portal. The two exchanged curious glances at the portal before stepping through as well. Upon crossing, they found themselves in a sprawling armory, easily over 1,000 square meters in size. "Take what you need," Suemo instructed before vanishing from sight. This armory was located within a military base in America. He had brought them here to select weapons while also investigating the whereabouts of the soldiers and army. Logically, despite the formidable nature of these rampaging monsters, they should not have had a significant advantage against an organized military force. The silence that had descended upon the earth suggested there were other underlying reasons for the current state of affairs. Suemo reappeared outside the armory, where the base was eerily quiet. Inside the barracks, he found them completely deserted. Entering one room, he noted that apart from a thick layer of dust, the furnishings were remarkably orderly, yet there were no signs of daily life. Furthermore, there were no corpses of soldiers in the base. It seemed that the soldiers had hastily departed upon receiving some order. After a thorough inspection of the base, aside from the complete destruction of electronic and communication equipment, no other peculiarities were discovered. Suemo was well aware of the cause of this electronic damage. As far as he knew, these monstrous entities emitted a peculiar pulse that incapacitated all surrounding electronic devices. Presently, the only places on Earth likely to harbor functional electronic equipment were confined to the ship and a few remote islands. After all, these creatures did not venture into the water. Thus, the safest havens were probably those vessels and islands. Moreover, he was certain that the majority of the surviving population was situated in these two locations. Returning to the armory, the duo had selected their gear, and they were now fully equipped. They donned bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, handguns, rifles, and grenades. Their backpacks were crammed with several large boxes of ammunition. Su Yin was relatively better off, whereas Lisa, burdened by the weight of her equipment, found it exceedingly challenging to remain upright. At that moment, Su-Yin stood beside a small artillery piece, seemingly contemplating how to transport it. Observing their appearance, Su-Mo sighed. The creatures in New York had been eradicated. There was no need for such an arsenal. Hearing this, Su-Yin shook his head. With the external threats eliminated, the impending struggle would be among themselves. Those humans were not significantly easier to contend with than the monsters. Su-Mo regarded him with newfound respect. He recognized the validity of Su-Yan's words. Following the extermination of the creatures, they would soon confront a chaotic society, warranting the collection of additional weaponry. With this thought in mind, Su-Mo opened a portal leading to their previous hideout and generously declared, "You have half an hour. Take what you wish." Half an hour later, Su-Mo surveyed the living room, now teeming with an assortment of weapons, and felt a tinge of exasperation. He stood beside a stack of artillery shells nearly as tall as himself. While he could comprehend most of the selections, he questioned the wisdom of leaving such devices here, fearing that an accident might send them skyward. Realizing the folly, Su-Yin hastily pushed the shells back into a safer position. At the entrance of a villa a few kilometers from their previous hideout, the trio emerged from the portal. Su-Yin and Lisa each cradled a submachine gun in their arms. Under Su-Mo's persuasion, they had opted not to bring along the sniper rifles. However, as a substitute, they each carried several grenades. Su-Yin gazed at the familiar villa, a wistful expression crossing his face. Before the arrival of the monsters, I had some financial means. And in a moment of inspiration, I built this doomsday shelter, never anticipating it would save both our lives. Regrettably, my parents were not here. And now I am left all alone. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered across his features. Observing this, Lisa gently patted his shoulder. Su-Yin wiped away his tears and steadied himself. After all, he had survived in this apocalyptic world for over half a year, exhibiting commendable mental fortitude. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. With a steely resolve, he looked at the villa, a cold smile gracing his lips. Was my sanctuary so easy to seize? With that, he led the way to a doghouse in the backyard. Lifting the top of the doghouse, he revealed a concealed pipe, one of the 8 ventilation shafts of the shelter. He then produced a tear gas grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it inside. After a moment's contemplation, feeling one grenade insufficient for his purpose, he followed up with 2 more, effectively sealing the pipe. Next, he circled the villa, blocking all hidden ventilation shafts of the underground shelter. Clutching his submachine gun as he took a position at the entrance leading to the underground passage, Su-Mo, observing from a distance, extended his mental influence downwards. The shelter lay over 30 meters underground, sprawling over 200 square meters, divided into 2 levels. It was equipped with a plethora of amenities, including a living room, bedrooms, bathrooms, an entertainment room, a gym, and even a private cinema, alongside a storeroom stocked with ample food and water, as well as an independent power and heating system. Naturally, with Su-Mo's capabilities, he could have effortlessly dealt with the occupants within. However, he refrained from doing so. Vengeance was best left for them to enact themselves. "Your shelter must have cost a pretty penny, didn't it?" Su-Mo inquired. "Indeed." Su-Yin nodded. "I spent over $100 million on it." Inside the shelter, Bob reclined comfortably on the sofa in the living room, a glass of 1982 Lafite in hand, silently thanking Su-Yin and his companions for their contribution of the shelter. If it weren't for those fools with their bleeding hearts, how could he enjoy such a luxurious lifestyle? At that moment, another man ascended from downstairs. "Bob, guess what I found in the storeroom? Premium Iberian ham." He placed an exquisitely packaged box on the table and opened it. "I must say, those little brats truly know how to indulge. This ham alone is worth tens of thousands of dollars. And now, it's all ours, isn't it?" Bob took a sip of his wine and responded with a grin, "Absolutely. We can treat those little brats to a taste of it tonight." With that, Bud carried the ham toward the kitchen. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke began to billow from the various ventilation shafts in the ceiling, rapidly filling the entire room within seconds. "What the hell is going on?" Bud rushed back from the kitchen in alarm. Simultaneously, a middle-aged woman with dark skin burst from a nearby bedroom, exclaiming, "Damn it, what are you two doing?" As she spoke, tears and mucus began to uncontrollably stream from their faces. "Oh no, it's tear gas," Bob shouted, making a dash for the exit. However, halfway there, he fought through the haze to return to the corner of the living room, grasping a shotgun before sprinting toward the door. The entire shelter was engulfed in tear gas. In the villa, Su-Yin tightened his grip on his weapon as he heard footsteps approaching the doorway. He exchanged a glance with Lisa, both preparing for the confrontation. Moments later, Bud and the middle-aged woman stumbled through the entrance, their eyes bloodshot and nearly blinded by the gas. Seeing their distress, Su-Yin pulled the trigger aimed at Bud. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Bud screamed before collapsing lifelessly. Witnessing Su-Yin fire, Lisa recalled the slap the woman had delivered to her face earlier, a flash of anger igniting within her as she followed Su-Yin's lead and pulled her trigger. However, unfamiliar with firearms, the recoil caused her aim to rise, and before long, her magazine was emptied, turning the middle-aged woman into a sieve. Su-Yin looked at Lisa in astonishment. He muttered silently to himself, "Women can be quite ruthless." The middle-aged woman had suffered 3 or 4 gunshots to her face. Her skull shattered and grotesque, a truly horrific sight. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze, pulling Lisa with him to seek refuge once more. In this sanctuary, there were 3 individuals in total. Besides the 2 of them, there was another who was exceedingly cunning. He recalled vividly that these individuals were armed. And although he could not ascertain whether they would dare to brandish their weapons under such circumstances, he remained on high alert. Moreover, the gunfire above could not have gone unnoticed by the remaining person. They were likely lurking in the stairwell, waiting for the opportune moment. After a minute of tense anticipation, the last individual had yet to make an appearance at the door. However, they were not in a hurry. The tear gas had begun to permeate the exit, and remaining in the smoke for an extended period would be far more urgent for them than for him. His assumptions proved correct. Bob, concealed in the hallway, struggled to open his eyes and saw that the tear gas was already encroaching upon him. He could not afford to wait any longer. Gritting his teeth, he stripped off his clothing and hurled it outside. Seizing the moment the gunfire erupted, he leaped out. Just as he was about to fire, he felt something protruding beneath his feet. A quick glance down revealed he was standing on an anti-personnel mine. "Damn it," was all he could manage to utter before a deafening explosion obliterated him into a mist of blood. Once the 3 adversaries were dealt with, Su-Yin and his companion erupted in cheers. Turning to survey their surroundings, they discovered Su-Mo's figure had vanished. At that moment, Su-Mo had already departed from the Silent Realm. The task of eliminating monsters was the responsibility of the Lich King, and there was no need for him to remain vigilant in that world. He had directly traversed into another realm. Chapter 198, Pandora Planet, Avatar. On Pandora, in a certain forest, within a space pod, a middle-aged woman clad in a white lab coat, her short brown curls framing her face, was unleashing her fury upon her assistant. "Are they jesting with us? We cultivated 3 avatars, and 2 have perished. Has the security in America deteriorated to such an extent? The deceased had at least 1 twin brother to take their place, but what was to be done about the one before her? Professor Grace, we have been instructed to devise our own solutions." The assistant replied quietly, lowering her gaze. "Devise solutions? How are we to do that? These avatars are clones created from human genes. They are of no use to anyone else besides the original." Professor Grace slammed her hand upon the table in frustration. At that moment, a figure nearly 3 meters tall with blue skin, lying on a bed, suddenly opened its eyes. It was Su-Mo, who had just crossed over. The instant he awoke, he sensed something was amiss with his body. He bolted upright, glancing down at himself, only to be greeted by a blue posterior. "Have I turned into a smurf?" His movement drew the attention of Professor Grace and her assistant, who were both taken aback. Seeing Su-Mo sitting up, Professor Grace's expression shifted, and she turned to her assistant. The assistant, equally startled, quickly rifled through the documents in her hands to verify. Indeed, the data sent from headquarters confirms that this avatar is legitimate. She then directed her gaze back at Su-Mo, who was surveying his surroundings. "Are you Mr. Su-Mo?" "Yes, that's me." Su-Mo nodded. Through telepathy, he had discerned his current condition. "Avatar?" he mused to himself. At that moment, he realized why he felt something was amiss upon awakening. The avatar's physique, while somewhat resembling that of a human, bore significant differences. Firstly, the height disparity was stark. Avatars stood nearly 3 meters tall, with exceptionally muscular bodies. Furthermore, avatars possessed tails, along with a neural connection braid at the back of their necks. Naturally, the sensations experienced could not compare to those of a human. Acknowledging this, he approached the door of the space pod, opening it, and stepping outside. What met his eyes were towering trees, their trunks as thick as arms, with vines winding between them, while the ground was adorned with various bizarre shrubs, none of which were familiar to him. However, these shrubs shared a common trait. They were all remarkably beautiful. Gazing at the enchanting scene before him, Su-Mo couldn't help but express his awe. Inside the space pod, Professor Grace watched Su-Mo stepping out and instructed her assistant. "Contact headquarters and verify if there has been a mix-up with the data." She then reclined into a nearby apparatus akin to a nutrient pod. Moments later, a female avatar, barely distinguishable as such, rose from her resting place and approached Sumo from behind. "Welcome to Pandora." Half an hour later, the two companions returned to the space pod with Sumo, who had familiarized himself with the basic knowledge of Pandora. The assistant carefully scrutinized Sumo, then pulled Professor Grace aside. "Professor, I have confirmed repeatedly with headquarters that the genetic template for this avatar is indeed deceased, and there are no other personnel named Sumo at the base." Upon hearing this, Professor Grace's expression shifted to one of surprise as she stared at Sumo. "Who exactly are you?" Sumo overheard their conversation clearly and understood why he had directly entered the body of this avatar upon arriving. It turned out that his counterpart in this world no longer existed, and this avatar had been cultivated using his doppelganger's genes, allowing him to seamlessly inhabit this avatar's body through the dreamwalking technique. In response to the professor's inquiry, Sumo maintained his composure and replied, "Haven't I already mentioned? My name is Sumo, I'm 23 years old, and I signed up for the Avatar program after graduating." As he effortlessly recounted his background, the expressions of both the professor and assistant grew more perplexed. What on earth was happening? Professor Grace murmured, "What you've described aligns perfectly with the records we have. And given that only the original can control a cloned avatar, it is highly likely that you are indeed him." At that moment, the assistant leaned closer to her. "Professor, do you think it's possible that some sort of mutation occurred during the cloning process, resulting in a transfer of his original memories as well?" Grace paused, her expression thoughtful. "That possibility cannot be dismissed. From what we can see, it seems to be the only explanation." With that, Professor Grace stepped forward. "Lieutenant Su, welcome to the Pandora Biological Research Team." Hearing this, a subtle smile flickered in Sumo's eyes. What he had just recounted about the original's background was simply information he had gleaned through telepathy from the two. He truthfully conveyed what he could and fabricated the rest, successfully deceiving them. Initially, he had intended to leave this place immediately. However, upon attempting to use magic, he discovered that within this body, he was entirely incapable of casting spells, a revelation that altered his expression dramatically. After all, following the execution of the dreamwalking technique, his sole reliance was on magic. Yet, it was evident that the avatar's body was inherently resistant to magic. In the absence of the ability to wield magic, he found himself unable to extract even the 10 rings from the dark grimoire. His only recourse was the mental energy he could currently manifest. A solitary glimmer of good news was that the body of an avatar was significantly more robust than that of a human. Consequently, his mental energy was considerably more potent than that of an ordinary human. After a rough estimation, he surmised that his current mental power was approximately 4,000 kilograms, barely meeting the standards of a high-ranking warrior. At that moment, 2 azure figures entered the room. Upon noticing Sumo, who was seated and acclimating to his new physique, they approached him. "Hello, I am Jake, and this is Norm. Both of us are newcomers who have just arrived on Pandora." "Sumo," came his succinct reply, his gaze lingering on Jake's face. If his memory served him correctly, this Jake was the character who ultimately renounced his human identity and fully embraced his Gnostic's heritage and avatar. "All right, children, rest well today. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture into the jungle 100 kilometers away to collect specimens." Professor Grace clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention, imparting her instructions. Clearly, considering their age as avatars, all 3 were akin to newborns, having been alive for less than a day. Chapter 199, Mineral Resources. The following morning, Sumo gradually awoke. The strength of this avatar body had reached the level of a quasi-warrior, enabling him to begin absorbing cosmic energy. Last night, he had commenced his training with the gene origin energy cultivation method. During the initial training session, his bodily cells were in a state of voracious thirst, typically resulting in a substantial enhancement of strength. Indeed, this was the case. After a night's passage, his body underwent a remarkable transformation, achieving the pinnacle of a novice warrior. In terms of cultivation talent, it was evident that the avatar possessed advantages over humans. Additionally, the temporal disparity between this world and the original world was approximately 3-to-1. For every day that passed in the Marvel Universe, 3 days transpired in this realm. As he was aware, this planet was abundant in rare minerals, and he intended to investigate. If he could uncover even 1 or 2 types of minerals required for the evolution of the star-eating vine, he would strike it rich. It is worth noting that the minerals necessary for evolving from stellar to cosmic grade required a staggering 200 million points. Should he find a portion of these minerals on this planet, he could simply exchange them for dimensional travel, transporting the star-eating vine here to absorb energy. After all, this ability was something he would inevitably need to acquire. Relying solely on dream walking was far too limiting. It was only suitable to enhance his strength while in the nutrient pod. Moments later, a Samson transport aircraft settled onto the cleared space in front of the space pod. Once the aircraft was stable, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, descended from it. One of the figures, seated in a wheelchair, was none other than Jake's human form, while the other man was the last of their trio of avatars, the biological expert Norm. After exchanging greetings, the woman with long hair, sun-kissed skin, and a slightly plump figure extended her hand towards Suemo. "Hello, I am Trudy, your pilot for this mission." Suemo. His words were as brief as ever. At that moment, Professor Grace emerged holding a box filled with instruments. "Equip your weapons. We are ready to depart." With the circular blades on either side of the aircraft whirring to life, the transport slowly began to ascend, heading towards the distant jungle. Gripping an unknown model of firearm, Suemo positioned himself at the open door of the aircraft, casting his gaze downwards at the mountainous jungle. What lay beneath was a verdant ocean. Under the soft glow of the rising sun, the rising mist gradually dispersed, revealing a breathtaking panorama that unfolded before his eyes. "Wow, it's stunning," Norm exclaimed. And both Suemo and Jake nodded in agreement. "This place is quite suitable for retirement," he remarked in awe. "Do not be deceived by this picturesque scenery. The jungle is far more perilous than you might imagine. A single monster could take your lives," Professor Grace warned, her voice carrying a note of caution. "When we disembark, do not fire your weapons recklessly without my command." She instructed Suemo and Jake, noting that only they among the 4 avatars were armed. Ideally, their team configuration should have included 3 biological experts, including Jake's twin brother Tommy, alongside Suemo serving as security. However, with Jake replacing Tommy, it was evident that he could not inherit his brother's knowledge, resulting in a team comprised of 2 experts and 2 security personnel. Half an hour later, the transport aircraft gently descended in a designated area. "All right, young ones, don your gear. We will rely on ourselves for the next day," Grace announced, shouldering her backpack before leaping down. The other 3 swiftly followed suit. "Trudy, shut down the engines. We will be staying here for a while," Grace called out as she approached the cockpit, her voice raised to be heard over the tremendous noise of the aircraft's propellers. Inside the cockpit, Trudy, donning a transparent visor, nodded. The engines fell silent. Upon disembarking, Suemo surveyed the surrounding environment, failing to discern any notable differences from the location of the space pod. "Let us go." Noting that the other 3 were still taking in their surroundings, Professor Grace urged them on, leading the way into the depths of the forest. Suemo followed closely. From what he knew, the rare minerals in this world were predominantly located beneath the massive home tree where the female protagonist resided, as well as beneath the tree of souls that connected the entire planet. Finding these locations would undoubtedly be expedited by accompanying Jake. After all, his mental energy currently had a coverage range of only about 50 meters. Searching for these 2 locations on such a vast planet alone would be a fool's errand. Being with Jake, however, would increase the likelihood of encountering the female protagonist Neytiri, who would likely guide them to the gathering place. The 4 of them proceeded in a determined direction, slowly exploring. With each distance traversed, Grace and Norm would pause to extract samples of various plants from the ground. During these moments, Suemo and Jake remained vigilant, alert to their surroundings. According to the original storyline, they were destined to encounter a Reaper beast, leading to their separation. The Reaper beast resembled a panther but was colossal, being several times larger, with a height of about 3 meters and a length of 7 to 8 meters. It was said that even humans, let alone avatars armed with firearms, would need an element of luck to survive a confrontation with such a creature. However, Suemo felt no concern. Although he currently possessed only about twice the strength of an avatar, his mental energy was nearing the pinnacle of a high-ranking warrior, reaching a formidable level of several tons. The weight of this avatar body was merely 200 to 300 kilograms, so flying using mental energy was not a daunting task. At the very least, with a power amplification of 36 times, even if he could not fully unleash it due to the body's limitations. Achieving a 7 to 8 times amplification was certainly within reach. Despite the potential for some bodily strain, it should suffice to deal with the Reaper beast. Sure enough, a few hours later, Suemo was playfully teasing a blue monkey hanging from a tree. From Grace, he learned that this creature was called a lemur, and it was far more docile than the monkeys of a May mountain. In fact, it even plucked a fruit from the tree and handed it to Suemo suddenly. A startled shout erupted from Jack, hidden within the dense underbrush, followed by a fierce roar from a beast. Suemo's eyes sharpened, and he dashed in that direction. By the time Suemo arrived, Grace and Norm were already standing aside. Not far from the trio, a Reaper beast was roaring menacingly at them. "Run!" Grace shouted. Swiftly turning, and leading Norm in one direction. Hearing this, Jack fled in the opposite direction. The Reaper beast, noticing Jack's isolation, immediately pursued him. In the chaos, no one noticed Su-Mo lurking nearby. Observing the scene, Su-Mo leaped into the trees, chasing after Jack and the beast. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, he trailed behind them, refraining from intervening as long as Jack remained unharmed. He was acutely aware that any rash action on his part could jeopardize his chances of encountering Netini of the Nausix tribe in the vast forest. In a frenzied dash, Jack ultimately evaded the Reaper beast by plunging into the water. However, he lost his way. Not only was he disoriented, but Su-Mo, following closely behind, had also lost track of their location. To him, the surroundings appeared monotonously identical, unless one had lived in the jungle like the Nausix. Distinguishing one area from another was nearly impossible. After wandering aimlessly for several hours, darkness enveloped the forest. Jack, wielding a torch, warded off encroaching poisonous wolves. Above, Su-Mo perched atop a tree branch several dozen meters above the ground, observing the unfolding scene below. Within his perceptive range, a female Nausix was sprinting toward him. It was none other than the protagonist, Netini. Spotting her figure, Su-Mo's eyes brightened. After waiting an entire day, she had finally arrived. Compared to humans, the Nausix were undeniably more uninhibited. At this moment, Netini was modestly covering only her chest and lower body, leaving most of her skin exposed to the air. Her flat, smooth abdomen, slender waist, and long, straight legs, complemented by a slightly raised tail, created an oddly captivating aesthetic. Moreover, her appearance was rather pleasing to the eye. This was the authentic essence of Avatar, Su-Mo mused. Yet, he remained still, leisurely observing from his vantage point. There was no imminent danger to either of them, and his intervention was unnecessary. He merely needed to follow them, as they would naturally lead him to the Nausix South gathering place. Once he identified the types of minerals present, he would then decide whether to remain in this world or depart. After Jack and Netini dispatched the poisonous wolves, Netini turned to leave, while Jack shamelessly pursued her. Su-Mo trailed slowly behind, relying on his telekinesis to ensure even the seasoned hunter Netini remained unaware of his presence. Half an hour later, he followed the duo to the branch of a colossal tree. This giant tree towered several hundred meters high, with branches over a meter in diameter. As he gazed around, Su-Mo was awestruck by the nocturnal beauty of the jungle. The flora emitted a myriad of colors, illuminating the night in an extraordinary brilliance, making him feel as though he had entered a fairy tale world. He silently resolved that even if this place lacked the minerals he sought, he would return once his strength had grown, determined to bring Pandora into the Star Tower. This locale was nothing short of a paradise. Down below, Jack and Netini had come to a halt atop the tree, engaged in a heated discussion. It appeared that Netini was urging Jack to leave. Having watched the original story, Su-Mo understood that Netini's sister had fallen victim to humans, leaving her with a deep-seated aversion to them. Her decision to rescue Jack was likely influenced by Grace, the human who had once imparted knowledge to them. However, Jack was no fool. He had just experienced the peril of being alone in this primitive jungle at night, where the likelihood of survival was nearly non-existent. How could he possibly forsake this slender thread of hope? Su-Mo, feeling rather bored, observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, something resembling a glowing jellyfish gently floated down and landed on Su-Mo's shoulder. Was this the seed of the Tree of Souls, Iwa? As the seed settled on him, a woman's voice resonated in Su-Mo's mind. Hello, child. Startled by the fragmented voice, Su-Mo paused. Are you Iwa? You could say that. The voice echoed again in his mind. More jellyfish-like seeds descended upon him, enveloping his entire body. Simultaneously, the voice in his mind became clearer. The natives of this planet indeed refer to me in such a manner. To be precise, I am the product of the fusion of all consciousness on this planet. Or you may call me the planet's will. Upon hearing this, Su-Mo's expression shifted to one of realization. He understood that all life on Earth could connect with the Tree of Souls, and upon death, their consciousness would upload to the network of the tree. Referring to it as the planet's will was not inaccurate. So, what is it you wish for me to do? I want you to save this planet and expel the Sky people. The woman's voice resonated in Su-Mo's mind. You seem to overestimate my capabilities. How could I, alone, drive them away? Su-Mo replied, a smile creeping back onto his face. Moreover, you must be aware that I am also one of the Sky people. Why would I assist you against my own kin? Iwa, unfazed by his words, responded, I can sense that you are not one of them. Your mental prowess is not on the same level as theirs. You cannot be of the same species. Furthermore, your following of those two indicates you have a plan. You may state your request, and if it is within my power, I shall fulfill it. The voice paused momentarily before continuing. As for resisting the Sky People, the creatures of this planet will undoubtedly stand by your side. Sumo's eyes gleamed at this revelation. With Iwa controlling the entire planetary network, acquiring knowledge about all the types of metals on the planet would undoubtedly be straightforward. Without hesitation, he replied, I need to know what metals exist on this planet. Metals? Certainly. As soon as the words left her lips, a torrent of visual information flooded Sumo's mind. Data pertaining to the various types of ores found on Pandora. Due to the overwhelming variety, Iwa could only convey images and basic characteristics of these ores. Subsequently, Sumo closed his eyes to peruse the information. Iwa's seeds served almost as a protective talisman on this planet, ensuring he would not be disturbed by any creatures. Chapter 201. The Deal with Iwa, Soul Crystals. As Sumo immersed himself in the information regarding the ores, Jack and Netini below became aware of the unusual spectacle unfolding above. After all, Sumo, enveloped by the seeds of Ava, resembled a colossal beacon in the night. It was nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him. Upon witnessing Sumo's current state, Neytiri gasped in astonishment. She then swiftly climbed to the branch where Sumo was perched, circling him twice, her face betraying disbelief. From the fingers that were visible, she deduced that he, like the fool behind her, was an avatar created by the Sky People. The primary distinction between avatars and Nausicaa was that the Nausicaa possessed only 4 fingers, whereas the avatars, cloned from human DNA, had 5. At that moment, Jake, who had been trailing Neytiri, finally caught up, albeit at a considerably slower pace due to his lesser climbing proficiency. Do you know him? Neytiri inquired, turning toward Jake upon hearing his voice. Yes, he's with me. We got separated when we encountered the beast this morning. Neytiri displayed no surprise at this revelation, for avatars were inherently linked to the Sky People. After a moment's hesitation, Neytiri unslung her bow and arrow, positioning herself protectively beside Sumo. Though she was uncertain about his current condition, it was evident that he had been chosen by Ava, and she needed to ensure his safety. Jake, noticing the seeds crawling across Sumo's body, instinctively reached out to brush them away. Wait, Neytiri exclaimed, swiftly swatting his hand aside. Jake, taken aback by her fierce expression, glanced back at Sumo in confusion. What on earth is happening? Seeing that Jake had abandoned his intention to disturb Sumo, Neytiri lowered her voice. It is a miracle. Sumo was, of course, aware of their presence, yet he remained unfazed, diligently absorbing the information regarding the minerals in his mind. There were over 500 types of minerals on this planet. Iron ore? Useless. Gold? Useless. Upon examining them, he found that nearly half were commonplace ores found on most planets. Wait, this is blood copper. Sumo soon stumbled upon a rare metal required for the star-eating vine to ascend to the domain master level. A flicker of joy crossed his face. Continuing his search, he quickly identified 7 or 8 types of precious ores needed. These minerals not only included those necessary for the star-eating vine's elevation to the domain master level, but also 2 types required for its advancement to the realm master level. Simply these 2 minerals alone were worth several million points. The only regret was that he had not found any minerals needed for the star-eating vine's ascension from the stellar level to the cosmic level. Determined, he resolved to expel these earthlings. This Pandora planet would be his. Half an hour passed swiftly, and he reached the final page of the information in his mind. Upon seeing the minerals recorded there, Sumo was taken aback. Wow. He hurriedly opened the system panel, locating the metal formula required for the star-eating vine's ascension from realm master to immortal. There he observed a white, translucent crystal, soul crystal. Technically, this was not classified as a metal, yet it was an indispensable material for the star-eating vine's elevation to the immortal level. Furthermore, from the immortal level onward, every minor realm, including the breakthrough to the cosmic sovereign level, required this soul crystal. The sheer quantity of soul crystals present on Pandora was worth billions of points. Examining the information conveyed by Ava, he learned that this crystal was a peculiar substance formed over thousands of years beneath the soul tree. Suppressing his excitement, he declared, Ava, I agree. Hearing Sumo's consent, Ava's voice brimmed with delight. Thank you. All beings on Pandora will be grateful for your actions. Sumo shook his head. No need for that. However, before anything else, you must ensure the vitality of these soul crystals. Soul crystals typically manifested on battlefields where numerous beings perished and once formed. They required special methods of preservation, otherwise, they would quickly lose their vitality. Consequently, the mere exchange for the containers needed to preserve these soul crystals would cost hundreds of millions of points. Rather than exchanging for containers, it would be more prudent to store them beneath the soul tree and collect them when needed. Of course, before that, he had to ensure protection from those humans. With their transaction concluded, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. The seeds that had settled upon him, as if responding to a command, gently floated away. Noticing that Suemo had awakened, Neytiri quickly turned around. You, take me to your dwelling. Without waiting for a response, Suemo spoke to her in the Gnostics language, a skill he had swiftly acquired from Ava's teachings, mastering it with the fluency of a native speaker. All right, Neytiri nodded. Initially, she intended to take Suemo to meet the priestess of their Omaticea clan, her mother, Saik. She was not at all surprised by Suemo's proficiency in their language. After all, it was not unusual for someone chosen by Ava to exhibit extraordinary traits. Follow me. With that, Neytiri glanced back at Suemo and led the way in the original direction. Brother, what exactly happened? Jake asked Suemo, eager to understand why this Gnostics woman appeared to harbor disdain for him, yet seemed so obedient in his presence. Suemo watched Neytiri as she distanced herself. You'll find out if you come along. With that, he hurried after Neytiri. Jake, resigned, shook his head, ultimately deciding to follow suit. He had already witnessed the dangers of this forest and had no desire to become prey for wild beasts. Half an hour later, the trio had traversed nearly 20 kilometers. Avatars, inherently strong and agile, were not lacking in speed or endurance. Soon, they came upon a colossal tree standing over 400 to 500 meters tall. Owing to the night, it was not until they approached the tree that Suemo and Jake could fully appreciate its towering grandeur. The tree appeared to have a hollow structure, with 3 or 4 massive gaps leading into its interior. The widest of these gaps measured 6 to 7 meters, resembling a grand city gate capable of accommodating several Gnostics simultaneously. Surrounding the giant tree, clusters of Gnostics gazed at them with curious expressions. As Gnostics, they could instantly discern the distinction between the two newcomers. After a brief moment, under Neytiri's guidance, they entered the tree. Inside lay an expansive clearing of several hundred square meters, at the center of which spiraled a staircase-like structure. Upon their entrance, the surrounding Gnostics gathered, roaring in excitement, making Suemo feel as though he had stepped into a mystical realm. Descending from the central spiral staircase were 2 elder Gnostics, draped in mere strips of cloth. They were adorned with garments resembling capes, which marked them as the tribe's chief, Itukin, and his wife, the high priestess, Saik. Simultaneously, they were the parents of Neytiri. Neytiri, why have you brought them here? I have explicitly stated that no extraterrestrials are permitted in this vicinity, Itukin exclaimed, directing his questions at Neytiri while casting a glance at the 2 individuals, Suemo and Jake, standing behind her. But a miracle has occurred with him. Neytiri hastily interjected. Upon hearing her words, a robust Gnostics approached from beside Itukin. Neytiri, these sky people possess strange abilities. It is possible you have been deceived by him in some manner. Allow me to test him. Since he has been chosen by Iwa, he should not perish at my hands. With that, he tossed his bow to a nearby Gnostics and drew forth a dagger made of an unusual material that was strapped to his chest. Come, defeat me, and I shall acknowledge you as the chosen one of Iwa. Neytiri, upon witnessing this, quickly positioned herself between the two, glaring furiously at Soot. Soot, I witnessed everything firsthand. That cannot be. Before she could finish her sentence, Suemo stepped forward to halt her words. He is correct. You must prove yourself. At present, he was unable to wield magic, and to send the fully armed Earthlings away, he would ultimately have to rely on the Gnostics. Therefore, it was imperative to win their allegiance as swiftly as possible. Among primitive tribes like the Gnostics, the law of the jungle prevailed. Strength was paramount. To gain their submission, one must demonstrate formidable power. Otherwise, even with Iwa's support, it would be improbable to command their obedience. The Soot before him was not a stranger. He was the next chief of the tribe and currently the strongest among them, albeit only in comparison to ordinary Gnostics. Upon hearing Suemo speak in the Gnostics' tongue, astonishment flickered across the faces of the surrounding Gnostics, including Chief Itukin and Saik. However, their surprise was merely a fleeting thought. Jake, observing the unfolding situation, appeared utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the Gnostics' language and was entirely clueless as to why the group seemed poised for conflict. Noticing Suemo's acquiescence, the surrounding individuals gradually retreated, clearing a space in the center. Neytiri, witnessing this, ceased her attempts to intervene, instead drawing the dagger from her chest and handing it to Suemo. She had witnessed Suemo covered in the seeds of the sacred tree and firmly believed he was the messenger sent by Iwa to save them. Thus, she could not allow him to fall at Soot's hands. Upon observing her actions, the Gnostics around them gasped in unison, while Soot, facing Suemo, flushed red with rage, as if he were about to explode. Sensing the tension, Sumo appeared to grasp the situation. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, pondering whether it held some significant meaning. Otherwise, Soot's expression resembled that of a man whose wife was being stolen away. It was common knowledge that, according to the natural order, Neytiri would be paired with him, becoming the next chief and priestess. As for himself, he harbored no intentions. After all, they were not of the same race. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. Regardless of whether he was the usurper, the final outcome would not involve Soot. If he refrained from intervening, Neytiri would ultimately end up with Jake. With his anger reaching its zenith, Soot let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Sumo. The surrounding Nausicaa erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Sumo remained remarkably composed, waiting until Soot's dagger was less than half a meter away before he summoned his strength. Channeling his energy into his legs, Sumo's speed multiplied several times, allowing him to evade Soot's attack with a swift movement. Rather than using the dagger, he delivered a lightning-fast punch to Soot's abdomen. Boom! With a resounding crash, Soot was slammed against the inner wall of a massive tree several meters away. In the final moment, Sumo even tempered his strength. The two bore no animosity, and there was no need to kill one another. It was essential to understand that these primitive Nausicaa harbored no ulterior motives. As long as one earned their respect, they would offer their unwavering loyalty. Witnessing this spectacle, all the Nausicaa in the hall stood frozen in place. They had failed to catch a glimpse of Sumo's swift movements, and before they knew it, Soot had been sent flying, the force behind the punch rivaling that of ferocious beasts. As they observed Sumo's decisive victory, Chief Itukin and Sahik exchanged knowing glances. In that moment, they were nearly certain that he was indeed the chosen one of Iwa. Standing at the center of the gathering, Sumo noticed the expressions of the onlookers and decided to amplify the spectacle. He extended his telekinetic abilities into the veins of the earth beneath him. In this world, one could connect with Iwa's consciousness almost everywhere. In mere moments, countless sacred tree seeds surged forth, enveloping Sumo. As these jellyfish-like seeds gathered around him, swirling in a serene dance, Sumo's body gradually began to levitate. This extraordinary display caused a stir among the surrounding Nausicaa, easily defeating the tribe's foremost warrior. Coupled with this miraculous event, solidified their belief that Sumo was indeed the chosen one of Iwa. A miracle, the manifestation of the mother goddess Iwa. Sahik was the first to react, kneeling before Sumo, who hovered in the air. Upon hearing her call, the surrounding Nausicaa promptly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Even Soot, who had just regained his composure, was no exception. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and knelt before Sumo with an expression of deep sincerity. At that moment, Jake stood there, utterly dazed, gazing at Sumo floating in the air. He was consumed by a singular thought. Who am I? Where am I? He had spent the entire time in a state of confusion. Just as he began to question his very existence, two Nausicaa approached him and firmly urged him to kneel. Neytiri, closest to Sumo, knelt on the ground, gazing up at him with adoration. Sumo, observing the sea of kneeling Nausicaa, understood that his objective had been achieved. He gently descended to the ground, and the sacred tree seeds surrounding him dispersed softly, vanishing into the hollows of the trees. The Nausicaa who had been kneeling began to rise. Sahik approached Sumo and announced to the assembly, "The messenger of Iwa shall be our tribe's next chief." Turning to Neytiri, she added with a smile, "Neytiri, as the next priestess, you shall guide the messenger in becoming familiar with all aspects of our tribe." Hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Neytiri's eyes. "Very well, mother." The Nausicaa below expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Even Soot, the originally designated next chief, voiced no objections, as if everything were merely a matter of course. Chapter 203, The Revelation. The following morning, on one of the main branches of the home tree, Sumo awoke from a cocoon-like bed. As he gazed at the enormous home tree beside him, the dim lighting of the previous night had concealed its grandeur, but now, in the light of day, he felt a profound sense of awe. Towering to the heavens, the immense tree resembled a vast village, with cocoon-like beds strung between its branches. At this moment, the majority of the Nausicaa had already risen from their slumber. After all, being a primitive tribe, there were no entertainment facilities to speak of at night, leading to an early bedtime. "Are you awake?" came the voice of Neytiri from the cocoon bed beside her. Breakfast consisted of palm-sized purple berries, which bore a flavor reminiscent of peaches. In the hall beneath the home tree, Jack glanced at Neytiri standing next to Sumo, then at a robust Nausicaa warrior beside him, letting out a wry smile as he spoke. "Can we have a private word?" "Of course." Sumo nodded, signaling Neytiri to wait a distance away. He then followed Jack into a thicket several hundred meters away from the home tree. Have you become the chief of the tribe? Jack asked excitedly after ensuring no one was around. He vividly recalled the scene from last night when the Gnostics knelt before Suemo. I am the next chief. Suemo corrected him with a hint of an enigmatic smile, glancing at Jack. He could easily surmise the purpose of Jack's visit. Unlike Jack, who possessed a human body, he had returned to his human form during the night while in a deep slumber as an avatar. Presumably, Jack had reported the events of the previous night. Currently, Jack stood on the side of humanity, and he could be considered Colonel Miles' subordinate. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Jack nodded, finding it consistent with the analysis presented by Professor Grace and her colleagues the previous night. Their analysis suggested that while Suemo had earned Iwa's favor, he could not immediately assume the role of chief. A period of acclimatization to the tribe was expected before he could take on such a responsibility. Professor Grace has instructed you to find a way to bring her into the tribe, Jack said, casting a glance around before speaking in hushed tones. Say no more. Suemo replied, betraying no surprise. He could have ordered the tribe members to send Jack away that very morning, but upon reflection, he decided against it. If he were to expel him without hope, Miles would likely resort to violent means to extract the minerals beneath the home tree in the near future. Comparatively, it was more prudent to keep Jack around, using him as an intermediary to stall for time. What he needed most now was time for development. Given the Gnostics' innate talents, if he could gather the warriors from the forest tribes and impart the cultivation methods, they could attain the strength to confront the current human forces on Pandora within a few months. After all, the humans on Pandora were merely an interstellar fleet dispatched by the RDA Corporation, and even those soldiers were just hired mercenaries lacking any overwhelmingly powerful weaponry. Professor Grace wants you to devise a way to bring her into the tribe. That's not an issue. I'll give the order shortly. Suemo nodded. Having seen the original story, he was well aware that Grace had always opposed the company's violent tactics for mineral extraction. Moreover, whether she came or not would not significantly alter the overall situation. Seeing Sumo's prompt agreement, Jack felt a sense of relief. He had learned yesterday that the human body of Suemo had long since perished. The one before him was merely a replica imbued with the memories of the original. The humans back at the base were apprehensive that he might align himself with the Gnostics, disregarding orders from the base. However, it was evident that their concerns were unfounded. With this in mind, Jack proceeded to relay Colonel Miles' directive. Colonel Miles has ordered you to find a way to lead these Gnostics to safety. After speaking, he turned to gaze at the towering home tree behind them. The company had detected that beneath this colossal tree lay the most densely concentrated area of mineral deposits within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Upon hearing this, Suemo feigned a look of distress. I've already mentioned that I am merely the next chief. The Gnostics may not necessarily heed my counsel regarding such matters. Indeed, Jack nodded in agreement. The company had anticipated this aspect as well. They had allotted 3 months, and if that were insufficient at this point, he made a gesture across his throat. Once the current chief passes away, you will naturally become the new chief. Losing one person is far preferable to the entire tribe perishing in war. Suemo, upon hearing this, lowered his head, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. After a moment, he raised his gaze. Convey to the company that I require 5 months. If by then I cannot persuade the tribe to relocate, I will resort to the method you suggested. Inside the home tree, Suemo sat in a room with Neytiri and her parents. Suddenly, the tribal chief, Itukin, stood up abruptly. Are you implying that the humans will inevitably launch an attack on our tribe? Indeed, Suemo affirmed with a nod. He tapped a few buttons on the tablet in his hand, and a holographic projection materialized in the air before them, displaying the home tree and the distribution of mineral resources below. This information had been obtained from Grace. Just yesterday, he had brought her into the tribe. What is this? The high priest, Sahik, gazed at the image in the air with a look of bewilderment. Suemo pointed at the mineral distribution map beneath the home tree. These are the targets of the Sky people, and the first step to extracting them is to fell the home tree. Impossible. We will never allow such a thing to happen. Neytiri exclaimed angrily from beside Suemo. Of course, no Gnostics would permit this to occur. Suemo reassured her. He then changed the holographic display to a video showcasing the various human aerial assault ships in action. As they observed the immense destructive power of the assault ships, Itukin's expression grew grave. Having become chief, he was among the most valiant of the Gnostics, and witnessing the might and defenses of these assault ships made it clear to him that the current combat prowess of the tribe was utterly inadequate to withstand them. Ultimately, he lifted his head sharply to regard Suemo. Are you telling us this in an attempt to persuade us to abandon the home we have lived in for decades? Certainly not. Suemo shook his head. Beneath the home tree lay numerous metals required to enhance the star-eating vines. He could never allow others to extract these resources. Iwa chose me to lead you in driving these sky people away. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three people in the room brightened simultaneously. However, Itoken's face quickly regained its solemnity. I cannot fathom how we can withstand such formidable weaponry. Noticing Itoken's expression, Suemo chuckled lightly. Follow me. With that, he led the three of them out of the room. The room itself was constructed within the trunk of the home tree, and stepping outside placed them on a branch suspended in midair. Suemo whistled, and a banshee swooped down. He mounted it, connecting his braid to its neural interface. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if the banshee had become an extension of his own body, allowing him to maneuver its movements with ease. On the second day after arriving at the tribe, at his strong insistence, Neytiri had taken him to the gathering place of the banshees, where he captured one to serve as his steed. With his formidable prowess, capturing the creature was undeniably effortless. The siren-winged beast succumbed to him as if it were but a mere chick, powerless to resist his will as he forcibly connected with it. Under the influence of his immense mental power, the creature had no chance to oppose him. Witnessing the entire process, Neytiri remained in a state of shock until he commanded the siren-winged beast to take flight. For any Nausicaa, connecting with their siren-winged beast was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. This was her first encounter with someone like Suemo, who executed the connection and ascent with such precision and fluency. The ferocious siren-winged beast, akin to a defenseless young girl, allowed him to manipulate it at will. At that moment, as she beheld Suemo skillfully riding away on the creature, a spark of wonder ignited in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and called out to her parents. With a leap, she landed atop the soaring siren-winged beast. Pursuing Suemo moments later, the four of them found themselves soaring above a dense jungle. Suemo, observing a reaper beast below as it hunted, severed his connection with the siren-winged beast and plunged downward. The other three gasped in alarm. No, Neytiri exclaimed. Below, there were no branches to break his fall. At such a height, a plunge would surely result in death or disability. Yet, Sumo's movement was too swift for her to intervene. She intended to command her siren-winged beast to catch him, but Suemo had already suspended himself in midair. How is this possible? Itoken gasped in astonishment. A few days prior, it could be understood that the soul tree seed was elevating him. But now what was happening? He had never witnessed a Nausicaa capable of flight. The key was that he possessed no wings, what enabled him to hover in the air. Neytiri and her mother mirrored his expression, both equally astonished. Yet, Suemo paid no heed to their astonishment. With a sudden movement, he crashed down to the ground. Nearby, the hunting reaper beast, startled by the noise, leaped aside. Its gaze fixed warily on Suemo. The others in the sky also noticed the reaper beast not far from Suemo. This creature was called a reaper beast for a reason. It stood at the pinnacle of the food chain on land, with its massive size paired with agility. No creature could threaten it. The others quickly grasped Sumo's intent. He was preparing to challenge the soul devourer. Realizing his audacious plan, they were taken aback. On the ground, the reaper beast, recognizing that it had only disturbed a lone avatar, let out a furious roar before lunging toward him. Suemo, however, bent his body and swiftly darted away, slipping beneath the leaping reaper beast and landing behind it. Extending his arms, he seized the beast's hind leg. Comparable in girth to a human waist, and with a powerful heave, he flung it with tremendous force. Over the past few days, Suemo had exchanged for a vial of dragon blood from the system shop. Dragon blood, crafted from the heart's blood of a royal dragon beast. It enhances physical attributes by 24 times. Effective for apprentice level, required points for exchange, 5,000. Prior to consuming the dragon blood, Suemo had already augmented his strength to 3,000 kilograms, and with the dragon blood's effects, his physical power exceeded 12 tons. His capabilities reached the level of a junior warrior. Coupled with the enhancement of his exertion techniques, his strength could peak at 60 to 70 tons under optimal conditions. Confronting a reaper beast using sheer physical might was a trivial matter. The reaper beast's body, uncontrollably hurled to the ground, struck with a force that left it dazed. Moments later, it regained its footing, shaking its bewildered head, its gaze filled with fury directed at Suemo, witnessing this, swiftly manifested an illusion and appeared above the reaper beast's head, delivering a devastating kick to its skull. With a resounding crash, the reaper beast collapsed, unconscious. Suemo established a neural connection with the fallen beast, which promptly awakened and rose to its feet under his command. With agile leaps, it swiftly ascended to the summit of a nearby hill. Neytiri and the others also descended upon the hilltop, their faces reflecting astonishment as they regarded Sumo. They had all witnessed the previous battle. Though they had seen him easily defeat Sutai days ago, the disparity in his displayed strength now was astounding. Sumo scanned their faces. If every warrior in the tribe could attain this level, do you think we could confront those sky people? Naturally, it took him mechanically nodded. Then he suddenly realized, what? Are you implying that all the warriors in the tribe could reach such heights? The excitement in his eyes was palpable. If all the tribe members could achieve this level, not only could they expel the sky people, but the Gnostics would become the rulers of the entire planet. It was well known that although they had lived in the jungle for generations, almost every expedition for hunting or gathering resulted in the loss of tribe members to various predators. Hence, after years of propagation, the tribe's population had remained around 2,000. Seeing Sumo nod, it took and eagerly approached him. From this moment forth, you are the chief of our tribe. Chapter 205, All Intermediate Warriors. Floating Mountain, also referred to as Hallelujah Mountain by humans, is rich in superconductive ores, possessing a peculiar magnetic field that allows these mountains to float in midair. The entire region is adorned with hundreds of mountains of various sizes suspended in the air. Within one of these hollow mountains, a gathering of 800 young and robust Gnostics congregated. This represented the entire fighting force of the tribe, with the remainder being the elderly, infirm, or disabled. At this moment, they all sat upright on the ground like schoolchildren. Before them, Sumo tirelessly elucidated the methods of cultivating the gene energy technique. After half an hour, he finally paused, parched and weary. Netani, standing nearby, offered him water contained within a certain type of leaf. Sumo took a sip, observing the murmuring Gnostics below. It must be said that instructing these primitive individuals in the art of cultivation was no simple task. Having spent an entire afternoon lecturing the day before, he was now engaged for another morning. Gazing at the bewildered yet clear-eyed expressions of those beneath him, Sumo sighed. The one silver lining was that not all Gnostics were utterly inept. The night before, several individuals had successfully absorbed cosmic energy, their powers elevated to that of beginner warriors. He believed that after this morning's session, that number would multiply several times. Soon, with the guidance of those who had already succeeded, the rest would surely cross the threshold of cultivation. After allowing them to experiment on their own, Sumo, along with Netani, ascended to a platform at the highest point of the cavern. This cavern within the floating mountain was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of inhabitants. Sumo intended to establish this as the headquarters for the Gnostics. At present, the tribe was merely a nascent seed. Once all these individuals embark on the path of cultivation, he will undoubtedly integrate all the tribes, both large and small, within the jungle. Conservatively estimating, he could organize a battalion of Gnostics warriors numbering around 5,000 to 6,000. Even if merely 1/10 of these individuals could ascend to the rank of battle general within 5 months. 500 to 600 battle generals would suffice to utterly obliterate those mercenary forces. After all, upon reaching the battle general level, the threat posed by conventional firearms to them diminishes nearly to insignificance. Even specialized anti-material sniper rifles would only pose a risk if employed in a stealthy ambush. As the reflexes of a battle general make evading bullets a relatively trivial feat, have you grasped all that I have just conveyed? Neytiri nodded. She had only just arrived today and had already committed to memory the content of Sumo's explanation after listening for merely half a day. Sumo also discerned that most of these Gnostics, who readily comprehended the cultivation techniques, had previously studied at the school established by Grace, evidently resulting in a significant enhancement in their intellectual capacities. Under Sumo's guidance, Neytiri assumed a position of 5 hearts to the sky and closed her eyes to attune herself to the cosmic energy. Concentrate. Noticing her fluttering eyelashes, Sumo called out sharply. Hearing his command, Neytiri then fully devoted herself to sensing the energy. An hour later, while Sumo himself absorbed energy, he seemed to perceive something and opened his eyes to gaze in Neytiri's direction. At that moment, faint streams of cosmic energy were gradually permeating her body. Observing this, Sumo nodded in approval. The commencement of absorbing cosmic energy signified that she had officially crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation. After confirming the absence of any abnormalities within her, Sumo closed his eyes once again to absorb cosmic energy. Initially, he had somewhat underestimated the Gnostics' innate talent for cultivation. Typically, an ordinary human, depending on their innate gifts or guiding techniques, can absorb cosmic energy for a maximum of 12 hours a day before their cells reach saturation, necessitating a day for digestion before further absorption can occur. However, the Gnostics, employing the same guiding techniques, can absorb energy at 2 to 3 times the rate of Earthlings. This implies that their cultivation speed can be 2 to 3 times that of humans. Compared to his own mixed-blood physique, pureblood Gnostics possess significantly greater prowess. His inaugural cultivation merely enhanced his physical attributes by a little over double, while those Gnostics who began their cultivation last night experienced a minimum 2-fold increase in strength, all attaining the status of intermediate warriors. It was not until the following morning that Neytiri halted her first energy absorption session. During this time, Suemo had mentally tallied that approximately 200 avatars successfully absorbed cosmic energy, reaching the level of intermediate warriors. The substantial number was greatly aided by the Gnostics' neural connection abilities. Among these young Gnostics, the ratio of males to females was roughly equal, with 1/3 of them being married couples. Typically, couples utilize their neural connection abilities to gain mutual understanding. This ability allows them to transmit certain knowledge or feelings to one another. Consequently, those Gnostics who successfully cultivated could share their insights with their partners through this means. Regrettably, this pairing connection is limited solely to married couples. Nonetheless, with over 200 cultivators, the process of bringing everyone into the realm of cultivation would not take long. At that moment, Neytiri's eyelashes fluttered a few times before her eyes slowly opened. She sprang up with palpable excitement. This is simply astounding. Just as she began to speak, her body leapt 5 to 6 meters high, startling even herself. Fortunately, as a Gnostics hunter, her adaptability was remarkable. With a deft maneuver, she landed gracefully on the ground. Rising slowly, she gazed at her hands in disbelief. My strength has at least quadrupled. Although she had witnessed the immense changes in her kin yesterday, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. The overwhelming feeling of power coursing through her body left her enraptured. 3 days later, a multitude of Gnostics stood atop a floating mountain. Whistles echoed as countless banshees descended beside them. These Gnostics nimbly mounted the creatures and turned their gazes towards Suemo, who stood at the center, all eyes reflecting reverence. Suemo surveyed the surroundings. By yesterday morning, every Gnostics had successfully sensed and absorbed cosmic energy, achieving the status of intermediate warriors. Among them, individuals like Neytiri and Suda had directly reached the pinnacle of intermediate warriors, and it was only a matter of time before their punching power reached 4,000 kilograms, crossing into the realm of advanced warriors. After a day of acclimatization to their newfound strength, today was designated for a unified hunt, as they needed to return to their home tree. With Jack and his companions around, the prolonged absence of nearly 1/3 of the tribe could easily raise suspicions. Chapter 206, The Raiders Strike. In a clearing within the forest, a group of Gnostics sat quietly atop heavily armored steeds, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, 2 male Gnostics emerged from the nearby thicket. Chief, there are no young warriors present at the Omadikea tribe's gathering. They must all be out hunting. One of the Gnostics reported, excitement evident on his face. The leader, a tall Gnostic adorned with intricate red markings, wore a necklace crafted from some sort of teeth. A cruel smile crept across his face as he waved his hand lightly. Spare no one except for women and children under the age of 1. With his command, the Gnostics erupted in jubilant cheers. Almost simultaneously, they urged their steeds forward, charging towards the massive trees in sight. Inside the home tree, within a wooden dwelling, Jack stood behind Grace. Why haven't I seen Sue lately? He is to be the next chief and has much to learn. Isn't that quite normal? Grace replied absently, fiddling with her test tubes. Her movements paused briefly. However, recently, the warriors of the tribe have been deployed rather frequently, nearly every day. Just then, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them. The entire room began to shake, and test tubes filled with some liquid toppled onto the floor. What is happening? Jack exclaimed in shock, staggering to the window to peer down at the home tree. Just in time to see a throng of Gnostics on heavily armored steeds charging into the clearing before the home tree. What on earth are they doing? Jack muttered, not paying much attention, as he had only been in the tribe for a little over a week and could not possibly know all the warriors. He assumed they were simply members of the tribe. This is bad. They are raiders. Feeling the room stabilize, Grace, having placed her instrument down, approached the window and gasped upon seeing the Gnostics adorned with red markings below. She quickly turned, rummaging through the room for 2 firearms, tossing one to Jack. What are raiders? Jack, utterly bewildered, caught the firearm tossed to him and inquired with a puzzled expression. As Grace examined the weapon in her grasp and proceeded towards the exit of the room, she began to elucidate. The term raiders refers to a faction among the Gnostics, a group that survives through plunder. It is said that these Gnostics were once members of ordinary tribes, but after committing transgressions, they were exiled. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they coalesced into a new tribe. The tradition of this tribe is to intermittently raid the neighboring tribes that cast them out. As Grace continued her explanation, the two arrived beneath the home tree, perched on a branch several meters above the ground. This location undoubtedly provided the most advantageous vantage point for shooting. Concealing themselves among the foliage, Grace added, "You better pray that your tribe can repel these raiders. Once a tribe falls to them, no male Gnostics within will survive. Of course, my fate would not be much better." Upon hearing her words, a manic grin spread across Jack's face. Despite the passage of several days, he subconsciously regarded this as merely a game. This avatar was but a character within his control. Should it perish, he would simply return to his human form on Earth. Death, a mere illusion. This mindset rendered him entirely devoid of fear. Behind the unseen home tree, a banshee-like creature soared towards the floating mountains, controlled by the Gnostics. Below the home tree, Itukin, accompanied by over 50 warriors mounted on heavily armored steeds, charged from a flanking position. "Theodore, after losing half your warriors last time, do you dare to invade our tribe again? Are you not afraid that none shall return?" The opposing leader chuckled. "Itukin, there's no need to waste time. I know you have summoned aid, but regrettably, you will not survive until they arrive." With that, he gestured sharply with his right hand. "Attack." Itukin, unperturbed, replied, "Omatico warriors, follow me into battle." Commanding his armored mount with thought, he led his 50-plus warriors into the fray, each wielding long spears forged from a formidable material. As the two factions collided, dozens of bodies quickly littered the ground on the raiders' side. "No, it cannot be." Theodore's expression shifted dramatically. In the instant of engagement, all of his warriors' spears were knocked aside, and the enemy's spears pierced their chests. The raiders exhibited virtually no resistance. In this primordial forest, Suemo had ensured that protective forces remained for the tribe. Over the past few days, 50 mid-level warriors had been stationed around the home tree, capable of addressing most emergencies. Before the raiders could react, the 50 warriors leapt into their ranks. In a heartbeat, these warriors descended upon them like tigers among sheep, and a significant number of raiders fell. Initially, they contemplated retaliation, but as all those who dared to fight perished, they recognized the disparity in strength and began to flee. Seeing this, Theodore hastily turned his horse around, leading the remaining raiders back along their original path. The warriors of the tribe, without hesitation, mounted their steeds and pursued their fleeing foes. Perched upon the branches, Grace and Jack observed the unfolding scene, momentarily stunned. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the raiders, resembling limp shrimp, fled within mere minutes, leaving them to ponder their unfounded worries. Casting a glance at the myriad of corpses strewn across the ground, they paid no further heed and turned back to their original quarters. In another part of the jungle, Itukin and his 50 warriors pursued the fleeing raiders. Itukin had likewise attained the strength of a mid-level warrior and was among the earliest to train. As the two parties entered a valley, the fleeing raiders unexpectedly halted, turning to face their pursuers. Simultaneously, 5 towering machine guns were wheeled out from behind the raiders. Itukin's face paled at this sight. "Retreat. These raiders have allied with the Sky People," he shouted, immediately dismounting and diving into the adjacent foliage. Meanwhile, several hundred Gnostics rode upon banshee-like creatures, following Suemo along a river that traversed the jungle, arriving over a wetland on the west bank. The expansive view below was devoid of the dense underbrush and towering trees characteristic of other areas. Sparse low-water plants grew along the riverbank, where various animals congregated. After surveying the area, Sumo's gaze settled upon a group of hammer-headed beasts. Their meat, akin to beef, was among the more palatable options available in the jungle. However, despite being herbivorous, these large creatures possessed tough hides, impervious to Gnostics' arrows unless struck in the fist-sized nostrils on either side of their heads. Additionally, these beasts were typically social, compelling the Gnostics to ride on their banshees to engage them. Even when deploying large numbers of tribe members, they could only capture 4 or 5 at most in half a day, barely sufficient for a single meal for the entire tribe, rendering it a low-cost endeavor. However, the situation had changed. After mastering the gene origin cultivation technique, these warriors now boasted strength nearing 3 tons. Hunting these hammer-headed beasts had become significantly more feasible. Following Sumo's command, dozens of Gnostics guided their banshees down towards the beasts. Upon noticing their approach, the hammer-headed creatures turned to flee. The Gnostics descended, and as the banshees hovered just 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the warriors leapt forth, thrusting their spears into the beasts with all their might. Under their enhanced strength, the spears penetrated deeply, half a meter into the flesh. The hammer-headed beasts let out a roar before collapsing to the ground. The Gnostics, having thrust their spears, swiftly leapt back onto the waiting banshees above. Suemo, witnessing the scene below, couldn't help but marvel at the Nausica's prowess in combat. Honed through years of living in the primordial jungle, their timing and control of strength were nothing short of perfection. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from afar. With the emergence of this sound, Suemo sensed a wave of fear emanating from the banshee beneath him. Noticing the change in expression on Netani's face beside him, he followed her gaze. This is bad. It's a phantasm. At the end of the rearward gaze, a dark red flying beast emerged. This creature was 3 to 4 times the size of the she-demon winged beast beneath him. Upon the appearance of this specter, a look of terror simultaneously manifested on the faces of the Nausics in the sky. This entity was the natural enemy of the she-demon winged beast. When one encountered it while riding, the chances of escape were exceedingly slim. Even if one did not perish in its jaws, the steed beneath would likely be injured, leading to an inevitable fate of being thrown to the ground. As the specter approached, the flying she-demon winged beasts became increasingly agitated. Bring the prey below back. With a commanding voice directed at the others, Suemo soared towards the specter. The position of the Spectre Knight seemed to hold great significance among the Nausics of these forests, to rally warriors from other tribes. The Spectre Knight served as a valuable bargaining chip to recruit the Nausics. Suemo himself held little interest in the creature. It appeared merely as an oversized butterfly, capable of dominance only within this world. If he could wield magic, summoning a skeletal dragon would render it no more than a triviality, easily dispatched with a mere swipe. As Suemo advanced towards the specter, excitement shone in the eyes of the Nausics behind him. He had somewhat underestimated the esteem in which the title of Spectre Knight was held among these Nausics. A Spectre Knight could persuade a tribe leader to willingly relinquish their chieftaincy and follow him. Netani was no exception, observing Suemo's retreating figure. A glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. As he drew within 100 meters of the specter, the she-demon winged beast beneath him hesitated, reluctant to proceed. Suemo, witnessing this, did not display surprise. To charge forward recklessly would likely result in immediate demise at the claws of the specter. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the specter using telekinesis. His choice to remain in his previous attire was twofold. First, he was unaccustomed to the near-nude appearance of the Nausics. And second, it facilitated his flight under the influence of his mental powers. Upon sighting Suemo, the specter emitted a roar and lunged forward, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. This movement played directly into Suemo's hands. In an instant, he elevated himself above the specter's head, his fist poised to strike. With a resounding thud, the impact sent the specter tumbling downward, its eyes rolling back in its head. Suemo descended slowly behind it. As he neared the ground, the specter regained consciousness, frantically flapping its wings to slow its descent, though it still crashed onto the ground, rolling upon impact. Suemo gently touched down, advancing towards the specter. While it was difficult to assess other aspects, the specter's resilience was undeniable. After enduring a barrage of blows, it shook its massive head and gradually rose to its feet, recovering within mere moments. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Suemo's face. It seemed quite promising. He relished a mount that could withstand such rough treatment. Muttering to himself, Suemo approached the specter. As it eyed him with a flicker of anger, it prepared to attack, but Suemo's small fist fell once more upon its forehead. The specter rolled its eyes back and fainted again. High above, Netani excitedly urged him, "Connect. Seize this opportunity to establish a link." Yet Suemo remained unhurried. He gazed up at Netani in the sky, offering a gentle smile, before looking down at the recovering specter and delivering yet another punch. After receiving 7 or 8 blows, the specter, upon regaining consciousness, pressed its head to the ground, extending the neural connector at the back of its head, resembling their own braided appendages. Satisfied, Suemo smiled and established a mental connection. He was not one to engage in unnecessary exertion. Chapter 208. You have chosen your path to death. Above the forests of Pandora, the colossal specter soared ahead. Trailed by the tribe's main forces, the Nausics rode upon the backs of the she-demon winged beasts, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at the specter, their voices rising in a cacophony of howls. Seated upon the specter's back, Suemo listened to the unified roars behind him, his expression marked by a frown. One might think he had become the king of monkeys. However, it must be acknowledged that in comparison to the she-demon winged beasts, the larger specter offered a significantly steadier ride. Half an hour later, the outline of the home tree appeared on the horizon. Within the home tree, countless figures emerged. Upon catching sight of the large troop in the sky and the specter soaring ahead, their faces lit up with excitement. The tribe's warriors had returned from their hunt. Observing the prey hanging below, They gasped in astonishment at the sight of the hammerhead thunder beasts, which numbered easily in the hundreds. Wait, the one flying ahead is the Spectre Knight? My goodness, it truly is the Spectre Knight. A chorus of exclamations erupted within the tribe. Grace and Jake also stepped out from within. What exactly is a Spectre Knight? Jake inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he listened to the elders and children exclaiming in awe. The Spectre Knight is the spiritual leader in the hearts of all Gnostics. Grace explained, her gaze fixed on the massive figure in the sky. Afterward, she turned to Jake. You must accelerate your learning of the Gnostics language. Typically, the selection process for the avatars was rather stringent. Once cloning commenced, those in control of the avatars were required to systematically study the various knowledge and languages of Pandora, a process that could span several years. However, it was evident that Jake, as a temporary substitute, had not undergone this process. After arriving, Grace had already mandated that he begin catching up on this knowledge. Unfortunately, the results were not substantial in the short term. In midair, Sumo maneuvered the Spectre to descend onto one of the massive branches of the home tree. As he leaped off the Spectre's back, it emitted a call, rising once more into the sky. Following the establishment of their neural connection, a bond had formed between them. As long as they remained on Pandora, they could sense each other's positions through the planet's omnipresent mental network. With a mere thought, Sumo could summon it. At this moment, all eyes in the tribe were fixed upon him. Upon realizing that the individual who had become the Spectre Knight was their tribe's next chieftain, another round of cheers erupted from the crowd. As Sumo descended from the branch, he scanned the throng. Where were Atukin and the others? His gaze fell upon an elder. Upon hearing his inquiry, the elder excitedly recounted the events that had transpired. To them, the tribe's confrontation with the raiders was akin to a one-sided massacre, and they held no concern regarding pursuing them. At worst, the raiders might escape. There was no need to worry about Atukin's safety. However, Sumo frowned upon hearing this. After contemplating for a moment, he was about to head out to investigate when Atukin and his companions emerged from the distant jungle. At this moment, their appearance seemed rather woeful. Nearly everyone bore wounds upon their bodies. Following closely behind were the Gnostics, who carried 7 or 8 corpses on their backs. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumo's expression darkened. Clearly, some unforeseen circumstance had transpired. Otherwise, given their current strength, it would be impossible for them to be in such a dire state against those marauders. Nevertheless, despite their grim appearance, Itukin and his companions wore expressions of joy. From this day forth, our tribe shall no longer suffer the incursions of raiders, Itukin proclaimed excitedly, raising his spear high in the center of the clearing. Upon hearing these words, a cheer erupted from within the tribe. Previously, the tribe had endured incessant harassment from those marauders, with deaths numbering in the dozens or even hundreds during each encounter. In stark contrast, with only 7 or 8 casualties this time, they had completely annihilated the invaders, marking a significant victory. Contemplating this, all the Gnostics turned their gazes towards Sumo. During this period, fortune had smiled upon them. The hunting parties had returned with over 100 hammerhead titans, and after being processed into jerky, these provisions would sustain the tribe for nearly a month. Thus, during the rainy season, the tribe's hunters would not have to risk venturing out for game. It is well known that hunting in torrential rains results in exceedingly high mortality rates for hunters. According to Gnostics customs, they would gather sufficient food before the rainy season to survive this period. Furthermore, the emergence of the Phantom Knights within the tribe signified an era of great prosperity. Historically, whenever Phantom Knights appeared, it heralded the tribe's most flourishing times. Now, the marauders who had frequently plagued them had been completely eradicated. Consequently, the Gnostics attributed all their successes to Sumo, the one chosen by Iwa. Standing behind Sumo, Netani gazed at him with admiration. She understood well that the sentiments of her kin were not misplaced. These triumphs were indeed a testament to the cultivation methods passed down by Sumo. In the distance, Jack looked on with a sour expression, muttering 2 words under his breath, infatuated fool. An hour later, within a chamber of the home tree, Itukin animatedly recounted the events to Sumo. Although he still held the title of chief publicly, privately, he was in utter awe of Sumo. After vanquishing the marauders, he had come to a profound realization of just how formidable this tribe could become under Sumo's leadership. Facing an enemy force of 500 to 600, which was tenfold their own, they had dispatched them with the ease of children, offering no resistance whatsoever. Had those marauders not colluded with the Sky people to acquire such potent weaponry, they would not have suffered even a single casualty. Even with the enemy's firepower, they still managed to eliminate the threat at the cost of only 7 or 8 lives. Such combat prowess rendered them nearly invincible on Pandora, save for the Sky people. Furthermore, Suemo had revealed that this was merely the beginning. In the future, their strength would multiply by several, perhaps even hundreds of times. Upon hearing his explanation, Suemo immediately discerned that this matter was likely related to Colonel Miles. This individual, like the owner of RDA, was unscrupulous in his pursuit of profit, capable of committing atrocities such as the slaughter of Gnostics for the sake of mining underground resources. Objectively speaking, from a human perspective, their actions could not be deemed entirely erroneous. However, Suemo was not a judge, nor did he wish to ponder the morality of their actions. Yet, if they sought to exploit the underground minerals, Suemo could only declare that they were courting death. Chapter 209, Retribution, Detonating the Armory. Several hundred kilometers away from the home tree, within a stronghold established by RDA, a group of individuals gathered around a monitor, transfixed by the imagery displayed. "This is impossible," exclaimed Professor Grace, her eyes widening in disbelief at the footage. How could the Gnostics possess such strength? The video depicted Itukin and his warriors clashing with the marauders in the forest, where one Gnostic hurled another into the air, soaring a dozen meters high. Due to Suemo's explicit instructions, the Gnostics could not exhibit their full strength in the presence of Grace and Jack. Thus, while they had engaged in a one-sided massacre beneath the home tree, to outsiders, it merely appeared as if they were somewhat stronger than their adversaries. However, in the jungle, confronted with machine gun fire, the stakes were life and death, and the Gnostics fought with all their might. Their performance was consequently strikingly different. Wait. Grace suddenly recognized several familiar faces on the screen, realizing this was footage from today's battle between the tribe and the marauders. Her gaze turned to Colonel Miles standing nearby. "Where did you obtain this video?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the sound of gunfire erupted from the video, seemingly recorded just beside the camera. She quickly grasped the implication. "Did you supply those marauders with weapons? Are you insane? This will turn all Gnostics on this planet against you." Miles, unfazed by Grace's indignation, wore a sardonic grin on his beefy face. "And what of it? Do you think I care about the opinions of the monkeys?" Grace stared at him incredulously. From his words, it was clear that in his eyes, the Gnostics were no different from mere animals. She intended to counter his remarks, but found herself at a loss for words. Miles disregarded her furious expression, turning away with his subordinate. It appeared that these Gnostics were not as easily manageable as he had anticipated. He instructed Jack to investigate what had transpired among the Gnostics in this tribe. "Yes, sir." The following evening, in the jungle outside the base, Suemo surveyed the vast expanse of the stronghold, which exceeded 10 square kilometers. The facility was composed entirely of steel and concrete structures, surrounded by towering walls equipped with an array of weaponry. Given the primitive state of the Gnostics, resisting such advanced civilization was akin to a fool's errand. Had it not been for the brevity of human presence on this planet and their sparse numbers, the Gnostics would have had virtually no chance of driving the humans away. Suemo extended his mental energy into the base. From Jack's subtle probing this morning, it was evident that the enemy had recognized the extraordinary capabilities of their warriors. However, he was not surprised, having provided the marauders with machine guns. It was only natural for them to implement surveillance measures, such as installing cameras, which the marauders would surely not detect. Standing in the jungle outside the base, Suemo extended his mental energy inward. After years of development, the creatures of the forest had come to recognize the danger presented by the stronghold. No animal would recklessly charge the facility again. Consequently, the vigilance of the security personnel had diminished significantly. Within the guard towers along the walls, several soldiers on duty were already drowsy. This was, of course, quite normal. Who among workers does not seize the opportunity to slack off, especially during the night shift? Moreover, rotating cameras had been installed at intervals along the perimeter wall. Once any anomalies arise in the cleared area nearly 100 meters beyond the walls, the surveillance cameras will trigger alarms, rendering any concerns of the soldiers utterly unnecessary. Soon, Suemo discovered a room atop the wall, filled to the brim with weaponry. Not only were there various firearms, but also an assortment of ammunition and grenades. Suemo exchanged for a storage ring and collected a portion of the firearms and ammunition from the room. Subsequently, under the manipulation of his telekinetic power, the safety pins of the grenades were released, producing a soft clattering sound from the box storing them. Boom. Following a thunderous explosion, the concrete wall trembled violently. The entire roof of the ammunition storage flew into the air, creating a massive crater in the nearly 5-meter-thick wall. The soldiers, drowsy in the duty room, were jolted awake and fell to the ground, their minds now alert. They sprang to their feet and rushed to the window, witnessing the room engulfed in flames. After igniting the munitions depot, Su-Mo swiftly turned and dashed in another direction. With his current mental prowess, he could only envelop a radius of approximately 300 meters. Barely half a minute after the initial explosion, another blast echoed. Over the next 5 minutes, the walls surrounding the base erupted in great fireballs at intervals, until 6 or 7 ammunition depots along the walls were obliterated. The successive detonations animated the entire base. Half an hour later, in the command center at the heart of the base, Colonel Miles gazed at the assembly of officers below him. Can anyone explain what is happening? They, as mercenary forces, were naturally responsible for the base's security. The surveillance had already been scrutinized. Prior to the explosions, no one had entered the ammunition storage. An officer began to explain. So what? Are you suggesting that all the city defense depots experienced simultaneous accidents tonight? Colonel Miles bellowed. Colonel, could it be the Naziks? A quieter officer ventured. Do you truly believe those blue-skinned monkeys possess the intelligence to orchestrate such a scheme and corrupt our men? Miles glared at the officer, questioning his rationale. He certainly did not think the Naziks had the capability to stealthily approach the walls without detection, given that the surveillance showed no one entering the area before the explosions. The only plausible explanation was that an insider had tampered with the installations, perhaps setting up some sort of delayed or remote detonation device. Investigate. Continue the search. Furthermore, before the walls are repaired, assign all available soldiers to guard the breaches. If a monster breaches the base, I will feed you to it. Meanwhile, Su-Mo was already mounted on the back of a death beast, heading towards the home tree. His mental energy delved into the storage ring, tallying his weaponry acquisitions. Chapter 210, 8,000 Naziks warriors. At this moment, the storage ring brimmed with various firearms and ammunition. There were a total of 7 depots along the walls. In each depot, Su-Mo claimed 1/3 of the weapons and 2/3 of the ammunition. After the violent explosions and conflagrations, the entire warehouses had been reduced to ruins, and the fragments of ammunition and firearms were scattered beyond recognition. No one would be so tedious as to piece together these remnants to assess what was missing. The focus within the base would be on identifying the traitors. A moment later, Su-Mo withdrew his mental energy from the ring. In total, there were over 200 firearms and tens of millions of rounds of various ammunition. After all, the primary purpose of these warehouses was to store ammunition. There was not a substantial amount of firearms. Moreover, most of the ammunition comprised machine gun rounds. The wall's defense primarily relied on the machine guns mounted atop. The 5 machine guns seized from the marauders would indeed come in handy. Unfortunately, his telekinetic abilities were not particularly robust, and the coverage area was too limited. Otherwise, he would have directly looted their main armory. Although Su-Mo had intended to exchange for the heart of the Millennium Willow yesterday, with his current points, acquiring those needed items would have been a mere trifle. However, the system informed him that after using dragon blood, he would need to wait at least a month before he could consume the heart of the Millennium Willow again, or he risked adverse effects on his body. Of course, he could exchange for higher-level treasures in the marketplace, which would bypass restrictions and elevate his power to the pinnacle of a war god, akin to the solutions used in the nutrient chambers. Yet, the required points were significantly higher, amounting to hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Su-Mo decided against the exchange. Although he currently possessed a considerable amount of points, he deemed it unnecessary to squander them in that manner. Even if his physical strength were to increase dramatically, he could not perpetually guard this location. Ultimately, he would rely on the Naziks to safeguard the mineral resources on the planet. An enhancement in his own strength would not yield substantial benefits. Furthermore, this was merely a temporary body. There was no need to elevate his power excessively. He would cultivate naturally. After all, with his current mental prowess, he could absorb cosmic energy while simultaneously practicing the celestial god's catalog. In the ensuing days, Su-Mo busied himself riding the Phantom, visiting various tribes. In this vast jungle spanning over 1 million square kilometers, there were numerous tribes like his. These tribes varied in size, with larger ones numbering 2,000 to 3,000 people, while smaller ones had just over 1,000. With the dual identity of Phantom Knight and Ava's Messenger, these tribes showed no hesitation in pledging their loyalty to him. After expending an entire week, Su-Mo had successfully relocated all the tribes to the caves of Floating Mountain. According to his plan, once he dealt with the personnel from the RDA, the tribes near the home tree would also migrate here. Compared to the jungle, the Floating Mountain offered significantly greater safety, free from the disturbances of monstrous creatures. The primary reason these tribes had not chosen the Floating Mountain was that a large portion of their warriors were unable to tame the banshee-winged beasts. Even among the larger tribes, the number of aerial knights barely reached 200 to 300, making it impossible to procure sufficient food for the tribe. However, after training, the situation would differ. Once their strength increased several-fold, taming the banshee-winged beasts became remarkably simple. Just days ago, after all the tribal warriors stepped into the ranks of martial artists, their first task was to capture a banshee-winged beast. The habitat of the banshee-winged beasts was located not far from the caves on another floating mountain. No one yearned more for the freedom of flight than the Nausicaa. Within the caves of Floating Mountain, over 20,000 Nausicaa now resided here. Excluding the elderly and children, the number of young and strong warriors reached around 8,000, significantly more than Su-Mo had anticipated. In the following days, under the tutelage of those Nausicaa who had already become martial artists in the Omaticea tribe, these 8,000 began to embark on their paths of cultivation. Whenever a Nausicaa became a martial artist, their first action was to venture to the other floating mountain to capture a banshee-winged beast as a mount. In the short span of 3 to 4 days, all 8,000 Nausicaa warriors had become martial artists. The female demon-winged beasts hovering on the nearby floating mountain had already been completely captured. Thus, subsequent hunters were compelled to venture into another habitat on the outskirts of this region to capture more. On this day, over 8,000 female demon-winged beasts ascended in succession from the floating mountain, diving into the distant mists. Su-Mo selected this side of the floating mountain as his base, partly due to the presence of the fog. The unique magnetic field of this area, combined with the perennial fog, rendered even the most advanced technological surveillance by RDA company ineffective in monitoring the conditions within the floating mountain. With just over half a month remaining until the month-long rainy season on Pandora, the Nausicaa would soon find it impossible to hunt due to the incessant downpours. They needed to stockpile ample food before its arrival, a task that posed no challenge to the now formidable Nausicaa. In the home tree, Su-Mo abruptly opened his eyes during his meditation in the main chamber. After orchestrating the relocation of everyone to the floating mountain, he had returned to focus intently on the secret technique, the 9 Calamities secret tome. Although, according to cosmic regulations, one could only amplify their genetic level up to 100-fold before becoming a cosmic sovereign. The singular 9 Calamities secret tome, crafted by a deity king, could transcend this limitation. This esoteric method comprises 9 calamities, each capable of exponentially increasing one's genetic level from the current foundation. For instance, upon mastering the first calamity, one's genetic level could triple. Thus, his original 100-fold genetic level would surge to 300. This exponential growth becomes increasingly formidable in the later stages, which is why this secret technique is permitted to be practiced by only one individual in the universe. Correspondingly, the arduous nature of mastering this technique is self-evident, and should one fail during practice, their genetic structure would collapse instantaneously. Hence, each stage is referred to as a calamity. Before acquiring the ability to create avatars, Su-Mo would never have dared to attempt such a technique. Now, endowed with the ability to resurrect through avatars, he began to contemplate mastering it, planning to commence training once he emerged from the nutrient chamber. At that moment, the voice of Neytiri echoed from outside. "Su, may I enter?" Chapter 211, Hunting the Stamped Beast. Inside the chamber, Su-Mo reassured her, "There is no need to be overly anxious. Trust that in due time, you will effortlessly master the techniques of exertion." He demonstrated the technique of the Thunderblade once more. A few days prior, he had imparted the Thunderblade to Neytiri, yet it was apparent that her progress had been stagnant despite days of practice. Comforted by Su-Mo's words, Neytiri's anxious expression softened considerably. After a moment of internal conflict, she gazed earnestly at Su-Mo and said, "There is a method that could allow me to instantly grasp this technique." Upon uttering this, Neytiri's striking cerulean eyes fixed upon Su-Mo with unwavering seriousness. Su-Mo's gaze shifted, for he understood precisely what she was suggesting, a neural link. This was akin to the method used by Nausicaa couples when learning the genetic origin cultivation techniques. However, within Nausicaa tradition, this practice is akin to intimacy shared solely between those destined to mate. Neytiri's proposal was, in essence, a subtle confession. Su-Mo regarded her thoughtfully. "You must consider this carefully." He had previously discussed with her that he would eventually depart. Through their time together, he had gleaned some understanding of Nausicaa customs, which do not accommodate divorce or remarriage. Once 2 Nausicaa are paired, that bond remains unalterable throughout their lives. Even if one partner were to perish, the surviving Nausicaa would not seek another mate. Thus, should they form a bond, even if Su-Mo were to leave and never return, Neytiri would have no choice but to wait indefinitely. He had shared the Thunderblade with her with the intention of having her safeguard the mineral veins of this world after his departure. "Yes, I have made my decision." Neytiri nodded resolutely. I can wait for you. She grasped Sumo's hand tightly, a serious expression adorning her face. All right, Sumo conceded, recognizing the gravity of her words. He took hold of the braid at the back of his head, and upon seeing this, Neytiri's eyes sparkled as she grasped her own braid. The moment their braids intertwined, a peculiar sensation coursed through them, as if Sumo could sense her innermost thoughts. Truly marvelous. The following morning, Sumo awoke from his slumber, discovering Neytiri curled up in his embrace. A testament to her lineage as a jungle dweller and hunter, Neytiri possessed unparalleled flexibility. With a soft groan, she gradually opened her eyes, and upon seeing Sumo toying with her tail, a lazy smile graced her lips. Stop that. She playfully swatted away his wandering hand. Swiftly sitting upright. With the rainy season approaching, should we not venture out to gather some food? Certainly. Sumo nodded in agreement. After immersing himself in the Nine Calamities' secret tome for over a fortnight, it was indeed time to stretch his legs. Besides, the food stored in the tribe consisted mainly of jerky and fruits. Enduring over a month of jerky was hardly appealing. With the presence of a storage ring, he could preserve the meat without fear of spoilage. Contemplating this, he exchanged another storage ring and a set of the Black God armor, presenting them to Neytiri. This could be considered a standard set for a woman, he acknowledged. At the very least, possessing these two items would afford her a degree of safety, regardless of her location. Once Neytiri became accustomed to the properties of these items, she suddenly leaped upon Sumo, clinging to him. I've changed my mind. Let's go hunting in the afternoon. Toya Lake, the largest lake within a radius of several dozen kilometers from the home tree, was abundant with various species of beasts. Riding upon the back of the shadow, Sumo and Neytiri soared along the lake's edge. The diverse fauna drinking from the shore, startled by the shadow's call, swiftly retreated into the surrounding foliage. As the apex predator of Pandora, the shadow's intimidating presence was palpable. Gazing at the vast expanse of the lake, Sumo felt his earlier frustrations regarding the slow progress of the Nine Calamities' secret tome dissipate. Oh, look, it's a stammed beast, Neytiri exclaimed from behind him. Sumo, upon hearing her, followed her gaze to where, in the shallows along the shore, a herd of creatures resembling rhinoceroses, yet 3 to 4 times larger, were drinking water. These beasts stood 5 meters tall and weighed at least a dozen tons. Their tender meat was considered a delicacy in the Gnostics' diet. However, due to the challenges of their reproduction and the predation by carnivorous beasts, their numbers had dwindled drastically. Thus, Neytiri's astonishment was well warranted. With a commanding shout from Sumo, the shadow dove toward the herd of stammed beasts. One of the creatures, noticing the shadow overhead, raised its head and spotted the descending shadow, immediately letting out a roar as it bolted toward the shore. The herd, alerted by the call, swiftly reacted, attempting to flee. I'll take care of this. With an excited shout, Neytiri felt the dark divine armor envelop her, transforming into a suit of black armor as she leaped towards the stamped beast. Seeing this, Sumo remained unperturbed, guiding the phantom to land on the shore, blocking the escape route of the beast herd. Neytiri landed directly on the back of a stamped beast, raising her fist, now encased in iron armor, and struck down upon its head. After nearly half a month of training, she had crossed the threshold into advanced warrior status, her strength approaching 5,000 kilograms. With that punch, she shattered the beast's skull from within. Casually, she stored it in her storage ring and descended to the ground. At that moment, another panicked stamped beast charged towards her. Neytiri propelled herself with her legs, executing a backflip to land upon its back. Employing the same tactic, yet another stamped beast was added to her collection. This was her first hunt since joining the ranks of warriors. And compared to her previous precarious encounters where a misstep could spell injury or even death, the current situation could only be described as leisurely. The remaining time transformed into her personal showcase, her agile form weaving effortlessly among the beasts, and in no time, over a dozen stamped beasts had been captured in her storage ring. The remaining beasts, seemingly incensed by her successive actions, rallied together and charged at her. Just as Neytiri's feet touched the ground, she had no time to evade. Boom! A tremendous crash ensued, sending Neytiri flying into the distant lake. Chapter 212, Rainy Season. The pinnacle of warriors. Observing the scene, Sumo stood by without a hint of concern. Indeed, within mere seconds, a resounding splash echoed as Neytiri erupted from the water, landing gracefully on the shore. She examined herself, discovering that she had suffered no injuries whatsoever. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had withstood the impact of a beast weighing over 10 tons unscathed. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would have resulted in severe injury, if not worse. It must be the power of the dark divine armor. In that instant, she truly recognized its formidable capabilities. When she had been struck, she had barely felt the impact at all. All force had been absorbed by the armor. With this realization, she glanced towards Sumo and promptly turned to charge at him once more. Sumo, noticing her intent, quickly pointed to the stamp beast charging from behind her. Only then did Netini abandon her plan to approach him, redirecting her focus to the oncoming beasts. Recognizing the might of the dark divine armor, Netini instantly transformed into a fierce warrior, no longer evading, but seizing the stamp beasts and delivering powerful blows. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining dozen beasts lay defeated at her feet. Sumo watched her with a slight smile. He was well aware of the armor's defensive capabilities. As long as one was not at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, the dark divine armor could protect her from fatal injuries. The impact from such beasts, alongside firearms, could not breach its defenses. Ultimately, under Netini's fervent desire, Sumo unlocked achievements in aquatic and aerial combat. If not for his reminder, an entire afternoon would have been wasted. By evening, the two rode the Phantom back to their home tree. Their storage rings were now brimming with various game creatures that ran on land, swam in water, and soared through the sky. They had gathered a selection of delicacies previously enjoyed by the Nausicaa. 2 days later, the rainy season arrived as expected. Under the torrential downpour, the entire world became shrouded in mist. Sumo, Netini, Grace, and Jack sat encircled in a hollowed-out chamber of the home tree, where a large skewer of roasted beast meat sizzled over the crackling fire, the surface dripping with tantalizing fat. Sumo sprinkled a small vial of seasoning over the aromatic meat, a reward he had redeemed from the system shop, costing merely 1 point for an entire box filled with spices including cumin, chili powder, and pepper salt. As the delightful aroma permeated the room, Grace and Jack could hardly contain their drool. Life on this alien planet was incomparable to that on Earth. Their usual sustenance consisted mainly of nutritional liquid meals, adequate in nutrition but lacking in flavor. Within the tribe, food was even simpler, fruits and roasted meat. In such a primitive society, one could hardly expect gourmet cuisine. The only advantage was that the meat from these beasts had a decent flavor, but it paled in comparison to the exquisiteness of spiced food. Netini, inhaling the mouth-watering scent, swallowed hard. After sprinkling the seasoning, Sumo handed a portion to her. "Give it a try?" Without hesitation, Netini took the skewer, ignoring the heat, and bit into it. As the roasted meat melted in her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the flickering flames of the bonfire, as if they sparkled with delight. So delicious. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned away, sneezing repeatedly. It was her first encounter with chili, and she evidently struggled to adjust. After sneezing, she turned back, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Sumo. "This is amazing." "Then eat more." Sumo chuckled, sharing the remaining skewers with Grace and Jack, who eagerly devoured their portions. Observing them, Sumo also took a skewer for himself. Upon tasting the meat, his eyes lit up as well. The beast meat was tender, and with the added spices, it surpassed any food he had eaten before. Glancing at the skewer in his hand, he marveled. Pandora truly is a treasure trove. He mused that once his strength was sufficient, he would ensure to incorporate this planet into the Starlight Tower. Remaining here posed the risk of potential destruction by those from Earth. As he pondered, he gazed through the window at the colossal planet looming nearby, the planet Phimos, thousands of times larger than Pandora. Strictly speaking, Pandora was merely a satellite of Phimos. He resolved to capture both planets. Otherwise, solely taking Pandora would drastically alter its gravitational balance, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, given their proximity, the massive planet might harbor valuable minerals. "Dear, what are you thinking about?" Netini's voice brought him back to reality. Having studied under Grace, she was familiar with some Earth customs. Ever since they had established their relationship, she began to address Sumo in this endearing manner. Sumo was accustomed to it, so he responded without much thought. Meanwhile, Grace and Jack, who were savoring their meal, paused in surprise, their gazes fixed on Sumo. "Wait, what?" After a moment's astonishment, Grace inquired. "Indeed," Sumo replied, affectionately ruffling Netini's hair with a smile. In order to facilitate hunting, the Nausicaa typically braid their hair. However, Sumo preferred not to adopt the appearance reminiscent of dreadlocks. Thus, he requested Nedium to let his hair cascade down in straight strands. Upon hearing Sumo's admission, Grace hesitated momentarily but decided against voicing her thoughts. After all, his human body had long since perished, leaving only this avatar form. And there seemed to be nothing inappropriate about his union with the Nausicaa. For the subsequent month, Sumo resided within the home tree, immersing himself in rigorous training for the majority of each day, diligently contemplating the first chapter of the 9 Catastrophes secret tome. Naturally, his daily practice did not waver. After more than a month, his physical prowess had ascended to that of a high-ranking warrior. With punch strength exceeding 40,000 kilograms and mental force reaching an impressive 130,000 kilograms, the talents of the tribe's people surpassed his expectations. Most had achieved the rank of high warrior, with a select few merely a step away from becoming warlords. Under Sumo's special guidance, Medium had also advanced to the rank of warlord. However, with the conclusion of the rainy season, the human base commenced its operations. Chapter 213, Offensive on the Base. On this day, as Sumo gracefully descended on his steed, Phantom, to the World Tree, he had just arrived at the caverns of Floating Mountain to assess the training progress of the Gnostics. Among 8,000 individuals, over 7,000 had attained the status of high warriors, nearly 1,000 had reached the pinnacle of high warrior, and even 10 had, like Medium, broken through to the warlord level. As Sumo dismounted Phantom, Jake rushed in with urgency. It's bad news. Moments later, Sumo sat in contemplation within his chamber. He had just learned from Jake that Colonel Miles had issued a decree to several individuals, demanding they persuade the Gnostics to vacate the area within 3 days. Should they fail to depart by then, the Gnostics would face annihilation alongside the home tree. Sumo was not surprised by the others' change of heart. Though they had previously agreed on a 5-month timeline, both he and Miles had not taken the matter seriously. Sumo merely sought to buy time for the Gnostics to develop, while Miles awaited the day when the RDA Corporation's president could no longer contain himself. After all, without the president's consent, Miles had no authority to forcibly evict the Gnostics. It was evident now that the other side could no longer afford to wait. Regaining his composure, Sumo smiled at Jake. If they wish to proceed in this manner, let them prepare. Why the haste? At worst, we can simply depart. No, you can't think that way. The tribe will never agree to leave. Can you really just stand by? Jake exclaimed, panic etched across his face. However, halfway through his protest, he noticed Sumo's playful expression and realized he was being teased. All right, I have indeed been seeing a woman from the tribe lately. I understand them very well. They would never consent to leave, and neither would Medium. Jake explained urgently. Sumo chuckled and shook his head. Yet, it must be attempted. Regarding the relocation to Floating Mountain, Sumo had already discussed it with Chief Itukin, who had expressed no objections. After all, while the tribe's strength had vastly improved, the elders and children remaining in the home tree were still not entirely safe. Moving to Floating Mountain, where the safety of the tribe could be ensured, would naturally be welcome. Given the current number of Banshee riders in the team, there was no need to worry about food supplies. The sole reason for not relocating sooner was Sumo's desire to delay time. The next target of the opposing force was the Tree of Souls located beneath Floating Mountain. However, without being able to ascertain the other side's trustworthiness, Sumo had no intention of divulging this information for the time being. He looked earnestly at Jake. Now is the moment to make a choice. The war between humans and the Gnostics is inevitable. I wish to know which side you intend to stand on. Of course, I am on this side. Jake replied fervently. After spending time living among the Gnostics, he had fully integrated into their way of life. Good. Sumo nodded. I need a detailed distribution map of the weapons within the base. Wait. Are you planning to lead the Gnostics to attack the base? Jake's face displayed terror. What other option do we have? If we wait for their aerial fleet to take off, do you think the Gnostics will have any chance left? Sumo responded with an air of calm. Upon hearing this, Jake bowed his head, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. However, this inner turmoil did not last long. He abruptly raised his head, as if having made a firm decision. All right, tomorrow morning, I will find a way to bring that information. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Sumo stopped him. You'd best relocate your human bodies to a place where no one knows about before tomorrow night. Upon hearing Sumo's warning, Jake nodded. I understand. Chudi, Professor Grace, and Norm also disagree with Miles' ideas. We can use Chudi's transport to synchronize the transfer of bodies and consciousness. The following afternoon, Sumo led all the members of the Omadikea clan to migrate into the caverns of Floating Mountain. At that moment, within a vast plaza of the cavern, he addressed a male Gnostics. You are responsible for destroying all the dragon warships in this area. He pointed to a floating map projection. He had divided the Gnostics into 80 small teams, each consisting of 100 members, facilitating the assignment of tasks. Earlier that morning, Jake had provided him with a detailed layout of the base's defenses and structures, meticulously documenting the internal arrangements. Naturally, he had already verified this information at the base's perimeter. Sumo's mental reach now extended approximately 800 meters, allowing him to easily ascertain the authenticity of the map. It was evident that Jake had not lied. That very night, He intended to lead the Gnostics in an assault on the RDA base. At the RDA base, a middle-aged man in the command center exclaimed with excitement, "Colonel, those Gnostics have vanished." Hastening to his side, Miles scrutinized the satellite imagery. "Where have those Gnostics gone?" Upon his inquiry, the man zoomed in on the map. "How is this possible? Their location has disappeared from the map." Miles, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze on a specific point on the map. Floating Mountain. They must have hidden themselves there. What? The man's expression darkened. Floating Mountain is also the site where we intend to mine. Are we to evict them once more? There's no need for such trouble. A grim expression crossed Miles' face. Tomorrow, you will lead a team to clear that tree. I will personally go to Floating Mountain and discreetly extract those Gnostics, to avoid interference from those within the base. Talking about human rights with those damned aliens is a fool's errand. With that, he ignored the expressions of his subordinates and turned to leave. That night, wave after wave of banshees ascended from Floating Mountain. The Gnostics riders scattered before departing to prevent detection by the RDA's satellite surveillance. After flying a considerable distance, they unified their flight path toward the base. Eventually, these individuals arrived successively at the periphery of the base. At this moment, the base lay in utter silence, disrupted only by the occasional sounds of patrolling soldiers moving along the walls. Following the previous incident, the base had implemented round-the-clock patrols along its perimeter. Once all personnel had reached their designated positions, Sumo commanded through the communicator hanging around his neck, "Commence the operation." Chapter 214, The Colossal Mech. Within the base. In the command room, a sudden alarm erupted, reverberating throughout the facility. The soldier on duty rushed to the massive projection map, his gaze fixed on the densely clustered yellow dots symbolizing life surrounding the base, his expression turning grave. "This is bad." In a flurry of panic, the soldier remembered his duty and hurriedly activated the base-wide alarm. Instantly, the blaring sound echoed throughout the facility, rousing those who had been in slumber within the various buildings. This sound was familiar to them. They had heard it during their training on the first day upon arriving at Pandora. It signified the highest level of alert, indicating that the base was under unprecedented threat. In a hurried scramble, these individuals donned their clothing and dashed outside. Sumo, standing several hundred meters away from the base, also heard the deafening alarm. A smile crept across his face. Unfortunately, it was somewhat too late. While the flight speed of the harpy-winged beasts was not exceedingly rapid, it was sufficient to traverse the entire length of the base in half a minute. Moreover, they were now surging in from all directions. Even the furthest squad from their target would require merely a few seconds to reach their position, as over half of the base's defensive forces were concentrated at the walls. Half of the Gnostics descended directly from the harpy-winged beasts onto the walls, while the remaining half flew towards their respective targets. Within less than 20 seconds, the entire base was teeming with Gnostics figures. The positions of the Dragon battleships and fighter aircraft received special attention. In an instant, gunfire and explosions erupted throughout the base. In such a brief span of time, aside from the soldiers on duty, the rest had barely managed to put on their clothes before realizing that several Gnostics had already charged in. Even the quickest among the soldiers, who had grasped their firearms, found themselves losing consciousness before they could react. The speed of elite warriors reached at least 60 meters per second, enabling them to cover distances of 20 or 30 meters in the blink of an eye. To the south of the base, in a vast hangar, nearly 20 Samson transport aircraft were stationed. At the center stood a colossal Dragon attack ship, flanked on either side by rows of combat mechs standing 4 to 5 meters tall. At that moment, soldiers burst forth from one of the hangar doors, rushing towards the mechs. "Hurry, into the mechs," shouted a man who appeared to be an officer. He paid no further attention to the others and sprinted towards the nearest mech. Relying solely on firearms to confront the Gnostics was evidently futile. Given the stark difference in size, humans barely reached the Gnostic's chest. Furthermore, they had already observed through surveillance that today's Gnostics seemed to be on a rampage. If they could not board the mechs, they would be as defenseless as children in the face of their adversaries. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as a Gnostics kicked open the door from another direction. Countless Gnostics surged through the entrance. Upon seeing them, the soldiers' speed intensified as they exerted every ounce of strength they could muster. Nonetheless, their speed was akin to that of a tortoise in the eyes of the Gnostics, who possessed at least elite warrior capabilities. Leading the charge were 5 Gnostics warriors. Within 2 seconds, the 5 warriors had plunged into the midst of the soldiers. In an instant, the soldiers were sent flying like ragdolls, though they were a fraction too slow. 3 to 10 soldiers had already entered the mechs, including the officer who had run the fastest. As the mech's shield slowly descended, the officer let out a triumphant shout, "Prepare to face my wrath, you mongrels." With that, he controlled the mech to grasp a massive firearm leaning against the side, aiming it directly at the warrior Gnostics rampaging among the soldiers. Ignoring the soldiers standing nearby, he pulled the trigger with great force. The cacophony of gunfire echoed throughout the expansive hangar. The gunfire ceased within 2 seconds, and the officer attempted to rotate the mech's body. The reason was simple. Several Gnostics had already vanished from his line of sight. The prior barrage had done little more than devastate his own subordinates. Before he could fully turn around, he felt an overwhelming force from behind. The mech collapsed to the ground. A pair of cracking sounds emanated from either side as the officer, lying within the cockpit, turned to see a Gnostic had ripped off both arms of the mech and casually tossed them aside. The Gnostics then seized one of the mech's legs and hoisted the entire machine into the air. "What the hell?" was all the officer could utter before he and the mech were hurled away. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 10 seconds. By this time, the remaining soldiers who had entered the mechs had only just activated them. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers instantly lost their resolve and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, the other Gnostics warriors had long since set their sights on them, and within half a minute, all of them were yanked from their mechs and rendered unconscious. While the warriors busied themselves with subduing the soldiers, the other Gnostics were far from idle. They transformed into a demolition crew, dismantling the transport aircraft, warships, and mechs within the hangar into disarray. Outside the base, Suemo listened as the tumult inside gradually subsided. He then maneuvered the Phantom into the base. It landed on the central helipad of the facility. At this moment, the fighting throughout the base had come to a halt. Only a mechanical depot near the northern side occasionally echoed with loud noises. Suemo disembarked from the Phantom and walked in that direction. In less than 5 minutes, he entered a large assembly workshop resembling a massive machinery facility. In the center of the workshop stood a combat mech towering 8 to 9 meters high. This mech bore a striking resemblance to the 4 to 5 meter mechs previously seen, appearing as a larger version of them. However, compared to the ordinary mechs, this one exhibited a more streamlined form. Surrounding the mech lay the corpses of several Gnostics. Upon Sumo's entrance, a voice emerged from within the mech. It was Colonel Miles. "I knew it was you causing all this chaos." Chapter 2:15, Victory, Seizing the Base. As the mech turned to face Suemo, he caught sight of a middle-aged man with short hair inside, his expression dark as he glared at Suemo. "I presume you are Colonel Miles?" Suemo waved his hand lightly, and the Gnostics warriors who had rushed in behind him retreated. Given the lifeless Gnostics' bodies strewn across the ground and the unharmed mech, it was evident that the elite warriors posed no threat to this mech. Allowing these individuals to enter would merely lead to their demise. "It appears that you indeed lack the memories originally bestowed upon you. Otherwise, how could you possibly fail to recognize me?" Miles scrutinized Suemo, who stood calmly in place, a glimmer of intrigue flickering across his countenance. "Who on earth are you?" Suemo gently waved his right hand, sending the Gnostics sprawled on the ground, soaring into the air. Fortunately, they were at least clad in garments. Otherwise, Suemo's telepathic powers would have been rendered ineffective. Having sensed their faint breaths through his mental faculties, he prioritized their evacuation, hoping against hope that they might yet be saved. After dispatching these individuals, Suemo finally turned his gaze towards Miles, ensconced within his mech. The disparity in their respective heights was palpable. Suemo gradually levitated into the air before Miles. "What do you perceive me to be?" he inquired, a profound smile gracing his lips. Miles observed every motion of his adversary, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? First, he manipulated the bodies of the Gnostics from a distance, and now he levitated effortlessly. Everything about this was utterly remarkable. Wait, is it superconductive, or? No, that substance seems ineffective elsewhere on this planet. Mumbling to himself in confusion, Miles lifted his gaze to Suemo. Stop this charade. He dismissed further contemplation, resolving that capturing Suemo would undoubtedly unravel the mystery behind it all. With that, he commanded the mech to charge at Suemo. Suemo regarded the approaching mech with a flicker of his eyes. The speed of its movements was astonishing, an exponential leap beyond that of ordinary mechs. Yet, it was evident, without such velocity, how could it pose a threat to the Gnostics, who possessed superior agility, reaching speeds of at least 60 meters per second? The distance between them was but a mere 2 strides for the colossal mech. In an instant, its mechanical arm was upon Suemo. A sense of foreboding surged within Miles as he observed Suemo's serene demeanor. The latter was no fool to stand idly by while he attacked. Indeed, just as the mechanical arm was about to make contact, Miles noticed a glint of amusement in Suemo's eyes. Suemo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers gently. At that moment, Miles felt the mech's movements come to an abrupt halt. No matter how he attempted to exert control, the mech remained immobile. With a hiss, the cockpit door opened automatically, exposing his form. No, this cannot be. Miles's expression shifted dramatically. Sumo gradually floated closer. Colonel, I await your discovery of the mech's control center. What are you waiting for? Sumo smiled as he observed Miles, who was still attempting to activate the mech. The reason Sumo had delayed for half a minute was to locate the mech's control center. Of course, had he chosen to employ brute force, he could have rendered the mech a mere pile of scrap metal in an instant. His telepathic abilities were unimpeded by armor, allowing him to effortlessly dismantle the internal circuitry. For him, dealing with such high-tech battle armor was the simplest task, as there existed no means to thwart telepathy in this realm. Even Tony's armor was no exception. With but a thought, he could easily obliterate critical components such as the control chip within the armor. However, since he found some value in the mech, destroying it outright would be a pity. Instead, he sought the control center and discreetly severed a connection to the core components. After several futile attempts, Miles found himself unable to elicit even the slightest movement from the mech beneath him. A frenzied look crossed his face as he raised his hand and pressed a button on the mech. Yet, when he applied force, it felt as if the button was jammed, refusing to yield. With a mere flick of his right hand, Sumo sent Miles hurtling out of the armor. Although he was uncertain of the button's intended function, Sumo understood that it would not bode well for him. Obstructing whatever Miles aimed to accomplish was undoubtedly wise. With a casual gesture, he stored the battle armor in his spatial ring, until he could ascertain whether the base contained research materials on such armors. It was prudent to preserve this sample. Sumo descended slowly before Colonel Miles, who, having just regained his bearings from the fall, struggled to rise. Having witnessed Sumo's prowess, he resigned himself to the futility of resistance. Had I known this would transpire, I should never have entrusted you to that wretched Grace. Thus, I shall not repeat the same folly. Sumo merely smiled. A steel pipe, propelled by his telekinesis, soared through the air and pierced Miles's chest. The following morning, Sumo gazed at the throngs of individuals gathered on the landing pad. Grace stood nearby, donning a mask. I have inquired with all the technicians, and they have consented to work for you. Sumo nodded in response. He was not surprised by their acquiescence. It was evident that Earth had reached a perilous state. Its resources nearly depleted, and the environment had become exceedingly inhospitable. Otherwise, the government would not have initiated plans for Pandora colonization in the coming years. Compared to Earth, this place was akin to paradise. Aside from the necessity of wearing breathing masks outdoors, life here was far more comfortable than on Earth. As for laboring for the Gnostics, this was perhaps the most readily acceptable proposition. If extraterrestrial beings promised to conquer Earth and provide free housing, food, and a comfortable work environment to humanity, with only a few hours of work each day as the price, it was likely that over a third of the populace would eagerly become collaborators. Sumo naturally agreed to allow these individuals to remain. In a few years, humanity would return to Earth, and Pandora would then face the might of an official military force. Equipping the Gnostics with advanced technology was imperative, as this base served as a ready-made weapons manufacturing facility. It was essential to retain some humans to operate these machines. 3 days later, the base resumed operations. Sumo was far from benevolent enough to permit the RDA personnel to return. Now, aside from the mercenaries, the rest had returned to their respective roles. However, their job descriptions had undergone significant changes. The company's research focus had entirely shifted towards weaponry and armored combat, primarily concentrating on the strength of metal alloys. The remainder of their work involved primarily mechanical firearms. It was not that these individuals lacked the capability to produce formidable weapons. The fundamental issue was the inability to ensure their loyalty. Such powerful weapons were entirely reliant on programmed control. Given the cognitive abilities of the Gnostics, it would be exceedingly simple for them to insert backdoors into the programming. Even if they tampered with the code in plain sight, the Gnostics would be none the wiser. Should a vast arsenal be produced, it would be all too easy for these weapons to turn against the Gnostics when the Earth fleet descended once more. Rather than leaving these hidden dangers, it would be more prudent to sever any thoughts regarding them entirely. After all, the Gnostics primarily rely on the physical strength cultivated through their training. Certain cold weapons could indeed enhance their capabilities even further. The defense forces within the base have now been entirely assumed by the Gnostics, while the original mercenaries have all been dispatched to the mines. Across the entirety of Pandora, only a handful of mineral types are of any use to Sumo, specifically a mere dozen or so, which are predominantly located beneath the sacred tree of souls. The remaining hundreds of mineral types hold little value for him. Extracting a few will suffice for crafting weapons and equipment. Within the central control room of the base, Professor Grace handed Su-Mo a portable device brimming with extensive technical data. Fortunately, the information regarding the newly developed mechs had not been destroyed. Su-Mo accepted the device, which was roughly the size of a ruler and an inch thick, pressing a button at the top. Instantly, it transformed into a tablet-like interface, with the exception of the ruler-sized section held in hand, while the rest was enveloped in an ethereal projection. Su-Mo tapped on the projection several times, perusing the information. Besides the technology related to battle armor, it detailed spacecraft, cryogenic chambers, and cloning technologies with exceptional clarity. With the technological prowess akin to that of Earth in the Marvel Universe, he believed he could master these innovations in a short span of time. "Thank you," Su-Mo remarked, stowing the device within his ring as he addressed Professor Grace. "I should be the one expressing gratitude." She replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. Following the acquisition of this base, the most elated were the members of their biological research team. No longer constrained by the higher-ups of the RDA, she could now pursue her interests in the neural conduction of flora and fauna with peace of mind. In the month that followed, Su-Mo rode Shadow and visited the majority of the Gnostics tribes on this planet: the Plains tribe, the Ocean tribe, the Fire tribe, and the Sky tribe, including those residing in the forests, the Jungle tribe. He appointed 2 senior warriors from each tribe to lead and teach their respective peoples the ways of cultivation. In the event that the American fleet returned and he was unable to return in time, these Gnostics would be the main force of resistance. Just from the tribes he had visited over the month, he could muster an army of over 1 million Gnostics. With their strength, it would be no trivial matter to hold off those from Earth for a time, without resorting to nuclear weapons. Defeating the trained Gnostics would prove to be a formidable challenge for them. After all, the primary objective of the fleet from Earth was to establish a settlement on Pandora. Should they deploy nuclear weapons, their chances of survival on this planet would be severely compromised. Thus, Su-Mo was confident that they would refrain from using such weapons unless absolutely necessary. Within a mountain in the vicinity of the floating mountains, in a specially designed space capsule, Su-Mo advised Neytiri, "When the Sky people return, remember to stay hidden and do not reveal your identity." Given that it was an interstellar civilization, the technology possessed by even a private company was astonishing. He would not be surprised if the official forces that next descended possessed unexpected weaponry. Although he had the protection of the Black God suit, Su-Mo could not guarantee her absolute safety. Furthermore, the primary task of the Gnostics was to delay the enemy and prevent them from destroying the Tree of Souls scattered across the planet. With the Gnostics' speed of cultivation, it was not out of the realm of possibility for an army of demigods to emerge. By then, protecting the Tree of Souls from destruction would not pose a significant challenge for them. "Yes, I understand." Neytiri nodded, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Su-Mo, having decided to temporarily depart, acknowledged her with a nod before lying down in the cryogenic chamber of the space capsule. This cryogenic chamber was identical to those found in the spacecraft, as the journey from Earth to Pandora required approximately 4 to 5 years. The travelers endured this time in cryogenic sleep. As the chamber sealed, Neytiri, with great reluctance, pressed the button outside the capsule. After leaving Pandora, Su-Mo first returned to the realm of the Silent Land, where he summoned the undead army into the Dark Book, and then he returned to his original world. Inside the Star Tower, Su-Mo slowly opened his eyes and pressed a button on the nutrient chamber. The liquid within gradually receded, and he emerged, first cleansing himself before sitting in the training room to access his attributes panel. Name: Su-Mo. Age: 23 years. Strength: 400 million tons. Speed: 400,000 kms. Mental power: 400 million tons. Special ability: Space Freezing. Points: 9. 2 billion. Level: Stellar Level 3. Genetic tier: 100 times. Avatar: Time-Space Beast God. After over a month of immersion in the nutrient solution, his strength had now reached Stellar Level 3, with a remarkable 4-fold increase. This was not unexpected. Su-Mo's gaze fell upon his points. After accounting for the tens of millions he had remaining, along with the points acquired from the strange world over the past month, he estimated that he had amassed around 800 million points after clearing the monsters from the Silent Land. This exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated only around 500 to 600 million points. Closing the attributes panel, Su-Mo proceeded to open the marketplace interface.